Kill him! Kill him! Let this damned pirate learn the might of the Marines. The deafening roar of the crowd pierced into Fong Yuan's skull like countless steel needles. He snapped his eyes open, but the searing sunlight forced them shut again. What is going on? A sharp pain surged through every limb. His wrists and ankles burned as though coarse ropes had been binding them for far too long. Fong Yuan forced his eyes open once more and finally took in the scene before him. He was kneeling atop a tall wooden platform, his hands and feet locked in heavy shackles, unable to move. Below the platform was a sea of black-packed heads, thousands upon thousands, each face marked by fanaticism, excitement, or hollow numbness. And directly ahead of him stood a burly, bare-chested giant of a man, leisurely wiping down a great sword of an execution blade broader than a door panel. The blade caught the sun and threw back a bone-white gleam that stabbed into his eyes. This is... Fong Yuan's pupils contracted sharply. This platform, this square, this scene, Logtown, the place where Pirate King Gold Roger was executed, both his beginning and his end. Damn it, have I transmigrated and become a second Roger about to be publicly executed right at the start? A flood of memories that did not belong to him crashed into his mind like a bursting dam, violent and overwhelming. Overwhelming pain struck. Fong Yuan groaned and nearly blacked out. He understood now. The original owner of this body was also called Fong Yuan, a petty washed-up thief. 3 days ago, half-starved, he had snuck into a Marine branch base to steal food, and in the process had carelessly pocketed an entire crate of Marine uniforms. The theft itself was no great matter, but with piracy on the rise in the East Blue, the Marines desperately needed an example to make an example of someone. So the unlucky original owner was seized and sentenced directly to public execution. Damn it! A chill gripped Fong Yuan's heart, a cold current surging from the soles of his feet straight to the crown of his head. What kind of situation is this? Others who transmigrated became royalty or descendants of the strong, at the very least commoners. But him, he had gone straight to death row in one step. Silence. On the supervisory platform, a Navy colonel wearing a crisp white uniform and a greatcoat emblazoned with justice stood up and bellowed with full authority. The square instantly fell silent. He picked up a notice and read aloud. The pirate Fong Yuan, brazen beyond reason, openly infiltrated a Marine base and stole vital supplies. An evil most grievous. In order to maintain the peace of the East Blue and to deter the wicked, it is hereby decided that in the central square of Logtown, he shall be executed by beheading as a warning to all. When the reading was done, he swung his arm sharply. Execute. 2 words like the death knell of the Reaper himself. The bare-chested executioner grinned viciously, spat into his palm, rubbed his hands, then firmly gripped the hilt of the great execution blade. He walked toward Fong Yuan, one heavy step at a time, each step landing like a hammer on Fong Yuan's heart. The shadow of death had never been clearer. It swallowed him completely. He could smell the executioner's overpowering body odor, see the tremor in the jowls of his face, and feel the cold, killing intent rolling off the great execution blade as it drew near. Am I going to die? Just transmigrated here, and I haven't even seen what this world looks like. Am I going to die already? No, I don't want to die. Deep within Fong Yuan's chest, an overwhelming desire to live erupted like a volcano. He strained with every ounce of strength, the shackles clanging loudly against his struggles, but to no avail. The executioner had already moved behind him. The great execution blade rose high into the air. The sunlight was blocked by the blade's body, and a shadow fell across Fong Yuan's face. It's over. Fong Yuan closed his eyes in despair. And in that instant, precisely as the blade was about to touch the skin of his neck, a cold, emotionless, mechanical voice, like an oracle from beyond the 9 heavens, rang out directly within his mind. Near-death condition met. Soul strength assessment passed. Binding to host. 10, 50, 100. Congratulations to host. Devil fruit synthesis system activated. A cascade of notification sounds made Fong Yuan snap his eyes open. Before his eyes appeared a semi-transparent blue interface only he could see. At the very center of the panel, a bold, oversized line of text flashed with piercing red light. Beginner quest issued, survive. Fong Yuan's mind went blank for an instant, then drowned in euphoria. A system. A golden finger cheat. I'm saved. But that euphoria lasted less than half a second before being doused by cold reality. Survive. Easy for you to say. The great execution blade whistling through the air had already pressed against the back of his neck. The touch of death. Ice cold to the bone. Just when Fong Yuan thought he was doomed, the system's voice rang out again in his mind. Dangerous state detected in host. Emergency activation of bullet time mode. The moment the words faded, the world reflected in Fong Yuan's eyes instantly changed. The executioner's raised blade slowed into a slow-motion replay. The surrounding crowd's jeers stretched into bizarre droning hums. The dust dancing in the air became clearly visible, as if frozen. The entire world had slowed down. Fong Yuan knew this was not the world slowing. It was his own thoughts and perception being accelerated by the system. He had no time to be shocked. The instinct to survive drove him into a frenzy, desperately searching for a single lifeline. His gaze swept over everything around him like the most precise radar. The execution platform was made of wood. The shackles were iron and on the ground. His pupils constricted. Just within 10 centimeters of his hand lay the corpse of a seagull. It seemed it had just been scared to death by the enormous sound waves from the square. Decomposable object detected. The system's notification chimed in at just the right moment. Without time to think, Feng Yuan summoned every ounce of strength, and his body lurched forward violently. His fingertips, in the instant before the execution blade fell, simultaneously touched the cold iron chain of his shackles and the stiff corpse of the seagull. Decompose. Feng Yuan roared frantically in his mind. Command received. Decomposing rusted iron shavings, X10. Decomposition successful. Obtained concept fragment worn sharpness, X1. Decomposing seagull corpse, X1. Decomposition successful. Obtained biological template seagull, X1. A rapid stream of system notifications flashed, so fast, it was dazzling. Before Feng Yuan could even digest this information, the system's voice rang out once more, this time carrying an exciting rhythmic cadence. Beginner tutorial activated. Detected host possesses concept sharpness and template avian matching beginner synthesis formula. Formula unlocked concept sharpness template avian animal type / bird fruit. This is the host's first creation, truly one of a kind. Synthesize immediately / bird fruit. What kind of thing was that? He'd never even heard of it. But Feng Yuan could not afford to care about that anymore. He could clearly feel the blade of the execution sword already cutting through the skin on the back of his neck. Synthesize. Synthesize immediately. Feng Yuan screamed with every ounce of his will. Synthesis initiated. Consuming initial energy. Synthesis successful. Buzz, a slight tremor sounded. A fist-sized grayish-white fruit covered in feather-like spiral patterns materialized out of thin air before Feng Yuan, floating motionless in the air. This was a devil fruit. A devil fruit he had personally created. Feng Yuan's heart began to pound wildly. Without hesitation, he opened his mouth like a starving beast and swallowed the fruit whole in a single bite. The fruit dissolved the moment it entered his mouth, not tasting as legend said it would, but instead transforming into a cold, sharp stream of air that surged down his throat and instantly flooded through every limb. The next second, bullet time deactivated. The world returned to normal speed. Die, you wretch. The executioner's vicious roar exploded beside his ears as the execution blade descended with the force of 10,000 junctures. Everyone in the square held their breath, eyes wide, waiting for the moment of blood splatter and severed head. On the execution overseer's platform, the naval colonel had already curled his lips into a cold, cruel smile. In their eyes, Feng Yuan was already a dead man. But just then, a sudden change. In that instant when the blade was about to sever Feng Yuan's neck, Poochie, a horrifying sound rang out like tearing leather. At the positions of Feng Yuan's two shoulder blades on his back, flesh and blood violently exploded outward. But what burst forth was not blood. It was two wings, radiating a cold metallic gleam. Clang! A deafening clash of metal against metal resounded across the entire rogue town square. The executioner's massive greatsword, a hair's breadth from Feng Yuan's neck, was stopped dead by a pair of steel wings that tore through his back. Sparks flew in every direction. An unimaginable force traveled up the blade's handle, instantly splitting the executioner's tiger's mouth and sending blood streaming down. He glanced down and nearly popped his eyes out of their sockets. On the blade of that executioner's weapon, specially forged by Marine headquarters and supposedly indestructible, there was a clear, gruesome notch. What? What is this? The executioner screamed as though he had seen a ghost. The entire square was plunged into utter silence. Everyone stood as if struck by a binding spell, mouths wide open, faces overflowing with incredulity. Wings. The condemned prisoner had grown a pair of wings wrought from pure steel. On the reviewing platform, the Marine captain, who had remained seated in unshakable composure, abruptly shot to his feet. Every trace of calm and ruthlessness on his face was gone, replaced by the most profound shock. A devil fruit user? He cried out involuntarily. That was never in the intelligence reports. In that moment of absolute silence, Feng Yuan moved. He slowly lifted his head. The eyes that had once belonged to an ordinary man were now piercingly sharp and cold, like an eagle gazing down upon its prey. Feeling the unfamiliar power surging through his veins, he curled the corner of his mouth into a frigid smirk. The / bird fruit. So this is the ability it grants. So noisy, Feng Yuan murmured, and with that he abruptly snapped his wings open. Crack, crack. The steel fetters binding his hands and feet were severed cleanly by the razor edges of his iron wings, as easily as if they were paper. Free at last. Monster. The executioner finally snapped out of his stupor, shrieked in fright, tossed aside his greatsword, and crawled backward in a panicked scramble. Feng Yuan did not even spare him a single glance. His gaze swept across the crowd that had once mocked and abused him, his eyes devoid of any warmth whatsoever. He beat his wings once more. This time, countless palm-sized steel feathers shot outward like a storm of pear-blossom needles, enveloping the surrounding Marines in a relentless barrage. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. The shrill sound of air splitting rang out. Aya! Cries of anguish rose and fell without end. Before the Marine soldiers could even react, the razor-edged iron feathers punched through their armor, dropping them one by one to the ground in agonized screams. The entire scene erupted into chaos. You bastards! Hold your ground. Just then a furious roar thundered down from the reviewing platform. A tall white-haired man, two cigars clenched between his teeth and a sea-stone-tipped tin-hand jutty strapped across his back, descended from the sky and landed heavily upon the execution platform. Marine Captain, the White Hunter Smoker. He fixed his gaze upon Fong Yuan, his eyes sharp as blades. A devil fruit I've never even heard of. Just who the hell are you? Fong Yuan's heart gave a violent lurch at the sight of Smoker. A future Marine Admiral, a Logia user of the smoke fruit. This was no ordinary opponent, but Fong Yuan had never planned to fight him head-on from the beginning. His only objective was to escape. Who I am, you are not qualified to know. Fong Yuan replied with icy indifference, refusing to be drawn into battle, and in the next heartbeat he slammed his wings against the ground and soared into the sky like a cannonball. Trying to run. Smoker flew into a rage. It was the first time in his life he had been so looked down upon. White Serpent. His right arm instantly elementalized into a colossal white serpent of smoke, which lunged at Fong Yuan in midair with terrifying speed. And yet Fong Yuan, already far above, was faster than he had anticipated. Each beat of his steel wings produced a violent sonic boom as his body climbed higher with alarming speed. Smoker's smoke serpent missed by less than half a meter, snapping shut on empty air. Damn it! Smoker's face was livid with frustration as he watched the tiny black speck shrinking into the distance. Tens of thousands of Roguetown residents tilted their heads back, utterly dumbfounded, staring at the one-of-a-kind silhouette in the sky. A condemned prisoner on the verge of execution had awakened a mysterious power at the final moment, grown wings of steel, and taken his leave with the commanding mien of a sovereign, right before a Marine captain's eyes. This sight was indelibly etched into the minds of every person present, and it was destined to become the most incredible legend in Roguetown for years to come. High in the sky, Fong Yuan glanced back at Roguetown, which was growing smaller and smaller, and felt the roaring wind rushing past his ears. At last the immense weight in his heart was finally released. He had made it out alive. Just then Smoker's exasperated, enraged roar leaked up through the wind, faint and indistinct. Relay my orders. Seal off the entire island. Devote every resource to hunting down that steel-winged man. Post a bounty. Capture him dead or alive. A cold sneer curved across Fong Yuan's lips. Hunt me down. Smoker, this world from this day forward is going to be a very different place. Smoker, this world from today onward is going to be different. Fong Yuan sneered inwardly, completely dismissing Smoker's threat. His current top priority was to find a safe place and thoroughly figure out what this golden finger of his really was. Controlling the iron-feathered wings behind him, he circled once above Logtown, his sharp eagle eyes swiftly locking onto a nondescript area at the city's edge, the entrance to the city's sewers. Without the slightest hesitation, Fong Yuan adjusted his direction and like a homing falcon dove down silently. In a few flickers he landed precisely beside the dark entrance. After confirming no one was around, he blurred his figure and slipped inside. A wave of damp air mixed with all sorts of strange odors rushed at him, but Fong Yuan paid it no mind. Compared to the fate of being beheaded, this stench was the very fragrance of paradise. He made his way through the labyrinthine sewers for more than 10 minutes before finding a relatively dry and secluded dead end. With a soft sound, the iron-feathered wings gleaming with metallic sheen slowly retracted into his body like melting metal. A powerful wave of weakness and exhaustion instantly swept over his entire body. Fong Yuan leaned against the cold wall and sat down, gasping for air. The burst of explosive activity just now had nearly drained all his strength. However, now was not the time to rest. System, Fong Yuan called out silently in his mind. The next second, that familiar translucent blue light screen appeared before his eyes once again. This time, without the life-and-death urgency, Fong Yuan could finally carefully study the devil fruit synthesis system that had changed his fate. The entire interface was extremely simple, consisting of only 4 main modules: material library, synthesis workshop, recipe codex, and energy pool. Fong Yuan's attention first focused on the material library. The light screen flickered, and an interface similar to a storage grid unfolded. Inside lay several items quietly. Concept fragment, broken sharpness, X1. Creature template, Seagull, X1. Besides these 2 core materials, there were also some other random things stacked in the corner. Rusty iron filings, X9, dirty sawdust, X3, a worn stone brick powder, X5. Fong Yuan's eye twitched. Good grief, this system really isn't picky. Just now on the execution platform, everything his body came into contact with had been automatically decomposed into the most basic materials. He then looked at the recipe codex. After opening it, there was only one unlocked recipe inside, radiating a faint glow. Formula 1I concept sharpness template bird animal type slashing bird fruit. So that's how it is. Fang Yuan suddenly realized. The core logic of this system was to decompose all things, extract concepts and templates, and then fashion entirely new devil fruits through different combinations. This was simply an ability worthy of a creator god. Fang Yuan's heart uncontrollably raced. He forcibly suppressed his excitement and shifted his attention to the last and most important module. Energy pool. A progress bar resembling a battery icon appeared in the center of the light screen. And at this moment the bar had turned a glaring red with less than 10 of energy remaining. Below the progress bar there was a line of small text instructions. Energy acquisition methods 1. Passive charging, absorb natural energy, light, heat, etc. with extremely low conversion efficiency. Current estimate 1 day. 2. Active charging, decompose high energy substances. The higher the material's value, the purer the energy it contains, and the higher the conversion efficiency. 3. Recommended charging plan, decompose devil fruits or ability user life cores to obtain a massive energy supplement. Seeing the last item, Fang Yuan's pupils sharply constricted. Decompose devil fruits. Decompose ability users. In his mind there instantly flashed a man with a few sparse whiskers, a mouthful of decayed teeth, and an unpleasant laugh. Blackbeard teach. That man, through schemes and decades of patience, had used the dark fruit to gain the power to hunt ability users and steal the tremor fruit. And what about himself? His system seemed to possess an innate power even more domineering, even more unreasonable than the dark fruit. Blackbeard still had to kill his opponent before seizing the fruit. But Fang Yuan, as long as he had the chance to make contact, he could directly decompose the person along with their fruit into the purest energy and materials. A wild idea began to breed uncontrollably in Fang Yuan's mind. If I decomposed Enel's rumble fruit, would I obtain concept lightning? If I decomposed Ace's flame fruit, would I obtain concept flame? If I decomposed Whitebeard's tremor fruit, would I obtain concept vibration? Then could I combine these top-tier Logia concepts with a powerful mythical Zoan template, such as dragon or phoenix? What would that synthesize? Thunder dragon fruit, flame dragon fruit, tremor phoenix fruit. The more Fang Yuan thought, the more rapid his breathing became, and his eyes glimmered with a terrifying light. He had always believed that he had stepped into an existing world with fixed rules. It was only at this moment that he truly understood what he had obtained. What he had obtained was not a mere power, but a qualification to establish rules. I, Fang Yuan, am not a chaser of power. He murmured in a low voice, his voice trembling slightly from excitement. From today onward, I am the source of power, the creator of rules. An unprecedented surge of heroic pride swelled in his chest. He immediately set his initial development strategy: stay low. Must develop quietly, and absolutely no gunfire. The secret that he could create devil fruits absolutely must not be exposed. This was a secret even more terrifying than the ancient weapon Pluton. Once it leaked, he would become the #1 target of the world government, the 4 emperors, the revolutionary army, and all other factions. What he had to do was hide in the shadows like a patient scientist, with the entire world as his material library, and all ability users as his experimental subjects, quietly gathering materials, unlocking recipes, and accumulating power. Once he synthesized a few god-level fruits and armed a fully loyal god-level army. By then the celestial dragons, the 5 elders, all of them would kneel before him and sing surrender. His horizons expanded in an instant, just as Fang Yuan was immersed in his grand blueprint, about to laugh out loud from sheer joy. Drip, drip, drip. A burst of urgent alarm sounds blared wildly in his mind. Warning, warning. Energy pool energy is below 5 and about to run out. Iron feathered gull form will be forcibly dismissed in 10 seconds. Abilities will be temporarily sealed. Host, please replenish energy as soon as possible. This sudden alarm was like a bucket of ice water drenching Fang Yuan from head to toe. The smile on his face instantly solidified. Damn it, I forgot about that. He could clearly feel that sharp, powerful energy within him rapidly draining away, and his limbs were once again overtaken by weakness. The lofty ambition he had just established was instantly shattered by the cold reality. Without energy, everything was meaningless. He was now a fugitive wanted by the entire city. Once he lost his flying ability, Smoker and the Marines could corner him in the sewers and riddle him with bullets. I must find high-energy materials right away. Fang Yuan was so anxious that sweat poured down his forehead. But in Logetown, where he was unfamiliar with the place and the people, where was he supposed to look? Did he really have to go chew on the iron gate of the Marine base? Just then, from outside the manhole cover above his head, the faint voices of a few passers-by drifted in. Hey, did you hear? That clown buggy ship is parked at the eastern port. Really? That big pirate with a 15 million belly bounty. What's he doing in Logetown? Who knows? I heard his men are causing trouble all over town, scaring people to death. The voices gradually faded away. But the two words Clown Buggy and 15 million belly struck like a thunderbolt in Fong Yuan's mind. His eyes instantly lit up. Buggy, the future warlord of the sea, the Chop Chop fruit user. Wasn't he just a mobile talking self-delivered superpower bank? His eyes lit up instantly. Buggy, the future warlord of the sea, user of the Chop Chop fruit. This was nothing less than a walking talking self-delivered superpower bank. Whoa, holy crap. Fong Yuan's heart pounded wildly. He was so excited he nearly jumped off the ground. He had just been worrying about running out of energy, and now someone sent him a pillow just as he was dozing off. And not just any pillow, but a latex pillow trimmed with gold. Calm down. He had to calm down. Fong Yuan forcibly suppressed the frenzy in his heart and forced himself to analyze. Buggy is a devil fruit user. If he decomposed him, he would definitely gain massive energy. More importantly, there was his Chop Chop fruit. Although this fruit appeared to be nothing more than comic relief in the early stages of One Piece, its nature was anything but simple. It granted immunity to all slashing attacks. His body could split, fly, and reassemble at will. If he were decomposed by his system, what would he get? Concept separation. Concept levitation. Template clown. Forget that one. Fong Yuan's mind raced. If he could obtain the concept of separation and combine it with the concept of sharpness he already possessed, what in the world would he synthesize? A fruit that could slice even space itself. Or perhaps imbue a blade with the concept of separation, granting it the property of ignoring all defenses and striking internal organs directly. Perspective. His perspective instantly expanded. In other people's eyes, Buggy was a pirate with a 15 million belly bounty, but in Fong Yuan's eyes, he was a walking, untapped treasure trove of materials. I have to get him. Fong Yuan slammed his fist on the ground, his eyes shining with light. He no longer hesitated. Supporting himself against the wall and dragging his weakened body, he quietly climbed up the sewer ladder. He carefully pushed open the manhole cover above his head and peeked out half his head. Outside was a secluded back alley. The sky was darkening, and there were few pedestrians on the street. After confirming it was safe, Fong Yuan scrambled out and casually borrowed an inconspicuous gray old jacket and a peak cap from the clothesline nearby. He pulled his cap down low, concealing most of his face, then merged into the crowd and headed toward the harbor. He needed information now, the most accurate information. Around the harbor with so many people and loose tongues, news always spread fastest. Sure enough, as soon as he stepped into a tavern with a rough, mixed crowd, the pungent smell of alcohol and sweat rushed to meet him. Fong Yuan found a corner and sat down, pricking up his ears and listening to the pirates and sailors bragging and shooting the breeze. Have you heard? Straw Hat Luffy, that ruthless man who took down Axehand Morgan, is going at it with Clown Buggy in Orange Town. A big man with a full beard downed half a glass of rum in one gulp and shouted at the top of his voice. Orange Town. Fong Yuan's heart jolted. Not Low Town. Damn it. He had been happy for nothing. You said it. The man as thin as a bamboo pole chimed in. I just came from Orange Town. Damn, that place is a mess. They've already reduced half the town to ruins. Who won? Someone asked. What do you think? Captain Buggy, of course. The Straw Hat is tough, but can he beat Captain Buggy's Chop Chop body? I heard Captain Buggy sent the Straw Hat flying with just one finger. No. The version I heard is that Straw Hat has a swordsman named Zoro, so fierce that he cut down half of Buggy's crew all by himself. The tavern erupted into a chaotic din with all kinds of battle reports flying in the air. But Fong Yuan had already gotten the information he wanted most. 1. The battle was in Orange Town. 2. The battle was still underway. 3. Straw Hat Luffy and Zoro were both there. Fong Yuan's brain began analyzing at a frantic pace, like a supercomputer. Orange Town was not far from Low Town, and a small boat could reach it in a day. If he went now, he would still make it. As for how to deal with Buggy, a bold, almost insane plan rapidly took shape in his mind. Fight him head on. Are you kidding? Right now he was a weakling whose energy was just about to run dry. Never mind Buggy. Even Buggy's subordinate Moji, the animal tamer, might be able to take him down. Let alone that a future pirate king Luffy and the world's greatest swordsman Zoro were watching him covetously from the sidelines. If he dared to charge in, those two sides would probably treat him as a third faction and double-team him until he was carried away. So, why fight? A cold smile that no one else could understand curled at the corner of Fong Yuan's mouth. I, Fong Yuan, am a scientist and an artist, not a hot-headed brute. My goal is not to defeat Buggy nor to seize his devil fruit. My goal is to recycle him. What is Luffy's attack style? The gum fruit, physical strikes. What he was best at was sending people flying. And what was Buggy's ability? Splitting apart. After Luffy hammered him with a flurry of punches, what would Buggy become? He would break into pieces, hands, feet, nose, ears. Flying everywhere. To anyone else that was pointless, because Buggy could quickly reassemble himself. But for Fong Yuan, this was heaven. I don't need to fight the toughest boss's main body at all. I just need to follow behind Luffy and be a happy scavenger. Luffy knocks the body parts off, and I quietly pick them up from behind. Pick up a foot, decompose it. Pick up a nose, decompose it. Isn't this 10,000 times safer than a head-on fight? What do you call this play? The snipe and the clam fight. The fisherman reaps the reward. I'm the fisherman and you two are the clam. Absolutely perfect. This plan had low risk, high returns, and was utterly shameless. Practically tailor-made for himself. The more Fang Yuan thought, the more viable it seemed, and he grew more and more excited. He did not stay any longer. He pressed the brim of his hat lower, turned, and left the tavern. Now everything was ready. The only missing piece was a boat. Steal a marine cutter. No, that was too noticeable. Smoker was definitely watching the harbor like a hawk. Then he would have to go to the black market dock and get an inconspicuous little fishing boat. Fang Yuan patted his empty pockets and frowned. No money. This was another problem. As he walked, he swept his eyes across the environment, his mind racing as he searched for a solution. Just then he passed a dark back alley. From inside the alley came the arrogant laughter of several men and the sound of a woman crying. Hee, sweetheart, don't run. Your big brothers want to play with you. Hand over your money. Keep screaming, and we'll sell you to a brothel. Fang Yuan stopped in his tracks, his gaze instantly turning cold. The same worthless trash again. At other times he probably would not bother with them. But now, he looked at his weakened body, then at his nearly depleted energy pool. A perfect solution had delivered itself. Who said only devil fruits could recharge him? Decomposing ordinary people would definitely not yield much energy, but even a mosquito is still meat. Besides, he could pick up some startup capital on the side. It killed two birds with one stone. Fang Yuan straightened his collar, a cold smile curling at the corner of his mouth, and turned into the dark alley. A few minutes later, Fang Yuan walked out of the alley feeling refreshed and at ease, a heavy money pouch in his hand. Deep in the alley, several thugs lay on the ground with bruised faces and swollen noses, their bodies still twitching as they stared at Fang Yuan's receding back, their eyes filled with utter terror. They would never understand, even to their dying day, why that frail man could drain all the strength from their bodies just by brushing past them, leaving them too weak to stand. Decomposed thug life, energy X3. Energy pool replenished 3. Current energy 12. Not much, but better than nothing. Most importantly, the weakness in his body had faded significantly. Fang Yuan, in high spirits, whistled and strode toward the black market dock. His goal was unmistakably clear. Next stop, Orange Town. Straw Hat Luffy Clown Buggy. Your scavenger is coming. However, Fang Yuan also knew that no matter how good the plan was, a battlefield could change in the blink of an eye. He was a newcomer who had just gained his ability and couldn't even control his stamina well. Could he really pull chestnuts from the fire in a battle between two future greats like Luffy and Buggy? This was bound to be a high-stakes gamble. This was destined to be a colossal gamble. But in Fang Yuan's dictionary, the word retreat did not exist. Wealth and glory must be pursued through peril. The black market dock was even more chaotic than he had imagined. Using money Fang Yuan had borrowed from some thugs, he effortlessly acquired a dilapidated fishing boat. The boat captain, eyeing the coin, did not even ask a single question. Cutting through the sea breeze, Fang Yuan piloted the tiny boat at full speed toward Orange Town. An hour later, a town shrouded in smoke and chaos materialized on the horizon. There was no need to search. Thunderous battle cries and the deafening crash of collapsing buildings served as the perfect guideposts. Fang Yuan secured his vessel behind a secluded reef and chose to scale the cliff at the town's edge rather than traverse the main road. Gazing upward at the sheer cliff face, Fang Yuan felt the mere 12% of energy remaining within him, his expression hardening. He would need to conserve every ounce of strength. Rather than attempt flight, he scaled the rock face with both hands and feet, moving with the agility of a gecko through the narrow crevices. Fortunately, though this body had previously been weak, its foundation was decent. After several minutes, Fang Yuan reached the cliff's summit, breathing heavily. Without pausing, he immediately lowered his body and used the ruined buildings and rubble for cover, moving silently toward the heart of the battlefield. Finally, he took position atop the remnants of a clock tower that had been sheared in half. The location was simply superb. From his vantage point above, he could observe the entire street's combat below, while the surrounding ruins perfectly concealed his figure. Fang Yuan lay along the clock tower's edge like the most patient of leopards, his cold gaze fixed on the battlefield below. Goma Goma no. Machine gun. A boy wearing a straw hat moved his arms like phantom strikes, unleashing a barrage of fists toward a man in a ridiculous clown costume with a red nose. Straw Hat Luffy. And that red-nosed man was precisely Fang Yuan's target for this journey, the clown Buggy. Facing Luffy's tempestuous onslaught, Buggy merely let out a sinister chuckle as his body split into countless pieces in an instant, effortlessly evading every punch. Useless. Useless. Your punches can never hit this great me. Buggy's head and limbs flew about wildly in the air, looking incredibly arrogant. Meanwhile, a swordsman with seaweed-colored hair was engaged in an evenly matched struggle against one of Buggy's unicycle-riding swordsmen. The future world's greatest swordsman, Roronoa Zoro. What a coincidence. The protagonists and villains had all arrived. Fang Yuan's heart remained completely unmoved, almost amused. He paid no attention to Luffy or Zoro, his entire focus was fixed on Buggy. System analyze that clown, Fang Yuan commanded within his mind. The familiar blue holographic display instantly unfolded before his eyes. Target locked, clown Buggy ability detected, paramecia type, chop chop fruit, analyzing core concept. Analysis complete. Obtainable core concept split. Obtainable secondary concept / immunity physical float limited warning directly decomposing the ability user's body requires prolonged physical contact and will consume massive amounts of energy. Split. Upon seeing these two words, Fang Yuan's pupils contracted sharply, his heart racing uncontrollably. It was indeed this concept. This was practically a god-tier ability. If he were to merge the split concept with his existing sharpness concept, what kind of monstrous fruit would be created? A dimensional / fruit capable of cleaving through space itself. Or an armor-piercing fruit that could directly split an enemy's defenses. Countless possibilities exploded in Fang Yuan's mind like fireworks. This opportunity must be seized. Fang Yuan forcibly suppressed his inner excitement and continued to calmly observe the battle. He was like a god detached from mortal affairs, watching the struggles of mortals below with cold detachment. Whether it was Luffy or Buggy, in his eyes they were merely pieces on a chessboard. And he was the mastermind hiding behind the scenes, ready to reap everything. This feeling was exhilarating. Absolutely thrilling. Just then the battle situation suddenly shifted. An orange-haired girl appeared at the battlefield's flank, and while everyone was distracted, deftly bound several of Buggy's detached body parts. A torso, an arm, and a leg, with hemp rope. Nami. Well done. My excellent support. Fang Yuan's eyes instantly lit up. He had been wondering how to make contact with Buggy's body without alerting anyone. Now Nami had directly helped him package the materials. This was truly a heaven-sent opportunity. Hey, you thief cat. Give this great me back my body right now. Buggy's head shrieked furiously in the air, but his main body was preoccupied engaging Luffy, leaving him completely unable to intervene. Upon witnessing this, Luffy's eyes also lit up. He had finally found a way to deal with Buggy. Nice work, Nami. Luffy let out a hearty laugh and stomped his feet against the ground, causing cracks to spread across the surface. He stretched his arms backward to their maximum extent, every muscle in his body tensed. Buggy, you're going to fly to the ends of the earth. Upon seeing this opening stance, Fang Yuan's pupils constricted into the most dangerous pinpoint shape. It was coming. Goma Goma no. Rocket cannon. This move would blast Buggy's main body into the sky like a shell, completely ending this battle. And at that very moment, all eyes would be drawn to Buggy soaring into the sky. That was the perfect opportunity for him to make his move. It was his only chance. Fang Yuan's entire body tensed like a drawn bow, every muscle charged with explosive power. He fixed his gaze on Nami below, who was clutching a bundle of Buggy parts and preparing to make her escape. The mere 12% of energy remaining in the system pool began to burn furiously under his will. There was only one chance. He had to succeed in a single strike. Goma Goma no. Luffy's roar echoed through the entire street. Rocket cannon. Both arms struck forward with tremendous force. Boom. With a thunderous roar, Buggy's main torso, contorted in terror, became a meteor, streaking into the sky, screaming as it vanished beyond the horizon. This was the moment. The instant everyone looked up at the sky, Fang Yuan moved. Fang Yuan moved. At the very instant when everyone present, including Luffy, Zoro, Nami, and even the remnants of Buggy's pirate crew, instinctively looked up to watch that Buggy meteor streak across the sky. This was the opening. A golden window of less than 2 seconds. With a sharp tearing sound, the steel wings burst open behind Fang Yuan once more. Without the slightest hesitation, he leaped down from the clock tower ruins more than a dozen meters high. Instead of soaring into the sky as before, he drew his wings slightly inward, like a black fighter jet retracting its landing gear, and aided by gravity, went into a breathtakingly low glide, streaking toward Nami on the ground at astonishing speed. Fast. Unbelievably fast. The air split around him with a piercing shriek. Nami had only just recovered from Luffy's cataclysmic blow, a trace of relief at still being alive lingering on her face. She lowered her head, intending to pick up the Buggy parts gift package tied with hemp rope and retrieve her treasure map as well. But at that very moment, a powerful gust of wind, heavy with icy murderous intent, surged down from diagonally above her. Every hair on Nami's body stood on end instantly. She whipped her head up, seeing only a dark figure expanding in her pupils at an incomprehensible speed. It was the man who had grown steel wings on the execution ground at Rogue Town. How could he be here? Nami's mind went blank in an instant, her instincts screaming for her to shriek and step back. But it was too late. Fang Yuan's speed gave her absolutely no time to react. Just as Fang Yuan was about to close in on Nami, he didn't even glance at her. His cold eyes were locked dead onto the gift package on the ground. His right iron wing twitched violently. Whiz, whiz. 2 steel feathers glinting with cold light shot past Nami's cheek, like thrown knives shrieking as they split the air. Clang, clang. The two iron feathers slammed into the stone pavement, half an inch in front of Nami's feet, their tips vibrating at high frequency and kicking up sparks. A lethal threat. An undisguised warning. Nami let out a shriek and collapsed backward onto the ground, her body completely losing control, her face instantly turning deathly pale. She could clearly feel the wind from the feathers as they grazed her cheeks, scraping her skin like blades and leaving a stinging burn. If the man's aim had been off by even a hair, what was pierced now would not be the ground. It would have been her head. And that was the instant she froze. Fang Yuan's figure swept past her like a violent gust of wind. Without even landing at the lowest point of his glide, he reached out with pinpoint accuracy and scooped the hemp rope bundle binding Buggy's limbs and torso straight into his arms. Nor was that all. A sweep of his peripheral vision caught a lone left hand of Buggy's lying a short distance away. No way I'm taking a loss on this. Fang Yuan roared inwardly. His left wing slammed into the ground. Bang! Gravel sprayed everywhere. Using the reaction force, he twisted his body through an impossible angle, in midair, his left hand flashing out like lightning to grab the severed hand too. Take everything. Not a single piece can be missing. All of this from start to finish had taken no more than one breath. You bastard. Stop. Only then did Zoro, who had just cut down the unicycle swordsman in a single stroke, finally react with a furious bellow. Luffy too snapped out of his triumphant excitement. Seeing the dark figure who had stolen the spoils of war, he flew into a rage. Hey, who are you? Give that guy's body back. Moji, Buggy's beast tamer, and Kabeji the vice captain watched with eyes nearly splitting open in fury. It's the winged man from Rogue Town. Stop him. He took Captain Buggy's body. The marine soldiers fell into chaos, raising their guns, but having no idea who to aim at. The entire scene instantly descended into chaos. But it was too late. Everything was too late. Fang Yuan gave them no chance to encircle him. With the prize secured, he had no intention of lingering in battle. With a violent beat of his wings, he shot up from the ground amid the roaring and cursing. Take your time, idiots. Fang Yuan sneered inwardly, pushing the energy in his body to its absolute limit at that moment. Boom. A violent sonic boom split the air. His figure became a black streak of lightning shooting into the clouds and fleeing, without looking back, toward the open sea away from Orange Town. His speed was even swifter than when he had escaped from Rogue Town, because he knew that his move just now had offended every force present. The Straw Hats, Buggy's remnants, the Marines. That move had utterly maxed out the taunt skill. If he didn't run faster, was he waiting to get double-teamed? On the ground, everyone could only watch helplessly as the black specks swiftly vanished on the horizon. Luffy stomped in rage, but the target was far beyond the reach of his attacks. Zoro tightened his grip on his sword hilt, his eyes grave. That speed. Just who was that guy? The dust settled. Buggy's main body had been blasted away, and the remaining parts were stolen by a mysterious winged man. The Buggy pirates were completely routed. Nami sat on the ground, dazed and dejected. Watching the direction where Fang Yuan had vanished, her small face mixed anger with fear, and her eyes reddened. She didn't care whether Buggy lived or died. What she cared about was that her treasure map to the Grand Line, worth 1,000 berries, was still in the stolen bundle. That bastard with the steel wings. Just who is he? Nami pounded the ground hard with her small fist in fury and growled through clenched teeth. What does he want with Buggy's body? What exactly is he trying to do? No one could answer her question. A vast, unprecedented doubt, like a dark cloud, hung over the hearts of everyone in Orange Town. Meanwhile, in midair far from the coastline, Fang Yuan was clutching the heavy gift package in his arms, flapping his wings desperately. A profound weakness surged over him like a tide. His vision kept going dark, and the iron-feathered wings on his back began to flicker unsteadily, as if they might vanish at any moment. Warning. Energy remaining at 2. About to fall below the critical threshold. The ability will be forcibly sealed. In his mind, the system's cold alarm blared madly like a death knell. Hold on. I must hold on. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth and forced himself to stay awake. He lowered his head to look at the prize in his arms. Living body parts still twitching faintly, some even trying to squirm free from the hemp rope. A flash of madness and blazing excitement passed through Fang Yuan's eyes. The gamble had paid off. This was a massive win. Barely suppressing the dizziness that threatened to knock him out, he sent the most excited and urgent command to the system since his transmigration. System. Decompose it. Now. Immediately. Right now. Decompose this. Living Devil Fruit ability user. Decompose this. Living Devil Fruit user. Fang Yuan's roar nearly consumed the last shred of his strength. Buzz. The hemp bundle in his arms carrying Buggy's parts was instantly wrapped in a surge of ghostly blue data. But the next second the system's chime came crashing over his head like ice water. Warning. The decomposition target possesses high-intensity vital activity. The target is a Devil Fruit user. Its life core is deeply bound to the fruit's ability. Forced decomposition will consume 900 of the host's current energy reserves. Insufficient energy or decomposition failed. Warning. Forceful execution may cause ability backlash and the system risks crashing. Failed. Backlash 2. Fong Yuan's mind buzzed, and he nearly fell headlong from midair. Damn it. After all that effort braving a three-way beating from three forces, I came back, with a hot potato. He could sense the iron feather wings behind him flickering like a faulty light bulb threatening to go out at any moment. No good. He couldn't fall here. If he plunged into the sea, a freshly minted ability user like him would be a sitting duck. Fong Yuan abruptly bit the tip of his tongue, and the sharp pain jolted him awake. He forced out the last dregs of his stamina, his gaze as fierce as an eagle's sweeping across the pitch-black sea below. Got it. Not far away lay a barren, desolate islet with only a few reefs. That was the place. Fong Yuan mustered all his strength and furiously flapped his wings toward the desolate island. His body, like a fired cannonball, traced one final arc through the air before smashing heavily onto the islet's beach. Boom. Sand and stones flew. Thud. The iron feather wings vanished the moment he landed, as if their power had been cut off, and withdrew into his body. An unprecedented weakness swept over him like a mountain collapsing and a tsunami crashing down. Fong Yuan's vision went black, and he fainted on the spot. He had no idea how much time had passed. Fong Yuan was awakened by the cold sensation of a wave slapping across his face. He sat up abruptly, coughed violently, and spat out a few mouthfuls of salty seawater. The sky on the horizon was already taking on the pale white of dawn. He had survived. Panting heavily, Fong Yuan immediately looked to his side. The hemp bundle with Buggy's parts lay there safe and sound, and the hand inside was still moving around impatiently. Fong Yuan's expression instantly darkened. He had gone through so much trouble, and the system's verdict was that it couldn't decompose it. What was this nonsense? I don't believe it. Dragging his exhausted body, Fong Yuan snatched up the bundle and dumped all its contents out. One torso, 2 feet, and 2 hands. Like things with a life of their own, these parts twisted and squirmed on the sand, trying to break free from the hemp ropes that bound them. System, try again for me. Decompose. Fong Yuan roared, unwilling to accept it. Warning. Insufficient energy. Decomposition failed. The cold mechanical voice once again mercilessly shattered his illusion. Damn it. Seething with rage, Fong Yuan punched the sand. Did he really have to keep Buggy's parts around waiting until he had enough energy to decompose them later? What an absurd joke. He was a wanted fugitive throughout all of Lowtown now. Carrying around such a pile of moving human body parts would be no different from waiting for the Marines to trace the clues and come knocking on his door. Throw them away. Even more impossible. This was the split fruit, the concept of split. It was an absolutely vital link in his plan. Fong Yuan could not accept giving up so easily, even if he died. Where? Just where exactly had things gone wrong? Staring fixedly at the writhing parts, his mind raced at lightning speed. The system said that forced decomposition required enormous energy because the target had high-intensity life activity. In other words, the system determined that these parts were living creatures. As long as it was living, it could not be easily decomposed. Then, what if what I decomposed was not the living thing itself? A thought flashed through Fong Yuan's mind like lightning. He suddenly recalled that when he played games in his past life, some bosses were invincible and could not be damaged. But with repeated attacks, you could scrape off the buff or shield attached to them. Wasn't the same true for Buggy's parts? I can't decompose his flesh because it's alive. But the reason he could split and be immune to slashing attacks was the power of the split fruit. That power was like an invisible energy coating clinging to every one of his cells. This coating was not alive. It was nothing but pure energy, the manifestation of a concept. Then, could I decompose only this coating without touching the flesh inside? Like gua sha, I'm only scraping off that outermost layer of yours. Once this idea sprouted, it grew like rampant weeds and could no longer be suppressed. Fong Yuan's eyes instantly blazed with a startling light. If this move could work, then the story would not just be opening up, it would be tearing straight through the heavens. He suppressed his pounding heart, took a deep breath, and issued a command to the system unlike any before, incredibly fine and precise. System, hear my command. Lock on target Buggy's body parts. Execute surface decomposition directive. Decomposition depth 1 micron. Only decompose the devil fruit ability residue adhering to the target's surface. Do not touch its living essence. Fong Yuan stared fixedly at those parts, holding his breath. This was practically playing word games with the system, skating along the edge of a bug at full speed. Success or failure hinged on this single move. This time the system was silent for a full 3 seconds. Fong Yuan's heart rose to his throat. After 3 seconds, buzz. A beam of ghostly blue light, so utterly different from before, and so exquisitely fine that it resembled the most precise scalpel, gently enveloped one of the feet. There was no violent energy fluctuation, no terrifying decomposition effect. Fang Yuan only saw that on the surface of that foot countless specks of light finer than dust were forcibly scraped off the skin by an invisible force, then gathered into a weak stream of light and rushed into his body. Throughout the whole process, that foot merely trembled slightly and did not suffer any real damage. It worked. It actually worked. The next second, a series of system chimes like heavenly music flooded his mind. Special directive received. Conducting logic verification. Verification passed. Now performing concept scraping on the target. Scraping successful. Congratulations, host. Obtained concept fragment fractured split x1. Congratulations, host. Obtained concept fragment fractured split x1. Congratulations, host. Obtained concept fragment fractured split x1. After decomposing 3 parts in a row, 3 identical prompts flashed before Fang Yuan's eyes. He had succeeded. He had truly found the system's superbug. Ha ha. Ha ha ha. Fang Yuan could not contain it any longer. He threw back his head and let out the wildest, most joyful laughter since his transmigration. He had done it. Using his own mind, his own wisdom, he had pried open a crack in the system's rules. What did this mean? It meant that from today on he no longer needed to hunt down ability users. He could be a pacifist. As long as he could touch them, as long as he had a chance to make contact with their body, he could, just like shearing a sheep, silently scrape off a layer of their ability concept without anyone noticing. This was 10,000 times more broken than Blackbeard Teach's power. Teach still had to beat someone half to death before he could seize their fruit. And him. He only needed to shake hands with the other person, pat their shoulder, or merely brush past them. Your rumble fruit concept is decent. I'll scrape off a layer and go. Your quake fruit concept is powerful. I'll scrape a layer too. Your magma fruit concept runs hot. Apologies, but I'm scraping that too. The more Fang Yuan thought, the more excited he became. His face flushed red with adrenaline. He forcibly steadied his mind and immediately opened his material library. In the corner of the material library, 3 irregular fragments radiating a strange glow were quietly floating. Concept fragment fractured split x3. With a thought, Fang Yuan selected synthesis. 3 concept fragments of the same origin detected. Do you wish to synthesize them into a complete concept? Synthesize. Synthesis successful. Congratulations, host. Obtained core concept split. Done. Fang Yuan pumped his fist, so excited he nearly jumped. He immediately opened the formula codex, wanting to see what astonishing thing this new concept could combine with his existing sharpness. However, when he opened the codex, he froze. In the codex, countless locked formulas flickered with question marks. Formula. Concept split concept sharp. Formula. Concept split template. Fang Yuan quickly understood. To synthesize a new fruit, concepts alone were not enough. One way was to combine 2 or more different concepts. The other way was to graft a core concept onto a powerful biological template. Exactly like when he had combined sharpness Seagull template to synthesize the slashing bird fruit. Biological template. Fang Yuan stroked his chin deep in thought. His strongest concept right now was split. If he found a biological template powerful enough, what kind of monster would he synthesize? Split slime fruit. That felt a little weak. Split dragon fruit. Damn, that sounded a little fierce. The problem was, where could he find a dragon, a mythical Zoan, as a template? Fang Yuan's gaze unconsciously drifted east. That direction was the entrance to the Grand Line. He knew perfectly well that in the east blew the weakest sea. Searching for a powerful biological template was no different from a fool's dream. The truly powerful creatures, the sea kings with terrifying strength, the mythical beasts that existed only in legends. They were all on that sea where storms gathered and powerhouses abounded. It seems. Fang Yuan stood up, brushed the sand off his clothes, and his gaze turned rock solid. It's time to go see the real world. Next stop, the Grand Line. It was time to see the true world for myself. Fang Yuan rose to his feet, brushed the sand from his body, and his eyes grew resolute. Next stop, the Grand Line. That was easier said than done. To reach the Grand Line, he needed a ship, money, and most importantly, strength. His energy was completely depleted, his body utterly weak. It went without saying that reaching the Grand Line was out of the question. Even a strong sea breeze might send him stumbling. The priority was to recover his energy, then deal with Buggy's scattered remains. He didn't want to be dragging around other people's limbs for the rest of his days. It was deeply unsettling. Fang Yuan dragged his exhausted body over to where those restless, twitching pieces still lay and crouched down. With his energy nearly depleted, even his concept extraction ability was beyond him now. All he could do was wait. Wait for his body to naturally regenerate some energy. Just then, roar. A fierce beast's roar erupted from the opposite side of the island. That voice was thick with ferocity and hunger. Fang Yuan's pupils contracted sharply, and he sprang to his feet instantly, his gaze alert and fixed on the direction the sound had come from. There were still beasts on this wretched island. Soon a man riding a giant lion burst out from behind a cluster of reef rocks. The man wore a fur vest, and his face was painted with comical war paint. If it wasn't Machi, the beast tamer of the buggy pirates, who could it possibly be? And beneath him that male lion named Li Ji stared at Feng Yuan, and at Buggy's scattered remains beside his feet, with bloodthirsty eyes. Found you. Ha ha. Upon seeing Feng Yuan, Machi hesitated for only a moment before bursting into manic laughter. So it's you winged bastard. You missed your chance at salvation and walked right into hell. Machi's eyes were filled with greed and smugness. Captain Buggy's main body had been blasted away and was nowhere to be found. If anyone could recover the remaining body parts, it would be a monumental contribution. At that point Machi might even become the new captain of the Buggy Pirates. He could tell at a glance that Feng Yuan's face was pale, his breathing weak-looking, as though he might collapse at any moment. Was this not a gift from the heavens themselves? Boy, you look like you've got nothing left in the tank, don't you? Machi pointed his whip at Feng Yuan, arrogantly looking down upon him. Hand over Captain Buggy's body while you still can, and I might just let you keep your corpse intact. Feng Yuan looked at him, his eyes devoid of anger, filled only with a pity one might reserve for a fool. He had been worrying about where to find a suitable biological template, and now, what a coincidence. Someone had literally brought him a magnificent male lion on a platter. Were you talking to me? Feng Yuan slowly raised his head, the corners of his mouth curling into a cold smile. You dare talk back on the verge of death? Machi flew into a rage at Feng Yuan's dismissive demeanor. His authority had been challenged. Li Ji, attack. Machi roared and lashed his whip violently. Tear this foolish creature to pieces. Roar. The male lion Li Ji, receiving its command, let out a deafening bellow. Its forelegs exploded with power, and its entire body hurtled toward Feng Yuan like a yellow tank carrying a foul wind in its charge. That gaping maw with its razor-sharp fangs glistening in the morning light seemed ready to bite Feng Yuan's head clean off in the next instant. A cruel, triumphant smile spread across Machi's face. He could already picture Feng Yuan being torn apart by his beloved pet, blood and flesh scattered everywhere. However, Feng Yuan didn't move an inch. He simply stood there watching the lion, close in his eyes as cold as ancient, unyielding ice. What a bothersome fly. Just as Li Ji's lethal claws were about to touch Feng Yuan's body, Feng Yuan had finally lost his patience. Swing. A soft sound. Those steel wings that had just retracted into his body burst open once more from his back, without any warning. Black feathers gleamed with a metallic sheen of death spreading wide in an instant. What a... The smile on Machi's face froze solid. He watched helplessly as Feng Yuan's right wing gave a mighty snap. Whoosh. A black slash wave faster than sound detached from the edge of the wing like a death scythe materializing from nowhere. That slash wave was as thin as a cicada's wing, yet carried a piercing sharpness capable of cleaving through all things in this world. Iron feather slash. Fast. So impossibly fast. Neither Li Ji, diving through the air, nor Machi, seated atop it, with a horrified expression, had any time to react. That black line of death simply passed silently between their bodies. Time seemed to freeze at that very moment. The lion Li Ji and Machi upon its back remained frozen mid-lunge. 1 second later, thud, they hit the ground. But it wasn't a man and a lion. No, they were 2 halves of a man and 2 halves of a lion. The cut was as smooth as a mirror, with not a single drop of blood welling up immediately. Only after several seconds did blood suddenly gush forth, staining the entire beach red. Machi's horrified expression was forever etched upon his face. Even in death, he could not comprehend how such a feeble-looking man could unleash such a terrifying blow. One-shot kill. A thorough, absolutely flawless one-shot kill. Feng Yuan's complexion had turned even paler from the forced expenditure of his abilities. But he couldn't care less. He didn't even spare Machi's bisected corpse a glance, as though he had simply swatted away a mosquito. His gaze fell directly upon the corpse of the lion Li Ji. The template is mine. Feng Yuan dragged his steps over to Li Ji's corpse, ignored the pungent stench of blood, and slowly extended his right hand, pressing it against the lion's massive head. He closed his eyes and issued the command within his heart. System decompose. This time without the obstacle of living vitality, the decomposition proceeded flawlessly. A sphere of eerie blue data flow instantly enveloped the lion's corpse. The next second, a celestial voice resonated within Feng Yuan's mind. Target detected: large feline predator, Li Ji. Extracting biological template. Extraction complete. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a biological template, lion, fine quality. Energy restored 15. Success. Feng Yuan's eyes snapped open, a sharp gleam exploding from within. He could feel a warm current surging from his palm into his body, instantly dispelling most of his weakness. The number in his system energy pool jumped from a pitiful 2 straight to 17. Such a pleasant surprise. Killing enemies could restore mana. Feng Yuan immediately opened his system panel. Core concepts: sharpness, separation, biological templates, Seagull, common, lion, fine quality, synthesized, devil fruit, / bird fruit, everything is in place. Suppressing his excitement, Feng Yuan sank his consciousness directly into the devil fruit synthesis interface. Without hesitation, he dragged the two newly acquired materials into the synthesis slot. On the left was the core concept representing infinite possibilities, separation. On the right was the biological template embodying the power of the king of beasts, lion. The moment these two completely unrelated elements were placed into the synthesis slot simultaneously, the entire system interface began to flicker violently. Core concept detected separation. Biological template detected lion fine quality. Performing formula deduction. Deduction successful. Shall you consume core concept separation X1 and biological template lion X1 to synthesize a devil fruit? Synthesize. Feng Yuan bellowed without any hesitation. He was extremely eager to discover what kind of overpowered creation would emerge from this brand new fruit that he had personally designed and assembled. The next instant, the light of the synthesis furnace reached its peak. A line of golden characters radiating supreme majesty slowly appeared before Feng Yuan's eyes. Synthesis complete. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a brand new devil fruit, Paramecia type lion separation fruit. Synthesis successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a brand new devil fruit, the Paramecia type lion split fruit. Staring at the line of golden shimmering words on the system panel, Feng Yuan's mind went blank for a fleeting moment. It worked. It really worked. Using the split concept, he had scraped off buggy and the lion template extracted from an unfortunate lion. He had forcibly forged a devil fruit utterly unique in this world. This feeling was 100 times more exhilarating than if he had eaten the fruit himself. This was no longer simple power advancement. This was creation. This was bestowal, a prerogative belonging only to gods. The next second, above the outstretched palm of Feng Yuan's hand, countless dim blue data streams materialized out of nowhere, madly converging, spinning, and compressing. As light flashed, a fruit of the most bizarre appearance condensed into solid form out of thin air, and then with a soft plop, landed right in his palm. Feng Yuan's breath hitched, and he immediately looked down. The fruit was about the size of a fist, its whole body suffused with the golden yellow color of a male lion's mane. The wildest part was that it didn't resemble an ordinary fruit at all. It was a lifelike roaring lion's head. The bared fangs, the glaring eyes. It was almost frighteningly lifelike. Across the surface of the lion's head were bizarre markings like wounds carved by a sharp blade, yet also like cracks in porcelain spreading from the crown all the way to the base of the fruit. This design had split and lion written unmistakably on its face. Damn, the look of this thing is absolutely incredible. Feng Yuan couldn't help cursing, immensely satisfied inside. Just as he was turning the fruit over and over to examine it, the system in his mind suddenly let out a ding, and a red warning message popped up. Warning. An anomalous mutation has been detected in the fruit's properties. Its core possesses both form-shifting and property-altering traits. The preliminary classification is logically contradictory. Reclassifying based on the final product. Classification complete. Fruit type revised to Zoan type lion fruit split form. HM. Corrected from Paramecia to Zoan. Feng Yuan was briefly stunned, then ecstatic. He understood. The system had initially judged based on the core concept he had put in split, and so it had assigned the Paramecia classification. But once the fruit had fully manifested, the system discovered that its main body was the animal template lion. Split had instead become an additional special attribute. So the system automatically corrected the classification. What did this mean? It meant that the fruit he had created had already exceeded the system's original simplistic classification logic. It wasn't a mere 112, it had produced an unknown, even more incredible chemical reaction. System, show me the detailed explanation of this fruit. Suppressing his excitement, Feng Yuan roared in his mind. A detailed blue light screen instantly unfolded before his eyes. Devil Fruit Encyclopedia. Name Zoan type lion fruit split form. Type Zoan special mutated variant. Ability 1 Beast King transformation. The consumer can transform into a giant male lion beast form or a half-human half-lion beast man human beast form. In this state, the consumer's strength, speed, recovery, and 5 senses receive explosive enhancement along with the ferocious instincts, claws, and fangs of a wild beast. Ability 2 King of split bodies. Whether in human form, beast form, or human beast form, the consumer gains the constitution of sundering into pieces. The body can split into any number of chunks, granting immunity to all non-hockey slashing and piercing damage. The separated body parts can levitate and fly within a certain range, controlled by the owner's consciousness, launching attacks from all directions without a single blind spot. Weakness: like all devil fruits, it fears seawater and sea stone. The splitting ability has a maximum range, and one of the user's feet or one paw in beast form must remain in contact with the ground or a solid surface. Complete airborne splitting is impossible. Silence. Deathly silence. Feng Yuan stared at the words on the light screen, reading them one by one. His pupils grew wider and wider, and his breathing became heavier and heavier. A Zoan ability: user immune to slashing. What the hell kind of monster was that? In the pirate world, masters of physical combat were as numerous as the hairs on an ox, and great swordsmen could be found everywhere. What kind of enemy does a great swordsman fear most? A Logia user's elemental body. You can't cut him. Or someone like Buggy. You can cut him all you want, but it's useless. And now Feng Yuan had personally created a fusion, a monster that possessed the terrifying physical might of a Zoan, while also being immune to slashing. Imagine a human beast monster 3 or 4 meters tall, muscles knotted all over its body, strength rivaling a giant's. You swing your blade, whoosh. It splits into dozens of pieces to evade, and then those clawed lion hands and lion feet launch a frenzied 360-degree and no blind spot assault on you from every direction. Just thinking about that image was enough to make one's scalp crawl. How could anyone fight that? At the same level, this thing was practically the father of every swordsman. Feng Yuan could no longer hold it in. He raised the lion head fruit high above his head and burst into hysterical laughter at the sky. Amazing. Too amazing. This feeling of personally forging a bug, personally creating a power, was more intoxicating than obtaining any ability himself. I, Feng Yuan, am the creator of devil fruits from today onward. Blackbeard hunting fruits. That's nothing. I can mass-produce fruits. His vision had just blown a hole through the heavens. Feng Yuan laughed for a full half-minute before slowly calming down. He looked down at the split lion fruit in his hand, and a very real question now stood before him. He couldn't eat this fruit himself. The rule of devil fruits was 1 fruit per person. He was already the user of this slashbird fruit. Eating another would only end in his body exploding. Well, who should eat this fruit? Throw it away. Impossible. This was the crystallization of his blood and sweat. His first creation. Sell it. Even more impossible. If this unheard-of fruit ability were ever exposed, it would absolutely trigger a frantic scramble among powers at the level of the world government and the 4 emperors. When that day came, he, a nobody who possessed a priceless treasure, would die without even knowing why. So there was only one answer. Find someone absolutely loyal, absolutely reliable, and have him eat it. Make him his first source of strength, his first cornerstone. A thought like a prairie fire raged wildly in Feng Yuan's heart. His previous plan had always been to lay low and quietly grow stronger. But now, looking at this fruit in his hand, his ambition swelled out of control. No matter how strong one person became, he would still be alone in the end. 2 fists cannot beat 4 hands. To truly gain a foothold on this sea and live as he pleased, he had to have his own force. His own inner circle. His own crew. And this split lion fruit was the first brick for building his own power. Feng Yuan's gaze changed in an instant. It no longer held the desperate caution of merely surviving. It now held something called ambition. He was going to form his own pirate crew. No, an ordinary pirate crew was no longer worthy of his grand vision. He would create a god-class hunter crew, every member personally designed by him with bizarre and unfathomable abilities, a crew that would make the world tremble. Feng Yuan slowly rose to his feet, his gaze settling on the magnificent, boundless sea. The sea breeze stirred his black hair and also stirred the towering ambition in his heart. He carefully stored away the lion head fruit. Sensing that the energy in his body had recovered to 17, a meaningful smile curled at the corner of his mouth. All is ready, only the east wind is needed. My first crewmate, my first cornerstone. Where in the world are you? My first crew member, my first cornerstone. Where exactly are you? Feng Yuan stood by the sea, letting the sea breeze tousle his hair, the wild ambition in his heart blazing like fire. But reality soon doused him with a bucket of cold water, snapping him back to his senses. Forget finding a crew member. He could barely manage to leave this godforsaken place. With only 17 of his energy left, it looked decent, but if he really tried to fly, it would probably just cover the starting fare. Not to mention the pile of parts he had borrowed from Buggy lying at his feet. He couldn't just keep carrying this stuff around forever, could he? It was too disgusting. Feng Yuan looked down at the parts still writhing restlessly inside the hemp rope, his gaze turning cold. The same trick as before. System. Scrape them. Follow yesterday's method, and scrape them for all they're worth. Special instruction received. Commencing concept scraping. The familiar faint blue light once again spread over them like the most precise scalpel. Threads of light finer than a human hair were forcibly stripped from the surface of the parts and flowed into Feng Yuan's body. Energy replenished 1. Energy replenished 1. Although each replenishment was small, even a mosquito is meat no matter how tiny. Feng Yuan didn't mind, he just scraped through them piece by piece. Palm, soul, torso. It took him over 10 minutes to scrape the devil fruit ability residue off those 5 parts completely clean. When the last speck of light was drawn away, the parts that had been lively and bouncing moments before deflated like punctured balls, going completely still. Without the empowerment of the devil fruit ability, they turned into a pile of truly ordinary dead flesh. Energy replenishment complete. Total current energy, 35. That felt great. Fang Yuan let out a long breath, feeling the weakness in his body vanish, completely replaced by a long-missed sense of fullness. He glanced at the pile of rotten flesh with disgust, and kicked each one into the sea to feed the fish. After tying up these loose ends, Fang Yuan rummaged through the corpses of Moji and the lion Richie. Sure enough, from Moji's clothes he found a small pouch of belly and a crumpled newspaper. It wasn't much, just tens of thousands of belly, but enough to rent a decent ship. He casually unfolded the newspaper, and the headline instantly seized all his attention. Shocking. Lobetown execution grounds in chaos. Mysterious winged man and straw hat kid rampage through the East Blue. The paper printed two blurry wanted photos. One was Luffy's signature goofy grin. The other was a black figure with steel wings growing from his back. Exactly the way he had looked when escaping from Smoker. They worked fast. Fang Yuan sneered and turned the page. Another article reported how the Straw Hat crew had taken down Buggy the Clown's pirate crew in Orange Town. Orange Town. Fang Yuan's pupils sharply contracted. His memories as a transmigrator instantly kicked in. According to the original plot, after Luffy defeated Buggy, his next stop would be Syrup Village. That village was home to the great liar Usopp and the wealthy heiress Kaya, and lurking in that village was a man 100 times more treacherous than Buggy, the former captain of the Black Cat Pirates Kuro of 100 Plans. In an instant, Fang Yuan's breathing turned rapid. His mind wasn't focused on Usopp or Kaya at all. All he could think about was Kuro. That man was a treasure. System. Analyze a guy named Kuro for me. What does he have that's worth decomposing? Fang Yuan couldn't wait to ask in his mind before he had even laid eyes on the target. Searching database. Unable to find a target named Kuro. Please provide more detailed characteristic information. Characteristics. Fang Yuan thought for a moment. A butler who wears glasses, whose weapon is 10-bladed cat claws worn on his hands. His strongest move is called Spoon, a body technique that lets him move at ultra-high speed without a sound. He dumped all the information he could remember to the system in one go. This time the system remained silent for a full 5 seconds, as if performing some complex deduction. 5 seconds later, a blue light screen unfolded before Fang Yuan's eyes. Conducting potential analysis based on the information provided by the host. Analysis: target 1 weapon cat claws. Estimated weapon material high carbon steel mixed with rare metals. Acquirable core concept sharpness superior grade. Analysis: target 2 body technique spoon. Estimated body technique principle: through a special rhythm of footwork it instantaneously bursts with speed, achieving movement that is imperceptible to the naked eye and completely soundless. Acquirable core concept silence. Acquirable secondary concept speed explosive. Damn. Seeing those lines on the light screen, Fang Yuan's heart gave a violent thump. Sharpness superior grade. The suffix superior grade meant the sharpness concept in Kuro's cat claws was far higher in quality than what he had previously decomposed from iron filings. If he could get his hands on it, his slashbird fruit would definitely be elevated to a whole new level. But that wasn't the real point. The real point was the concept of silence. What would happen if that thing were combined with his wings? Wings of silence. Flying without making a sound, killing without a trace. This was the divine skill of a top-tier assassin. Fang Yuan's eyes instantly turned red. Buggy was just an appetizer. This Kuro was his first truly carefully chosen hunting target. He absolutely had to bag this one. But Fang Yuan soon calmed down. That man was not an idiot like Buggy. That cunning old fox Kuro, in order to gain wealth and an easy life, had been willing to conceal his identity and work as a butler in a small village for 3 years. His scheming and endurance were absolutely first-rate. Impossible. Kuro would never be stupid enough to split his body apart and let himself be bagged up. Once beaten by Luffy, he would either be captured by the Marines or simply run away, and Fang Yuan wouldn't get so much as a hair. So, this time I can't just be the Oreo. Fang Yuan's eyes became unfathomably deep. I'll be the hunter who has laid an inescapable net. He had to move before Luffy. No, it couldn't even be called moving. He would devise a perfect scheme to make Kuro, without knowing a thing, obediently deliver the materials on his body into Fang Yuan's hands. A bold brand new plan rapidly took shape in his mind. Fang Yuan hesitated no longer and immediately set out. He spent an entire day sailing the rickety little boat captured from Moji, racing at full speed towards Syrup Village from his memories. The next evening, a peaceful little village appeared on the horizon. Fang Yuan docked the boat in a lonely, unnoticed cove and silently came ashore. He didn't enter the village. Instead, he circled around its outskirts and crept toward the tallest, most conspicuous building, a huge castle-like mansion. Like a ghost, Fang Yuan silently lurked in a large tree outside the mansion, his icy gaze fixed on the brightly lit building. He didn't have to wait long. Soon a boy with a long nose appeared furtively beneath the villa's wall. He nimbly climbed a big tree and like a monkey swung onto a second-floor balcony. Usopp. He was here. A cold, meaningful smile curled at the corner of Fong Yuan's mouth. He knew Usopp had come to tell his tall tales to the young mistress of the mansion, the sickly heir as Kaya. And Kuro as Kaya's butler was surely inside the mansion right now. All the key players had arrived. Fong Yuan's gaze passed over Usopp and went straight to the bright French window. He could vaguely make out the silhouette of a golden-haired girl. Kaya. Fong Yuan's eyes suddenly blazed with fervor. His previous plan had targeted Kuro. But now he had an even bolder and more perfect plan. Wasn't Kuro plotting to take over Kaya's family fortune? Wasn't he planning to kill Kaya and then rightfully inherit everything? That was easy. As long as I can become Miss Kaya's savior, even her guardian knight. Before he acts, what can Kuro still use to oppose me? By then, not to mention the cat claws on his hands. I'd have even the man himself dancing to my tune. A perfect plan instantly clicked into place in Fong Yuan's mind. Fong Yuan looked at the mansion as if it were already a sure catch, an inscrutable smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Kuro, you've slaved away in hiding for 3 years. Sorry, but from now on I'll be taking over your script. Kuro, you labored in the shadows for 3 long years. I'm sorry, but your script, from this moment onward, is mine to take over. A bone-chilling arc curled at the corner of Fong Yuan's mouth. He was like an apex hunter lurking in the darkness, showing not the slightest impatience, waiting calmly for his prey to expose a flaw. On the balcony of the villa's second floor, Usopp was still regaling Kaya with his boasting tales of conquering giants and battling 8,000 pirates, spittle flying everywhere. Kaya covered her mouth and let out a soft laugh, though a rare trace of color had finally surfaced on her pale face. Everything looked so warm and harmonious. Yet Fong Yuan's gaze passed through all of it, locking hard onto another figure in the room. That man, dressed in a sharply pressed butler's uniform and wearing thick glasses, was lowering his head to wipe a silver cup with a white cloth. He wiped with such force that the veins on the backs of his hands bulged, as if he wanted to crush the cup outright. Kuro of 100 plans. The alias he had adopted was Klahadore. Fong Yuan could clearly sense the extreme impatience and violence suppressed to the limit radiating from that man. He was holding it in. He had held it in for 3 long years. And today he seemed to have reached the breaking point. Just then a middle-aged butler with an honest, unassuming face came over to a wooden ladder in the corner of the room, carrying a stack of clean bedsheets. Butler Mary. He looked up at a chandelier hanging from the ceiling as if intending to climb up and wipe it. Mr. Klahadore, would you be so kind as to hold the ladder steady for me? Mary asked with an honest, simple smile. Kuro stopped what he was doing. Slowly he raised his head and pushed at the glasses on the bridge of his nose. Behind the lenses, a killing intent cold beyond measure flickered. Why, of course. No problem. A flawless butler perfect smile was squeezed onto Kuro's face. He set down the cup, walked over to the ladder, reached out, and held it fast. Thank you so much. Mary, completely without suspicion, climbed up cheerfully. Watching from the tree, Fong Yuan's whole body tensed at the sight. Here it comes. Right now? Just as Mary climbed halfway up the ladder, Kuro, holding it from below, suddenly split his lips into a cruel, merciless arc. His hand on the ladder suddenly exerted force, not to hold it steady, but to shove it brutally outward. Oh! Letting out a miserable scream, Mary lost his balance in an instant and came crashing heavily down from the 2-meter-high ladder head first. Crack! A bone-shattering sound that made one's teeth ache rang unmistakably through the entire room. Bam! Mary slammed onto the floor like a broken sack, his right leg twisted at a grotesque angle. Pain knocked him unconscious immediately, while blood poured swiftly through his trouser leg. Mr. Mary. Kaya's face blanched in terror as she shrieked and sprang up from the bed. Usopp on the balcony also turned pale. He jumped down from the tree and charged into the room. What happened? Oh my. Mr. Mary, how could you be so careless? Kuro's face was filled with shock and concern. Shouting theatrically, he rushed over first while muttering endless complaints. I told you to be careful, but you wouldn't listen. What are we going to do now? With acting like that, it would be a shame if he never won an Oscar. Fong Yuan watched from outside, sneering inwardly. What a performance. A textbook case of the thief crying, "Stop the thief." Hearing the commotion, the servants of the villa came running in a panic. At the scene before them, they were all frightened and at a complete loss. Quick, get a doctor. The village doctor will take forever to get here. Mr. Mary is bleeding so much. He's not going to make it. The whole villa instantly turned into total chaos. Kaya was so anxious that tears nearly spilled from her eyes. Her body had always been frail, and now with worry she fell into a fit of violent coughing. Kuro watched the disorder unfold. Behind his lenses, his eyes were filled with the smug pride and cold detachment of a plan going perfectly according to design. This was exactly the effect he had wanted. First, cripple the loyal old butler Mary, strip Kaya of her most trusted person, and leave her utterly isolated. That was the first step of his entire scheme. Sensing that the time was ripe, Fong Yuan knew it was his turn to appear as the savior. He made no earth-shattering entrance. He simply stepped out of the shadows of the estate, walked with unhurried, steady strides straight up to the villa's main entrance. Knock, knock, knock. He tapped lightly on the door. Amid the noisy chaos of the villa, the knock seemed exceptionally stark. A maid at her wits' end opened the door. Seeing a strange black-haired man at the threshold, she froze for a moment. You. Who are you? I'm a passing doctor. Fang Yuan's voice was not loud, yet it carried an unshakable calm that made people believe him without hesitation. I just heard a scream from inside. Perhaps I can be of some help. His words were like an injection of sedative, instantly giving the panicked crowd someone to lean on. Doctor, you're a doctor. Thank goodness. Quick, come in. Mr. Mary. He's broken his leg. Without needing Fang Yuan to say a word, several servants hurriedly pulled him inside. At Fang Yuan's sudden appearance, Kuro's brows snapped together, and a barely perceptible flicker of wariness and displeasure passed through his eyes. Where in the world did this meddler come from? He certainly didn't remember anyone like this in his plan. Fang Yuan paid him no heed at all. He walked straight to the unconscious Mary and crouched down. He glanced at the twisted, bloodied leg without frowning in the least. Compound fracture. It's not serious. He said it in a flat, calm tone, just like commenting that the weather was fine. That single sentence stunned everyone present. A wound this severe, and he says it's not serious. Either he was a miracle doctor or a madman full of hot air. Can you actually handle this? Usopp asked from one side, his voice filled with doubt. Fang Yuan shot him a glance, and said coolly, if you don't want him to die, shut up. And then he immediately started giving orders. His unquestionable aura made everyone instinctively follow his instructions. Go get me some strong liquor, the more the better, and find a few clean solid boards, all of the same length. Also prepare lots of clean cloth strips and hot water. As if finally given a direction, the servants split up and moved in orderly disorder. Kaya came over as well. Looking at Fang Yuan's calm, composed face, the panic in her heart unexpectedly eased quite a bit. Doctor, I'm begging you. Please save Mr. Mary. Relax. Fang Yuan answered without raising his head, sparing only those two words. Soon all the materials were ready. Fang Yuan first used the strong liquor to administer the simplest disinfection to his hands and the area around the wound. The pungent odor made everyone wrinkle their brows. Then, under everyone's horrified gaze, he reached out his hands and gripped the broken leg on both ends. You few, hold him down. Don't let him move. Several male servants hurried forward and pressed Mary's body down firmly. The next moment, Fang Yuan's eyes hardened as his hands suddenly exerted force. Crack! An even louder sound of bone resetting exploded through the room. With brute force, he had forcibly wrenched the misplaced bone back into place. Ugh! Even in his coma, Mary let out a stifled groan of pain, his body convulsing violently. So terrifying. A maid was so frightened she closed her eyes tightly. Kuro stood nearby, watching Fang Yuan's crude yet precise technique, with a gaze growing darker and darker. This man is definitely no ordinary doctor. Fang Yuan did not stop. He swiftly cleaned away the blood with cloth strips, then drew an inconspicuous little medicine bottle from his chest. This was something he had synthesized with the system on the deserted island out of boredom. Formula concept, adhesion template, common herbal medicine, special trauma ointment, low grade. Although it was low grade, its effect absolutely crushed every wound remedy this era had to offer. He spread the ointment evenly over the wound. As soon as it touched the flesh, it stanched the bleeding at a clearly visible speed. Finally, he clamped the broken leg between the wooden boards and wrapped cloth strips around and around, applying a standard surgical fixation dressing. The entire process was effortless and fluid, with not a single second of hesitation. Only after finishing all this did Fang Yuan let out a long breath and stand up. All right, his life is saved. He clapped his hands and said calmly, the bone has been reset. All he needs now is proper rest and no movement. In about 3 months, he should be able to walk again. Silence. The entire hall was deathly silent. Everyone stared at him with wide eyes as if gazing at a monster. That was it. A man who had been bleeding unceasingly and on the verge of death just moments ago, saved in a few brisk motions. Kaya covered her mouth, her beautiful eyes filled with shock and gratitude. Gazing at Fang Yuan, she said excitedly, "Thank you so much, doctor. I don't even know how to repay you." So saying, she went straight to a desk, picked up a pen, dashed off a string of numbers on her checkbook, tore out the check, and handed it to Fang Yuan. "It's just a small token of my gratitude. Please take it." Fang Yuan received it and glanced at it. On the check was written in clear, precise figures, 10 million berries. 10 million. Damn. No wonder she was the wealthiest woman in the East Blue. She was astonishingly generous. That was enough to buy a fine pirate ship. Then I won't stand on ceremony. Without the slightest show of hesitation, Fang Yuan calmly folded the check and tucked it into his clothes. His matter-of-fact demeanor only made Kaya feel that this was exactly how a truly capable man should carry himself. Watching Fang Yuan accept the money, a corner of Kuro's eye twitched fiercely. 10 million. That was a fortune he hadn't been able to get his hands on even after 3 painstaking years of lurking undercover. And this nobody who had popped out of nowhere simply moved his hands for a dozen minutes, and took it away with ease. A flame called jealousy blazed wildly in his heart. Fang Yuan put away the money but showed no sign of intending to leave. He glanced at the unconscious Mary, then at Kaya's worried face, and said slowly, "Miss Kaya, the next 48 hours are critical to prevent wound infection or other complications. If possible, I would like to remain here to observe the patient until he is completely stable." This reason was simply airtight. "Of course you can." Kaya agreed without a second thought, her face full of gratitude. "It would be wonderful if you could stay. I'll have the servants prepare the best guest room for you at once." "Much obliged." Fang Yuan inclined his head slightly. The plan had passed with flying colors. He had not only obtained his first pot of gold, but had also infiltrated the enemy's inner circle in the most natural way possible. This was an absolute jackpot. As a maid was preparing to lead Fang Yuan to the guest room, he passed by Kuro. Fang Yuan's steps slowed slightly. He turned his head and locked eyes with Kuro. Their gazes collided silently in the air. Kuro's eyes, hidden behind the thick lenses, were like a deadly, cold-blooded serpent, full of scrutiny, suspicion, and murderous intent. This man was absolutely an interloper. Fang Yuan's gaze, however, was as calm as a bottomless lake, with an elusive trace of a smile at the corner of his mouth. That gaze seemed to say, "I know your background all too well. Don't rush. We can take our time." That gaze seemed to say, "I know everything about you. Don't rush. Let us take our time." A wave of goosebumps instantly erupted across Kuro's back. This feeling was like a venomous snake lurking in the grass, believing its camouflage was flawless, only to suddenly discover a hawk staring down at it with the eyes of a predator surveying its prey. He suppressed the turbulent waves in his heart, adjusted his glasses, and bowed slightly, with the most impeccable butler etiquette. "Then, doctor, please rest well." With that, he walked away without looking back, his pace quickening into an almost fleeing retreat. Fang Yuan watched his departing figure, his smile growing even more satisfied. He knew the fish had finally started to panic. The night passed uneventfully. Fang Yuan enjoyed the highest level of treatment in this luxurious villa, a soft bed, exquisite meals, maids ready to serve at any moment. But he had no mind to enjoy any of this. He locked himself in his room, sat cross-legged silently, recovering his energy. He knew the grand performance would begin very soon. As expected, early the next morning, earth-shaking clamor erupted outside the villa. "Curlypath, you bastard, get your ass out here." It was Usopp's voice. Immediately after, another lively, robust voice rang out. "Hey, you glasses-wearing butler, get all your partners out here. I'm gonna beat all of you into oblivion." Luffy. They had finally come. Fang Yuan's eyes snapped open, a sharp glint flashing through them. He didn't exit through the front door. Instead, he opened the window, leapt out, and his steel wings instantly unfurled behind him. But he didn't soar into the sky. Like a weightless bat, he glided silently along the villa's outer wall. After several flickers, he landed soundlessly on the roof's highest point, dominating from above. The view was absolutely perfect. He spotted the scene below at a glance. On the huge lawn in front of the villa, Luffy, Zoro, Nami, and Usopp were confronting a large group of bizarrely dressed pirates wielding curved swords. Leading those pirates was a man wearing odd sunglasses, walking with a wobbly gait, the hypnotist Zeph. And on the other side, Kuro had finally torn off his butler's disguise. He changed into a black suit, his face wearing a cruel and savage smile. He kept pushing his glasses up the bridge of his nose, a habitual gesture signaling he was about to slaughter a bunch of foolish idiots who don't know when to die. Kuro's voice was ice-cold, devoid of any emotion. "Since you all want to die so badly, I'll grant your wish." The moment his words fell, his figure vanished from where he stood instantly. Spoon. The next second, every pirate present, whether ally or enemy, began bleeding profusely, letting out successive agonized screams. No one could see how he moved. All that could be seen were black shadows crazedly darting through the crowd. Each flicker was accompanied by the sound of blades slicing through flesh. So fast, Nami's face turned deathly pale from fright. Usopp's legs trembled violently, nearly unable to stand. Even Zoro wore a grave expression. His eyes simply could not fully track Kuro's movements. Is this the power of strategy, Kuro? It's terrifying. This isn't even on the same level. On the rooftop, Fang Yuan watched the battle below, a massacre in every sense. Yet his gaze remained terrifyingly calm. He even had leisure to issue an instruction to the system in his mind. System, analyze that guy named Kuro down there. Instruction received. Initiating scan analysis. Analysis target, strategy, Kuro. Obtainable core concept 1, silent, eliminate sound. When moving, possesses high concealment. Obtainable core concept 2, speed, performs short distance, explosive, ultra-high speed movement through special body techniques. Comprehensive evaluation, a decent agility type assassin template with some development potential. Looking at the system's analysis results, a trace of disdain appeared on Fang Yuan's face. Just this. The concept of silent sounded decent. It could be integrated into his wings, making his flight more covert for ambushes. But that speed. He truly couldn't bring himself to look up to it. To put it bluntly, it was just a kind of instantaneous explosive body technique. It had limits, and the consumption was enormous. Compared to these wings of his that could achieve true flight, the scope was far too limited. Was it worth exposing himself to snatch these mediocre concepts from Luffy? Not at all. Absolutely a losing trade. Boring. Fang Yuan shook his head, instantly losing all interest in Kuro. In his eyes, this strategy, Kuro, who even Zoro found troublesome, had already been reduced to nothing more than an experience package for Luffy to farm. His gaze shifted away from Kuro, slowly scanning across the entire battlefield. Then his vision suddenly froze on another person. That man standing at the edge of the battle wearing heart-shaped sunglasses, swaying his body while commanding his pirate subordinates. The hypnotist Zeph. In an instant, Fang Yuan's eyes brightened. It was a radiance reminiscent of Columbus discovering a new continent. All his attention had been on the boss Kuro earlier. He almost overlooked this true treasure. System. Analyze that hypnotist. The one wearing heart-shaped glasses. Fang Yuan's voice even carried a hint of excitement. Command received. Target locked hypnotist Zeph. Initiating deep concept analysis. Analysis complete. Target possesses an extremely rare core concept. Spiritual system hypnosis. Concept ability can interfere with and induce the subconscious of living beings through specific mediums such as ring sounds, putting them into a hypnotic state and making them obey the caster's commands. Can perform individual deep hypnosis or large area shallow hypnosis. Comprehensive evaluation top tier. Ultra rare spiritual control type concept. Extremely high strategic value and development potential. Strongly recommended for host to acquire. Holy shit. Seeing those lines of golden text flashing with top tier on the interface, Fang Yuan's heart fiercely pounded. Spiritual system. This was a spiritual system concept. Compared to physical level concepts like sharpness, split speed, it was on a completely different dimension. What kind of overpowered fruit could this thing synthesize into? Hypnosis fruit. That was just the most basic. What if combined with an animal template? For example, hypnosis owl. Could it synthesize an hypnotic eye fruit that stuns whoever it looks at? What if combined with more abstract concepts? For example, hypnosis flames. Could it create illusory fire that traps people in hallucinations and burns them alive? The scope. It instantly opened up. Compared to this hypnosis concept, Kuro's petty speed and silence were absolute garbage. Struck gold. This deal was absolutely massive profit. Fang Yuan's gaze towards Zeph instantly changed. It was no longer looking at an ordinary minion, but like gazing upon a legendary creature covered all over in top-grade materials, shining brilliantly. Kuro. Let Luffy play with him. This Zeph, I want him. Just as Fang Yuan re-established his hunting target, the battle situation below also changed. Luffy's rubber physique perfectly countered Kuro's blade strikes. After taking a few hits, Luffy gradually adapted and began counterattacking. Unable to defeat Luffy despite repeated attempts, Kuro's mentality gradually became unbalanced. He knew he couldn't delay any longer. He fiercely leapt backward, breaking out of the battle circle, and let out a desperate roar at Zeph. Zeph, what are you waiting for? Hurry. Execute the plan. Go hypnotize Miss Kaya. Make her ride while transferring all her property to me. Everyone else, stop that straw hat kid for me. Receiving the order, Zeph immediately stopped watching. He pulled a sharp ring from his bosom. That was his hypnotist prop. He darted around the fighting crowd in a flash, heading directly for the villa's entrance. Not good. His target is Kaya. Nami was the first to react, crying out in alarm. Usopp also panicked, wanting to block him, but was firmly held back by two pirates. By the window on the second floor of the villa, Kaya was watching the battle below with a worried expression. She had no idea that danger was quietly approaching. Zeph charged to the villa entrance, kicked the door open, and looked up to see Kaya on the second floor. He raised his ring, a sinister smile spreading across his lips. 1-2 Zeph. His signature hypnotist command was about to leave his lips. As long as Kaya saw the swaying ring and heard his voice, everything would be over. However, at the thousandth of a second before he was about to activate his ability, a black shadow, as if appearing out of thin air, silently and without a sound, gracefully descended from the rooftop. Not a whisper of wind was stirred, not a single sound was made. Whoosh! The shadow landed steadily in front of Zeph, precisely blocking the line of sight between him and Kaya. Zeph was startled badly. Looking closely, he saw it was a stranger with black hair with his back turned, looking up at Kaya on the second floor. Who are you? Zeph demanded sharply. Fang Yuan didn't turn around. He slowly raised a hand toward Kaya on the second floor, waving it gently, a soothing, gentle smile on his face. That smile seemed to say, don't be afraid. I'm here. After finishing this, he slowly turned around to face the dumbfounded Zeph. The smile on Fang Yuan's face vanished, instantly replaced by a cold, yet fanatical gaze. The look one would give to experimental materials. He stuck out his tongue, licking his lips, and said in a voice only the two of them could hear, sorry, but your script now belongs to me. Now it belongs to me too. Fang Yuan's voice was soft, yet it pierced Django's ears like a shard of ice. Django was utterly dumbfounded. Script? What script? What in the world was this man babbling about? He was the vice captain of the Black Cat Pirates, the hypnotist Django. This black-haired brat who suddenly appeared from nowhere dared to look at him like a predator eyeing its prey. He was asking for death. You insolent bastard. Django immediately flew into a rage. Too annoyed to waste words, he raised the hypnotic ring in his hand, aimed it squarely at Fang Yuan's eyes, and began shaking it frenziedly. Look at my ring. Listen to my command. 1-2 Django. Whir. An invisible sinister psychic wave instantly radiated from the ring, spreading like ripples and surging straight into Fang Yuan's brain. This was his signature technique. Anyone with insufficient willpower, one glance, one sound, would instantly fall under his control. At best, they would sink into deep slumber. At worst, they would become a puppet dancing at his whim. He could almost see that arrogant brat kneeling on the ground the next second, barking like a dog, like a fool. However, a bizarre scene unfolded. Confronted with hypnotism capable of shattering an ordinary person's psyche, Fang Yuan did not even blink. He even yawned, looking as if he had just woken up. Then, under Django's horrified, impossible-to-believe gaze, Fang Yuan leisurely drew an object from his bosom. The thing was extremely bizarre in shape. 2 palm-sized irregular shards of mirror had been crudely lashed together with several black iron wires barely forming the shape of a pair of spectacles. It looked like trash scavenged from some garbage heap. What? What is that thing? Django's mind failed to process it. Fang Yuan said nothing but slowly, deliberately put the atrociously ugly sunglasses onto his face. The very instant they were on, Django triggered his hypnotism again. 1-2 Django. Whir. An even more powerful psychic wave surged once more toward Fang Yuan. But this time, the moment that invisible wave touched the 2 mirror shards on Fang Yuan's face, it was reflected. Exactly. A literal physical reflection. The hypnotic force followed the angle of the mirror, turned a corner, and slammed back unaltered and savage onto Django himself. Django only felt a buzz in his head, as if he had been struck by a sledgehammer. The world before him began to twist and blur. His eyelids felt as heavy as iron weights. An overwhelming, irresistible drowsiness swept through his entire being in an instant. Why am I so sleepy? Django's body began to sway uncontrollably. His legs buckled, and he almost plummeted to the ground and fell asleep on the spot. Damn it! Django bit the tip of his tongue hard, and the searing pain jolted a sliver of clarity back into him. He stared at the crude, laughable mirrors on Fang Yuan's face, his pupils contracting violently, his face stamped with disbelief. This is impossible. Absolutely impossible. His hypnotism attacked the spirit. How could it be reflected by an ordinary mirror? This completely defied logic. What kind of monster was this man? Django was completely panicked. His proudest ability had been reduced to a joke before this man. Not only had he failed to harm his opponent, he had nearly hypnotized himself. Forget fighting. Run. He must get away at once. Django's mind was reduced to a single thought. Without thinking, he whirled around, kicked off his heels, and bolted toward the forest outside the manor. Yet he had only taken one step. Running away. An icy voice, as if emitted from the underworld, sounded from behind him. Did I say you could leave? Django felt a chill at his back, and a deathly sense of crisis engulfed him in that instant. He turned his head and saw, rip, behind Fang Yuan's back, flesh tore open. 2 steel wings composed of countless sharp feathers gleaming with a cold metallic light burst open forcefully. The murderous intent radiating from those wings nearly froze all the blood in Django's body. The Winged Man. He was that mysterious winged man from the newspapers who had caused a spectacle at the Lowtown execution grounds. Doomed. Utterly doomed. Django felt ultimate despair. The next moment, the steel wings behind Fang Yuan suddenly gave a violent flap. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. For piercing razor-sharp sounds of the air tearing apart rang out almost simultaneously. 4 black iron feathers as sharp as scalpels detached from the wings, transformed into 4 bolts of black lightning, and shot toward Django's limbs at a speed impossible for the naked eye to track. Squelch, 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 squelch. For crisp sounds of sharp objects penetrating flesh, clean and decisive. A scream like a pig being slaughtered instantly resounded throughout the manor. Both of Django's arms and both of his thighs were instantly pierced through by the 4 iron feathers. The immense impact sent his body flying, and then he was nailed firmly to the trunk of a huge tree. His entire body was splayed out against the tree in a spread eagle, like Jesus nailed to a cross, with blood gushing madly from his limbs. The excruciating pain robbed him of any strength left to scream. All he could emit were fits of despairing groans. Instant kill. An outright total instant kill. From Fang Yuan's first move to the battle's conclusion, the entire process took no more than 3 seconds. The sight made Kuro, who was locked in fierce combat with Luffy in the distance, twitch his eye corner sharply. It also made Kaya on the balcony of the second floor of the villa cover her mouth and fright her beautiful eyes awash with shock. This gentle-mannered doctor of yesterday was in fact such a terrifying powerhouse. Fang Yuan strolled over to Django, who was pinned to the tree, and stared at him with an expressionless face. Now your ability. Fang Yuan reached out, seized a handful of Django's hair, and brought his pain-distorted face up to meet his own. He leaned close to Django's ear, and in a voice audible only to the two of them like a ghoul's whisper, articulated slowly, "It is mine." Now, having said that, Fang Yuan ignored Django's howls entirely. He stretched out both hands, and as if yanking nails, one squelch after another tore the 4 iron feathers that had been embedded in Django's limbs back out. "Aya!" Django let out another heart-rending scream, then slid from the tree like a lump of mud, collapsed to the ground, and fell into a complete insensible faint. Fang Yuan grabbed Django by one leg, dragged him like a dead dog, and turned to walk deeper into the forest beyond the manor. His movements betrayed not a trace of hesitation. Just as he was about to vanish into the forest's gloom, he halted his step, and without turning his head called out to Kaya on the second-floor balcony, "The threat has been dealt with. My reward, 10 million belly, will be paid in full, not a penny less. Place it on the shabbiest boat in the western harbor. I'll come retrieve it." With that, he dragged the unconscious Django into the dark forest and disappeared entirely. All that remained was the ruined battlefield and a circle of stunned onlookers. Deep within the forest, Fang Yuan tossed Django to the ground and leaned against a mighty tree, gasping hoarsely. The energy in his body was nearly depleted, but his eyes were more brilliantly bright than ever, blazing with fervor and expectation. Staring at the premium material, lying unconscious before him, his heart pounded wildly beyond his control. "System, prepare yourself. This is the first time. Decomposing a living intelligent being." A mad gleam flashed in Fang Yuan's eyes. "Extract the concept of hypnosis from his mind. In its entirety. Pull it out. Give me." Pull that concept of hypnosis out of his head whole and intact. Fang Yuan's voice was exceptionally cold in the silent forest. Without pausing for a moment, like a seasoned hunter, he dragged the unconscious Django, and soon found a pitch-black cave veiled by vines beneath an unremarkable cliff. This place was secluded enough that even if the Black Cat pirates were all wiped out and the Marines came searching the mountain, they would not find this place for quite some time. Thud! Fang Yuan casually threw Django onto the damp, cold ground like trash. Django let out a pained grunt, but he still did not wake. Fang Yuan could not be bothered with whether Django lived or died. He sat down cross-legged, his eyes blazing with eager fanaticism. Drawing a deep breath, he issued the final command to the system in his mind. "System, begin. Target Django. Extract the core concept. Hypnosis. Directive confirmed. Target locked. Hypnotist Django. Living concept extraction in progress. Warning. The target still has faint vital activity. Forced concept extraction will consume more than 85 of the host's current energy." Buzz. The system's warning instantly turned a piercing red in Fang Yuan's mind. Lines of icy text carrying an unprecedented sense of danger appeared before his eyes. Second warning. The target is a sentient being, and its mental energy bears a powerful personal imprint. During extraction, there is a 10% chance that the target's chaotic mental energy will break free from the system's restraints and deal irreversible psychic backlash to the host. The potential consequences of psychic backlash include, but are not limited to, memory disorders, personality fragmentation, and permanent dementia. Host, please choose with caution. Do you still wish to proceed? Looking at those terrifying consequences, Fang Yuan's pupils abruptly contracted. His heart skipped a beat. A 10% chance. Becoming an idiot. The cost was astronomically high. Any normal person who saw such a warning would probably give up without the slightest hesitation. Risk becoming an idiot for an uncertain ability. That was madness. And yet, after that initial momentary contraction, Fang Yuan's gaze did not waver in the least. Instead, it erupted with an even more blazing, even more frenzied light. A cruel, excited arc twisted at the corner of his mouth. Fortune is found amid danger. If you want to stand above others and trample this world underfoot, but you dare not take even this small risk, then how can you call yourself the creator of devil fruits? A paltry 10 risk is supposed to scare me. What a joke. Fang Yuan roared like thunder in his heart. He did not hesitate for even half a second. System. Extracted, damn it. Now. Immediately. Host's final confirmation command received. Living concept extraction. Officially begins. Rumble. It was as if an invisible super water pump had suddenly started inside Fang Yuan's body. The already meager energy inside his body was frenziedly drained by the system at a dam-bursting speed. 35, 25, 15, 5. In only 1 second, Fang Yuan's body was squeezed dry. A violent surge of weakness and dizziness slammed into his brain. The scene before him spun in a dizzying whirl. His face turned pale as paper in an instant, and bean-sized beads of cold sweat streamed wildly down his forehead. But This was merely the appetizer. The true ordeal had only just begun. At the instant Fang Yuan's energy was drained, empty Django lying before him suddenly began convulsing violently. An incorporeal faint blue energy invisible to the naked eye was being brutally and forcibly pulled from the crown of Django's head by the system. That was Django's hypnosis concept. Ugh. Still unconscious Django let out an agonized groan. His eyelids trembled wildly, as if he were trapped in the most dreadful nightmare. But at the very instant that clump of dim blue conceptual energy was about to be pulled completely out of Django's body, a sudden change occurred. Buzz. That mass of energy violently erupted with an extremely chaotic mental fluctuation, a surge of savage and twisted will. Like a beast breaking free from its cage, it tore itself away from the system's bonds. It did not dissipate. Instead, it turned around, transformed into an invisible arrow, and shot ferociously at Fang Yuan, who was at his weakest mentally, with lightning speed. Warning! Warning! Psychic backlash out of control. It is invading the host's spiritual sea. The system's alarm in Fang Yuan's mind became shrill and frantic. In the next instant, boom. A flood of psychic garbage, a swirling mess of screams, desires, and distorted images surged into Fang Yuan's mind like a burst levee. 1-2 Django. Kneel. Give me all your money. Ha ha ha, I'm the greatest hypnotist. Countless chaotic thoughts, countless fragments of Django's memories, countless traces of psychic residue, left from hypnotizing others. At this moment, they were a psychic storm trying to shred Fang Yuan's will to assimilate and destroy his consciousness completely. Get out. At that critical moment, an ice-cold roar suddenly exploded from the depths of Fang Yuan's spiritual sea. It was Fang Yuan's own will. A tenacious soul from a modern civilized society tempered by the information explosion and carrying the memories of 2 lifetimes unleashed its true power at this moment. Compared with Fang Yuan's steeled soul, Django's chaotic will as a small-time pirate was no more than a firefly set against the bright moon. Garbage like you thinks it can pollute my mind. Now, shatter. Fang Yuan's will became a formless razor-sharp dagger in his spiritual world and slashed down savagely at that psychic storm. Crack. A sound like something breaking rang out. The chaotic psychic force that had invaded Fang Yuan's mind evaporated in an instant like snow scorched by a red-hot iron. Not even a trace remained. Warning cleared. The psychic backlash has been forcibly repelled by the host. The host's soul strength has been detected to exceed expectations. Mental toughness has slightly increased. Huff. Huff. In the cave, Fang Yuan gasped for breath, his whole body soaked in cold sweat. The battle fought on a spiritual level had lasted only a few seconds, but it was 100 times more perilous than when he faced Smoker before. One false step meant eternal damnation. But he had won the gamble. Not only had he safeguarded his consciousness, but he had also turned misfortune into a blessing. His mental strength had become even more unyielding. At the same moment, the voice he had most longed for finally rang out in his mind. Ding. Living concept extraction successful. Congratulations, host. Core concept acquired, hypnosis rare. Congratulations, host. Biological template acquired, humanoid common. It worked. It actually worked. Fang Yuan's face exploded with incomparable joy. Supporting his weak body, he opened the system panel. In the concept library, apart from sharpness and split, a brand new concept radiating a mysterious azure glow lay quietly there. Hypnosis rare. The word rare was gold. It represented the concept's preciousness and power. Ha ha ha. Fang Yuan could no longer contain himself and let out a low, delighted laugh. This was a massive win. An absolute jackpot. He looked at Django, who had fallen completely silent on the ground and become a true corpse. There was no pity in his eyes, only the coldness of a man appraising material. That was the price. Whoever wanted to take something from Fang Yuan had better prepare to have it all taken back with interest. Fang Yuan suppressed his excitement and began to consider the next plan. The concept of hypnosis was too powerful, too unique. This was absolutely not for his own use. His slashbird fruit followed the path of absolute physical attacks, making it fundamentally incompatible with this kind of psychic ability. This fruit, destined to astonish the sea, would be his welcome gift for his future first crewmate, a companion with mental manipulation abilities. For his future crew, it was the perfect puzzle piece. Then the question arose, which template should be used to synthesize with the hypnosis concept. The humanoid template. Too ordinary. And a complete waste. What it synthesized would probably be the most basic hypnosis fruit, not much different from Django himself. That was too small-minded. Fang Yuan's ambition did not stop there. What he wanted to create was an unprecedented, one-of-kind formidable ability. His gaze swept across the template library. Seagull common. No. Lion superior. Didn't fit either. Fang Yuan's brow furrowed tightly. He needed a more suitable, more powerful biological template, ideally one with mental or illusionary characteristics. But where was he supposed to find such a thing? Just as Fang Yuan was racking his brains, his gaze inadvertently drifted outside the cave. By this time, the battle outside seemed to have reached its final stage. Luffy's distinctive roars faintly drifted in. Gum gum. Boom. A heavy muffled impact accompanied by Kuro's shrill scream echoed through the entire syrup village. The battle was over. Fong Yuan knew Luffy and the others would soon leave this village and head for the next stop. The next stop. The Sea Restaurant Bar Tai. In that instant, a bolt of lightning seemed to tear through Fong Yuan's mind. His eyes blazed with unprecedented intensity. A figure, a virtually perfect biological template surfaced in his mind. That man possessed the world's most supreme swordsmanship. He always wore a top hat decorated with a white feather, and his gaze was sharper than an eagle's. A small cross-shaped dagger hung from his neck. On his back rested one of the 12 supreme gray blades. Blackblade Yuru, the world's greatest swordsman. Hawkeye. Dracula Mihawk. Fong Yuan's breathing instantly quickened. Hawkeye. Hawkeye. What was his template? It was the eagle, the king of birds, the overlord of the skies, possessing the world's supreme vision and target-locking ability. Hypnosis Eagle. If these were synthesized, what sort of monster would be born? A pair of demon eyes capable of locking onto enemies 10,000 miles away and with a single glance instantly hypnotizing, or even psychically killing them. A demonic eye? Holy crap. At the thought, Fong Yuan's body trembled uncontrollably with extreme excitement. This was exactly what he wanted. This was a true god-tier fruit. It settled. Fong Yuan slapped his thigh hard, unprecedented resolve blazing in his eyes. Next target. Hawkeye Mihawk. I'm not going to take you apart. I just want to borrow one of your feathers. I'm not going to decompose you. I just want to borrow one of your feathers. Fong Yuan's heart pounded violently at this insane thought. Hawkeye Mihawk. A man who stood at the summit of the world. Using his hawk template combined with the hypnosis concept, that would be an absolutely explosive combo. However, the thought had barely arisen before he ruthlessly snuffed it out. What an absurd joke. Fong Yuan gave himself a hard slap across the face. What state was he in now? His energy was completely depleted, he was as weak as an ordinary person, and the only impressive thing about him was the pair of wings on his back. With such meager strength, forget trying to pluck Mihawk's feathers. Before he even got close to that small boat, an invisible sword aura would cut him in half, sending him and his wings sinking to the bottom of the sea to feed the fish. No, too reckless. A meal must be eaten one bite at a time, and a road must be walked one step at a time. A target on Mihawk's level was something he couldn't even think about now. The urgent task at hand was to play the trump card he held, hypnosis. He needed a loyal subordinate with extraordinary abilities to act as his eyes and ears, gather intelligence for him, and weave a web that belonged to him alone. As for the template, if he couldn't find an eagle, an owl would do, wouldn't it? Though the scale was a bit modest, practicality won out. Moreover, the owl's night vision and silent flight were an absolute match for the concept of hypnosis. It settled. Fong Yuan had made up his mind and would no longer aim beyond his reach. Supporting his weakened body, he walked out of the cave, and in passing stripped a reasonably clean piece of clothing from one of Kuro's fallen henchmen and changed into it. As for Kuro's cat claw weapon he had seized, he didn't let it go to waste either. He had the system decompose it directly. Ding. Decomposition successful. Obtained concept sharpness medium quality. Detected overlap with an existing host concept. Proceed with fusion enhancement. Enhance. Fusion successful. The host core concept sharpness has been slightly enhanced. Though the enhancement was only slight, Fong Yuan could clearly feel that the steel wings on his back had grown harder, and their cold gleam had become noticeably sharper. Even a mosquito, however tiny, is still meat. After finishing all this, Fong Yuan leisurely set off towards Syrup Village. He still had to collect the treatment fee that belonged to him. 10 million berries. This was the first seed money for building his own power. At that moment, Syrup Village was in a state of devastation. Though Kuro and his pirate crew had been taken down by Luffy and the others, the village remained gripped by fear. Traces of battle were everywhere, and wounded villagers were still wailing. Fong Yuan pushed through the chaotic crowd and made straight for the harbor on the western side of the village. Kaya was a girl who kept her promises. He trusted that the money was already waiting for him there. Just as he passed a burned-down house in ruins, his footsteps suddenly halted. His gaze locked onto a figure in the corner of the wreckage. It was a boy who looked only 12 or 13. He was thin as a monkey, covered in filth, with a face smeared in black soot, except for a pair of eyes that shone with startling brightness. Unlike the other panicked villagers, he wasn't crying or shouting, nor did he crowd around to gawk at the commotion. He just stayed alone in the darkest corner like a wounded lone wolf, warily watching everyone around him, his hand clenched tightly around half a scorched loaf of bread he had dug out of the ruins. Fong Yuan's eyes lit up at once. A promising seedling. That gaze, that fierce tenacity. This kid was a born scout. Instead of approaching immediately, Fong Yuan devised a small test. He took a heavy money pouch from his robes, and as he passed the boy, deliberately let it slip from his hand with a feigned accident. Thud! The pouch fell to the ground and rolled to the boy's feet. The boy stiffened, his wolf cub eyes glued to the pouch. His Adam's apple bobbed up and down. He could simply bend down, snatch up the pouch, and vanish without a trace. In this chaotic village, no one would ever notice. Yet after struggling for a full dozen seconds, the boy did something that even took Fang Yuan by surprise. He didn't pick up the pouch. Instead, he nudged it back toward Fang Yuan with his foot. Then in a hoarse voice he murmured, "You dropped this." Fang Yuan smiled. This kid had principles, and he had a bottom line. Not bad. He bent down, picked up the pouch, then pulled a steaming roast chicken he had just bought along the way out of his robes, and tossed it to the boy. "This is yours." The boy caught the chicken and froze. He stared at the chicken in his hands, then at Fang Yuan, his eyes full of bewilderment and wariness. Instead of wolfing it down like someone who hadn't eaten for days, he carefully tore off a small piece of thigh meat, placed it in his mouth, and chewed slowly, as if to make sure it wasn't poisoned. Seeing this, Fang Yuan's satisfaction grew several notches. Cautious enough. This kid was simply born for the shadows. Fang Yuan stopped beating around the bush. "Kid, your home is gone." The boy trembled, his eyes dimmed at once, but he still nodded. "Do you want to change your fate?" Fang Yuan's voice carried a bewitching, seductive power. The boy jerked his head up and stared hard at Fang Yuan. "This world is survival of the fittest. The strong devour the weak." Fang Yuan crouched down, looked him straight in the eye, and said slowly, word by word, "Someone like you. Even if you didn't burn to death today, you could starve to death tomorrow, die of illness, or be cut down by some reckless pirate. Do you want to spend your entire life like a stray dog scavenging through garbage for food? Or..." A mysterious smile curled at the corner of Fang Yuan's mouth. "Or do you want power? A kind of true power that lets you trample every enemy beneath your feet and rule your own destiny." Power. Those two words struck the boy's heart like a thunderbolt. In his wolf-like eyes, an incredible flame erupted, mingling longing and fear. Gazing at the mysterious man before him, his breathing turned rapid. He didn't know who this man was, but he could feel it. This man was incredibly strong. Incredibly strong. The boy opened his mouth, his voice dry. The next second he made his decision. He threw away the roast chicken, dropped to his knees, and knocked his forehead hard against the ground in a kowtow to Fang Yuan. "I'm willing. As long as I can gain power, I'll do anything. My life is yours." Fang Yuan nodded with satisfaction. "Good. Follow me." He led the boy back to the hidden cave deep in the forest. As soon as they entered, the boy saw the corpse in the corner, cold and lifeless. Django. Startled, the boy stepped back, but quickly forced himself to calm down. Ignoring his reaction, Fang Yuan pulled out a cage he had long since prepared from a corner. Inside the cage was an owl he had caught in passing earlier. The owl was flapping its wings in terror. "Watch closely," Fang Yuan said calmly to the utterly bewildered boy. "What you are about to see may shatter everything you know. But you only need to remember one thing. That I am the god who can grant you power." The instant the words left his mouth, Fang Yuan pressed one hand onto the flapping owl's head, while his other hand produced an ordinary-looking apple out of thin air. The boy was completely dumbfounded. What was this man going to do? But then, the next second, a scene that would be etched into his memory forever and shatter his worldview completely unfolded. System. Concept library, hypnosis. Template library, owl. Using this apple as the vessel. Synthesize. Boom. A dazzling blue light burst from both of Fang Yuan's hands at once. As if alive, the light instantly engulfed the owl and the apple completely. Screech. The owl in the cage let out a shrill, mournful cry. Then its entire body rapidly shriveled up like a punctured balloon. A visible stream of energy, the very essence of its life, was forcibly ripped out of it. And on the other side, wrapped in the blue glow, that ordinary apple began to undergo a violent, uncanny transformation. Its surface became covered with layer after layer of spiral patterns resembling owl feathers. Its color shifted from red to a deep, dark purple that seemed to absorb all light. The entire process took less than 3 seconds. The light dispersed. The owl had been reduced to a dried husk. And in Fang Yuan's hand lay a strange object radiating an eerie aura covered in spiral patterns. A devil fruit. A brand new devil fruit that had never existed in this world. Ding. Synthesis successful. Congratulations, host. You have successfully created a brand new devil fruit. Zoan type bird fruit model owl hypnosis variant. The boy was completely stunned. His mouth hung open, his eyes bulged like copper bells, and his whole body trembled uncontrollably. What had he just seen? Created? This man had actually created a devil fruit with his own hands. If this wasn't a god, then what was? Eat it. Fang Yuan tossed the newly created hypnosis owl fruit to the boy. From now on, you are no longer that homeless orphan. The boy reached out with trembling hands and accepted the fruit. Looking at the man before him, who was like a god or a demon, all doubt and wariness vanished from his gaze, leaving only boundless fervor and reverence. Without the slightest hesitation, he grabbed the fruit and bit into it hard. Crunch. The instant the fruit entered his mouth, the boy's body jolted violently. The flesh of his back tore open as a pair of wings covered in dark brown feathers burst forth. His pupils narrowed into 2 vertical slits gleaming with an eerie green light in the dim cave. An invisible wave of mental energy radiated from his body. He had succeeded. He had gained the ability to fly, the ability to see in the dark, and the power of hypnosis. From this moment on, you have no name. Looking at the thoroughly transformed boy, Fang Yuan issued his first command in a tone that brooked no argument. Your code name is Night Owl. You are my eyes and my ears. Take this money, lie low in the East Blue, and watch every target worth noting for me. The Straw Hats, the Marines' movements, the 7 warlords of the sea. I need to know all the intelligence. Fang Yuan split the 10 million berries he had taken from Kaya in half, and tossed one portion to Night Owl. Night Owl. No, now he should indeed be called Night Owl. Feeling the powerful force surging within him and listening to his master's orders, he knelt on one knee, bowed his head deeply, and swore, in a fervent, devout voice, as you command. My master. The first subordinate who would be loyal only to Fang Yuan had been born. As you command. My master. The first subordinate loyal solely to him, Fang Yuan, had been born. Several days later. In the East China Sea, in the waters around the floating restaurant Barity, an unremarkable little merchant ship lay quietly at anchor, keeping a deliberate distance from that colossal fish-shaped restaurant. On the deck, Fang Yuan faced the sea breeze, his burning gaze fixed upon the restaurant, famed across the East China Sea, a smile of assured victory tugging at the corner of his lips. Behind him, the youth, codenamed Night Owl, had already changed into a neat, crisp waiter's uniform. His once frail body had grown considerably sturdier, nourished by the power of a devil fruit. Like the most inconspicuous of shadows, he stood silently behind Fang Yuan. In his eyes, restored to normal in the sunlight, gleamed a wariness and sharpness incongruent with his age. Master, are we here to eat? Night Owl looked at the boisterous restaurant and asked, somewhat puzzled. In his view, this was a den where dragons and snakes mingled. Everywhere were raucous pirates and cooks, hardly a decent place at all. Eat? Fang Yuan chuckled, shaking his head, the light in his eyes blazing ever brighter. No, we're here to stock up. Stock up. Night Owl was even more baffled. Fang Yuan did not explain. In his mind, he rapidly recalled the familiar storyline. The floating restaurant Baratai. This was far more than Sanji's home turf. It was the flashpoint of a seismic East China Sea incident. The overlord of the East China Sea, Don Krieg the Cunning. That man with his colossal fleet boasting 50 ships had charged into the Grand Line, only to collide head-on with Hawkeye, Mihawk, the moment he set sail, nearly being annihilated by a single slash. Then, like a mangy dog, he would flee back to the East China Sea in his soul-battered flagship, drifting to this very floating restaurant. What others saw was a pirate at the end of his rope. But in Fang Yuan's eyes, that was no pirate fleet at all. It was a damn mobile supermaterial depot, a mountain of gold falling from the sky. 50 pirate ships. Even if only a single flagship remained, just how much steel, artillery, armor, and weaponry would still be aboard? If all of it were decomposed, how much energy would be fed to his system? And how many core concepts could he strip from it? Sharpness, hardness, explosion, and the like. This was simply a super gift package hand-delivered to his door by the system. If he gorged himself on this haul, the wings on his back might well be strengthened to the point of withstanding cannon fire. If he refused to accept a parcel delivered so freely to his doorstep, Fang Yuan would be betraying his identity as a transmigrator. Let's go, Night Owl. Fang Yuan smoothed the expensive merchant's attire he had bought at great cost, clothes that exuded presence, and swept his hand grandly. Come meet the boss of this place with me. We're going to discuss a big business deal. About waste recycling. Fang Yuan with Night Owl in tow boarded a small skiff and quickly set foot upon Baratai. Inside the restaurant, it was as chaotic and raucous as ever. Foul-mouthed chefs, pirate patrons who came to blows at the slightest word, and a curly-browed chef with golden hair, a cigarette dangling from his lips, fawning over a female customer. Fang Yuan's gaze swept across Sanji for a mere instant before passing straight over him. His target was the man who truly commanded this place. What would you two guests like to eat? A square-faced chef named Patty approached with a ferocious scowl. Without sparing him a glance, Fang Yuan drew a small pouch of gold coins from his breast and tossed it onto the table. I'm looking for your boss. Fang Yuan's voice was soft, yet it carried an undeniable authority. I have a major business deal to discuss with him. Patty weighed the money pouch in his hand, his eyes gleaming, the ferocity on his face instantly softening a great deal, and he scurried off to the back kitchen to report. Before long, a tall old man walked out from the back kitchen. He wore an exceedingly tall chef's hat, and his right leg was a wooden prosthetic. He clenched a cigar between his teeth, his gaze razor-sharp, and the ruthless aura of one who had fought through mountains of corpses and seas of blood could not be concealed. Redfoot Zeph. He merely stood there, and the noise in the entire restaurant immediately ebbed away. Zeph's gaze swept over Fang Yuan's extravagant attire, then fell upon the sharp-eyed youth behind him, and finally settled on Fang Yuan. So you're the one who wants to talk business with me? Zeph's voice was hoarse and low. That's right. Fang Yuan smiled slightly. Without wasting words, he produced 2 long-prepared little gifts from his breast. The first was a palm-sized silver box, plain and unexceptional to the eye. This is the portable seawater purifier developed by my company. As he spoke, Fong Yuan had Night Owl draw a bucket of murky seawater. He cast the box into the bucket. The next second, a miraculous sight unfolded. A faint blue glimmer emanated from the box, and the seawater in the bucket began to clear at a visible speed, rapidly turning limpid and transparent. In less than 10 seconds, a bucket of turbid, stinking seawater had become clean, drinkable freshwater. A collective intake of breath. The watching cooks and pirates were all stunned dumb. They all gasped on the spot. What kind of celestial marvel was this? At sea, freshwater was life itself. The value of this item was simply incalculable. Zeph's pupils contracted sharply. For the first time, a trace of gravity appeared in his piercing eyes. This was absolutely not technology that belonged in the East China Sea. However, Fong Yuan's performance was not yet over. He brought out a second item, an even more ordinary-looking circular metal disc. This is the constant temperature heating plate. Fong Yuan set the plate on the table and poured a cup of cold water over it. He lightly pressed a small bump on the plate's edge. The plate instantly began to build heat. The cold water in the cup quickly released a stream of steaming vapor, and the temperature remained always perfectly warm, never so hot as to scald one's lips. Holy crap! This needs no fire. Oh my god! With this thing we can have hot water anytime. The restaurant exploded in an uproar. If the first purifier was a strategic-grade treasure, then this heating plate was an artifact that could utterly transform the quality of life at sea. Zeph stared fixedly at those two items, then raised his head and took a long, searching look at Fong Yuan. Just where had this young man come from? Boss Zeph. Fong Yuan slid the two items forward gently. A small token unworthy of your esteem. I've come to discuss a partnership with you. Fong Yuan said with an earnest expression. I am a salvage merchant specializing in recovering shipwrecks and assorted refuse from the sea. I've heard that the waters around Baratai are prone to shipwrecks due to their complex routes. As such, I'd like to purchase the exclusive salvage rights to this sea for the coming month. Whatever I bring up belongs to me. In return, I can pay you 1 million belly in rent, and also gift you 100 sets of those purifiers and heating plates. Fong Yuan had finally revealed his cards, voicing his true purpose at last. What he needed was a perfectly legitimate excuse. An excuse to openly board and collect junk the moment Don Krieg's ship drifted by, without any interference from the people of Baratai. Zeph fell silent. He took a deep drag from his cigar, and the smoke he exhaled veiled a face that betrayed nothing. His single eye swept hawkishly back and forth between Fong Yuan and Night Owl. He did not believe for an instant that Fong Yuan was some damn salvage merchant. This man was certainly after something else. But what he offered was simply too much. 1 million belly plus 100 sets of those miraculous devices. This deal was pure profit for Baratai, without a hint of loss. After half a minute of silence, Zeph finally spoke. Fine. He collected the two items and put them away. Leave the money and the goods. This sea area is yours to do with as you please for 1 month. But Zeph's gaze turned ice cold in that instant. Kid, I don't care what you're truly plotting. If you dare stir up trouble in my restaurant or so much as touch a single hair on my cooks, I swear I'll personally kick you and your little ship into the sea to feed the fish. Deal. A radiant smile bloomed on Fong Yuan's face. The plan had gone perfectly. All that remained was to brew a pot of tea and calmly await the arrival of Don Krieg's Super Express delivery. And yet, just as Fong Yuan, thoroughly satisfied, believed everything was firmly within his grasp, Night Owl behind him, who had been warily scanning the surroundings with eagle-sharp eyes, suddenly went rigid. His eyes, enhanced by the devil fruit, locked onto the distant sea horizon. Master. Night Owl's voice carried an unprecedented gravity and bewilderment. A ship is coming. Fong Yuan raised an eyebrow, secretly elated. Oh, speak of the devil, and he arrives. Don Krieg's delivery efficiency was remarkable. He definitely deserves a 5-star rating. But Night Owl's next words instantly froze the smile on Fong Yuan's face. No, it's not a big ship. Night Owl's voice had become parched and strained. There's only one. A very small boat. The shape of the boat. Like a coffin. Boom. The word coffin smashed into Fong Yuan's mind with the force of a thunderbolt from the 9 heavens. His heart skipped a sudden beat. An icy chill surged from the soles of his feet straight to the crown of his head. A coffin-shaped boat. Green ghost fire. What the hell? No way, right? Fong Yuan spun around and strained his eyes toward the far horizon, following Night Owl's gaze. At the distant line where sea met sky, an ominous black speck was drawing nearer at terrifying speed. That small boat sliced across the waves with 2 clusters of ghastly green flames burning at its bow, looking thoroughly sinister even in the sunlight. And on that coffin-like vessel a figure sat, in perfect stillness. He wore a wide-brimmed hat trimmed with white for a wine-red patterned coat, and across his back was a cross-shaped black sword of impossibly enormous proportions. The Black Blade. The world's greatest swordsman. One of the 7 warlords of the sea. Hawkeye Dracul Mihawk. How could he be here? How could he have arrived before? Don Krieg. Fang Yuan's mind buzzed, going completely blank. The lavish feast prepared for Don Krieg had yet to begin, yet a prehistoric Tyrannosaurus Rex, at the very pinnacle of the food chain, had barged into the banquet ahead of time. The sumptuous feast prepared for Krieg had yet to begin when a prehistoric Tyrannosaurus Rex, the apex predator of the food chain, crashed the dining table ahead of schedule. Fang Yuan's mind went blank with a dull roar. The plan had completely fallen apart. He had calculated every possibility that Krieg would come, that Luffy would clash with Sanji, and even that a few future tech trinkets would be enough to hoodwink a wily old fox like Zeph. But the one thing he had never expected was this Hawkeye Mihawk. The man who was supposed to descend as a calamity only after Krieg had finished grandstanding, had arrived ahead of time. How the hell was he supposed to play this game now? In front of the world's greatest swordsman, forget his current bird fruit. Even 10 more of him wouldn't survive a single swing. In an instant, cold sweat broke out on Fang Yuan's back. Almost instinctively, he wanted to grab Ye Xiao and run. This place was no longer safe to stay. However, just as he was about to flee, the system in his mind suddenly rang out with an urgent shrill alert, completely different from any before. Warning! Warning! An ultra-high energy life form has been detected approaching. Scanning analysis in progress. Beep beep beep. Analysis failed. The target's life level is too high and its energy reaction exceeds the system's current analysis ceiling. Warning! Host must evacuate from the target immediately. Repeat. Host must evacuate from the target immediately. The life aura it unconsciously radiates is already causing minor interference with the system's stable operation. A torrent of blood-red warnings flashed through Fang Yuan's mind like a raging flood. The fleeing steps, he had almost taken ground to an abrupt halt. His pupils sharply contracted. The system was actually feeling fear. It could not even analyze the target. This was a first. Fang Yuan stared fixedly at the coffin-like little boat, drawing ever closer, his heart pounding treacherously. By now the entire Bartai had fallen into absolute dead silence. The pirates who had been brawling and shouting moments ago all fell silent, their faces ash-white, their bodies trembling like leaves in a gale. Even Zeph and Patty, seasoned battle-scarred chefs, wore expressions of unprecedented gravity. They could all feel it. The pressure emanating from that man was enough to freeze the very soul. Hey, that guy. Zoro's body was trembling slightly. It was not fear. It was the excited wail of the 3 famed blades at his waist as they encountered a true king. His eyes locked unwaveringly onto the black blade Yoru on that man's back, and the fighting spirit in them was nearly blazing. So he is the world's strongest. In the deathly silence, Hawkeye's little boat finally came to rest against the side of the Bartai. He did not even lift his head to look at anyone, as if every person aboard were merely a roadside stone, not worth even a flicker of his attention. His hawk-sharp eyes merely swept the sea with indifference, as if searching for some dull prey. Hey! Just then a voice shattered the silence. Zoro, the green-haired swordsman, stepped out of the restaurant one deliberate stride after another. He walked to the ship's rail and faced the godlike, demonic man directly. Duel with me. Zoro's voice was resolute and unyielding. I set sail because I wanted to find you. The entire restaurant went mad. Zoro, what are you doing? Get back here. Usopp's face had turned green with terror, and he waved desperately at him. That guy is a monster. Duel him. Are you trying to die? Zoro, however, turned a deaf ear. His eyes were fixed on only that man. At last Hawkeye raised his head, and his calm, unfathomable gaze settled upon Zoro for the first time. Oh, a flicker of interest seemed to cross his face as he appraised the 3 swords at Zoro's waist. Truly a foolish yet brave one. State your name, weakling. Roronoa Zoro. Very well. I will remember that name. Hawkeye nodded. To reward your courage, I will use this, the world's weakest blade, to send you off. As he spoke, he took the little cross-shaped dagger from his neck. That contemptuous demeanor, that posture of treating even the strong as if they were nothing, ignited Zoro's fury in an instant. You, don't underestimate me. Onigiri. With a roar, Zoro unleashed all 3 swords at once, turning himself into a whirlwind that slashed viciously toward Hawkeye. Aboard the distant ship, Ye Xiao's palms were slick with sweat. He said nervously to Fang Yuan, Master, that Moss Head is doomed. Are we really not going to leave? That Hawkeye guy is way too terrifying. Fang Yuan, however, seemed not to hear a word. His eyes remained nailed to Hawkeye without blinking. No, more precisely, he was staring at the supreme grade blade behind Hawkeye, the black blade Yoru. Leave? Why should he leave? The fear and panic from a moment ago had been utterly replaced by a greed more crazed, more incandescent. What others saw was the world's greatest swordsman, an invincible monster. But in Fang Yuan's eyes, Hawkeye Mihawk was a walking world-class, one-of-a-kind treasure trove of rare materials. What was the core concept of his bird fruit? It was sharpness. And whose slashes could possibly be sharper than the world's greatest swordsman? If he could have his system decompose the black blade Yoru on that man's back, even if only to scrape off a layer of iron filings, what extraordinary grade of sharpness would he extract? World class. Absolutely world class. If he could snatch even a sliver of benefit from this, his iron wings might very well evolve on the spot. In that instant, Fang Yuan's horizons opened wide. Risk. The greater the risk, the greater the reward. Just then, the situation suddenly changed. Before Zoro's onigiri could reach Hawkeye, a thunderous roar suddenly erupted from the sea. A colossal but battered flagship, its bow shaped like a lion's head, came charging madly at the Verity, belching thick black smoke and looking as if it intended to ram straight through. It was Don Krieg, the cunning overlord of the East Blue, and his flagship. We're saved. We're saved. There's a ship ahead. It's the sea restaurant. There's food. Joyful, tearful cries rang out from Krieg's ship. But none of them noticed that between their vessel and the restaurant floated a small coffin-like boat. Hawkeye Mihawk's brow creased slightly. It seemed this suddenly appearing wreck had disturbed his rare moment of amusement, and a clear flicker of displeasure passed through his eyes. What a bunch of noisy flies. He could not even be bothered to look at Zoro again. Instead, he turned to face the Leviathan. He slowly extended his right hand and grasped the hilt of the black blade Yoru on his back. Hum. At the instant, that enormous ink-black cross-shaped sword was slowly drawn from its sheath. An invisible sword pressure so vast it seemed capable of splitting heaven and earth instantly enveloped the entire sea. Time itself seemed to stop. The wind ceased. The waves fell still. Every breath aboard was stolen in that moment. Then, Hawkeye simply lightly, almost carelessly swung his blade forward at the enormous flagship. No sound. No explosion. A slender, ghostly green slash flashed across the sky like lightning splitting the night. In the next second, before everyone's horrified, incredulous eyes, a flawlessly smooth cut appeared across the middle of that pirate flagship, which was over 50 meters long. Boom. The belated thunderclap finally erupted. The entire ship was split cleanly in two. Countless planks, steel plates, and cannons, together with the pirates' despairing screams, crashed into the freezing seabed. One slash. Just one slash. A giant warship armed to the teeth had been sliced in half as easily as tofu. This was the power of the world's strongest. Everyone on the Baratai was stunned, paralyzed with terror. They stared at the scene, part miracle, part doomsday, their minds blank, stripped even of the ability to think. Yet in that pit of despairing silence, there was one person, and one person only. Fang Yuan. His mind was utterly flooded by a system alert so unprecedented and so insane it drowned out everything else. Warning. Warning. Detected world-class concept. Sharpness world-class. Currently dissipating. Warning. The concept is dissipating with extreme speed. It is expected to vanish completely from the world in 30 seconds. Ding. Special opportunity triggered. Host may attempt to approach the core dissipation area to forcibly absorb the ownerless dispersing energy. Absorption success rate 1. Risk assessment extremely dangerous. Boom. Fang Yuan's gaze instantly transformed from calm into outright fanaticism. His breathing became thick and heavy. He stared at the stretch of sea the slash had carved across. Lingering in that space was an invisible top-tier conceptual energy that had driven his system to madness. That was sharpness world class. If he could absorb even the faintest wisp, his fruit ability would undergo an earth-shattering transformation. This was no crisis at all. It was a heaven-sent fortune that would not come again in 1,000 years. Crazy. Crazy. Fang Yuan's heart was howling. Great wealth is won by braving great danger. If he did not go for it now, he would regret it for the rest of his life. He whipped his head around, his blazing eyes locking onto Yexiao. Yexiao. Fang Yuan's voice was clenched with extreme excitement, yet carried an indisputable command. Get ready. In a little while we'll have our hands full. Yexiao was utterly dumbfounded. Busy? Busy with what? Shouldn't they be setting sail and getting out of here right now? That Hawkeye monster hadn't gone far yet. However, Fang Yuan had no time to explain. His eyes stayed fixed on the stretch of sea that had been furrowed by Hawkeye's slash wave, then turned to the flagship of Krieg as it slowly sank, split cleanly in two. His heart pounded wildly. That was the world-class sharpness concept. Even if only a sliver of it had leaked out, a mosquito is still meat no matter how small. Even dragon meat at that. He had to grab it. Fang Yuan was about to have Yexiao risk a dash over there to see if they could scrape up some benefit. On that coffin-like craft, Hawkeye seemed to have completely lost interest. He cast a glance at Zoro, who lay in a pool of blood, yet still refused to fall, and a barely perceptible flicker of approval passed through his eyes. Boy, state your name and your goal. On this throne of the strongest, I will keep waiting for you. Having said that, Hawkeye could not even be bothered to look again at Krieg's pirate crew as they struggled back onto the Verity's deck from the sea. He turned his boat around, and that coffin-like little boat slipped away, ethereal and undisturbed, disappearing beyond the sea horizon. He was gone. The mountain that had loomed over everyone's heads was simply gone. Phew. Throughout the Verity, everyone seemed to have their bones pulled loose as they collectively heaved a massive sigh of relief. They survived. Yet before their relief could last even 3 seconds. Cough, 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 you bastards. A man drenched through bedraggled, yet with eyes still savage beyond compare, climbed up through the broken hole in the deck. It was Krieg the Cunning, the overlord of the East Blue. He glanced back at his flagship, which was already beyond saving, then looked at the Bartai. The fury in his eyes was instantly replaced by greed. Men attack. Krieg pointed at the Bartai and let out a hysterical roar. Seize the ship. It will be our new flagship. Oh, the pirates, who had also survived, instantly went wild-eyed and howled as they charged toward the chefs inside the restaurant. You bastards. Daring to make trouble in our restaurant. You're asking for death. The chefs, led by Zeph and Patty, were not to be underestimated. They grabbed frying pans and cleavers and surged forward. Meanwhile, on the other side, "Hey, you there, give me back my ship." Luffy's signature roar rang out. Seeing the fish-shaped restaurant that Krieg had set his sights on, he immediately blew his top gum-gum pistol. Battle erupted instantly. The entire floating restaurant collapsed into complete chaos. The pirates' curses, the chef's roars, the clash of blades, and the sound of Luffy leaping around and wreaking havoc. It was deafening. And yet, in Fong Yuan's eyes, it was simply heaven. Paradise. The midnight shopping frenzy of Double 11. Yi Xiao. Fong Yuan slapped the young man beside him on the shoulder, snapping him out of his daze. Do you see that sinking wreck over there? Fong Yuan pointed at the remains of Krieg's fleet in the distance, his eyes gleaming with a greed fiercer than any pirate's. Yes, master. Yi Xiao nodded hard. Good. Fong Yuan's voice was brimming with barely suppressed excitement. Now here is your task. Fly over there. At maximum speed. Tear off everything you can from that ship. Iron plates, cannon barrels, weapons, armor. And haul it all back to our ship. Remember, only take things. Do not start a fight with anyone. Safety first. This. Yi Xiao froze. He had not expected his master's order to be this. To become a junk collector? Hurry. Fong Yuan growled. That's an order. Yes, master. Yi Xiao did not dare hesitate any longer. His body shifted in an instant. A pair of pitch-black feather-covered wings abruptly spread from his back, his whole being transformed into a giant owl rising into the sky without a sound. With the chaos of the battlefield as cover, he shot forward like a black flash of lightning, diving straight toward that enormous floating junkyard. The operation has begun. Standing on his small merchant ship, Fong Yuan watched the distant melee, and the corners of his mouth curled crazily upward. Fight! The livelier it gets, the better. You all play heroes out front, though I'll strike it rich in the back. This wave. A killing. Soon. Thud. The first batch of goods was dropped onto Fong Yuan's deck, with pinpoint accuracy by Yi Xiao. It was a massive slice of hull armor, severed cleanly, and still reeking of seawater. Fong Yuan's eyes lit up at once. Without a second word, he reached out and pressed his hand against the cold steel armor. System. Decompose it for me. Ding. Decomposable material detected. Inferior steel, X 30 units. Decomposing. Decomposition successful. Congratulations, host. You obtained the concept hardness X3. Congratulations, host. You obtained system energy 15 points. It worked. Fong Yuan's heart gave a violent thump. Although it was only inferior steel and only 15 points of energy, this was just the beginning. That was the wreck of an entire armed warship. Thump. Thump. Yi Xiao was extremely efficient. Like an indefatigable worker bee, he shuttled back and forth between the wreck and the merchant ship, exploiting his absolute advantage in flight. Twisted steel plates, broken cannon barrels, water-soaked cannonballs by the crate, even armor and long blades that had fallen off the pirates. All of it was carried back endlessly as though it were trash. Before long, a small mountain of scrap and junk was piled high on Fong Yuan's deck. As for Fong Yuan, he had completely gone berserk. He stood before that mountain of junk, arms spread wide like a king embracing his treasure. Decompose. Decompose all of it. Ding. Decomposition successful. Obtain concept steel X100. Ding. Decomposition successful. Obtain concept explosion X20. Ding. Decomposition successful. Obtain concept sharpness X15. Ding. System energy 50. Ding. System energy 80. Ding. System energy 35. The torrent of system chimes in his head had become one continuous, unbroken roar. It was like firecrackers going off during the new year, crackling and snapping without end. On his system panel, the energy bar that had been nearly empty was surging madly upward at a visible pace. 35. 50. 80. Ding. System energy storage has reached the 100 upper limit. Warning. Energy overflow. Do you want to activate the reserve energy slot? Open it. Open it as big as it can get. Fong Yuan shouted without thinking. This feeling, it was amazing. It was faster money than robbing a bank. Just then Yi Xiao flew back again, and this time he dropped a strangely shaped round metal canister. Master, this thing is strange. It has a skull mark on it. Fong Yuan looked closely, and his pupils contracted sharply. Bloody hell. MH5. Krieg's ace card. The lethal poison gas bomb that was said to be able to kill even a dinosaur. Now that was a fine treasure. Decompose. Fong Yuan pressed his hand onto it without the slightest hesitation. Warning. Hazardous substance detected. Decomposition carries an extremely small chance of concept backlash. Continue. Continue. Ding. Decomposition successful. Congratulations, host. You obtained the rare concept Poison Gas X5. Jackpot. This time I really struck it rich. Sharpness, hardness, explosion, and poison gas. All 4 core concepts acquired in one fell swoop. In the distance, the battle at the floating restaurant was gradually drawing to a close. Under Luffy's absurd protagonist aura and the relentless barrage of his gum-gum fruit powers, Krieg, the haughty overlord of the East Blue, had even his most prized golden armor smashed to pieces. Finally, with a shout of gum-gum, great windmill, Krieg was hurled away by Luffy like a battered sack and vanished beyond the horizon. The battle was over. The entire floating restaurant was in ruins, and everyone had collapsed in exhaustion. No one noticed. The small merchant ship had been quietly anchored not far away, and no one noticed either that the mountain of scrap on its deck had vanished without a trace. Only a young man remained standing at the bow facing the sea breeze, a smile on his face, more satisfied than a devil's. Fang Yuan slowly opened his system panel, gazing at the utterly overflowing energy gauge and the dazzling row of brand new concepts in his material vault. The corners of his mouth stretched nearly to the back of his ears. This time it was far more than a killing. It was as if he had moved the entire East Blue's treasury straight into his own home. System. Fang Yuan took a deep breath, suppressed the wild joy in his heart, and issued the order in a voice almost reverent. Open my vault and conduct the final inventory. Let me see exactly how great a surprise this bumper harvest will bring me. Let me see just how much of a surprise this bountiful harvest will bring me. As the words left his mouth, shwa, a cerulean light screen visible only to Fang Yuan himself instantly unfolded before his eyes. Upon it, densely packed data cascaded and refreshed like a frenzied waterfall. Inventory complete. The harvest summary is as follows. System energy. Base energy 1250 points, 250 points exceeded the storage limit, automatically transferred to the reserve energy slot. Energy source analysis, inferior steel, gunpowder, ship timber, among which gunpowder provided 60 high-efficiency conversion. Concept material library. Common concepts. Hardness common X 180 units. Sharpness common X 95 units. Explosion common X 110 units. Wood common X 350 units. Other miscellaneous items omitted. Rare concepts. Toxic gas rare X5 units from MH5 gas bomb. Sharpness world class, dissipated energy X0. 1 units from the residual slash of Hawkeye Mihawk. Boom. Gazing at this veritably lavish loot list, Fang Yuan's breathing grew heavy. He had struck it rich. This time he had truly struck it rich. Over 1,000 points of energy. That alone was enough for several high-intensity concept extractions. Moreover, the greatest surprise was not those basic concepts. It was that one. Sharpness world class, dissipated energy X0. 1 units. Though it was only a paltry 0.1 units, pitifully meager. But that was scraped directly from the slash of the world's greatest swordsman. Its quality was world class. The value of this thing exceeded all those several hundred common concepts combined. System. Suppressing his ecstasy, Fang Yuan issued the command without the slightest hesitation. Immediately fuse all 0.1 units of the sharpness world-class concept into my slashbird fruit. Ding. Command received. Concept fusion in progress. Warning. Fusing an advanced concept into a low-grade template will produce a violent energy reaction. Host, please prepare yourself. The next second, an indescribable agony exploded from Fang Yuan's back. It was as though countless red-hot steel needles were madly piercing through his bones and flesh. The pair of steel wings on his back snapped open uncontrollably. Those wings, which had gleamed with cold metallic luster, were now glowing red-hot, as if being cast into a furnace and forged. At the edges of the wings, the sharpest feathers were undergoing a startling transformation at a visible speed. They became even more razor-thin, even more tenacious. A faint obsidian-like dark luster even surfaced upon them. Fang Yuan could feel it clearly. His wings had been reborn. If the previous iron wings were merely sharp metal plates, then now they were treasured blades capable of severing steel. Huff, huff. Fang Yuan panted heavily, sweat soaking his back, yet the smile on his face grew even more radiant. Worth it. So worth it. Just 0.1 units of dissipated energy had granted such a terrifying enhancement. If he could decompose Hawkeye himself, or his Black Blade hiss. Fang Yuan hastily halted that dangerous thought. Vision. He needed to broaden his vision. A meal must be eaten one bite at a time, and a journey must be walked one step at a time. It was still too early to think about such things. Are you two really leaving? On the deck of the floating restaurant, Barity, Zeph, a cigar between his teeth, watched Fang Yuan and Yi Xiao, who had already prepared their small boat and were about to depart. His gaze was profoundly complicated. Just moments ago, he had watched this young man direct that winged youth to move piece by piece the wreckage of Krieg's wrecked ship onto their unremarkable little merchant vessel, as if they were moving house. That was dozens, or even hundreds of tons of scrap steel. And yet the small boat's waterline had not changed in the least. This completely defied the laws of physics. Zeph had spent his whole life on these seas. What bizarre things hadn't he seen? But he could be certain that this young man named Feng Yuan was the most mysterious and uncanny one he had ever encountered. Indeed, the business is done, and it's time to leave. Feng Yuan smiled at Zeph, acting every bit the true merchant. He pushed over a large chest filled with 1,000,000 berries along with over 100 sets of seawater purifier and constant temperature heating plate. Boss Zeph, a pleasure doing business. Zeph did not look at the money or the goods. His gaze, sharp as a knife, was fixed unwaveringly on Feng Yuan. After a long silence, he could no longer help but asked the question buried in his heart. Young man. Zeph's voice was hoarse and low. You. Just what are you? From Feng Yuan, he caught a scent 10,000 times more dangerous than that fool Krieg. It was neither the savagery of a pirate nor the justice of a marine. Rather, it was an ultimate coldness and avarice that regarded everything in the world as possessions, as mere materials and prey. The kind of gaze he had only seen in the monsters who truly stood at the pinnacle of the world in the second half of the Grand Line. Facing Zeph's soul-searching question, the smile on Feng Yuan's face did not change in the slightest. He did not answer. Instead, he turned around, and with Yi Xiao silent as a shadow leapt onto his small boat. Boss Zeph, until we meet again. Feng Yuan untied the mooring rope, and the small boat slowly drifted away from Baratai. Zeph simply stood on the deck motionless, watching the silhouette of the small boat grow farther and farther away in the afterglow of the setting sun. Only after the boat had completely turned into a tiny black did he slowly pull another cigar from his pocket, strike a spark on the deck with his wooden leg with a clack, and light it. He took a deep drag. The smoke he exhaled veiled his face, which was etched with gravity. That kid Sanji sailing out with straw hat. Who knows whether it will be a blessing or a curse? Zeph murmured to himself. Then he cast another glance in the direction where Feng Yuan had vanished, his eyes turning immeasurably deep. But compared to that one, straw hat is practically an innocent child. Those eyes. There's no mistaking it. This little pond of the East Blue is about to give birth to a true evil dragon. Meanwhile, at the distant Marine headquarters Marineford, in an office bearing a nameplate that read Captain, smoke hung heavy in the air. White Hunter Smoker was staring out the window with a displeased expression. Ever since he let that winged brat slip away right under his nose in Lobetown, he had been nursing a bellyful of anger. It was an utter humiliation for him. Report. Just then a Marine officer knocked and entered, his expression solemn. He placed an urgent intelligence report just delivered from the East Blue on Smoker's desk. Captain Smoker. The officer's voice carried a note of gravity. The Lobetown fugitive, iron-winged man, Feng Yuan, has been spotted anew. Smoker jerked his head around, his sharp eyes instantly locking onto the intelligence file. Speak. According to an informant we stationed in the East Blue, iron-winged man, Feng Yuan appeared today at the floating restaurant Baratai. The officer swallowed hard and continued. Shortly after he appeared, the East Blue's overlord, cunning Don Krieg, arrived with the remnants of his fleet and clashed with Straw Hat Luffy and Hawkeye, Mihawk, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. In the end, the Krieg pirates were completely annihilated. Although most of the credit went to Straw Hat Luffy and Hawkeye, our informant noticed an extremely bizarre detail. After the battle, that iron-winged man, Feng Yuan, salvaged and transported the entire wreckage of the Krieg pirates' flagship that Hawkeye had sliced apart. His intentions are unknown. His methods are unknown. Smoker's brow furrowed tighter and tighter. Salvaging the wreckage of a pirate ship. What on earth was this brat planning to do? In light of the flight capabilities demonstrated by iron-winged man Feng Yuan, as well as his connection to the annihilation of Krieg, the intelligence division has concluded that he now poses a grave threat to the peace of the entire East Blue. The officer drew a deep breath and delivered the final conclusion. We recommend that his bounty rating be immediately upgraded. His current bounty of 500 berries set for prison escape and assaulting a Marine officer should be re-evaluated. Smoker's brows furrowed tighter and tighter. Salvaging the wreckage of a pirate ship. What exactly was this kid planning to do? Given the flight capabilities demonstrated by Iron Wing's Feng Yuan, as well as his connection to the fall of the Click fleet, the intelligence department has concluded that he poses a significant threat to the peace of the entire East Blue. The officer took a deep breath and delivered the final verdict. We recommend immediately raising his bounty level. Reassess his original bounty of 5 million belly initially set for prison break and assaulting a Marine officer. Smoker said nothing, simply exhaling a thick ring of smoke from his lips. Reassess. His intuition told him that things were far from simple. That young man's gaze did not belong to someone content with scavenging trash. Meanwhile, across some waters of the East Blue, an unassuming merchant vessel cut through the waves. Feng Yuan stood at the bow, feeling the sea breeze brush against his face, his spirits soaring. Master. A dark figure descended from above the night owl, landing steadily on deck. In his hands were several newspapers freshly purchased from nearby islands and a stack of new bounty posters. The latest news has arrived. Fang Yuan took the newspaper and unfolded it. The front page headline blared in enormous type. The dominator of the East Blue Click fleet has been destroyed. The Straw Hat Boy and the Marine Hero join forces to create a miracle. The article below went even further, praising Straw Hat Luffy and the White Hunter Smoker to the skies. It described how Straw Hat Luffy had bravely defeated Click in direct combat, and how Colonel Smoker had strategically laid out an inescapable net to sweep up the remnants of Click's pirate crew. As for Fang Yuan, the newspaper barely mentioned him in the most inconspicuous corner. According to reports, a mysterious winged individual also appeared at the scene, and after the battle concluded, salvaged portions of the shipwreckage, suspected to be an accomplice of Click's pirate crew attempting to destroy evidence amid the chaos. Fang Yuan burst out laughing when he read this. Accomplice. Destroying evidence. These newspaper writers certainly had rich imaginations. But this was fine too. All the world's attention was focused on Luffy and the Marines. Nobody would care about him, the trash collector. This was what they called perfect invisibility. He casually flipped through the stack of new bounty posters, examining each one. Soon Fang Yuan's movement stopped. An extremely bizarre expression appeared on his face. It was a portrait of him, quite vivid, capturing that arrogant stance on the ship's bow with remarkable accuracy. Beneath the portrait were his alias and name. Wanted dead or alive. Iron Wings Fang Yuan. Bounty 300 belly. 3 million. Fang Yuan froze, even rubbing his eyes, convinced he was seeing things. That was right. 3 million. Lower than he had anticipated, and even lower than the initial 5 million the Navy had originally set. Master, what is this? What does this mean? The Night Owl also leaned over to see the bounty poster, and he completely lost it. His voice was filled with barely contained fury. 3 million. How dare they? This is simply an insult. A blatant contempt toward you, Master. In the Night Owl's heart, his master Fang Yuan was a godlike existence. The creator who could forge devil fruits and grant him new life and power. How could such a magnificent being have a bounty of merely 3 million? This was lower than many mediocre pirate captains in the East Blue. The Night Owl trembled with rage, his wings behind him barely restraining themselves from spreading. However, Fang Yuan's reaction was completely beyond his expectations. Ha ha. Fang Yuan stared at the bounty poster, paused for a moment, then burst into unrestrained laughter. He tore the bounty poster down with one hand and held it in his palm, as though admiring a perfect work of art. Insult. Contempt. Fang Yuan turned his head, looking at the seething Night Owl, his smile as brilliant as a child's. No, Night Owl, you are mistaken. This is not an insult. This is the greatest gift the entire world has ever given me. Fang Yuan lightly tapped the bounty poster with his finger, producing a crisp sound. This is a talisman. A perfect talisman. Think about it. When everyone believes I am merely a coward worth 3 million, a flight-only loser, a trash-collecting nobody who would ever truly take me seriously, they will direct all their attention toward those monsters with bounties of tens of millions, even hundreds of millions. And I. Fang Yuan's lips curled into a chilling arc. I can peacefully go about my procurement right under everyone's noses. The Night Owl understood instantly. Gazing at Fang Yuan's triumphantly smug expression, the sliver of anger in his heart vanished in an instant. Vision. Is this truly my master's caliber? I am far too young to grasp this. Several days later, in a bustling port town tavern. This was a place where pirates and bounty hunters loved to congregate. A chaotic mix brimming with the scent of alcohol and violence. Hey, look at this. This is that newly posted bounty criminal, the Iron Wings. A burly pirate with a scarred face slammed a bounty poster onto the table with a sharp crack, drawing every eye in the vicinity. Ha! 3 million. That's all he's worth. My captain is worth more than him. I'm dying of laughter. I heard this guy is so cowardly he literally fled from Lobetown, then went scrounging for scraps at the bar tie. What kind of pirate is this? This is just a flying rat. Ha! Well said. The entire tavern erupted in merriment. Everyone treated this 3 million bounty as the biggest joke around. They mocked him shamelessly, hurling the most vicious language at this coward they had never even met. However, none of them noticed. Right in the most inconspicuous corner of the tavern, a young man in a plain cloak sat quietly, a glass of the cheapest rum placed before him. Beside him sat another youth with a sinister gaze, silent as a shadow. It was Fang Yuan and the Night Owl. Hearing those unbearable jeers from around them, the Night Owl's fists clenched until his knuckles cracked. His eyes became incredibly dangerous. At his master's command alone, he would turn every laughing soul in this place into corpses within 3 seconds. Calm yourself. Fang Yuan spoke in a quiet tone, his voice soft, yet like a bucket of cold water that instantly extinguished the Night Owl's murderous intent. He raised his glass and drained the rum in one gulp. The fiery liquid slid down his throat, but Fang Yuan's eyes were colder than an ancient glacier. He ignored all the noise around him. Slowly he spread out a somewhat worn navigational chart on the table. His finger traced across one location after another. Low Town, Orange Town, Shells Town, the Baratai restaurant ship. Finally, his finger came to rest heavily upon an area on the chart marked as extremely dangerous. There a vicious sun emblem with shark teeth gnashing around it was drawn. Right beside that emblem 3 clear, unmistakable characters were written. Arlong Park. Fang Yuan's lips slowly curled upward. There was no anger in his eyes, no killing intent. Only an extreme greed, an excitement, so intense it made the night owl's heart tremble. As though a gourmet had discovered the finest ingredient. 3 million the coward. Fang Yuan murmured softly to himself, his voice so faint only he could hear. Even better. Let this coward pay a visit to the strongest fishman in the East Blue. A fishman template combined with the concept of division. I wonder what kind of shark might be synthesized from such a combination. I wonder what kind of shark I might synthesize. A slow smile curled across Fang Yuan's lips. In his gaze there was no anger, no killing intent. Only an extreme greed and excitement that made even Ye Xiao's heart tremble with fear. It was like a master chef gazing upon the finest ingredients. A coward worth 3 million. Fang Yuan murmured to himself, his voice so soft that only he could hear. Very well. Let this coward pay a visit to the strongest fishman of the East Sea. Having said this, Fang Yuan rose from his seat and flicked a silver coin onto the table, not even bothering to wait for his change. Ye Xiao, let's go. Yes, master. Ye Xiao immediately followed. The two walked out of the tavern filled with mocking laughter, like two shadows dissolving into the darkness of night. They returned to that unremarkable little merchant vessel. Inside, the cabin lights blazed brightly. Fang Yuan showed no intention of resting. He sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and his consciousness instantly plunged into the system space. System. Open my material database. A splash. A sapphire blue holographic screen unfolded once more in his mind. Gazing at the dazzling array of concept materials, Fang Yuan's eyes gleamed with terrifying intensity. Hardness common X 180 units. Sharpness common X 95 units. Explosion common X 110 units. Poison gas rare X 5 units. All of these were the inheritance that Krell, the hegemon of the East Sea, had painstakingly accumulated throughout his entire life, only to be bequeathed to Fang Yuan in the end. Before heading to Arlong Park, I must first upgrade my firepower. Fang Yuan's thinking was crystal clear. Those fishmen under Arlong were no fools like Krell, who relied on armor and sheer numbers. Fishmen were inherently born with strength and physique far surpassing humans and were absolutely invincible underwater, especially those at executive level. Each carried a bounty of at least 10 million berries. A direct confrontation was absolutely not a wise choice. Then, Fang Yuan's gaze instantly locked onto those 5 units of the poison gas concept. This was Krell's trump card, MH5 poison gas. System. Begin concept synthesis. Fang Yuan's voice carried an icy excitement. Using poison gas as the core concept. Now add compression, explosion, and metal shell to the synthesis. Ding. Synthesis plan confirmed. Core concept poison gas rare. Auxiliary concepts compression common, explosion common, metal shell common. Estimated energy consumption 50 points. Proceed with synthesis. Synthesize. Fang Yuan confirmed without hesitation. 1. On the system interface, 4 concept orbs slammed violently together, erupting in blinding light. The energy gauge dropped sharply in an instant. A few seconds later the light faded. A metal sphere only the size of an egg, pitch black and smooth as a work of art, floated quietly in the system space. Ding. Synthesis successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a new item, concentrated poison bomb. Concentrated poison bomb, highly compressed from MH5 poison gas, 100 times smaller in volume, toxicity enhanced tenfold. Once detonated within 3 seconds, all living beings within a 50-meter radius would suffer nerve paralysis and suffocate to death. Holy shit. Reading this description, Fang Yuan's heart skipped a beat. This thing was way too overpowered. Small in size, massive in power, and it was instant. This was essentially a weapon custom-made for assassinations and crowd control. If Krell knew that his most prized trump card had been transformed into this, he would probably leap out of the sea in sheer fury. Excellent. Magnificent. Fang Yuan suppressed his excitement and continued issuing orders. Synthesize all remaining 4 units of poison gas concept into concentrated poison bombs. Ding. Synthesis complete. You have acquired concentrated poison bomb X5. Gazing at the 5 black spheres spinning smoothly in the system space, Fang Yuan's sense of security instantly skyrocketed. These 5 bombs were his ultimate trump card for challenging Arlong Park. Having attack methods alone isn't enough. Defense must keep pace. Fang Yuan's gaze fell upon the massive piles of hardness and steel concepts. After some contemplation, an even more audacious idea sprouted in his mind. System, can I use these materials to synthesize a brand new devil fruit? For instance, a paramecia type steel fruit. Ding. Theoretically possible. Synthesizing paramecia-type fruits requires fusing the core concept with biological activity. Detected biological activity concept is missing from host's material database. Biological activity. Fang Yuan froze momentarily, then slapped his thigh in realization. He remembered. Previously at the sea restaurant to replenish his energy, he had casually disassembled numerous sea beasts that Mihawk had slaughtered. Weren't there already biological activity concepts within those corpses? Proceed with synthesis immediately. Fang Yuan's breathing quickened, creating a paramecia-type fruit with his own hands. Just the thought alone made him tremble with excitement. Using steel as the core concept. Fusing with the biological activity concept. Ding. Synthesis plan confirmed. Initiating high-level concept fusion. Warning. Warning. Concept conflict detected. Fusion failed. Boom. A deafening roar exploded within Fang Yuan's mind. On the system interface, the two orbs representing steel and biological activity detonated like two runaway bombs. The fusion failed. Fang Yuan's heart plummeted. Yet before he could despair, anomaly. Sudden change. The two shattered orbs did not completely dissipate. Their fragmented energy, guided by some mysterious force, began to reconverge. In the end, they coalesced into a mass resembling liquid mercury, yet radiating a metallic luster, a bizarre substance. That metallic mass slowly writhed as if imbued with life. Ding. Synthesis failed. Unknown mutation detected. Congratulations, host. You have unintentionally acquired a rare material living metal memory form. Living metal memory form, a metallic mass with primitive life characteristics and memory capabilities. Can fuse with any inorganic matter, granting it self-repair and shape memory properties. Possesses extraordinary malleability. Fang Yuan stared at this description, completely dumbfounded. What the hell was this? Failed to synthesize a devil fruit, yet ended up creating living metal. What do you call this? A loss may turn out to be a gain. Ha ha ha. After 3 seconds of stunned silence, Fang Yuan burst into rapturous laughter. Devil fruits were nothing. He'd have plenty of opportunities to obtain those later. But this living metal was an absolutely unique treasure. Without hesitation, he retrieved the wriggling mass of living metal from the system space. Go. Fang Yuan extended his hand and pressed this cool, flexible metal directly onto the deck beneath his feet. Merge with me. Whoa. A miracle unfolded. The living metal, as if finding its true home, instantly transformed into a stream of silvery liquid and rapidly fused into the wooden deck. Immediately following, radiating from where Fang Yuan stood, silvery traces resembling blood vessels began frantically spreading across the entire vessel. Crack, crack. The entire merchant ship groaned under the strain. The ship's planks, the moment the silvery traces covered them, began to gleam with a metallic luster. The ordinary sails transformed into iron curtains. The fragile masts became harder than steel. In less than a minute, the entire unremarkable merchant ship had undergone a complete metamorphosis, transformed from a dilapidated wooden vessel into a steel warship gleaming with dark silver radiance. Ding. Your vehicle merchant ship has completed evolution. Current status: steel-armored ship, living form. Defense increased by 500. Special property: self-repair, can consume energy to repair any damaged section. Special property: shape memory, can record current form and restore after destruction. Fang Yuan stood on the deck, feeling the unbreakable weighty sensation beneath his feet, an exhilarating thrill running through his entire being. This was no longer just a ship. This was a goddamn breathing, self-repairing fortress at sea. Fang Yuan slowly raised his hand, gazing at the few cold, concentrated poison bombs in his palm, then glancing at the transformed warship beneath his feet. A cold, satisfied smile spread across his face. Krell, your inheritance, I'll take it. Now I'll use them to deal with even stronger materials. Everything was set. Yet Fang Yuan's gaze fell upon the figure at the cabin door. Ye Xiao, who had been silently guarding him, his eyes burning with intense fervor. Equipment upgraded, weapons acquired. But his first subordinate strength seemed to be falling behind. Ye Xiao. Fang Yuan spoke slowly. Do you want greater power? Do you desire greater power? Fang Yuan's voice was soft, yet like a thunderclap it exploded within Night Owl's mind. Yes. Night Owl didn't hesitate for a moment, dropping to one knee with a heavy thud, his eyes burning with fanaticism that was almost tangible. His voice trembled slightly from extreme excitement. Master, everything I possess is bestowed by you. As long as I may serve you, I am willing to pay any price. To Night Owl, Fang Yuan was his god. God said, let there be light, and there was light. Now God asked if he desired greater power. Was there even a need to ask? Very well. Fang Yuan nodded with satisfaction. What he sought was absolute loyalty. He reached out and helped Night Owl to his feet, yet his gaze turned piercingly sharp, as if capable of seeing through Night Owl's very being. Your current owl fruit grants you hypnosis and night vision abilities. As a scout, it is truly perfect. Fang Yuan paused, his tone shifting abruptly to something ice cold. But your body is far too weak. You are merely an ordinary youth. Your body cannot bear the burden this fruit bestows, nor can it unleash its true potential. Once your position is exposed facing a hail of bullets, you wouldn't even survive a single second. A scout who can only cower in the shadows is no scout at all. Fang Yuan's words struck Night Owl's heart like heavy hammers. Night Owl's face instantly turned ashen. He could offer no rebuttal, because everything his master spoke was the absolute truth. He possessed formidable reconnaissance abilities, yet fundamentally, he remained a fragile mortal. He was a blade forged from glass, sharp in appearance, yet shattering at the slightest touch. Therefore, a wild grin curved at the corner of Fang Yuan's lips. I have decided to perform an enhancement, an upgrade on the demon fruit within you. What? An enhancement of a demon fruit within a living ability user? Night Owl was completely bewildered. Such a thing had never crossed his ears. This was the work only a god could accomplish. No, my master is already a god. The shock in Night Owl's heart was instantly overwhelmed by even more fervent devotion. System. Fang Yuan paid no heed to Night Owl's shock, directly issuing commands within his mind. Display the material repository. Whoosh. A light curtain unfolded. Fang Yuan's gaze precisely locked onto two items. One was the sharpness concept decomposed from Kuro's cat claws. Though merely a few units, it represented the quintessence of Kuro's physical techniques. Though just a handful of units, it was the very essence of Kuro's martial arts mastery. The other consisted of massive quantities of steel and hardness concepts decomposed from the Creek Pirates' fleet. I shall execute. Ability enhancement. Fang Yuan's voice carried undeniable authority. Using Night Owl's Zoan type owl fruit as the foundation. Integrate the sharpness concept into his claws. Infuse the steel concept into his feathers. Create for me a scout who is both weapon and shield. The ultimate scout. Ding. High-level operation command detected ability enhancement. Target living demon fruit ability user, Night Owl. Enhancement plan fusion of sharpness and steel concepts. Warning: this operation will inflict immense agony upon the target with a 1 probability of ability collapse and death. Proceed. A 1% mortality rate. Fang Yuan didn't even lift an eyelid. Such a risk was utterly insignificant. He turned his head, gazing at Night Owl, whose face had gone pale, yet whose eyes remained fanatically intense, and asked with perfect composure, "Are you afraid?" "No." Night Owl straightened his chest, his voice hoarse, yet utterly resolute. "To perish beneath the miracle my master creates would be my supreme honor." "Excellent." Fang Yuan smiled. He extended his right hand, slowly placing it upon Night Owl's crown. "Then welcome your rebirth. System. Commence enhancement." "As you command, master." Boom. The instant Fang Yuan confirmed the command, an indescribable, terrifying energy erupted from his palm, flooding frantically into Night Owl's body. "Eha!" A heart-rending shriek erupted from Night Owl's throat. His body arched violently like a prawn thrown into scalding water. Every blood vessel bulged grotesquely beneath his skin, as if countless mice were frantically scurrying within. Every cell in his body was being forcibly torn asunder, then reorganized. That agony was simply unbearable for mortal flesh. Crack! Crack! On Night Owl's back, the pair of wings that had only borne ordinary feathers suddenly burst forth. Black feathers shed one by one, replaced by steel wings with a cold metallic luster forcibly extruded from flesh and blood. Every single feather's edge was keen as a blade. Next, his hands and feet. His fingernails began growing frantically, darkening, hardening. Finally, they transformed into 4 terrifying claws, as if cast in black iron, gleaming with an eerie, chilling radiance. Roar! Night Owl could endure this inhuman transformation, no longer releasing an inhuman beast-like howl from his throat. His eyes instantly turned a deeper crimson. But just as he was about to be consumed by agony and completely lose control, Fang Yuan's hand upon his crown suddenly pressed down with crushing weight. A cold and sovereign will instantly subdued his chaotic spirit. "Wake up!" Boom. Night Owl shuddered violently, his blood-red eyes instantly regaining clarity. He could sense the power within him undergoing a revolutionary transformation. An unprecedented, overwhelming strength was surging madly through every fiber of his being. Ding. Ability enhancement successful. Congratulations, host. Your subordinate Night Owl's demon fruit has completed its evolution. Current ability, Zoan type owl fruit steel hypnosis form. Fang Yuan slowly withdrew his hand. Gazing upon this youth who had been completely reborn, a satisfied smile graced his features. Huh. Night Owl gasped for breath, his entire body drenched in sweat, as though freshly hauled from the sea. Yet he felt not a trace of exhaustion. He felt only unprecedented, overwhelming strength. He slowly raised his hand, observing those claws gleaming with metallic luster, sensing the heavy, yet reassuring power emanating from the steel wings upon his back. He could sense that his present body was impervious to blade and spear. He could sense that his present claws could shatter any substance. This my power? Night Owl murmured to himself, his voice filled with disbelief. No. Fang Yuan spoke with perfect composure. This is not your power. This is the power I have bestowed upon you. Night Owl shuddered violently, instantly coming to his senses. He whirled around, dropping once more to both knees before Fang Yuan. This time he pressed his forehead heavily upon the cold steel deck. I thank my master for the gift of rebirth. From this day forward, Night Owl's very life and this power belong entirely to the master. Should the master bid me eastward, I shall never go westward. Should the master command me to kill, I shall leave no soul breathing. His voice was supremely devoted, utterly fanatical. Fang Yuan gazed down upon him, his expression serene. From this day your codename shall remain unchanged. But your ability shall be designated Zoan type steel hypnosis owl. Go forth and acclimate to your newfound power. Yes, master. Night Owl rose to his feet, his newly forged steel wings flaring wide behind him. Swoosh! His form transformed into a black bolt of lightning, rocketing skyward and vanishing into the night. Fang Yuan turned and strode back into the ship's cabin. He lifted the nautical chart from the table, his gaze settling upon the location marked with a ferocious shark's sun emblem. Cocoa Village. Hatchin's Park. The scout has been upgraded. Weapons and ammunition are fully prepared. Even the vessel has been transformed into an unsinkable sea fortress. Everything is ready. A cold smile curved Fang Yuan's lips. Fishmen possess innate power 10 times greater than humans. How delightfully precious materials they make. He emerged from the cabin, issuing a new command to the boundless night sky. Night Owl, return. Full speed ahead. Destination, Hatchin's Park. Yes, master. Yi Zhao's figure like a black cannonball shot up from the deck and instantly merged into the pitch-black night. The steel warship, refitted with active metal, silently came to a halt in the waters several kilometers off Kokoyashi Village. It resembled a deep-sea leviathan lurking in the darkness, concealing all its presence and waiting in silence. Fang Yuan stood at the prow, the sea breeze stirring the hem of his clothes, his expression utterly unruffled. He was in no hurry to act. Even a lion hunting a rabbit must use all its strength. Besides, what he faced this time was the infamous Arlong pirates, a crew that had entrenched itself in the East Blue for years. Know the enemy and know yourself, and you will never be defeated. Before every detail of the prey had been investigated, an excellent hunter would never reveal himself lightly. Time passed second by second. After about half an hour, a dark figure descended silently from the sky and knelt on one knee behind Fang Yuan. It was Yi Zhao, returning from reconnaissance. His pair of steel wings gleamed with cold light under the moonlight. The frail air of a youth was gone from his entire being, replaced by a metallic, hard-edged, killing intent. Master. Yi Zhao's voice was low and steady. The intelligence has been gathered. This island, known as Kokoyashi Village, together with dozens of surrounding villages and towns, is ruled by a fisherman pirate crew called Arlong. All villagers must pay Arlong a protection fee, 1,000 belly for adults and 5,000 for children. If they cannot pay, they die. Every force on the island that resisted has already been slaughtered to the last by Arlong. That place called Arlong Park is their hideout, heavily guarded. Inside are at least 30 fisherman pirates, with 4 at officer level, all with bounties above 10 million. Yi Zhao reported all the intelligence he had gathered in full detail. Fang Yuan listened quietly, his face as calm as an ancient well. These pieces of intelligence were basically no different from what he remembered. What about the villagers? Fang Yuan asked casually. Numbness, despair, and hatred. Yi Zhao thought for a moment, then added, but they seem to have placed all their hopes on a girl named Nami. She is an officer of the Arlong pirates, and also a human responsible for drawing sea charts for them. Nami, huh? Fang Yuan murmured, then drew a strangely shaped spyglass from his robe. This was also a little gadget he had casually synthesized from scraps of material. Fang Yuan raised the spyglass and looked in the direction of Kokoyashi Village. The image instantly magnified. The dilapidated houses in the village and the numb faces of the villagers all appeared clearly before his eyes. However, at that very moment, Fang Yuan's gaze was suddenly drawn by a scene at the village entrance. A girl with orange hair was being surrounded by a crowd of villagers. Nami, why did you come back? Haven't you already saved up 100 million belly? Why won't Arlong let us go? You liar. You're in league with those fishmen. The girl's body trembled slightly under the villagers' accusations. Her face was etched with pain, grievance, and endless despair. Immediately after, a marine warship bearing the marine insignia docked at the shore. A marine captain who looked like a rat led a group of soldiers down from the ship, barged straight into Nami's house, and took away all of the 100 million belly she had painstakingly saved for 8 years. This was agreed with Captain Arlong long ago. The money you earn is ours. The rat-like captain's arrogant laughter drifted over from afar. The Marines and pirates were actually colluding with each other. This last straw finally crushed the girl. Aya! Nami let out a shriek of ultimate despair. She slumped to the ground, her eyes vacant, as if she had lost all of her soul. The villagers misunderstood her and cursed her. The Marine she had trusted most had betrayed her. 8 years of swallowing humiliation, 8 years of blood and tears, in an instant became a colossal joke. Arlong, Arlong, Arlong. Nami screamed madly, grabbed a fallen dagger from the ground, and with bloodshot eyes fiercely stabbed at the hideous shark in sun tattoo on her left arm. Squelch. Blood erupted instantly. 1 stab, 2 stabs, 3 stabs. The girl seemed to feel no pain mechanically and madly mutilating herself with the blade, as if trying to erase the mark of shame and nightmare from her life completely. Blood stained her arm and soaked the ground beneath her. It was a scene of extreme misery. Anyone with a conscience who witnessed this would surely feel unbearable pity, even burn with fury. However, on the steel warship several kilometers away, Feng Yuan held the spyglass up, and from start to finish his expression did not change in the slightest. No sympathy, no anger, not even a shred of pity. His eyes were as calm as if he were observing a laboratory specimen, cold and bereft of any human emotion. At the very moment when Nami was in the greatest pain and her emotions raged the most violently, a freezing voice sounded in Feng Yuan's mind. System. Lock onto the target ahead, Nami. Begin recording her emotional fluctuation curve, establish a behavioral pattern database, and analyze her personality weaknesses. Ding. Command received. Target locked, Nami. Emotional fluctuation monitoring module activated. Recording data: despair peak 98, hatred peak 97, mental collapse threshold 85. Analyzing behavioral patterns under extreme betrayal and stress. This individual tends to self-harm. She is tenacious but extremely insecure and holds an extraordinary fixation on concepts such as promises and companions. A stream of data flashed through Feng Yuan's mind. In his eyes, Nami's heart-rending agony, the blood that stained the earth, and the soul-crushing despair all turned into rows of cold, precise, and useful data. This was his way of fighting. Not a reckless brute like Luffy charging forward on sheer hot-blooded passion. Rather, it was like a supreme mastermind, a most ruthless scientist. Turned everything into data, factor everything into the equation. All people's emotions, weaknesses, and personalities were merely tools and bargaining chips for him to achieve his goals. This feeling of having everything under his control gave Feng Yuan an unprecedented and ultimate pleasure. A long while passed. Feng Yuan slowly lowered the spyglass. He glanced at the completed personality model analysis report on Nami on the system panel and nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. That was another card he could use. Feng Yuan turned around and looked at Yi Xiao, who stood as still as a statue behind him. His voice was cold and clear. Change of plan. Do not alert anyone for now, especially the girl named Nami. Your task is to infiltrate Arlong Park for me. I want detailed information on every fishman inside, their abilities, habits, weaknesses. All of it. Yi Xiao raised his head, a flicker of confusion passing through his eyes, but he did not ask why. He only needed to carry out the order. Feng Yuan looked at him, a cold arc slowly curling at the corner of his mouth, like a chef about to begin a grand feast appraising his ingredients. Remember, Yi Xiao, before the prey is served at the table, a qualified chef must first thoroughly understand the characteristics of every ingredient. Remember, Night Owl, before prey is laid upon the table, a qualified chef must first understand the nature of every single ingredient. Feng Yuan's voice rang out especially clearly in the cold sea breeze. Night Owl's silhouette merged into the darkness once again. As for Feng Yuan, he lowered an unremarkable little skiff from the steel warship and rowed alone slowly in the direction of Kokoyashi village. He had not worn his trademark black clothes. Instead, he had changed into a set of merchant garments that made him look shrewd, almost vulgarly mercenary. His whole person exuded the stench of a man who cared only for money. Kokoyashi village, the Tangerine Grove. A woman with short blue hair, her body covered in tattoos, was gazing toward the village with a worried expression. Her name was Nojiko, Nami's elder sister. A moment ago, she had witnessed Nami's collapse with her own eyes, watched her plunge a dagger into her own arm again and again in madness. Her heart ached as though it would shatter, but she could do nothing. Against a monster like Arlong, ordinary people like them were lambs waiting for the slaughter, without even the right to resist. Just as Nojiko was burning with anxiety and completely at a loss, a sudden footstep sounded from behind her. Who's there? Nojiko whirled around, her eyes instantly sharp with wariness. A somewhat unfamiliar man in merchant clothing stood not far away, a formulaic smile hanging on his face. Don't be nervous, miss. Feng Yuan spread his hands to show he meant no harm. His voice was calm and mild, yet it carried a penetrating force that was difficult to refuse. I'm just a black market merchant passing through. I happened to hear some rumors about this place, so I came to see if there was any business to be had. A black market merchant. Nojiko frowned even harder. At a time like this, in a place like this, why would a merchant come by? There's no business here. Leave. Nojiko said coldly. She was in no mood to deal with anyone. No. Feng Yuan wagged his finger. The smile stayed on his face, but his eyes had turned sharp. There is business. And it is a deal. Of vital importance to you and your sister. At the mention of her sister, Nojiko's body jolted violently. She stared hard at Fang Yuan, her gaze full of suspicion and guard. What exactly are you trying to say? Fang Yuan did not answer. Instead, he walked forward unhurriedly and placed a heavy suitcase on the ground. Click. The case opened. In an instant, the blinding golden light nearly seared Nojiko's eyes. A whole suitcase of gold bars, neatly stacked together, radiating a magic that could drive people mad. Nojiko's breath stopped dead. So much money. Probably tens of millions of belly. But that was not all. Fang Yuan took an exquisite little box from his clothes and opened it. Inside were 3 syringes filled with a pale green liquid. This is a miracle medicine I obtained through my exclusive channels. No matter how deep the wound, one shot will make it heal perfectly in 10 minutes without even leaving a scar. Fang Yuan's words, like a demon's whisper, pierced precisely into the softest chamber of Nojiko's heart. A miracle medicine that could heal wounds. Nami's bloody, mangled arm instantly surfaced in Nojiko's mind. Her heart clenched fiercely. You? What exactly do you want? Nojiko's voice had begun to tremble. She did not believe that good things could simply fall from the sky. This man had produced enough wealth to buy the whole village and a divine drug capable of saving Nami. His scheme had to be far greater than that. Very simple. Fang Yuan finally put away the merchant's artificial smile. His eyes became like an abyss, cold, calm, and utterly devoid of emotion. I am not a hero, and I have no interest in liberating your village. I am just a merchant very interested in a rare species called fishmen. Fang Yuan paused, then said word by word, his voice terrifyingly clear. I want all the information on every fishman officer in Arlong Park. Their abilities, fighting habits, character, weaknesses. Everything. The more detailed the better. This case of gold bars, and these 3 syringes are the deposit. Afterward, I promise my people will not harm a single innocent villager. Boom. Fang Yuan's words detonated inside Nojiko's mind like a bomb. She was completely stunned. She had imagined countless possibilities. She thought this man might be a marine spy, a Revolutionary Army agent, or even an adventurer after Arlong's treasure. But she had never imagined that his target was the fishmen themselves. The way he looked at fishmen was the way a butcher looked at meat on a cutting board. He did not care about justice nor about the lives of the villagers. He simply treated those vicious, brutal fishmen as a kind of merchandise, a kind of material. At that moment, as Nojiko looked at Fang Yuan's calm face, a chill, far more biting than what she felt when facing Arlong, shot from the base of her spine straight to the crown of her head. This man was even more terrifying than a demon. Arlong's cruelty was written on his face. It could be seen. But the horror of the man in front of her was hidden in his very bones. It was a kind of ultimate coldness that regarded all things as bargaining chips. You. Nojiko's lips trembled as she could not form a complete sentence. Fang Yuan did not urge her. He just stood there quietly looking at her with calm eyes. He knew she had no choice. Time passed by second by second. Nojiko's heart was locked in a frantic battle. Reason told her that the man before her was absolutely insane, and making a deal with him was like asking a tiger for its skin. But that whole suitcase of gold bars, those 3 miracle drugs that could save Nami, and Nami's face despairing until it had gone numb. Fine. At last, as if using up the very last of her strength, Nojiko squeezed out one word from between her teeth. Her eyes were already red. I'll tell you everything I know. I only ask that you keep your promise. Don't hurt Nami. Don't hurt the villagers. Deal. The merchant's smile finally returned to Fang Yuan's face once more. Nojiko took a deep breath and began to reveal everything she had observed over the past 8 years with blood and tears. Arlong is a sawshark fishman. His nose is an indestructible weapon, and he has immense strength, especially terrifying in the water. Officer Karubi is a stingray fishman, a master of fishman karate with a rank of 40 dan. Officer Hachon is an octopus fishman. He practices a 6-sword style called 6-sword style. He's a little slow but very strong. Officer Chu is a kissing gurmi fishman. He can fire devastating water cannons from his mouth. Nojiko's account was extremely detailed. She even revealed when the fishmen would drink and when they would let their guard down. Fang Yuan listened quietly, committing every word firmly to memory. The system, meanwhile, was building a database for each ingredient in real time. After a long while, Nojiko finally finished. She slumped to the ground, as if all her strength had been drained away. Very good. Fang Yuan nodded in satisfaction. Pleasure doing business. Then he pushed the suitcase of gold bars and the box of medicine in front of Nojiko. After that, he turned and left without looking back. No extra words of consolation. No hypocritical pleasantries. It was exactly as if he were merely a merchant who had come to complete a transaction. Nojiko stared blankly at Fang Yuan's back, watching him disappear into the depths of the tangerine grove. She lowered her head to glance at the gleaming gold bars and the 3 life-saving syringes at her feet. An indescribable chill closed around her once more. This man, there was not a trace of warmth in his eyes. From beginning to end, he had not asked a single question about Nami or the village. He was even more terrifying than Arlong. And at that very moment, A small black that suddenly appeared on the distant sea. A pirate ship with a sheephead figurehead was racing across the wind and waves. At the bow stood a boy wearing a straw hat waving excitedly toward the island. Oh, we've finally arrived. An island with meat to eat. The Straw Hat Pirates had made their entrance. A great drama that was about to overturn Kokoyashi Village was about to unfold. And no one knew. Behind it all, a true chef had already sharpened his knife ready to begin processing his ingredients. On the distant sea, the pirate ship bearing a sheep's head emblem tore through the waves and charged straight toward the island. At the bow, the boy in a straw hat was waving excitedly at the island. Oh, we're finally here. An island with meat. The Straw Hats have arrived. A drama that would turn Kokoyashi Village upside down was about to begin. And no one knew. Behind this grand drama, a true chef had already sharpened his knife and was about to begin processing his ingredients. Boom. A thunderous crash shattered the deathly silence of Kokoyashi Village. A gigantic sea cow named Mamu was dragged out of the sea by raw force and sent flying into the sky with a single punch. You bastards. Who dares touch Master Arlong's pet? The gates of Arlong Park burst open. The fishman officers Hachon and Karubi charged out with a crowd of fishman underlings, their faces full of arrogance and fury. But when they saw who had arrived, they all froze. A boy in a straw hat. A green-haired man with 3 swords clamped between his teeth. And a curly-browed cook wearing a suit. Plus a long-nosed fellow and a ruffian in a blue short jacket. Who are you people? Hachon roared, waving his 6 arms with a bluster that barely concealed his fear. I'm Luffy. The Straw Hat Boy grinned wide, flashing a mouthful of white teeth, looking as bright and foolish as a simpleton. The man who will become the Pirate King. No sooner had those words left his lips than Luffy's body shot forward like a cannonball exploding from a muzzle. Gum, bullet. Bang. An unlucky fishman underling was sent flying by a single punch before he even had time to react, crashing into a wall behind him and bringing it down. Are you kidding me? Take them down. Battle erupted in an instant. The entire entrance of Arlong Park was transformed into a chaotic battlefield on the spot. Steel flashed to fists and feet collided. Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji were like 3 tigers charging into a flock of sheep. The fishman pirates, whom the villagers had deemed invincible, suddenly seemed no match for them. The villagers stared in utter shock. Nami stared in utter shock too. They had never imagined that anyone would dare to storm Arlong Park head-on. Meanwhile, atop a mountain peak a full several kilometers from the battlefield, Fong Yuan was holding his custom-made spyglass, watching everything below with great interest. His expression was as calm as if he were watching a movie whose entire plot he already knew. TSK. The leading actor has taken the stage. Sure enough, he comes with his own theme music and spotlight. Fong Yuan lowered the spyglass, a knowing smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Beside him, Night Owl, like the most loyal shadow, knelt on one knee, completely motionless. The steel wings on his back reflected a sinister cold gleam in the sunlight, making him look like a statue of slaughter from hell. Master. Night Owl's voice was low and cold. Do you want me to strike now? Strike. Fong Yuan shook his head and smiled. What's the hurry? The real show is just beginning. Fong Yuan's gaze drifted back to the battlefield. He watched Luffy's outrageous rubber punches, Zoro's astonishingly fast 3-sword style, and Sanji's elegant, yet lethal kicks. In the eyes of others, these were hope and power. But in Fong Yuan's eyes, they were nothing more than tools. Free labor to clear obstacles, break apart the ingredients, and make it easier for him to pack them up and take them away. It felt amazing. Like a chess master working behind the scenes, watching the pieces on the board move according to the script he had envisioned, step by step toward the final ending. And all he had to do was reach out at the end and collect all the spoils. Think bigger. Fong Yuan said lightly. Fighting and killing are what brutes do. We are merchants, civilized people. Learn to use the smallest cost to obtain the greatest benefit. Fong Yuan slowly drew a map from his coat. It was the detailed layout of Arlong Park that Nojiko had given him. On the map, Fong Yuan had already drawn several large red circles. Without exception, every one of those circles was placed in the most remote, most hidden, least easily discovered corner of Arlong Park. For example, the garbage disposal site, the abandoned warehouse, the sewer entrance. See this? Fong Yuan held the map out before Night Owl. In a little while, the battle will reach a fever pitch. Luffy and the others will knock down Arlong's officers one by one. Fong Yuan's voice was cold and clear, without a trace of emotion. Your task is not to kill. Your task is to be a scavenger. Scavenger. A flicker of confusion passed through Night Owl's eyes. When Luffy and the others beat any fishman officer half to death, or kill him outright. Fong Yuan's finger jabbed heavily at the red circles on the map. Then, while no one is paying attention, drag those pieces of garbage to these collection points as fast as possible and hide them. Remember, be absolutely silent. You must not be discovered by anyone. Whether it's the Straw Hats or those fishmen, none of them may discover your presence. Can you do it? Boom. It all clicked in Night Owl's mind. So from the very beginning, his master had never intended to act himself. He He was going to use the Straw Hat crew as free muscle. After they had fought hard and finished the job, his master would quietly take away all the spoils. What terrifying scheming. What cold-blooded maneuvering. The look in Night Owl's eyes as he fixed them on Fang Yuan instantly became even more fanatical. This was his true master. Calling the shots from the shadows, deciding victory from 1,000 miles away, playing everyone in the palm of his hand. Yes, master. Night Owl bowed his head deeply, his voice filled with excitement and awe. Night Owl guarantees the mission will be completed. Very good. Fang Yuan nodded in satisfaction. Go. Remember safety first. Don't expose yourself. Yes. Night Owl's figure instantly became an almost invisible shadow. The steel wings on his back did not make the slightest sound as he silently merged into the shadows of the mountain and crept toward the battlefield. On the mountain peak, only Fang Yuan remained. He watched the battlefield below, already in complete chaos, listening to the faint roars and explosions that drifted up from it, with no trace of tension on his face. Unhurriedly, he took a folding chair out of his storage space and sat down comfortably. Then he took out an ice-cold bottle of cola and a bag of potato chips. Crunch. He tore open the bag of chips and took a bite, producing a crisp sound. Then he chugged a large gulp of cola. Glug, glug, glug. Burp. Fang Yuan let out a contented burp and squinted with pleasure. He watched the Straw Hat crew below fighting desperately for friendship, for dreams, for justice. As if he were watching the most spectacular open-air movie. The actors are in position. The lights have been turned on. The audience is seated. A cold, delighted smile curled at the corner of Fang Yuan's mouth. Then, the cleaner should also get ready to enter the stage and go to work. Well then, the cleaner should also prepare to enter the stage and get to work. Fang Yuan leaned back in his folding chair, crossing his legs, his posture as leisurely as if he were vacationing in his own backyard. The battlefield at the foot of the mountain had already descended into utter chaos. Three-sword-style demon slash. Suo Long bit Wado Ikamanji between his teeth, held Sandai Kitetsu and Yubashiri in both hands, and turned into a green whirlwind, charging straight into the fishmen crowd. Squelch! Squelch! Blade light flashed and blood splattered. Those fishmen who were nightmares in the villagers' eyes were as fragile as papier-mâché under Suo Long's blades. So strong. That human swordsman is actually this powerful. In the distance, the villagers watched this scene, and a spark of hope reignited in their eyes. Name also clenched her fists tightly, watching the green-headed man who was risking his life for an unrelated village, her expression complicated to the extreme. However, on the mountain peak, Fang Yuan only curled his lip and popped another potato chip into his mouth. All that flashy showmanship, what use is it? He's expending so much stamina now. What will he do when it's time to fight the boss? Young people are so impetuous. Fang Yuan shook his head, commenting with an air of old-fashioned worldliness. In his view, Suo Long's behavior was simply foolish, draining his entire mana bar for a few irrelevant NPCs. It was a rookie mistake only a new player would make. Just then, shut up, lowly creatures. A cold and ferocious roar came from the depths of a long park. Following that, a tall and burly figure slowly walked out. He had a saw-like nose, shark-like skin, and eyes filled with contempt and cruelty toward humans. This was none other than the overlord of the East Blue, the great pirate with a two-zing bounty, Sawtooth Along. Boss Along. Lord Along is out. Seeing Along appear, all the fishmen howled excitedly, as if they had found their backbone. Along didn't even glance at the underlings Suo Long had cut down, his gaze locked directly onto Suo Long. Oh, a swordsman with a bit of skill, are you? Pity that you're a despicable human. A cruel curve spread at the corner of Along's mouth. Let me show you the unbridgeable chasm between you and us fishmen. Before his voice faded, Along's figure vanished from the spot in an instant. Too fast. So fast that Suo Long's eyes could barely follow. Not good. Alarm bells clanged in Suo Long's mind. Instinctively, he crossed his three swords before his chest. Bang! A deafening crash. An irresistible and terrifying force surged from the blades. As if hit head-on by a speeding truck, Suo Long carved two deep trenches in the ground with his feet and flew backward more than 10 meters before barely stopping. His arms trembled wildly. The webbing between his thumbs and forefingers was completely torn and blood dripped down from the hilts drop by drop. How is this possible? Suo Long's pupils contracted violently. It was only a single blow. He hadn't even seen the enemy's movement. See that? This is the gap in power. Along's figure reappeared before Suo Long, looking down at him with eyes as if he were an ant. Your pitiful swordsmanship isn't even worthy of scratching my itch. Bastard. Suo Long roared angrily, enduring the excruciating pain in his arms, and attacked again. Three-sword-style tiger hunt. Three fierce slashes rushed at Along from three different angles simultaneously. However, Along couldn't even be bothered to dodge. He simply extended his scale-covered hand and grabbed the air fiercely. Splash! It was as if he had caught a stream of water in the air. He actually caught Suo Long's three swords with his bare hand. What? Suo Long's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Catching a blade with bare hands. 3 blades at once. Too weak. Along let out a disdainful laugh. He suddenly clenched his fist. Crack. A tremendous force came, and Along felt that his 3 swords were about to be crushed. Next Along lifted his leg and viciously kicked Along in the abdomen. Along spat out a mouthful of blood, and his body, like a kite, with a snapped string, flew backward and slammed heavily onto the ground. The huge wound on his chest, slashed open by the hawk eyes, split apart again, and blood instantly soaked his clothes. Along. Lu Fei and Shanji both let out enraged cries. It's overhuman. Along walked step by step toward the fallen Along, his eyes cold. He grabbed Along from the ground and lifted him like a chick. Let's have you sober up nicely in the water. With that, Along swung his arm violently. Splash. Along's body described a parabola in the air and was thrown straight into the huge swimming pool at the center of Along Park. A string of bubbles rose from beneath the water, and then everything fell silent. Along. Bastard. What did you do to him? Shanji and Wu Suapu stared with eyes nearly splitting in fury and rushed over like madmen. Don't come here. Name, who had been silent all along, suddenly shouted and stopped them. It's useless for you to go down. Fishmen's combat power in water is several times that on land. Then what do we do? Along is drowning. Shanji sweated profusely from anxiety. In the middle of this chaos, at the very moment when everyone's attention was on the swimming pool, on whether Along lived or died, no one noticed. At the peak of the mountain, the man who had been leisurely eating potato chips slowly put down the soda in his hand. An icily extreme smile curled at the corner of Fang Yuan's mouth. His pupils suddenly contracted. Opportunity. It had arrived. System lock onto the coordinates of those 3 swords. Ding. Target locked. Wado, Ikemanji, Sandai, Katetsu, Yubashiri. Coordinates confirmed. Real-time tracking in progress. Fang Yuan's eyes instantly became piercingly sharp. He looked in the direction of the swimming pool like a top-tier hunter who had waited for a long time and finally found the moment when his prey was weakest and most defenseless. Night Owl. Fang Yuan's voice was cold and calm. The appetizer has been taken care of. Go and bring back the chef's utensils. Yes, master. Night Owl, who had been lurking in the shadows, stirred in an instant. He didn't make the slightest sound. His pair of steel wings seemed to merge with the darkness at that moment. Like a phantom that didn't exist, he flashed away from the mountain peak at a speed impossible for the naked eye to catch, and silently crept toward Along Park. By this time the poolside was already in utter chaos. Shanji and 2 of Along's underlings, who had appeared from nowhere, jumped recklessly into the water, desperately searching for Along. Meanwhile, Along and his men laughed heartily at the shore, savoring the futile struggle of humans. No one noticed a nearly invisible black shadow like a ghost slip silently into the water. The instant Night Owl's body entered the water, his steel wings folded up and swayed gently like fish fins, making him resemble a black swordfish, without causing a single extra ripple. His goal was clear beyond doubt. It was those 3 swords slowly sinking from Along's hand as it slackened. Just as Shanji and the others finally found Along and were frantically trying to drag him to the surface, Night Owl moved. His steel claws, flashing with cold light, reached out with terrifying accuracy. Swish! The 3 famous swords were instantly held firmly in his grasp. Then Night Owl's body retreated from the swimming pool even faster than it had entered, silently merging into the shadows on the shore and vanishing without a trace. The entire process was fluid and seamless. In less than 3 seconds, it was almost as if 3 seconds had been stolen from this world. Cough, cough, cough. On the shore, Shanji and the others dragged Along up. After spitting out a few mouthfuls of water, he coughed violently. Though seriously injured, his consciousness gradually returned. As a swordsman, his first reaction was to reach for his swords. However, he grabbed empty air. Along's body stiffened all of a sudden. The color drained from his face in an instant. My swords. Along's voice was hoarse and trembling. Swords. Shanji was taken aback. It was too chaotic just now. Maybe they fell into the water. Fell into the water. Along's eyes turned red in an instant. Bastard. Quick. Help me go down and find them. They are my life. He struggled to get up and jump into the water by himself, but because of his severe injuries he fell to the ground again. To a swordsman, the sword is life. Especially that white Wado Ikemanji. It was his promise to his closest friend. And at this moment, on a mountain peak kilometers away, Night Owl appeared like a phantom, kneeling on one knee before Fang Yuan. He extended both hands. 3 famous swords exuding extraordinary aura lay quietly presented before Fang Yuan's eyes. The white Wado Ikemanji, the eerie Sandai Katetsu, the agile Yubashiri. Well done. A satisfied smile appeared on Fang Yuan's face. He reached out and gently stroked the pure white scabbard of Wado Ikemanji, feeling its cold and tough texture. The moment his fingertip touched the blade, a series of cold system notification sounds exploded wildly in his mind. Ding. Detected rare material, great blade, 21 works, Wado Ikemanji. Decomposable concepts to extract world-class sturdiness, 0. 5 units, supreme sharpness, 0. 3 units. Ding. Detected rare material sharp sword Sandai Kitetsu. Decomposable concepts to extract supreme sharpness, 0. 1 units rare concept ghost chi, 1 unit. Ding. Detected rare material fine blade, 50 works, Yubashiri. Decomposable concepts to extract advanced sharpness, 0. 2 units advanced sturdiness, 0. 1 units. Fong Yuan's breathing instantly became rapid. His heart pounded wildly. Jackpot. This time he truly made a killing. Fong Yuan's breathing instantly became rapid. His heart was pounding wildly. He had struck gold. This was an incredibly profitable haul. A world-class durability. A rare ghostly aura. And that Wasdo Ikamanji. Simply a miniature material depot. Damn. Fong Yuan couldn't help but curse under his breath, a grin spreading across his face that he could scarcely suppress. The combined value of these 3 blades surpassed even slaying one of the 7 warlords. Especially that ghostly aura concept. If fused with a Zoan-type devil fruit, wouldn't it directly manifest into a monstrous form like Cerberus? The scope of possibilities expanded before his eyes in an instant. Decompose. Fong Yuan almost instinctively wanted to break down those 3 blades right away. But as soon as the thought arose, he forcefully crushed it. Hold on. A flicker of calmness flashed through Fong Yuan's eyes. Decomposing now would make too much noise. The optimal approach was to employ a scraping method, much like how he had handled Buggy's body, to carefully peel away the concepts adhered to each blade layer by layer. This way he could obtain the concepts while preserving the blade's essence. It was simply perfect. There's no rush on this matter. I'll study it thoroughly once we return. Fong Yuan stifled the excitement churning within him and carefully stowed the 3 legendary swords into the system's storage dimension. His gaze then shifted once more toward the mountain base where Arlong Park had been reduced to a war-torn landscape. The cutlery had been secured. Now came the main course. Arlong. A heart-rending roar shattered the sky. Luffy gazed upon his battered companions, Nanami's tears and the villagers consumed by despair, and something primal ignited within him. The perpetual silly grin that usually adorned his face was replaced by an intensity of fury he had never before known. You damn fool. You've ruined my navigator's charts. You've destroyed my friend's village. You've turned my companion's life upside down. Luffy advanced steadily from the rubble, each step driving his foot deep into the earth. Goma Goma no. His legs coiled with terrifying potential. War axe. Boom. Luffy's body rocketed skyward like a projectile, soaring hundreds of meters into the air in an instant. Then his leg, wrapped in armament haki, descended with apocalyptic force like a primordial war axe, bearing down upon the entirety of Arlong Park. What a... On the ground below, Arlong, moments ago dripping with arrogance, lifted his head. For the first time his fish-like eyes registered pure terror and disbelief. He tried to evade, but it was already too late. That single kick targeted the entirety of Arlong Park. That kick carried the full weight of a boy's righteous fury. Rumble. The deafening explosion shook the earth itself in violent tremors. That impregnable fortress, which symbolized 8 long years of fishman tyranny, Arlong Park, shattered like a house of cards beneath that cataclysmic strike. In an instant it collapsed into ruin. Roofs, walls, support beams, all obliterated in a single moment. Dust and debris erupted skyward, blossoming into a miniature mushroom cloud. Arlong's terrified expression froze in its final moment. Then in one devastating blow Luffy drove him and his prize thrown deep into the earth itself, buried beneath the very ruins of his own kingdom. Silence fell. The wind swept through the choking dust. When the villagers finally grasped what lay before them, every last one of them stood paralyzed. Gone. That nightmare which had crushed them for 8 long years, Arlong Park, was no more. Reduced to nothing but a field of true desolation. After an eternity of silence, a villager spoke in a shaking voice. We won. In the next moment. Although, we won. We're victorious. Arlong has been defeated. We're free. Deafening cheers erupted from every corner of Kokoyu village like a volcanic eruption. The villagers embraced, weeping with unrestrained joy. They laughed and leaped, transforming years of oppression and suffering into the most ecstatic cries of liberation. Nami stood rooted to the spot, her eyes fixed on the wreckage and the Straw Hat youth emerging from the rubble with a ragged smile directed toward her. Tears streamed down her face like a breached dam. Luffy. She wept even as she smiled. It was the most radiant smile born from her heart in 8 long years. Zoro. Sanji. Usopp. The rest of the Straw Hat crew also broke into relieved grins. Then one by one they could no longer stay upright, collapsing onto the ground in succession. They were utterly exhausted. The battle had drained every ounce of their strength. But it had all been worth it. Seeing the villagers' beaming faces and Nami's expression of relief, they knew every sacrifice had paid off. The entire Kokoio village swirled in the euphoria of victory and liberation. Sunshine finally pierced through, once more illuminating the place that had languished in darkness for 8 years. Everything appeared perfectly tranquil. Yet, behind the jubilation and light, within the shadows invisible to all, a true cleaner was quietly completing his final operations. In a secluded grove, Yexiao materialized like a phantom. With a casual toss, he hurled a waterlogged fishman, unconscious and limp, onto the earth. None other than the master of fishman karate at the 40th level Karubi. Immediately after, another body landed with a splash, the fishman known for his cannon-like mouth chew. Splash. The octopus fishman wielding 6 swords Hachin was tossed onto the ground as well. These 3 fishman officers, beaten half to death by Sanji and Zoro, had been silently dragged from the battlefield one by Yexiao, while everyone's attention remained fixed on the climactic confrontation between Luffy and Arlong. Not a single person had been disturbed throughout the entire process. Having completed his task, Yexiao's figure dissolved into nothingness once more. He made his way toward the ruins that Luffy had just flattened. The villagers were celebrating while the Straw Hats rested. No one noticed the dark figure, nearly indistinguishable from the shadows itself, as it settled upon the heart of the rubble. Yexiao's piercing falcon-like eyes scanned the terrain. Almost immediately beneath a pile of rubble, he spotted a webbed blue arm protruding from the debris. Found him. Without hesitation, Yexiao drove his steel claws into the wreckage. Rustling sounds erupted as he effortlessly cleared away stones and splintered timber. Soon a towering figure, drenched in blood, bones undoubtedly shattered, completely unconscious, was hauled from the depths of the earth. None other than Arlong the Sawtooth. Yexiao glanced at this former overlord of the East Blue, his expression utterly impassive. Like a professional salvager, he seized Arlong by one leg and silently dragged him away from the revelrous ruins, disappearing into the deep shadows of the forest. From beginning to end, not a single soul had noticed. They had won their battle and their freedom, yet they remained unaware that the most valuable spoils of this conflict had already been carted away by another. Atop the mountain peak, Feng Yuan lowered his telescope and leisurely drained the last sip of cola. A dark shadow materialized behind him, without sound, dropping to one knee. Master, Yexiao's voice was as cold and efficient as ever. All materials have been packaged and prepared, including Arlong extracted from the rubble. Excellent. Feng Yuan nodded with satisfaction, rose slowly, and brushed at the non-existent dust upon his attire. Gazing down at the jubilant crowd below, his eyes held no envy or sentimentality, only the quiet composure of a successful harvest. The Straw Hats were heroes, and he was a merchant trailing in their wake. Heroes save the world. Merchants calculate profit. Everyone would have a bright future ahead. A knowing smile curved Feng Yuan's lips. Turning toward the boundless sea, his voice carried a chilling, calm certainty. Let's go, Yexiao. It's time to negotiate prices with our buyer. Let's go, Night Owl. It's time to have a proper talk about the price with our buyer. Feng Yuan's voice slowly dissipated in the mountain wind, carrying a trace of cold delight. The buyer he spoke of was finally arriving. Kokoyashi Village. The festive atmosphere was being interrupted by the sound of a naval warship's siren drawing nearer. It's the Marines. The Marines are here. Are they here to help us? The smiles on the villagers' faces froze as they instinctively turned toward the harbor. A Marine warship bearing a huge Seagull emblem was slowly docking. On the deck stood rows of heavily armed Marines, looking imposing and formidable. However, when the villagers saw the face of the man leading them, every heart sank heavily. He was a man with shifty, beady eyes and 2 thin, rat-like mustaches. It was Captain Mouse of Marine Branch 16, the man who had previously colluded with Arlong and stolen Nami's 100 million berry. How did he get here? That bastard. Isn't he in league with Arlong? The villagers' expressions shifted from joy to fury and wariness in an instant. Nami clenched her fists tightly, her eyes, which had just glistened with tears of joy, now filled with nothing but cold hatred. You again. Captain Mouse and his men swaggered off the warship, not sparing the villagers a single glance. His gaze, like radar, greedily swept over Arlong Park, which had already been reduced to ruins. When he saw the ruins and the Straw Hats lying sprawled on the ground, clearly having lost all combat ability, his eyes instantly lit up. Arlong. Really taken down. Perfect. Mouse's heart was practically blooming with joy. With Arlong dead, didn't the vast treasure he had hoarded over 8 years become ownerless? Fortune. This time I've truly struck gold. Ahem. Mouse cleared his throat, put on an imposing official air, and announced loudly to all the villagers. I am Captain Mouse of Marine Branch 16. We have received a report that vicious pirates are causing trouble here. I declare that all the spoils left by pirates in this area will be confiscated by the Marines. On what grounds? Arlong was defeated by them. You corrupt Marine. You're in league with Arlong. The villagers were utterly enraged, each one bellowing with righteous indignation. How dare you? A Marine beside Mouse immediately drew his gun and aimed it at the sky. Bang! The gunshot silenced everyone. What? Do you want to defy Marine orders? Mouse wore a look of arrogance and contempt. Let me tell you, these straw hats are pirates too. Defeating Arlong was nothing more than thieves robbing thieves. According to Marine regulations, they have no right to dispose of the spoils. All of it must be turned over. He pointed at Luffy and the others, declaring with righteous indignation, as if he himself were the embodiment of justice. You shameless bastard. Nami couldn't hold back any longer. She stormed forward and cursed Mouse to his face, pointing at his nose. You stole all my money. You colluded with Arlong and oppressed us for 8 years. Now you want to take credit too? Oh, so it's you, little girl. Mouse glanced at Nami sideways, his face full of sneering smiles. You can eat whatever you want, but you can't talk nonsense. Slandering a Marine captain is a serious crime. Today I am here to carry out justice. Men. Mouse waved his hand grandly. Get in there and search. Find every single piece of Arlong's treasure down to the last coin. Yes. The Marines behind him immediately prepared to charge into the ruins. Stop. Luffy, Sanji, and the burly villager Ajin all stepped forward, blocking the path of the Marines. Everything here belongs to Nami. Luffy's gaze turned cold as well. If you want to take it, you'll have to get through our fists. Oh, trying to assault an officer. Mouse's smile grew even more complacent. Perfect. Arrest this bunch of lawless pirates as well. The atmosphere instantly became tense, as if swords were drawn and bows bent, on the verge of explosion. A new conflict was about to erupt at any moment. The villagers were furious, the Straw Hats exhausted, while Mouse and his men were emboldened by their arrogance and impunity. At this critical moment, a leisurely voice somewhat out of place drifted slowly from the nearby woods. Ayaya, what an impressive show of authority, Captain. Swish. Everyone's gaze was instantly drawn to the source. From the shadows of the woods, 2 figures slowly emerged. Leading the way was a young man in a black trench coat, a faint elusive smile on his face, his eyes calm as a deep pool. Behind him followed a figure shrouded entirely in a black robe. The pair of faintly glinting metallic wings on his back sent a chill down one's spine. The arrivals were none other than Fong Yuan and Night Owl. Who the hell are you? Mouse frowned at the sudden appearance of this character. The villagers and Nami were all stunned as well. This man. Who is he? They had never seen him before. Fong Yuan ignored everyone. He completely ignored Luffy and Nami standing in his way, as well as the angry villagers around him. He simply walked straight ahead, step by step through the deadlocked crowd until he stood before Mouse. On his face was a warm, merchant-like smile. Hello, Captain. Fong Yuan's voice was not loud, yet it reached everyone's ears clearly. I'm here to help you dispose of these fishmen corpses. He paused, his smile becoming more meaningful. And to discuss a business deal. Dispose of corpses. A business deal. At these words, everyone was bewildered. What nonsense was this guy spouting? Mouse's eyes were full of vigilance and suspicion. He gave one of his subordinates a meaningful glance. The subordinate immediately caught on and quickly pulled out a stack of wanted posters, flipping through them hastily. Soon he found his target. He leaned close to Mouse's ear and whispered, Captain found him. This guy is called Fong Yuan, nicknamed Wing Man, with a bounty of 3 million berry. 3 million. Hearing this number, Mouse's wariness instantly transformed into undisguised contempt and disdain. After all that, this guy was just a nobody, a small fry. A piece of pirate trash worth only 3 million berry, and he dares to swagger up to me and talk business. Who does he think he is? Get out of my way. Don't interfere with my official duties. Mouse waved his hand impatiently, as if shooing away a fly. However, Fong Yuan acted as if he hadn't heard a thing, his smile unchanged. He unhurriedly pulled something out from inside his coat. It was a gold bar. A gleaming, dazzling gold bar, shining brilliantly under the sun. Fong Yuan held the gold bar and gently waved it in front of Mouse's eyes. Captain, don't be in such a hurry to refuse. A hint of amusement curved Fong Yuan's lips. Business, after all, is meant to be discussed. Who knows? Perhaps we could have a pleasant cooperation. What if we strike up a profitable partnership? Fong Yuan's voice fell like a pebble cast into a corpse-still lake. The rat's eye twitched violently. He glanced at the gold bar in Fong Yuan's hand, then at Fong Yuan's infuriatingly calm face. In the next moment, an exaggerated expression of utter insult flashed across the rat's face. Huh. The rat's voice pierced the air like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. What do you take me for? I am a colonel of the Marine headquarters. The living embodiment of justice. You think a mere gold bar could buy me? By justice itself. That is the biggest joke I have ever heard. He spoke with righteous indignation, spittle flying, wearing the guise of a man who would rather die than compromise. The villagers around them, though they loathed the rat to their cores, could not help but stare in bewilderment at these words. Could it be? Has this guy reformed? Nami and Luffy and the others shared equally wary expressions, unable to fathom what act the suddenly appearing winged man and the rat were putting on. Yet facing the rat's righteous roaring, Fong Yuan's expression did not shift by a hair's breadth. If anything, the smile on his face did not fade the slightest degree. He simply watched the rat perform, his eyes carrying the faintest amusement one might reserve for a clown. Only when the rat's voice grew hoarse from excitement did Fong Yuan slowly open his mouth once more. "Oh, I see. 1 bar is not enough then." Fong Yuan nodded with an expression of understanding. "My apologies for being rude. I clearly underestimated your excellency's appetite, Colonel." Before the words had even finished leaving his lips, Fong Yuan casually waved his hand. Thud! A heavy muffled crash resounded through the air. A wooden chest half a person's height and immensely heavy was directly expelled from his storage space, crashing down before the rat's feet with tremendous force. The wooden chest's lock popped open from the violent impact. With a clattering sound, a full chest, an entire chest of gold bars cascaded forth like a golden waterfall, piling into a dazzling, blinding little mountain of gold. That brilliant golden radiance reflected in the sunlight cast an almost mesmerizing halo that made one's vision swim. Gulp! The rat's Adam's apple rolled up and down uncontrollably. His rodent eyes instantly erupted with the greedy gleam of a wolf spotting fresh meat. A whole chest. How much money? How much money could this possibly be? 10 times more than Arlong had promised him. No, 20 times. The surrounding marine soldiers' breathing grew heavy and ragged. Even the villagers, witnessing wealth unseen in their entire lives, stood with their jaws dropped in astonishment. Luffy's eyes transformed into the shape of berry coins. Nami's pupils contracted violently. This man, just who exactly is he? Your Excellency the Colonel. Fong Yuan's voice drifted once more, soft as a demon's whisper, drilling precisely into the rat's ears. Look at these fishman corpses. Take them back to the Marines, and they would only be a considerable burden for you, wouldn't they, eh? You would need to file reports, dispose of the bodies, and if anyone from above asked questions, you would have to explain why it was the Straw Hats who did the killing rather than you. No credit earned, yet you would come away stained with scandal. How unwise that would be. Every single word Fong Yuan spoke struck the rat's heart like a small hammer. Indeed, this was precisely his greatest headache. He had come here intending to sneak away with Arlong's treasure in the chaos. As for claiming credit, he would never dare, because he knew this matter could not withstand scrutiny. How about this? A devilish curve curled at the corner of Fong Yuan's mouth. You sell these garbage to me, a biological specimen merchant. This chest of gold is your compensation for your troubles. Then publicly you may righteously proclaim that it was you, the great Marine Colonel Rat, who upon receiving intelligence led from the front and personally slain all the fishmen, saving this entire village. As for the Straw Hats, Fong Yuan glanced sidelong at Luffy and his crew, who had already grown slack-jawed at what they were witnessing. They were merely bait in your plan meant to draw the fishmen's attention. All the credit will be yours. All the fame will be yours. And all the money will be yours. Fong Yuan's voice brimmed with fatal temptation. Profit and honor, your Excellency the Colonel. What say you to this transaction? Deathly silence. An absolute frozen silence fell over the entire scene. Everyone's minds went blank, utterly stunned by Fong Yuan's proposal. Could one do this? Could one really play it this way? Turn black into white, seize credit outright, and plant it upon one's own hedge? This was too shameless, too brazenly disgraceful. The rat's breathing had completely lost its rhythm. His chest heaved violently. His mind raced at full speed. Fame, wealth. This man had laid bare before him with no attempt to disguise it the two things he desired most in all the world. He couldn't even find an excuse to refuse, because everything Fong Yuan described was precisely his dearest dream. Pretend to hesitate. No, the rat could not be bothered to even pretend. His face instantly erupted into a servile grin so extreme that both of his whiskers curled upward. Oh my, sir, you are far too kind. The rat's attitude underwent a 180-degree reversal. In a single bound, he rushed forward and clasped the chest overflowing with gold bars to his chest, as though holding a long-lost son. The movement was as swift as lightning. Only after embracing the chest did the rat abruptly raise his head, slipping back into an expression of solemn righteousness as he addressed Fong Yuan and everyone present. Ahem. This gentleman displays extraordinary generosity, volunteering to share the Marines' burden by disposing of this filthy garbage. Such spirit deserves praise. Since you show such sincere intention, then I shall accept on behalf of the Marine. Everyone. The rat slammed his hand down in command toward his subordinates, who were still standing slack-jawed. What are you all staring slack-jawed for? Move. Help this gentleman carry all this garbage onto the ship. Why, yes, sir. The Marine soldiers snapped out of their daze and immediately rushed forward. At this moment, the entire world seemed to press mute. Nami stood dumbfounded. Sanji's cigarette fell from his mouth. Zoro reached for his sword, only to discover it was gone. Usopp's eyes bulged from their sockets. Even Luffy, that simpleton, understood the absurdity unfolding before him, and the smile vanished from his face entirely. The villagers, their astonishment curdling into rage, finally dissolved into profound despair and sorrow. This was the justice they had been forced to pay protection money to all these years. This was the marine they had bitterly awaited salvation from for 8 years. Under the piercing, furious glare of Nami's eyes, amidst the shocked, enraged, disbelieving gazes of every villager, the marine soldiers with chilling efficiency dragged Arlong Kruby Hachincho, these fishman officers who had just moments before been omnipotent, from the rubble one by one, heaving their lifeless bodies forward toward Feng Yuan's black merchant vessel anchored in the secluded cove. The entire process flowed with fluid precision, as though rehearsed countless times. And Feng Yuan, the man who had orchestrated this entire absurd drama, simply stood where he was unmoving. He withdrew his gaze, no longer looking at the rat giggling foolishly over his gold. His eyes swept past the crowd and landed with pinpoint accuracy upon Nami. Then the corners of Feng Yuan's mouth lifted slightly. He offered her a knowing, lingering smile, as though silently saying, "Welcome to the real world." Feng Yuan's smile struck Nami's heart like a needle. It was not mockery nor pity. It was the look one gives to an object. As if she, along with the joy, rage, and grief of every soul in this village, was nothing more than a number whose value could be calculated in his eyes. "Stop!" Just as Feng Yuan turned around to board his bizarre holy black ship, a scream choked with the utmost fury erupted from behind him. It was Nami. She could no longer bear it. Like a furious little lioness, she burst through the crowd, rushed to the shore as the ship was about to depart, and screamed with all her might at Feng Yuan's back. "You bastard! Why would you do this? They are already dead. Why buy their corpses? Won't you even spare the dead? This is desecration." Nami trembled with fury, her eyes rimmed red. To her, Arlong was a demon who had deserved his fate. But even a demon once dead should return to the dust from which it came. Yet this man had taken the filthiest money and turned that death into a naked transaction. This disgusted her more than Arlong's brutality. It chilled her to the bone. Feng Yuan's footsteps halted. He turned around slowly, his eyes as still as an ancient well, calmly fixed on the orange-haired girl before him, who was nearly swept away by rage. There was not a trace of offense on his face, nor even the faintest extra expression. "Desecration." Feng Yuan softly repeated the word. Then he smiled. It was the kind of smile one gives from the heart upon hearing a child utter something naive and absurd. "Little girl, your choice of words is imprecise." Feng Yuan's voice was calm, yet it cut like a cold knife through the shell of justice and hatred that Nami used to shield herself. "In my view, this is not desecration. It's called resource recycling." Resource recycling. Nami was completely stunned. For a moment her brain could not even comprehend the meaning of those 4 words strung together. Watching her vacant expression, the curve of Feng Yuan's lips deepened. He stepped forward, stood at the ship's rail, and looked down at Nami on the dock. His voice was soft, yet every word reached the ears of everyone present. "You see, this world is actually quite fair. While alive, they were your nightmare. The mountain that pressed down on you for 8 years. Once dead, they become my wealth. The materials I use to forge even greater gains. Your nightmare is over, my fortune is secured." Feng Yuan spread his hands, his expression as matter of fact, as if he were saying the sun rises in the east and sets in the west. "Isn't that a perfectly fair trade?" "You." Nami opened her mouth, but found her throat blocked by something immovable. Not a single word would come out. Twisted logic. It was all twisted logic. But she could not find a single word to refute it. Because what this man said was fact. It was a bloody fact she could not deny. Seeing Nami's face flushed crimson, yet speechless, Luffy, Sanji, and the others were all enraged. "What rubbish are you spouting, you bastard?" Sanji took a sharp drag of his cigarette and glared at Feng Yuan. "Stop spouting your twisted reasoning. Want me to kick you flying?" Luffy clenched his fists, his eyes turning incredibly fierce. This man brought him an unprecedented sense of displeasure. It was the feeling of his values being completely trampled. And yet Feng Yuan did not look at them at all. His gaze had been locked on Nami from start to finish. He seemed able to see through the girl's tough exterior to the heart that had just escaped from hatred, only to be plunged into a new haze of confusion. Feng Yuan leaned forward slightly. Lowering his voice to a volume only he and Nami could hear, he whispered, like a devil, "Little girl, put away that naive, laughable notion of good and evil. On this sea, that thing is not worth a single coin." Buzz. Nami's mind exploded. As if struck by lightning, she stood frozen in place. Feng Yuan's voice went on. Every word was like a poisoned dagger stabbing the worldview she had just established full of holes. "You think that because Luffy defeated Arlong you won, that you're free? How naive. Today I was able to openly buy Arlong's corpse from the corrupt marines with a chest of gold." Feng Yuan's gaze suddenly turned razor-sharp, like 2 blades thrust into the depths of Nami's soul. "Then tomorrow, what if I produce 10 chests? 100 chests of gold? Guess whether stronger marines, or stronger pirates, would be willing for the sake of that gold to buy those priceless nautical charts from you. Or even..." Feng Yuan paused. The smile at the corner of his mouth turned cold and cruel. "Buy your life." Boom. Nami's world collapsed completely. In an instant, every trace of color drained from her face, leaving it deathly pale. Fear, a fear deeper and more powerless than facing Arlong, seized her heart in that instant. Yes, this man was right. The world did not contain only Arlong. There were countless beings stronger, greedier, and even more devoid of principles than Arlong. Could Luffy defeat one Arlong? Could he defeat 10, 100? The victory and freedom she once believed in had under this man's few words become a fragile bubble that shattered at the slightest touch. Watching Nami completely lose her composure, Fong Yuan knew that he had achieved his desired effect. Some seeds once planted would eventually take root and sprout. He straightened up and did not spare Nami another glance, like casually discarding a used tool. "Let's go, Night Owl," he said indifferently, then turned and walked into the cabin. The black merchant vessel slowly set off, leaving the harbor. On the shore, everyone was still immersed in Fong Yuan's hair-raising words, unable to collect themselves. Zoro's eyes were bloodshot, staring fixedly at the departing ship. His swords, his 3 swords, the partners he cherished as his life, all of them were on that ship. "Stop!" Zoro let out a furious roar and wanted to leap into the sea to chase them. But his wounds were too severe. The moment he moved, the wound on his chest split open, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. At that moment, on the black merchant ship, already 100 meters away, Fong Yuan's figure appeared on the deck again. He did not even glance at Zoro on the shore. He simply flicked his hand. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 dark objects shot out from the ship, slicing through the air. They traced 3 astonishingly precise arcs across the sky. Then, clang, clang, clang. 3 crisp metallic collisions. Wado Ikamanji, Sandai Katetsu, Yubashiri. 3 famed blades embedded themselves perfectly in the wooden planks of the dock before Zoro, not a single inch off. Their hilts were still quivering slightly. The whole scene fell silent once more. Everyone stared slack-jawed at the sight. He returned the swords. Zoro too was frozen, staring in disbelief at his regained swords, his mind blank. Just then Fong Yuan's voice, calm yet laced with amusement, floated over clearly in the sea breeze. "The swords were merely borrowed for a little research. Until we meet again, Straw Hat." As the words fell, that strange black ship suddenly accelerated. An unnatural metallic ripple spread across its hull, and its speed surged beyond imagination. In an instant it became a black dot and vanished into the line where sea and sky merged. On the dock were left the Straw Hat crew, exchanging glances with conflicting thoughts, and the villagers who, having narrowly survived the ordeal, were now sinking into a fresh kind of bewilderment. And Nami standing in place, cold all over, as if all her strength had been drained away. The last words Fong Yuan had spoken kept echoing in her mind. "On this sea your innocence is not worth a single coin." The black merchant vessel raced across the vast boundless ocean like a bolt of obsidian lightning splitting the sea. It had long left behind Kokoyashi village and the day's Straw Hat pirates far in its wake. Only when the surrounding waters deepened to a profound azure and no trace of any island remained visible did Fong Yuan order the ship to slow its pace. Inside the cabin, dim light cast heavy shadows, while an oppressive atmosphere made breathing difficult. Night Owl stood like a silent iron statue guarding the sole entrance, his sharp falcon eyes vigilantly scanning every corner. On the cabin floor, 4 towering corpses lay arranged in neat rows. These were precisely the spoils freshly packed from Arlong Park. Sharp-toothed sharkfish man Arlong, octopus fishman Hachi, ray fishman Karubi, Kiss Fish Joe, the 4 top officers of the East Sea's most fearsome fishman pirate crew, all accounted for, none missing, all present right here. Fong Yuan's gaze scrutinized them like the most demanding butcher appraising premium cuts upon a chopping block. Not a trace of pity or disgust flickered in his eyes. Only one emotion surged within him, an unrestrainable excitement and fervor like a harvest long anticipated. These were no ordinary corpses. These were templates, concepts, unique, irreplaceable, rare materials for creating new species and abilities. Especially Arlong. This East Sea overlord who had driven Nami to despair for 8 years now appeared to him as a gleaming treasury. "Night Owl." Fong Yuan's voice shattered the cabin's suffocating silence. "Guard the door. Until I emerge, no person or thing shall approach within half a step." "Yes, master." Night Owl knelt on one knee, his voice radiating absolute obedience. Fong Yuan nodded once and said no more. He walked slowly toward Arlong's massive corpse and crouched beside it. The fishman's characteristic briny stench mingled with the coppery tang of dried blood hit him in waves. Fong Yuan showed no disgust. He drew a deep breath as though savoring the fragrance of victory. Then he extended his hand. That hand, which had once dismantled iron shaving Seagull's Django and even scraped Buggy's parts, now trembled faintly as it slowly pressed against Arlong's cold, hardened blue skin. Now, Fong Yuan's eyes blazed with terrifying intensity. He issued the long-awaited command to the system in his mind. "System, begin disassembly." An invisible current surged instantaneously from Fang Yuan's palm into Arlong's body. The very next second, Fang Yuan's mind was completely overwhelmed by a cascading barrage of system notifications. Ding. Disassembly command confirmed. Target locked Sharptooth Sharkfish Man, Arlong racial leader. Target life force has reached 0. Soul has dissipated meets deep disassembly conditions. Disassembly procedure initiated. Extracting biological template. Template integrity at 100. Analyzing racial innate concept. Analysis complete. Scavenging residual memory fragments. Scavenging complete. Converting biological energy. Conversion complete. A rapid sequence of progress bars flashed through Fang Yuan's mind. Then came the moment of true grand reward. Ding. Disassembly complete. Congratulations, host. You have received all rewards from this disassembly. Whoosh. A golden light screen erupted before Fang Yuan's eyes like a crashing waterfall. The dense cascade of text was so overwhelming his eyes could barely track it all. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the biological template. Sharptooth Sharkfish Man Epic. Epic rank. Fang Yuan's heart gave a violent leap. This was his first ever epic level biological template. The previous lion template had only been fine quality. The value of this single template alone was enough to overshadow all his prior acquisitions. But this was merely the beginning. The notifications continued to pour forth frantically. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the racial innate concept. Water current manipulation basic rare. Rare concept grants the created being the instinct to manipulate water currents, significantly enhancing combat effectiveness underwater. He struck gold. This was the Fishman race's true core ability. Though only at the basic level, the rare rating spoke volumes. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the racial innate concept. Excessive arm strength fine. Fine concept grants the created being terrifying arm strength far exceeding that of same-sized organisms. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the physical trait concept. Serrated fangs fine. Fine concept grants the created being a set of teeth capable of easily crushing steel. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the physical trait concept. High-speed regeneration broken fangs superior. Superior concept grants the created being the ability to rapidly regenerate teeth after they fall out or sustain damage. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the racial innate concept. Underwater breathing common. Common concept grants the created being the ability to breathe freely underwater. The relentless stream of notifications left Fang Yuan dizzy with excitement, his heart racing. This was an absolute jackpot. An incredible windfall. From a single Arlong, he had acquired 1 epic template, 1 rare concept, 2 fine concepts, and 1 superior concept. This haul was 10 times richer than everything he had gathered from all his previous endeavors combined. Yet the surprises had not ended. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a special item. Zhanfeng Design Blueprint incomplete. Item description: the design blueprint for Arlong's massive serrated blade Zhanfeng, used in combat, recording its unique forging techniques and mechanical structure applicable for synthesis or weapon enhancement. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a memory fragment. Fishman Island partial chart incomplete. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a memory fragment. History of the Sun Pirates. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a memory fragment. Utter hatred toward humans. Finally, the most tangible reward. Ding. This disassembly consumed a total of 10 energy points, ultimately converting into pure biological energy, 1500 points. Boom. A massive surge of pure energy instantaneously flooded into the system's energy pool. On the system panel before Fang Yuan's eyes, the nearly depleted energy bar surged upward at a visibly frantic pace. 35, 50, 80, 100. Fully maxed out. Moreover, a 1000 overflow notification appeared behind the energy bar. Exquisite. Simply exquisite. This sensation of overnight wealth, of instant transformation from destitution to riches, made every pore on Fang Yuan's body expand in bliss. The suppressed smile on his lips grew wider and wider until it almost burst into hearty laughter. This was exactly the life he had desired. This was precisely how he wanted to grow stronger. What need for grueling cultivation or desperate battles? Nothing compared to the sheer satisfaction of operating from the shadows as a corpse collector. Heroes handled the fighting, but he was responsible for clearing the battlefield and claiming the most valuable spoils. Fang Yuan slowly exhaled reins in his surging euphoria. His gaze shifted away from Arlong's corpse on the ground, now thoroughly shriveled and resembling cured meat. Then it settled on the other 3 bodies beside it, still retaining their freshness. Octopus Fishman Hachi. With his 6-sword style, might there be concepts of multiple arms or swordsmanship hidden within? Ray Fishman Karubi, the Fishman Karate Master. What martial secrets might his body contain? And as for that Kissfish Cho, could his water cannon decompose into something equally intriguing? Each one was an unopened blind box. Each represented a fortune waiting to be claimed. Fang Yuan's eyes grew increasingly fervent. Without hesitation, he reached for his next target, the octopus fishman Hachi. Continue. Decompose them all, leave none behind. Fang Yuan's voice carried a cold, commanding edge through the deathly silent cabin. Buzz. His palm was already pressed down upon the corpse of the octopus fishman Hachi. The familiar glow of decomposition flared up once again. Ding. Decomposition command confirmed. Target locked octopus fishman Hachi. Decomposition program initiated. For the next few hours, Nighty, who stood guard at the door, suffered a long and eerily grotesque ordeal. All he could see was his master, like an indefatigable machine, stretching out his hand again and pressing it onto one fishman corpse after another. Each time he pressed down, the towering fishman corpse would visibly shrivel and wither, eventually turning into a pile of worthless powder that scattered cleanly away with the sea breeze. Meanwhile, the excitement and satisfaction on his master's face only grew stronger. It was only when the last corpse, the kissing fishman Shu, had also turned to ash that Fang Yuan let out a long breath. That exhaled breath carried a barely suppressed elation. Exhilarating. Absolutely exhilarating. He opened the system panel and looked at the energy gauge that was now completely packed with an overflow marker of 2,800 trailing behind it. He felt like a bandit who had just ransacked the world's gold vault. This single move had instantly transformed him from a barely fed pauper into a super-rich magnate, holding a massive fortune. System, open my spoils list. Fang Yuan suppressed his excitement and issued the order in his mind. He knew that energy was only an appetizer. The real main course was still waiting ahead. Whoosh. The golden light screen expanded once again. This time the list on it was even longer and more extravagant than when he had decomposed Arlong. Decomposition list: octopus fishman Hachi. Acquired biological template octopus fishman rare. Acquired racial talent concept multi-arm coordination fine. Acquired skill concept fragment 6 sword style beginner excellent. Acquired body characteristic concept ink jet excellent. Acquired biological energy 800 points. Decomposition list: Ray Fishman Karubi. Acquired biological template Ray Fishman Fine. Acquired skill concept fragment Fishman Karate Basic Fine. Acquired body characteristic concept Gliding Skin Excellent. Acquired biological energy 600 points. Decomposition list: Kissing Fishman Shu. Acquired biological template Kissing Fishman Excellent. Acquired skill concept Water Shot Excellent. Acquired biological energy 400 points. The string of loot entries was enough to make Fang Yuan's heart bloom with joy. The rare grade octopus fishman template. This was a treasure second only to Arlong's epic template. And that multi-arm coordination concept, if applied to a future creation, it would practically be a born weapon master. What surprised him most were the 2 skill concept fragments. 6 sword style and fishman karate. Although they were merely fragments, this meant that his system could not only decompose talents and physical traits, but could even analyze the martial arts moves one had learned through deliberate practice. This instantly opened up new vistas. What did it mean? It meant that if he could one day decompose a top-tier powerhouse like Hawkeye or Garp, Fang Yuan's scalp tingled at the very thought. Wouldn't he then be able to directly copy the swordsmanship of the world's greatest swordsman or the iron fist of the Marine's hero? This was practically a straight road to the top. However, just as Fang Yuan was still immersed in this tremendous delight, a brand new notification suddenly flashed onto the system panel, causing his pupils to contract sharply. Ding. Detected that the host has successfully decomposed multiple units of the fishman race. Integrating racial data. Integration successful. Congratulations, host. You have successfully refined and unlocked a special universal template. Fishman race universal template standard units 10. Template description: this is a generalized biological template of the fishman race usable as a base material for mass-producing fishman warriors of standard strength. Each creation consumes 1 standard unit. Boom. Fang Yuan's mind buzzed and exploded. Mass production. A fishman army. He stared at that description, his heart hammering uncontrollably. Previously, he had only considered the elite route, creating a single powerful subordinate. But now the system was directly telling him he could use human wave tactics. Although these would only be fishmen of standard strength, fishmen were born with 10 times the physical strength of humans. A 10-man squad of such fishman warriors. What would that mean in the East Blue? It would be a maritime wolf pack capable of sweeping away everything in its path. This was an unexpected gift. A windfall from heaven. Fang Yuan felt his breathing grow heavy. Little did he know the real explosion was still waiting ahead. Just as he thought this harvest had reached its limit, golden light blazed from the system panel once more. A prompt more brilliant than any before it burst into view. Ding. Detected that the host has collected multiple same-source concept fragments. Water, flow manipulation, beginner rare X4. Conditions for advanced concept synthesis have been met. Do you wish to begin fusion immediately? Here it comes. Fang Yuan's eyes instantly reddened. This was exactly what he had been waiting for. Arlong, Hachi, Karubi, and Chu. Each of the 4 fisherman officers had provided him with 1 water flow manipulation concept. 4 rare-grade concept fragments. If fused together, what would they become? Fused. Right now. Fang Yuan almost roared it out. Command confirmed. Concept fusion begin. Buzz. On the system panel, the 4 golden runes representing water flow manipulation slammed into one another. Dazzling golden light burst forth in an instant. Fang Yuan felt his very spirit jolt from the impact. It was as if a mighty surging river had taken shape inside his mind with a thunderous roar. Fusion progress. 50, 80, 100. Fusion successful. Congratulations, host. You have used 4 rare concepts as offerings and successfully achieved the qualitative sublimation of a concept. You have obtained Concept Water Mastery Epic. Epic. Another epic. And not a template. A concept. It was the most fundamental law-level force transcending every talent and every trait. Fang Yuan abruptly stood up. He could even sense a faint, inexplicable connection buried deep in his soul. It was a bond with water. Even though he could not use it himself, yet this concept had been completely imprinted in the core of his system. Concept Water Mastery Epic can grant a creation absolute dominion over water. In an environment with water, it will be the absolute sovereign. It can summon tsunami-level waves, condense water spears, and shape water into shields. This is the authority of an ocean deity. The authority of an ocean deity. Gods above. Fang Yuan was utterly stunned by that final line of evaluation. That appraisal was way too high. He had once thought Arlong's high and mighty tyranny in Kokoyashi village was impressive. But now compared with the epic-grade water mastery, Arlong's little tricks of water manipulation were nothing more than a child playing with a water pistol. One was a village-level tyrant, the other was a true sea god. These two were not even in the same dimension. He had struck it rich. This time he had truly taken a single leap to the heavens. Fang Yuan slowly sat down, forcing the heart that was about to burst out of his chest to calm. He reopened his system inventory and looked at the dazzling array of treasures within. Epic template Saw Shark Fishman. Epic concept Water Mastery. Rare template Octopus Fishman. Rare concepts Hypnosis Poison Gas. Fine concepts Split Sharp Nest Steel Explosion Fishman Karate. And on top of that there were countless excellent grade and common grade items too numerous to list. There was even the Fishman Race Universal Template, a strategic asset that could be used to mass-produce troops. At this moment, an unprecedented surge of heroic ambition swelled within Fang Yuan's heart. If back in Lobetown, he had been nothing more than an ant fighting for survival. Now he truly possessed the capital to churn up enormous waves across this vast sea. The Grand Line. He had once thought that place was a dragon's pool and a tiger's den demanding extreme caution. Now though, a curve of unbridled ambition lifted the corner of Fang Yuan's mouth. That place was no longer a land of peril to him. Rather, it was an enormous treasure house. One with even richer materials, waiting for him to stock up. Looking at his unprecedentedly lavish material library, countless crazy thoughts surged violently through his mind. With so many top-tier materials, what should the first step be? Should he use the Saw Shark Fishman template fuse in the epic concept Water Mastery, and then add Sharpness Super Arm Strength and the like to directly create a perfect subordinate instilled with the power of a sea god? Or should he use these concepts to strengthen himself? For instance, merge that Fishman Karate concept fragment into his hand-to-hand combat arts. Or integrate Water Mastery into his Slash Bird Fruit and create a brand new Water Slash or Tsunami Wings. One choice after another lay spread before him. Each led to an incomparably mighty path. Fang Yuan's eyes became brighter and more scorching than ever before. He knew that from this moment onward his future would be personally designed by his own hands. A series of choices lay before him, each one leading to a path of immense power. Fang Yuan's eyes for the first time in his life shone with unprecedented brightness and fervor. He knew that from this moment forward his future would be crafted by his own hands, to create a super subordinate endowed with the power of the sea god. The thought had barely flickered through Fang Yuan's mind before he extinguished it without a moment's hesitation. Are you kidding me? No matter how powerful a subordinate, they would still be merely a servant. If his master stood feeble and defenseless, wouldn't he simply become a walking treasure trove waiting to be plundered? Such folly Fang Yuan would never entertain. The finest materials and most extraordinary concepts should be applied to himself first. Only he could be truly trustworthy. Only by becoming strong enough could he seize control of everything. At the very instant Fang Yuan steeled his resolve, the system's notification sounded once more in his mind. Ill-timed yet somehow perfectly fitting. Ding. The system detected that the host had acquired multiple high-tier biological concepts with energy reserves far exceeding the critical threshold. Special function unlock conditions have been met. Congratulations, host. You have successfully unlocked a brand new feature, Concept Fusion Host. It's here. Fang Yuan's spirits lifted immediately. He had known the system would never be this simple. What feature is this? Explain clearly. Fang Yuan asked in his mind at once. Concept Fusion Host allows the host to consume energy to permanently integrate small amounts of acquired biological trait concepts into the host's own gene sequence, performing bodily modification and enhancement. Warning: this feature carries extreme risk. The fusion process will place tremendous strain on the host's body, limited to integrating excellent rated or lower physical trait concepts. Forced fusion of high-tier concepts carries a 99% chance of gene collapse and instantaneous death. Warning: each fusion consumes massive energy. Please choose wisely, host. Damn it. Upon reading this feature's description, Fang Yuan's heart hammered uncontrollably. Wasn't this the very ability he had long dreamed of? Directly strengthening himself. Though limited and risky, none of that mattered. This meant he possessed the potential for infinite evolution. As long as he could continuously decompose the strong and obtain their trait concepts, he could assemble himself into a flawless, undefeated superhuman. This feature excited him far more than receiving 10 epic-level fruits. Fang Yuan's gaze immediately swept toward his spectacular material repository. What did he need most now? Power? Speed? No, neither. His greatest weakness, the most fatal flaw. All devil fruit users in this world shared the same curse. It was the sea. As a user of the bird fruit, he bore the identical curse. Anyone falling into the ocean would grow weak and defenseless at the mercy of others. This was the most fundamental law in this world, an iron rule. But now, Fang Yuan's lips curled into a manic smile. A rule. Rules existed to be shattered. Gazing at the concepts decomposed from the fishman, an extraordinarily bold, almost heretical, idea crystallized in his mind. System. Filter all concepts related to underwater survival. Command received. Filtering. Filtering complete. Eligible concepts include 1. Racial innate talent concept. Underwater breathing common 2. Physical trait concept. Fishman gills common 3. Physical trait concept. Slippery skin excellent. Fang Yuan's gaze locked onto the second option. Fishman gills. This was it. Rated as common, it perfectly matched the system's fusion requirements. Though merely a basic physical component, its implications were revolutionary. System, I want to fuse the Fishman gills concept. Fang Yuan issued the command without hesitation. Ding. Fusion command confirmed. Target concept Fishman gills common. This fusion will consume approximately 500 energy points. Minor discomfort may occur during the process with a success rate of 100. Shall I begin the fusion immediately? Begin. Fang Yuan growled aloud, nearly roaring. Buzz. The moment those words left his lips, the energy gauge on his system panel plummeted sharply. Exactly 500 energy points vanished instantly. Simultaneously, an indescribable sensation exploded from both sides of his neck. An itch. An intense burning itch. As though countless ants burrowed beneath his skin, fiercely tearing at his flesh. Then the itching transformed into sharp, stinging pain. Fang Yuan could clearly feel his skin, muscles, even cartilage on both sides of his neck being forcibly torn apart by an invisible force, then reassembled. The entire process lasted less than 3 seconds. Yet to Fang Yuan it felt like an eternity. When the stinging pain finally receded like a tide, Fang Yuan was drenched in cold sweat. Gasping for breath, he rushed straight to a bronze mirror in the cabin. In the mirror, his face still bore the pallor of recent agony. But on both sides of his neck, near his Adam's apple, 3 parallel pale red lines had appeared. Those fine lines resembled delicate scratches from a blade. Without close inspection, they were nearly invisible. Fang Yuan focused his mind. The next moment, those 3 fine lines actually opened slightly, as if alive, revealing crimson fold-like gill tissue within. Then at his mental command, they snapped shut again, becoming nearly invisible once more. It worked. It had truly succeeded. Fang Yuan's eyes blazed with startling intensity. But rather than celebrating immediately, he turned and grabbed a large wooden barrel used for storing fresh water. Splash. Without hesitation, he plunged his entire head deep into the barrel filled with clear water. Ice-cold seawater instantly engulfed his mouth and nose. A familiar suffocating sensation surged upward immediately. This was the devil fruit user's most instinctive rejection and fear of seawater. In the past, Fang Yuan would have already grown weak. But this time, right at the moment that suffocating feeling peaked, forcing through the discomfort, Fang Yuan mentally activated those 3 fine lines on his neck. Open. Swish. The gills on both sides of his neck instantly unfurled. An indescribable cool sensation flooded into his body from those gaps. Oxygen. It was oxygen from the water. That lethal suffocation vanished completely in an instant, replaced by an unprecedented sense of relief and freedom. He could breathe. He could truly breathe underwater. Splash. Fang Yuan violently lifted his head from the barrel, water splashing everywhere. Wiping water from his face, feeling the strength still flowing through his body, he could no longer contain himself and threw back his head in pure, exhilarated laughter. Ha ha ha. It worked. I did it. Yi Shao, guarding the entrance, was shaken by his master's sudden madness, but dared not question or move, only lowering his head further. Feng Yuan cared nothing for his reaction. He was immersed in the enormous joy of having broken the world's rules. What was a devil fruit user's greatest weakness? The sea. Seawater. This iron rule was written into the fundamental code of this world. Countless powerful beings, even the four emperors, would become helpless land dwellers if thrown into the ocean. But now, Feng Yuan, a devil fruit user who had gained the ability to breathe freely underwater. Though seawater still drained his strength, that curse of the sea he couldn't escape. The most critical problem of breathing had been solved through what amounted to cheating. What did this mean? It meant that if he could overcome the weakness seawater caused, he would become the first, and only, devil fruit user capable of fighting in the ocean. Feng Yuan rose with excitement, sensing the power surging within him. His eyes held unprecedented confidence and ambition. Gazing at the endless blue sea beyond the window, a scornful sneer curled his lips. The curse of the sea. To me, it's merely a debuff I can bypass. In this moment, Feng Yuan's vision expanded completely. His gaze was no longer confined to the east blue, nor even the Grand Line. His target was the stars and seas, the ultimate pinnacle of this world. Calming his excitement, Feng Yuan's eyes fell upon the ship beneath his feet. His body had completed its first phase of enhancement. So then, he looked at the pile of gleaming top-tier materials in his warehouse. Epic tier template serrated Sharkman, epic concept water current control, rare material, active metal. My own issues are resolved. Next, it's your turn. Feng Yuan reached out and gently placed his hand on the cabin deck, his eyes blazing with intensity. With so many excellent resources, it's time for your ultimate transformation. Feng Yuan reached out and pressed his palm lightly against the deck. His eyes burned with feverish intensity. With this many good things, it's time to give you a thorough rebirth-level ultimate transformation. As if in response, the entire hull of the merchant ship forged from living metal trembled with a faint heartbeat-like vibration. This ship already possessed the most basic form of life. It could sense its master's will. Night Owl. Feng Yuan spoke calmly without turning his head. At once, Night Owl, standing guard by the door, immediately dropped to one knee. His voice was filled with fanatical reverence. Having personally witnessed yet another miracle performed by his master, his awe for Feng Yuan had already sunk into his very marrow. Set a course, Feng Yuan said, his voice calm, yet bearing an unyielding command. Destination. Lowtown. What? Lowtown? Night Owl jerked his head up, and for the first time the face, always hidden in shadow, wore an expression of sheer horror. Lowtown. Wasn't that the territory of Smoker, the White Hunter? Wasn't that the starting point where his master had been placed on the wanted list and hunted by the entire East Blue Marines? Going back now, wouldn't that mean walking right into the trap? Master, this is too dangerous. Night Owl's voice trembled. Smoker is still there. The Marines' intelligence network must already be spread across the whole island. If we go back now, danger. Feng Yuan slowly turned around, a cold arc curling at the corner of his mouth. He looked at his loyal subordinate and said calmly, Night Owl, remember this. From now on, the word danger is something others should consider only when they face us. We are danger itself. Boom. These words detonated like a thunderclap inside Night Owl's mind. He stared into his master's deep, self-assured eyes, and all the blood in his body instantly caught fire. That's right. His master was no longer the fugitive who once had to run and hide. Now he held power enough to overturn the entire East Blue. What was a mere Smoker in comparison? Vision. His own vision was still far too small. Understood. Night Owl bowed his head deeply, his voice once again firm and fanatical. Full speed ahead. Destination Lowtown. Feng Yuan nodded in satisfaction. He let his gaze drift back to the boundless sea beyond the window. Why go to Lowtown? The reason was simple. He might have come into wealth now, but this modified merchant ship beneath his feet was in the end only a means of transport. It was too small, too fragile. It could not carry the ambition swelling within him. He needed a real ship. A super warship large enough, sturdy enough to cross the Grand Line, and to carry the Divine Legion he would one day command. And in the entire East Blue, where could one buy the best ships? Without a doubt, only Lowtown. That was the birthplace of Pirate King Roger, and also the place where his life came to an end. As the gateway of the East Blue, the town gathered the finest shipwrights and the most complete supplies. Besides, in Feng Yuan's pocket was a 10 million berry check that Kaya had given him, as well as the gold and jewels seized from Arlong's treasure vault worth nearly 100 million. Now he had money. Money to burn. He was going to Lowtown to buy the finest hull with the most formidable capital. And then, he would put into motion the earth-shaking, utterly astonishing mad plan he had been brewing for so long. Driven by the living metal's self-propulsion, the ship moved at astonishing speed. The sea wind howled past his ears. Standing at the bow, Feng Yuan let the wind ruffle his clothes while his consciousness sank wholly into the system's warehouse. He looked at the dazzling array of top-tier treasures on display, and his eyes gleamed brighter and brighter. Epic template Sawtooth Shark Fishman I Epic concept Water Flow Control. Rare template Octopus Fishman I Rare concept Hypnosis Poison Gas. Fine concept Split Sharpness Steel Explosion. And that special Universal Fishman template. Any single one of these items taken out alone would be enough to stir a bloody storm across the East Blue. And now all of them belonged to him. Night Owl stood quietly behind him, as still as a lifeless statue. He could sense that his master was in an exceptionally good mood. The irrepressible confidence radiating from within Feng Yuan made Night Owl feel incomparable ease. Just then Feng Yuan suddenly spoke. Night Owl, in your opinion, what should a perfect warship be like? Night Owl was startled. He had not expected the master to ask such a question. He pondered briefly, then answered respectfully, Master, I believe a perfect warship should have the sturdiest armor, the most powerful guns, and the greatest speed. Am I correct? Feng Yuan nodded, then shook his head. But those are only the basics. He turned to look at Night Owl, a near-maniacal light flickering in his eyes. What if this ship were itself alive? Alive? Night Owl was taken aback. Yes, just like the ship beneath our feet. It can repair itself and understand my commands. Feng Yuan's voice carried a hint of temptation. But that's not enough. His tone suddenly rose. What if it could not only repair itself, but also dive into the deep sea like a true sea creature? What if it needed no cannons because its hull itself was the most lethal weapon? What if it could raise tsunamis, command the currents, and make even the ocean yield before it? This string of what-ifs left Night Owl's scalp tingling and his spirit shaken to the core. Dive into the deep sea. A hull that was a weapon. Control the ocean. This was no longer a ship. It was a sea monster from myth. A moving fortress out of legend. How could such a thing possibly exist? Seeing Night Owl's face written all over with shock and disbelief, Feng Yuan smiled. That smile was filled with the confidence and arrogance of a creator god. He slowly raised his hand palm upward. A flash of light. A bizarre fruit radiating an eerie purple glow and covered with spiral patterns appeared out of thin air in his palm. Lion fruit split form. Night Owl, you know what this is, Feng Yuan said calmly. A devil fruit. Night Owl's voice trembled. Of course he knew. He himself had only gained his current power by eating a devil fruit that his master had created out of thin air. That's right. Feng Yuan's gaze fell upon the fruit, so blazing it seemed ready to melt it. One fruit can create one powerful ability user. Then, he paused and word by word uttered the mad plan that would turn the entire world upside down. I will use every top-grade material in my warehouse. The epic-grade Sawtooth Shark Fishman template shall be its bones. The epic-grade Water Flow Control concept shall be its soul. And then I'll add every trait. Sharpness, steel, overwhelming arm strength, and all the rest. I will synthesize a devil fruit unlike any this world has ever seen. Unique, unprecedented, and the strongest. And then, Feng Yuan's gaze suddenly shifted away from the fruit in his hand to the vast blue sea in the distance, his voice brimming with boundless ambition and madness. Let our new ship eat it. Boom. Night Owl's mind buzzed, and then utterly detonated. He stood rooted to the spot, eyes wide as Belle's mouth gaping open wide enough to swallow a fist, completely incapable of thought. Let a ship eat a devil fruit. What in the world kind of move was that? He had heard of humans eating fruits, of weapons eating fruits, but never in his life had he heard of a ship eating a devil fruit. This was no longer breaking convention. It was creating rules. It was blaspheming the gods. This was simply, utterly insane. At this moment, as Night Owl gazed at his master's back, he felt that what he was looking up to was no longer a man at all. It was a complete lunatic who dared to use the entire world as his laboratory. A true demon god. Feng Yuan paid no attention to the petrified subordinate behind him. His gaze had already pierced through the distant sea horizon, landing on the familiar outline of an island at the very edge of his vision. Low Town. He had returned. The last time he came here, he had been a ragged prisoner about to be beheaded, as insignificant as an ant before the eyes of the crowd. But this time, a cold, cruel smile curved at the corner of Feng Yuan's mouth. Smoker, I've come back. Are you ready to welcome your king? This time I'll once again let the whole world watch me. Watch how right before your eyes, in the most shocking and domineering way, I will rule over this land. Low Town. He had come back. The last time he was here, he had been a ragged prisoner on the verge of decapitation, a lowly ant in the eyes of the watching crowd. And this time, a cold, cruel arc curled at the corner of Feng Yuan's lips. Smoker, I'm back. Are you ready to welcome your king? This time I will make the entire world watch me once more. Watch me stand before you in the most breathtaking, most overbearing manner, and reign supreme over this land. Low Town, East Harbor. This was the busiest port in the entire East Blue and the home of Daode Shipbuilding, the most prestigious shipyard in the region. Feng Yuan swaggered up to the shipyard gates. He had not even bothered to disguise himself. Dressed in a pricey black trench coat with Yishao following him like a shadow, he walked straight into the shipyard's trading hall. Sir, how may I assist you? A receptionist in work clothes immediately hurried over, his face wreathed in smiles. Feng Yuan wasted no words. Bang! He hurled a heavy leather suitcase onto the desk in front of the receptionist. When the case snapped open, row upon row of dazzling gold bars blinded the eye. The receptionist's breath caught in his throat. Every gaze in the hall was drawn over. This is the down payment. Fang Yuan's voice was not loud, yet it carried clearly through the hall. I want the largest, strongest, and best-built three-masted sailing ship you have on hand in this shipyard, ready and complete. I'll have someone deliver the remaining payment within an hour. Now take me to see the ship. The entire hall fell into deathly silence. Everyone was stunned by Fang Yuan's monstrously bold display. Who the hell was this money tycoon? He bought ships as if they were cabbages. Yes, sir, right this way. The shipyard manager, a portly man, scrambled out of his office, his face piled with fawning smiles, and personally led the way for Fang Yuan. Are you kidding? This was a super VIP client. Forget merely showing him a ship. Even if he wanted to buy the entire shipyard, they would have to discuss it in earnest. Fang Yuan followed the manager and soon found what he wanted in the dry dock. It was a brand new three-masted sailing ship that had not yet been painted. Her hull was enormous, forged from the hardest offcuts of treasure tree atom mixed with steel. Her lines were sleek, yet brimming with power, like a steel beast waiting to be unleashed. Good. This is the one. Fang Yuan nodded with satisfaction. This ship perfectly met every requirement he had for a base vessel. However, just as Fang Yuan was about to close the deal, a commotion suddenly erupted by the harbor. Marines. It's the Marines. Look, it's Captain Smoker. God, they've sealed off the harbor. Exclamations burst from the crowd. The shipyard manager's face drained of color in an instant. He looked at Fang Yuan, trembling, his eyes filled with dread. Anyone who could make Smoker personally lead a force here to catch him was definitely no ordinary character. Had he just accepted a life-threatening deal? Fang Yuan, however, did not even furrow his brow. He turned and looked toward the harbor entrance, where a familiar figure came striding over menacingly, clenching two cigars between his teeth, followed by a large troop of Marines. A hint of amusement even flickered across his face. Here he comes. All the better. This saved Fang Yuan the trouble of going to find him. Wingman. Smoker locked onto Fang Yuan in one glance, and in those falcon-like eyes towering fury exploded instantly. You bastard. You actually dared to come back to Lobetown. Last time, letting Fang Yuan fly away from the execution platform right under his nose had become the greatest humiliation of Smoker's life. He had dreamed of catching Fang Yuan. He never imagined the man would deliver himself right to his doorstep. All units attention. Target the winged man Fang Yuan. Bounty 3 million berries. Take him down dead or alive. Smoker gave the command. The dozens of Marines behind him instantly raised their rifles, a row of dark muzzles aimed squarely at Fang Yuan. In an instant, the tension reached its breaking point. Yet confronted with a display enough to make any pirate's blood run cold, Fang Yuan could not even be bothered to move. He even unhurriedly pulled a check from his pocket and handed it to the already terrified shipyard manager. The final payment. Keep it. This ship belongs to me now. Boom. Smoker's fury was utterly ignited. Disdain. This was blatant, shameless disdain. That bastard had not placed him in his eyes at all. You insolent wretch. Die. White smoke bomb. Unable to hold back any longer, Smoker transformed into a violent white dragon of smoke and lunged at Fang Yuan. His right hand became a colossal smoke fist, shrieking as it tore through the air and hurtled toward Fang Yuan's head. He would personally pound this man who dared to humiliate him into a bloody pulp. Watching the attack speed toward him, Fang Yuan's expression did not change in the least. He did not even raise an eyelid. In the instant before the smoke fist touched him, a dark shadow moved. Swish. Yi Xiao appeared in front of Fang Yuan like a phantom. He did not dodge, nor did he defend. Instead, he met Smoker's ferocious blow head-on with his own chest. You're asking for death. A flash of savagery flickered in Smoker's eyes. Though his smoke fruit was a logia, it had been honed through countless battles and still possessed immense physical force. This punch was enough to pierce through steel plating. Bang! A dull, sickeningly heavy impact rang out. Smoker's smoke fist slammed solidly into Yi Xiao's chest. However, the anticipated scene of blood and shredded flesh never came. Yi Xiao's body merely swayed slightly before he stood as immovable as a mountain. His black trench coat had been torn open by the force of the blow, revealing metallic glinting skin beneath, and a pair of wings forged entirely of steel. What? Smoker's pupils contracted sharply. How could this be? His attack had actually been taken head-on by an unknown nobody. In that instant of shock, Yi Xiao raised his head. In those eyes hidden beneath shadow, a bizarre purple ring suddenly blazed to life, swirling like a vortex. Hypnosis mental shockwave. An invisible wave of spiritual force erupted from Yi Xiao and spread outward in all directions. Arg. My head. What's going on? So sleepy. The Marines surrounding them lost their ability to fight before they could even react, their eyes glazing over, staggering and crumpling to the ground like drunkards. A one-move wipeout of the entire field. Hypnosis. Smoker's heart jolted violently, and he immediately retreated to put distance between himself and Yi Xiao. He had never expected that this wingman subordinate would also be a troublesome ability user. Is that all you've got? It was then that Feng Yuan's voice finally rang out, laced with mockery. Smoker jerked his head up and saw Feng Yuan approaching him slowly, step by step. Smoker, you disappoint me greatly. Feng Yuan shook his head, his gaze like that of a man staring at worthless trash. Since your subordinates are useless, let me personally test just how hard your wings really are. Smoker was completely enraged. He roared, and his body once again transformed into sky-covering smoke. This time he expanded its scope to the utmost, attempting to swallow up and suffocate Feng Yuan entirely. White snake vine. Countless giant serpents made of smoke coiled toward Feng Yuan from every direction. Yet facing this cataclysmic spectacle, Feng Yuan merely raised a finger almost lazily. Water. He calmly uttered that single word. The next second, an unbelievable scene unfolded. Countless fine droplets of water materialized out of thin air. In that instant, the humidity of the entire harbor surged hundreds of times over. It was as if the whole place had become a giant steam room. The moment those once furious smoke serpents made contact with the water vapor, they became sluggish and heavy like flames doused with water. Smoker's smoke body was forcibly compelled to reveal its human form in midair. The expression on his face was a mixture of unprecedented terror and utter disbelief. What ability is this? He could feel his body becoming as heavy as if it had been filled with lead. His proud elemental transformation had actually failed in the face of this all-pervasive water vapor. Feng Yuan did not answer him. He merely smiled and walked past Smoker step by step. As the two passed each other, Feng Yuan's voice reached Smoker's ears with perfect clarity like a demon's whisper. Captain Smoker, the times have changed. The you of now. Feng Yuan paused, and the curve of his lips grew even colder and more contemptuous. Doesn't even have the right to be my opponent. Boom. Those words slammed into Smoker's heart like the sharpest, heaviest hammer. He stood frozen in place, his body icy cold, and watched helplessly as Feng Yuan and that dark silhouette boarded the enormous brand-new sailing ship. The anchor rose, and the sails unfurled. Standing at the bow, Feng Yuan looked down at the white hunter on the dock, who seemed to have turned to stone and curled a cold smirk. The small fry had been cleaned up. Next, Feng Yuan turned his gaze to his super warship, a vessel brimming with infinite possibilities, and his eyes burned with scorching, crazed fervor. Time to get down to business. Let this world witness the birth of a miracle. Time to get down to business. Let this world witness the birth of a miracle. In Feng Yuan's eyes blazed an unprecedented fervor. He did not linger at the harbor. Without hesitation, he ordered Night Owl to sail the brand-new three-masted schooner toward a hidden bay near Road Town that he had scouted long ago. The bay was flanked by mountains on three sides, its entrance narrow, a natural haven from the wind, and the perfect secret workshop. Night Owl guard the entrance. Feng Yuan stood on the open deck, his voice calm, yet carrying an irrefutable authority. For the next half hour, no matter what happens, even if the sky comes crashing down, no one and nothing is permitted to set foot within this bay. Yes, master. Night Owl's figure flickered, vanishing like a ghost onto the cliff at the entrance, merging seamlessly with the darkness. He knew that what his master was about to undertake was a monumental feat capable of overturning the world itself. He would defend this sacred moment with his very life. On the deck, only Feng Yuan remained. The sea breeze ruffled his robes as his expression grew incomparably solemn, like a high priest about to perform the holiest of rituals. System. Feng Yuan uttered a low command in his mind. Buzz. A virtual interface brimming with sci-fi mystique and visible only to him materialized out of thin air before his eyes. This was the source of all his power, the demon fruit synthesis system. Come on. Feng Yuan took a deep breath, mad flames dancing in his eyes. Let me see, just what kind of monster can I create with all my top-tier materials? With a flick of his will, he seized the first material from the system warehouse. Biological template millennial sea turtle. It was a deep emerald orb of light radiating an overwhelmingly dense aura of vitality. This was a top-grade template obtained by decomposing an ancient sea turtle that had slumbered in the deep sea for 1,000 years, discovered by Feng Yuan near the floating restaurant Baratai. Its longevity, colossal frame, and formidable defense far surpassed what ordinary creatures could conceive. With the millennial sea turtle as the foundation, it will become the physical body of this fruit. Feng Yuan snarled, and without the slightest hesitation, he slammed the green radiance into the template slot of the synthesis platform. Boom. Instantly, the entire platform was shrouded in a heavy, primeval aura. But this was only the beginning. Next, the soul. Feng Yuan's gaze landed upon another treasure. It was one of the greatest gains of this journey, extracted from the fishman Arlong. Epic concept, water flow dominion. A radiant golden orb dazzling like liquid gold. Get in there. Feng Yuan seized the golden light and thrust it violently into the soul slot, which represented the core ability. Whoosh. Golden and green light converged as the entire synthesis platform trembled violently, as if an ancient primordial beast slumbering within were about to awaken. Not enough. Far from enough. Fang Yuan's expression had descended into utter frenzy. What he sought to create was not some simple ability user, but a living mobile sea-dominating maritime divine kingdom. Concept absolute defense. The pinnacle of physical defense extracted from the heaviest armor of the Krieg fleet. Merge. A heavy iron-gray light merged into the mix. Concept self-repair. The living core of reactive metal granting it an undying, indestructible nature. Merge. A silvery light pulsing with vital rhythm joined the fusion. Concept steel. Concept sharpness. Concept superhuman grip. Concept explosion. Fang Yuan, as if hurling away worthless trinkets, dumped every advanced concept he had scoured from the East Blue into the already radiant synthesis platform. What he demanded was perfection, unrivaled, unprecedented, the supreme creation of all time. Rumble. The synthesis platform, groaning under the strain, emitted a piercing howl of distress. Countless colors of light clashed, merged, and repelled within it in a frenzy, forming a chaotic and terrifying vortex of energy. At that very moment, a blood-red warning blazed before Fang Yuan's eyes. Warning. An out-of-spec synthesis has been detected. The quality and quantity of materials far exceed normal standards. This synthesis is expected to consume 99% of the host's current energy. There is also an extreme probability of triggering an unpredictable mythic-level mutation. Proceed. Mythic-level mutation. Fang Yuan did not feel an ounce of fear upon reading those words. Instead, he burst into thunderous laughter. His laughter was filled with unbridled arrogance. Huh. Mutation is exactly what I want. If it didn't mutate, I wouldn't even bother. System. Max it out. Go all the way. Confirm synthesis. With every ounce of strength in his body, he slammed the virtual synthesized button. Boom. In an instant, Fang Yuan felt as if his body had been completely drained. The energy bar at the upper right of the system interface, which had been nearly full, plunged to zero at an inconceivable speed. A wave of unprecedented weakness surged over him like a tide, darkening his vision and nearly driving him to his knees. But he clenched his teeth, using the last shred of his strength to keep himself upright, his bloodshot eyes fixed dead ahead. Then the synthesis platform, upon receiving his final command, utterly exploded. No, that was no explosion. It was a feast of light, a scene of Genesis itself. A chaotic cyan radiance beyond words, as if born from the dawn of the universe, erupted violently from the synthesis platform. Boom. The cyan light shot skyward, transforming into a colossal pillar of radiance that pierced through the clouds above the bay, as if to tear heaven and earth asunder. Night Owl, standing guard on the cliff at the entrance, felt an irresistible, terrifying pressure bearing down upon him. It was as if he had been struck by an invisible primordial colossus. He was sent flying, tumbling over a dozen times across the ground before finally coming to a stop. Ignoring the pain racking his body, he struggled to lift his head and gaze toward the center of the bay. Then he was utterly stunned. What had he just witnessed? A miracle. A true miracle. Within that azure pillar piercing through heaven and earth, he seemed to see stars being born and dying, continents rising and sinking. A brand new world coming into existence. In that moment, Night Owl's worldview was shattered beyond repair. At last he understood what an incomparably great being it was that he had chosen to serve. That was no mere human. That was a creator deity, walking among mortals. Within the bay, the terrifying azure pillar, after lasting for more than 10 full seconds, began to slowly contract and condense. In the end, all the light converged before Fang Yuan, gathering into a single point. And at that very instant, a cascade of system chimes like celestial music exploded within Fang Yuan's mind. Ding! Synthesis complete. Detected perfect resonance between the Millennial Sea Turtle template and the multiple top-tier concepts, including Water Flow Dominion and Absolute Defense. Ding! Mythic level mutation successfully triggered. Congratulations, host. You have broken the rules of this world and created a mythical Zoan devil fruit that should never have existed. Name Zoan mythical Zoan black tortoise ship fruit. Ability grants the ship that consumes its sentience and wisdom, allowing it to transform into the legendary divine beast, the black tortoise. Possessing absolute defense, mastery over water, infinite restoration, and the mythic power to bear an entire world. Boom. Fang Yuan's mind went blank. My mythical Zoan. Had he truly actually created a mythical Zoan fruit, and one specifically for ships to eat? This was absolutely insane. The light faded. A fruit unlike anything ever seen hovered silently before Fang Yuan. Its entire body was a profound abyssal cyan, like an unfathomable chasm. The fruit's shape was not the traditional round or oval form, but a perfect miniature tortoise shell. The shell was covered in ancient, mysterious hexagonal spiral patterns. Each groove seemed to embody the profound truths of heaven and earth, radiating a heavy, majestic, eternity-defying aura of terror. Merely gazing upon it made one feel as though an entire ocean had been hoisted onto one's shoulders, weighing down each breath with immense pressure. Fang Yuan reached out, his fingertips trembling from sheer exhilaration. With the utmost care, as if cradling the most precious treasure in the world, he held the black tortoise ship fruit in his palm. Feeling the heavy world-laden power in his grasp, a slow, utterly mad grin spread across Fang Yuan's face. He lowered his gaze to the colossal cold steel sailing ship beneath his feet. A god has been born, he murmured, his voice hoarse with fervor. Now the question is, how do I get a ship to willingly eat this thing? How could one ever make a ship willingly swallow this thing? That question lingered in Fang Yuan's mind for a mere tenth of a second. The next second, Fang Yuan smiled. He laughed with unbridled arrogance, with absolute dominance. Damn it all. I am the creator. I brought you into existence, so you are mine. Do I need your consent? Preposterous. Follow me. Fang Yuan could not be bothered to utter a single superfluous word. Clutching the Xuanwu ship fruit, which emanated an aura of timeless antiquity, he turned and strode toward the ship's innermost depths. He had already scanned every detail of this three-masted sailing ship with his system long ago. Passing through several decks, Fang Yuan arrived directly at the vessel's most vital and impenetrable core, the junction where the main keel met the mainmast. This was the heart of the entire ship, the very wellspring of its power. Fang Yuan gazed upon the colossal keel before him, forged from a fusion of treasure, tree atom remnants, and refined steel, with not an iota of hesitation. He raised the Xuanwu ship fruit high into the air. His bearing was not that of one feeding a creature. Rather, it was that of a sovereign bestowing the final blessing and coronation upon his own most extraordinary creation. From this day forth you shall no longer be an inanimate thing. Fang Yuan's voice reverberated through the sealed cabin, carrying a magic that brooked no dissent. I bestow upon you life. I bestow upon you a soul. I bestow upon you the name of a god. The words fell like a decree. Summoning every ounce of his strength, Fang Yuan slammed the Xuanwu ship fruit fiercely against the cold, unyielding main keel. There was no collision sound, as one might have expected. The moment that dark cyan tortoise-shell-shaped fruit made contact with the keel, it melted like butter beneath a scalding knife, like a drop of mercury dissolving into the sea. Sizzle! The fruit instantly liquefied, transforming into a pool of cyan liquid teeming with boundless vitality, and at a speed visible to the naked eye furiously permeated the very heart of the keel. It was as though the keel were some primordial beast starved for 1 billion years, greedily devouring the divine flesh and blood bestowed upon it. Boom! The next second the entire ship gave a violent jolt. Creak! Creak! From within the cabin came a groan that set one's teeth on edge. It was timber writhing, steel shrieking in agony. The entire ship resembled a mortal forcibly injected with the genes of a god, enduring the excruciating torment of complete metamorphosis. Fang Yuan remained rooted in place, utterly motionless. He could feel with crystal clarity a torrent of life force, vast, boundless, ancient, beyond all imagining, erupting from the center of the main keel and spreading like a spider's web through every fiber and joint of the hull. Crack! 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 The deck beneath his feet began to fracture inch by inch. Yet from the fissures no wood splinters burst forth. Instead, searing beams of cyan light gushed out. Those rays were like living blood vessels, frantically multiplying and reweaving themselves within the cracks. The original wooden framework was being supplanted, in a manner that defied all conventional logic, by a brand new cyan substance shimmering with the sheen of metal and jade. Rumble! The ship's trembling grew ever more violent. Beyond the bay, Yi Xiao, keeping watch upon the cliff, beheld in sheer horror that the enormous sailing ship anchored in the bay was enshrouded entirely by a swath of cyan light, so dense it could not be dispersed. That radiance resembled a colossal, breathing cyan heart. With every pulse, the seawater of the entire bay seemed to boil in response. What? What is all this? What exactly has Master done to the ship? Yi Xiao's pupils contracted into the most perilous of pinpricks. He clenched his fists with savage intensity, carving his master's command deep into his bones, and swept his gaze about with unyielding vigilance. Meanwhile, within the cabin, Fang Yuan was bearing witness to a divine miracle of creation. He watched as the ship's ribs were reforged one after another by the cyan light, becoming ever more robust and resilient. He watched as the hull's outer skin, its iron and timber, melted, warped, and then re-solidified into flawless hexagonal plates, each adorned with mystic spiral patterns. This ship was growing. It was evolving from a man-forged instrument into a true living entity, a being in the most profound sense. Roar! Suddenly, a low guttural bellow, as if from the primordial dawn of time, erupted violently from the direction of the bow. Fang Yuan immediately dashed out of the cabin and onto the deck. Then he beheld a sight that would be seared into his memory forever. The ship's once unremarkable figurehead was now engulfed in a blaze of resplendent cyan light, twisting and contorting with frenzied fury. Wood shavings scattered through the air as radiant light swirled. Within the glow, a brand new head, ferocious yet august, was slowly taking shape. It was a dragon's head. yet it bore the maw and jaw of a turtle. Its dragon antlers stood proud and jagged, thrusting toward the heavens. Its turtle eyes held sovereign majesty, surveying all quarters with dominion. The instant that dragon-crowned turtle visage was fully formed, and its eyes snapped open with a jolt. Boom! Blinding beyond measure, a cataclysm of cyan light exploded outward from the very center of the ship. A colossal ring-shaped shockwave blasted across the bay. The waters of the entire bay were forcibly shoved aside, coalescing into towering waves dozens of meters high that crashed madly in every direction. The light faded. The world seemed to fall into utter stillness. A brand new warship hovered silently at the heart of the bay. It had been utterly transformed. The erstwhile three-masted sailing ship had become a steel colossus crouching low upon the ocean's surface. The hull was a full measure larger than before, its entire body encased in a deep cyan hexagonal carapace, as though carved from the hardest diamond, casting a bone-chilling gleam beneath the sunlight. Three colossal masts loomed like the dorsal spines of a titanic beast. Though not a breath of sea breeze stirred, the black sails suspended from them rippled and snapped on their own as though charged with inexhaustible power. Yet the most arresting sight of all was the bow. That ferocious yet majestic dragon turtle head was now raised slightly, its eyes, as though hewn from pristine cyan jade, gazing in serene silence upon Feng Yuan standing upon the deck. That gaze was no longer the hollow stare of an inanimate object. It brimmed with newborn curiosity, childlike devotion, and absolute fealty. At that very moment, a faint, tender, yet exceedingly lucid consciousness stirred within Feng Yuan's mind. It was not language. Rather, it was a pure conduit of emotion. Feng Yuan's entire body jolted violently. It worked. It truly worked. He had done it. He had forged the world's first living warship, a vessel endowed with life, with intellect, and with the power of a mythical Zoan devil fruit. Feng Yuan suppressed the tempest of ecstasy within his chest and stepped one by one to the ship's rail. He extended a hand and gently caressed the cold, unyielding cyan carapace. The instant his fingers made contact, he could distinctly sense an effervescent surge of delight flowing from the ship into his palm, racing up his arm, and plunging straight into the deepest recesses of his soul. The ship was elated by his touch. It was like a newborn child playfully nuzzling and cajoling its own father. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Feng Yuan could no longer contain himself. He threw back his head and roared with laughter. That laughter brimmed with unprecedented exhilaration and heroic boldness. He stroked the railing, beholding this war god-beast as flawless as a masterpiece of art, and a scorching blaze kindled in his eyes. From this day forward you shall be named. Feng Yuan enunciated each word with weighty deliberation, his voice resounding across the entire bay. Xuanwu. Buzz. As if answering its master's bestowal of a name, the hull of the Xuanwu suddenly throbbed with a deep, sonorous resonance. The fierce dragon turtle head slowly lowered itself, gently rubbing its forehead against Feng Yuan's body. The gesture was affectionate, just like a cherished pet. Feng Yuan could feel that the Xuanwu was conveying its utmost joy and unwavering loyalty in its own unique way. Xuanwu pays homage to master. Sensing that even more distinct telepathic intent in his mind, the smile upon Feng Yuan's face turned ever more cold and perilous. He slowly spun around, his gaze traversing the bay and settling upon that boundless cerulean sea. The divine beast had descended upon the world. So then, was it not time to seek out some dim-witted wretch and let him taste the mythic power capable of grinding everything to dust? Wasn't it time to find some blind-eyed fool to test the mythic power capable of crushing everything? A dangerous arc had just curled up at the corner of Feng Yuan's mouth. Beyond the bay came the thunderous roar of engines. Then an infuriated bellow, amplified through a transponder snail, resounded across the entire sky. Feng Yuan, you bastard! Get out here! Here he comes! This blind-eyed fool had delivered himself right to their doorstep. Feng Yuan's smile instantly became radiant. He slowly turned and looked toward the entrance of the bay. Their warship after warship had sealed it off completely. Dark, gaping cannon muzzles, at least 100 of them, were packed densely together, all aimed squarely at the Xuanwu in the bay. On the deck of the lead flagship stood a white-haired man with 2 cigars clenched between his teeth, staring fixedly at him. The rage in his eyes nearly condensed into physical form and burst forth. It was Marine Captain Smoker, the White Hunter. At that moment, Smoker felt his head was about to explode. Earlier in his office, he had sensed that sky-piercing cyan light and the horrifying roar that seemed to come from the hoary past. He knew in an instant that Feng Yuan must be up to some trick again. By the time he rushed over with the entire Marine fleet from the base, he was completely dumbstruck. That ship. What in the world was that thing anchored in the bay? That ferocious dragon tortoise head. That dark cyan carapace covering its entire body. Those eerie black sails moving without wind. What the hell? Was this a ship? In all his years, Smoker doubted his own eyes for the first time. Where was the 3-masted sailing ship Feng Yuan had bought? Could it be? An absurd thought suddenly surged from the depths of Smoker's heart. Could this monster before him be that sailing ship? Impossible. Feng Yuan. Smoker suppressed the raging shock in his heart and roared again, I don't care what sorcery you used. Raise your hands and surrender immediately. Otherwise I will mark you as a top-level threat and kill you on the spot. The Marines behind him had turned pale, their legs trembling. What they faced was no ship, but a living primordial behemoth that existed only in myths and legends. The oppressive aura it exuded made even their fingers on the triggers completely rigid. However, facing Smoker's ultimatum, Feng Yuan simply stood at the Xuanwu's bow, hands in his pockets with a faint smile of contempt on his face, as if he were watching a clown show. Surrender. Execute me. This Smoker still hadn't grasped the situation. The era had already changed. Feng Yuan couldn't even be bothered to respond. He simply reached out and gently patted the colossal icy dragon tortoise head beside him as if soothing a pet. Then, using a telepathic intent that only the Xuanwu could hear, he issued the first formal command it had ever received from its master. Xuanwu, set sail. Hum. The Xuanwu's jade-green eyes blazed to life in an instant. As you command. Master. Roar. A roar louder and more majestic than any before it suddenly exploded from the dragon tortoise head. A visible sound wave turned into a tangible shock wave and swept outward. The water of the entire bay was instantly pressed down by a full meter. Bastard. You dare to resist. At the sight, Smoker's pupils shrank violently. He no longer hesitated, and with all the strength in his body, let out a hysterical roar. Fire. Blow it to pieces. Boom, 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 boom. In an instant, over 100 cannons roared at the same time. Countless pitch-black shells dragging long tails of flame behind them tore across the sky like a dense meteor shower, converging on the Xuanwu from every direction. Such firepower was enough to level a small island in an instant. It's over. A Marine soldier swallowed nervously. However, before his words faded, everyone saw a sight they would remember for the rest of their lives. One that would recur again and again in countless nightmares. On the hull of that steel behemoth, the dark cyan hexagonal carapace plates were opening. That's right. Just like flower petals blooming, every carapace plate split open with a narrow gap. Hiss. The next moment, endless white steam carrying dreadful heat burst violently out from those gaps. The steam converged rapidly in the air, and in the blink of an eye formed an enormous translucent white energy barrier around the Xuanwu. Upon the barrier, water vapor swirled, and countless mysterious runes could be faintly seen flashing within it like the barrier of a deity. And just then, the sky-filling artillery shells arrived. Thud, thud, thud. There was no earth-shattering explosion, only a series of muffled sounds like raindrops beating down on an iron walk. Those shells, powerful enough to blast through steel, seemed to have been thrown into aqua regia the instant they touched the white vapor barrier. Their casings were corroded and melted away at a speed visible to the naked eye. Before the gunpowder inside could even detonate, they became lumps of red-hot molten iron, trailing wisps of smoke as they slid helplessly off the barrier and splashed into the sea with a cacophony of sizzling sounds. A volley of over 100 shells, yet it couldn't even manage to stir the faintest ripple on the barrier. The entire world seemed to have been muted. Every Marine, including Smoker on the flagship, stood frozen in place as if struck by a petrification spell. Every mouth was gaping wide enough to fit a fist. Every eye was bulging, their eyeballs nearly flying out of their sockets. The two cigars in Smoker's mouth fell to the deck with a soft thud, yet he didn't notice at all. His mind was left with nothing but a blank. What the hell? Is this thing a... What the hell kind of defense was this? You're thinking too small, Smoker. Standing at the bow, Feng Yuan watched Smoker's look of utter disbelief, chuckled lightly, and shook his head. Your horizons remain stuck in the east blue. As for me, I'm heading for the far vaster sea. With that, he stopped paying attention to the completely stunned Marines. A brand new, even crazier command was transmitted in Feng Yuan's mind to the Xuanwu. Let's go somewhere they can never reach. Dive. As you command. The Xuanwu's ferocious dragon tortoise head cast one last deep glance at those insignificant warships, its eyes filled with the contempt of a divine beast for ants. Then, under the horrified gazes of thousands of Marines, this colossal steel behemoth slowly began to sink into the sea. That's right. It was sinking. But it wasn't sinking because of damage. Rather, like a true giant whale, it actively dove toward the abyss in an incomparably steady and graceful manner. The seawater soon covered its indestructible carapace. Next came the towering deck. Finally, even the three colossal masts, like the spine of a god or demon, disappeared inch by inch beneath the surface. Glub, glub. On the sea, only a stream of enormous bubbles and a deathly silence remained. The ship, submerged. A young Marine's voice trembled beyond all measure, as if he were telling a colossal joke. Reporting, Captain Smoker. The target has disappeared. Smoker stood in place, unmoving like a statue. In that moment his worldview was shattered by Fang Yuan in the crudest, most unreasonable way, then ruthlessly stomped into the ground and crushed to powder. He had always thought that the person he was hunting was merely a devil fruit user who had gained a bizarre ability. Only today did he understand. What he had provoked was not human at all. It was a monster walking among men, a god or demon capable of overturning the common sense of the entire world. Meanwhile, beneath the deep sea, the Xuanwu was gliding silently through the dark underwater world at a speed far surpassing any vessel on the surface. A thin layer of bubbles covered its entire body, isolating all the seawater and keeping the deck perfectly dry. Fang Yuan stood at the bow gazing at the phantasmagoric deep-sea sights before him, and a satisfied smile spread across his face. His destination was clear. Reverse Mountain, the starting point for all pirates entering the Grand Line. But that was the route for ordinary people. For him, now that he possessed the Xuanwu Reverse Mountain filled with deadly currents, was no obstacle at all. It was merely a small mound that needed to be passed beneath. From its feet. A few minutes later the Xuanwu passed through without hindrance beneath the fathomless undersea body of Reverse Mountain. Boom. The hull shuddered violently, then broke through the water and returned to the sunlight. The salty sea breeze had become wild and unpredictable. The clouds in the sky were strangely shaped. On the distant horizon one could even see an island floating in midair. Everything here was completely different from the East Blue. This was the dreamland of pirates everywhere and a graveyard that had buried countless ambitions. The Grand Line. Fang Yuan spread his arms wide and took a deep breath of the air that belonged to the Grand Line, a wild, fervent smile spreading across his face. "I'm here," he murmured to himself, his voice filled with boundless ambition and greed. "Now then, all the treasures on this sea, all the abilities, all the powerhouses. Are you ready to become my materials?" Fang Yuan's whisper faded into the turbulent sea wind of the Grand Line. Beneath him the Xuanwu ship glided silently and swiftly across the dead calm waters of the calm belt, like an ancient beast lurking in darkness. This was the nesting ground of the Sea Kings. Yet at this moment within 100 li not a single Sea King dared to approach. The aura of the divine beast Xuanwu was the sole law of these waters. "Master." Yi Xiao, standing behind Fang Yuan, gazed upon the living warship that utterly shattered his worldview, his voice still trembling with uncontainable awe. His mind was still completely blank. Submarine mode. Artillery immunity. This ship was simply more absurd than any Navy admiral's vessel. Fang Yuan paid no heed to his shock. This kind of astonishment would soon become his new normal. He drew a brand new chart from his coat, one he had purchased at a steep price in Lobetown, detailing the primary routes of the first half of the Grand Line. His fingers slowly traced across the chart. Two names caught his attention. Whiskey Peak, Drum Island. Whiskey Peak, also known as Cactus Island, was a gathering ground for countless bounty hunters. There the powerful were as numerous as clouds, and everywhere were materials, ripe for harvesting. As for Drum Island, it was home to a devouring fruit user named Varkay. That fruit's ability sounded truly fascinating. It seemed capable of swallowing all things and absorbing them into itself. More importantly, there was a reindeer that had consumed the human fruit. Zoan type human fruit. This was an exceptionally precious template. Where should I go? A greedy gleam flashed in Fang Yuan's eyes, like a thief standing before a treasure vault torn over which golden mountain to plunder first. At that moment, a profoundly ill-timed sound suddenly rang out across the silent deck. Buru, buru, buru. Buru, buru, buru. Click. It was the Den Mushi. It was the very Den Mushi Fang Yuan had casually tossed onto the captain's quarters desk. Yi Zhao's body instantly tensed, his eyes sharpening like a falcon preparing to strike in the night. "Master, we have contact." Fang Yuan's brows furrowed slightly. This Den Mushi was purchased from the black market in Lobetown, bearing a completely new, unregistered number. Beyond himself, no one else could possibly know this number. Who was calling? Fang Yuan's gaze turned ice-cold instantly. He turned and strode into the captain's quarters with Yi Xiao close behind. The Den Mushi was mimicking an outrageously exaggerated expression, complete with heavy makeup, its mouth opening and closing in an urgent ringing pattern. Fang Yuan reached out and lifted the receiver. "Speak." His voice was flat and utterly emotionless. On the other end, silence lingered for approximately 2 seconds. Then a man's voice came through, somewhat effeminate yet laced with an exaggerated theatrical flair. "Oh my, you finally picked up?" The voice dragged out its tail syllables in a manner that raised goosebumps along one's spine. "May I ask, are you Mr. Fang Yuan of the All Things Workshop?" Boom. Those words detonated like thunder inside Fang Yuan's mind. His pupils contracted to the sharpest, most dangerous pinpoints in an instant. The All Things Workshop. That was a code name he had casually coined for his own ability. Beyond himself and the utterly loyal Yi Xiao, no third party could possibly know it. How did they know? Fang Yuan's face remained expressionless, but the knuckles of his hand gripping the receiver had turned white. He could feel an invisible web, silent and unseen, already enveloping him. "Who are you?" Fang Yuan's voice was colder still. Oh my, don't be so tense, this humble one bears no ill will. The man on the other end emitted a bizarre cackle. Oh ho ho ho. Our boss is merely quite interested in that certain item you previously sold to the officers of the baggy pirates back in the East Blue. What was it called again? The man appeared to be straining his memory. Oh, I recall now. It was the lion fruit split form, wasn't it? Our boss is extremely intrigued by that fruit. In an instant, the air within the captain's quarters seemed entirely sucked dry. Sweat instantly beaded upon Yi Zhao's forehead. The split lion fruit. That was the first powerful devil fruit created by their master. This matter was absolute top secret. Not only did they know the name, All Things Workshop, they were equally well informed about this very fruit. How was this possible? To what extent had their intelligence network penetrated? Fang Yuan's inner turmoil was equally fierce, but he quickly composed himself. He made no attempt to ask how they knew. Such a question would be utterly meaningless. The only conclusion was clear. Their power far exceeded his imagination. Even perhaps, he had been under surveillance ever since he was still in the East Blue. Fang Yuan's gaze deepened unfathomably. He spoke slowly, his voice betraying absolutely no emotional fluctuation. Who is your boss? That question seemed to strike precisely at their intended purpose. From the other end of the phone, that same exaggerated cackle resounded once more. Oh ho ho ho. Such a hasty one, aren't you? I nearly forgot to introduce myself. Most impolite. Listen, well, my codename is Mr. 2. Bon Colette. As for my boss. The voice through the den mushy suddenly dropped thick with seduction and reverence. You may address him as Crocodile. One of the 7 warlords of the sea, Crocodile. The 7 warlords of the sea, Crocodile. Those 6 words fell upon the captain's quarters of the Xuanwu like 6 great mountains crushing down with thunderous force. The air congealed in an instant. Yi Zhao standing behind Fang Yuan, his pupils contracted violently, his breath caught in his throat. Those were the 7 warlords of the sea. One of the 3 great powers recognized by the world government, standing alongside the Marines and the 4 emperors. A monster perched at the apex of the Grand Line's pyramid. And their captain had on the very first day entering the Grand Line already attracted the attention of such a legendary figure. It's over. That was the sole thought racing through Yi Zhao's mind. Yet, at the very center of the storm, Fang Yuan's expression remained utterly unchanged from beginning to end. As though the voice on the other end of the den mushy spoke not of Warlord Crocodile, but of some street corner vegetable vendor. His gaze remained as calm as ever, so calm it sent chills down one's spine. 3 seconds of silence passed, just as Mr. 2 on the other end of the line, believing his reputation had intimidated the other party and preparing to emit a triumphant cackle. Fang Yuan spoke. His voice was colder and more lifeless than the waters of the calm belt. Crocodile. A trace of something almost imperceptible, confusion, lingered in his tone, as though straining to recall just who this person was. What does he want with me? A mere split fruit should hardly catch the eye of someone of his stature, should it? Boom. This casually dismissive remark transmitted clearly through the den mushy to the other end. Mr. 2, who had been striking a victorious pose, froze instantly. What kind of reaction is this? Shouldn't he be terrified? Shouldn't he be filled with dread? Shouldn't he be on his knees begging for mercy right now? How dare he speak of Boss Crocodile in such a tone? One might use to discuss goods at a roadside stall. Mr. 2 felt his mind going utterly blank. All the threats and bribes he had carefully prepared were suddenly choked back in his throat, not a single word able to escape. This. Mr. 2 stammered, forcing himself to recite what his boss had instructed. Our boss. He wishes to meet you. In person. Oh, wants to see me. A cold R curled at the corner of Fang Yuan's mouth. That smile held not a trace of honor. Only a superior scrutinizing amusement. Very well. Fang Yuan said casually. Mr. 2 breathed a sigh of relief, thinking the other party had finally shown fear. But the words that followed made every hair on his body stand on end. If he wants to see me, that can be arranged. The place, Whiskey Peak. As for the time. Fang Yuan drawled out the words, when I arrive. That shall be the time. Additionally, Fang Yuan's voice suddenly deepened, carrying an indisputable authority, as though issuing commands. Tell your boss this. I too am quite interested in him. Especially, those sands within his body and that hook on his hand. I find them most appealing. The Grand Line, Alabasta Kingdom. Inside a dim underground gambling den chamber. A towering man with a stern visage, his left arm replaced by a massive golden hook, leaned against a luxurious sofa with his eyes closed. An expensive cigar rested between his lips, smoke swirling around him, obscuring his expression. Before him stood a voluptuous woman with intelligent eyes and raven black hair. Nicole Robin, stationary as a perfect statue. A den mushy sat on the table before them. Every word of the conversation between Mr. 2 and Fang Yuan passed clearly into both their ears. When Fang Yuan's words, I find them most appealing, reached them. Crack. The cigar in the man's mouth was bitten clean in two by his teeth. Half the cigar fell onto the fine carpet, scorching a blackened hole. The temperature within the entire chamber seemed to plummet to freezing in that instant. Nicole Robin, who had worn a constant, expressionless mask, saw disbelief flash across her eyes. She had followed this man for so many years, and for the first time, the very first time, she had ever heard someone dare address her boss in such a tone, the tone of a hunter assessing his prey. Was that man named Fong Yuan mad? Did he have any idea who he was speaking to? Sand Crocodile. Crocodile slowly opened his eyes. What kind of eyes were those? Cold, cruel, filled with utter indifference toward all life and an absolute desire for control. Yet now within those eyes burned an unprecedented flame, a mixture of wrath and excitement. He had only intended to give this upstart who had made a small name for himself in the East Blue a lesson. To make him understand just how deep the waters of the Grand Line truly ran. To make him kneel before his master and meekly hand over the method of creating devil fruits. But now, the situation had completely reversed. Far from being intimidated by his warlord title, the other party had turned the tables. Like a top-tier apex predator baring its fangs, openly expressing desire for his very body. How interesting. How utterly interesting. A vicious, merciless smile slowly spread across Crocodile's face. How many years had passed since anyone dared speak to him in such a manner? This man named Fong Yuan was no ignorant upstart. He was a monster, just like him. A creature lurking in the darkness, feeding on all things. A kindred spirit. Crocodile picked up the receiver, his voice cold and gravelly, transmitting through the den mushy. I'll be waiting. With that he hung up directly. Aboard the Xuanwu, Fong Yuan casually tossed the receiver back onto the den mushy. Everything was within his grasp. And master. Yi Zhao's voice still trembled. He looked at Fong Yuan, his eyes filled with awe and bewilderment. That was a warlord. How could master, merely a crocodile, hold up in the desert? Fong Yuan said indifferently, as though discussing something entirely trivial. Since he has so warmly extended an invitation, wouldn't it be rude of us to decline? Fong Yuan turned toward the endless ocean beyond the captain's quarters, his eyes flashing with light darker than the abyss itself. Whiskey Peak, the stronghold of Baroque works. In others' eyes it was a dragon's pool and tiger's den. But in Fong Yuan's eyes, it was merely a vast warehouse stocked full of materials. Crocodile, the sand fruit. This was a Logia-type devil fruit. More precious than any template, a top-tier specimen. The corners of Fong Yuan's mouth rose involuntarily. He issued his new command to Yi Zhao behind him. Set course for Whiskey Peak. Additionally notify the Xuanwu. Prepare to welcome our enthusiastic host. Don't let him disappoint us. Yes, master. Yi Zhao forcibly suppressed the churning tempest in his heart and respectfully accepted the order. He turned at once and through their mental link relayed Fong Yuan's command to the Xuanwu beneath his feet. Received. Master's command. The Xuanwu's voice, both childlike and deep, echoed in their minds. The very next second, boom, the entire living warship jolted violently. On both sides of the hull, the once smooth cyan carapace bulged abruptly like living muscle. Dozens of hidden jet nozzles snapped open, blasting high-pressure steam. There were no sails, no oars. The Xuanwu, like a deep-sea leviathan freed from its restraints, tore across the sea with a terrifying speed wholly at odds with its massive form, hurtling toward Whiskey Peak marked on the chart. Inside the captain's quarters, Yi Zhao looked at the skull and crossbones mark that represented Whiskey Peak on the chart, and the color drained from his face once more. His lips trembled for a long while before he finally could not hold back. Master, forgive my impertinence. His voice carried an unmistakable fear and dread. Whiskey Peak is the stronghold of Baroque works. It's a trap, a dragon's pool, and a tiger's den. According to the intelligence I'd gathered before, over 100 bounty hunters with bounties exceeding 10 million are entrenched there. All of them top agents of Baroque works. Crocodile chose that place to give us a warning. He never intended to talk things through with us. If we go there now, it is no different from walking to our deaths. The more Yi Zhao spoke, the more anxious he became. He simply could not understand why his master, already unfathomably strong, would take such a suicidal risk. That was one of the 7 warlords of the sea, a monster capable of going toe-to-toe with a marine admiral. Yet after hearing all this, Fong Yuan only smiled softly. In that smile was contempt and a calm detachment that saw through everything. A trap. Fong Yuan turned and walked to the huge sea chart. Yi Zhao, your vision is still too narrow. He raised a finger. Instead of pointing at Whiskey Peak, he passed over that tiny cactus island and landed heavily on a colossal desert kingdom in the first half of the Grand Line. The kingdom of Alabasta. Fong Yuan's voice carried the cold aloofness of a god looking down at the mortal world. You think Crocodile's target is me? Fong Yuan's voice carried the cold aloofness of a god looking down at the mortal world. No, from beginning to end his target has never been me. It has always been this place. Yi Zhao followed Fong Yuan's finger and froze. Alabasta. What? What does this have to do with Crocodile? Master, I don't understand. You don't understand because you see only the chessboard, not the chess player. A cold arc curved at the corner of Fang Yuan's mouth. He began to reveal the cruel truth of this world to his loyal subordinate. First Crocodile, codenamed Sand Crocodile, is a Logia-type user of the Sand fruit. In your opinion, what place could be more fitting as his home turf than a kingdom made entirely of desert? Second, according to the latest newspapers, the kingdom of Alabasta has suffered a severe drought for 3 straight years. The people are destitute and rebel forces have risen everywhere. Yet the royal army has never found any trace of rain. Don't you find that strange? A sand fruit user can easily absorb all the moisture from the air. Creating a drought that blankets the entire country would be child's play for him. Bang! Every word Fang Yuan said slammed into Yi Zhao's heart like a heavy hammer. He had never considered any of this. He only knew Crocodile was powerful, but he had never imagined a person's ability could be used to such a degree, to manipulate the fate of an entire nation. Why? Why would he do that? Yi Zhao blurted out. Why? Fang Yuan smiled. Of course, to play the hero. Think about it. When the whole nation is drowning in despair, and the rebel army is about to storm the royal capital, a hero appears out of nowhere, defeats the mastermind behind the scenes, and brings rain and peace to the kingdom. What would the people of that country see him as? A savior. And then without any trouble he can naturally seize everything from that kingdom. Yi Zhao's body began to tremble uncontrollably. He felt his mind was about to be shattered by the flood of information. So, this was the scheme of a warlord of the sea. This was no longer a pirate. This was a devil. A true thief of nations. Then Fang Yuan's next words made him feel as if he had been plunged into an ice cave. No, for him stealing a country is only the beginning. Fang Yuan tapped lightly on the spot marking Alabasta's royal capital Alyabarna. His real target is the ancient weapon sleeping beneath this kingdom. Pluton. Pluton. Yi Zhao's eyes instantly flew open as wide as copper bells. The legendary divine weapon said to be able to destroy an entire island with a single cannon blast. So everything Crocodile had schemed for was for this. But, Yi Zhao's voice had grown hoarse. How did he know Pluton is in Alabasta? And how would he find it? The Poneglyph. Fang Yuan calmly uttered the phrase. But he can't read it. Therefore he needs someone who can read the Poneglyph, someone like Nico Robin. But knowing how to read it is still not enough. He also needs a key that can help him precisely locate Pluton's resting place. At that point Fang Yuan finally showed his cards. He turned around, looked at the completely petrified Yi Zhao, and said word by word, so he didn't come for me because of some split lion fruit. He came for me because he values my ability to manufacture devil fruits. He wants me to tailor-make a tool fruit for him, one that can help him find Pluton or make his coup even smoother. At this moment, Yi Zhao finally understood. He understood completely. From the very beginning his master had never regarded Crocodile as an equal opponent. He had already seen through every scheme and every calculation of that lofty warlord of the sea. This was no longer mere strategy. This was a god's eye view. A dimensional reduction strike. And master, how do you know all this? Yi Zhao's voice trembled beyond measure. Fang Yuan did not answer. He only silently called out to his golden finger in his heart, the devil fruit synthesis system. A pale blue screen that only he could see instantly unfolded before his eyes. Looking at the dazzling array of concepts and templates in his warehouse, Fang Yuan revealed an excited, cruel smile, like a top-tier merchant who had just spotted the perfect business opportunity. Crocodile wants a tool. Fine. As the CEO of the All Things Workshop, satisfying a client's needs is my basic professional ethics. Fang Yuan's mind began to fly across the system panel at incredible speed. Plan 1 concept combination. Core concepts: explosion, water, manipulation, rare grade. Auxiliary template, cloud. Synthesis direction: paramecia type, explosive rain fruit. Product description: creates explosive rain clouds loaded with immense water vapor. When detonated, they produce a citywide torrential downpour, perfectly resolving drought issues. The top choice for becoming a national hero. Note this fruit is just a tiny bit unstable. It might trigger a tsunami or something. All rights of final interpretation belong to our workshop. Plan 2 concept combination. Core concept: steel drill from the Krieg fleet. Auxiliary template: mole. Synthesis direction: Zoan type mole fruit drill form. Product description: after transformation grants overwhelming underground tunneling ability and a special sensitivity to subsurface mineral veins and ancient ruins. It is an essential companion for travel, treasure hunting, and grave robbing. Note if you dig up something you shoot, such as underground magma, we are not responsible. Plan 3 concept combination. Core concepts: poison gas, rare grade, hypnosis, rare grade. Auxiliary template: unknown plant. Synthesis direction: paramecia type, phantom dream flower fruit. Product description: releases colorless, odorless, hallucinogenic pollen that lulls enemies into the most beautiful illusions, allowing them to die peacefully. It wins without bloodshed and gives you complete control of the situation. The darling of schemers. Note: inhaling too much may turn you into an idiot. Please use with caution. Watching the suite of product plans he had designed, each one striking precisely at Crocodile's pain points, the smile at the corner of Feng Yuan's mouth grew more and more pronounced. He slowly closed the system panel. Yi Xiao looked at his master's expression of having everything under control, and the fear in his heart had long been replaced by fervent worship. He had only one thought now. That sand crocodile was so pitiful. He treats me as a disposable tool, he can manipulate it well. Feng Yuan turned around and cast his gaze toward Whiskey Peak, again his eyes as dark as an abyss. How would he ever know that in my eyes he is nothing more than a top-tier material supplier? A perfect springboard, one that will allow me to step into the new world unscathed and become famous throughout the world. Feng Yuan's voice echoed slowly through the captain's quarters, carrying an unassailable dominance. This deal was won from the moment he made that call. I had already won. From the moment that call came in, I had already won this deal. Feng Yuan's voice echoed slowly through the captain's quarters, carrying an unquestionable dominance. With those words spoken, he fell silent and stood quietly by the porthole, his gaze piercing through the endless darkness toward the approaching island. Whiskey Peak, an island renowned for welcoming pirates, yet concealing a vast trap laid by Baroque works. In Crocodile's script, this was his stage, a place to filter his pieces and display his majesty. Unfortunately, from the moment Feng Yuan decided to come, the script of this stage had already been rewritten. 2 days later, Whiskey Peak finally appeared on the horizon. It was a peculiar island composed of countless giant cacti, resembling a birthday cake studded with candles. Atop the tallest cactus in town, a man wearing an eccentric wig who called himself Mayor Mr. 8 Foot, Icalium, held a telescope observing the mysteriously approaching vessel. Miss Monday, are you certain the target is that ship? A fine sheen of cold sweat appeared on Icalium's forehead. Through the telescope, the vessel's appearance far exceeded his understanding. This was no ordinary ship. It was a living beast. Its entire hull was covered in mysterious blue-black armor plates, reflecting a metallic gleam under the sunlight. The figurehead bore the visage of a ferocious dragon-turtle hybrid, those eyes seemingly alive with a cold, piercing gaze fixed upon the island. The entire ship sailed without a single sail, cutting through the waves with an aura of terrifying dread. Good heavens! Beside him, a muscular woman, Miss Monday, stood equally stunned. What kind of monster is that? Intelligence only said the target was a rookie with a bounty of 3 million berries. How could he possess a warship of this caliber? Icalium lowered the telescope, his expression shifting rapidly from shock to insatiable greed. Wealth. Unimaginable wealth. The fortune required to build such a vessel must be staggering. Whoever he is. Icalium's eyes gleamed with bloodlust. Now that he's come to Whiskey Peak, he's a fat sheep delivering himself to our door. Issue my order. Prepare everyone. Initiate the highest level welcome ceremony. Remember, everything he possesses, including this ship, belongs to Mr. Crocodile. Absolutely no mistakes allowed. Yes. Miss Monday licked her lips and turned to swiftly execute the orders. In an instant, the entire Whiskey Peak, this bounty hunter den disguised as a hospitable town, sprang into action. The Xuanwu slowly docked. The massive hull cast a shadow engulfing the entire pier. On shore, enthusiastic townspeople were already assembled. They beat drums and gongs, sang and danced, their faces painted with the brightest smiles as they chanted, "Welcome, welcome, honored guests." At their forefront stood Mayor Icalium. Dressed in splendid formal attire, he hurried to the foot of the gangway, his face adorned with a servile grin. "Welcome, welcome. Welcome to Whiskey Peak. I am Mayor Icalium of this town." Creak. The gangway lowered. 2 figures descended slowly. Leading the way was a young man in a black trench coat with a cold, stern face. He was Feng Yuan. Half a step behind him trailed a lean youth with eagle-sharp eyes. Yi Xiao. Feng Yuan's gaze swept lazily over the enthusiastic townsfolk. On his system panel, each person's true identity was clearly labeled above their head. Baroque Works Senior Agent Bounty Hunter. Baroque Works Ordinary Member Bounty Hunter. Countless entries, over 100 in total. The entire town was a vast killing ground. The mayor. A wry smile curled at the corner of Feng Yuan's mouth. He didn't even glance at Icalium's outstretched hand, instead casually withdrawing a heavy coin purse from his robe. Thud. He tossed the purse onto Icalium's feet as carelessly as discarding trash. Golden coins spilled from the opening, dazzling everyone's eyes. "For your trouble." Feng Yuan's tone was as flat as if giving orders to a servant. "Find the cleanest place, prepare the finest wine and food. I'm tired, do I need to rest?" In that instant, every bounty hunter present held their breath. Their eyes locked onto the coins on the ground, throats working as they swallowed hard. Good Lord, how much money was that? A casual toss amounted to wealth an ordinary person could never earn in a lifetime. This fish was even fattier and dumber than imagined. Icalium's smile deepened, becoming more humble, even servile. He bent down and reverently picked up the coin purse as if it were a sacred relic. "Yes, yes, sir. Honored guest. We have prepared the grandest banquet for you. Please follow me." Icalium led the way ahead, bowing so low his pride reached the dust. Behind him, the bounty hunter's gaze toward Feng Yuan had completely shifted. They no longer saw a person. They saw a walking pile of gold coins. Feng Yuan walked into the town's central square, surrounded by their entourage. Yi Xiao followed close behind, his hand always resting on his weapon, his eyes vigilantly scanning the surroundings. His mental link buzzed with worry. Master, their killing intent is blatant. There are at least 100 bounty hunters here. Silence. Feng Yuan's voice resonated directly within his mind. Just watch the show. Tonight, I shall treat you to the most spectacular fireworks display. Night fell. Bonfires blazed in the town's central square. The grand banquet had begun. Long tables groaned under the weight of exquisite delicacies and fine wines. Bounty hunters gathered around, devouring meat and drinking loudly, the atmosphere reaching a fever pitch. Feng Yuan and Yi Xiao were seated at the head table. Feng Yuan poured himself wine at leisure, completely indifferent to everything around him. After several rounds of toasts, Icalium rose unsteadily with his cup. The smile on his face vanished, replaced by the mocking cruelty of a cat toying with its prey. All right, everyone. Icalium's voice instantly silenced the noisy square. Every bounty hunter froze, their gazes collectively locking onto Feng Yuan. Their eyes brimmed with unabashed killing intent and greed. Clang, clang, clang. The next moment, over 100 bounty hunters drew their weapons simultaneously. Swords, spears, axes, and hooks. Cold glints flashed in the firelight surrounding Feng Yuan and Yi Xiao completely. The square's exits were blocked by burly men hauling massive boulders into place. The dagger was revealed. Honored guests. Icalium's lips split into a grotesque grin. Welcome to Whiskey Peak, the hunting grounds of our Baroque works. Thank you for bringing us such abundant wealth. He spread his arms wide like a deity pronouncing judgment. And now I declare, your death has arrived. As his words fell, the 100+ bounty hunters erupted into bloodthirsty laughter. In their eyes, this hunt was already over. The fool before them was merely meat on the chopping board at their mercy. However, facing certain death, Feng Yuan, the target, didn't so much as twitch a facial muscle. He couldn't be bothered to even raise his eyelids. He simply swirled his wine glass elegantly, watching the crimson liquid dance within as if admiring a masterpiece. The world seemed irrelevant to him. This extreme disregard made Icalium's smile freeze mid-expression. An ominous premonition surged through him. Something was wrong. This guy's reaction was completely off. Just as he prepared to order the attack, Feng Yuan finally spoke. His voice was soft, yet carried clearly to every ear. Yi Xiao. Feng Yuan raised his glass to his lips and took a delicate sip. Clean up the trash. He cast a casual glance from the corner of his eye at the murderous bounty hunters surrounding them, his tone dripping with impatience. Don't disturb my drinking. Before the words had fully left his mouth, Yi Xiao, who had stood motionless behind Feng Yuan, moved. Before his voice had even faded, Yi Xiao, who had been standing silently behind Feng Yuan, moved. Yes, master. Boom. A dull, heavy roar resounded, as if a bomb had detonated inside Yi Xiao's body. His originally lean frame suddenly swelled violently in an instant. His bones let out a teeth-grinding series of sharp crack bursts, and his black trench coat was ripped apart into countless shreds. Rip! The sound of flesh tearing apart rang out. A pair of colossal steel wings gleaming with cold metallic light violently unfolded from his back. The wings were so immense that the instant they spread, they completely blotted out the moonlight in the sky. The entire plaza was instantly engulfed in darkness. Only the bonfire at the center kept dancing wildly, stretching Yi Xiao's utterly inhuman silhouette into the shape of a demon crawling out of hell. What is this? It's a monster. The more than 100 bounty hunters who had been bristling with murderous intent just moments ago were all struck dumb by the sight. Their minds went completely blank. What kind of ability was this? A Zoan type. But why were the wings made of steel? Don't panic. He's only one man. Mayor Igaram's face changed as well, but he forcibly suppressed the fear rising in his heart and let out a hysterical roar. No matter how strong he is, he's still one person. We have over 100 people. Charge. Cut him into mincemeat. With a heavy reward, there will always be brave men. Besides, they had no way back. Kill. The dozen or so bounty hunters closest to him roared, raised their blades and swords, and hacked fiercely at Yi Xiao. They were going to chop this monster into pieces. But in the next second, a nightmarish scene unfolded that they would never forget for the rest of their lives. Clang, 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 clang. A burst of crisp metallic ringing resounded across the plaza like hammer striking steel. Those dozen-odd sharp swords and sabers hacked into Yi Xiao's steel wings and body, but failed to penetrate even a hair's breadth. Instead, they sent a shower of sparks flying. The powerful recoil split the bounty hunters' hands open, and their weapons nearly flew from their grips. As for Yi Xiao's body, never mind wounds. Not a single white mark had been left behind. What? See, can't cut him. How is this possible? Damn, what the hell kind of defense is this? Everyone completely lost it. Their attacks were like a child hitting a slab of tempered steel with a wooden stick. It was utterly laughable. A bunch of ants. Yi Zhao's voice, now hoarse and low, sounded from the darkness. His eyes lit up with two crimson glows in the darkness filled with contempt and cruelty. He moved. No complicated moves. He merely swung his right hand, already transformed into a steel claw, with casual disdain. Swoosh. 5 pitch-black claw marks flashed through the air as if tearing it apart. Squelch. 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 The faces of the 5 bounty hunters at the front instantly froze in terror. The next second their bodies were neatly severed in two at the waist. Their upper and lower halves simply slid apart. Blood and entrails gushed out, splattering all over the ground. Instant kills. They didn't even have time to scream. Aya! Only then did those behind snap back to their senses and shriek in utter terror. Fear like a plague instantly engulfed the entire plaza. Run, run. He's a demon. We're no match for him. We're doomed. We've messed with the wrong people. The bounty hunters who had been so arrogant moments ago were now completely broken. They threw away their weapons, wailed for their mothers, and turned to flee. But it was already too late. You want to run? Yi Zhao's icy voice came like death's verdict. Master said to clean up the trash. As his words fell, his sky-obscuring steel wings gave a violent beat. Buzz. The air erupted in a violent hum. In the next instant, swoosh, 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 swoosh. Countless razor-sharp steel feathers burst from his wings like a storm of needles. The feathers moved at incredible speed, drawing visible black trails through the air and blanketing the entire plaza in an overwhelming storm. This was a death storm forged of steel. No. Help! Shrill screams rose up in one chaotic chorus. But it lasted only a second before stopping abruptly. Shunk! 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 The dense sound of countless blades piercing flesh rang out. The bounty hunters who had been fleeing frantically stiffened, then fell in swaths like wheat scythed down in the field. Each of them was densely covered with black steel feathers. They were pinned alive to the ground. Blood instantly dyed the ground of the entire plaza red. Deathly silence. The whole world fell into a profound stillness. Only the bonfire still crackled. Mayor Igaram and the muscular woman Miss Monday were completely scared out of their wits. They stood there quaking violently, and the stench of urine wafted from their trousers. Dead. All dead. Over 100 elite agents of Baroque Works had been slaughtered to the last within less than a minute. This was no longer a battle. It was a one-sided massacre. Just as their minds were about to explode from the boundless terror, Yi Zhao's gaze fell upon them. An eerie glimmer flickered in his crimson eyes. Mind-type hypnosis. Buzz. An invisible shockwave swept across in an instant. Igaram's and Miss Monday's bodies froze. The extreme terror in their eyes quickly faded, replaced by emptiness and dullness. Like two puppets whose souls had been torn away. Done. Yi Zhao withdrew his gaze. The steel wings behind him slowly folded shut, and his bulging body quickly shrank back into the gaunt youth in tattered clothes. He walked behind Feng Yuan and lowered his head with deep respect. Master, the trash has been cleaned up. His tone was matter-of-fact, as if he had simply swatted away a few buzzing flies. Only then did Feng Yuan finally set down the wineglass in his hand. He rose slowly and walked straight to Igaram, without sparing a single glance at the corpses strewn across the ground. Igaram stood motionless like a marionette. Feng Yuan reached out and gently patted the face twisted by fear. A cold merchant-like smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Now there's no one to disturb us. We can have a proper talk, Mr. Igaram. Feng Yuan's voice was magnetic, but it made the deathly silent night even colder. About the complete assets of your Baroque works. Now no one will disturb us. We can have a proper talk, Mr. Igaram. Feng Yuan's voice was magnetic, yet it made the deathly silent night even colder. About all the assets of your Baroque works. The hypnotized Igaram stood there as still as a statue, his eyes hollow like a most faithful servant. Feng Yuan said nothing more, only giving Night Owl a look behind him. Night Owl took the hint. The eerie light in his scarlet eyes flared up once more, completely enveloping Igaram and Miss Monday, who had been equally controlled beside him. An invisible psychic force like a scalpel precisely sliced open their mental defenses. The next moment, Igaram's mouth began to mechanically open and close. Baroque Works was founded by Mr. Crocodile the Sand Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. The organization has more than 2,000 members scattered across the first half of the Grand Line. Under the cover of bounty hunting services, it actually engages in espionage, assassination, subversion of nations, and other activities. All senior agents are codenamed Mr. plus a number, and each possesses his or her own devil fruit ability. Mr. 1 Dasbones, user of the slice fruit. Mr. 2 Bon Clay, user of the mimic fruit. Mr. 3 Galdino, user of the wax fruit. Like an emotionless broadcasting machine, Igaram poured out every core secret of Baroque Works, not omitting a single word. From the organizational structure to the list of senior agents, and then to the ability intel of each individual. Even Crocodile's ultimate goal, the monstrous conspiracy buried beneath the kingdom of Alabasta was revealed. Mr. Crocodile's ultimate goal is to seize the kingdom of Alabasta and find the ancient weapon hidden underground. Pluton. To carry out this plan, the princess of Alabasta Nefertari Vivi has gone undercover in the organization under the alias Miss Wednesday with me as her partner. Night Owl transmitted this intelligence through the mental link to Feng Yuan's mind in real-time word for word. Feng Yuan listened quietly. Not the slightest trace of emotion crossed his face. It was as if what he was hearing was not an earth-shattering secret, but an ordinary market research report. An ancient weapon. A plot to seize a kingdom. A princess undercover. Is that all? The corner of Feng Yuan's mouth curved into a faint, almost contemptuous arc. When Igaram finally closed his mouth and poured out all the intelligence, the entire plaza fell into deathly silence once more. Night Owl looked at Feng Yuan and asked with respect, "Master, how should these people be dealt with?" "Deal with them." Feng Yuan smiled. He reached out and lightly swiped across the system's holographic screen. A huge map with the Grand Line as its backdrop unfolded before him. The map was densely marked with red dots. Each red dot represented a stronghold of Baroque works. These strongholds were like a colossal spiderweb covering nearly every important route and island in the first half of the Grand Line. What an immense underground network. Intelligence assassination commerce. It was like a precision war machine that once activated was enough to topple any undefended kingdom. Destroy it. Don't be ridiculous. It would be a criminal waste of a godsend. In other people's eyes, this was an evil criminal organization, a malignant tumor that had to be eradicated. But in Feng Yuan's eyes, this was a perfect front, already fully assembled and ready to be taken over and run at any moment. It was a ready-made instrument for endlessly plundering materials, accumulating capital, and building an intelligence network. Night Owl. Feng Yuan's eyes burned with a flame called ambition. What do you think we lack? Night Owl was taken aback, then answered, "We lack powerful subordinates and more resources." No. Feng Yuan shook his head. His voice was not loud, but it carried the domineering aura of one who ruled the world. What we lack is a crowbar. One that can treat the entire world as our material vault. And now Feng Yuan pointed at the enormous network on the map. Someone has already built this crowbar for us. Night Owl understood in an instant. His breath caught in his throat. His heart began to pound out of control. His master's idea was more than insane. It was practically tearing a hole through heaven itself. He hadn't come here to hunt. He had come to claim an inheritance. As for these two, Feng Yuan's gaze fell on Igaram and Vivi as if evaluating two pieces of merchandise. Keep them for now. They're still useful. With that, he took out a strangely shaped den mushy from inside Igaram's coat. It was an encrypted line dedicated solely to contacting Mr. Zero. Without any hesitation, Feng Yuan pressed the dial button. Bring. Click. The call connected. The den mushy's face quickly took on the likeness of a man's face, gloomy, cold, and marked by a long scar. It was none other than Crocodile the Sand Crocodile. "Mr. 8, how is the task coming along?" A hoarse, low voice full of impatience came from the other end. "Have you caught that Feng Yuan fellow?" Holding the den mushy, Feng Yuan walked over to the bonfire, casually pulled up a chair, sat down, and crossed his legs. He began to speak slowly, his tone flat, but the words detonated like a heavy bomb at the other end of the line. "As for the man, he is here." The voice on the other end abruptly paused. In Crocodile's gloomy voice there was now a hint of vigilance. "Who are you?" "Me." Feng Yuan chuckled softly, leaned back in his chair, and said in a tone that sounded like casual chat, "I'm the Feng Yuan you've been looking for. By the way, let me leave your employees a bad review. The welcome ceremony at Whiskey Peak was far too tasteless. It made my head hurt from all the noise." Feng Yuan's gaze swept across the corpses on the ground. "So I casually cleaned this place up for you." Boom. On the other end of the line, Crocodile's breathing instantly became heavy. The den mushy's face clearly revealed rage and disbelief. "Cleaned up? Over 100 elites at Whiskey Peak had just been cleaned up. You are asking for death." Crocodile's voice was squeezed through his teeth, overflowing with icy, murderous intent. But Feng Yuan completely ignored his threat. He directly cut him off, still using that infuriatingly calm tone. "All right, enough small talk. Let's talk business, Mr. Zero. Or should I call you the Sand Crocodile, Mr. Crocodile?" Those words struck like a thunderbolt from the 9 heavens. The other end of the line instantly fell into deathly silence. Crocodile's true identity was his greatest secret. How could this man know? Before he could recover from the shock, Feng Yuan's next words made his entire brain buzz. "I just took some time to look over your Baroque Works business plan. Ambitious goal. You want to leverage an ancient weapon. Not a bad idea." Feng Yuan's tone was just like an investment firm CEO critiquing a startup project. "Unfortunately, the execution team is garbage. The company management is a catastrophe, and it's rotten from the very roots." So Feng Yuan paused, then dropped the sentence that was enough to shake the entire Grand Line. "I'm somewhat interested in this company of yours. Have you ever considered finding a new boss?" or bringing in an angel investor to help you complete the follow-up acquisition. Alabasta Rain Base. In the deepest part of the underground casino Rain, Dinner's a man with a cigar in his mouth and a black coat over his shoulders suddenly shot up from his chair. It was none other than Crocodile. The expression on his face could no longer be described as shock. It was the horror of someone who had seen a ghost. A madman. The man on the other end of the phone was absolutely a madman through and through. Who did he think he was? What did he think Baroque Works was? A game of make-believe. An acquisition. And what the hell is an angel investor? In all his years sailing the seas and scheming against countless people, Crocodile had never encountered a player of this caliber. This guy was no pirate at all. He was a schemer even more lawless than himself, even more prone to defying conventions. A towering fury burned in Crocodile's chest. But then that fury was suppressed by an even stronger morbid excitement. Interesting. Too interesting. This man named Fong Yuan was the first person who dared to speak to him like this. He was a kindred spirit. The murderous intent in Crocodile's eyes slowly faded, replaced by the excitement and greed of a hunter seeing top-quality prey. He sat back down, picked up the den mushy, and his voice had already returned to calm, even carrying a hoarse trace of laughter. Whiskey Peak, that little place really isn't suitable for this kind of big business. I've changed my mind. A cruel smile stretched across Crocodile's mouth. Come to Rainbase. I'll meet you in person. Click. He hung up unilaterally. Fong Yuan put down the den mushy, and the smile on his face grew even more amused. He took the bait. Just then Night Owl's voice sounded in his mind. Master, a small boat is rapidly approaching from the northeast. On board is the scent of that straw hat kid. Oh. Fong Yuan raised an eyebrow and turned his gaze toward the subdued, blue-haired girl, codenamed Miss Wednesday. Nefertari Vivi, the future queen of Alabasta. The corner of his mouth curled up slightly. It seems another fine piece of material has delivered itself to my door. It seems another fine material has delivered itself to my doorstep. Fong Yuan's voice was soft, yet like an ice-cold blade it sliced through the deathly still night sky over Whiskey Peak. He rose to his feet and brushed off dust that was not there, as if what he had just finished was not a massacre, but the most ordinary business negotiation. Night Owl. Yes, master. Night Owl's silhouette materialized silently behind him. Clean up every trace here. As for these two, erase tonight's memories while retaining the core hypnotic commands. Fong Yuan pointed at Igaram and Miss Monday, who stood like puppets. From now on they are our assets. Yes. Night Owl acknowledged the order. A crimson glint flashed through his scarlet eyes as an invisible psychic force once again enveloped the two Baroque Works agents, who had completely lost any ability to resist. Fong Yuan did not spare them another glance and walked straight toward the harbor. His pace was unhurried, yet it carried the leisurely composure of a casual stroll, as if all of Whiskey Peak were merely an unremarkable way station on his journey. When he reached the harbor, Night Owl had already finished handling everything behind him. Like a shadow, he followed, escorting the hollow-eyed Igaram and Miss Monday. The colossal Xuanwu lay quietly moored at the shore. Its enormous body, covered in a blue-green carapace, reflected a cold, eerie luster in the moonlight. The figurehead, a majestic dragon-headed turtle, had faint crimson light glowing in its eyes, resembling an ancient behemoth lurking in the darkness, overflowing with oppressive might. However, just as Fong Yuan was about to board the ship, time for a banquet. Meat. Meat. I want meat. A cheer of boisterous, over-the-top celebration suddenly erupted from the other side of the harbor, shattering the deathly silence. Fong Yuan's footsteps paused for a brief moment. He raised his head and looked toward the source of the sound. A pirate ship bearing a sheep-headed figurehead had just come alongside the dock. A boy in a straw hat hopped off the ship in high spirits, waving his arms and shouting. Behind him followed a green-haired swordsman, a blonde chef with curly eyebrows, a long-nosed sniper, and an orange-haired navigator. It was none other than the Straw Hat crew. They had just taken down Mr. Five and his partner, and believing that all of Whiskey Peak's enemies had already been dealt with, they were preparing to hold a grand feast, in keeping with tradition. The entire scene was bursting with joy and carefree silliness. Against the cold, deathly scheming, blood-soaked atmosphere around Fong Yuan, it formed a stark contrast between two extremes. Like light and darkness, the two sides collided head-on in this little harbor at this very moment. The Straw Hats' cheering came to an abrupt halt the moment they saw Fong Yuan and his companions. Luffy stopped jumping, tilting his head in curiosity. Zoro halted in his tracks. Nami's smile froze on her face. Everyone's gaze was fixed on the man standing at the center of the harbor, a man whose aura seemed utterly out of step with the world, and on the monstrously immense ship behind him. The atmosphere instantly became strange. Hey, who are you people? Luffy was the first to speak, his voice full of curiosity as his eyes darted back and forth between Fong Yuan and the enormous Xuanwu. Wow, cool ship. It looks alive. However, Zoro, beside him, was not paying attention to the ship at all. The instant he saw Fong Yuan, Zoro's right hand had already instinctively slammed down on the hilts of the three swords at his waist. What Wado Ikamanji, as if sensing something, let out a faint cry of grief, so soft that only Zoro could hear. Zoro's pupils contracted abruptly. Something was wrong. Very wrong. He could feel it. His swords, his partners, were afraid. They felt as if they had been brutally violated. The blades carried a residue that made him deeply uncomfortable, an aura of being peeped at, analyzed, and toyed with. This feeling enraged him even more than a crack in the blade would have. You. Zoro's gaze instantly turned into an unsheathed blade locking dead onto Fang Yuan. He did not know why, but he had a fierce intuition. This man before him had done something to his swords. Zoro. Nami noticed Zoro's abnormality as well, but her attention was soon drawn to Fang Yuan's face. That face. So familiar. Where had she seen it? The next second, with a bang, an image flashed through Nami's mind. Kokoyashi village. The man who had appeared while everyone else was still immersed in the joy of victory and bought all of Arlong's corpses from the corrupt Marines with a chest of gold. The man who with his utterly frigid resource recovery doctrine smashed to smithereens the worldview she had so painstakingly built. It was him, the winged man. Nami's face turned pale in an instant. Fear, a terror from the depths of her soul, seized her heart. Why? Why was he here? Why would this demon-like man appear in the Grand Line? Miss Nami, what's wrong? Sanji, who was beside her, immediately noticed that something was amiss. In a flash he shielded her and glared at Fang Yuan. Hey, what did you do to our beautiful Miss Nami? Usopp was so terrified that his legs trembled and cold sweat ran down his forehead. As such a terrifying presence. This guy is definitely not an ordinary person. The entire Straw Hat crew instantly went into maximum alert. A great battle seemed about to break out at any moment. And yet, facing the Straw Hat's hostility and wariness, Fang Yuan could not even be bothered to lift an eyelid. His expression remained absolutely unchanged from beginning to end. Coldness. Utter coldness. As if these people who would one day be renowned across the seas were no different from stones by the roadside in his eyes. He did not even acknowledge Zoro's blazing glare, nor pay any mind to Sanji's bluster. His gaze only swept lightly across everyone present. Finally, it came to rest on Nami's deathly pale face. His thin lips parted slightly. His voice was calm, yet like sand laced with ice it poured into every ear present. The sands of Alabasta are far more scorching underfoot than the waters of the East Blue. The corner of Fang Yuan's mouth curled up into a barely perceptible arc, a smile, filled with amusement and a faint, elusive pity. Good luck, Miss Navigator. With that, Fang Yuan gave them no time to react. He turned around and walked onto the deck of the Xuanwu without looking back. Night Owl followed close behind, escorting Igaram and Miss Monday. Hey, stop right there. Zoro roared, his hand already clenched around the hilt as he prepared to draw his sword. But just then, roar. A low majestic roar as if from the dawn of primordial chaos erupted from the great ship. The faintly glowing eyes of the Xuanwu's figurehead suddenly blazed with crimson light. An oppressive force of terrifying magnitude came crashing down. The seawater in the entire harbor seemed to be pressed by an invisible giant hand, sinking sharply. Zoro's movement stiffened. The curiosity on Luffy's face vanished, replaced by a heavy solemnity. Everyone felt a shudder that came from the very depths of their souls. That was not conqueror's haki. It was absolute suppression at the level of life itself. Like an ant standing in the presence of a true dragon. Under everyone's horrified gaze, the enormous Xuanwu slowly left the harbor. It did not raise its sails, nor did it use oars. It simply glided away over the water in that eerie horizontal manner. Then the massive hull began to sink slowly like a true sea beast diving into the deep, and within an instant it had vanished completely. Only a series of ever-expanding ripples remained on the surface. Once again the harbor returned to deathly silence. Only the Straw Hats were left frozen in place, unable to regain their senses for a long time. That ship just now. Usopp's voice was trembling. It had submerged. That guy? Zoro's hand was still pressed tightly against the hilt, veins bulging on the back of his hand. He's definitely a monster. Luffy said not a word. He simply pressed his straw hat down, his expression graver than ever before. Nami, on the other hand, was still replaying the words Fang Yuan had spoken before he left. The sands of Alabasta. More scorching underfoot than the waters of the East Blue. He knew our destination was Alabasta. He even knew that a huge danger was waiting there. Just who was this man? How could he know all of this? A terrifying thought began to grow wildly in Nami's heart. From the very beginning, this voyage of theirs appeared to have fallen into the gaze of some unseen presence. The harbor fell into deathly silence once more. Only the Straw Hat crew remained frozen in place, unable to snap back to reality. That ship just now. Usopp's voice trembled. It dove underwater. That guy. Zoro's hand remained tightly gripping his sword hilt, veins bulging on the back of his hand. He's definitely a monster. Luffy said nothing, merely pressing down on his straw hat in silence, his expression unprecedentedly grave. Meanwhile, Nami was still turning over and over in her mind the words Fang Yuan had spoken before leaving. The sands of Alabasta. are hotter underfoot than the waters of the East Blue. He knows. He knows our destination is Alabasta. He even knows that great danger lurks there. Who is this person exactly? How does he know all of this? A terrifying thought began to run rampant in Nami's mind. Their voyage from the very beginning seemed to have fallen under the watchful gaze of some unseen presence. Meanwhile, 500 meters beneath the sea, the interior of the Xuanwu was bright as day. There was none of the dampness or crampedness of an ordinary ship's cabin. Instead, it resembled a command center brimming with futuristic technology. Pale blue light trails flowed across the smooth metal walls, illuminating the entire space. Fang Yuan sat in a spacious commander's seat. Before him hung a massive virtual screen formed from light, clearly displaying the Xuanwu's operational data and the underwater scenery outside. The dark, lifeless deep sea was rent apart by powerful searchlights, and countless bizarre deep-sea fish scattered in panic through the beams. Master, a young voice tinged with a hint of mechanical resonance spoke directly into Fang Yuan's mind. It was the consciousness of the Xuanwu. Hull integrity is optimal energy reserves at 92. Currently proceeding at 30 knots following the log pose's direction toward Alabasta. Fang Yuan nodded, his face expressionless. Behind him, Night Owl was still shaken. Master, the Straw Hat crew earlier. They seemed to recognize you. Especially that swordsman. His hostility was palpable. A bunch of brats who haven't grown up yet. Fang Yuan's tone was as indifferent as if he were discussing the weather. They are the protagonists of this era, bearing the blessing of fate. Before they mature, striking at them yields too little profit. Fang Yuan picked up a glass of red wine from the table and swirled it gently. Let them cause their commotion first, set the stage, and invite all the actors on. Once they've gathered most of the fruits, we can go reap the harvest. Wouldn't that be much more convenient? Night Owl shuddered at his words. So in his master's eyes, even a child of destiny like Monkey D. Luffy was merely a crop to be harvested. This way of thinking was beyond anything he could have imagined. Then, shall we head to Rainbase now to meet that crocodile? Night Owl asked respectfully. No. Fang Yuan shook his head, rejecting the proposal. He extended a finger and swiped lightly across the virtual screen. A massive sea chart instantly replaced the underwater vista. To meet Crocodile, we need to bring a gift he cannot refuse. A cold, sharp curve formed at the corner of Fang Yuan's mouth. Besides, before officially dealing with someone of a warlord's caliber, it's time we replenished our materials depot. His finger pressed down heavily on a peculiar island on the sea chart. The island's shape resembled two enormous donuts. This is... Night Owl's pupils contracted sharply as he looked at the name. Little Garden. Master, this is far too dangerous. According to intelligence, it's an island frozen in the primeval era. The creatures on it are. Exactly. Fang Yuan cut off Night Owl's words, and for the first time a nearly fanatical excitement gleamed in his eyes. It was the look of a scientist beholding the perfect experimental specimen. Greed. Utterly naked greed. A living prehistoric ecosystem. Fang Yuan's voice even trembled slightly. Night Owl, in your opinion, besides the mythical Zoan types, which animal-based template is the strongest? Night Owl was taken aback and answered instinctively, is it? The ancient Zoan. Exactly. The ancient Zoan. Fang Yuan abruptly rose from his chair, pressing both hands against the virtual screen as if to embrace the entire sea chart. Dinosaurs everywhere. Tyrannosaurus, Triceratops, Stegosaurus, and Pteranodon soaring through the skies. That is not danger, Night Owl. Remember this. Fang Yuan turned his head, his eyes burning intently into Night Owl's. That is an unopened treasure trove. An inexhaustible supply of living top-tier biological templates. That is our hunting ground. Bang. Night Owl's mind went blank. A hunting ground. His master had just called one of the Grand Line's most perilous islands a hunting ground. Such madness. Such audacity. Fang Yuan paid no heed to Night Owl's shock, fully immersed in his own grand design. His fingers flew across the system's holographic interface as countless outrageous synthesis formulas flashed through his mind. Tyrannosaurus template explosion concept. Triceratops template absolute defense concept. Raptor template speed concept division concept. Every combination heralded the birth of a monster powerful enough to make the world tremble. If he could forge these into an army. No, he didn't even need an army. If he could successfully dissect a Tyrannosaurus and integrate its template into the Xuanwu, or even into Night Owl's body, their combat power would undergo an earth-shattering surge. And by then, what would a mere crocodile amount to? Wealth, status, fame. These things are all too ephemeral. Fang Yuan murmured to himself, the light in his eyes blazing with an almost terrifying intensity. Only the materials I hold in my hands are true power. With these prehistoric templates, I might even attempt to create entirely new species that surpass the ancient Zoans. His ambition in this moment stood fully exposed. What he sought was not to become some sovereign of the seas. What he sought was to become a creator god. Xuanwu. Fang Yuan drew a deep breath and issued an irrefutable command. Abandon the original course and adjust our heading. Destination, Little Garden. Full speed ahead. Yes, master. The Xuanwu's consciousness responded immediately. Deep beneath the waves, the colossal steel beast carved a sweeping arc in silence, changing its direction. The powerful hydrojet propulsion system roared to full capacity, surging the vessel forward at even greater speed toward that legendary prehistoric island. Fang Yuan settled back into his chair, gazing at the name, Little Garden, on the sea chart, his eyes burning with such intensity they could have boiled the ocean away. Crocodile. Merely an excellent sand template and a Logia core. He can't escape. A meal must be eaten one bite at a time. Materials must be gathered one piece at a time. Dinosaurs. The ultimate biological templates beneath the mythical Zoans. I'm coming. A cruel smile stretched across Fang Yuan's lips. I hope your taste doesn't disappoint me. Suddenly, as if recalling something, he tapped his fingers lightly against the sea chart. Speaking of which, besides the dinosaurs, there are also two rather interesting giants on that island. One named Dori and one named Bragi. Giant warriors who have lived for a century. Perfect giant templates. And then there's Mr. 3. Galdino, a Baroque works senior agent with his amusing wax fruit. A flicker of amusement crossed Fang Yuan's eyes. Perfect. Before the main feast begins, a few appetizers wouldn't hurt. Little Garden. A true island forgotten by time. Like a phantom, the Xuanwu rose silently from the deep sea, concealing its enormous hull, covered in jade-green carapace, at the edge of a jungle formed by ferns so colossal they defied belief. Fang Yuan stood atop the dragon head of the ship's figurehead, sweeping his gaze across this primeval world. The very air carried a scent that was savage, untamed, and brimming with vitality. In the sky, giant pterosaurs with wingspans exceeding 10 meters shrieked piercingly as they soared past in flocks. In the jungle, towering ancient trees pierced the clouds, their trunks even thicker than his three-masted sailing ship. A prehistoric centipede larger than even a sea king crawled lazily through the swamp beside their ship. Its dense, countless legs made Yexiao's scalp crawl. My God! Master, the creatures in this godforsaken place are absolutely insane. Yexiao stood behind Fang Yuan, his voice tinged with undisguised shock. Now he finally understood why his master called this place a hunting ground. Any one of these creatures, if taken to the East Blue, could easily trigger a catastrophe. Insane. No. A fiercely excited smile curved at the corner of Fang Yuan's mouth. This is what I call top-grade ingredients. His eyes held not a trace of fear, only the ecstasy and greed of a hunter beholding a mountain of prey. The system interface was already frantically flashing with notifications before his eyes. Rare creature template detected Pteranodon. Rare creature template detected Titanoboa. Epic creature template detected Stegosaurus. Detected. The endless stream of notifications filled Fang Yuan's heart with elation. An epic template. Here they were, as common as roadside cabbages. This trip was a massive jackpot. Yexiao, activate full range alert. Mark every noteworthy creature template on this island and build an ingredient database. Fang Yuan calmly issued the command. Yes, master. Yexiao acknowledged the order, a red light flashing in his eyes, then transformed into a dark shadow and vanished into the jungle in an instant. Fang Yuan, meanwhile, remained at the bow like a patient hunter waiting for the most succulent prey to appear. And then, boom, a deafening roar suddenly erupted from the center of the island. Immediately after, the ground began to tremble violently, as if a magnitude 10 earthquake had struck. Countless birds burst into the air, and beasts in the forest let out terrified roars as they fled in every direction. Fang Yuan's brow rose slightly. This disturbance. It wasn't something a mere beast could cause. Xuanwu periscope mode. Lock onto the source of the sound. Yes, master. On the Xuanwu's great dragon turtle figurehead, the pupil of one eye changed, instantly contracting and focusing like a lens. An invisible beam of light pierced through the layered jungle in an instant. Soon a perfectly clear image appeared on the virtual screen before Fang Yuan. There, in a vast clearing at the center of the island, two giants, each over 20 meters tall and as massive as mountains, were locked in an earth-shattering duel. One, a blue-skinned ogre-like giant, wielded a colossal axe. The other, a red-skinned ogre-like giant, brandished a colossal greatsword. Their armor was tattered and battered, and their weapons were chipped and notched. They had clearly been fighting for countless rounds. Take this, Bragi. Come on, Dori. With thunderous roars, the two raised their weapons high once more. For the glory of Elbaf. This strike will decide everything. The same blazing fire burned in both of their eyes. It was a pure conviction. Not for money, not for profit, but for the dignity and glory they had upheld for 100 years. Boom. The great axe and the great sword collided once more with savage force. A terrifying shockwave like a tsunami swept outward in all directions. Colossal trees around them were uprooted, and the earth was torn open with ghastly fissures. Yet in that very instant of the world-shaking strike, a system chime, crisp as crystal and unlike anything he had ever heard, suddenly exploded in Fang Yuan's mind. Ding. Warning. Highly concentrated, highly pure, and extremely condensed spiritual concept detected. Analyzing. Analysis successful. Concept name glory. Concept grade special, legendary. Concept description a powerful spiritual force born from unyielding conviction, absolute dignity, and self-affirmation. Though not physical, it can exert tremendous influence on the spiritual plane. It can be used to fortify willpower, grant creations special spiritual attributes, and even condense a unique belief armament. Proceed with collection. Note: collecting this concept requires staying within the dissipation range and consumes a small amount of energy. This cascade of system prompts left Feng Yuan completely rooted to the spot. For an instant his mind went completely blank. What the hell? Glory. This goddamn thing can be decomposed and collected. Feng Yuan's breath caught in his throat. He had always believed that his system decomposed all things and extracted templates and physical concepts. For example, sharpness, steel, toxic gas. These were all visible, tangible, or genuinely present in the physical world. But what was glory? It was a conviction, a spirit, something ethereal and elusive existing only within thought. Yet now the system told him that this thing could not only be detected but also collected, and its grade was legendary. This goddamn thing had just blown the entire ceiling off the game. If even an abstract concept like glory could be collected, did that mean courage, fear, love, hatred? All emotions and willpower could become materials in his hands. This was no longer just a creator. This was a god who toyed with the human heart. Before Feng Yuan could recover from the immense shock, another system notification arrived right on its heels. Ding. High-tier creature strength concept detected. Concept name giant strength. Concept grade epic. Concept description derives from the pure bloodline power of the giant race, embodying the most primal rules of gigantification and power amplification. It can be used to enhance any creature template, granting breakthrough growth in size and strength. Boom. Feng Yuan's mind utterly exploded. If the appearance of the glory concept had opened the door to a new world for him, then the giant strength concept was a nuclear bomb shoved directly into his hand, one capable of blasting that very door apart. He stared unblinkingly at the two giants on the screen, still gasping for breath, yet still burning with fighting spirit. At that moment in his eyes, they were no longer just the giants Dory and Bragi. They were two walking, living, super-rare minds, endlessly gushing golden light. One mind produced the legendary grade glory concept. The other produced the epic grade giant strength concept. Damn it. Who cared about schemes against dinosaurs now? Compared to these two treasures, those prehistoric creatures were nothing more than a heap of rotten fish and shrimp. System. Collect. Collect both of these concepts for me. Feng Yuan practically roared. Ding. Beginning collection of the glory concept. Progress 0.001. Ding. Beginning collection of the giant strength concept. Progress 0.001. Watching the numbers crawl slowly across the system panel, Feng Yuan's gaze burned with feverish intensity. He needed these two minds to keep operating nonstop. The more fiercely they fought, and the more unshakable their conviction, the more abundant, and the purer, the concepts they released would become. He almost wished he could rush over and cheer them on, making them fight for 3 days and 3 nights without stopping. Truly, perfect materials. Feng Yuan murmured to himself, the corner of his mouth stretching into an exaggerated grin. Yet just as he was about to find a place to sit down and comfortably play the role of a mine owner, Yexiao appeared behind him like a specter. Master. Yexiao's voice carried a note of gravity. Uninvited guests have arrived on the island. Feng Yuan's brow furrowed. A strangely dressed man with a burning candle on his head is sneaking toward the two giants. Yexiao transmitted the scene he had scouted directly to Feng Yuan through their mental link. In Feng Yuan's eyes there immediately appeared a man wearing clothes printed with the number 3, moving through the jungle with his partner, Baroque Works Senior Agent Mr. 3 Galdino, and his partner Miss Goldenweek. Heh. Feng Yuan saw the pair and laughed instead of growing angry. An appetizer delivering itself to my door. He remembered it clearly in the original story. This very idiot, in order to claim the bounties on the two giants, each worth 100 million berries, had used his wax fruit powers to ambush Dory and Bragi and interrupt their sacred duel. Now he wanted to do it again. A flicker of icy killing intent passed through Feng Yuan's eyes. Daring to touch my mind. He's courting death. But Feng Yuan reconsidered. The killing intent in his eyes receded, replaced by a look of amusement. Killing him outright would be letting him off far too easily. This wax fruit, though hardly top tier, was still a rather interesting material. Besides, those two giants didn't seem particularly sharp-witted. If he wanted to mine them for an extended period, relying on their own fighting alone was far too inefficient. Perhaps he needed to give them a catalyst and add a little drama. Feng Yuan's gaze moved back and forth between Mr. 3 and the two giants. A bolder and even more vicious plan rapidly took shape in his mind. The way he looked at Mr. 3 was like a white mouse about to be placed on the experiment table. Yexiao, leave him alone. A cruel smile curled at the corner of Feng Yuan's mouth. Let him go. Let me see what new concept the glory radiating from these two giants will transform into when a sacred duel is defiled by a scheming coward. In the jungle, Mr. 3 Galdino, leading his partner Miss Goldenweek, stepped closer and closer to the two earth-shaking giants. A sickly, self-assured smile, the smile of an artist about to complete a masterpiece, hung on his face. In his eyes, these two simple-minded giants were already his for the taking. The bounty of up to 200 million berries seemed to be beckoning to him already. However, what he did not know was, on the coastline, not far away, a pair of icily cold eyes was watching his every move through all the obstacles with perfect clarity. Fang Yuan was like a spectator sitting in the topmost box of a theater, coldly watching the clown about to take the stage. Master, should I dispose of him now? Night Owl's voice carried a trace of killing intent. No rush. Fang Yuan waved a hand, and a hint of amusement curled at the corner of his mouth. The real show has only just begun. The actors haven't all arrived yet. The moment the words left his mouth, a faint warning came from the Xuanwu's detection system. A small boat was stealthily approaching the shores of Little Garden from another direction. Fang Yuan switched his view over. On the boat, Straw Hat Luffy, Usopp, and Vivi the Princess of Alabasta were staring nervously at the eerie island. Here they come. Fang Yuan's gaze remained utterly unruffled. He was like a chess player watching an opponent make a move he had already anticipated. Everything was unfolding according to the script in his mind. He could not even be bothered to give Luffy another glance, and directly switched the view back to Mr. 3, the protagonist. Still too green. In Fang Yuan's eyes at this very moment, Luffy's worth was even lower than that of a bit player like Mr. 3. On the other side of the island, the Straw Hat crew's landing did not go smoothly. They soon ran into Mr. 5 and his partner Miss Valentine, and the two sides immediately came to blows. Meanwhile, the lost Zoro and Nami, with remarkably bad luck, happened to run right into Mr. 3, who was preparing to make his move on the giants. Are you two here to sightsee? Mr. 3 looked at Zoro and Nami before him, and at Vivi beside them, smiling like a courteous gentleman. But the burning candle on top of his head betrayed his sinister nature. The conflict erupted in an instant. Mr. 3 did not take these seemingly ordinary-looking people seriously at all. He swung both hands. Wax shaping. A massive amount of wax surged out of his body and instantly formed into sharp candle blades in midair, stabbing toward Zoro and the other two. At this very moment, in Fang Yuan's mind, the system notification arrived right on schedule. Ding. Detected a rare paramecia-type concept. Concept name: shaping. Concept rating: rare. Concept description: allows the user to reshape a specific substance wax into any form at will, one of the foundational concepts of construction-type abilities. Ding. Detected a rare paramecia-type concept. Concept name: hardening. Concept rating: rare. Concept description: instantly raises the hardness of a specific substance wax to the level of steel, a key concept for defense type and control type abilities. Interesting. A faint gleam appeared in Fang Yuan's eyes. These two concepts were only rare grade, but when combined they could produce very intriguing effects. If he combined them with his living metal, wouldn't he be able to use metal to create any weapon or armor he wanted anytime and anywhere? It would be a mobile arsenal. However, before he could think any deeper, another twist occurred on the battlefield. Facing Zoro's fierce slashes, Miss Goldenweek, a little girl who looked completely harmless, suddenly took out her painting board. Color trap black of betrayal. With her paintbrush, she lightly painted a black mark on Zoro's clothes. The next second, something unbelievable happened. Zoro's movements suddenly froze. He actually turned his blade and slashed toward Nami and Vivi beside him. Zoro, what are you doing? Nami let out a terrified scream. Damn it, my body is out of control. Zoro gritted his teeth and roared, veins bulging across his forehead, as he clearly fought with all his might against the bizarre power. In Fang Yuan's mind, a notification sound even clearer than before suddenly blasted out. Ding. Warning. Detected an extremely rare special mental type concept. Concept name: color psychology. Concept rating: epic. Concept description: by using specific combinations of colors and patterns, it bypasses the target's willpower defenses and issues commands directly to the subconscious, triggering designated emotions and behaviors such as betrayal, bursting laughter, sorrow, and calm. This concept ignores physical defenses, is extremely difficult to guard against, and possesses immense strategic value. Boom. Fang Yuan abruptly rose from his chair. His breathing had become somewhat rapid. Epic grade. Another epic grade concept. And a mental type concept never heard of before. He stared intently at the little girl holding the paintbrush on the screen, his gaze becoming incredibly fervent for the first time. The hypnosis concept required sound or visual contact to mentally interfere with the target. But this color psychology concept could directly control a person's behavior with just a simple color mark. What the hell? This is practically a BUG. If he extracted this concept and fused it into Night Owl's abilities, just how terrifying would Night Owl's control abilities become? He would not even need to show himself. He only needed to quietly leave a color mark on the target, and he could control the target's life and death from 1,000 miles away. This woman. I'm taking her. Fang Yuan said each word slowly with an unyielding dominance in his tone. In his mind, this Miss Golden Week's value instantly soared to the same level as those two giants. She was top-tier material that he absolutely had to obtain. On the battlefield, the situation took a sharp turn for the worse. Under the interference of Miss Golden Week's eerie ability, Zoro was restrained, and his feet were soon fixed in place by Mr. Three's wax. Nami and Vivi were captured one after another. Hehehe. It's over, you pirates from the countryside. Mr. Three looked at the three people he had trapped and let out a smug laugh. He spread his arms wide like a conductor and unleashed his proudest move. Let you all become my most perfect works of art. Grand Candle Banquet. Rumble. A massive torrent of wax gushed up from the ground, forming a colossal multi-tiered cake-shaped candelabra. Zoro, Nami, and Vivi were trapped at the very top of the cake. Standing below the cake, Mr. Three let the flame atop his head suddenly flare larger. A gigantic candle slowly rose from the center of the cake and began to spin. Thick sticky wax flowed down from the spinning candle like a waterfall, slowly descending toward the three. Once covered by this wax, they would become lifeless wax statues within minutes. Master. Night Owl finally could not hold back at the sight. If we don't act now, that swordsman and those two women will really die. Their value. Shut up. Fang Yuan cut him off coldly. He showed not the slightest tension, instead he was admiring the giant candle cake with great interest. What's the rush? Fang Yuan pointed at the giant spinning candelabra on the virtual screen, a cruel smile curving at the corner of his mouth. Can't you see? This is the most perfect manifestation of this fruit. Night Owl froze. Master. I don't understand. You don't understand? Then let me teach you. Fang Yuan's gaze was like that of the most patient teacher instructing his own student. Any concept at the instant before it exerts its greatest effect reaches the peak of its density and purity. Like right now. Fang Yuan's finger tapped on the wax that was about to drip onto the top of Zoro's head. The moment this fool gathers all his power into this so-called work of art, preparing to completely solidify living beings into lifeless objects. That is the moment when the concepts of shaping and hardening are at their richest, purest, and most active. If we act now, we can only shatter this cake and get some scraps tainted with impurities. Fang Yuan slowly sat back in his chair, picked up a glass of red wine, and swirled it gently. What we want is to wait until this fruit is fully ripe, then pull it up by the roots and swallow it whole. Boom. Night Owl's mind buzzed. Finally he understood. His master. He had never intended to save anyone at all. He was waiting. He was waiting for Mr. Three to push his ability to the limit to perfectly cook all the ingredients, and then he would swoop in to harvest. Meanwhile, on another battlefield, Luffy and Usopp were still locked in a fierce fight with Mr. Five and his partner, completely unaware that their companions were hanging by a thread on the candle cake. Zoro was even prepared to cut off his own feet to break free of his bonds. Nami and Vivi had fallen into complete despair. The scalding wax was less than half a meter from their heads. The shadow of death had already fallen over them. And the mastermind of it all, Mr. Three, was tilting his head back, laughing maniacally. He savored the thrill of toying with other people's lives. However, in the shadows, unseen by everyone, wine glass in hand, Fang Yuan watched the desperate scene on the screen, his gaze as calm as if he were watching a movie that had nothing to do with him. He drained the red wine in his glass. Almost time. Fang Yuan murmured to himself. The appetizer is cooked to perfection. Night Owl, prepare to move. Bring our artist and his palette back to me. Completely intact. Night Owl, get ready to make your move. Bring our artist and his palette back to me. In one piece. Yes, master. Night Owl's silhouette instantly dissolved into the shadows without making a single sound. Atop the Grand Candle Banquet, despair, like the most viscous swamp, had already flooded over their mouths and nostrils. Nami and Vivi had abandoned all resistance. Clinging tightly to each other, they closed their eyes, tears streaming down their cheeks, and waited for death to descend. Zoro was still putting up a final struggle. His eyes blazed crimson like a cornered beast's, and every muscle in his body convulsed wildly as he strove to snap the candle encasing his feet. Harder than steel. But it was useless. This stuff simply couldn't be broken by brute force. Damn it. Damn it. Zoro let out a furious roar of defiance. He had even aimed the tip of Wado Ikamanji at his own ankle. Rather than turn into a pathetic wax statue here, he would cut off his own feet and break out through a path of blood. Yet it was already too late. The colossal rotating candle overhead had sunk to its lowest point. Boiling sticky wax thick with the breath of death condensed into one enormous drop, hovering directly above the heads of the three, trembling as it prepared to fall. Below Mr. Three had lost himself in frenzy. Arms spread wide, head tilted back, he admired, like a madman, the most perfect masterpiece he was about to complete. It's over. Everything is over. Your lives, your expressions, your despair. They will all become the most dazzling ornaments in my work of art. Become eternal. With his final roar, that gargantuan drop of wax finally broke free from the wick. It fell. Death descended. Swish. At that hair-trigger moment, a piercingly shrill sound of something cleaving the air suddenly came from the faraway jungle. That sound was swift and fierce, as if it had torn the air apart. Huh, Mr. Three's laughter stopped dead. Puzzled, he looked toward the source of the sound. What was that? A black spot moving at an inconceivable speed cut across the sky, drawing an impeccably precise arc through the air. Its target was not Zoro nor Nami, nor even Mr. Three down below. It was the very top of that enormous candle cake. Boom. A muffled impact. That black spot, more especially made iron canister than a cannonball, struck with incredible precision right on the center point of the revolving candle. The canister shattered in an instant. Splash. A torrent of scorching bizarre green liquid reeking of a pungent stench poured out from the broken container. Like a celestial maiden scattering petals, it instantly blanketed the entire top layer of the candle cake. What the hell is that? Mr. Three was completely bewildered. What kind of attack was this? No explosion, no impact. Just some unidentified liquid splashed around. He even found it a little amusing. Did the enemy really think a little water could quench the flames of my candle? Too naive. My candle is. Mr. Three's thought had yet to finish. The very next second, the smile on his face froze entirely. His eyes bulged instantly round as saucers, as if about to leap out of their sockets. Sizzle. Sizzle. A sound like strong acid-corroding steel suddenly thundered across the entire scene. Wherever the green liquid splattered the candle wax, once so unyielding that even Zoro's slashes could not budge it, had impossibly become like ice meeting a red-hot iron. It couldn't even hold out for a second. In an instant, melted, decomposed, vaporized. Thick stinging white smoke rose in endless streams. That indestructible artwork was now like a papier-mâché cake doused with a basin full of sulfuric acid. No. Impossible. Mr. Three let out a shriek like he'd seen a ghost. His grand candle banquet was collapsing at a visibly rapid pace. The colossal revolving candle was eaten straight through, its middle crumbling with a thunderous crash. The wax pedestal trapping Zoro's feet instantly melted into a pool of green pus. Within a mere 3 seconds, the entire giant candle cake disintegrated. It utterly transformed into a patch of steaming, foul-smelling, viscous waste on the ground. Crash! Zoro, Nami, and Vivi fell from midair, landing directly in that pool of lukewarm waste. Disheveled but completely unharmed. All three were stupefied. They stared blankly at the surreal scene, before them, minds completely empty. What just happened? Mr. Three, meanwhile, had completely collapsed. My artwork. My banquet. He knelt on the ground, his hands plunged into that pool of revolting waste, letting out mournful, piercing wails. What is this thing? Why can it melt my candle? His wax was the product of a devil fruit ability. Its hardness was comparable to steel. How could a liquid melt it? This isn't science. This isn't magic. It completely surpassed the limits of his understanding. In the distant jungle, Feng Yuan watched the bedraggled Mr. Three on the virtual screen, the corner of his mouth curving into a faint sneer. Fool. Devil fruits have never been invincible. On his system panel, a line of fine text was clearly displayed. Item name: specialized candle solvent. Item grade: rare. Recipe: acid concept, chemical decomposition concept, heat conduction concept. Item description: a potent organic solvent, specially formulated through analysis of the wax fruit's material composition. It can instantly destroy its molecular structure, forcibly decomposing it from solid to liquid. The perfect natural nemesis of the wax fruit ability. This was Feng Yuan's way of fighting. He never fought head-on with brute force. What he did was stand at a higher dimension and crush you with rules. Your ability is strong. Sorry to say, I'll simply cripple your ability at its root. This is what they call a dimensionality reduction strike. No, I don't believe it. On the battlefield, Mr. Three suddenly rose, unable to accept that his ability had been unraveled so effortlessly. Glaring with bloodshot eyes toward the jungle, he roared. Who's playing tricks over there? Show yourself. Beside him, Miss Golden Week snapped back from her shock, immediately snatching up her canvas and paints her face full of vigilance. Yet, what answered him was not a sound, but a streak of black at extreme speed. Miss Golden Week's pupils sharply contracted. Before she could even see what it was, a searing pain exploded at the back of her neck. Her vision went black, and she instantly lost consciousness. Miss Golden Week. Mr. Three's face drained of color as he spun around. A sharp claw sheathed in iron feathers and shimmering with cold light had already appeared before him like a phantom. Then gently it pressed down upon the crown of his head. Every hair on Mr. Three's body stood on end. An icy, bone-piercing chill instantly shot from the top of his head to every inch of his body. He froze in place, not daring to move at all. He could feel it clearly. If he so much as stirred, the claw above his head would crush his skull like an eggshell. Night Owl's voice, cold and utterly devoid of emotion, slowly rang in his ear. My master invites you both over. For a visit. As the words fell, Night Owl flicked his wrist and delivered a precise knife-hand blow to the back of Mr. 3's neck. Thud. This senior agent of Baroque works didn't even let out a groan, swiftly following his partner's fate into unconsciousness. From the first move to the end, less than 2 seconds. The battle was over. Tap tap tap. A calm, leisurely set of footsteps came from the jungle. Fang Yuan walked out unhurriedly, hands in his pockets. Without even glancing at the 3 still stunned Straw Hat crew members beside him, he went straight to the 2 unconscious trophies. He crouched down, stretched out a finger, and with great interest poked at Mr. 3's still burning candle hair. Then he looked at the little girl holding the paintbrush. A supremely satisfied smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Not bad materials. I'll take them. Fine materials. I'll take them. Fang Yuan's voice was not loud, yet it struck every heart like a hammer. Zoro, Nami, and Vivi remained slumped in that disgusting pool of waste, their faces dazed from barely escaping death. They looked at Fang Yuan, their eyes filled with complexity, fear, wariness, and a trace of incomprehensible confusion. Who exactly was this man? Why had he saved them? No, he was not saving them at all. From beginning to end, this man's only target had been those 2 Baroque Works agents. The 3 of them were merely insignificant bystanders present by chance. Zoro's hand instinctively tightened around his sword hilt. He could sense that the aura emanating from this man, named Fang Yuan, was more dangerous than any enemy he had ever faced. It was the pure predatory aura of one who viewed all things as prey. Yet, Fang Yuan didn't even bother them with a glance. As if he couldn't see these 3 at all, he walked straight past them. Night Owl had already picked up the unconscious Mr. 3 and Miss Golden Week with one hand, each carrying them like chicks, silently following behind Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's target was ahead. Their 2 mountain-like figures were striding toward them with heavy steps. It was the giants Dory and Bragi. They too had been drawn by the earlier commotion, their expressions a mixture of puzzlement and caution. Gah! You there, lad. What's happening here? Dory asked in a deep rumbling voice, his enormous sword slung over his shoulder. Are those the Baroque Works fellows? Bragi gripped his massive battle axe tightly. Spotting the 2 unconscious figures on the ground, they immediately deduced their identities. Fang Yuan halted, gazing up at the 2 towering giants with not a shred of fear. His tone was as calm as if he were stating a simple fact. The candle user there is Mr. 3. Fang Yuan pointed to the unconscious Mr. 3 in Night Owl's grip. He just planted explosives in your victory toast. Boom. Those words struck the 2 giants like a bolt from the blue. Dory and Bragi's expressions froze instantly. What did you say? Dory's voice thundered like rolling cannon fire. He wanted to defile our sacred duel. The giants' honor stood above all else. For 100 years they had dueled here, each day concluding with a mutual toast to celebrate each other's courage and brotherhood. This was the most sacred ritual of their contests. And now someone dared to corrupt it with such contemptible means to stain their honor. Indeed, Fang Yuan nodded, his voice still measured. His aim was to ambush one of you during your duel, then claim your bounties. Damn you. Bragi's roar shook the entire forest. His warhammer slammed into the earth, cratering the ground in a single strike. Unforgivable. Absolutely unforgivable. The 2 giants erupted in fury. Their gazes turned murderous as they locked onto Mr. 3. Had Fang Yuan not intervened, their century-old honor would have been shattered. One of them would have fallen to the other's poisoned toast. That stigma would haunt them forever. Realizing this, the giants' eyes shifted as they regarded Fang Yuan. Wariness melted into gratitude, raw, unfeigned appreciation. Boy, you saved our honor. Dory leaned down, his massive face looming close, sincerity flooding his voice. We owe you a debt beyond measure. Name your reward. Treasure? Take whatever we have. Nami's eyes lit up at the word treasure, but Fang Yuan merely shook his head. I need no treasure. His gaze drifted over the giants with detached appraisal, like a craftsman examining flawless raw materials. I need some of your blood. Blood? Both giants blinked in surprise. What manner of request was this? Precisely. Fang Yuan nodded. As a life-form researcher, I'm fascinated by your giant's extraordinary vitality. A few samples would suffice for my work. The reasoning held. The 2 straightforward giants agreed without hesitation. Gah! Is that all? Easy enough. Dory laughed heartily, drawing a massive finger across his forearm. Crimson blood, thick with surging vitality, flowed freely. He caught it in an oversized barrel lid and offered it to Fang Yuan. For a giant, it was a mere sample. For a normal human, it would have filled a bath. Fang Yuan had Night Owl produce a specialized sealed container, carefully decanting the precious blood within. The moment the blood sealed inside, a long-awaited chime, clear as heavenly music, erupted in Fang Yuan's mind. Ding! Top-tier biological template detected. Template name Giant Clan Elbaf Warrior. Template rating epic. Description: giants from the warrior nation of Elbaf possess mountain-shaking power, terrifying vitality, and innate combat instincts. A core template for forging apex war entities. Store in template repository. Yes. Feng Yuan roared inwardly without hesitation. Success. The epic tier giant template was his. The primary objective of this Grand Line expedition had been achieved. Feng Yuan's mood surged. He collected the blood and acknowledged the giants with a nod. Appreciated. Our transaction is complete. What remains is between you and the Straw Hat crew. With that he departed with Night Owl, swift decisive, leaving the stunned Straw Hat trio and the two enthusiastic giants behind. Feng Yuan did not immediately depart Greenbit. He waited. He waited for the Straw Hats to finish off Baroque Works' remnants, then leave the island. In that time, he would remain far from idle. Inside the Xuanwu's command chamber, Feng Yuan sat at the head watching the virtual screen where Luffy and Usopp were having fun, with Dinosaur's a cold smile curving his lips. Night Owl, at your service. Luffy and the others are handling the ingredients for us. Feng Yuan's finger tapped the screen. Once they finish, retrieve every prehistoric creature they knocked out or killed. Remember, not a single specimen lost. Understood, Master. Night Owl's figure dissolved back into shadows. For the following hours, the Straw Hats experienced an adrenaline-fueled adventure. For Feng Yuan, however, it was merely a leisurely dinner waiting to be served. He watched Luffy punch a pterosaur skyward, observed Usopp outmaneuver a triceratops, saw Zoro and Sanji team up to fell a tyrannosaurus, like a patient fisherman watching prey after prey fall into his net. Finally, after bidding farewell to the giants and receiving the permanent polar needle to Alabasta, the Straw Hats departed this prehistoric island aboard the Going Merry, thoroughly satisfied. They would never know. Within 10 minutes of their departure, a dark figure circled the island like a phantom. Night Owl dragged dinosaur carcasses, massive, freshly slain, still warm, from the jungle depths onto the Xuanwu's deck, like cargo. Pterosaurs, Triceratops, Brachiosaurus, and finally a Tyrannosaurus exceeding 40 meters in length. The deck instantly piled into mountains of trophies. Feng Yuan stood before the colossal corpses, his eyes blazing with suppressed frenzy. He placed his hand on the Tyrannosaurus's massive skull. System. Begin decomposition. Ding. Advanced biological template detected. Initiating decomposition. Tyrannosaurus ancient type. Decomposing. 10, 50, 100. Decomposition complete. A cascade of system notifications swept through Feng Yuan's mind like the most exquisite symphony. Host congratulated. Acquired biological template Tyrannosaurus ancient type. Host congratulated. Biological energy obtained 1800 points. Host congratulated. Talent concept acquired Ren rare. Host congratulated. Talent concept acquired brute strength rare. Feng Yuan's hand did not stop. He pressed against the nearby Triceratops carcass. Ding. Decomposition complete. Host congratulated. Acquired biological template Triceratops ancient type. Host congratulated. Biological energy obtained 1500 points. Host congratulated. Talent concept acquired charge rare. Host congratulated. Talent concept acquired keratin defense rare. Pterosaurs, Brachiosaurus, Stegosaurus, one after another. The system notifications never ceased. Feng Yuan's biological energy bar surged at a terrifying rate. His template repository underwent an epic expansion until the final dinosaur was decomposed. A crisp system chime, marking an upgrade, sounded in conclusion. Ding. Multiple ancient type biological templates detected in host collection. System template repository has unlocked a new category. New template category unlocked ancient type. Feng Yuan abruptly opened the system interface. Where only common, rare, and epic categories had existed, a brand new classification now blazed with dark golden luminescence. Ancient type. Upon inspection, Tyrannosaurus, Triceratops, Pterosaur, Brachiosaurus. Rows of names radiating primal violent aesthetics lay quietly in wait. Combined with the previously acquired epic tier giant clan template plus the shape manipulation, hardening, and epic tier color psychology concepts from those two elite agents, this haul was nothing short of extraordinarily profitable. Then next, it's time to create a truly monster. Feng Yuan's eyes were thoroughly consumed by a blazing fire of madness. Without the slightest hesitation, he turned and strode into the Xuanwu's interior. Yi Xiao followed closely behind, scarcely daring to draw a breath. He could feel that his master was now in an extremely excitable state. A master in this state was the most terrifying thing of all, because what he was about to start was an act of creation that could overturn the entire world's understanding. Inside the Xuanwu's captain's cabin, here was Feng Yuan's private synthesis workshop. With a wave of his hand, a massive virtual screen instantly unfolded before him. A dazzling array of materials flowed slowly across the screen like a sea of stars. Template library, concept library, blueprint library. Beneath every category shimmered a gleam that could drive any ambitious schemer mad. Epic race, giant Elbaf warrior. Ancient species, Tyrannosaurus. Epic concept, color psychology. Rare concept, candle shaping. These were all the spoils from his trip to Little Garden. Any one of them taken outside would be enough to summon a bloody storm on the Grand Line. But now they were only clay in Fang Yuan's hands waiting to be molded at will. Crocodile. Fang Yuan's finger traced lightly across the screen, and a cold arc curled up at the corner of his mouth. A schemer who plays with sand. If he wants to steal a country, what does he need most? He answered his own question. Absolute violence sufficient to suppress everything. An invincible army capable of sweeping through 1,000 legions. He thinks what he needs are schemes or ancient weapons. How ridiculous. Fang Yuan's gaze turned razor-sharp in an instant. True power is never something borrowed from external objects. Since you don't understand, then I'll teach you. His finger stabbed violently at the screen. Buzz. A creature template imbued with an aura of primitive, savage, bloodthirsty power was selected at once and magnified to the center of the screen. Creature template Tyrannosaurus ancient species. I'll use you as the core of this gift. Fang Yuan's eyes gleamed with the radiance of a creator, but this was still not enough. An ordinary ancient species fruit, though precious, was insufficient to make a ruthless overlord of crocodile's caliber completely lose his mind. What Fang Yuan wanted was a work of art that he absolutely could not refuse, one he would be willing to pay any price for. A body of brutish violence alone is not enough, it must be paired with power that matches it. Fang Yuan's finger slid once more. His target locked onto that golden, glittering epic concept. Epic concept giant strength. This was a top-grade concept refined from the blood of the giants Dori and Bragi. It represented the purest and most primal brute force in this world. Stuff the power of a giant into the body of a Tyrannosaurus. Fang Yuan muttered. Even he felt a tremor of awe at such a mad idea. This was no longer simple synthesis. This was the creation of a monster that should never have existed in this world. Still a catalyst short. Fang Yuan's gaze swept the concept library again. Very soon he selected an utterly unremarkable concept that he had extracted from the corpse of an ordinary wild boar. Rare concept Berserk. This concept could cause a creature to lose its rationality in a short span, while its strength and speed erupted in explosive growth. The body of a Tyrannosaurus. The power of a giant. The will of Berserk. Three combined into one. What kind of world-devastating monster would be born from this? Even Fang Yuan himself could not imagine it. System. He took a deep breath, then issued the ultimate order. Use the Tyrannosaurus template as the base. Merge in the two concepts of giant strength and Berserk. Objective. Synthesize a brand new Zoan-type devil fruit. Ding. The system's ice-cold notification sounded at once. Synthesis plan confirmed. Warning. The host is detected to be conducting an overspec fusion between an epic concept and an ancient species template. This synthesis will consume 8000 points of bioenergy. The energy consumption is enormous. Please confirm host. Warning. This synthesis carries an extremely high risk of mutation. The final product may exceed the system's predictive scope. Please confirm host. Confirmed. Fang Yuan did not hesitate in the least. Fortune is found through risk. What he wanted was precisely this thrill of exceeding the norm. Begin synthesis. Boom. The moment the order was given, the entire captain's cabin was overwhelmed by an oppressively dense blood-red glow. Terrifying fluctuations of energy burst from the synthesis workshop like a tsunami. Even the enormous body of the Xuanwu let out a groan of unbearable strain under this force. Fang Yuan's bioenergy gauge nosedived at a terrifying speed. -1000, -2000, -5000, -8000. It happened almost in the blink of an eye. The energy he had painstakingly accumulated from every dinosaur on Little Garden was drained by more than half in an instant. Yet Fang Yuan's eyes remained locked dead on the center of that red light. Their countless conceptual runes and genetic chains were furiously interweaving, colliding, and recombining. The ferocity of the Tyrannosaurus, the might of the giant, the savagery of the beast. Three completely different forces, each representing ultimate violence, were forcibly rammed together by the system in a way that defied all reason. Roar. A dragon's roar full of boundless ancient brutality seemed to pierce through time and space from that red light and detonate within the depths of Fang Yuan's soul. At this moment the light reached its extreme. Then it contracted abruptly. In the end, tens of thousands of rays condensed into one point. Ding. A crisp and pleasing chime like a divine miracle descending resounded through the captain's cabin. Synthesis successful. Congratulations, host. You have shattered convention and created a unique devil fruit that does not belong to this world. You have obtained Zoan-type ancient species dragon fruit Tyrannosaurus form giant power mutant variety. The light dispersed. A fist-sized devil fruit, its whole body a deep dark red, floated silently in front of Fang Yuan. Its surface was covered in ferocious lines like Tyrannosaurus scales, while the stem at its top resembled a curved dragon horn, exuding an overwhelming sense of power. Streams of energy visible to the naked eye and saturated with violence and destruction continuously scattered outward from the fruit, making the surrounding air restless and uneasy. Fang Yuan reached out and gently clasped the fruit. It was warm in his hand, as though he were grasping a beating heart. He could clearly sense that inside this fruit lay sleeping an ancient world-destroying beast. The instant someone devoured it, that beast would wake. Then it would tear everything before it to pieces. A perfect work of art. Fang Yuan looked at the masterpiece in his hands, a profoundly satisfied smile spreading across his face. This was the gift that could drive that man Crocodile completely insane. He believed that when Crocodile saw this fruit, all thoughts of ancient weapons and his kingdom-usurping schemes would be instantly cast beyond the clouds. Because this fruit represented the greatest supreme individual might in this world. Fang Yuan put the fruit away, and the smile at the corner of his mouth turned even colder. Crocodile, I've already prepared your product. Now I'd like to see what you plan to use to pay its price. He turned and gave the captain's cabin console an order. Xuanwu target, Alabaster rain base. Full speed ahead. Yes, master. The Xuanwu's steady voice answered. In the deep sea, the colossal hull turned with elegant grace, and like an arrow loosed from its string it shot toward the kingdom buried beneath yellow sand. A transaction that was about to overturn the entire balance of power in Alabasta had officially begun. Yes, master. The Xuanwu's steady voice resounded as the massive hull turned gracefully in the deep sea, darting forward like an arrow released from a bowstring racing toward the kingdom shrouded in yellow sand. A transaction that would overturn the entire landscape of Alabasta had officially begun. However, before reaching their destination, Fang Yuan still had some after-dinner desserts to settle. Seated in the captain's chair, he had already secured the Tyrannosaurus Rex fruit, a treasure that could drive the entire world mad. His gaze shifted to the corner. Yi Xiao. Fang Yuan spoke indifferently. Bring those two artists here. Yes, master. Yi Xiao's figure emerged from the shadows. Without the slightest hesitation, he turned and walked toward the temporary cell deep within the ship. Moments later, accompanied by two feeble cries of surprise, Yi Xiao dragged the half-dead Mr. 3 and Miss Golden Week before Fang Yuan like a pair of dead dogs and flung them at his feet. The two were in an utterly miserable state. Mr. 3's wax suit was tattered and torn, his face a mask of terror and despair. And Miss Golden Week, who loved to paint, was so frightened her small face had turned as pale as death, her body trembling like a leaf. They were not fools. They had witnessed with their own eyes the monstrous power of Yi Xiao and had felt the terrifying aura radiating from Fang Yuan, one that viewed all living things as nothing more than weeds. They knew that falling into this man's hands would lead to no good end. Why you? What exactly do you intend to do? Mr. 3 mustered the last shred of his courage and asked in a trembling voice. We are senior agents of Baroque Works. Our boss is one of the 7 warlords of the sea. If you touch us, he will never spare you. He tried to intimidate the other man with Crocodile's name. However, Fang Yuan merely smiled at these words. That smile was filled with disdain and pity, as if he were watching a buffoon. Crocodile. Fang Yuan rose to his feet and walked slowly before the two, looking down on them from above. Rest assured, I will be going to see him very soon. As for you two. Fang Yuan's gaze turned incomparably cold, as if he were looking at two objects devoid of life. Your abilities are quite interesting. So I have decided to take them. What? Mr. 3 and Miss Golden Week were instantly dumbfounded. Take their abilities. What did that mean? Could devil fruit abilities be taken away like goods? This was utterly preposterous. Why, you're insane. What nonsense are you spouting? Mr. 3 shrieked in terror. Fang Yuan could not be bothered to waste more words on them. He extended his hand, his palm aimed at Mr. 3, who had collapsed to the floor in fear. System. Commence extraction. Ding. Living devil fruit ability user detected. Surface level concept extraction about to commence. Warning: this operation will strip the target's abilities permanently and may cause irreversible mental damage. Please confirm, host. Confirmed. Fang Yuan's reply carried not a trace of emotion. The next second, in an instant, a soft yet irresistible white light surged from Fang Yuan's palm, completely enveloping Mr. 3. A heart-rending scream instantly tore through the entire captain's quarters. Mr. 3's body convulsed and thrashed violently within the white light. He felt something deep within his soul being wrenched outward by an irresistible force torn from him with ruthless violence. That pain was 10,000 times more dreadful than death. It was the art he had been born with and proudly cherished, being peeled away bit by bit. Miss Golden Week, standing nearby, was utterly petrified, watching Mr. 3 writhe in agony on the ground, and staring at the eerie white light. Her mind went blank, and she could not even produce a scream. Just then, a dense stream of system notifications audible only to Fang Yuan erupted in his mind like a flurry of firecrackers. Ding. Concept extraction initiated. Ding. Obtained concept fragment candle shaping X1. Ding. Obtained concept fragment candle shaping X1. Ding. Obtained concept fragment candle shaping X1. Ding. Obtained rare grade concept candle solidification. Ding. Obtained concept art shattered. Ding. Target ability extraction complete. The light slowly dispersed. Mr. 3 on the floor had stopped convulsing. His eyes rolled back and drool streamed from the corner of his mouth. He was like a boneless mollusk, utterly limp and collapsed. His gaze was vacant and lost. The candle devil fruit ability he had prided himself on, the art he had pursued all his life, had been completely erased from his existence. Now he was merely a wreck, a mentally shattered invalid who could not even compare with an ordinary person. Fang Yuan didn't spare him a look. His gaze shifted directly to Miss Golden Week, who was on the verge of fainting from terror. The young girl's face was a mess of tears and mucus, her body trembling, as if it might fall apart at any moment. And no. Please. I beg you. She mustered all her remaining strength and pleaded in a whisper as faint as a mosquito's buzz. Fang Yuan's face still showed no expression. He simply raised his other hand and aimed it at her. Ah. The same white light. The same scream. The same soul-rending pain of being torn apart. Ding. Epic grade concept detected. Commencing extraction. Ding. Obtained epic grade concept fragment color psychology X1. Ding. Obtained epic grade concept fragment color psychology X1. Ding. Obtained epic grade concept fragment color psychology X1. The barrage of notification sounds was even denser than before. After all, this was an epic grade concept, its value far surpassing the worth of Mr. 3's candle ability. At last, in the very second before Miss Golden Week completely lost consciousness, a crisp notification, one signifying an immense gain, rang out in Fang Yuan's mind. Ding. Congratulations, host. Successfully extracted complete epic grade concept color psychology. Concept description through specific color combinations directly suggest and manipulate the target's subconscious, inducing designated emotions such as joy, sorrow, rage, or betrayal. This is an extremely rare top-tier mental type concept. The light dispersed. Miss Golden Week followed in Mr. 3's footsteps, collapsing to the ground like a puddle of mud, unconscious. Two senior agents of Baroque works, two characters who had made something of a name for themselves on the Grand Line, had in just a few minutes been turned into worthless husks. Yi Xiao stood at one side witnessing all of this. Watching the terrifyingly calm profile of his master, the final trace of human fear in his heart was subsumed by reverence. This was the true God. The power to grant life and death, to take, and to give, all rested within a single thought. Even the most precious abilities and talents of mortals could be plucked away as easily as fruit from a tree. Dispose of them. Fang Yuan withdrew his hand and said in a flat tone, as if he had just tossed out 2 bags of garbage. Yes. Yi Xiao immediately stepped forward, dragging the 2 worthless shells toward the storage room at the bottom of the ship. Fang Yuan, for his part, sat back in the captain's seat and opened the system panel. Gazing at the 2 glittering newcomers in his concept library, the corner of his mouth curved into an amused smile. Rare grade concept candle shaping. Epic grade concept color psychology. And an intriguing one, concept art shattered. Candle. Color. Fang Yuan's fingers tapped lightly on the virtual screen. They seemed to be all auxiliary abilities, virtually zero in direct combat power. But his gaze suddenly turned deep and profound. What if I combine them? A wild idea instantly took root in his mind. Use candle shaping to craft a statue. Then use color psychology to endow this statue with colors that can manipulate the human heart. Finally, with that shattered art concept as the crowning touch, granted as soul. Fang Yuan's breathing grew quick and heavy. A living work of art that could directly hypnotize, manipulate, and even distort an enemy's will through sight. A silent, utterly loyal mental type weapon that could turn a mighty army against itself. This was simply the perfect weapon, tailor-made for war and intrigue. Crocodile. A cold smile split across Fang Yuan's lips. It seems that besides that Tyrannosaurus Rex fruit, I can prepare an even greater surprise for you. Crocodile. A cold smile spread across Fang Yuan's lips. It seems that aside from that Tyrannosaurus devil fruit, I can prepare an even greater surprise for you. This thought made Fang Yuan's mood unprecedentedly pleasant. He loved this feeling of toying with everything, of designing a perfect deception from a god's eye view. Xuanwu. Fang Yuan's voice echoed through the empty captain's cabin. Surface, prepare to dock. Yes, master. Deep beneath the sea, that colossal steel leviathan slowly turned, silently sailing toward the surface, toward the realm shrouded in yellow sand and a blazing sun. Alabasta, the port city of Nanohana. This was one of Alabasta's most prosperous ports, yet at this moment no trace of prosperity could be seen. The air carried a dry, suffocating heat. When the wind blew, it stirred up not the moisture of the sea, but clouds of yellow sand. The harbor's water level was pitifully low. Many ships lay stranded on the dried-up riverbed like colossal skeletons. The people on the streets were gaunt and sallow, their eyes filled with a longing for water, and in anger and despair they could barely restrain. Just then, splash! A huge gaping hole burst open in the calm sea. A warship covered entirely in dark cyan chitin, with a prow shaped like a ferocious dragon turtle head, slowly rose from the water amid an enormous shower of spray. The Xuanwu. Its appearance instantly captured the gaze of everyone in the harbor. The numb civilians, the marines lurking in the shadows, the pirates poised to act. All were dumbfounded by the sight of this primeval leviathan. Only one thought remained in everyone's mind. What monster is this? Yet Feng Yuan paid no attention whatsoever to the shock of these ants. He and Yi Xiao appeared on the deck, and then leapt down, landing soundlessly in a shadowy corner of the harbor. As for the colossal Xuanwu, it slowly sank back beneath the water amid a burst of steam, disappearing without a trace. It was as if everything just now had merely been an illusion. Master, the air here makes one uncomfortable. Yi Xiao followed behind Feng Yuan, his brow furrowed at the pervasive heat and despair. A hint of amusement curled across Feng Yuan's lips. No, I think the air here is wonderful. Feng Yuan took a deep breath as if savoring some rare delicacy. Do you smell it, Yi Xiao? This is the scent of conspiracy, rage, despair, and war. When mixed together, these things become the most expensive perfume in the world, because they can drive both money and power completely mad. Yi Xiao nodded as if he understood and asked no more. The two walked through the streets of Nanohana. Before long, Feng Yuan saw what he wanted to see. A group of ragged men with unusually savage eyes were gathered together, shouting slogans. Down with the royal army. Cobra must step down. Hand over the dancing powder. Give us back our reign. The rebel army. Their fury was enough to ignite the entire city. On a wall not far from the rebels hung a huge brand new portrait. In it, a cold-faced man with a cigar between his teeth and an overcoat draped over his shoulders stared solemnly into the distance. One of the 7 warlords of the sea, sand crocodile. Beneath the portrait was a line of bold words: the hero of Alabasta. On one side, a civil war on the verge of eruption, on the other, a revered hero. This dramatic spectacle made the curve at the corner of Feng Yuan's mouth grow wider and wider. What a magnificent show, he murmured softly. Master, should we go to Rainbase now? Yi Xiao asked in a low voice. Crocodile's casino Rainbase is right there. Go. Feng Yuan shook his head and laughed. Why should we? We are merchants, Yi Xiao. Merchants must learn to wait for the best price. Feng Yuan found an inn that looked reasonably clean, tossed out a bag of gold coins, and rented out the entire top floor. Standing by the window, he could overlook most of Nanohana. He watched the increasingly agitated rebels below and the exhausted royal soldiers patrolling everywhere, his gaze terrifyingly calm. Yi Xiao, how much do you think a man dying of thirst would pay for a glass of water? Feng Yuan suddenly asked. Yi Xiao was taken aback for a moment, then answered he would give everything he had. Exactly. Feng Yuan nodded, a hunter's gleam flashing in his eyes. Right now, Crocodile is that man dying of thirst. He strained every nerve to stir up this civil war, and victory was almost within reach. Yet he found he still could not locate Pluton. His plan has stalled. He is anxious. Extremely anxious. But not anxious enough. Feng Yuan raised a finger and wagged it gently. I will make him anxious to the point of madness. I will wait until the rebel army's wrath reaches the foot of the capital Alyabarna. I will wait until the royal army and the rebel army shed rivers of blood and litter the battlefield with corpses. I will wait until Crocodile watches 3 years of painstaking work about to crumble into dust, frantic as an ant on a hot skillet on the verge of mental collapse. Feng Yuan turned to Yi Xiao and said word by word, then I will appear before him like a savior carrying the thing he needs most. At that point, you tell me what price he will offer. Yi Xiao drew a sharp breath. After hearing this, a cold chill shot from the soles of his feet straight to the crown of his head. At last he understood. His master had not come to make a deal with Crocodile at all. He had come to loot a burning house. No. This was no longer mere looting. From beginning to end, this fire had been part of his master's design. He intended to use Crocodile, a warlord of the sea, and the entire crisis of Alabasta as a stepping stone, wringing out every last drop of profit. This vision was simply beyond the heavens. I understand, master. Yi Xiao knelt on one knee, his eyes blazing with fanatical reverence. I will go at once and investigate every movement of both the rebel army and the royal army. Go. Feng Yuan waved a hand. I need to know every intermission in this grand play. Yes. Yi Xiao's figure vanished from the room in an instant. Silence returned to the room. Feng Yuan slowly took out the dark red devil fruit, filled with a violent, tyrannical aura. Zoan type, ancient Zoan dragon fruit, Tyrannosaurus rex, form titanic strength mutation. He produced a handkerchief and carefully wiped the ferocious patterns on the fruit's surface as if polishing a perfect work of art. This was the last straw he had prepared for Crocodile, the one powerful enough to break the camel's back. He would use this fruit to shatter the sand crocodile's sanity and make him willingly hand over everything. But at that very moment, knock, knock, knock. A soft knock came at the door. Feng Yuan frowned and put the fruit away. It was Yi Xiao. and he had returned far sooner than Fang Yuan had expected. Come in. Yi Xiao slipped through the door like a phantom, a mix of gravity and excitement on his face. Master, preliminary intelligence has been gathered. There is also an unexpected discovery. Oh. Fang Yuan grew interested. Yi Xiao lowered his voice and reported, just now in a restaurant in town, I spotted two rather conspicuous figures. One is Marine Headquarters Captain White Hunter Smoker, and the other. Yi Xiao paused, his expression turning somewhat strange. He is the 2nd Division Commander of the Whitebeard Pirates, Fire Fist, Portgas D. Ace. Fire Fist. Ace. Fang Yuan's eyes narrowed instantly. Luffy's older brother. The future Logia type, Flame Fruit user. Why was he here? Oh right. He was hunting down Blackbeard Teach. Countless details flashed through Fang Yuan's mind. Then he smiled. He smiled more joyfully than ever before. Smoker the Smoke Fruit, a decent Logia material. Ace the Flame Fruit, a top-tier Logia material. He had originally thought the leading actors in this Alabasta drama would only be Crocodile and Luffy. Never did he expect. Now 2 more heavyweight actors had joined. This made things far more interesting. Fang Yuan returned to the window, looking out at the chaotic land below, his eyes deep as the sea. He took out the Tyrannosaurus Devil Fruit, once more tossing it lightly in his hand. Sand Crocodile. He murmured, a cold smile in his voice. The grand show is about to begin. I hope your wallet is fat enough to pay for the admission to this magnificent performance. I hope your wallet, Fang Yuan murmured, his voice carrying a cold trace of amusement, is enough to cover the ticket for this grand performance. As his words faded, he casually tucked the Tyrannosaurus fruit into his robes, as if it were not some world-shaking treasure, but just an ordinary apple. He stood up and stretched. Staying shut in the room had grown a little dull. A chess player should walk the board in person to feel its truest warmth. I'm going out for a stroll, Fang Yuan said to the air. Master, do you need me to accompany you? Yi Zhao's voice came from the shadows. No need. Fang Yuan waved his hand. Keep watching the rebel army and the royal army's movements. I want to know when the first blood will be shed. Yes. The streets of Nanohana were lifeless and oppressive. Fang Yuan strolled like a leisurely tourist and eventually entered a restaurant that looked fairly lively. The restaurant had quite a few people, but the atmosphere was heavy. Most of the patrons were muttering curses under their breath at the king and at this damnable drought. Fang Yuan found a seat by the window and casually ordered some food. His attention was soon drawn to a man at the next table. The man wore an orange cowboy hat and was bare-chested, revealing the huge emblem of the Whitebeard Pirates on his back. He was sprawled across the table, seemingly asleep. But Fang Yuan knew he wasn't asleep, because the system had already given a clear prompt. Ding. Top-tier Logia class, Devil Fruit ability user detected. Target Portgas D. Ace Fire Fist. Ability Logia, Flame Fruit. Conceptual value assessment epic. A faint smile tugged at the corner of Fang Yuan's mouth. It truly had come without effort. Just then the restaurant door was pushed open again. A man and a woman in civilian clothes walked in, both radiating a soldierly bearing. The man had 2 cigars clenched between his teeth, his eyes as sharp as an eagle's. The woman carried a sword on her back and wore glasses, looking somewhat flustered. Smoker. And his tag-along to Shiji. Well, now the whole cast had gathered. Fang Yuan raised his wine glass and watched this dramatic scene with keen interest. 1 warlord, a Whitebeard division commander, a Marine headquarters captain, 3 forces converging on this tiny Nanohana. Alabasta was bound to fall into chaos with all this going on. Yet, just as Fang Yuan was enjoying the show, Ace, who had been sprawled over the table, suddenly snapped his head up. His gaze, like 2 sharp arrows, instantly locked onto Fang Yuan. HM. Fang Yuan raised an eyebrow. Quite sharp instincts. Ace stared hard at Fang Yuan, his brow deeply furrowed. For some reason, from the moment this man walked in, he had sensed an extremely dangerous aura. It wasn't killing intent. It was more like a bone-deep coldness that viewed all things as raw materials and all living beings as prey. That feeling was even more unsettling than facing a Marine admiral. Besides, when he had entered, he heard people nearby whispering about a monstrous black ship that had appeared in the harbor, its owner a mysterious merchant. No one who owned such a ship could be an ordinary man. And a mysterious powerhouse showing up in Alabasta at this critical juncture. Ace's eyes instantly turned ice cold. Hey you. Ace rose and walked toward Fang Yuan step by step. Every eye in the restaurant was instantly drawn to him. Even Smoker. You're one of Crocodile's men, aren't you? Ace's voice was not loud, but it carried an unquestionable pressure. He had already concluded that this dangerous man was definitely one of Baroque Works' top-ranking officers. Hearing that, Fang Yuan smiled. He set down his cup, not even bothering to look up at Ace, and calmly uttered a few words. Crocodile. He's not worthy. Boom. Those words exploded in Ace's brain like a barrel of gunpowder. Not worthy. A Baroque Works officer actually dared to say that Crocodile, a warlord of the sea, wasn't worthy to work with him. What breathtaking arrogance. At that moment, Ace was completely certain. This guy was definitely an enemy. A boss-level enemy at that. It seems I've found the right one. Ace's eyes instantly blazed with burning flames. He no longer wasted a single word. To deal with a madman like this, only a fist could bring him to his senses. Fire fist. With a thunderous shout, Ace's right fist blasted out. Whoosh. A terrifying pillar of fire thicker than a bucket erupted from his fist. In an instant, the scorching fire twisted the air itself, hurtling toward Feng Yuan's face with world-destroying momentum. Everyone in the restaurant screamed in fear and scrambled to escape. Smoker's face changed drastically as he jumped to his feet about to intervene. Yet the very next second, everyone saw a scene they would remember for a lifetime. Facing a pillar of flame that could melt steel in an instant, Feng Yuan remained seated firmly in his chair. He hadn't moved a single inch. On his face was still that faint amused smile. Was he mad? That was the only thought in everyone's mind. But just as the pillar of fire was about to swallow Feng Yuan, crash. A thunderous boom. The restaurant's harborside wall blew open, leaving a massive hole. Debris flew everywhere and dust billowed. Then an enormous, ferocious, dark blue-black dragon turtle head thrust out from the hole. It was like an ancient demon god crawling out from the depths of hell, its faintly gleaming eyes locking coldly onto the incoming pillar of fire. Roar! A low primordial roar erupted from its mouth. The next second it opened a maw large enough to swallow a small ship. Whoosh! A visible jet of white steam compressed to the limit blasted out like a high-pressure water cannon. That was no ordinary vapor. It was a divine breath, bearing the concept of water flow mastery enough to extinguish all flames. FZZZ. Flames and steam, two completely opposed powers, collided violently in the center of the restaurant. There was no earth-shattering explosion, only a violent, eardrum-piercing, sizzling sound. Before the white steam, the scorching pillar of fire seemed to have met its natural enemy. It dissolved, disintegrated, and evaporated within a second. Ace's surefire fire fist vanished into thin air just like that. In an instant, the entire restaurant was shrouded in a white mist so thick it couldn't clear. Dead silence. The whole world fell into dead silence. Outside the restaurant, those who had narrowly escaped were all dumbfounded. Inside, Smoker and Tashiji were frozen in place, as if struck by petrification magic. The cigars in Smoker's mouth dropped to the floor with a plop, but he didn't even notice. Ace the attacker felt his pupils violently constrict. He was completely stunned. He stared blankly at the dense white mist, then at his own fist still trailing wisps of smoke, his mind a blank. My fire fist was blocked. Blocked by a ship. What the hell is going on? The white mist slowly dispersed. The ferocious dragon turtle head slowly withdrew and disappeared beyond the hole in the wall. Feng Yuan remained seated. Not even a speck of dust had touched him. He unhurriedly picked up a napkin, wiped the corner of his mouth, and only then slowly stood up. He finally looked straight at Ace, his gaze as calm as a bottomless ice-cold pool. Port Gas D. Ace, 2nd Division Commander of the Whitebeard Pirates. Feng Yuan's voice was light, yet it clearly reached every corner. Your fire isn't hot enough. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the restaurant, which now had a massive hole blasted through it, and a flicker of displeasure crossed his eyes. If you want to fight, I'll gladly see it through to the end. However, a cold smirk curved across the corner of Feng Yuan's lips as he pointed beyond the wall. If you damage my ship, I'm afraid even your old man's tremor fruit won't be enough to compensate for it. Can't afford to compensate. You can't even afford the Gura no Mi that Whitebeard Pops possesses. These words struck Ace's heart like an invisible hammer. Audacious. Absolutely brazen. Ace had never encountered anyone so reckless in his entire life. And this person was the 2nd Division Commander of the Whitebeard Pirates. Whitebeard's reputation was heaven itself across the seas. Who dared to speak like that? Ace's rage instantly reignited, flames erupting fiercer around his body. However, just as he was about to lash out recklessly once more, a cold voice interrupted. Enough. Both of you stand down right now. Smoker. He finally could no longer bear to watch. A Whitebeard commander and an enigmatic monster. If these two truly fought here, the entire restaurant, no half of Arabasta, would be leveled. As a Marine, he absolutely could not allow such chaos. This is Arabasta, not some playground for pirates to run rampant. Smoker's face was dark enough to pour rain. Thick smoke billowed from the 2 cigars in his mouth. The very next moment, his entire body dissolved into rolling clouds. Logia type Moku no Mi. Ability activated. Since you both love causing trouble so much, how about a trip to Impel Down to cool your heads? Whoosh. A massive smoke body instantly expanded, spreading like an overwhelming net that descended toward Feng Yuan and Ace simultaneously. Smoker's calculation was razor sharp. He intended to catch them both in one sweep. Once caught in his smoke, even a powerhouse like Ace would lose the ability to resist due to physical weakening. As for that mysterious man, though his ship was strange, surely he himself couldn't possibly be immune to smoke. However, facing the overwhelming cloud of smoke, Feng Yuan didn't even bother lifting his eyelids. He merely lightly snapped his fingers. Snap. The crisp sound rang through the chaotic restaurant, strikingly incongruous. It was nothing more than this simple gesture. Yet it felt as though a switch had been flipped. The enormous dragon-headed turtle protruding from the outer wall once again opened its abyssal maw. But this time what poured out was not high-pressure steam. Instead, it was an almost invisible, colorless, odorless moisture. Buzz. An invisible wave instantly spread outward from the restaurant, exploding in all directions. The air had changed. In less than a second, the once suffocatingly dry atmosphere surged to a terrifying humidity level. The entire restaurant, or rather every space within 100 meters, transformed into a colossal sauna. The air was thick with densely condensed water vapor. Fine droplets instantly condensed on the walls, tables, chairs, and even upon people's skin. Smoker, who was mid-ability activation, was the first to sense something wrong. His smoke body suddenly halted upon contacting this high-humidity air. Smoker's heart lurched. He felt as though his very body had become heavier. Those omnipresent microscopic water droplets clung to his smoke particles like millions of tiny counterweights. His smoke grew dense, sluggish, and viscous. His once light and ethereal smoke body now resembled waterlogged cotton, unbearably heavy and nearly immobile. What is happening here? Smoker was utterly panicked. He desperately tried to control his body to break free from this binding, but it was useless. His smoke within this domain, entirely dominated by water, was like a giant sinking into quicksand. The more he struggled, the deeper he sank. Finally, with a muffled thud, Smoker's massive smoke body could no longer sustain its form, collapsing inward and reverting to solid substance. He crashed to the ground in disarray, coughing violently, his face ashen. He raised his head and fixed Fang Yuan with a look of pure horror, terror, fear, and an unshakable tremor deep within his bones. Water again. That damned water once more. At Lobetown, this man had shattered his elemental form with nothing but a bucket of seawater. And now, here in Arabasta, he didn't even need to lift a finger. With a single snap, he rewrote the very environment around them, using pure humidity to completely neutralize his Moku no Mi. What kind of ability was this? What the hell? Was this man born specifically to counter him? Smoker's confidence was utterly shattered. His prized Logia-type devil fruit ability was nothing but a joke in front of this man. An absolute laughingstock. Gulp. Ace, watching from the side, was equally stunned. He swallowed hard, the flames around his body instinctively extinguishing. He was no fool. He could clearly see that Smoker's smoke fruit had been completely counteracted in an utterly bizarre and unprecedented manner. This ship, this man. What on earth were they? For the first time, Ace felt a chill of unease. He realized that the person he had just provoked might be someone far more terrifying than a warlord of the sea, or even a marine admiral. The entire restaurant fell into deathly silence once more. Only water droplets fell from the ceiling, each tick-tock echoing against everyone's hearts. Within this suffocating silence, Fang Yuan finally moved. He slowly rose to his feet and neatly adjusted his impeccably creaseless collar. As if the previous breathtaking confrontation had nothing to do with him whatsoever. He didn't even glance at the battered Smoker on the ground or the grave-faced Ace beside him. He walked to the bar counter and casually tossed down a gold coin. The coin spun on the tabletop with a crisp ring, worth more than 10 restaurants like this. Keep the change. With that, Fang Yuan turned and strode confidently toward the restaurant exit. He walked right past Smoker. He walked right past Ace. Not once did he cast them another glance. That was absolute utter disregard. As if these two renowned powers of the seas meant no more to him than pebbles by the roadside. Just as he was about to pass through the hole in the wall, his steps paused. He didn't turn his head, only leaving behind a chilling remark. I came here to do business. Don't block my profit. With those words, his figure vanished completely from everyone's sight, leaving only a thoroughly destroyed restaurant, and a white-beard pirate's commander who was utterly shattered in awe, and a marine colonel whose entire worldview had been overturned, his faith on the verge of collapse. Smoker's fists clenched so tightly that his nails dug into his flesh, yet he felt no pain. Only one thought spiraled frantically through his mind. This man codenamed Workshop of all things. Who exactly was he? What was his ability? What exactly was it? And what exactly was this business he referred to? Smoker had a strong premonition. A storm far more terrifying than the rebellion was about to erupt across the arid lands of Arabasta. And that man was the very center of the storm. These words were like an invisible sledgehammer slamming hard into the hearts of everyone present. Arrogant. Too arrogant. Who was Whitebeard? He was a legendary pirate who stood at the very apex of the world renowned alongside Roger and Golden Lion. What was the tremor fruit? It was a devil fruit hailed as the strongest paramecia, possessing power enough to destroy the world. Yet now this man actually dared to say that even Whitebeard's tremor fruit could not pay for a single one of his ships. This was no longer arrogance. This was blasphemy against the gods. You're asking for death. Ace flew into a complete rage. As Whitebeard's most loyal son, he would never allow anyone to insult his pops. Boom. Even more violent flames burst from his body, shooting into the sky. The temperature inside the entire restaurant instantly soared to a terrifying degree. Fang Yuan, however, could not even be bothered to lift an eyelid. He simply turned around and adjusted his collar, as if the furious man of fire behind him were nothing more than harmless air. "Yi Xiao," he said flatly. "Yes, master." From the shadows, Yi Xiao's figure soundlessly emerged, positioning himself between Fang Yuan and Ace. His steel wings, gleaming with a cold metallic light, slowly spread open, radiating an icy, killing intent that made one's heart tremble. In an instant, the atmosphere froze solid. A great battle was about to break out at any moment. Off to the side, Smoker's expression had become extremely grim. He clenched his fists so tightly that his knuckles turned white. A division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates. A mysterious and unfathomable man suspected of possessing a living warship. If these two monsters really started fighting in his jurisdiction, all of Nanohana, no half of Alabasta, would be reduced to rubble. He had to stop them. But just as Smoker was about to intervene at all costs, Fang Yuan suddenly waved his hand. "Forget it," he said, sounding utterly bored. "Fighting you would be beneath me. My target is hardly some small fry like you, still working for someone else." With that, he didn't even spare Ace another glance. He simply strode toward the restaurant entrance and swaggered out. His bearing was as easy and carefree as if he were strolling through his own backyard. "You, stop right there," Ace roared, and was just about to chase after him. But his footsteps abruptly halted. For beyond the enormous gaping hole in the wall, that sinister dragon-headed turtle slowly poked its head out once more. That pair of cold, emotionless eyes silently locked onto him. An indescribable fear rising from the very depths of his soul instantly seized Ace's heart. He had a powerful intuition. If he dared to move even an inch, this monster from the abyss would without hesitation devour him, and the entire city with him. In the end, Ace could only watch helplessly as Fang Yuan's figure disappeared at the end of the street. He gritted his teeth hard, his fists cracking as he clenched them, then slammed a vicious punch into the wall beside him. "Bastard." After leaving the restaurant, not the slightest change crossed Fang Yuan's face. As for a hot-headed brat like Ace, he didn't have the slightest interest in giving him another look. The true prey was still waiting for him. With Yi Xiao in tow, he walked straight through the chaotic streets, and finally stopped before a building of dazzling splendor and extreme luxury. On the building's sign, two large gilded words read "Rain Banquet." It was the largest casino in Alabasta, and the lair of Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. The moment Fang Yuan set foot on the steps, 2 burly men in black suits guarding the entrance reached out to block him. "Stop. This is private property. No outsiders allowed." Fang Yuan didn't even spare them a glance. He merely uttered 3 words, "All Things Workshop." At the sound of those words, the faces of the 2 men changed dramatically. They exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with shock and wariness. One of them immediately picked up a den mushi and reported a few words in a low voice. Soon he hung up the den mushi, and his attitude instantly became incomparably respectful. "So you are an honored guest of the All Things Workshop. Please forgive my rudeness." He bowed deeply and quickly stepped aside. "The boss is already waiting for you. Please follow me." Just then the casino's door was pushed open from within. A tall black-haired woman wearing a tight purple leather outfit with a mature and mysterious temperament walked out smiling. "No need. I will personally receive this guest." Her voice carried a unique magnetism as refreshing as a spring breeze. It was none other than Nico Robin, Miss All Sunday, the vice president of Baroque Works. Robin walked up to Fang Yuan, gave an elegant bow, and wore a flawless professional smile on her face. "Master of the All Things Workshop, our boss has been waiting for you for quite some time. Please follow me." As she spoke, she studied Fang Yuan without revealing her thoughts. This man looked very young, almost unnaturally so. But his detachment, which seemed to regard all things as nothing, and the shadow-like attendant behind him exuding a dangerous aura, set off blaring alarms in her heart. This man was absolutely no ordinary person. "Much obliged." Fang Yuan nodded and followed. The two walked one after the other through the clamorous casino hall and into a luxurious corridor leading deeper inside. The corridor was covered in soft red carpet, and priceless paintings hung on the walls. "I have long heard of the All Things Workshop's fame. Creating miraculous creations like the Split Lion is truly admirable." As she walked, Robin probed in a seemingly casual tone. "May I ask where you obtained such wildly imaginative ideas?" A slight smile tugged at the corner of Fang Yuan's mouth. "Creativity." He chuckled softly. The sound was not loud, yet it made Robin's steps abruptly falter. "I never create. I am merely a mover, taking interesting things from one place and relocating them to another. For example." Fang Yuan also stopped. He turned and looked at Robin with a faint, ambiguous smile. "For example, moving a stone that records the history of the Void Century from O'Hara to Alabasta." Boom. Those words struck Robin's mind like a thunderbolt from the heavens. Her pupils instantly shrank to pinpricks. The smile on her face cracked for the first time. O'Hara, the Void Century. Those 2 words were the deepest, most painful taboo in her heart. This man. How could he possibly know? Who exactly was he? Looking at Robin's face pale with shock, Fong Yuan's smile grew even more pronounced. He said nothing more. He simply turned and continued forward, leaving Robin alone, frozen in place with a towering surge crashing through her heart. It was a long while before she took a deep breath, forcibly suppressed the turmoil in her heart, and hurried after him. But this time she no longer dared to probe. She only led the way in silence, and a thin layer of cold sweat even appeared on her forehead. Finally, the two arrived before a huge door at the end of the corridor, carved with crocodile patterns. Robin pushed it open and stepped aside. "Boss, the guest has arrived." Fong Yuan stepped in. It was a large open room decorated with the rugged luxury of the desert. In the exact center of the room, a tall, cold-faced man sat on an enormous sofa with his back to the door. He wore a black overcoat. His left hand was a golden hook gleaming with cold light, and a thick cigar was clamped between his teeth, smoke curling around him. It was none other than the Sand King who ruled over Alabasta. Crocodile, the Sand Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. The atmosphere in the room was suffocatingly oppressive. The air seemed to have solidified into a substance of its own. Crocodile did not turn around. He slowly released a smoke ring, and spoke first, his voice hoarse and full of pressure. "So you are the master of the All Things Workshop, a brat daring to sell me a company." He slowly turned around, his falcon-sharp eyes locking hard onto Fong Yuan. "Speak. What do you want?" Facing this terrifying aura that could nearly suffocate an ordinary man, Fong Yuan seemed not to feel it at all. He walked straight to the sofa across from Crocodile and sat down without the least bit of courtesy. Then, under Crocodile's icy gaze, he leisurely produced from his coat a devil fruit, dark crimson all over and covered with ferocious dragon scale patterns. Thud! Fong Yuan casually set the fruit on the table between them. The fruit emanated a fierce primordial aura, savage and wild beyond measure. "What I want is not important." Fong Yuan crossed his legs, leaned back on the sofa, and smiled at Crocodile, whose expression had already begun to change. "What matters is, can you afford this merchandise?" The instant Fong Yuan casually tossed the dark crimson devil fruit covered in patterns like dragon scales onto the table, the very air in the room seemed to congeal. The savage breath emanating from the fruit, the untamed aura of some primordial age, was like an invisible hand that abruptly clenched the hearts of everyone present. Beside him, Nico Robin's poised smile vanished completely for the first time, replaced by unconcealable shock. And the room's owner, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, the Sand Crocodile, felt his pupils suddenly contract into pinpricks. An ancient Zoan. It was definitely an ancient Zoan. And not just any ancient Zoan. The most supreme, most ferocious class of them all. As a ruthless power player who had spent half his life in the Grand Line, Crocodile recognized at a glance what this fruit was truly worth. This thing was not something that could appear in a worthless place like the East Blue. Even in the New World, the appearance of an ancient Zoan was enough to trigger a bloody conflict between forces at the level of the 4 emperors. But now a fruit of such legend had actually been tossed in front of him like trash by this absurdly young brat. In an instant, an indescribable greed erupted like a volcano and overwhelmed Crocodile's reason. His plan, his ambition to usurp a kingdom. Everything required overwhelming combat strength to see it through. And this fruit before him was the perfect answer. If he could obtain it and cultivate a loyal ancient Zoan user, then that blasted marine smoker and the rebel army would all become nothing more than worthless trash. Kill him. Take it. The thought raged in Crocodile's mind like a demonic whisper. Boom. A murderous aura of utterly terrifying intensity erupted from Crocodile. His black coat billowed without wind, and the cigar in his mouth snapped into powder under the force of his pressure. The sand in the room seemed to come alive, churning and spiraling in a frenzy, emitting shrill hisses as it took shape into little tornadoes coiling around his feet. The temperature in the room plummeted to freezing. That pure, undisguised killing intent had nearly become tangible, ready to tear Fong Yuan into shreds. Little brat. Crocodile rose slowly to his feet. His towering frame cast a huge shadow, swallowing Fong Yuan completely. His gleaming golden hook reflected deadly lamplight as it aimed at Fong Yuan's throat. His voice was hoarse and low, like 2 pieces of sandpaper grinding against each other. "This thing. Where did you get it?" He stared hard at Fong Yuan, no longer making any effort to hide the greed and killing intent in his eyes. If Fong Yuan's answer displeased him in the least, he would attack, without hesitation, using his signature sand power to drain this arrogant young man until he was nothing but a dried corpse. Robin, standing to one side, felt her heart leap into her throat. She could feel it. Her boss had truly been moved to kill. This man from Wanwu Workshop had gone too far. He had no idea what a ferocious beast he was facing. And yet, facing this killing intent that could make any expert's soul tremble, Fong Yuan did not so much as twitch an eyebrow. He did not even look at Crocodile's contorted face. He merely lounged back on the sofa, reached out, poured himself a glass of red wine, and swirled it gently. It was as if the surging sand and biting killing intent around him were nothing but air. Heh! A soft laugh drifted out of Fong Yuan's mouth. In that deathly silent oppressive room it sounded unusually clear and unusually grating. He lifted his head to meet Crocodile's man-devouring gaze, a mocking curve at the corner of his lips. Mr. Crocodile, you seem to be asking the wrong question. You shouldn't ask where this thing came from. Fong Yuan swirled the glass in his hand, the scarlet liquid spinning inside. What you should be asking is, do I have any more? Boom. Those 5 words, do I have any more, slammed into Crocodile's heart like an invisible giant hammer. His murderous intent on the verge of erupting lurched to a halt. His whole body froze. What did that mean? More? He had more fruits of this rank. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Crocodile's first reaction was disbelief. But looking at Fong Yuan's placid, triumphant face, his heart could not help but pound wildly. Of course, this man had dared to swagger into his lair alone and right before his eyes produce a treasure capable of overturning the Grand Line. What was he counting on? He was counting on absolute fearlessness. He was counting on more terrifying cards hidden in his hand, cards Crocodile did not know about. If he killed him now, he would gain only this one fruit. But if he didn't kill him? A terrifying thought seized Crocodile's mind in that instant. Watching the shifting expression on Crocodile's face, Fong Yuan knew the moment was nearly ripe. He drained the wine in one motion, then dropped the final bombshell. Take a guess. Fong Yuan drawled each word like a precise scalpel, dissecting the deepest desires in Crocodile's heart. Could an ancient Zoan Tyrannosaurus Rex help you get rid of that Marine Captain Smoker who has been such a headache? Crocodile's pupils contracted violently again. He knew Smoker. Or, Fong Yuan's tone was laden with fatal temptation. Help you conquer this country completely. These words were like a basin of ice water dousing every trace of Crocodile's killing intent from head to toe. He knew. This man knew everything. He knew his identity, he knew his plan, he knew his greatest ambition. He hadn't come to throw his life away. He had come to make a deal. He wanted to trade using a bargaining chip Crocodile could not possibly refuse. In that moment, Crocodile finally understood. The young man before him was no reckless greenhorn. He was a venomous snake, even colder-blooded and more terrifying than Crocodile himself. He had seen all of his weaknesses and all of his desires with complete clarity. The fruit he had taken out was not merchandise. It was a hook. A hook tailor-made for him, dripping with blood and impossible to resist. Crocodile exhaled a long, murky breath. The savage sand tornadoes around him quietly subsided, melting back into ordinary sand and falling to the floor. That soul-freezing killing intent also receded like the tide, vanishing without a trace. Slowly he lowered himself back onto his sofa. The atmosphere in the room remained oppressive, but the explosive hair-trigger tension had vanished completely. What replaced it was a more dangerous and even more treacherous standoff across the negotiating table. Crocodile took out another cigar, lit it, and took a long drag. The smoke obscured most of his face, and with it the mad greed and grim gravity that had nearly overflowed from his eyes. He stared at Fong Yuan and forced out a sentence through clenched teeth, word by word. Name your price. The price. Hearing these 2 words, Fong Yuan smiled. The smile on his face was relaxed and carefree, as if he were discussing the weather with an old friend. This demeanor stirred an inexplicable irritation inside Crocodile, who had just resumed his seat. He detested this feeling. He loathed the sensation of being the one in charge, yet led around by the nose by the other party. Speak. Crocodile's voice turned several degrees colder, carrying an indisputable tone of command. Fong Yuan picked up the wine glass on the table, swirled it gently, and watched the scarlet liquid stain the glass in trailing rivulets. Very simple. He lifted his eyelids and met Crocodile's gaze. First, I want money. At this answer, a barely perceptible icy sneer curled at the corner of Crocodile's mouth. Just as expected. In the end, it all came down to money. No matter how mysterious a man might be, he could never escape the vulgar pull of belly. As long as money could solve a problem, it was no problem at all. How much? Crocodile's voice carried a trace of condescending charity. Fong Yuan held up 3 fingers. The corner of Crocodile's eye twitched slightly. 300 million. That figure was already an astronomical fortune, enough to buy an entire small country. This little brat's appetite was far from ordinary. Yet Fong Yuan merely smiled and shook his head. No. He looked at Crocodile and spoke one word at a time. It's 3 billion. Belly. Cash. Boom. 3 billion. Cash. The 2 words exploded simultaneously in the minds of Crocodile and Nico Robin like 2 heavy bombs. For the first time, Crocodile's eternally cold face, unchanged for ages, twitched violently in plain sight. Even the prized cigar clamped between his teeth fell to the floor with a soft plop. 3 billion. Damn it, why didn't he just go rob someone? No, even robbery wasn't this outrageous. This was nearly all the liquid capital he had accumulated over years of running the Rain Banquet Casino. This little brat, with a single opening of his mouth, intended to drain him dry. Nico Robin, standing nearby, was so shocked, she covered her mouth, her beautiful eyes brimming with disbelief. Having stayed by Crocodile's side for so long, she naturally knew exactly what this number meant. This man wasn't here to negotiate. He was after Crocodile's very lifeline. The atmosphere in the room plunged below freezing in an instant. Crocodile stared fixedly at Fang Yuan, the murderous intent in his eyes, 10 times more intense than moments earlier. If looks could kill, Fang Yuan would already have been executed by 1,000 cuts. He yearned to strike, right now draining this reckless death-courting brat into a dried corpse. But his gaze against his will came to rest on the Tyrannosaurus Rex fruit on the table, which radiated a primordial aura. Ancient Zoan. As long as he had it. Never mind 3 billion. He could earn 30 billion back. The throne of Alabasta, the ancient weapon Pluton. Every ambition demanded absolute power as its foundation. Endure. He had to endure. Crocodile's chest heaved violently, as if suppressing a volcano about to erupt. After a long while he finally forced a few words out between his teeth. Fine. I'll give it to you. Yet at the very instant he made this arduous decision, Fang Yuan smiled again. He waved his hand with the easy air of one discussing an utterly trifling matter. Mr. Crocodile, don't be so eager to agree. As I said, the money is merely a deposit. Crocodile's entire body stiffened abruptly. The fury he had just suppressed nearly blasted through the crown of his skull once more. A deposit? 3 billion was merely a goddamn deposit. Was there anything in this world more expensive than 3 billion? What more could he possibly want? You. Just as Crocodile was about to roar, he saw Fang Yuan unhurriedly raise a second finger. Apart from money, I'd like a few little things as well, items of great sentimental value to me. Fang Yuan's gaze rested on Crocodile, and the look in his eyes was not that of a man examining a warlord of the sea, but that of a man appraising a rare material. The first item. He pointed at Crocodile's body. I want a bottle of your sand. Don't try to fob me off with ordinary sand from outside. It must be the innermost, most essential part of your body after you transform into your elemental form. The moment these words left his mouth, Crocodile's expression changed dramatically. This was no longer a matter of money. This was provocation. It was a probe into his abilities. The most essential sand of his body. What did he intend to do with it? Take it for research. The thought sent an unprecedented chill of dread through Crocodile. Before Crocodile could flare up, Fang Yuan raised a third finger pointing at his golden iron hook glinting with cold light. The second item. That hook of yours looks like rather decent material. Scrape off some gold dust and pack a small pouch for me. Crocodile. Nico Robin. The two of them were utterly dumbfounded. Sand from his body, powder from his hook. What exactly was this man's origin? His purpose was simply beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. He was like a madman, a completely unhinged obsessive scientist with a burning desire to research everything in existence. Watching Crocodile's face, which had turned as black as the bottom of a pot, Fang Yuan's smile finally faded, slow and deliberate. His eyes became deep and piercing, as though they could bore through a person's heart and gaze upon the innermost secrets of the soul. He leaned forward slightly and spoke softly in a voice that only the two of them could hear. The last thing. Mr. Crocodile, isn't your dream to usurp this country? I know you've been searching for something that can help you decipher the secrets of the ancient weapons. I want to enter that place beneath the royal palace of Alabasta. Every word from Fang Yuan struck Crocodile's heart like a precise, heavy hammer. That royal mausoleum. I want to see it with my own eyes. At this point, Fang Yuan paused. Gazing at Crocodile's abruptly constricted pupils, he uttered the final, and most lethal, words. That poneglyph. Boom. The instant that word, poneglyph, left Fang Yuan's lips, the last string, named reason, in Crocodile's mind snapped completely. This was his greatest secret. It was the very prize he had lurked in Alabasta for years, orchestrating schemes willing to obtain at any cost. Apart from himself, only Nico Robin knew of this. This man. How could he possibly know? He had seen through all his cards, all his ambitions. You. A roar suppressed to the very extreme burst from the depths of Crocodile's throat. Rumble. The luxurious sofa beneath him was instantly pulverized into powder by an invisible surge of force. Crocodile shot to his feet, and all the sand in the room went completely berserk in that same moment. The sand coalesced into terrifying, clearly visible sandstorms that spun madly around Crocodile, emitting shrill howls, as if about to tear the entire room to shreds. The murderous intent that had been forcibly restrained now threw all caution to the wind, sweeping across the room like a tangible storm. Crocodile's face was already contorted by extreme fury and shock. He glared at Fang Yuan, his gaze as though he could devour him alive. You. Who exactly are you? Facing Crocodile's interrogation, which seemed to devour one's very soul, and the surrounding sandstorm that had already condensed into a tangible force, Fang Yuan did not even raise an eyelid. He was like an outsider, utterly disregarding a terrifying aura formidable enough to make even Vice Admiral-level powerhouses tremble. Who am I? Fang Yuan chuckled softly, as if he had heard an absurd joke. Slowly he drew 2 sheets of paper from inside his robe. Then, as if tossing away 2 scraps of waste paper, he flung them casually onto the table, which was now nothing more than a wreck. The 2 sheets of paper fluttered down. They were the bounty posters of Mr. 3 and Miss Golden Week. I am merely. Fong Yuan finally lifted his gaze from the wineglass and fixed it upon Crocodile's face twisted by raw, unadulterated fury. His lips curved into an amused arc. Just a good-hearted man helping you purge your ranks. Your elite agents don't seem very loyal, Mr. Crocodile. No need to thank me. Boom. The instant Crocodile's gaze landed on those two familiar bounty posters, his mind buzzed as if an invisible hammer had slammed into it. Mr. 3. Miss Golden Week. They were the elite agents he had dispatched to Little Garden to settle the Straw Hat crew and the giant nuisance. How could they be in this brat's hands? Little Garden lay across an immense expanse of ocean from Alabasta. This man knew not only about his plans in Alabasta and the secret of the Poneglyph. He even seemed to know every move of his entire Baroque works organization. Without Crocodile noticing a thing, he had captured his capable lieutenants in distant Little Garden. What in the hell kind of intelligence network was this? In that instant, a chill 10 times sharper than the one he had felt when his ambition was exposed shot up from the soles of Crocodile's feet and burst through the crown of his head. The murderous aura of his fury was frozen solid in an instant, as though liquid nitrogen at -100 degrees had been poured over him from head to toe. The raging sand tornadoes around him also lurched to a halt, suspended motionless in midair. Terrifying. Absolutely terrifying. In that moment, Crocodile finally understood that he was not facing some arrogant brat. This was a monster. A monster with an unfathomable background and an uncanny godlike intelligence network. Kill him. For the first time, that thought wavered in Crocodile's mind. If he killed him, he would obtain an ancient Zoan Tyrannosaurus Rex devil fruit. But what he would be facing might be the unimaginably terrifying force behind this man. A force that could casually produce an ancient Zoan fruit and knew every move of a warlord of the sea with perfect clarity. Could he afford to provoke it? That thought pierced Crocodile's heart like a poisonous thorn. For the first time, his proud, cunning tyrant's mind felt fear. All his plans, all his ambitions were like children playing house in front of this mysterious man, seen through with crystal clarity and even meddled with at will. He wasn't negotiating with him at all. He was informing him, telling him that he was about to enter the game. Crocodile could either accept it or be flipped over by him together with the entire board. Huff, huff. Crocodile's chest heaved violently. After a ferocious inner struggle, the maddened, murderous light in his eyes finally receded little by little like an ebbing tide. He had lost. In this contest of psychology and information, he had suffered a complete defeat. Every trump card he possessed was already clinched in the other man's hand. As for the other man's trump cards, he could not see a single one. How could he still play? There was no way to play. With a cascade of rustling sand, the sandstorm encircling the room lost the power that sustained it and poured back down to the floor. The suffocating pressure vanished entirely. As if his strength had been completely drained, Crocodile slowly collapsed back onto the wreckage of the sofa. He stared fixedly at the Tyrannosaurus fruit on the table. Greed in his eyes finally overpowered all reason and fear. He needed this power. For the sake of his utopia, he needed this absolute power, even if it meant making a deal with the devil. A long silence passed. Only then did Crocodile's hoarse voice cut through the deathly silent room, every word seemingly squeezed out from between his teeth. Deal. Those two words seemed to drain him of all remaining strength. When he finished speaking, he extended his uninjured right-hand palm, facing downward. Rustle. Strands of faintly glimmering golden sand began to seep out from his palm. This sand was completely different from ordinary sand. It was finer and purer, as if every grain carried life and power. This was the most fundamental core of his sand fruit ability. Losing even one grain would mean weakening his own power. Soon these golden grains of flowing sand gathered into a small stream and were sealed inside a glass bottle he had prepared in advance. After doing all this, Crocodile's face was visibly paler. Without even looking, he tossed the bottle straight to Fong Yuan. Then he picked up his sinister golden iron hook and scraped at it fiercely with the fingers of his other hand. Screech! A harsh piercing sound rang out. With sheer force, he scraped a small pile of golden powder from the extraordinarily hard iron hook. He placed the gold powder into a small pouch and threw it to Fong Yuan as well. 3 billion berries. In 1 hour they will be delivered to your ship. Crocodile's voice was so cold it carried no emotion whatsoever. You may enter the funerary temple beneath the royal palace of Alabasta once. Now this fruit is mine. Fong Yuan caught the bottle and the pouch, nodding with satisfaction. Ding. Detected rare-grade material, the primordial core sand of the Logia class, sand fruit. Ding. Detected rare-grade material, high-purity memory gold powder. The system notification ringing in his mind made the smile at the corner of Fong Yuan's mouth even more pronounced. He stood up, straightened his clothes, and pushed the Tyrannosaurus fruit across the table to Crocodile. Pleasure doing business with you, Mr. Crocodile. Looking down from his commanding height at the dejected warlord of the sea, Fong Yuan said in a relaxed tone, I hope that after you succeed in usurping this country, you will still remember our agreement about the Poneglyph. With that, he did not spare Crocodile another glance, turned, and walked toward the door. Nico Robin watched Fong Yuan's departing figure, her expression unreadably complicated. This man had appeared out of nowhere like a ghost, and in the most bizarre fashion thrown the entire chessboard of Alabasta into utter chaos. No, he had not just thrown it into chaos. He had directly become a player. A new player that even Crocodile had to regard with apprehension. When Fong Yuan reached the door, he paused for a moment. Without looking back, he left behind a meaningful remark. Oh, by the way, I forgot to tell you. The Straw Hat crew will be reaching Rainbase soon too. Well then, enjoy yourselves. As his words faded, he pushed open the door and vanished into the clamorous, dazzling nightlife of the casino. In the room, only Crocodile remained. He held the Tyrannosaurus fruit in a death grip, feeling the terrifying power emanating from it, his expression flickering with ever-changing emotions. Rage, greed, humiliation, wariness. In the end, all his emotions erupted into a hideous, deranged burst of laughter. Kukuku. Ha! Wamu Workshop. Fong Yuan. Interesting. Very interesting. No matter where you came from, as long as you can help me realize my utopia, you are the finest tool. He knew that he had lured in a devil infinitely more difficult to deal with than the Marines, than even the world government. But to achieve his ambition, he did not care. He would use this devil to achieve his own goals. From this moment on, because of Fong Yuan's entry into the game, Alabasta Civil War would hurtle into a frenzied abyss that no one could have foreseen. The moment Fong Yuan pushed open the heavy doors of the Rain Guest Casino, the scorching air of Alabasta rushed to meet him, thick with sand and clamor. Behind him lay Crocodile's irrepressible manic laughter. Before him stretched a brand new hunting ground brimming with infinite possibilities. Boss, what do we do now? Yi Xiao followed closely behind Fong Yuan, his eyes still lingering with awe from the silent confrontation they had just witnessed. He had personally watched his boss reduce a feared warlord of the sea to his mere words, manipulating him with such finesse that he was forced to sign a humiliating surrender. Such intellect and courage, it was inhuman. Return to the East Blue. Fong Yuan's reply was straightforward and concise. Return to the East Blue. Yi Xiao froze in shock. The East Blue, the weakest sea in the world. After all their struggle to breach Reverse Mountain and enter the Grand Line, having just pulled off their biggest score yet, why go back? Fong Yuan offered no explanation. He merely lifted his gaze toward Alabasta's sand-swept sky, the corners of his mouth curling into an enigmatic expression no one could decipher. Pluton. He naturally found such matters compelling. But not at this moment. One must consume meals bite by bite. One must travel step by step. Crocodile, that prize catch, now had Fong Yuan's hook firmly set in his jaws. All that remained was to wait for the fish to exhaust itself through struggle, then reel him in effortlessly. For now, however, more pressing matters demanded his attention. He needed to reclaim what rightfully belonged to him. Several days later, East Blue Log Town. A single-masted sloop bearing an ordinary skull flag slowly entered the harbor of this town, known as the town of the beginning and the end. Fong Yuan stood at the bow, the sea breeze rippling through his clothes. His gaze swept across the bustling docks, past the tightly packed houses, and finally settled on the square rising high in the town's center. And in that square, the execution platform stood cold and lifeless. The last time he had stood there, he was an unfortunate soul with stolen identity about to face public beheading, a wretched creature whose very breath carried despair. But this time, he had returned, armed with 30 billion berries forcibly extracted from a warlord's pockets. Boss, is this the place? Yi Xiao stood behind Fong Yuan, following his gaze to the execution platform. He could sense something unspoken stirring beneath his boss's calm exterior. Yes. Fong Yuan averted his gaze, his expression as placid as still water. A place of great significance. He turned and lifted a heavy chest from the cabin. Let's go, Yi Xiao. Fong Yuan spoke with the casual tone of discussing something mundane. To spend money. To spend. Then, build a god. East Blue Dock Log Town. This was the largest and most technologically advanced shipyard throughout the East Blue. The shipyard teemed with activity as over 100 burly workers hammered away in the pungent aroma of tung oil and sawdust, their bodies drenched in sweat. The yard's owner, a one-eyed man named Barton, stood puffing on his pipe while thundering at a blueprint, his spittle flying. At that moment, two figures emerged into the shipyard. The leading youth appeared barely past 20 with dark hair and eyes, his demeanor so tranquil it bordered on eerie. A hooded attendant trailed behind him, face obscured, radiating such an oppressive coldness that the bustling workers instinctively gave them space. Barton merely glanced at them and dismissed them. Dozens came daily to browse ships and inquire about prices, mostly penniless browsers who'd never buy. Too lazy to bother with them, he returned to berating the mistakes on his blueprint. But the next instant, crash! A thunderous boom shattered the shipyard's din. All eyes turned as the dark-haired youth materialized before Barton, slamming a massive wooden crate onto his desk. The thick planked desk groaned under the impact, on the verge of collapsing. You damn! Barton's temper flared instantly, but the curse died in his throat as he caught sight of the crate. The impact had cracked the lid open. From that fissure poured a radiance so blinding. Golden light. Ryup. Fong Yuan wasted no words, prying the lid open with 2 fingers. Boom. In an instant, the entire dim shipyard office was illuminated as if a sun had appeared. A full crate. Neatly stacked gleaming gold bars. That raw, merciless, unapologetic golden radiance seared every eye in the room. Gulp. Someone swallowed hard. The entire shipyard fell deathly silent. Every worker froze mid-task, eyes wide and mouths agape, transformed into petrified statues gazing at that chest of gold. They had never seen such wealth in their lives. Had someone dragged an entire vault here? Even Barton himself couldn't contain his shock. His pipe clattered to the floor, his eyes bulging wider than copper bells, his breath caught in his throat. You. Barton pointed at the gold, then at Fong Yuan, stammering endlessly but unable to form a single word. Fong Yuan ignored everyone's astonishment. His gaze swept across the dozen vessels moored in the dock, finally settling on the largest, most imposing 3-masted sloop still under construction at the center of the yard. He pointed at it. His tone was calm, but carried an unquestionable authority. That ship, the largest, most expensive, and sturdiest one you have. I'll buy it. Those words jolted Barton's entire body, snapping him awake. Buy it. Of course he knew that ship. It was his life's masterpiece, his intended flagship, crafted with the finest materials at a cost of 1 billion berries. Before he could even quote a price, Fong Yuan's next words silenced all thought. Additionally, Fong Yuan gestured toward the crate of gold at his feet. This is the deposit. From this moment on, seal the dock and halt all other orders. For the next month, your entire shipyard serves only me. Fong Yuan stated flatly, gazing at Barton's stunned expression. Name your price. Boom. Those words struck like thunder, shattering Barton and every worker's minds. A full month. The entire shipyard. Serving only one client. Name any price. What kind of celestial customer was this? No. This was the god of wealth himself, descended to earth. After a brief silence, the entire shipyard erupted in triumphant cheers and howls of joy. Oh, long live the boss. We're rich. We're finally rich. Barton himself trembled with excitement, his remaining eye blazing with unprecedented fervor. Without hesitation, he bowed 90 degrees and roared hoarsely. Yes, boss. You're my father. Not just a month, a year, anything. The news spread like wildfire, reaching every corner of Lobetown's underworld within half an hour. A mysterious wealthy man accompanied by a monster attendant with black wings had smashed a crate of gold bars into the East District shipyard, purchased the town's most expensive ship, and chartered the entire facility. Every black market dealer, tavern, and informant buzzed with speculation about this sudden arrival. And that wave of excitement soon swept into Marine Base Branch 16. Colonel Smoker, report. A naval soldier burst into the office, visibly flustered. What's the matter? So panicked? Smoker asked without looking up from his files. The East Dock. Something's happened. The soldier recounted everything he had learned in meticulous detail. Mysterious wealthy man. Spending fortunes. Smoker initially dismissed it with annoyance, assuming another reckless pirate had come to flaunt wealth in town. But when he caught the final key phrases, his hand froze mid-page turn. Wait. What did you say about that wealthy man's attendant? Any distinguishing features? The soldier swallowed hard, nervously replying, according to eyewitnesses, that attendant had black, steel, wings on his back. BZDZT. Black wings. Those 4 words acted as a key, instantly unlocking a memory Smoker had long tried to suppress. The man who had escaped execution before his eyes, transforming into an iron bird and soaring into the heavens. The bastard who had made him taste humiliation and defeat for the first time. Smoker's expression darkened to a lethal degree. He snapped his head up, his piercing eyes flashing with terrifying intensity. Snap. He crushed both cigars in his ashtray with brutal force. That bastard. Smoker ground out between clenched teeth, each word dripping with murderous intent. He's back. Smoker forced the words out from between his teeth, every syllable dripping with icy, killing intent. He's back. Before the words even faded, he shot up from his chair like an enraged leopard. Bang. A single palm strike sent spiderweb cracks racing across the solid wooden desk. All hands assemble. Smoker's roar thundered through the entire Marine base. Target East District docks. Level 1 combat readiness. That bastard. I'll personally throw him into impel down. The base's alarms blared. Countless Marines rushed out from every corner, faces filled with shock and tension. They had never seen Captain Smoker so unhinged. It was an expression laced with fury, humiliation, and a hint of excitement. Like a hunter who had finally caught sight of the prey that had once slipped through his fingers and dealt him the greatest humiliation of his life. In moments, a fully armed Marine unit charged out of the base under Smoker's leadership, sweeping toward the East District docks with overwhelming force. At the sight of that force, the streets of all Lowtown fell into utter silence. Everyone instinctively cowered away, staring with a mixture of awe and dread at the man at the front, 2 cigars wedged between his teeth, white smoke streaming from his body. White hunter smoker. Which reckless pirate was he going after now? Meanwhile, at the East District docks, Fong Yuan had already signed the contract with Barton, the shipyard owner, at a hastily set-up table. The chest of gold lay open beside them. The golden glare left every shipwright slightly dizzy, and they worked with renewed vigor. Boss Barton, grinning ear to ear, called Fong Yuan daddy over and over with fawning attentiveness. Boss, the Marines are here. Night Owl stood behind Fong Yuan, his eyes beneath the hood fixed on the dock's entrance. His tone carried no ripple at all. It was as if he had announced the arrival of takeout, not Marines. Fong Yuan nodded, lifted the premium black tea Barton had brewed himself, and took a light sip. Let him in. He looked as carefree as a man having afternoon tea in his own back garden. Crash. The dock gate was violently kicked open from outside. Smoker strode in, sheathed in his signature white smoke. Behind him were over 100 Marines, all with guns trained on the dock. Leading them was the bespectacled, righteous-looking swordswoman, Tashiji. It's you. Smoker's hawk-sharp gaze instantly locked onto the black-haired youth calmly sipping tea. Though his appearance and temperament had changed beyond recognition, the soul-deep familiarity was unmistakable. It was this bastard. Fong Yuan. Smoker practically gnashed the name out. It was a name he had gotten from the latest Marine intelligence briefing. A bounty poster of 3 million berries stamped with coward. Coward, my ass. Could a man who had escaped him, and then mixed with Ace and Crocodile in Alabasta, be a coward? Were the brains of those intelligence division idiots eaten by sea kings? Long time no see, Captain Smoker. Fong Yuan set down his teacup and looked up with a polite, yet distant smile. You look full of fire, Captain. Constipated recently. Huffed. Barton, the shipyard owner, had just taken a mouthful of tea and sprayed it out in one burst. Holy crap. This money god. Was he really this bold? Calling White Hunter constipated to his face. He truly had no fear of death. Bastard. Those words lit Smoker up, just as expected. The Marines behind him all glared fiercely too. Don't be too arrogant, you. Tashiji cried, one hand on the hilt of her sword burning with righteous anger. Shut up. Smoker snapped, silencing the men behind him. His gaze bored into Fong Yuan, as if he meant to swallow him alive. The winged man on the execution platform. That was you. In Alabasta, you were the one who made my smoke useless. Fong Yuan. You dangerous criminal will not escape me today. Smoker's voice was cold enough to pierce bone. He had fully made Fong Yuan out to be the greatest opponent of his life. Fong Yuan, hearing this, only smiled faintly. He rose to his feet and leisurely adjusted his collar. Captain, you seem to have gotten one thing wrong. I have never run away. Fong Yuan's eyes were as calm as a bottomless lake. Last time I only thought you were too weak. Fighting you was a waste of time. And this time, Fong Yuan paused, a hint of amusement tugging at the corners of his mouth. You are still too weak. Boom. Those words ignited Smoker's fury more thoroughly than any insult. Weak. He was a full-fledged Logia user and elite of Marine headquarters, and this bastard had called him weak twice in a row. You're asking for death. Smoker completely lost it. Without another word, he transformed his entire upper body into his element, a billowing sky-covering mass of dense white smoke. White blow. Whoosh. The rampaging smoke morphed into 2 enormous white serpents that roared and snapped, lunging at Fong Yuan from both directions. This attack was more powerful and covered a wider area than the one in Alabasta. The entire dock was engulfed in white smoke in an instant. Visibility dropped to almost zero. All the shipwrights and Marines fell back in fright. But in the face of that world-destroying strike, Fong Yuan didn't move at all. He didn't even raise an eyelid. He merely snapped his fingers gently. Crack. The crisp sound was eerily abrupt amid the roaring smoke. Then came a scene so horrifying that Smoker and everyone present nearly had their eyes pop out of their sockets. The rampaging, arrogant white smoke serpents moments away from swallowing Fong Yuan stopped dead half a meter away from him. It was as if someone had pressed pause on a film. Then, crack, crackle, crackle. A series of teeth-grinding, freezing sounds erupted without warning. The 2 colossal smoke serpents were quickly coated in a layer of crystalline frost beginning at their heads. The frost spread at a speed visible to the naked eye. 1 second. In only 1 second, the 2 frenzied smoke serpents were frozen into 2 lifelike ice sculptures by sheer force. They hung in midair, still caught in their fierce fangs-bared poses, wisps of chilling vapor rising from them. The temperature inside the dock plunged by more than 10 degrees in that moment. This. How is this possible? Smoker's utterly horrified voice came from behind the smoke. He could feel it. The smoke he had released was slipping out of his control. No, it wasn't losing control. It was being forcibly reshaped by a power he couldn't comprehend. In essence, smoke is made of countless tiny solid particles. And in the air, water vapor inevitably clings to the surface of those particles. Fong Yuan had exploited exactly that. He hadn't even bothered to increase the air humidity like last time. He simply used his water flow mastery to instantly freeze the trace water vapor carried within the smoke into ice crystals. Those ice crystals, like rebar and concrete, instantly bound the loose smoke particles into a unified whole. On a physical level, a gas attack had been converted directly into a solid ice sculpture. This was a dimensional reduction strike against the understanding and application of Logia powers. I told you. Fang Yuan slowly raised his eyes, his gaze piercing the thinning smoke to land on the figure frozen in shock behind it. You're too weak. Smoker, your fighting style is too crude. Fang Yuan shook his head, a note of disappointment in his voice, like a teacher scolding a student who refused to learn. Your smoke really should change brands. Uffed. These words smashed into Smoker's heart like an invisible heavy hammer. Smoker felt a surge of sweetness rise in his throat and nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. Shattered. He was thoroughly shattered. The physical crushing and the ultimate verbal humiliation. His beloved devil fruit ability and his pride as a powerhouse were in that instant trampled beneath Fang Yuan's feet and ground to powder. You, monster. SS Smoker trembled, forcing the words out from between his teeth. He had lost. He had lost even more decisively and humiliatingly than the last time. I won't permit you. I won't permit you to insult Mr. Smoker like this. At that moment, a clear, angry cry rang out. Tashigi couldn't bear it anymore. She couldn't accept seeing the superior she respected being trampled like this. A girl's hot-blooded sense of justice overcame her fear in that instant. Yeah. She drew the sword at her waist and charged straight at Fang Yuan, her whole body turning into a blur. Fang Yuan had originally been too lazy to pay these Marines any more attention. But the instant Tashigi drew her blade, his eyes suddenly lit up. His gaze swept past the headstrong girl and locked firmly onto the sword in her hand. The distinctive hilt, the exquisite guard, the fluid line of the blade. Ding. Rare grade item detected. Shigear, one of the 50 skillful grade blades. Decomposable concepts, sharpness, fine sturdiness, fine historical accumulation trace. The corners of Fang Yuan's mouth curved upward slowly beyond his control. He looked at the girl charging toward him like a man watching a delivery courier who had voluntarily brought top-tier equipment straight to his door. Interesting. I was just worrying that once the ship was finished I'd still be missing a handy scalpel. Interesting. I was just thinking that now that the ship is finished I still lack a handy scalpel. The moment this thought flashed through Fang Yuan's mind, Tashiji's attack was already before his eyes. Shigear slash. The young woman's battle cry carried a fierce, unyielding resolve. The celebrated blade Shigear in her hand traced a vicious silver arc, its edge splitting the air and slashing straight for Fang Yuan's face. The slash was blindingly fast and deviously angled. The ordinary Marines present could see nothing but an afterimage. Good. Go. Go, Sergeant Tashigi. Several Marines clenched their fists and could not help but cry out in tense low roars. In their eyes, Sergeant Tashigi was the strongest swordswoman in the base after Colonel Smoker. Even if this strike could not gravely wound the enemy, it would surely force him back. Smoker said nothing. His pupils sharply contracted as he locked his gaze on the center of the battlefield. He knew better than anyone that Tashiji's swordsmanship was more than enough to handle ordinary pirates, but against the unfathomable monster before him. Perhaps. Yet what happened next still exceeded Smoker's worst expectations. Faced with that ferociously swift slash, Fang Yuan did not even show the slightest intention of retreating half a step. He merely tilted his head slightly. Swoosh. The razor-sharp blade, strong enough to cut steel, grazed right past his cheek. A few strands of black hair were lifted by the blade's wind and drifted slowly down. From beginning to end, Fang Yuan's expression did not change in the slightest. It felt like an adult casually dodging a toy wooden stick swung by a 3-year-old child. Effortless, graceful, and even carrying a hint of boredom. What? Tashiji's heart slammed violently. She had never imagined that her full-strength strike could be dodged so easily. But she was after all a battle-hardened swordswoman. With the blow missed, she immediately reversed her wrist, changed the blade's flow, and swept it horizontally at Fang Yuan's neck. Useless. Fang Yuan's faint voice sounded beside her ear. Like a wisp of incorporeal smoke, he simply leaned back, bending his body at an impossible angle, and let the blade sweep through empty air once more. Immediately afterward, Tashiji's attacks followed like a raging storm. Unbroken and relentless. Slash. Hack. Lift. Thrust. She pushed the swordsmanship she had mastered to its absolute limit. Silver blade light flashed wildly across the dockyard, weaving into an airtight net of steel that enveloped Fang Yuan completely. Yet the result sent a chill from the depths of everyone's soul. Fang Yuan was like a reef amid towering, raging waves. No, he was not even a reef. He was a phantom that had no real existence at all. No matter how dense or fierce Tashiji's sword net was, he always evaded every attack with the simplest, smallest movements. Perfectly measured. Advance, retreat, sidestep, crouch. His movements weren't even especially fast. Yet they carried an ease that saw through everything. It was as if every attacking pattern of Tashiji's had become a slow-motion replay in his eyes riddled with openings. This is impossible. Tashiji's breathing grew rapid. Fine beads of sweat had already gathered on her forehead. Her attacks had not only failed to harm the enemy by the slightest degree, but his leisurely strolling evasions made her feel like a clown desperately performing before an adult. The suffocating pressure of that immense disparity in strength was almost too much to bear. Your sword is too slow. Suddenly, an icy voice came from behind her, not from in front. Tashiji's pupils shrank to pinpricks in an instant. Behind me. When had he gotten behind me? She had no time to think, and no time to turn. She could only rely on her battle instincts, thrusting backward with a backhanded slash. But in the very moment her wrist began to exert force, a finger, an ordinary-looking slender finger, tapped lightly on the pulse point of her wrist. Tap. A soft sound. A numbing tingle like an electric current instantly shot from her wrist through her entire arm. Tashiji felt her right arm go weak, every ounce of strength gone in a flash. "Oh!" she cried out, and the hand gripping her sword could no longer hold it. The famed blade Shigure, which she valued as her very life, slipped from her slackened fingers and plummeted toward the ground. It was over. Tashiji's mind was a complete blank. For a swordswoman, losing her weapon in battle was a disgrace even greater than death. Yet just as the blade was about to strike the ground, a hand reached in from the side and caught the body of Shigure, holding it perfectly steady. It was Fang Yuan. As though nothing had happened, he held the blade in one hand while the fingers of his other hand seemingly casually traced slowly across the cold steel. From the tip to the hilt, it was like stroking a beloved work of art. Ding. Target locked, skillful grade blade Shigure. The system's notification tone sounded right on time in Fang Yuan's mind. There was not the slightest flicker in his eyes. Surface concept scraping. Target sharpness. Command confirmed. Beginning non-destructive concept scraping. Energy cost 5 points. Scraping in progress. Scraping successful. Obtained concept fragment skillful grade blade sharpness x5. Scraping successful. Obtained concept fragment historical sediment trace x1. Done. A satisfied curve tugged at the corner of Fang Yuan's mouth. Pluck the feathers from a passing goose, strip the hide from a fleeing beast. This was the creed of his myriad workshop. Anything of value that passed before his eyes could never expect to leave intact. Not a bad sword. Fang Yuan offered a quiet compliment. To those listening around him, this praise sounded like appreciation for the renowned blade. But only Fang Yuan knew that what he appreciated was the sword's excellent quality as a material. Tashiji was both shocked and furious. She wanted to snatch back her sword, but her arm was still numb and weak, and all she could do was watch helplessly as he toyed with her blade. Take it back. Having already obtained what he wanted, Fang Yuan naturally would not prolong the entanglement. He opened his hand and gave Shigure a gentle push. As if alive, the blade arced gracefully through the air and slipped steadily back into Tashiji's sheath. With a crisp clink, it slotted into place with perfect precision. That precise control of strength once again left everyone present dumbfounded. Tashiji stood frozen, her mind churning in chaos. She did not understand. He had clearly possessed countless chances to gravely wound her, or even kill her. What? In the end, had he only taken her sword, and then given it back? What exactly did he want? Just as she was still shaken and utterly bewildered, Fang Yuan's calm words, plain yet piercing like a knife to the heart, drifted over slowly. The sword is a fine sword. Fang Yuan turned away his back to her, leaving her a cold silhouette. A pity. You are not worthy of it. Boom. Those words like a bolt from the blue blasted violently into Tashiji's heart. It struck her whole body like lightning, freezing her in place. All color drained from her face. Not worthy of it. For Tashiji, who treated her sword as her life, that phrase was a blow heavier and crueler than any physical wound. It denied everything she was as a swordswoman. It denied her efforts, her convictions, her honor. You bastard. Don't you dare insult Sergeant Tashiji. Fire. Open fire. The surrounding Marines finally snapped out of their shock. Eyes red with rage, they raised their guns one after another. And yet before they could pull the triggers, "Stop, all of you." Smoker's hoarse voice, laden with helplessness, halted everyone. He watched Fang Yuan's gradually receding back. The cigar in his mouth had gone out at some point, its ash scattered all over the floor. He knew. Opening fire no longer held any meaning. From the way the man had frozen his smoke earlier to the way he now toyed with Tashiji in the palm of his hand. The gap between the two sides could no longer be bridged by numbers. It was a difference in dimension. Before absolute power and incomprehensible abilities, the justice and weapons they took pride in had all become a joke. Fang Yuan did not turn back again. With Yi Xiao, he walked step by step back to his dockyard under the Marines' complicated gazes, a mix of anger, fear, humiliation, and bewilderment. The dockyard gates slowly closed, completely sealing off the two worlds. The shipyard gates slammed shut with a roar. Outside stood the utterly humiliated dead silence of Smoker and his men. Inside was Fang Yuan, calm as an ancient windless well. The whole of Lobe Town exploded into chaos because of that brief, yet mind-shattering clash. White Hunter Smoker, the man who had seemed invincible as a god in the East Blue, had been crushed with contemptuous ease like a fly. The news swept through every corner of town like a Force 12 hurricane. In the tavern, a pirate in the middle of boasting felt his wine glass clatter to the floor. In the black market, an information broker was so frightened that he tore the intelligence in his hands. Countless bounty hunters felt their entire worldviews shatter. Are you kidding me? Captain Smoker got one shot. Isn't that winged man the coward with a 3 million berry bounty? 3 million. Fuck. Which brainless moron set that bounty? With that kind of strength, no one could stop him without a 300 million berry bounty. And that mysterious rich man. Who exactly is he? Fong Yuan neither knew nor cared about the uproar outside. When had he ever cared about the mutterings of ants? In his eyes at this moment, there was only one thing. To fulfill the true purpose for which he had returned to the East Blue. Boss. No, my real daddy. Are you all right? Barton, the shipyard owner, looked at the sealed gate, and then at Fong Yuan, his legs still trembling. He had witnessed the entire scene with his own eyes. Those were Marines. That was Smoker. And this man had actually dealt with him like that. Now he finally understood why the man had dared to slap his face with a chest of gold. Sorry, but when you have money and godlike strength behind you, you really can do whatever you want. Clear everyone out. Ignoring Barton's shock, Fong Yuan ordered in a calm voice. Remember, no matter what you hear or see from now on, do not come in. Otherwise, death. The word death was spoken lightly, yet it carried a bone-piercing chill that made Barton shudder violently. Yes, I'll take care of it at once. Barton scrambled out, and as fast as he could drove every stunned shipyard worker out of the dock. Soon the entire vast shipyard was left with only Fong Yuan Yi Xiao and the enormous 3-masted sailing ship quietly resting on the slipway. Fong Yuan walked up to the ship, reached out, and gently pressed his palm against the cold keel. Xuanwu, he called softly. A faint consciousness filled with the adoring closeness of a child came from within the hull. Time to upgrade your equipment. A wild blazing curve curled at the corner of Fong Yuan's mouth. With a thought, the Devil Fruit Synthesis System panel abruptly unfolded before his eyes. In the virtual warehouse interface, countless dazzling spheres of light floated. They were every bit of his accumulated stockpile from this period. Among them were 5 tiny silver orbs radiating an aura of supreme sharpness. Concept fragment sharpness of Ryo Wazamono 5. This had just been forcibly scraped off Tashiji's famous sword Shigure. Beside these, orbs were even more numerous and massive concept spheres. Concept steel mass-produced. Concept explosion mass-produced. Concept poison gas rare. All of them were pure essence distilled from the wreckage of the Krieg pirates' thousands of tons of steel fleet. Gazing at this dazzling array of top-grade materials, Fong Yuan's eyes held the ruthless frenzy of a creator god about to lift his paintbrush. System. Fong Yuan's voice echoed through the empty shipyard with unquestionable authority. Merge sharpness of Ryo Wazamono steel explosion. All related concepts into the Xuanwu. Warning. Detected that the host is performing large-scale concept fusion on a living organism. This action will consume enormous energy and has an extremely high probability of triggering an uncontrollable mythic-grade mutation. Confirm execution. The system's warning tone was more urgent than ever before. Mythic-grade mutation. Upon hearing those words, the frenzy in Fong Yuan's eyes only intensified. This is exactly what I've been waiting for. Confirmed. Execute immediately. Instruction confirmed. Beginning mythic-grade living modification. Boom. With the system's command confirmed, all the stored concept spheres in Fong Yuan's warehouse transformed in that instant into a torrent of flowing multicolored light. Like 100 rivers returning to the sea, they surged madly toward the main keel of the 3-masted ship. Yulo. A soundless, agonized wail of supreme suffering exploded in Fong Yuan's mind. It was the Xuanwu's consciousness howling in torment. The next moment, crack. A sharp crack came from inside the hull. The supposedly unbreakable hull starting from the keel beneath Fong Yuan's palm split apart inch by inch. Blinding golden light burst violently from the cracks. Crack, 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 crack. The cracking sound, like beans popping in rapid succession, filled the entire shipyard. The whole ship, like porcelain detonated from within, was instantly covered in spiderweb-like fissures. Then the golden light erupted completely. The entire shipyard was bathed in a golden ocean of world-creating radiance. Amid the light, the wreckage of the ship did not fall apart. Instead, it was frantically reassembling itself in ways that defied the laws of physics. Twisting, evolving. The original cyan tortoise shell rapidly darkened in the golden light, turning ink black like abyssal dark iron from the deep sea. And at the rim of the shell, under the infusion of the sharpness of Ryo Wazamono concept, rings of blade edges thin as cicada wings, yet gleaming with a world-annihilating cold light, extended outward. The deck was no longer wooden, it was covered in a thick layer of steel flowing with metallic luster. The cannon ports on both sides of the hull, empowered by the explosion concept, had grown larger and more ferocious. Within them rings of crimson energy patterns were visible. This was destruction. It was also rebirth. At last, when all the golden light had withdrawn into the hull, a brand new war colossus radiating boundless terror and a primeval aura stood silently on the slipway. It was an entire size larger than before. Its entire body was ink black, and the blades along the shell's rim reflected a heart-stopping gleam in the dim light. Merely drawing close seemed enough to be shredded by that invisible killing edge. Suddenly, the massive dragon-headed turtle head at the bow, which had been hanging low, snapped upward. Whoosh! Two thick, blood-red beams of light, as if born from the abyssal depths of hell, blasted from its eyes. The temperature of the entire shipyard seemed to drop several degrees because of it. A consciousness more powerful, colder, and more filled with destructive will than before reconnected with Fang Yuan's spirit. Master, I crave battle. I crave tearing everything apart. Thump. In the instant the modification was completed, Fang Yuan's vision went black and all the strength in his body was drained away. His legs gave out, and he fell to one knee, gasping for breath. This modification had nearly exhausted all the energy reserves he had extorted from Crocodile. But looking at this near-perfect divine creation, he revealed a look of extreme satisfaction on his face. Worth it. Fucking worth it. Be boss. My real daddy. Are you still alive? Just then the shipyard gate was pushed open a crack from outside. Barton, the shipyard owner, poked his head in his face, full of terror and horror. He had heard every bit of that cataclysmic commotion from outside. That golden light. That thunderous roar. He even thought a heavenly god had descended to the mortal world. When he saw Fang Yuan was still alive, merely weakened, he scrambled over. As something terrible has happened. Boss. In Barton's hand was a damp piece of paper, its edges crushed from how hard he had been gripping it. Trembling, he held the paper out to Fang Yuan. The Marines. Just release this. It's plastered all over the world. Your. Fang Yuan raised his head and took the paper. It was a brand new wanted poster, still reeking of printer's ink. On the wanted poster was his face, so calm it was almost unnatural. And beneath the photo, a row of digits printed in the largest type was enough to make any person in the East Blue suffer cardiac arrest on the spot. Fang Yuan raised his head and took the paper. It was brand new, still reeking of ink. A wanted poster. On the poster was his face, calm to the point of being disturbing. The photo was high definition, clearly a side profile of him leisurely drinking tea in the dockyard. Beneath the photo, the number printed in the largest font was enough to make anyone from the East Blue's heart stop on the spot. Not because it was too high, but because it was too low. Wanted. Dead or alive. Krieg Remnant Fang Yuan. Bounty 300,000 berries. 3 million. A mere 3 million. They had even slapped him with the insulting label Krieg Remnant. Uffed. Beside him, the shipyard owner Barton nearly popped his eyes out at the number. 3 million. What kind of joke was that? That monster, who could freeze Captain Smoker into an ice sculpture and toy with Master Chief Petty Officer Tashiji, was worth only 3 million. Had the Marines printed this with their feet? You bastard. A low growl, cold and piercing, carried overwhelming murderous intent from behind Fang Yuan. Yi Zhao's eyes, hidden beneath his hood, instantly turned blood red. Boom. A terrifying pressure burst violently from his body. The entire dockyard floor trembled under his losing control. Master. Yi Zhao suddenly dropped to one knee and slammed his fist into the ground, cracking open a deep crater. This is the greatest insult to you. Please allow me to go right now and completely erase the Marine base from this island. In his understanding, his master's dignity was above all else. This action by the Marines was no longer provocation. It was pointing at Fang Yuan's nose and calling him trash. This was unforgivable. However, faced with Yi Zhao's towering rage, Fang Yuan's reaction surprised everyone. He was not angry. There wasn't even the slightest displeasure on his face. He simply stared at the wanted poster, a flicker of thought drifting through his eyes. A few seconds later, Fang Yuan suddenly smiled. Then the laughter grew louder and louder. Ha! Ha! Fang Yuan laughed uproariously, rocking back and forth until tears nearly spilled out. This left both Yi Zhao and Barton completely dumbfounded. Master. Had he gone mad from anger? Insult. Fang Yuan finally stopped laughing. He casually crumpled the wanted poster into a ball and tossed it to the ground. No. He shook his head, his eyes gleaming with the wise light of one who saw through all things. Yi Zhao, your vision is still too narrow. This is not an insult. The corner of Fang Yuan's mouth curled into an amused arc. This is a great gift from the Marine High Command. Yi Zhao froze, his face full of confusion. Master, I don't understand. Fang Yuan turned around and looked at the Xuanwu, which had been reborn and now radiated boundless ferocity, then spoke unhurriedly. What kind of man is Smoker? A Logia-type ability user, an elite of Marine headquarters, a future candidate for Admiral. In Logtown, he was crushed by me as easily as swatting a fly. If word of this gets out, where will Marine headquarters put their face? What about the authority of the world government? Hearing this, Yi Zhao's eyes suddenly moved, as if a thought had struck him. Fang Yuan continued, so they don't dare to report it, nor can they. Their only choice is to suppress this matter and play it down. Push my threat level to the absolute minimum. 3 million berries. Krieg remnant. Ha ha ha, this is simply a stroke of genius. Fang Yuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. They want everyone to believe that I'm just a small-time nobody who got absurdly lucky and barely escaped from Smoker. That way Smoker's defeat would have an excuse and the Marine's reputation would be saved. They even hope that this nobody of mine will enter the Grand Line and be casually crushed by the truly great pirates. That way their scandal will be buried forever. This is the most perfect camouflage in the world. Fang Yuan spread his arms wide, as if embracing the entire world. With this cloak of cowardice, we can avoid most of the Marine's attention and quietly amass a fortune in the Grand Line. We can stock up without a sound and create without any scruples. By the time they realize what's happening, we'll already be strong enough to flip over the entire card table. Do you still think this is an insult? After hearing these words, Yi Zhao felt as if he had been struck by lightning. He knelt there in a daze, his mind roaring. So, that was it. He had only seen the humiliation on the surface, but his master had already seen the 5th level, even the 6th, of this game. So this was the vision of a creator. I understand. Yi Zhao bowed his head deeply, his voice filled with fanatical reverence. Master, I am ashamed of my short-sightedness. Very good. Fang Yuan nodded with satisfaction. He turned and stepped one after another onto the Xuanwu, which had completely evolved into a war colossus. He stood atop its ferocious dragon-headed turtle prow, the hem of his robe snapping in the air currents within the dockyard. He looked down at the divine creation he had forged with his own hands, feeling from the hull a will that craved battle and destruction. Since we've accepted the Marine's great gift, we should at least show a token of appreciation before we leave. Fang Yuan's gaze pierced through the dockyard walls, as if he could see the tallest building of the Marine base far away. A cold arc slowly crept up the corner of his mouth. Xuanwu, Fang Yuan said calmly. Send Mr. Smoker a return gift. As you command. Master. The Xuanwu's cold, destruction-filled voice echoed in Fang Yuan's mind. Then, at the rear of its colossal body, the tail, formed entirely of ink-black metal as sinister as a scorpion's tail, suddenly moved. It did not churn up towering waves, nor did it make a sound. It merely gave a gentle flick in the seawater, just like shooing away an annoying fly. Swish! A terrifying slashing wave, formless and intangible, imperceptible even to the naked eye, instantly shot off the tip of the turtle tail. It did not cut through the seawater, but in a way that defied common sense it swept straight across the surface of the sea. Noiseless, traceless, as if nothing at all had happened. Meanwhile, at the Lobetown Marine base at the top-floor watchtower, Smoker stood by the window, his face grim enough to drip water. 3 cigars were clenched tightly between his teeth. Smoke curled around him, but it could not dissipate the humiliation and powerlessness in his heart. He had just received an encrypted call from headquarters. The content of the call was exactly as Fang Yuan had predicted. For the Marine's reputation and for stability, Fang Yuan's threat level had been forcibly suppressed. 3 million on the wanted poster. That number was like a merciless slap smashing hard across Smoker's face. He knew that from this moment on the name Fang Yuan would become the stain of his entire life. A disgrace he could never wash away nor explain away. Fang Yuan. Smoker forced the name out from between his teeth, his fists clenched until they cracked. He swore he would catch that bastard with his own hands no matter where in the world. Just then, the corner of his eye seemed to catch something. A thread, extremely faint and incongruous, appeared on the distant sea horizon. What was that? An illusion? Smoker frowned and instinctively tried to get a clearer look. But in the next second, his entire body suddenly froze. His pupils instantly contracted into the most dangerous pinpricks. He saw this watchtower beneath his feet, built dozens of meters tall from the hardest rock and steel. At its midpoint, a flawlessly smooth crack had appeared. Then under Smoker's utterly horrified gaze, the entire upper half of the watchtower simply, noiselessly, slowly, slid sideways and fell. Rumble. Only when the enormous tower top crashed into the plaza below with an earth-shattering boom did the whole Marine base snap awake from the sudden calamity. Smoker, however, still remained in that posture at the edge of the severed section. A cold wind blew across his pale cheeks. He looked down. The cut was as smooth as a mirror. So smooth that it could reflect his own face, full of fear and bewilderment. Crack. The 3 cigars clenched fiercely and Smoker's mouth snapped. Tobacco shreds mixed with a trace of blood slowly dripped from the corner of his lips. He had lost. A complete and utter defeat. Tobacco shreds mingled with a thread of blood slowly dribbled from the corner of his mouth. He had lost. Lost so completely that defeat swallowed every trace of his being. In that moment, the entire naval base was engulfed by a silence as still as death. Every sailor stood like a marionette whose strings had been cut, staring blankly at the halved watchtower and the horrifyingly flawless cut, smooth as polished glass. Their worldview, their creed, their justice. All of it was shattered into dust in that single instant by that soundless, invisible strike. Unlike the deathly quiet of the naval base, Logetown's docks had by now become a veritable living hell. Run. A monster. That man is a monster. Good heavens. What has he done? The instant they witnessed the iconic structure of the distant naval base sliced clean in two, countless pirates, bounty hunters, and civilians were driven utterly insane. Fear like a plague rampaged through the crowd. They had no idea what had transpired, yet they knew the man who had just sailed off in that monstrous giant ship wielded power befitting a god. To remain here was to court death. In an instant, the entire harbor became a surging torrent of humanity, every soul frantically scrambling away from the coast, desperate to escape the reach of that unknown divine punishment. Yet in the chaos at its absolute zenith, amid that frantic tide of humanity fleeing for life, one figure stood in stark, dissonant contrast. He was a young man with a green mohawk, flamboyant clothes, and the bearing of a low-life ruffian. He did not flee. He simply stood there frozen in place, motionless. His eyes stretched wide as he stared at the pitch-black Leviathan, slowly pulling out of port, its massive hull like a moving mountain upon the sea. His body trembled beyond control. Yet it was not fear. It was absolute ecstatic excitement. Fanatical fervor. Do you see? I see it. The young man's lips twitched, his voice hoarse as though he were speaking from within a dream. A god. A divine sign. So, this is what a true powerhouse is. This is what a man should look like. He abruptly threw his head back and unleashed a suppressed guttural roar like a wild beast at its limit. The next instant, thud. A heavy sound struck the air. Under the furious, horrified stares of everyone present, the green mohawk young man's knees buckled, and he dropped like a marionette snapped from its strings, kneeling straight down onto the unyielding stone ground. The impact of kneecap against stone rang out dull and heavy, but he seemed utterly insensible to pain. Two streams of scorching tears mingled with snot carved their way down his insolent face. He was weeping like a child of 300 Gene. Wah. So cool. So impossibly cool. Lord Fan Yuan. He tore at his throat and released a roar that could shatter the heavens and split the earth. Then, like a man possessed, he sprang up from the ground and against the fleeing tide charged with every ounce of his strength toward the Xuanwu. Get out of my way. Every last one of you, get the hell out of my way. Don't block the path of a man chasing a god. Even as he sprinted, he shoved aside everyone in his path with brute force, and his rabid intensity was enough to make the people around him instinctively carve a passage for him. In no time, he reached the farthest edge of the dock. The Xuanwu had already drawn some distance away, its immense hull cast a colossal black shadow across the sea. Lord Fan Yuan. Wait for me. Wait for me. The young man waved his arms like a windmill, howling at the top of his lungs from the edge of the harbor. On board, Yi Shao frowned, sweeping an icy glance toward the dock. Master, he's just a madman. Do you want me to get rid of him? Fan Yuan was silent. He merely watched the green-haired man leaping and screaming on the dock like a raving lunatic. His eyes were flat and unreadable, still as an ancient well. Lord Fan Yuan, look at me. I'm useful. Seeing the Colossus sail farther and farther away, the green-haired young man panicked. He gritted his teeth and made a sudden decision. Watch carefully. This is my resolve. With a mighty shout, he crossed his arms in front of his chest. Barrier. Hum. A strange hum vibrated through the air. A translucent barrier shimmering with a faint emerald radiance and visible to the naked eye materialized before him in an instant. That barrier looked as thin as a cicada's wing, yet it emanated in ineffable solidity, as if it could resist all things under heaven. Ding. High-value concept detected. Target paramecia type barrier, fruit ability user. Decomposable concept, epic grade, absolute defense barrier form. The system notification sounded in Fan Yuan's mind at precisely the right moment. An epic level concept. This was a supreme concept on par with water flow mastery and giant strength. All he had to do was decompose this young man, and he would obtain a defensive power that could almost be called invincible. On the dock, the green-haired young man, the future supernova cannibal Bartolomeo, pointed at his barrier with undisguised pride. Lord Fan Yuan, did you see that? This is my ability. Absolute defense. No matter what kind of attack it is, my barrier can never be broken. Please take me with you. I will do anything for you. I'll even lick the soles of your shoes. Bartolomeo's face brimmed with fanatic devotion and desperate entreaty. He was convinced that his unique and formidable talent would surely move a man like a god. After all, who could refuse a loyal follower who possessed absolute defense? And yet aboard the Xuanwu, Fan Yuan merely cast an idle glance at that barrier glowing a dim green. There was not a single flicker in his gaze. It was as though he were looking at a stone at the roadside. No, not even a stone. At most a single negligible speck of dust. He finally spoke. Though his voice was low, it crossed the rolling sea with perfect clarity and landed in Bartolomeo's ears. Your ability is a little interesting. At this, Bartolomeo's eyes flared bright in an instant. There was hope. Lord Feng Yuan said my ability is interesting. He trembled so hard, he could scarcely stand, all set to swear his loyalty again. But Feng Yuan's next words struck like a basin of water from the frozen northern sea poured over his head and freezing him to the marrow. However, Feng Yuan's tone was icy and distant, carrying a contempt for weakness that seeped from the depths of his bones. You are too weak. So weak that you do not even have the right to be taken in as my subordinate. Boom. Bartolomeo's brain exploded into blankness, swallowed by a single deafening buzz. Too weak. My ability of absolute defense, in Lord Feng Yuan's eyes, was merely too weak. I do not even qualify as his subordinate. How can this be? Bartolomeo felt as though an invisible colossal hand were crushing his heart, squeezing until he could barely draw breath. This was not humiliation, because he could sense that the man had spoken in utter earnestness. It was the truest thought of a deity looking down from the clouds at the insignificant ants crawling upon the earth. In Feng Yuan's eyes, the absolute defense he prided himself upon truly amounted to nothing. Someday when you can. Feng Yuan turned around, no longer looking at him, leaving behind only a silhouette as majestic and immovable as a mountain. Use your barrier to block a single feather of mine. Then come find me. As his last word faded, the Xuanwu's colossal frame suddenly shuddered. Twin torrents of white steam erupted from the ship's stern, hurling this iron leviathan forward with sudden, terrifying acceleration. Rumble. The great vessel split the waves and hurtled toward the horizon at an inconceivable speed, leaving Bartolomeo alone on the dock, still kneeling, dazed and utterly lost. Block. A feather. He muttered to himself as Feng Yuan's parting words echoed endlessly in his skull. Feather. He remembered the ghost-like retainer behind Feng Yuan, the winged man. He remembered those iron feathers that blanketed the sky, cutting down over 100 bounty hunters in the blink of an eye. In a flash he understood. Lord Feng Yuan had not meant an ordinary feather. He meant his attendants. Murderous iron feathers. So that was it. This was not an insult. It was a trial Lord Feng Yuan had given him, an acknowledgement. He had not rejected him outright, but had granted him a chance to chase the shadow of his back. I understand. Bartolomeo lurched upright. Staring at the spot where the Xuanwu had vanished, he clenched his fists. There was no despair left in his eyes, none at all. What replaced it was a searing, insane will blazing like wildfire. Lord Feng Yuan. He used every shred of strength in his body to swear his blood oath to the sea. I, Bartolomeo, from this day on, my life is yours. I swear I will train with my life on the line. One day, I will make my barrier strong enough to block everything for you. Please, you must wait for me. At the same time, inside the command room of the Xuanwu, now sailing across the endless dark sea, Feng Yuan stood quietly before a vast nautical chart, as if he had already cast that minor episode completely from his mind. But at that very moment, a brand new system notification, one never heard before, softly chimed in his mind. Ding. Detected a powerful, pure, and concentrated faith power. Concept library data updating. A brand new abstract concept is slowly crystallizing. Concept name prestige, initial rank negligible. Current condensation progress 0.01. Feng Yuan's brow lifted slightly. Faith power. Prestige. What is all this? He stirred his mind and opened this brand new concept. Concept prestige. A special abstract concept born from the recognition and faith of sentient beings. When the host's actions leave an indelible impact on sentient beings, inciting fierce emotions such as fanaticism, worship, or reverence, it has an extremely low probability of being condensed. Current effect none, rank too low to manifest. Future projection, it may be used to synthesize special devil fruits bearing characteristics related to divinity, deterrence, or spiritual domain, or to enhance the host's body, condensing formless might such as the kingly aura and the overlord's presence. Reading the lines of entirely new explanations on the system panel, Feng Yuan's breath halted for a moment. A blaze erupted in his eyes, countless times more scorching than the one he had felt when obtaining water flow mastery. He seemed to have discovered something extraordinary. An entirely new domain where in the truest sense he could begin to create gods. As Feng Yuan gazed upon the system panel, reading through the newly appeared explanations line by line, his breath hitched for a fleeting moment. A sharp glint erupted in his eyes, far more fervent than any light that had surged forth when he first obtained water flow control. He felt as though he had stumbled upon something extraordinary, a brand new realm, one that would allow him to truly begin the process of god-making. Reputation? Faith. Feng Yuan murmured to himself, the corners of his mouth curling upward with each passing second. So this was how it worked. True power could be forged not merely through the decomposition of matter, When one's very existence grew powerful enough to warp the perceptions of others to become an object of worship itself, that intangible spiritual force could be transmuted into something concrete, a tangible manifestation of belief given form and substance. This was quite simply an extraordinarily profitable endeavor. The horizon has broadened, Feng Yuan chuckled softly, closing the system panel. In that moment, the blueprint within his mind grew grander and more audacious. Master! Yi Zhao's icy voice pulled Feng Yuan back from his reverie. He knelt on one knee behind Feng Yuan, his gaze fixed with grave intensity upon the terrifying expanse of churning sea ahead, where lightning fractured the storm-racked sky. We are about to enter the gateway to the Grand Line, the reverse mountain of the Red Coast continent. According to intelligence, the currents there flow upward against the mountain's peak before dispersing into the four seas, making it every navigator's worst nightmare. Countless pirate vessels have been reduced to splinters in those treacherous waters. We need to. Yi Zhao's words were cut short, as Feng Yuan casually waved his hand in dismissal. A nightmare? Feng Yuan lifted a cup of freshly brewed black tea, taking a leisurely sip, with the same casual demeanor one might use when commenting on the day's weather. Only for the weak. As for us, the Grand Line is merely a larger hunting ground. Yi Zhao shuddered at those words, raising his head to meet his master's gaze, filled with fanatical devotion. Such was the absolute confidence that radiated from every statement Feng Yuan made. Confidence that treated all heroes beneath them as nothing more than insects beneath the heavens. Feng Yuan paid no mind to Yi Zhao's reaction as he approached the massive sea chart and pressed his finger lightly against its surface. This was no ordinary navigational map. Every inch of its surface was covered with an intricate network of symbols and annotations, detailing troop deployments across each island and wealth reserves stored at every stronghold. This was the complete internal faction distribution map of Baroque works across the first half of the Grand Line. Our first target lies here. Feng Yuan's finger came to rest on an island marked as Whiskey Peak. Based on intelligence I acquired, that outpost serves as Baroque Works' forward base, where over 100 bounty hunters with rewards exceeding 10 million stand ready to welcome inexperienced pirates who lack awareness of the dangers ahead. They will offer the most enthusiastic welcome parties, drunken feasts that serve as traps. After the pirates are incapacitated, their treasure and lives will be claimed. Yi Zhao's eyes narrowed. Master, do you mean? Precisely. Feng Yuan's lip curled into a cold smile. That fool crocodile believes I am nothing more than a simple devil fruit manufacturer. He could never imagine that I find his personal holdings far more appealing. Since he has prepared a banquet in our honor, we shall accept his invitation and make a withdrawal from his vaults. Understanding dawned on Yi Zhao instantly. From the outset, his master's objective had never been some trivial transaction. It was the complete destruction of Baroque Works' root and branch swallowed whole. What magnificence! What brilliant strategy! I understand. Yi Zhao struck his forehead against the deck. I shall prepare for battle at once. Prepare for what? Feng Yuan cast a dismissive glance at him. They are nothing but vermin unworthy of my attention. After watching the spectacle unfold, you will simply clear the battlefield. Just then, boom. The entire Xuanwu vessel shuddered violently, as an overwhelming suction force, devastating and tremendous, surged toward them from ahead. Before them, the horizon split apart, as though a colossal invisible hand had torn the sea asunder. Water cascaded upward in defiance of all natural laws, surging toward a crimson mountain range that pierced the clouds, creating waterfalls that roared skyward. There stood the reverse mountain. Shattered timber from countless wrecked vessels tumbled through the churning currents, ground to dust by forces too immense to resist. Any ship caught in its grasp met only one fate: complete destruction, total annihilation. Here it comes. Yi Zhao's expression darkened with grim anticipation, his body tensing as he braced for the inevitable collision. He understood that what lay ahead would be a fight for survival against the ocean itself. Yet Feng Yuan merely furrowed his brow. A few drops of tea spilled from his cup as the vessel shuddered. Annoying, he muttered. There was distinct irritation in his tone as he observed the apocalyptic spectacle unfolding before him. Not with fear, but with the detached boredom one might feel watching a tedious farce. Then he issued a command that would send every navigator in this world into absolute panic. Xuanwu, submerge. We will pass beneath the mountain. As you command, master, responded the cold consciousness of the Xuanwu within Feng Yuan's mind. The next moment unfolded a sight Yi Zhao would never forget. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of grinding metal and engaging machinery erupted from every direction around the Xuanwu. The ink-black armor plating covering the vessel's hull, resembling the shell of some ancient beast, began shifting and reconfiguring before his eyes. The three towering masts groaned as they retracted into the deck below. The fierce cannons lining both sides of the hull were sealed beneath layers of heavy armor. In just over 10 seconds, the vessel transformed entirely. From a majestic ancient warship, it had become something else entirely. A sleek obsidian black giant submarine radiating cold technological precision and an aura of pure destruction. This. Yi Zhao's jaw dropped so wide he could fit a fist inside, his eyes bulging from their sockets in sheer disbelief. His mind had completely shut down. A ship could transform like this. This was no longer a vessel. It was some kind of living monster. Before he could even process what he had witnessed, whoosh, the Xuanwu, now in submarine form, erupted twin trails of deep blue energy from its rear. The massive hull dipped slightly without hesitation, then plunged into the churning dark waters like some primordial beast rising from the abyss. The thunderous roar of the raging waves vanished instantly. Silence enveloped everything. Inside the command center, the lights burned steady and bright, the atmosphere unervingly calm. Through the massive one-way observation window, Yi Zhao watched strange fish swim past in the deep sea, their colorful forms illuminated by the soft glow of coral reefs below. Directly above them churned that terrifying reverse current capable of shredding anything in its path. The impenetrable barrier lay crushed beneath them like mere gravel. Yi Zhao collapsed to his knees once more with a thud. He could find no words to describe what he felt in that moment. Amazement, reverence. Neither term did justice to his experience. This was something deeper. Absolute submission to a divine being. Fang Yuan paid no mind to the man behind him, now transformed into a true fanatic. He simply watched as the light representing the Xuanwu on the system map gracefully skirted around the red zone, marking the reverse mountain, a faint smile of satisfaction playing on his lips. Excellent. Now we shall have no interruptions. He poured himself another cup of tea, already considering which dramatic pose would best suit his harvest at Whiskey Peak. But just then, beep, 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 beep. An alarm unlike anything he had ever heard, shrill and urgent, erupted throughout the command center. The system map, which had shown calm waters, instantly turned a blinding crimson. Warning, warning. Supermassive high-speed life form detected, approaching at extreme velocity. Yi Zhao jerked his head up and stared at the map. A terrifying red dot dozens of times larger than the Xuanwu itself materialized on the display. It was closing in with monstrous speed, as if teleporting straight toward their position. Beside that red dot, the system displayed its threat rating in the largest font possible. It was not labeled rare nor epic. Instead, two characters appeared. Characters so unfamiliar that Fang Yuan's pupils contracted to pinpricks as he read them. Legendary rank. Legendary tier. The words blazed like a pair of red-hot branding irons seared into Fang Yuan's retinas. Even he, at the instant he saw them, felt his heart skip a beat. Legendary tier. This was the first time the system had ever given such an exalted evaluation. It meant that the colossal creature hurtling toward him had a life rank that surpassed the ancient species, and even the giant race itself. It stood on the same footing as the mythic phantom beasts, a true legendary creature. Master. Yi Zhao's voice was already laced with a quiver he could not hide. He stared fixedly at the map, stained blood red, at the terrifying blip dozens of times larger than the Xuanwu, and his scalp crawled. It's a whale. A whale so enormous it defies belief. It's charging straight at us. He didn't need to be told. Through the Xuanwu's external sensors, Fang Yuan had already seen the true form of that legendary tier creature. It was a whale whose body rivaled an island, its head covered with dense, gruesome scars. The island whale Laboon. It had mistaken the Xuanwu, which had just surfaced from beneath Diandao Mountain, for yet another enemy, trying to harm the Shuangzi Cape. Those eyes, larger than the Xuanwu itself, were filled with endless fury, sorrow, and madness. Roar. A soul-rending, terrifying howl pierced the deep sea and struck the Xuanwu's armor directly. That was no ordinary sound. It was an ultrasonic wave suffused with terrifying destructive power. Warning. A sonic attack from a legendary tier creature has been detected. Collecting the creature's biological sonic waveform. Concept acquired. Ultrasonic wave incomplete. Collection progress 5, 10, 15. The system's alerts frantically refreshed in Fang Yuan's mind. We must dodge immediately, master. Yi Zhao stared at the enormous head charging like a meteor on the external display and felt his very soul tremble. He had no doubt that the impact alone would shatter a true island into pieces. And yet, faced with this death charge that would make even any emperor of the sea pale, Fang Yuan was not afraid at all. Instead, his eyes erupted with an unprecedented blaze of greed and ecstasy, scorching as the summer sun. Evade. Why should I evade? Fang Yuan's voice was faintly hoarse because of his extreme excitement. Yi Zhao, do you see this? A legendary tier creature template. Alive. Moving. It even delivered itself to our doorstep. What kind of enemy is this? This is a goddamn supersized pie drop from the sky. Yi Zhao was completely dumbfounded. Watching his master's expression, the look of a wolf starved for 3 days and nights, at last laying eyes on a fat sheep, he found himself at a loss for words. Was his master out of his mind? Good. Just the right timing. Fang Yuan slammed the command console, producing a thunderous crack. Far from ordering evasive maneuvers, he instead issued a command that nearly stopped Yi Zhao's heart. Xuanwu. Send every ounce of power to the steam barrier at the bow. No dodging. No retreating. I want you to take this impact head-on. As you command. Master. The Xuanwu's ice-cold will responded with not the slightest hesitation. A translucent energy shield visible to the naked eye fused with searing hot steam, and the concept of absolute defense instantly condensed into existence before the Xuanwu's ferocious dragon turtle prow. At the same time. Warning. A legendary tier physical impact is imminent. Estimated impact force 985,000 tons. Continuous scan of the biological template in progress. Scan successful. Acquired epic tier island whale legendary tier material. Got it. Fang Yuan's mouth curled up crazily. Right now. Boom. An indescribable world-shattering blast, as if the entire world had been smashed apart, erupted in the deep sea. Laboon's terrifying head, formidable enough to shatter the Hongta continent, collided squarely with the Xuanwu's seemingly tiny submarine prow. In that instant, the entire sea around Shuangzi Cape looked as if a nuclear bomb had been dropped into it. Tens of thousands of tons of seawater were hurled aloft by the shock wave, turning into 100-meter-high walls of water that smashed savagely against the sky. Countless marine creatures were crushed into bloody froth by the blast on the spot. Yi Xiao clung desperately to a fixed handhold. His face was as pale as paper, and he felt as though his organs were about to be shattered. It's over. Everything is over. A collision of such horror would reduce even a mountain made of steel to powder. Yet, a few seconds later, as the aftershock gradually faded, Yi Xiao opened his trembling eyes and looked at the screen in the command room. The next moment, the expression on his face froze completely. There on the screen, the Xuanwu was completely unharmed. The thin layer of the steam shield at its bow did not bear even the faintest crack. It was like an eternally rooted reef. Let the floodwaters rage to the heavens, it still stood unshaken. As for the legendary tier island whale Laboon, at the point where its indestructible head had rammed the steam shield, the appalling heat and recoil force had scorched a vast blackened patch into its flesh. Its colossal body was blasted backward several hundred meters by the immense reaction force. Its two huge eyes were spinning in mad circles, wearing the look of a creature that had been utterly knocked senseless. This. A strange gurgling sound rose from Yi Xiao's throat. He pointed at the screen, unable to say a single word. A legendary tier creature was stunned by a single blow. How the hell was that reasonable? Not bad durability. Fang Yuan nodded with satisfaction, as though appraising a tool that had just come into his hands. Next, let's make it quiet down. He cast a glance at Laboon, who was still reeling in a daze, and issued another command. Yi Xiao, link your spiritual power to the Xuanwu's sonar system. Xuanwu, integrate the concept of hypnosis and release the soothing sonar. Yes, master. Yi Xiao immediately complied, pouring his spiritual power, without reservation, into the hull beneath his feet. An invisible, intangible sonic pulse radiated outward from the Xuanwu in an instant. It carried no destructive force at all. It was like a mother's gentlest humming, like a lover's sweetest whisper. The moment it touched Laboon, who had been growing more and more frenzied from agony and vertigo, the colossal body shuddered and froze. The madness and grief in its eyes ebbed away like a receding tide. In their place came a kind of supreme serenity and calm. Its taut muscles slowly loosened. Its enormous body simply hung there in the sea, and it even yawned in contentment, blowing forth a stream of giant bubbles. The furious behemoth that had been capable of destroying the world had within a few short seconds turned into a docile, harmless, good little baby. Yi Xiao watched the surreal scene, feeling his understanding of the world being overturned yet again. It turned out that his master's power lay not only in destruction, it lay even more in creation and consolation. Was this the true authority of a god? Just then a small iron door on top of Laboon's enormous scorched black head creaked open. An old man wearing a flower wreath and beach shorts, who looked like an ordinary grumpy old codger, poked his head out from inside. He looked around blankly at first. When he saw Laboon below, docile as a little kitten, he stood frozen. Then his gaze landed on the giant turtle-shaped submarine not far away, unharmed and radiating boundless ferocity. The old man's pupils constricted sharply. He could sense that ship was alive. Furthermore, aboard that ship stood a presence so profound that even he felt a tremor in his heart. Laboon has calmed down. The old man muttered to himself, his face etched with disbelief. He had tried every means imaginable to comfort Laboon, spending decades of his life with almost no effect. And this mysterious man before him had managed it in the space of a single moment. The old man drew a deep breath and, using all the strength in his body, shouted toward the pitch-black submarine. You. Who exactly are you? Hearing that question, the corners of Fang Yuan's lips curled up slightly. He did not answer. Instead, he studied this old man who had emerged from the whale's head with a scrutinizing gaze. Crocus, the lighthouse keeper of Twin Cape, once the ship's doctor aboard the pirate King Roger's vessel. An old man who had witnessed a legend and guarded a promise. Sir, Crocus looked into Fong Yuan's bottomless eyes, and his heart tightened for no reason. From this preposterously young man, he sensed an indescribable aura. More terrifying than the Roger of old, more terrifying than Whitebeard. It was not hockey. Rather, it was an ultimate sense of predation that saw all things as sustenance. He took a deep breath, pointed at Laboon below, who had fallen utterly silent, and spoke with a hint of pleading in his voice. This little one is named Laboon. It isn't attacking you. It's just missing its companions. It only wants to ram into the red line, so it can see the ones who can never come back. Crocus's voice turned incomparably hoarse and sorrowful. He began to recount the story that had been sealed away for 50 years. About the Rumbar pirates, about that promise, about a whale spending half a century waiting for companions who would never return. It was a sorrowful tale enough to move even those with the stoniest hearts. However, Fong Yuan simply listened quietly, his expression unchanged. Grief, sympathy, none of it existed. In his eyes, the only valuable information in this story was the two names Rumbar pirates and Brook. Everything else was meaningless nonsense. So I beg you don't hurt it. It has already suffered enough. Crocus kept muttering on, tears streaming down his old face. Enough. Fong Yuan raised a hand and cut him off impatiently. I'm not interested in your story. Crocus's words came to an abrupt halt. He stared blankly at Fong Yuan, momentarily unable to process it. Fong Yuan's tone was cold and utterly devoid of emotion, like the purest business negotiation. Let's make a deal, old man. I can heal the wound on its head. The condition is that I need a vial of its blood sample. What? Crocus was completely dumbfounded. Heal Laboon's wound. What kind of joke was that? As Roger's ship doctor, his medical skill had long reached the pinnacle. Yet faced with the horrifying wounds Laboon bore from years of ramming, he could do nothing. Those wounds had penetrated deep into the bone and had even grown together with its nerves. This young man before him had simply opened his mouth and claimed he could heal them. It was absolutely absurd. As if seeing through Crocus's doubt, Fong Yuan's lips curved into an amused arc. He decided to add one more chip that the other party couldn't refuse. A chip. That cost him nothing at all. Besides, I can also give you a promise. Fong Yuan's voice carried a bewitching charm. One day I will help you find that skeleton named Brook and bring him back to see this whale. Boom. Those words detonated in Crocus's mind like a thunderclap. He jerked his head up and stared hard at Fong Yuan, an incredulous light blazing in his murky eyes. You? What did you say? How do you know that Brook is still alive? This was the greatest secret in his heart. He knew Brook had eaten the revive fruit and could theoretically be resurrected. But he had waited 50 years without receiving a single message. How could this man in front of him know all this so clearly? I know far more than you can imagine, Fong Yuan said with feigned profundity while sneering inwardly. Anyone can make empty promises, right? Brook would sooner or later run into Luffy anyway. All he needed to do was casually lead them here at some future point. Zero cost in exchange for a legendary creature's trust. What an absolute steal. You? Why should I believe you? Crocus's voice trembled violently with agitation. He both yearned to believe and feared it was only a hoax. Why? Fong Yuan smiled. That smile was filled with the confidence and arrogance of a creator. Because of this, as his voice fell, Fong Yuan's mind stirred, and he directly issued an order to the system in his thoughts. System. Synthesize a new devil fruit for me. Ding. Please select the synthesis template and concepts. For the template, just use the most worthless apple. Concepts. Fong Yuan's gaze swept over his dazzling concept library. Common grade concept Band-Aid. Common grade concept Gecko Tail Regeneration. Rare grade concept Cellular Vitality. These three. Fuse them into a paramecia type devil fruit. Instruction received. Beginning synthesis. Consumed 100 points of common biological energy. Synthesis successful. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a brand new devil fruit paramecia type Scar Healing Fruit. Fruit ability: the eater can secrete a special healing mucus that possesses a powerful restorative and smoothing effect on all physical wounds and scars. Done. A flash of light flickered in Fong Yuan's palm. The next second, a devil fruit appeared out of thin air in his hand, flesh pink all over its surface, covered with Band-Aid-like markings, and incredibly bizarre in appearance. The whole process was smooth and lightning fast. Crocus, standing opposite, felt his eyes nearly pop out. What had he just witnessed? Creation from nothing. This man, he had actually created a devil fruit out of thin air. This was a power that only a god could wield. Catch. Fong Yuan tossed the Scar Healing Fruit toward Crocus as casually as if he were throwing away trash. Crocus instinctively reached out and caught it. The warm touch in his hand and the strange aura radiating from the fruit told him this was not an illusion. This was a genuine devil fruit. Have your pet eat it. Fong Yuan's tone was utterly flat. This is my sincerity. Crocus's brain had already turned completely into mush. He mechanically turned around and, trembling, held the fruit to Laboon's mouth. Laboon seemed to sense that this fruit would benefit it. It docilely opened its enormous mouth and swallowed it in a single gulp. Then, the scene that utterly shattered Crocus's worldview unfolded. On Laboon's giant head, an old wound once so deep that bone was visible began to squirm and heal at a visible speed. Newly grown skin tissue rapidly covered the hideous wound. Although only a small portion had recovered, the effect was already enough to be called a divine miracle. This. Crocus pointed at Laboon, then at Feng Yuan, his lips quivering so violently that he couldn't form a single complete word. In his lifetime of practicing medicine, he had never seen such an absurd, unreasonable healing ability. What kind of medical skill was this? This was clearly the power of natural law. He finally understood. The man before him was not human at all. He was a devil who could dictate rules and change the world. A devil wearing human skin. Now can we make the deal? Feng Yuan's voice drifted over, pulling Crocus back to reality from his boundless shock. Yes, of course. Crocus no longer had the slightest hesitation or doubt. He nodded heavily, jumped into the water himself, and using a specially made blood collector carefully drew a tube of crimson blood from Laboon. Then he respectfully handed it to Feng Yuan. Ding. Legendary grade creature blood sample detected. Beginning analysis. Analysis successful. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a complete biological template, legendary grade island whale Laboon. Done. A flash of wild joy shot through Feng Yuan's eyes. He had gained something for nothing. A complete success. He put away the blood sample, turned, and prepared to board the Xuanwu. His goal had been achieved, and he didn't want to stay here another second. Wait. Crocus suddenly called out to him. Feng Yuan frowned and turned around. Crocus's aged face was filled with solemnity and gravity. Looking at Feng Yuan's ship, he warned in a low voice. Young man, judging by your course, your next destination should be Whiskey Peak, right? I must warn you. That island is a town that welcomes pirates. But in reality, it is a place that devours people without spitting out their bones. I advise you to avoid that place. After saying this, Crocus gave Feng Yuan a deep look, turned, and returned to Laboon's head. That was all he could do. As for whether this unfathomable devil would heed his warning, that was beyond his control. On the Xuanwu, Yi Zhao's expression turned solemn as well. Master, it seems Baroque Works trap is known to everyone. We could go around it. Feng Yuan's lips curved into a cruel arc. No, quite the opposite. He turned around, gazing in the direction of Whiskey Peak, his eyes burning with the excited flame of a hunter spotting prey. Since everyone knows it's a trap, then we must go all the more. I'd like to see whether their bones are harder or my teeth are sharper. Feng Yuan abruptly waved his hand and issued the command. Xuanwu, full speed ahead. Target Whiskey Peak. Time to eat. Feng Yuan's words had barely echoed when the Xuanwu's stern erupted with a torrent of steam. The massive vessel surged forward, smashing through the waves as it raced toward Whiskey Peak. It's time for dinner. Meanwhile, on the Grand Line at Whiskey Peak. On this island constructed from countless cacti at the harbor, two low-ranking agents of the Baroque Works, Mr. 9 and his partner Miss Monday, leaned listlessly against a pillar. Such a bore, Mr. 9 yawned. Not even a rookie pirate has shown up today. Shut it, Miss Monday retorted coldly, flicking him a disdainful glance. If you've got so much energy to complain, you ought to be working out. TCH, violent woman. Mr. 9 muttered under his breath, just as a dark speck caught the edge of his vision on the distant horizon. Oh, looks like business is picking up. His eyes lit up instantly, and he snatched up the spyglass. But the very next moment his grin froze. The telescope clattered to the ground. His face drained of color, his teeth chattering. What's wrong? Miss Monday frowned, sensing something amiss. She retrieved the spyglass and looked in that direction, and then she froze too. At the end of the lens, a ship was racing toward them at tremendous speed. No, that wasn't a ship. It was a monstrous steel beast painted entirely black with a ferocious dragon-headed prow gleaming with cold metallic luster. Its massive form resembled a moving mountain range, the sides lined with countless cannon ports. An aura of terror, thick with the stench of iron and blood, swept over them from afar. My God. Mr. 9's legs buckled, and he crashed to the ground, a warm wetness spreading through his trousers. He had pissed himself in sheer terror. Is that a marine vessel? No, marines don't have anything like this. Could it be a Four Emperor's ship? Miss Monday's voice trembled with fear. She had only ever heard such crushing pressure described by high-ranking agents. A power capable of annihilating an entire island. Run, go warn Mr. 8. Mr. 9 scrambled to his feet and bolted toward town, limbs flailing. This was no prey their rank could handle. But just as they turned, the terrifying warship halted abruptly. Then came a series of sharp mechanical clicks. Before their stunned gaze, the warship began to transform. Those ominous cannons retracted into the hull, and golden ornamental patterns emerged across the dark armor. Even the fearsome dragon-headed prow softened, its eyes glowing with a gentle green light, almost endearing. In just dozens of seconds, the hellish warship had become a massive, ostentatious luxury cruise ship shaped like a turtle adorned in dazzling gold trim. What was happening? Mr. Nine and Miss Monday's minds went blank, dumbfounded by the surreal sight before them. Soon the cruise ship slowly drew alongside the pier, and a carpeted gangway descended. Two figures appeared at the top of the stairs. The leader was a young man clad in a white suit stitched with golden thread, a pearl necklace as large as a pigeon's egg resting at his neck, every finger on both hands encrusted with gemstone rings, the kind of ostentatious display that screamed wealth. His face wore an inexperienced, wide-eyed smile, curious about everything around him. Behind him trailed a towering attendant in a crisp tailcoat, a silver mask obscuring the upper half of his face, radiating an icy aura that kept others at a distance. These two were Feng Yuan and Yi Xiao in disguise. Master, must we really dress like this? Yi Xiao whispered from behind, humiliated beyond measure. You put on a show, you commit to the full performance. Feng Yuan's lips curled. From this moment on, I'm a naive, filthy rich idiot prince from some backwater nation in the East Blue. And you are my fiercely loyal bodyguard, adequate in combat, but masterfully theatrical. Understood? Understood, Yi Xiao replied with obvious reluctance. Feng Yuan nodded contentedly and strode down the gangway with an exaggerated, arrogant gait. Just then hurried footsteps approached. A man with an afro and a mayor's outfit came running, flanked by a crowd of townsfolk, all wearing overly eager smiles. It was Icarus, the senior agent in charge of Whiskey Peak. Welcome. A warm welcome to you both. Icarus's voice carried far ahead of his arrival, dripping with excessive hospitality. Welcome, distinguished guests, to the hospitable Whiskey Peak. The townsfolk behind him waved flower bouquets and streamers, cheering thunderously. Feng Yuan watched the hypocritical display, sneering inwardly, while outwardly displaying even more naive delight. Wow, are all your people this friendly? As he spoke, he deliberately stumbled. Oh dear. A small pouch he was clutching slipped from his grasp and accidentally hit the ground, spilling a dozen gold coins. The nearest bounty hunter's eyes locked onto the coins instantly. He scrambled to gather them and handed them back with a fawning smile. Your Excellency, your money. Oh, keep them. Feng Yuan waved dismissively without even glancing at the gold. If you found them, they're yours now. My gift to you. Wow, your people are wonderful. I simply adore this place. Feng Yuan's face broke into a brilliantly naive smile. The bounty hunter who received the coins froze, then beamed with elation. Thank you. Thank you, my lord. Meanwhile, the other bounty hunters watching this exchange began breathing faster, their eyes flashing with barely concealed greed and mockery. Icarus, standing at the forefront, widened his already enthusiastic smile even further, while inside his heart was bubbling with joy. We struck gold. Where the hell did this super fat sheep come from? Just look at those clothes. That ship. The way he's throwing money around. This is absolutely a top-tier fool who doesn't even know how dangerous the Grand Line is. Tonight's banquet must be extra lavish. This fat sheep, we've got it made. Igaram watched Feng Yuan with the look of a fool who had more money than sense, the abacus in his mind clattering. This fat lamb, they were going to fleece him for sure. Come, lay out the grandest welcome banquet for our most honored guest. Igaram bellowed at the top of his lungs, his face split with an effusive smile. Who? Over 100 bounty hunters cheered in unison, greed blazing in their eyes. They crowded around Feng Yuan and Night Owl, sweeping them toward the largest banquet hall at the town center. Inside the banquet hall, tables were piled high with food, but all attention was fixed on the huge wooden barrels. Those barrels were filled to the brim with amber-colored spirits. This was no ordinary wine, it was Whiskey Peak's specialty. A powerful, colorless, odorless knockout drug had been mixed into the liquor, a dose strong enough to put down a sea king. It was a trick that had never failed them. Come. I, Igaram, mayor of Whiskey Peak, raise a toast to His Highness the Prince on behalf of the entire town. Igaram carried a great wooden goblet, his face flushed, and walked over to Feng Yuan. May His Highness enjoy smooth sailing and boundless wealth on the Grand Line. Excellent. Well said. The idiot Prince Feng Yuan was playing laughed so hard his mouth could not close. With a hearty flourish, he raised his cup and clinked it firmly against Igaram's. Bottoms up. Gulp gulp. Feng Yuan tipped his head back and poured the entire large cup of poisoned wine down his throat, then smacked his lips. Fine wine. Truly fine wine. Ha! The prince can really hold his liquor. As Igaram watched Feng Yuan drain the cup, a sinister flicker passed through his eyes, but the smile on his face only grew brighter. It worked. This stupid pig had taken the bait. Seeing this, the bounty hunters behind Igaram also flashed cruel smiles, as if they were already watching the loot being divided before their eyes. Your Highness, I'd like to toast you too. And me? Your Highness, I'm Mr. 9. Your Highness, I'm Miss Monday. Once Igaram set the precedent, the rest of the bounty hunters swarmed forward, lining up with cups of poisoned wine and devising every possible excuse to press him to drink. Master. Night Owl's face chilled in an instant, a murderous aura flickered behind his mask. He could sense toxin in the wine, potent enough to paralyze the nerves of a colossal beast. These scum actually dared to poison Master. They were courting death. Night Owl's hand had already moved to his waist, ready to rip everyone in the room apart at any moment. Yet in the split second before he struck, Fang Yuan cast a casual glance at him. The look was utterly calm, but Night Owl understood its meaning at once. Stand down. Watch the show. Night Owl's body went rigid. The hand inching toward his waist slowly fell to his side, and he stood straight once more, as still as a statue. Only the eyes beneath his mask grew somewhat pitying. He was taking pity on these reckless fools who had no idea they were doomed. They had no clue what kind of existence they were trying to poison. Fine. Paying Night Owl no heed, Fang Yuan looked as if he were truly deep in his cups, accepting every toast that came his way. Come, cheers. You. Yes, you. Are you keeping fish? Let me tell you, I love keeping fish. Bottoms up. Madam, those are some impressive muscles you've got. Come, a toast to your muscles. Gulp, gulp, gulp. Cup after cup, Fang Yuan drank with unrestrained swagger, and the empty cups beside him soon accumulated into a small mountain. The bounty hunters across from him had no choice but to steel themselves and keep pouring the liquor down alongside him. 1 round, 2 rounds, 3 rounds. The whole banquet hall reeked of alcohol. Standing to one side, Igaram watched Fang Yuan, who showed no change in expression and even grew livelier with each drink, and a seed of doubt began to sprout in his mind. What was going on? The drug should have taken effect long ago. Leaving aside a man, even a whale would have collapsed after drinking that much. Could it be they hadn't used enough? Impossible. This was a triple dose. Just as Igaram was racking his brains for an answer, the situation suddenly changed. Burp. A bounty hunter who had just toasted Fang Yuan hiccuped, and his body began to sway. What's happening? He stared blankly at his hands, his head spinning. I'm so dizzy. Before he could finish, there was a heavy thud as his eyes rolled back, and he pitched straight to the ground, frothing at the mouth. The first one fell, then thud, thud, thud. Like a row of toppled dominoes, the bounty hunters in the banquet hall who had been drinking with Fang Yuan dropped one by one in droves. All of them showed the same symptoms: rolled back eyes, foaming mouths, and instant collapse. In barely a dozen seconds, more than half of the boisterous banquet hall had fallen. The entire place fell into dead silence. The bounty hunters who had not yet offered their toast stood frozen, cups in hand, their faces as if they had just seen a ghost. What is going on? Why is it our own men who are falling? And the idiot prince they had taken for a fat lamb, forcing dozens of caddies of poison liquor down his throat, was now sitting serenely in the master's seat. He did not show the slightest sign of drunkenness. In fact, he swirled his goblet with considerable amusement, wearing a confused expression. Fang Yuan surveyed the people lying around like corpses and voiced an innocent question. What? Have you all collapsed? It seems people on the Grand Line can't hold their liquor very well. With drinking ability like that, you'd be a laughingstock back in the East Blue. Those words were like a slap delivered hard across the faces of Igaram and every bounty hunter still conscious. Humiliation. It wasn't that they had used too little poison, nor was it a matter of tolerance. It was that the man before him had known the wine was poisoned all along. He was no rich fool of an idiot prince. He was a monster in sheep's clothing. He had been playing them for fools. A wave of cold surged from the soles of Igaram's feet to the top of his skull. He felt as if his heart were about to be crushed to pulp by fear. Fang Yuan watched the expression on Igaram's face, a man about to piss himself in terror, and sneered inwardly. Playing at poison with me. He had long ago fused the two concepts, poison immunity and Sea King's liver, making his body immune to every poison under heaven. Not to mention this minor knockout drug. Even Caesar's Shinnokuni poison gas was nothing more than a fart to him. This wine was no different from drinking plain water. No, it wasn't even as good as plain water. At best, it was bathwater. As he watched the poisoning plot collapse completely, a flicker of despair and madness surfaced in Igaram's eyes. He can't be allowed to leave. They absolutely could not let this monster get out of here alive. Otherwise, every one of them would die. He bit his jaw hard, then covertly signaled to Miss Monday, who had also been frightened out of her wits. Make a move. Use Plan B. Miss Monday's body trembled. She glanced at her companions frothing on the floor, then at the innocent demon across from her, and fear and struggle churned in her eyes. But in the end, she inhaled deeply and forced her fear down. She squeezed a seductive smile back onto her face and walked toward Fang Yuan step by step. Her voice was cloyingly sweet. Oh, Your Highness, you're simply amazing. You drank them all under the table all by yourself. This place is such a mess. It ruins the mood. She moved beside Fang Yuan, nearly pressing against him, her breath like orchid fragrance. How about you come with me to my room for a quiet chat? The balcony in my room offers the best view of the moon in the whole town. We can admire the night scene and talk about life. At Miss Monday's invitation, Fang Yuan's innocent smile grew even more obvious. He even nodded with a hint of shyness. Yes, It is a bit noisy here. Let's go somewhere else to talk. Fang Yuan rose to his feet as he spoke, looking as if he couldn't wait, and took the initiative to walk toward Miss Monday. Miss Monday's heart skipped a beat. She didn't know why, but looking into Fang Yuan's clear eyes, she felt something was wrong. But there was no turning back now. She could only suppress the unease in her heart, force a smile, take Fang Yuan's arm, and lead him to the back door of the banquet hall. This way, Your Highness. Night Owl remained silent, following behind the two, like a shadow. Igaram watched the three leave. The muscles on his face, pale from fear, twisted for a moment before turning into a sinister grin. Fool, tonight is your death. Fang Yuan was brought by Miss Monday to a huge open plaza in the center of town. Lights still glowed from the cactus-shaped buildings around the square, and voices drifted out. It all looked perfectly normal. Your Highness, look, isn't the moon particularly round here? Miss Monday pointed at the sky, her voice cloyingly sweet. It's all right. Fang Yuan nodded, still wearing that same idiotic smile. But just as his words fell, bang, 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 a series of loud crashes exploded. All around the square, the doors and windows of every building slammed shut at the same time. The windows that had been lit moments ago all went dark in an instant. Every sound stopped. The whole world suddenly became quiet. Miss Monday's body stiffened, and she immediately retreated to distance herself from Fang Yuan. The seductive smile on her face vanished, completely replaced by icy killing intent. What's wrong? Fang Yuan looked at her with feigned surprise. Why did the lights go out all of a sudden? I haven't even finished looking yet. Finished looking. A cold, sinister voice came from the balcony on the second floor of a nearby building. Igaram slowly appeared. Looking down at Fang Yuan from above, his face was full of vengeful pleasure. Soon you'll get your fill of hell scenery. Shink, shink, shink. As Igaram's words fell, dark figures surged out from the shadows on all sides. On the rooftops, in the alleys, on the balconies. Every corner was filled with burly men holding swords and guns. With fierce eyes and murderous auras, they surrounded Fang Yuan and Night Owl in an airtight ring. At a rough count, there were at least 200 of them. Every sword, every gun was aimed at Fang Yuan in the center of the square. This was a dead end. Oh, Fang Yuan glanced around, and the surprise on his face turned into sudden realization. So, this is your real welcome ceremony. Quite a crowd too. His tone was flat, as if it were nothing important. That look made Igaram furious. Still putting on an act when he's about to die. Stop pretending. Igaram bellowed. He suddenly pulled a crumpled wanted poster from his coat and flung it to the ground. The wanted poster fluttered down to land at Fang Yuan's feet. On it was the wanted poster from Lowtown, the one whose bounty the Marines had kept deliberately low. In the photo, he had wings on his back and fierce eyes. And below the photo, the number was clear: 3 million berries. Ha! Igaram pointed at the wanted poster and burst into wild laughter. See that, you piece of trash. A worthless pirate with a 3 million berry bounty. Fang Yuan, the winged man. We at Baroque Works have long since investigated you, and you still dare to play the prince in front of us. Are you worthy? Ha! Igaram's laughter ignited the entire crowd. The 200-plus bounty hunters nearby froze for an instant when they saw the wanted poster, then erupted into sky-shaking ridicule. What? Only 3 million? I thought he was some big shot. That's hilarious. A piece of garbage from the East Blue dares to come to the Grand Line. We were almost scared by that broken ship of his just now. Turns out he's just a paper tiger. Kill him. Seize the treasure on his ship. The fear that Fang Yuan's warship and physique had inspired just now vanished in an instant. What replaced it was boundless contempt and greed. So he was just for show. Just some fool lucky enough to get his hands on a good ship. Their fear had completely turned into rage and the humiliation of being played. They had actually been led around by the nose by a 3 million piece of trash. Kneel. Igaram's laughter stopped abruptly. With venom in his eyes, he pointed his gun at Fang Yuan's head and snarled every word. Kneel and surrender. Hand over all the treasure on your ship. Then if I'm feeling merciful, I'll leave you a whole corpse. Murderous intent. Greed. Jeers. Hundreds of gazes stabbed like knives at the two people in the center of the square. In the eyes of Igaram and all the bounty hunters, this fat sheep had no way to escape. The only ending waiting for him was to be chopped into meat paste. And yet, facing those hundreds of blades and guns, facing Igaram's pleased and wild laughter, Fang Yuan showed not the slightest panic. He didn't even lift an eyelid. He merely held out his little finger and picked his ear. Then, he let out a long yawn. Oh, that yawn, long and loud, instantly drowned out the crowd's mockery and clamor. The entire square fell silent again. Everyone was dumbfounded. They stared blankly at the man who had just yawned and even squeezed out a few tears, their minds completely empty. What? What is he doing? Doesn't he see what's happening around him? There are hundreds of people here. Why isn't he afraid at all? Fang Yuan completely ignored the ghost-seeing looks around him. He raised his hand, glanced at the golden diamond watch on his wrist, and frowned. He lifted his head to look at Igaram, who had long stopped laughing, and said in a very impatient tone, "Hey, is this really all you've got? Any more? If there are, call them out now. Don't waste my time." Igaram's pupils shrank sharply. From Fang Yuan's flat tone, he sensed something amiss. An ominous premonition rose from the bottom of his heart once again. Why you? What do you mean? Igaram's voice trembled slightly. Fang Yuan didn't answer him. He simply turned around and looked at the attendant who had been like a statue from beginning to end. He sighed, his tone filled with disappointment. Sigh, you're way too slow. I'm still waiting to go back and sleep. Fang Yuan's voice carried clearly through the entire square. He waved casually at Night Owl, as if instructing a servant to sweep the floor. Night Owl, clean up. Night Owl, clear the area. Fang Yuan's voice was soft, yet it instantly silenced the entire crowd. Clear the area. Everyone froze, then burst into even more fierce laughter. Ha! Clear the area. With just one of his lackeys. This kid must be crazy. Who does he think he is? Kill him. First chop that pretentious lackey into minced meat. Ikaram's face twisted with rage, his gun pointed directly at Night Owl. Reckless bastards. Attack. Tear both of them apart. Yes. Over 200 bounty hunters roared, surging toward them from all directions like a tidal wave. In that very instant, Night Owl moved. He took but a single step forward. Boom. A terrifying aura of viciousness erupted from his body with overwhelming force. It was like a slumbering, ancient beast opening its eyes. The dozens of people at the forefront felt as though they had crashed into an immovable wall, their hearts lurching violently as their bodies froze against their will. What? What is this? They had no time to think. Tear. The sound of flesh and bone being torn apart echoed through the air. Before everyone's horrified gaze, Night Owl's back erupted open, two massive black metallic wings tearing free. Those were not feathers. They were forged from steel. Each feather gleamed like a sharpened black blade. As the wings fully unfurled, spanning over 10 meters, a colossal shadow plunged half the square into darkness. This is... Ikaram's sneer froze on his face, his mouth agape. Wings. He's also a winged man. No, that's wrong. That 3 million trash has gray wings. These are black. And this pressure. This was an existence from an entirely different level. Fire. Fire now. A cowardly bounty hunter screamed, slamming his trigger. Bang, 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 bang. Over 100 muskets belched flames simultaneously, unleashing a relentless storm of lead shot toward Night Owl. Night Owl disdainfully folded his steel wings before him. Clang, clang, clang. A rapid-fire cacophony erupted like beans in a wok. Every bullet struck the metallic plumage and ricocheted away, sending sparks flying in every direction. Not even a scratch marred the wings. How is this possible? All who had fired were dumbfounded. They couldn't even breach his defense. Use blades. Chop him to pieces. Several swordsmen charged forward with roars, swinging their long swords fiercely at the wings. Clash! The swordsmen felt as if they'd struck a mountain. Their palms split open from the impact, and their fine steel blades shattered on contact. They spouted blood and were launched backward, falling unconscious on the spot. For a moment the square fell deathly silent. Everyone halted, their faces frozen in disbelief and terror. A monster. This wasn't fucking human. They finally understood. They hadn't picked on some easy prey, but two prehistoric beasts disguised as men. Run. A desperate scream from somewhere ignited everyone's panic. Run fast. We can't beat them. We absolutely can't. The bounty hunters who had been so aggressive moments ago completely broke, discarding their weapons and fleeing. But it was too late. Night Owl watched the scattering crowd, his golden eyes utterly unmoving. He slowly raised those steel wings and gave them a powerful snap. Whoosh! He became a black tornado of death, charging into the crowd at a speed too fast for the eye to follow. That wasn't combat. That was slaughter. Swoosh! A bounty hunter sprinting fastest suddenly saw Black looking down to find a steel-plumed talon piercing through his chest, clutching his still-beating heart. Guh! He died without even a scream. Night Owl's speed was beyond comprehension. Like black lightning weaving through the crowd, his steel wings became two terrifying meat grinders. Swish! The wings swept horizontally, slicing anyone in their path clean in half. Blood, entrails, and severed limbs mixed with screams and pleas for mercy. The entire square instantly transformed into a living hell. The air was thick with the nauseating stench of blood. Ikaram and Miss Monday, standing on the second-floor balcony, were utterly paralyzed with terror. They watched helplessly as their elite forces fell like wheat before a scythe. That was one-sided slaughter. D-Demon. Miss Monday trembled violently, her legs buckling as she collapsed onto the ground, urine soaking through her skirt from sheer terror. She had pissed herself from fear. Ikaram wasn't faring any better, his teeth chattering uncontrollably. Run. Must run. The thought surged through him like an electric current. He turned to flee into the room. But the moment he spun around, a shadow materialized silently before him. It was Night Owl. He was covered in blood, yet not a single drop was his own. He did nothing, merely raising his head to gaze at Ikaram with those emotionless golden eyes. Ikaram's body instantly stiffened. He felt like a frog locked in a viper's gaze, utterly paralyzed. Under those golden eyes his mind went blank and his consciousness rapidly faded. The next instant, all emotions, fear, panic, struggle, ebbed from Ikarim's eyes like receding tide, leaving only emptiness behind. The muscles on his face stilled his expression, growing profoundly vacant. Then, before Miss Monday's horrified gaze, the mayor of Whiskey Peak, a senior agent of Baroque Works, dropped to his knees with a thud. Over Night Owl's shoulder, his gaze fixed on the man who had remained motionless throughout, the man whose presence commanded absolute devotion. His eyes shifted from blank stares to fervent reverence. Summoning every ounce of his strength, he cried out across the crimson square. Master! 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 Ikalim's voice rang out across the silent square, carrying an undercurrent of fanaticism. Kneeling in a pool of blood surrounded by dismembered corpses, he showed no concern for the carnage around him. His aged face bore nothing but devotion, the kind reserved for a deity. The surviving Miss Monday was utterly dumbfounded. One glance was enough to turn a senior agent of the Baroque Works into the most loyal of hounds. This was more terrifying than the massacre just moments ago. Feng Yuan didn't even spare her a look as he strolled casually toward Ikalim. Very good. Feng Yuan nodded slightly, his tone as casual as if giving instructions for some trivial matter. Tell me everything about the Baroque Works. Remember, everything. Yes, my master. Ikalim slammed his forehead hard against the blood-stained flagstones with a dull thud. Half an hour later, inside an intact building beside the plaza, Feng Yuan leaned back on a sofa swirling a glass of red wine, while Night Owl stood behind him like an iron tower. Ikalim, acting like a diligent butler, poured out every secret he knew. The Baroque Works was a sprawling underground organization spanning the first half of the Grand Line. At its apex sat the director, codenamed Mr. Zero. Below him were over a dozen senior agents wielding devil fruit powers, and at the lowest tier over 2,000 ordinary operatives. Intelligence assassination regime change. This was a hidden dark empire, and Mr. Zero's true identity was enough to shake Night Owl's composure. A warlord of the sea, Sir Crocodile. Their ultimate objective, the legendary ancient weapon known as Pluton. Crocodile was currently executing his Project Eden, in Arabasta, plotting to steal the nation and uncover the poneglyph hidden beneath the royal palace. Having heard all of this, the golden pupils in Night Owl's eyes revealed a grim gravity. He looked at Feng Yuan and warned in a low voice. Master, the enemy is a warlord of the sea. This organization is far too vast. Night Owl's meaning was clear. They should flee immediately. A warlord, a dark empire. This was absolutely not something they could afford to tangle with. And yet, after hearing all of this, Feng Yuan showed no gravitas whatsoever. In fact, he smiled. Fascinating. Truly fascinating. In Feng Yuan's eyes a mad excitement blazed. This was no caution born from facing a formidable foe. It was the gleam of a starved hunter who had just discovered a vast, bountiful hunting ground. Master. Night Owl was bewildered. Feng Yuan set down his wine glass, walked to the window, and gazed out at the blood-soaked plaza below. His tone was nonchalant, yet carried an imperious weight that brooked no argument. Danger. Night Owl, your vision is too narrow. Feng Yuan turned to face his first subordinate, delivering each word deliberately. An organization whose intelligence network spans the Grand Line with unmatched operational effectiveness and a mature promotion system. Why would such a perfect tool be something to fear? Why destroy it? A smile curled the corners of Feng Yuan's mouth, one that sent a chill racing down Night Owl's spine. He raised a single finger and shook it gently. What a waste. The Baroque Works front remains unchanged. It simply needs a new master. Boom. Night Owl's mind went utterly blank. Replace. The master. In an instant he understood. His master hadn't planned to flee at all, nor had he intended to destroy this organization. He meant to swallow the entire Baroque Works, this dark empire built by a warlord, and make it his own. What an absurdly ambitious plan. This went beyond mere boldness. This was ambition that would shake the heavens themselves. For the first time, Night Owl felt that the scope of his master's ambition was as unfathomably deep as the ocean itself. It will become the sharpest blade, the keenest ear of my everything workshop, operating from the shadows. Feng Yuan's voice was quiet, yet it radiated the aura of one who commanded everything. Just then, ring ring ring. Ring ring ring. A burst of urgent din din mushy calls suddenly echoed through the room. The sound came from within Ikalim's chest. It was the encrypted din din mushy reserved for senior Baroque Works agents. Under Night Owl's control, Ikalim answered with a deadpan expression. The din din mushy's mouth began to mimic the caller. An ominous and arrogant voice emerged. Mr. 8, I hear you captured quite the big fish. Impressive work. The voice on the other end paused, carrying a hint of cruelty. Mr. 5 and Miss Valentine are en route by ship. Keep your eyes on them. Don't let them die and don't let them escape. Mr. 0 has a great interest in these two. This is Mr. 5. Mission handover complete. Click. The call disconnected. Mr. 5. The explosion fruit user. Night Owl's expression tightened. Trouble had arrived far too swiftly. He was about to offer a warning when he noticed the expression on Fang Yuan's face had grown even more. Electrified. Fang Yuan licked his lips, his eyes gleaming with light. Explosion, explosion fruit. Heh, I was just looking for something to whet the appetite, and someone has conveniently delivered it right to my door. The employee benefits at this company are truly excellent. Fang Yuan's words had barely faded when a muffled boom suddenly echoed from the distant sky as though something had detonated. Almost immediately 2 figures appeared in midair, plummeting toward the ground. One was a man wearing a lemon-yellow coat, goggles on his face, and an eccentric hairstyle. The other was a blonde woman carrying a small yellow umbrella and dressed in a pink dress. They were none other than Mr. 5, a senior agent of Baroque Works, and his partner Miss Valentine. Miss Valentine gracefully folded her small yellow umbrella midair, yet her body descended in defiance of reason, drifting down like a weightless feather. A paramecia-type devil fruit, the float fruit. Meanwhile Mr. 5 landed with brutal force, kicking up a cloud of dust. The moment both of them touched the ground and took in the scene before them, their expressions shifted instantly. Corpses. Bodies littered the ground everywhere. Rivers of blood flowed. Whiskey Peak, this crucial stronghold of Baroque Works, had somehow been transformed into a slaughterhouse. What is going on here? Miss Valentine paled in terror, her hands flying to cover her mouth. Mr. 5's face likewise darkened in an instant, his eyes immediately locked onto a Kale kneeling in a pool of blood. Mr. 8. Mr. 5 roared, what do you think you're doing? How dare you kneel before this scum? He spotted the crumpled bounty poster lying at Akale's feet. 3 million berries. What the hell was this joke about? A senior agent of Baroque Works kneeling before a mere 3 million berries worthless piece. Yet Akale showed no response to his thunderous shouts, remaining as motionless as the most devout believer still kneeling before Fang Yuan. That was the final straw. Mr. 5 erupted in pure fury. He whirled around, his gaze locking onto the man, leisurely sipping his drink. Did you do this? Did you kill our man? Did you control Mr. 8? Mr. 5's voice reeked of killing intent. Fang Yuan couldn't be bothered to even lift his eyelids. He simply swirled his wine glass gently, as though everything before him had nothing to do with him. This disregard. It was a contempt far more absolute than any insult could ever be. Mr. 5's rage instantly burned to its peak. You bastard. You're asking for death. Without another word, he dug into his nostril, with his pinky finger pinching out a small black mass. Taste my art. Snot bomb. Whoosh. That unremarkable clump of snot shot forward like a bullet, piercing through the air with a sharp whistle aimed straight at Fang Yuan's brow. This was no ordinary snot. It was an explosive bomb capable of detonating from any part of the explosive fruit user's body. Its force was enough to blast clean through a steel plate. A cruel smile spread across Miss Valentine's face as she could already picture Fang Yuan's head exploding like a watermelon. Yi Zhao's golden pupils contracted sharply, ready to move, but Fang Yuan raised his hand to signal him to hold still. Just as the lethal snot bomb was about to strike Fang Yuan, suddenly something extraordinary happened. Boom. A heavy, thunderous noise erupted from the harbor direction. Everyone turned around in shock. They saw the enormous black warship docked at the harbor, its fierce dragon-headed figurehead's eyes suddenly flaring with eerie green light. It came to life. The next moment, before everyone's disbelieving eyes, that colossal dragon head stretched its neck like an ancient python awakening from slumber. Swish. Moving at incomprehensible speed, it left a black afterimage in the sky, arriving at the plaza above before anyone could process what had happened. Then it opened that enormous mouth wide enough to swallow a small boat whole. In one bite, it devoured the snot bomb midair. Burp, a loud, satisfied belch escaped from the dragonhead's mouth. Its neck stretched to over 100 meters, retracted lightning fast, reverting back to a lifeless figurehead, as if everything that just happened was merely an illusion. An eerie silence fell over the entire square. Mr. 5 and Miss Valentine stood completely frozen, their jaws dropped, so wide a sea king could fit inside. Their eyes bulging as if they might pop out. The ship ate my bomb. And it even burped. What the hell was that thing? Their entire worldview was shattered and demolished in that very moment. At the same time, a cold system notification echoed in Fang Yuan's mind. Ding. Energy substance detected decomposing. Decomposition complete. Concept explosion miner acquired. Target locked, paramecia type explosive fruit user. System analyzing. Analysis complete. Target ability rank epic. Live concept extraction available. Execute. Immediately after, the system's focus shifted to Miss Valentine, still floating midair. Target locked, paramecia type float fruit user. System analyzing. Analysis complete. Target ability rank epic. Live concept extraction available. Execute. The cascade of notifications brought a widening smile to Fang Yuan's lips. Explosion weight. 2 fascinating concepts. Especially weight. If used properly, it would be practically divine. Could a fist weighing 10,000 kilograms deliver the same force as one weighing a kilogram? Perfect, Fang Yuan murmured to himself. Slowly rising to his feet, he finally turned his full gaze toward those two paralyzed senior agents. He ran his tongue across his lips. That look in his eyes, it was no longer indifferent, no longer casual. It burned with intensity, madness. He wasn't looking at enemies at all. He regarded them as a mad scientist would, two perfect walking specimens harboring precious genetic material. Two top-tier materials delivered right to his door. Under Fang Yuan's stare, Mr. 5 and Miss Valentine shivered violently, snapping back from their paralysis. They felt as though some prehistoric beast had set its gaze upon them, sending cold dread from head to toe. Two epic-level concepts. Fang Yuan's voice drifted through the air, quiet yet carrying to every ear. Will you come to me yourselves? Or shall I invite you? Or should I invite you over? Fang Yuan's voice was calm, yet it made Mr. 5 and Miss Valentine's scalps tingle. After fear came mortification and rage. They were elite agents of Baroque works. How could they be intimidated by a piece of trash with a 3 million bounty? Bastard, who do you think you are? Mr. 5 roared, spitting out a head-sized bomb directly from his mouth. Taste this. Explosion breath. This bomb was enough to level an entire building. At the same time, Miss Valentine plunged down from midair. Die? 10,000 kilogram guillotine. Her body weight surged instantly, and her feet like axes stomped down toward Fang Yuan's head. One bombarded from the front, the other crushed from above. With their forces combined, they unleashed their deadliest moves. Such an attack was enough to give even a Marine Rear Admiral a headache. However, Fang Yuan did not move at all. He even swirled the wine glass in his hand. His gaze was like watching two monkeys. You're too noisy. He spat out 3 words. The night owl behind him moved. A shadow flashed past too fast for the naked eye to catch. Uff. Mr. 5's bomb froze in midair. A steel feather appeared from nowhere, precisely piercing the bomb's core, cutting the fuse directly. Mr. 5's pupils sharply contracted. How is this possible? Before he could react, an icy cold giant claw had already clamped down on his head. Crack. The sound of skull shattering rang out. Ugh. Mr. 5 let out a miserable scream and was hoisted up like a lump of mud. On the other side, Miss Valentine fared even worse. A colossal steel wing blocked her path. Boom. The 10,000 gene weight slammed into the steel wing, yet the wing remained perfectly still. Instead, the terrifying rebound struck Miss Valentine's own calves. Crack. Crack. 2 crisp sounds, and both of her legs instantly suffered comminuted fractures. Oh. The intense pain tore a scream from her, and her body flew backward. The night owl's figure returned to behind Fang Yuan, as if it had never moved. Thud. Thud. He casually flung them down, and Mr. 5 and Miss Valentine crashed at Fang Yuan's feet, like 2 dead dogs. One move, 2 elite agents in a joint attack were instantly dispatched. The whole scene fell silent. Kneeling on the ground, Igaram's gaze grew even more fanatical. The remaining Miss Monday was scared stiff, her body trembling, her crotch damp and warm. No, don't kill me. Miss Valentine lay on the ground, convulsing in pain. You can't kill us. We are subordinates of Sir Crocodile. Mr. 5 was still defiant, blood continuously gushing from his mouth. Fang Yuan ignored them. He crouched down, looking at the 2 materials, at his feet, the madness in his eyes almost overflowing. Not a bad concept. Explosion and weight. Though poorly applied, their potential is considerable. He seemed to be appraising the value of the materials. Then, under the terrified gazes of the 2, Fang Yuan extended his hands and placed them on top of their heads. His palms were icy cold. What are you going to do? Mr. 5 sensed danger and struggled frantically. Fang Yuan did not answer, but closed his eyes and issued a command to the system in his mind. System. Execute on these 2 targets. Living concept extraction. Ding. Command confirmed. Living concept extraction program started. Target 1 paramecia type bomb fruit. Concept extraction in progress. Target 2 paramecia type kilo fruit. Concept extraction in progress. The moment the system activated, Mr. 5 and Miss Valentine's bodies convulsed as if struck by an electric shock. They arched up violently, every muscle twisting and spasming. Oh, my body. My power. No. 2 inhuman screams resounded across the entire island. It was a searing pain that seemed to tear straight from their souls. It was as if something most important was being forcibly ripped out of their very lives. Beneath Fang Yuan's palms, 2 orbs of light began to emerge. One was a violent red, overflowing with an aura of destruction. The other was a dense gray, radiating a heavy, oppressive weight. Concept explosion. Concept weight. As the 2 orbs were fully extracted, their screams stopped. Their bodies collapsed to the ground as if their bones had been removed. Their eyes were vacant, white foam seeping from their mouths, and they lost control of their bladder and bowels on the spot. They weren't dead, but the aura of ability users had utterly vanished from them. They had become ordinary people, Or worse, because their souls had been torn asunder, they were not even as good as ordinary people, now two imbeciles. This was crueler than killing them. Feng Yuan stood up, not sparing the two on the ground another glance. His attention was wholly fixed on the two conceptual orbs floating above his palms. This was his first time extracting a complete devil fruit concept from living humans. This feeling was like a god taking away a mortal's talent, too wonderful for words. At this moment, the system notification sounded again. Ding. Detected two epic concepts from different systems. Would you like to fuse them to create a brand new devil fruit? Warning: cross-system concept fusion has an extremely high probability of producing unpredictable mythic-level mutation. Mythic-grade mutation. Upon hearing the system's warning-laced notification, Feng Yuan felt not the slightest bit nervous. Instead, the corner of his mouth curled into a wild manic arc. Risk. In this world, risk is opportunity. The more uncontrollable a mutation is, the more it often represents a harvest beyond all imagination. Explosion is the ultimate expansion. Weight is the ultimate condensation. When two such diametrically opposed concepts are forcibly fused, what sort of monster will be born? The blood inside Feng Yuan's body was seething with anticipation. Riches are sought amid peril. What is a mutation but a game? I can play it. A flash of madness crossed Feng Yuan's eyes. Without the slightest hesitation, he issued the command in his mind. Fused. Yes. Ding. Command confirmed. Cross-system concept fusion initiated. Boom. The instant Feng Yuan confirmed, the two concept orbs in his palm seemed to be flooded with violent energy and slammed together with tremendous force. There was no earth-shattering roar, only an extreme distortion that made one's scalp tingle. The red orb, representing explosion, and the gray orb, representing weight, erupted with violent repulsion the moment they touched. They crushed and tore at each other in a frenzy, their light flickering bright and dim, as if in the next breath they would collapse entirely and burst into a void of nothingness. Even the surrounding air began to warp, shrieking with a mournful, sizzling cry. Igaram, still kneeling on the ground, and Miss Monday, paralyzed not far away, both felt that terrifying pressure from the depths of their souls, as if their bodies were about to be ripped apart by those two forces. Night Owl's golden pupils contracted sharply. Instinctively, he spread his steel wings in front of Feng Yuan, warily fixing his gaze upon the two violent orbs of light. Yet Feng Yuan merely watched calmly, the mania in his eyes burning ever hotter. Yes, this is it. Devour each other. Destroy each other. Then, from the destruction, give birth to something entirely new. As if hearing his whisper, the clash between the two orbs reached a critical point. Hum. A soul-shaking hum rang out, and then the repulsion abruptly vanished, replaced by a terrifying, irresistible attraction. Red light and gray light no longer opposed each other. Like two frenzied, venomous serpents, they began to madly intertwine, merge, and devour one another. They spun faster and faster. Finally, a supreme black and white brilliance beyond all words burst outward. It was not dazzling, yet it seemed capable of devouring everything. As the light faded, a brand new devil fruit hovered silently above Feng Yuan's palm. Its shape was exceedingly bizarre. It was a perfect sphere, one half an absolute black that absorbed all light, the other half a pale white, so pure that it contained not a trace of impurity. At the boundary between black and white, bizarre spiral patterns folded inward like an entrance leading to an unknown abyss. Merely looking at it made one feel as if one's mind were being drawn inside. Feng Yuan could sense that within this tiny fruit lay a terrifying power enough to annihilate heaven and earth. At that moment, the system's cold electronic voice carried against all precedent a hint of excitement and awe. Ding. Fusion successful. Warning. A benign extraordinary mutation has occurred. Congratulations, host. You have successfully created a devil fruit utterly unique in this world. The system is naming it based on its concepts. Naming successful. Fruit name: Paramecia class, gravity bomb fruit. Fruit rating: mythic grade mutant. Ability description: the user can imbue any object they touch with the property of gravity and transform it into a gravity bomb. Upon detonation, the bomb instantly generates an ultra-high density gravitational singularity, forming a miniature black hole force field that devours and compresses all surrounding matter. Note: the intensity and duration of the gravitational singularity depend on the gravity value set by the user for the gravity bomb. In theory, the gravity value has no upper limit. Boom. When the system's final message landed, Feng Yuan's mind exploded along with it. Gravity bomb. A miniature black hole force field. No upper limit to the gravity value. This is no longer a devil fruit. This is a dominion that only gods can wield. Feng Yuan stared at the black and white fruit in his hand, his breathing turning heavy. The bomb fruit and the kilo fruit were nothing but children's toys before it. This is true art. This is true power. Ha ha ha. Fang Yuan could no longer contain himself and burst into laughter wild with triumph and madness. Perfect. This is absolutely perfect. He finally understood why the system had called it a mythic grade mutation. This fruit's power had touched the most fundamental physical law of this world, gravity. With it, all those logia types in hockey are nothing but jokes. Before absolute gravity, everything will be devoured. Compress. Return to nothingness. Fang Yuan's gaze slowly descended upon Igaram, still pinned under Night Owl's control at his feet. His eyes blazed with feverish intensity. Such a perfect work of art required a frame to mount it, and it needed an audience to witness the beauty of its first bloom. You are honored. Fang Yuan crouched down, gripped Igaram's chin, and forced his head upward. Igaram's eyes were hollow like a puppet's. Come, open your mouth. Fang Yuan's voice was steeped in temptation like a devil's whisper. I will grant you the power to destroy the world. He raised the gravity bomb fruit in his hand and was about to push it into Igaram's mouth. He was already impatient to see the spectacular sight that would unfold when a gravity bomb charged with 10,000 tons of gravity detonated on this island. But then, at the very instant his hand was about to touch Igaram's lips, a voice sounded without the slightest warning. It was hoarse and ice-cold, full of the grating texture of gravel, as if it came from the deepest heart of the desert, carrying an unquestionable dominance and majesty. Amplified to its limit through some forgotten den mushy near the harbor, it spread across all of Whiskey Peak in an instant. Who dares to lay a hand on one of Crocodile's people? The voice carried tangible weight and warmth. It bore the texture of sand, the searing heat of the desert, and the absolute majesty of an apex predator at the top of the food chain. Boom. An invisible force carried through the transponder snail's voice swept across the entire Whiskey Peak like a shockwave in an instant. Miss Monday, still trembling in the distance, did not even have time to let out a scream. Her eyes rolled back, foam spilling from her mouth, and she collapsed on the spot unconscious. Those bounty hunters who had narrowly survived the Night Owl's slaughter crumpled to the ground, as if struck by a sledgehammer, blood streaming from their 7 orifices, their bodies falling silent. This was a warlord of the sea. Even through nothing more than a transponder snail, the murderous intent and overwhelming presence he unleashed were enough to crush these insignificant ants beneath his heel. Even the Night Owl, whose strength far exceeded ordinary men, felt the immense pressure bearing down on him at this moment. The steel wings on his back snapped taut, producing a shrill grating sound as his golden pupils locked dead onto the transponder snail, still faintly crackling, as if he were facing a primordial beast. This pressure was too overwhelming. It felt as though an invisible colossal hand were trying to crush even his soul. Yet within this terrifying aura, enough to make even vice admirals blanch, there was one person who was an exception. Fang Yuan. His expression did not change in the slightest. That overbearing, world-dominating, murderous intent washed over him like a gentle spring breeze. It did not even cause the red wine in his hand to ripple. He merely tilted his head slightly, his brow furrowing in a barely perceptible frown. Not out of fear, but out of irritation. Like a man admiring his own monumental masterpiece moments after completing it, only to be annoyed by a fly buzzing around his ear. TCH. Fang Yuan let out a soft click of his tongue, then with a hint of impatience set down the gravity bomb fruit, a treasure capable of toppling the world, on a nearby table that was still reasonably clean. Thud. A faint sound that seemed to strike against the very hearts of everyone present. Fang Yuan then rose to his feet in a leisurely manner and adjusted his collar, which had not a single crease to begin with. He ignored the Night Owl's tension-stricken gaze. He ignored the grisly carnage scattered all around him. Fang Yuan simply strolled at an unhurried pace, step by step, until he stood before Igaram, who was kneeling on the ground like a puppet under the Night Owl's mind control. Igaram's hands still held the transponder snail aloft. Its appearance had transformed into that iconic visage of Crocodile, cold-scarred, his eyes brimming with savagery and murderous intent. Fang Yuan reached out, and with complete naturalness took the transponder snail from Igaram's hands. His movements were gentle and slow. On the other end of the line, Crocodile said nothing more, but the steadily mounting pressure made it clear his patience was wearing dangerously thin. He was waiting for an explanation, an answer that would satisfy him. Otherwise, the very next second, a world-destroying sandstorm would descend upon this island. Yet what Fang Yuan did next left Crocodile dumbfounded on the other end of the line, and Nico Robin, who stood beside him, was equally stunned. Fang Yuan brought the transponder snail to his lips. He showed no sign of intending to explain anything. Instead, he let out a soft chuckle. The laugh was quiet, yet it dripped with unconcealed mockery and disdain. Crocodile, is it? Fang Yuan's tone was utterly flat, as if greeting a stranger he had never met. The murderous intent on the other end of the line froze momentarily. Then in an even more measured voice, as though simply stating a fact, Fang Yuan said slowly, I used your employee. Your territory I took over. Your men I killed as well. One sentence after another. Every word was like a resounding slap across the face of the warlord of the sea, Crocodile. The entire whiskey peak fell into a deathly silence. The night owl's golden pupils shrank to pinpricks from sheer shock. He's insane. The master is completely insane. This was no longer a simple provocation. This was pointing straight at a warlord of the sea and telling him, I touched your people, I ransacked your home. What are you going to do about it? To kill the body and destroy the soul as well. After delivering those 3 statements, Fang Yuan paused, as if deliberately leaving the other party time to process what had just been said. Then facing the transponder snail's face, which had frozen in shock, he asked one final question in a tone that bordered on boredom. A single sentence capable of shaking the entire Grand Line. Got a problem? Dead silence. On the other end of the line, a long, suffocating silence descended. Even the signature crackling static had vanished. It was as though time itself had been paused in that world beyond the call. Crocodile, the king of sand, a man of deep schemes who viewed all as chess pieces, had envisioned countless possibilities in his plans. He had imagined the intruder to be the Marines, or another warlord, or even an agent sent by one of the 4 emperors. But he had never imagined that the other party would speak to him in such a manner. It was a gaze from a higher dimension, one that did not acknowledge him as a threat at all. More than a dozen seconds passed. Then the dead silence was finally broken. From the transponder snail, Crocodile's voice came through once more. But this time the anger and murderous intent had miraculously vanished. In its place was a hoarse, almost feverish excitement, like a man who had just found a long-lost kindred spirit. Interesting. Very interesting. Crocodile's voice trembled not from rage, but from an uncontrollable fervor. How many years had it been? Since his defeat at the hands of Whitebeard, and his arrival in this paradise of weaklings, how many years had passed without anyone daring to speak to him like this? He felt his stagnant heart blazing to life once more. What's your name? The urgency in Crocodile's voice was unmistakable, like a hunter who had just discovered prey even fiercer than himself. Fang Yuan did not answer. He had no interest in sharing his name with someone he saw as a defeated opponent. Crocodile seemed to have anticipated this. He did not press the matter, but instead extended an invitation. An invitation from the devil himself. Come to my casino rain dinners. His voice was low, dripping with seductive allure. We. He paused deliberately, then enunciated every word with precision. Can. Talk. Face. To. Face. A face-to-face talk. Hearing Crocodile's invitation brimming with morbid excitement on the other end of the phone, Fang Yuan's face did not even ripple. He could not even be bothered to say one more word. Click. Fang Yuan hung up the den mushy and tossed it back to Igaram, who was still kneeling on the ground. The entire world fell silent instantly. Master. Night Owl's figure appeared silently behind Fang Yuan, a note of uncontrollable tension in his voice. Crocodile. He may have already. Already what? Fang Yuan turned around and gave him a faint glance. Already gone mad. Or has he already mobilized all of Alabasta's forces to come here and fight me to the death? Night Owl lowered his head, not daring to speak. In his view, Fang Yuan's words just now had practically pressed Crocodile's face into the ground and ground it back and forth. Anyone would go mad. What followed would surely be a life-and-death bloody battle. Yet Fang Yuan acted as if he had done something completely trivial, his face full of boredom. He ambled back to the table and picked up the black and white gravity bomb fruit that had just been synthesized. This terrifying creation, which condensed the 2 epic-grade concepts of explosion and weight, and ultimately mutated into a mythic-grade wonder, was enough to drive any expert insane with desire. But in Fang Yuan's hand, it was no different from an ordinary apple. He even tossed it a few times in his hand. A face-to-face talk. A mocking arc curled at the corner of Fang Yuan's mouth. He's not worthy. As his voice fell, Fang Yuan made a move that nearly made Night Owl's eyeballs pop out. He walked over to Igaram, who was kneeling with hollow eyes like a puppet. Then, as Igaram offered no resistance, Fang Yuan pried open his mouth and shoved the priceless nation-toppling mythic-grade fruit straight in. Gulp. Igaram had no idea what he had just eaten. His throat moved, and the fruit slid down. And master. Night Owl completely lost it. He blurted out, his voice trembling. A mythic-grade fruit. This was a mythic-grade devil fruit. Just like that. It was fed to a brainwashed piece of trash. This was no longer merely wasting a gift from heaven. It was throwing an entire mountain of gold into a stinking sewer. Yet Fang Yuan's expression remained as calm as ever. To him, this fruit was nothing more than a toy he had casually shaped. And toys naturally are meant for playing. And now he had found a far more interesting way to play. The instant the fruit entered his stomach, Igaram's body jolted violently. An indescribably terrifying power erupted inside him. Strange black and white patterns began to emerge on his skin, his muscles twitched uncontrollably, and his bones let out a series of crackling pops. Extreme agony twisted Igaram's face, but under mental control, he could not let out even a single scream. From this moment on, you are no longer Mr. 8. Fang Yuan's voice, like a divine decree, branded itself directly into the depths of Igaram's chaotic soul. You are my messenger. He raised one finger and gently pressed it against Igaram's forehead. Now go to Rainbase. Go to Crocodile's casino rain dinners. Find him. Fong Yuan's orders were simple and clear. Gradually Igaram's pained, contorted face returned to calm. His gaze remained empty, but the berserk power within him was forcibly suppressed by an invisible force. He rose slowly like an obedient walking corpse. When you get there, show him your new toy to your heart's content. A malicious smile curled at the corner of Fong Yuan's mouth. He was looking forward to seeing what kind of splendid expression Crocodile would wear when his own senior agent had in an instant gained a power even more terrifying than his own. It would be more entertaining than any play. Lastly, Fong Yuan leaned down, put his mouth close to Igaram's ear, and in a voice only the two of them could hear softly spoke the final sentence. A sentence enough to plunge that arrogant Sand King into complete madness and terror. Just tell him. This is only an appetizer. Whether he wants more and stronger toys will depend on whether he has enough sincerity to trade for them. With that said, Fong Yuan straightened up and casually waved his hand. Go. Igaram's body jolted again, and a gleam of absolute obedience flickered in his hollow eyes. He turned around, and with stiff steps walked step by step toward the harbor. He would serve as Fong Yuan's declaration of war to meet that warlord of the sea. Watching Igaram's receding figure, Night Owl felt his mind was still in a fog. This move, he could no longer put it into words. He did not go in person. He merely sent a modified courier to negotiate. And the greeting gift was a mythic-grade devil fruit created just in passing. This was no longer playing on the 5th level. He had punched straight through the atmosphere. What is vision? This is vision. I'll leave this place to you. Fong Yuan's voice cut through Night Owl's shock. From today on, Whiskey Peak is the first stronghold of our All Things workshop on the Grand Line. Strip away everything of value, then wait for my new orders. Yes, master. Night Owl dropped to one knee with a thud, the fervor in his eyes reaching its peak. Serving a master like this, how could he ever worry about not standing at the top of the world? Fong Yuan paid no more attention to these trifles. He turned and boarded the Xuanwu, his ship lying dormant in the harbor like a colossal beast. To him, Whiskey Peak and Crocodile alike were no more than chess pieces casually placed along his path forward. Now the piece had been placed. It was time for him to search for the next, more valuable ingredient. In the Xuanwu's command room, a massive three-dimensional sea chart rotated slowly in the center of the room, marked with the names and information of over 100 islands in the first half of the Grand Line. Fong Yuan's finger slid gently across the virtual sea chart. Drum Island, Medical Concepts, and Zoan Templates. 2 low-level, no interest. Little Garden. The ancient Zoan template is somewhat interesting, but I've already taken it. Redundant. Alabasta. The concept of sand is decent, but once Crocodile's core sand is in hand, the rest holds little value. His gaze was like a finicky diner scanning a menu for the finest delicacies. The dangerous lands that made ordinary pirates tremble in fear were in his eyes no more than material storerooms of different grades. Finally, Fong Yuan's finger stopped. It came to rest on an island whose name sounded full of fairy tale wonder, yet carried a sorrowful legend. The Island of Music, Elegia, a place on the map nearly forgotten by the world. Seeing this name, Fong Yuan's face revealed the greatest interest he had shown during the entire trip. He narrowed his eyes as if savoring some peerless delicacy and murmured to himself in an almost greedy tone. Song. Spirit type. A top-tier power that can distort reality and the spirit over a vast area without needing contact. This supreme conceptual material should also fall into my hand and be recycled. This top-tier conceptual material should finally fall into my hands to be recycled. As his voice faded, there was no longer the slightest interest in the likes of Crocodile in Fong Yuan's eyes. He turned directly and issued orders to the empty command room. Xuanwu. Target Elegia. Full speed ahead. Yes, master. The mechanical voice tinged with youthful obedience echoed in Fong Yuan's mind. With a deep rumble, the colossal warship, a steel behemoth at the harbor, slowly sank beneath the sea. It did not stir a single unnecessary wave. Like a true abyssal leviathan, it vanished silently from everyone's sight, speeding toward a coordinate on the Grand Line that had almost been forgotten by the world. After an unknown span of time, when the Xuanwu surfaced once more, everything before them had changed. The sky was gray, as if shrouded in a layer of dust that could never be wiped away. The sea was deathly still, without the slightest breeze or wave, as placid as an immense black mirror. And that island, Elegia, the legendary island of music, now resembled a colossal tomb. There was no birdsong, no insect chirping, no trace of any living breath. Only endless ruins and a sorrow so dense it could not dissolve. That grief was no longer a mere emotion, but an energy nearly physical, enveloping the entire island, making the air thick and heavy. An ordinary person who set foot here would likely be driven mad by this despairing atmosphere within 3 seconds. Ding. Warning: you have entered a high-density negative emotional energy field. Warning: extremely high concentrations of residual negative spiritual concepts such as sorrow, despair, and hatred have been detected in the space. Warning: prolonged exposure to this environment will cause irreversible spiritual contamination to intelligent life forms. A cascade of warnings rang out in Fang Yuan's mind. Yet on Fang Yuan's face there was only undisguised excitement and greed. Interesting. He licked his lips like a gourmand who had finally discovered the ultimate legendary restaurant. Ye shall stay on the ship. Do not set foot on the island without my command. Fang Yuan left these words behind, and with a flicker of his figure, he stepped alone onto this island of death. As his foot landed on the cracked white stone path, a sharp crack echoed beneath him. Everywhere he looked there were collapsed buildings, shattered instruments, and sheet music burned to charcoal. One could imagine how prosperous and joyful this place had once been. Now only deathly silence remained. Fang Yuan paid no heed to these sights. He had not come here to mourn history. He had come to stock up. Ding. A super high-intensity energy source has been detected 3 kilometers ahead. Energy source classification hybrid of spiritual and conceptual systems. The system's guidance was unmistakably clear. Fang Yuan strode forward, heading straight for the island's center. The closer he got, the more terrifying that invisible spiritual pressure became. The air began to warp, and the surrounding scenery grew bizarre and surreal. At times, fleeting phantoms of laughter and joy passed by the island's residents before its destruction. At other times, agonized screams and towering flames appeared out of thin air, the despair of doomsday. These illusions, enough to plunge any powerhouse into madness, were nothing more than roadside scenery to Fang Yuan. His will was as unyielding as primordial frozen ice, utterly unmoved. He had only one goal. Before long, a magnificent ancient castle ruin appeared before his eyes. The castle's gates had long been shattered, and Fang Yuan walked in expressionlessly. Passing through the hall strewn with debris, he eventually reached the deepest part of the castle, the throne room. Unlike the ruin outside, this place was eerily preserved in relatively intact condition. Then Fang Yuan saw it. There upon the high throne, a figure curled up in stillness. It was a girl so breathtakingly beautiful that she seemed to suffocate the senses. She possessed a cascade of red and white hair like intertwining flames and snow, and skin so pale it was almost translucent. Even in slumber, her delicate face could dim all the splendor of the world. Yuta, the future world diva. And yet at this moment the future diva slept most uneasily. Her delicate brows were tightly knitted together, crystal tears still clinging to her long lashes, with fresh tear tracks streaking her face. As if within her dreams she was enduring the most terrifying nightmare in the world. Around her, that boundless spiritual energy had already condensed into a visibly raging storm. Space centered on her, twisted and folded violently, groaning under an unbearable burden. The instant Fang Yuan laid eyes on her, the system in his mind went completely mad. The notification sound was no longer a ding, but had become the shrillest, most piercing alarm. 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 Legendary level spiritual concept detected. Song. Concept purity 99. 9. Quality flawless. Attempting analysis. Analysis failed. Warning, target concept rank is too high, containing the fundamental rules of the world. Forced analysis will cause the system core to collapse. Alarm. Alarm. Mythological level concept core detected. Dream world nascent. Core integrity 75. Warning, this core is being rapidly eroded by an unknown dark energy. It is expected to completely collapse or mutate within 72 hours. Alarm. Alarm. Mythological level special material detected. Demon King's score fragment. In an instant, a tsunami of system notifications swept through Fang Yuan's entire mind like a violent storm. Legendary grade. Mythological grade. And 2 of them at once. Fang Yuan's breathing instantly turned ragged, and his eyes blazed with unprecedented brilliance. It was not admiration nor pity, but the manic delight and greed of a hunter spotting the most supreme prey in the world. The thrill and trembling of a creator discovering the most flawless primordial material. Crocodile. Giants. Compared with the feast before him, those were not even appetizers. This was the true treasure. This was the ultimate material, enough to elevate him to the heavens in a single stride and truly grant him the authority of a god. Suppressing the ecstasy within his heart, Fang Yuan slowly took his first step toward the throne. He wanted to draw closer and savor this collectible that was about to belong to him. And yet, that very step seemed to trigger some forbidden switch. Upon the throne, the slumbering girl suddenly snapped her eyes open. What a pair of eyes they were. No focus, no luster. Only a hollow, swirling, bottomless vortex. Within that vortex swirled endless agony, madness, hatred, and despair. Boom. A mental storm indescribable and world-shattering erupted from Yuta's body. The entire castle moaned beneath the onslaught, countless ruins instantly crushed to dust. Then, behind Yuta, a colossal shadow formed of pure darkness, and countless twisted notes of hatred surged upward. Within the shadow, 2 enormous blood-red eyes burst open. An ancient malevolent roar filled with brutality and the will to destroy. It did not travel through the air, but like a red-hot iron rod it branded itself directly into the depths of Fang Yuan's soul. Who is it? How dare you? Intrude upon my dream. The Demon King. Top Musica. Descends. Cleaned and translated. Note the content was processed to remove imaja decorative separators while preserving narrative meaning. That terrifying roar pierced into the depths of Feng Yuan's soul like hundreds of millions of steel needles. Who is it? How dare you intrude upon my dream? Echo. Boom. The entire throne hall, nay the entire castle, began to tremble violently and crumble the very instant that will descended. A psychic storm of pure negative emotions and despairing notes coalesced into a tangible black tornado raging outward ferociously, with the slumbering Yuta at its very core. The floor, the walls, the dome. Everything was effortlessly warped, ripped apart, and ground into the most primal dust in the face of this storm. The boundary between reality and dreams was utterly shattered in that instant. Space itself, like a fragile pane of glass, let out a strained crack. However, facing this horrifying sight, one that could instantly shatter the minds of even a commander of the 4 emperors and reduce him to a babbling idiot, Feng Yuan's face betrayed not even a flicker of fear, not a shred of solemnity either. Instead, the corner of his mouth slowly, involuntarily curled upward into an impossibly exaggerated arc. In those pitch-black eyes, what burst forth was not horror, but it was the undisguised bare-naked rapture and avarice of a beast that, having starved for 3 days and 3 nights, had finally laid eyes upon a plump and robust prey. Ha! Ha ha ha! Feng Yuan could not contain himself any longer. There, in full view of the Demon King's phantom forged from pure malice, he threw his head back and roared with laughter. The laughter was unhinged, brimming with boundless glee. Such a reaction nearly sent the system inside his head into an outright crash, let alone the just-awakened Demon King. Warning! Warning! The host's mental state is anomalous. Undergoing high-intensity mental contamination. Contamination level detection. 0. Redetection. Contamination level remains at 0. Verdict: the host's mental state is extremely euphoric. The system could no longer hold itself together. It utterly failed to comprehend the bizarre wiring of this man's brain. As for Feng Yuan, he could not be bothered to spare the system's incessant chatter a single thought. He snapped his head upward, his gaze locking onto the sky-obscuring phantom of the Demon King, while data streams behind his eyes refreshed with frantic waterfall-like intensity. Analysis fruit ability activated at full power. Ding, 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 ding. A torrent of notification chimes 100 times denser than before detonated furiously within his mind. Ding. Successfully analyzed the target's core ability. Gained the legendary grade concept, Dream Materialization. Dream Materialization, a legendary grade mental aspect concept that can materialize to a limited degree things from imagination and dreams into the real world. Ding. Successfully analyzed the target's auxiliary ability. Gained the legendary grade concept, Mental Contamination Demon King Strain. Mental Contamination Demon King Strain, a legendary grade mental aspect concept that inflicts large-scale irreversible psychic erosion and control upon sentient beings through mediums such as sound and vision. Ding. Successfully analyzed the target's energy composition. Discovered a vast quantity of ownerless mental energy. Energy rating legendary. Estimated total absorbable energy 128,000 points. 128,000 points. At the sight of that number, Feng Yuan's breath caught in his throat for a moment. Previously, he had labored painstakingly, dismantling the Krieg fleet, breaking down the entire Arlong crew, and even throwing in a scrap of a mythical grade fruit, only to barely fill his energy gauge. But now, the mere ownerless energy radiating from this Demon King before him was enough to fill his energy gauge more than a dozen times over. This was no longer a power bank. This was a goddamn nuclear power plant carried on his person. Jackpot. This time he had truly genuinely struck it rich. Roar. As if provoked by Feng Yuan's unbridled laughter and covetous stare, the Demon King, top musica born of Yuta's negative emotions, let out an even more enraged bellow. The dark shadow behind it grew even more corporeal. Those 2 scarlet eyes locked unerringly onto Feng Yuan, a human as insignificant as an ant yet possessing audacity that towered to the heavens. A suffocating pressure like 100 million tons of seawater bore down on Feng Yuan from every direction. And yet all of it only served to make the smile on Feng Yuan's face even more dazzling. He darted out his tongue and licked his slightly parched lips, the fanaticism in his eyes nearly spilling over. He looked upon the roaring Demon King's phantom as if it were a peerless treasure just unearthed, still redolent with the fragrance of soil. Truly. Suppressing the ecstasy within his heart, Feng Yuan murmured to himself in a voice that was almost a dreamy whisper dripping with boundless avarice. Unexpectedly lavish gift. This gift was 10,000 times more precious than everything he had acquired before, all combined. Dream Materialization. Mental Contamination. Then add the Singing and Dream Kingdom that Yuta inherently carried. 4 top-tier mental aspect concepts. If he could claim them all and fuse them together, Fang Yuan could hardly bear to imagine what a heaven-defying, absolutely horrifying monster he would create. Even he himself would by virtue of this touch upon the legendary domain that belonged to gods. Mortal. The demon kings will once more thundered in a raging roar. It could not tolerate it. It could not tolerate the fact that this insignificant worm beneath its divine might had not fallen to his knees begging for mercy, but had instead worn that look of regarding it as a meal upon a plate. This was the ultimate blasphemy. Boom! In that instant, within the dark shadow behind the demon king, countless twisted notes emanating an ominous crimson radiance abruptly coalesced into tangible forms. Each and every note was like a heavy artillery shell harboring enough terrifying energy to casually annihilate an entire island. The very next second, whoosh, 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 whoosh. Hundreds upon thousands of death notes ripped through the contorted air, shrieking shrilly and blasted toward Fang Yuan from every direction like an impenetrable metallic storm. They sealed off every avenue of escape. This attack alone was enough to erase Marine Headquarters Marineford entirely from the map. And yet, faced with this cataclysmic strike, Fang Yuan did not so much as blink. He did not dodge. He did not evade. Instead, he slowly stretched open his arms, striking a pose as if to embrace this storm of death. Night Owl was not there. The Xuanwu was also offshore. At this moment, all he could rely on was himself. But that alone was more than enough. Just as the countless death notes were on the verge of shredding him into pieces, a cold, cruel smile curled across Fang Yuan's face. Lifting his head, he gazed at the furious phantom of the Demon King and spoke slowly, his tone flat beyond measure. The voice was not loud, yet it clearly rose above all the howling and thunder resounding directly throughout the entire warp space. Your singing is far too noisy. Before I perform this surgery, a trace of ice-blue glint flickered in Fang Yuan's eyes. Let me administer your general anesthesia first. The moment Fang Yuan finished speaking, he didn't even bother to glance at the Demon King's phantom. Facing a death note storm capable of leveling an entire island, he neither dodged nor defended, merely raising his right hand. Before his eyes, the Demon Fruit Synthesis System interface popped up. What are you doing? Demon Totemjika froze. It could not comprehend why this human on the brink of death still had the leisure to fiddle with something in front of it. What utter disregard. Filtering. Fang Yuan calmly uttered two words, entirely ignoring its roaring. On the system interface, his extraordinarily vast material library instantly unfolded. Countless top-tier materials capable of sending outsiders into frenzy flashed by, yet Fang Yuan paid them no mind. His fingers slid rapidly across the virtual interface and finally came to rest precisely at the most unassuming corner of the library. There lay two pieces of trash-like material. The first was decomposed from Ku Luo's martial art, the spoon. Concept silence normal. The second was casually salvaged while dismantling junk. Template sponge inferior, you too it is. A playful smile curved Fang Yuan's lips. Warning: selected material quality is too low. The synthesis result may be worthless. Confirm. The system's alert rang with utter disdain. Confirm. Fang Yuan did not hesitate. Die immortal. Demon Totemjika felt a humiliation beyond precedent. This human was deliberately mocking it. Boom. It poured all its wrath into those thousands of death notes, and both speed and power surged once more. The impenetrable storm of death closed to within half a meter of Fang Yuan. The terrifying energy fluctuations had already cracked the ground beneath his feet into a spiderweb pattern. At that very instant, the system interface before Fang Yuan blazed with light. Synthesis initiated. Energy consumed 10 points. Synthesis complete. Hum. A faint white radiance flashed across Fang Yuan's palm, vanishing in an instant. A brand new devil fruit lay quietly in his hand. It was a gray-white fruit, its surface riddled with fine pores resembling a shriveled sponge, so mundane that no one would spare it a glance if dropped on the ground. Ding. A brand new devil fruit has been created. Name: Paramecia, stillness fruit, ability absorption. Creates an absolutely silent domain absorbing all sound and vibration within. It succeeded. Fang Yuan gazed at the trash fruit in his hand, his smile growing ever broader. He slowly raised his head, meeting the death storm mere inches away and the arrogant phantom of the Demon King behind it. Then he curled his middle finger and flicked it gently toward the gray-white fruit. Time to quiet down. Whoosh. The stillness fruit streaked forth as a flash of light. It did not aim at the skyward death notes, nor at the colossal Demon King phantom. Instead, at an unimaginable angle, it threaded through the gaps in the assault and struck with pinpoint precision at the very heart of the storm. The girl Yuta curled upon the throne, manipulated by the Demon King. Useless. All is futile before my power. The Demon King let out a silent roar, utterly dismissing the seemingly fragile fruit. Yet, the moment the fruit was about to touch Yuta's body, it suddenly popped with a soft sound, dissolving into a halo of energy that merged instantly into the raging spiritual field around her. The next second, the world changed. Hum. No earth-shattering explosion, no world-rending roar. A ring of visible gray domain erupted outward from Yuta's body as its center. 1 meter, 10 meters, 100 meters, 1,000 meters. In an instant, the entire ancient castle ruin was shrouded by that eerie gray domain. And then, the world fell into dead silence. Those thousands of death notes tearing through the air with ear-piercing shrieks vanished the moment they struck the gray domain, absorbed and dispersed invisibly, making not a single sound. The ground shaken violently by the energy storm calmed instantly. The mournful cries caused by spatial distortion ceased abruptly. All sound, all vibration, all was utterly devoured in that instant. The entire world seemed to have hit the mute button. Grr. Upon the throne, that sky-covering demon king phantom abruptly froze. It opened its cavernous maw wide enough to swallow heaven and earth, seemingly attempting a furious roar. But nothing came out. Not a single syllable. Its power derived from Yuta's singing from the notes of despair. Sound was its very life. And now, its life had been severed. Ugh. The demon king's colossal phantom began to tremble violently. It writhed like a drowning person with its throat clamped, its expression twisted with unprecedented terror and agony. The dark notes comprising its body began to collapse and dissipate at a visibly accelerating rate within this absolute silence domain. It struggled in agony, desperate to flee this death domain, but its root lay within Yuta herself, nowhere to escape to. Its two crimson giant eyes stared fixedly at the calm, unruffled figure below, brimming with venomous resentment, unwillingness, and a fear so profound it could not be diluted. It did not understand. Why? How could its world-destroying power be dismantled in such an absurd, laughable manner? However, Feng Yuan was too lazy to provide an answer. He simply stood there quietly like a cold spectator watching this silent death melodrama unfold. Finally, amidst a silent wail of despair, that arrogant demon King Totemjika's colossal form completely shattered into countless specks of black light, returning to nothingness. The gray domain slowly contracted, then vanished. The world returned to normal. Thud. Upon the throne with the demon king obliterated, Yuta, the red and white-haired girl, had exhausted her final reserve of spirit. Her body went limp and she fell into a deep unconsciousness. A trace of satisfied smile finally graced Feng Yuan's lips. A perfect surgery. He took his steps forward, slowly approaching the unconscious Yuta. Now it was time to examine the detailed data of this top-grade surgical material. He arrived before the throne, gazing at that heartbreakingly beautiful sleeping face, still damp with tears, and slowly extended his right hand, preparing to probe her spiritual condition. Yet, the instant his fingertips neared Yuta's forehead, a sudden anomaly erupted. A will so immense it made even Feng Yuan's soul tremble exploded fiercely from the depths of Yuta's subconscious. Immediately following, a tall phantom clad in a black cloak with striking crimson hair instantly materialized before Yuta. Though indistinct, the aura of supreme dominion was undeniably real. The phantom whirled its head, and a pair of sharp hawk-like eyes locked ruthlessly onto Feng Yuan. An invisible, overbearing spiritual impact surged toward Feng Yuan's soul like a tsunami. "Stay away from my daughter." The crimson-haired phantom roared like thunder, its voice exploding directly within Feng Yuan's mind. "Stay away from her." Facing the furious roar of the red-haired apparition, a roar saturated with the tyrannical will of Conqueror's Haki, Feng Yuan let out a derisive laugh. "Your daughter." He raised his eyes, his tone dripping with mockery. "One of the 4 emperors, red-haired Shanks. You of all people have the nerve to say that." These words made the red-haired phantom's outline flicker. Clearly he had not expected this man not only to know who he was, but also to face him with such barefaced contempt. How could he know? No. What truly mattered was the sense of judgment in this man's words, as if he had seen through everything. "You used lies to imprison her on this island, and left her to suffer 12 years of pain and self-reproach." Feng Yuan's voice was perfectly flat, yet it threw the red-haired phantom's psychic energy into a violent frenzy. Ignoring the other's fury, he continued walking toward Yuta on the throne. "And now you still have the nerve to come out and howl in the name of father." A faint smile curled at the corner of Feng Yuan's mouth. "Get lost." Those last 2 words carried no emotion whatsoever. The psychic shockwave forged from Conqueror's Haki had closed to within less than a meter of Feng Yuan when it slammed into an invisible wall and dissipated in an instant. "You." The red-haired phantom froze. The will he had always prided himself on proved utterly useless against this man. How could that be? Feng Yuan could not be bothered to look at him again. A guardian imprint constructed from subconsciousness meant nothing to him at all. He walked to the throne, ignored the red-haired phantom still roaring in fury, and reached out with his right hand to press it gently against Yuta's forehead. No. The red-haired phantom let out one final desperate howl, but he could not stop it. The instant Feng Yuan's fingertip touched Yuta's skin, the system's capabilities activated at full power. Ding. Contact with the target's core memory region established. Deep analysis commencing. Permission confirmed. S rank. Energy consumption underway. In an instant, a torrent of information surged into Fang Yuan's mind. The system had already sorted the chaotic memory fragments into a cold, objective report. Complete report: the destruction of the kingdom of Elegia. Frames flashed by at dizzying speed. 12 years earlier, a young Yuta lost control of her devil fruit ability during a concert. While asleep, she summoned the Demon King, taught Musica. The Demon King ran amok and slaughtered the entire nation. The red hair pirates exerted every ounce of strength to seal the demon back into Yuta's body. But by then the kingdom of Elegia had already been reduced to ruins. No one was left alive. Looking at the unconscious daughter in his arms, and then at the hellish sight around him, Shanks made a decision. A decision that changed Yuta's life forever. He told a lie to the whole world, and to Yuta. To the outside world, he declared that the red hair pirates had destroyed Elegia for its treasure. To Yuta, he said that she had brought about everything by listening to the song of the Demon King's score. He would leave her here to atone for the entire kingdom and create a new era in which everyone could be happy. The truth was that he had personally abandoned her on this lonely island to protect her from being hunted by the world government and the Marines. He made her bear all alone the guilt of having destroyed a country. He made her live alone, drowning in the pain of believing she was a witch. For 12 whole years. So that's how it was. Fang Yuan opened his eyes and withdrew his fingers. The data streams in his eyes faded, and his expression grew somewhat complex. He looked at the slumbering girl on the throne. Her brows were tightly knit, as if even in dreams she was still enduring immense suffering. The red-haired phantom before her had become so faint it might dissipate at any moment. Fang Yuan did not acknowledge the phantom. Instead, he bent down, leaned close to Yuta's ear, and stated the facts in a tone utterly devoid of emotion. Wake up. You are not a witch who brings misfortune, nor a sinner deceived by the Demon King. Fang Yuan's voice was like a knife precisely slicing through the mental defenses Yuta had maintained for 12 years. What destroyed Elegia from beginning to end was your own out-of-control power, and the one who deceived you for 12 years, leaving you mired in pain and self-reproach. Fang Yuan paused, and the curve at the corner of his mouth widened. Was the father you loved most red-haired Shanks? When it comes down to it. In one sentence he defined the tragedy. You are merely the one he abandoned here with his own hands to protect his ridiculous reputation. A pitiful wretch, nothing more. Boom. The truth slammed into Yuta's psychic core like a heavy hammer. Crack. Inside Yuta's subconscious world, the beautiful dreamland she had conjured in sleep was instantly covered in cracks. The sky was collapsing and the earth was tearing apart. Countless faces twisted in agony emerged from the fissures. The guilt, despair, and resentment she had repressed for 12 years. No, that's not true. Dad, he isn't a liar. It was me. I'm the one who hurt everyone. Yuta's subconscious was screaming. Her mind was being torn between two opposing truths, teetering on the verge of collapse. Her once serene, sleeping face turned deathly pale in an instant. Beads of cold sweat oozed out as her body convulsed violently. At that very moment, the system's urgent alarm sounded in Fang Yuan's mind. Warning. The target's psychic barrier has completely collapsed. Irreversible personality dissociation is imminent. Host must immediately initiate psychic repair. Otherwise, this mythic-grade material will suffer permanent damage. Permanent damage. Hearing the system's shrill, piercing alarm, a cold smile curved at the corner of Fang Yuan's lips. A smile cold enough to freeze the very air. In my dictionary, there is no such word as damage. Only. He looked down at the girl beneath him, convulsing violently in a nightmare, as her spiritual world crumbled inch by inch. His voice was calm, yet carried the aloof indifference of a deity. Reshaping. The moment those words fell, the hand Fang Yuan had pressed against Yuta's forehead slammed down heavily. BZZC. A torrent of spiritual will, vast, boundless, utterly pure, and wholly alien to this world, poured down like the Milky Way itself, cascading from the heavens, surging violently into Yuta's subconscious ocean on the verge of total collapse. It was not comfort nor repair. It was the most brutal, most tyrannical suppression, like an invisible divine giant's hand forcibly pressing down upon an erupting volcano. No. Please. Yuta's subconscious let out its final mournful wail as monsters forged from despair and resentment continued their frenzied assault against the spiritual levee Fang Yuan had constructed. I told you. A flicker of impatience flashed deep within Fang Yuan's eyes. Be quiet. Boom. Those two words seemed to carry the primordial force of a creator whose every utterance became law. Yuta's wild, chaotic subconscious ocean was as if instantly frozen solid. Every wave, every roar, every struggle came to an abrupt, shattering halt. The world returned to absolute silence. Warning. Target's spiritual activity has dropped to the minimum critical threshold, entering forced dormancy. Personality disintegration risk. Eliminated. At last the system's blaring alarms fell silent. Fang Yuan slowly withdrew his hand, gazing at the girl below, now plunged into a deep coma, her breathing so faint as to be almost imperceptible, with an expression utterly devoid of any emotion. He bent down, lifted the girl horizontally into his arms, as though she weighed nothing at all. As for that long-vanished crimson-haired phantom, he had never once deigned to glance its way. As he stepped out of the ancient castle, the night owl had already been waiting outside for quite some time. Seeing Feng Yuan emerge carrying a strange girl in his arms, a flicker of bewilderment filled his eyes. Master. Back to the ship. Feng Yuan offered no further explanation, merely issuing the command in a flat tone. Prepare for an entirely new operation. This time the material is quite interesting. The Xuanwu silently slipped into the abyssal depths of the sea. Inside a pure white room brimming with futuristic technology, Yuta lay flat on a metal bed, several instruments monitoring her vital signs connected to her body. She resembled a sleeping beauty save for the traces of lingering torment still etched upon that peerlessly beautiful face. Feng Yuan stood at the bedside without sparing her a single glance, directly summoning the interface of the devil fruit synthesis system. Master Shi. The night owl stood to one side, unable to hold back. He could sense that within this girl's body lay a terrifying power that made even him feel a chill of dread. Her power is a peerless blade without a hilt. Feng Yuan did not turn around, his voice cold as he explained. Every swing wounds its wielder, first carving her body full of scars. His fingers swept swiftly across the virtual material library interface. Countless top-tier materials flashed by, each one enough to drive the outside world into a frenzy. What I intend to do is personally craft the most perfect hilt for this blade, and then forge for it the most indestructible sheath. A creator-like radiance gleamed in Feng Yuan's eyes. From this day forth, this power that could annihilate the world shall serve only me. As the words fell, his fingers finally ceased their movement. Ding. Please select the synthesis materials. Without the slightest hesitation, Feng Yuan dragged several concepts and templates, each glowing with a different radiance, into the synthesis furnace. The first was the core ability stripped from Miss Golden Week. Epic concept, color psychology, mutant strain, emotion perception. Use your ability to perceive the emotions of your audience. That is the first step. The second was a special template decomposed from some unfortunate soul's private collection. Rare template, crystal tuning fork. You need an absolutely stable core to contain that power of yours, which is all too prone to running wild. The third was an abstract concept Feng Yuan had obtained by chance through countless decompositions. Rare concept, sound wave resonance. Master the vibration frequency of your voice so that what you emit is no longer noise, but a melody capable of resonating with the soul itself. The fourth. The fifth. One after another, materials so rare that even the cipher pole would burn with envy were cast into the synthesis furnace, without the slightest hint of reluctance. He was using treasures the entire world dreamed of merely to forge for Yuta alone, a single exclusive divine equipment tailored just for her. Warning. This synthesis will consume 35000 energy points. It is projected to produce an epic-level directed mutation. Confirm synthesis. Confirmed. A blaze of fervor flashed through Feng Yuan's eyes. Boom. Within the synthesis furnace, a dazzling radiance of unimaginable brilliance exploded into being. The light was so holy, so radiant, as though a god were personally chiseling a timeless masterpiece within it. The entire room was bathed in that glow, transformed into something resembling paradise itself. Perhaps stirred by that sacred power, Yuta's eyelids trembled faintly on the hospital bed, and slowly, she opened them just a sliver. She gazed dazedly at the blinding mass of light, before her shattered fragments of memory, surging in like an incoming tide. The nation reduced to ashes. Her father's lies. And that man's cold, cruel words. Despair once again shrouded her heart. Yet just as she was about to close her eyes once more and sink into the endless darkness, the light subsided. A devil fruit unlike anything ever seen before hung silently in midair. Its surface bore none of the ugly spiral patterns of ordinary devil fruits. Instead, it was composed entirely of translucent crystal with what appeared to be streaks of iridescent light swirling slowly within, a work of art in the perfect shape of a tuning fork. It radiated a soft halo, emitting a series of mellifluous hums like the music of heaven itself. Yuta was utterly mesmerized. She had never seen a fruit so beautiful. Just then Feng Yuan reached out, gently grasping the crystal fruit in his hand. He turned and walked step by step to the bedside, looking down at the dazed-eyed Yuta from above. He held out the fruit, still seemingly carrying the lingering warmth of a deity before her. Eat it. Feng Yuan's voice carried no emotion whatsoever, yet it bore an unquestionable command. Instinctively Yuta shrank back, her gaze filled with terror and bewilderment. Seeing her like this, a playful smile curled at the corner of Feng Yuan's lips. Didn't you want to use your singing to bring happiness to the world? Those words like a key instantly unlocked the last shackle binding Yuta's heart. She snapped her head up, tears obscuring her eyes. Feng Yuan held the fruit out a little further, his voice laced with a hint of seduction. Eat it. From this moment on, your voice can bring joy or spread sorrow, create a heaven that intoxicates the soul, or forge a hell that terrifies the heart. He gazed into Yuta's eyes, declaring her rebirth one word at a time. It will be you, and only you, who decides. Everything will be decided by you, and only by you. Fang Yuan's voice was like an anchor dropped into the sea, thrusting deeply into Wuta's spirit realm that was on the verge of collapse. Her hollow, bewildered eyes fixed upon the crystal tuning fork-like fruit before her. To bring happiness, or to spread terror, to create paradise, or to build hell. Could she truly make that choice? After being abandoned by that man, and bearing the burden of sin and lies alone for 12 years, did she still possess the right to choose? Wuta trembled as she reached out her hand. Her fingertips were about to touch the fruit that seemed capable of rewriting destiny itself. But at that very moment, buru buru buru, buru buru buru, a sharp shrill ringing suddenly shattered the silence of the room without warning. Click! The denden meshi was connected. Wuta was startled by the sudden sound, her body shuddering as she jerked back her outstretched hand, fear flashing across her face once more. The denden meshi held in Yi Zhao's palm underwent a rapid transformation, its face twisting and reshaping until it took on the appearance of a man with a sinister countenance, a cigar clenched between his teeth, and a hideous scar running across his left cheek. A fierce and domineering aura pressed forward even through the denden meshi. All things workshop. A hoarse, arrogant voice dripping with impatience roared from the called beast. Are you playing me, you bastard? What happened to our agreed transaction? I've waited a full day for you. My patience has its limits. Don't force me to come find you on that damn island myself. The seven warlord of the sea, the sand crocodile. His voice brimmed with the fury of a superior being and an unquestionable authority, as if he could crush the person on the other end of the line. Wuta's face drained of color instantly. Pirates. The kind that were just like the red-haired pirates who destroyed Elijah. Monstrous, brutal, treating human lives as worthless. Instinctively, she turned to Fang Yuan, her eyes filled with terror and worry. Could this man handle it? Yet not a single flicker of emotion crossed his face. He didn't even bother glancing at the roaring denden meshi. Instead, he gave Wuta a reassuring look and silently mouthed two words. Wait for me. Having said that, Fang Yuan turned and walked out of the room, taking the still screaming denden meshi from Yi Zhao's hands and strolled calmly onto the deck of the Xuanwu. The sea wind howled, tugging at the hem of his clothes. On the other end of the line, Crocodile's roaring continued. Why aren't you speaking? Scared? Let me tell you, the consequences of angering one of the Emperor's 7 warlords are far beyond what a rat like you hiding in the gutter could ever bear. Now, immediately, at once. Take my things and get to Rain Base to see me. Otherwise. Fang Yuan simply listened in silence, an almost imperceptible smile playing at the corners of his mouth. It was like listening to a mad dog's frantic barking. Only when Crocodile grew too breathless from rage to continue, pausing for a moment, did anything change. Fang Yuan finally raised his hand and brought the denden meshi to his lips. He felt no anger, offered no rebuttal. Just a barely audible scoff escaped him. Heh! That light laugh carried the weight of 10,000 caddies, instantly cutting off all of Crocodile's roars on the other end of the line. Sand crocodile. Fang Yuan spoke the man's name slowly and deliberately, his tone as casual as if he were mentioning some trivial matter. You're teaching me what to do. Boom. Those words struck harder than any vicious curse could. The face of Crocodile on the denden meshi froze completely. His sinister eyes widened in shock, and his cigar dropped from his mouth with a soft click. He could hardly believe his own ears. What is this guy talking about? What's the rush? Fang Yuan didn't give him time to react, continuing in that amused yet disdainful tone. A fine piece of art always requires time to be carefully crafted. He paused, the curve of his mouth growing more cruel. Or perhaps, you're already so impatient to become my next work? Silence. Dead silence. Even Crocodile's breathing had stopped on the other end of the line. Shock. Rage. And beneath it all, a thread of something else he refused to acknowledge. Cold dread rising from deep within. A work. The word instantly brought to mind Mr. 3 and Mr. 5 men he'd sent out who had simply vanished without a trace. This man was not joking. He was genuinely treating someone of his caliber like mere material to be manipulated at will. You are seeking death. Crocodile forced those 3 words through clenched teeth, his murderous intent so overwhelming it threatened to burst the denden meshi apart. But click. Fang Yuan simply hung up, clean and decisive, without a trace of hesitation. He wouldn't even deign to hear another word from that warlord. That utter contempt, that effortless control over his opponent drove Crocodile far more mad than any harsh words ever could. Ahawk. Far away in the underground basement of the Rain Base Casino, Rain End, in Alabasta, Crocodile's thunderous, furious roar erupted. The entire basement shook violently under his sandstorm's wrath. Meanwhile, on the deck of the Xuanwu, Fang Yuan casually tossed the denden meshi back to Yi Zhao as though he'd merely accomplished some trivial task. Master. Yi Zhao's eyes blazed with fanatical devotion. This was his master. Even facing a 7 warlord who dominated the first half of the Grand Line, he could still assert dominance with the most arrogant demeanor. Fang Yuan ignored his worship. He turned and walked back into the room. Inside, Wuda still sat motionless by the edge of the bed. But clutched in her hands was now a crystal fruit, slightly bitten. A brand new gentle, yet potent power flowed through her body, slowly healing the shattered landscape of her spiritual world. When she saw Fang Yuan return, she lifted her head, her eyes regaining their luster, but carrying a questioning look. Fang Yuan approached her and gently ruffled her hair. Just a client eager to throw his life away. He said it dismissively. Then he pointed to the massive Grand Line chart hanging on the wall, his finger landing precisely on a vast desert-covered island. Get ready. When we arrive, you'll witness a spectacle unlike anything in a century. Fang Yuan gazed at the kingdom of Alabasta on the map, a cold smile curving his lips. And we are the only VIP audience to this drama. He paused, his voice growing dark and merciless. As well as the final collectors of corpses. With those words, Fang Yuan's voice echoed through the Xuanwu's internal systems, reaching every corner of the warship. Xuanwu set course for Alabasta Kingdom. Full speed ahead. Let our client witness firsthand what a true buyer's market looks like. Alabasta Rain Base. As the stronghold of Warlord Crocodile, this port city was perpetually patrolled by Baroque Works members. Damn this hellish heat. A bald agent cursed as he chugged down some water. Just bear with it. The boss chose this place after all. His companion replied listlessly. At that moment, someone pointed at the sea and shouted, "Hey, look at what that is." Everyone immediately looked up. The calm sea surface suddenly churned violently, and a massive black shadow rose from beneath the waves. A sea king? No. When the thing fully breached the surface, everyone present was terrified. It was a ship. A terrifying warship unlike anything they had ever witnessed. Its entire hull was pitch black, plated with armor resembling turtle carapaces. At the prow stood a ferocious dragon turtle figurehead, its crimson eyes coldly fixating upon the harbor. The overwhelming pressure made everyone struggle to breathe. The enemy attack. Go report to Miss All Sunday. The harbor erupted into chaos. But just as they were about to draw their weapons, the terrifying warship underwent an even more bizarre transformation. After a screeching metallic grinding, the dark armor shed away and the hull began to reshape. In merely a few breaths, that death-tinged warship had transformed into a resplendent luxury cruise liner. The spectacle left all the agents dumbfounded. What on earth was that? Just then, three figures descended from the deck of the cruise ship. Leading them was a man with a chilling demeanor. Behind him trailed a hooded attendant and a young girl clutching a doll, looking rather timid. As the three set foot on the harbor, a woman's voice came from ahead. "I suppose you must be Mr. Fang Yuan, the master of Myriad Things Workshop." Everyone looked over. A tall woman with raven hair was smiling not far away. Clad in purple leather with a white fur coat draped over her shoulders, she was none other than Vice President Miss All Sunday of Baroque Works, Nico Robin. She had been waiting here for quite some time by Crocodile. Yet even she hadn't anticipated such an extravagant entrance from the other party. That ship was certainly suspicious. Robin's guard immediately went up, though her smile remained impeccable. "I am Miss All Sunday, sent by the boss to welcome you three." She bowed slightly toward Fang Yuan with elegant grace. "The boss has been awaiting you at Rain Banquet for some time. Please follow me." Yuta, sensing something hidden beneath the woman's ever-present smile, instinctively stepped behind Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan remained silent. He simply gazed at Nico Robin with piercing eyes that seemed capable of seeing through everything. Under such an intense stare, even Robin felt her heart sink. She felt completely exposed, as if every layer of her being had been laid bare. This man was terrifying. Just as Robin's smile began to freeze, Fang Yuan finally moved. Striding forward with Yuta and Yi Xiao in tow, he casually walked past her. At the moment they brushed past each other, an extremely soft voice reached Robin's ears with crystalline clarity. "A survivor of O'Hara serving as second-in-command to an alligator." These words instantly froze Robin's smile. Her pupils contracted sharply, blood seeming to freeze throughout her body. O'Hara. Those three words were her deepest taboo. It was the identity she had concealed for 20 years of exile, through countless lies and betrayals. Among all the people in this world, only a handful knew of her true identity. This man she was meeting for the first time. How could he possibly know? In an instant, Robin's mind erupted into chaos. Who was he? A member of CP? Impossible. Those individuals carried no such aura. Was he a remnant of the old era who understood history? Or perhaps... Robin dared not continue these thoughts, her heart beginning to ache with dread. As if unaware of her turmoil, Fang Yuan paused after a few steps, glancing back at her with a faint curve of his lips to finish his sentence. What a waste of talent. With that, he dismissed her and continued toward the Rain Banquet Casino, Yuta at his side. Yi Xiao cast a cold glance at Robin before following. Left alone, Nico Robin stood motionless as though carved from stone. The sea breeze lifted her dark hair and dried the cold sweat on her forehead. Only after what felt like an eternity did she force her shock down, drawing a deep breath to steady herself. "Sir." Her voice carried a tremor she hadn't realized was there. What are you talking about? I'm not quite following. Yet Feng Yuan didn't even turn his head. He merely raised his hand and gave a casual wave behind him. That silent gesture radiated contempt, as if to say stop pretending your facade means nothing before me. Nico Robin's body shuddered. Her teeth bit into her lower lip as she watched the unhesitant figure heading toward danger without a second thought, and for the first time, she felt a profound sense of powerlessness. This man was more dangerous, more unfathomable than Crocodile or any adversary she had faced in 20 years. Finally, Robin exhaled slowly, pushing all emotion back into her heart, and that graceful smile returned to her face. She quickened her pace to follow, but this time her demeanor lacked its usual composure, instead carrying a note of cautious reverence. Robin's body went completely rigid. The flawless, elegant smile she had maintained for 20 years finally showed a crack. She felt as if struck by a thunderbolt from the heavens. In that instant, every drop of blood in her body froze, and her hands and feet turned ice cold. O'Hara, survivor. Those two words pierced the deepest part of her heart, like two razor-sharp daggers. This was her greatest secret, the sin she had carried all her life, the identity she had barely managed to conceal through 2 decades of flight, countless betrayals, and endless lies. This man she had met for the first time. How could he possibly know? For an instant, Robin's mind was thrown into utter chaos. Who was he? A man of the world government. CP9. Impossible. She could smell those men from an entire street away. This man's aura was cold and detached, as if it did not belong to this world. He was definitely no government lapdog. Could he be the Revolutionary Army? That was wrong too. Robin's heart hammered wildly, and the back of her clothes was drenched in cold sweat. For 20 years, she had survived by weaving among the great powers, selling intelligence and betraying companions. She had thought she had seen through every face on this sea. But today she realized how horribly wrong she had been. She was still too young. The man before her was completely beyond her understanding. He was like a ghost, a god or demon who had stepped out from the fog of history. Sir. Robin forcibly suppressed the storm within her heart, using every ounce of strength to keep her voice from trembling. What are you saying? I don't quite understand. She still wanted to struggle, trying to bluff her way through with the disguise she was most skilled at. However, Feng Yuan, who was walking ahead, could not be bothered to turn his head. He simply raised a hand and waved carelessly behind him. The gesture was steeped in impatience and ultimate contempt, as if to say stop acting. Your performance is a joke before me. Boom. Robin felt as though her mind had been struck by another heavy hammer. All her disguises, all her hopes of evading the truth were shattered to pieces in that moment. She understood now. Before this man, the intelligence and cunning she prided herself on were utterly useless. He had seen through her completely, inside and out, from soul to marrow. Robin bit her lower lip hard, her nails digging deep into her flesh. The sharp pain was the only thing keeping her on her feet. After a long while, she slowly exhaled, a turbid breath forcing all her emotions back into the depths of her heart. When she raised her head again, the same elegant smile had returned to her face. Only this time there was no ease or probing in that smile. Only a sincerity that came from the bottom of her heart. Respect and fear. She hurried after Feng Yuan, bending slightly, half a step behind him like the humblest servant. Sir, this way. The Rain Banquet is just ahead. The Rain Banquet Casino, Alabastus' greatest den of dissipation and Crocodile's lair. The moment they stepped inside, a wave of decadent air mixed with cigar smoke, strong liquor, and money rushed toward them. Everything in sight glittered with gold and splendor. Gamblers howled madly, tossing handfuls of berries onto the tables. Scantily clad bunny girls wove through the crowd, delivering one expensive drink after another. Every corner brimmed with desire and frenzy. Yet beneath this clamor lurked a deadly, killing intent. The seemingly ordinary bartenders, croupiers, and even some gamblers all had slightly bulging temples and sharp eyes carrying a faint, lingering scent of blood. They were all assassins of Baroque works. This was the Crocodile's lair. Anyone who dared to cause trouble here would be devoured until not a single bone remained. Yuta stared at the bizarre, dazzling scene before her, a little afraid, and instinctively clutched the hem of Feng Yuan's clothes. Feng Yuan, however, looked as if he had wandered into his own private garden. Not a trace of emotion crossed his face. He even had the leisure to survey the room, his eyes carrying undisguised disappointment. Is this it? Terrible taste. His light, drifting voice was not loud, yet it reached Robin clearly as she led the way ahead. The corner of Robin's mouth couldn't help twitching. This man was the first, and the only, person who dared to criticize her boss's taste right to her face. She could already be certain that the upcoming meeting would not be pleasant. Crossing the noisy hall, Robin led Feng Yuan and the other two to a heavily guarded VIP area. In the pools on both sides of the corridor, over a dozen enormous banana crocodiles were kept. When these ferocious beasts sensed people approaching, they immediately surfaced, opened their huge jaws, and let out low, guttural growls. However, when they met the icy eyes of Fang Yuan, who was walking at the front, every growl abruptly ceased. More than a dozen banana crocodiles, as if they had seen a natural enemy, shrank back into the water in unison, trembling. At this sight, Robin's pupils violently contracted once again. What kind of monster is this? Even these ferocious beasts, which only obeyed crocodile's orders, were scared back by his gaze. The fear in her heart deepened even further. At last the group stopped before a heavy wooden door carved with a relief of a giant sand scorpion. Robin took a deep breath, composed herself, stepped forward, and knocked on the door lightly. "Boss, Mr. Fang Yuan is here." Inside the room, there was dead silence. After a few seconds, a hoarse, cold voice, full of oppressive weight, slowly spoke. "Tell him to come in alone." These words were filled with the arrogance and unquestionable authority of a man in command. Robin's expression shifted slightly. She was about to relay the message. But Fang Yuan simply walked past her, paying no attention at all to Crocodile's words. He pushed open the heavy wooden door with one hand, while holding Yuta with the other, and swaggered straight in. Behind him, Night Owl followed like a shadow close at his heels. "My people, I'll bring in whoever I please." Fang Yuan's voice was calm, yet overbearing to the extreme. "Got a problem?" Inside the room was dim. A tall man with a massive golden hook in place of his left hand and a vicious scar running across his face sat on an enormous sofa, his back to the door. He slowly turned his head, his hawk-sharp eyes locking tightly onto Fang Yuan. A sky-high murderous intent and savage ferocity like a tangible sandstorm swept through the entire room in an instant. The warlord of the sea, sand crocodile. Yet confronting this terrifying aura, enough to make an ordinary person piss their pants on the spot, Fang Yuan did not even raise an eyelid. He glanced around the room, and finally his gaze landed on Crocodile, sizing him up from head to toe. Then he curled his lip and said something that sent the room's temperature plunging to freezing point. "So you're Crocodile. You look not all that impressive." "What did you say?" Crocodile's voice seemed to be squeezed out from the depths of hell, every word carrying shards of ice. Boom. A terrifying aura visible to the naked eye erupted from him with explosive force. The entire VIP room shook violently. The expensive murals on the walls cracked instantly, and the crystal chandelier overhead rattled as debris rained down. Even more horrifying was the sand in the room. The desert sand that had been mere decoration now seemed to come alive, transforming into frenzied tornadoes that shrieked sharply, engulfing the entire room in a deadly sea of sand. This was the wrath of a warlord of the sea. The power of the Logia-type sand fruit. At the doorway, Nico, Robin's face turned deathly pale in an instant. She felt like a fragile leaf in a violent storm, on the verge of being torn to shreds by the terrifying sandstorm at any moment. She instinctively tried to step back, but her legs refused to obey. Yuta was even more frightened. Her small face turned pale as she clung desperately to Fang Yuan's clothes, her body trembling like a leaf in the wind. Yet Fang Yuan, standing at the very center of the storm, did not even raise an eyebrow. The sandstorm that could easily shred steel upon approaching within 1 meter of his body was diverted to both sides, as if striking an invisible barrier. Let alone harming him, it could not even lift the hem of his clothes. Fang Yuan ignored Crocodile's eyes, which were nearly blazing with fury, and also ignored the apocalyptic scene around him. Still holding Yuta's hand, he nonchalantly walked to the sofa across from Crocodile and sat down. Then he released Yuta and plopped himself onto the seat. His movements were as casual as if he were returning to his own home. "Sit." Fang Yuan even patted the sofa beside him, gesturing for Yuta and the Night Owl to sit as well. That single action sent Crocodile's fury surging to a whole new level. This man dared to ignore him. He actually dared to act so arrogant in his own territory, right in the middle of his fully unleashed aura. "You're looking for death." Crocodile was thoroughly enraged. He abruptly rose from the sofa, the golden hook on his right hand gleaming with a sinister cold light. His body had already begun to elementalize as he prepared to strike directly. He would make this arrogant bastard understand what true fear meant. But just as he was about to make his move, Fang Yuan moved. Without even looking at Crocodile, he extended his fingers and picked up a blank slip of paper from the table nearby, along with a pen. Scratch, scratch. He leisurely wrote 2 characters on the paper. Then he flicked his finger. The featherlight slip of paper, as if it had eyes of its own, ignored the raging sand currents and flew with pinpoint precision directly in front of Crocodile. "Take a look at this first." Fang Yuan's voice remained as calm as ever. "Read it, then decide whether to act." Crocodile's movement abruptly stopped. He stared fixedly at Fang Yuan, the murderous intent in his eyes nearly crystallizing into physical form. He could not comprehend how anyone in this world dared to speak to him in such a manner. He let out a cold snort and snatched the paper. In his view, this was merely the other party putting on a pretentious show before a desperate last struggle. No matter what was written, this man had to die today. Crocodile glanced at the slip of paper with utter disdain. But it was that very glance. His pupils abruptly shrank to the size of pinpricks. The fury, disdain, and murderous intent on his face, every single expression, froze solid in that instant. Replacing them was an unprecedented shock, a fear that came from the very depths of his soul. On the paper, written clearly in 2 Chinese characters, were the words, Pluton. Boom. Those 2 words detonated like twin nuclear bombs inside Crocodile's mind. He felt as if his very heart had skipped a beat. Pluton. The ancient weapon Pluton. This was his ultimate goal, the one he had schemed for years in Alabasta, sparing no expense to obtain. This was his greatest secret, the very core of his ambition. In this world, no third person should possibly know, except himself and that damn Nico Robin. But now, this secret had been casually written on a piece of paper and tossed before him. At this moment, Crocodile felt like a man stripped naked, standing bare before Feng Yuan, every secret and every disguise peeled away without a trace. You? Crocodile's lips began to tremble. He raised his head, and for the first time those hawk-like eyes revealed a look of utmost horror and despair. Who, in the hell, are you? He forced out the words one by one through gritted teeth. Along with his roar, the sandstorm in the entire room spiraled completely out of control. Countless sands crazily converged toward him. His entire body trembled violently as overwhelming killing intent erupted without reservation, 10 times more terrifying than before. He was genuinely intent on murder. No matter who this man was, no matter how he had learned this secret, today he had to die right here. This secret absolutely could not be known by a third person. The air in the room seemed to have been completely sucked dry. Nico Robin had completely lost her composure. Staring at that calm, carefree man, only one thought remained in her mind. Madman. This guy is an absolute madman through and through. He actually dared to provoke the bottom line of a warlord of the sea in this way. He was playing with fire, yet facing Crocodile's overwhelming murderous intent capable of obliterating an entire city. Feng Yuan smiled. He smiled with great delight. He leaned back leisurely against the sofa, crossing his legs in the most relaxed posture imaginable. Who I am doesn't matter. His voice carried a hint of amusement. What matters is. As he spoke, Feng Yuan reached into his robe and slowly drew out an object. It was a devil fruit. A devil fruit with a dark crimson body, its surface covered in dragon scale patterns, radiating an incomparably ancient and fiercely primordial aura. It was the Zoan type ancient Zoan dragon fruit, Tyrannosaurus, form Titanic strength variant. The moment the fruit appeared, the temperature in the room seemed to rise by several degrees. Crocodile's gaze was instantly drawn to it. He could sense it. He could sense the devastating, world-shaking power contained within that fruit. It was a destructive force far more violent and far more pure than his sand fruit. His breathing turned ragged in an instant. Greed. Endless greed instantly overwhelmed the murderous intent and fear within him. He stared at the fruit, his eyes turning bloodshot. Feng Yuan tossed the Tyrannosaurus fruit onto the table before him as carelessly as if it were trash. The fruit rolled twice across the tabletop before coming to a stop. The primordial aura became even more distinct. Feng Yuan raised his eyelids and looked at the utterly unhinged Crocodile across from him. The curve at the corner of his mouth turned colder and even more ruthless. This little toy of mine. Will you buy it, or will you not? Crocodile's pupils were riveted upon that devil fruit lying on the table. That fruit. A fruit veiled in dragon scale-like patterns, exuding a primeval aura. For a single instant his mind ground to a halt. The towering murderous intent within him, the moment it caught sight of that fruit, was quenched as though doused from head to toe with a basin of ice water. In its place surged an endless crazed avarice that threatened to rupture his chest. He could sense it. He could sense it with unmistakable clarity. How terrible, how ferocious was the force imprisoned within this fruit. It was a pure primal might of destruction sufficient to shred everything in its path. If he could obtain this fruit and have his most trusted subordinates eat it. No, it was to have the most elite warriors of the Utopia Legion he had established consume it. A legion made up entirely of ancient Zoan Tyrannosaurus Rex ability users. What a nightmarish vision that would be. Never mind a paltry kingdom like Alabasta. Even the marine headquarters. Even those 4 emperors of the sea enthroned upon high. He, Crocodile, would dare to charge at them. His ambition. The plans he had harbored in secret for years. At this very moment, they seemed to have found the most perfect catalyst. He could vault to the heavens in a single bound. Crocodile's breathing turned distressingly coarse like a beast on the verge of death. He stared at that fruit with unwavering intensity, his eyes blood-streaked, as if he could swallow it whole with his gaze. Thud. The pricey cigar clenched between his teeth slid from the corner of his lips and fell upon the lavish carpet. Yet he remained utterly unaware. The sandstorm in the room had already subsided somewhere along the way. It was not that he had withdrawn his power of his own will. Rather, every fiber of his mind, every shred of his will had been wholly sucked away by that fruit on the table. Not a single strand of energy remained for him to maintain his rage. Defeated, he knew that from the instant the other party produced that fruit, he had already lost. utterly and absolutely defeated. The initiative in this contest had completely changed hands. No longer was he the lofty warlord of the sea, no longer the king of sand, who commanded everything. He was nothing more than a supplicant, a pitiable wretch yearning for a beloved toy. Nico Robin, standing at the doorway, watched this scene. Her heart nearly ceased to beat. She looked at Crocodile, a soul completely hollowed out, devoured whole by greed, and then at the man lounging on the sofa, so calm and untroubled as though every single thing in the world lay within his palm. For the first time a chill surged from the depths of her soul. This man named Fang Yuan. He was not trading with Crocodile. He was playing with people's hearts. He had seized Crocodile's greatest vulnerability with surgical precision, his ambition, and then with a commodity the other was utterly powerless to refuse. He had this notoriously ferocious warlord of the sea dancing in the palm of his hand, with effortless ease. Utterly terrifying. The depths of this man's mind were more horrifying than the deep sea itself. Crocodile swallowed with effort, his throat so parched it seemed about to burst into flames. He slowly raised his head. In those hawk-like eyes none of the former ferocity and bloodthirst remained. Only a longing that bordered on desperate abjection. His voice, strained by extreme agitation and nervousness, had turned hoarse beyond measure, carrying even a faint tremble. You? What do you want? The instant the question left his mouth, Crocodile felt his entire body drained of strength. He knew that he had been reduced to the passive party in this transaction. From this point forward, he could only be at the other's mercy. Fang Yuan smiled at the question. The smile upon his face was saturated with satisfaction and amusement, like an artist beholding his most flawless masterpiece. He slowly reclined on the sofa, indolent and poised, yet radiating an authority that allowed no contradiction. He raised 3 fingers. His motions were slow. Every single gesture landed like a heavy hammer upon Crocodile's heart. My conditions are very simple. Fang Yuan's voice, neither hurried nor halting, echoed clearly through the death-still room. Hear me well. First, Fang Yuan raised his first finger. 3 billion berries in cash. I want to lay eyes on that money before I leave Alabasta. Not a single berry less. Hiss. Both Crocodile and Nico Robin sharply drew in a breath at the same time. 3 billion berries. In cash. This was sheer highway robbery. It was practically the entire pile of wealth Crocodile had raked in through Baroque works over the years. This man, with a single opening remark, intended to strip him clean. Crocodile's face instantly turned incomparably ugly, his fists clenched until they crackled. But when his gaze once more landed on that Tyrannosaurus fruit, all his fury was forcibly swallowed down. Money lost could be earned again. But this fruit, once missed, it would never appear again. Grinding his teeth, he forced out one word from between them. Fine. The smile on Fang Yuan's face deepened. He raised his second finger. Second, I want the material used to make the golden hook on your left hand. Whatever it is, I want precisely that, the original. And a small vial of the sand from the very core of your body. The instant this condition was declared, Crocodile was utterly flabbergasted. What in the world? The hook's material. Sand from his body's core. What sort of chaotic, jumbled demands were these? He could not comprehend them in the least. His first instinct was that the other man was humiliating him. The golden hook was Crocodile's very emblem, and the sand at his body's core was the origin of his sand fruit ability. To surrender these was no different from revealing his secrets to the other. His face darkened until it seemed about to ooze water. What is the meaning of this? Fang Yuan, however, did not even deign to explain. He merely cast him an indifferent glance. All you need to answer is give or not give. My workshop of all things takes great delight in all manner of intriguing materials. Workshop of all things. Materials. At those 2 words, Crocodile's heart gave a violent spasm. He suddenly understood something. Fear. A fear far more overwhelming than before seized him in an instant. This man. Could he be? Crocodile dared not continue that thought. He could feel his back already drenched in cold sweat. He stared hard at Fang Yuan, wrestling internally for a full dozen or more seconds, and at last squeezed out a single word from between his teeth. I'll give it. Fang Yuan nodded with satisfaction. Then he raised his third finger. The atmosphere of the entire room in that instant congealed into the utmost solemnity. Crocodile's heart, too, climbed into his throat. He knew it. This third condition was absolutely the most pivotal of all. Fang Yuan's gaze slowly moved away from Crocodile, and with a look laden with meaning came to rest upon Nico Robin, who stood nearby, her body already completely stiff. Then the arc of his lips grew icy and merciless. Third. He paused, and then spoke word by word. I want you to have her take me to the burial temple beneath the royal palace. I want to see with my own eyes that stone which records the location of the ancient weapon Pluton. The poneglyph. The moment the words poneglyph were spoken, Crocodile's expression completely changed. You're courting death. He roared, and the sand throughout the room erupted instantly, forming a sand wave that rushed toward Fang Yuan. This time he truly meant to kill. Nico Robin, who was standing at the doorway, was blown away by the shockwave slamming against the wall, and spitting out a mouthful of blood. She watched Fang Yuan being swallowed by the sandstorm, thinking this madman was finished. Crocodile's eyes turned crimson, his face twisted in rage. The poneglyph is mine. Pluton is also mine. What right do you have? He went wild, his golden hook tearing through the air as he thrust it straight for Fang Yuan's heart. However, Fang Yuan merely said coldly, "Shut up." Slowly he reached out and picked up the Tyrannosaurus fruit from the table just before the golden hook could reach him. His movements were so casual, as if Crocodile's attack didn't exist at all. "Since we can't come to an agreement." Fang Yuan tucked the fruit into his coat, stood up from the sofa, and brushed off his clothes. "Then forget it." Having said that, he didn't even bother glancing at Crocodile again, and turned to leave. This attitude made Crocodile, who had already closed in on him, freeze mid-step. He was bewildered. What was this guy doing? Wasn't he afraid of death? He had already gone all out with lethal intent, yet he was just leaving. "Stop!" Crocodile roared instinctively. Fang Yuan stopped, but didn't turn around. He merely tilted his head and cast a glance at him, as if looking at a fool. "Anything else? You think this is some place you can just walk in and walk out at will?" Crocodile's fury rose again. "Leave the fruit behind. Otherwise none of you three will leave here alive today." He thought this threat would frighten the other party. Instead, Fang Yuan merely chuckled softly. The laughter was full of mockery. "Leave it." Fang Yuan finally turned around, looking at Crocodile once more, his gaze as if observing a clown. "You dare touch what belongs to me." Without giving Crocodile a chance to react, he continued speaking. "I was going to do business with you, but I suppose I overestimated myself. Never mind this fruit." Fang Yuan stroked his chin as if contemplating. "I should be able to get a decent price selling it to the Marines. Smoker may be weak, but there are always those among the Marines who know quality. Or perhaps..." A smirk curved Fang Yuan's lips, "selling it to Whitebeard. I hear he's very interested in someone like you, a warlord who plays dirty tricks behind people's backs. And incidentally..." Fang Yuan's voice was quiet, yet it stabbed into Crocodile's heart like a blade. "Include your paradise plan as a bonus and sell it all together. What do you say?" Crocodile froze entirely in place. The anger and killing intent on his face vanished, instantly replaced by a terror that penetrated to his very bones. Whitebeard, the Marines, the Paradise Plan. These words struck him like heavy hammers. An image immediately formed in his mind. The plan exposed the Marines' Buster Call fleet descending like a tidal wave, and the commanders of the Whitebeard pirates reducing Alabasta to flat ruins. And he himself would become an enemy of the world, hunted to the ends of the earth, dying without even a grave. No. Cold sweat instantly soaked his expensive suit. Looking at Fang Yuan's face with that amused smile, he felt for the first time what it meant to stand before a devil. This guy had never intended a fair deal from the beginning. He was threatening him, using his greatest secret and his most feared enemies to openly threaten him. He wanted to resist, to roar, to tear this bastard apart. But he dared not. He couldn't afford to gamble. Pride and dignity were worthless before a future where both the Marines and the Yonko pursued him. Crocodile's body began to tremble, his teeth grinding together, his lips bitten until they bled. The sandstorm in the room had long subsided. Finally, just as Fang Yuan's patience was nearly exhausted, and he was about to truly leave, Crocodile's hoarse voice squeezed out word by word from between his teeth. "Deal." These two words drained all his strength. After speaking them, he collapsed onto the sofa like a puppet with cut strings, his face left with nothing but ashen gray. The curve of Fang Yuan's mouth grew wider. He walked back to the table and threw the Tyrannosaurus fruit back onto it, as casually as discarding trash. Then he held out his hand. "The goods." Crocodile's body trembled, but ultimately he yielded. With trembling hands, he removed his golden hook and poured out some golden powder. He then extended his right hand, and a wisp of golden sand condensed from his palm into a small pile. Fang Yuan didn't even look and directly collected these materials. Next, Crocodile took out a checkbook from his coat, and with shaking hands wrote a string of zeros on it. 3 billion berries. He tore off the check and threw it onto the table. Fang Yuan picked up the check, gave it a slight blow, and pocketed it with satisfaction. "Pleasure doing business." Fang Yuan smiled, and with Yuta and Night Owl turned toward the door. Just as he was about to exit, his steps paused, as if remembering something. He didn't turn around, but left a casually spoken remark. "By the way, I forgot to tell you. That Straw Hat Kid Monkey D. Luffy has also arrived in this country. Good luck to you." With that, Fang Yuan's figure disappeared completely. In the room, only Crocodile remained collapsed on the sofa, his face ashen. When he heard the name Monkey D. Luffy, his body stiffened suddenly. The next instant, a fury and killing intent 10 times more terrifying than before erupted from his eyes, his face turning black as a rock bottom. "Straw Hat Kid." Fang Yuan. A jet of blood erupted suddenly from his mouth. Fang Yuan walked out through the main entrance of the Rain Banquet Casino. Behind him, Yi Xiao and Yuta hurried to catch up. Yuta's little face was still deathly pale. That earth-shattering sandstorm and Crocodile's man-eating glare had nearly scared her to death. The way she looked at Fang Yuan now contained something more than fear. This man was far too terrifying. He had not been bargaining with a person, he had been toying with the soul of a warlord of the sea. Yi Xiao was still shaking the cold sweat on his back, not yet dry. Now he finally understood why his master had never taken Crocodile seriously from the very start. Before his master, the so-called warlord of the sea, was really no different from a clown. Only Fang Yuan remained as calm as if he had simply stepped out for a stroll to the supermarket. He even had the leisure to look up at the sky of Alabasta shrouded in yellow sand. Let's go home, Fang Yuan said lightly, and led the two toward the secret harbor where the Xuanwu was moored. Back inside the Xuanwu's command room, the oppressive atmosphere finally began to ease. Master. A voice laced with a mechanical timbre directly resounded in Fang Yuan's mind. The Xuanwu. That sandman outside had a terrifying aura. Want me to blast him to smithereens? Fang Yuan smiled. No need. He is now our premium client, and we still have to rely on him to send us money in the future. After saying this, Fang Yuan sat down in the commander's seat, and the leisurely expression on his face instantly vanished. What took its place was an icy absolute focus. He closed his eyes, his consciousness sinking directly into the system space. Time to take stock of this trip's spoils. This was his true purpose in coming to Alabasta. At Fang Yuan's mere thought, a series of crisp system chimes erupted wildly in his mind like firecrackers. Ding. Successfully scraped the concept core sandification rare from the golden hook powder of Crocodile, the Sand Crocodile, and one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Ding. Obtained special template high purity memory gold epic. Ding. Obtained special item Alabasta Royal Mausoleum map with access permissions. Ding. Obtained belly 3 billion. At last, the corners of Fang Yuan's mouth began to curl up violently. This was it. This was exactly what he wanted. 3 billion belly was no more than a string of numbers to him, a tool to achieve his goals. What genuinely excited him were the first 3 items, especially the first one. Concept core sandification rare. Effect description: an extremely special concept that can be fused into the core of a non-living object or a living warship. It grants the target a portion of Logia-type characteristics, enabling the core region to assume an elemental state, making it immune to the vast majority of physical attacks, and allowing it to manipulate elements matching the core's attribute. Holy crap! Even Fang Yuan could not help cursing inwardly when he read this description. This thing was simply beyond reason. Didn't this mean that in the future the things he created, even without being devil fruit users, could possess abilities similar to Logia? Exactly. For instance, if he fused this concept into the core of an ordinary steel warship, then that warship could sandify its own core engine. Even if cannonballs punched through the hull, as long as the core was unharmed, it could reassemble itself from sand. This was practically inserting an immortality bug into his creations. What a monumental score. A complete and utter jackpot. If that fool Crocodile ever learned that his most valuable possession had been scraped away as a little powder, he would probably be so enraged that he'd vomit another 3 liters of blood on the spot. Fang Yuan forced down his wild excitement and turned to the second reward. Template high purity memory gold epic. Effect description: a legendary metal with near-perfect information carrying and storage capacity. It is the ultimate medium for recording complex blueprints, historical texts, and even abstract concepts. A treasure. Fang Yuan's eyes gleamed. This thing was practically tailor-made for him. His mind held countless blueprints and countless devil fruit synthesis formulas, which he previously could only rely on his brain to remember. Now with this memory gold, he could inscribe all of that onto it and forge it into a portable database. He could even use it to make rubbings of any poneglyph he acquired in the future. Absolutely perfect. As for the third item, the Alabasta Royal Mausoleum map, it was even more of a heavyweight. It was equivalent to directly handing him a key to the secret of the ancient weapon Pluton. Although he had little interest in Pluton itself, he was fully determined to obtain that poneglyph. What a rush! Fang Yuan couldn't help shouting in his heart. This journey to Alabasta had yielded far more than he had imagined. Not only had he completely turned Crocodile, that warlord of the sea, into his own ATM and intelligence network, but he had also obtained so many top-grade materials. This was a masterstroke that maxed out the game. Fang Yuan slowly opened his eyes, a gleam of sharpness flashing past. He drew the 3 billion belly check from his chest and casually tossed it to Yi Xiao, who stood nearby. Yi Xiao caught it, instinctively looked down, and nearly popped his eyes out. 3 billion. In all his years he had never seen so many zeros. The master just tossed it to me so carelessly. Master this. Yi Xiao's voice began to tremble. Fang Yuan waved his hand, his tone calm, but carrying an indisputable command. This money is the initial seed capital for the All Things Workshop. Starting today, you will be in charge of the workshop's procurement department. Crocodile's Baroque works now belongs to us. I will give you a list. Use their intelligence network and channels to acquire every material on that list across the globe. If the money runs out, ask our premium client Crocodile for more. Remember, no matter the cost, no matter whose hands it's in, you must get me everything I want. Buy it if you can. If you can't. Fang Yuan paused, a cold arc curling at the corner of his mouth. Then take it by force. Boom. Yi Zhao's mind buzzed. He stared at Fang Yuan, his heart slamming. He understood. His master was going to spread his power across the entire world. Baroque works. The underground emperor that had cast a shadow over the first half of the Grand Line was now merely a tool in his master's hands. What boldness! What ambition! Yes, master. Yi Zhao knelt on one knee, holding the check as heavy as a mountain in both hands. His voice turned incredibly hoarse from sheer excitement and fervor. He knew that from this day on, a massive organization capable of overturning the entire world had been formally proclaimed, and he would be a founding elder of this organization. Fang Yuan nodded with satisfaction. He leaned back in his chair, gazing at the boundless deep sea outside the porthole, his heart full of lofty ambition. All Things Workshop. From today, global expansion officially begins. He could already imagine a near future in which rare materials from around the world would converge in his hands like a tide, and he would use those materials to create one monster after another, enough to make the world tremble. However, just as Fang Yuan was drawing up his magnificent blueprint for the future, a shout of extreme tension and shock abruptly interrupted his thoughts. Fang Yuan. Look, it was Yuta. She had been at the monitoring console all along. Now her eyes were wide and a trembling finger pointed at one of the screens. What was displayed on the screen was exactly the waters near Alyabarna, the capital of Alabasta. Fang Yuan frowned and cast a glance over. On the screen, a small boat flying a straw hat Jolly Roger was fleeing in wild panic. And behind them, more than a dozen marine warships were giving furious chase, cannons blazing. On the lead warship, a familiar figure was clenching 2 cigars between his teeth, his face as dark as the bottom of a pot. It was Marine Captain Smoker. Yuta's voice was choked with tears as she pointed at a straw-hatted figure on the small boat and cried out, It's Luffy and the others. They seem to be being hunted by the Marines. It's Luffy and the others. They're being hunted down by the Marines. There was a tremor and panic in Yuta's voice, a fear she herself hadn't noticed. Although Fang Yuan had forcibly sculpted her into a new life, the memories of her childhood would not vanish because of that. Luffy, the boy in the straw hat whose smile was like the sun, was one of the few people she could genuinely call a friend. Now, watching her friend chased and intercepted by over a dozen warships amid thunderous cannon fire, how could she not be frantic? Fang Yuan. Yuta spun around sharply, her large eyes filled with pleading. Please help them. They'll be killed. The Xuanwu is so powerful. If you make a move, you can definitely. However, before she could finish, Fang Yuan cut her off with an indifferent look. Fang Yuan remained in the commander's seat without even changing his posture. He calmly watched the chaotic chase unfolding on the screen, his eyes utterly unruffled, as if he were watching a movie whose ending he already knew. Help them. A playful curve tugged at the corner of Fang Yuan's mouth. Why should I help? Why? Yuta froze, completely unable to comprehend his indifference. They're my friends. And they look like they're about to fall. On the screen, the Going Merry was veering frantically through the cannon fire, narrowly escaping one shell after another, black smoke already rising from its hull. Zoro and Sanji were fighting desperately to hold off the Marines, but against a Logia-type ability user like Smoker, they could not gain any real advantage. Luffy himself was tightly bound by Smoker's smoke body, and more than once he was nearly caught by the Seastone Jit. The entire battlefield was teetering on the brink of collapse. Fang Yuan, however, only shook his head and smiled. That smile sent an inexplicable chill through Yuta's heart. Yuta, when looking at things, you cannot merely look at the surface. He raised a finger and tapped lightly on the console in front of him, pulling up another image. It was a massive real-time dynamic map that covered the entire kingdom of Alabasta. On the map, several points of light were moving at different speeds. One was the Straw Hat Light, representing Luffy and his group. One was the Marine Light, representing Smoker. Another was the Warlord of the Sea Light, representing Crocodile, located in the capital Alyabarna. Above all those lights, a faintly glowing point representing Fang Yuan himself hovered silently, overlooking everything. Do you see? Fang Yuan's voice carried a serene detachment that saw through everything. This is not a chase. This is a play I arranged long ago. Whether that boy in the straw hat, that Marine who wields smoke, or even that sand crocodile hiding in the capital and thinking himself the Oriole behind the mantis. Fang Yuan paused, and the curve of his mouth turned cold and cruel. They are nothing more than pieces on my chessboard. Boom. Yuta's mind buzzed, and in an instant it went completely blank. Pieces. A play. She stared blankly at Fang Yuan, then at the map. At last she understood what Fang Yuan had meant earlier by premium clients. He had never regarded Crocodile as an equal trading partner. From start to finish, that arrogant warlord was merely a tool he used to advance the plot and accomplish some goal. Why? Yuta's voice was trembling. What exactly do you intend to do? Do what? Fang Yuan smiled, his gaze returning to the monitoring screen. On the screen, Luffy was using all his strength to blast Smoker away with a gum-gum bazooka, buying his companions a precious chance to catch their breath. Why, to make my material even more perfect, of course. Fong Yuan's gaze was like that of the most exacting craftsman examining an unfinished work of art. You see, that marine named Smoker, his smoke fruit, is quite good. But his will is too weak and his pride too high. He needs polishing. That sand crocodile, his ambition and his plans are excellent nourishment. But that alone isn't enough. I need him to catalyze emotions like rage, resentment, and despair to their absolute limit. As for your friend Luffy. Fong Yuan's gaze settled on the Straw Hat boy who was panting heavily, yet still had resolute eyes. His eyes became unprecedentedly focused and fervent. He is the most crucial protagonist in this play of mine. He needs to grow to be angered to experience this country's despair with his own body, and then carrying everyone's hopes to defeat that sand crocodile. Only then can that most precious thing inside him be fully awakened. If I were to act now, wouldn't this play lose its charm? Fong Yuan's voice was soft, yet it struck Yuta's heart like a heavy hammer. She could no longer hold herself together. She looked at Fong Yuan's calm profile, and for the first time felt that the new life she had believed in might be merely leaping from one cage into another deeper and more terrifying abyss. This man was no demon. He was a creator. A ruthless creator who treated the entire world as his laboratory and every person as his experimental material. Just then the system notification quietly rang in Fong Yuan's mind. Ding. Key target Monkey D. Luffy detected. Template Human Common Grade. Concept Rubber Common Grade. Special Attribute Will of D. Mythic Grade. Locked. Seeing that final attribute, the corner of Fong Yuan's mouth curled upward irrepressibly. This was it. This was exactly what he wanted. The so-called gum-gum fruit was worthless in his eyes. What truly interested him was the legendary Will of D. Said to be capable of overthrowing the world government and creating miracles. It was a concept that stood above all devil fruits and all haki, the purest and most powerful. An ultimate force of the spirit. If he could extract this power and combine it with the giant strength obtained from the giant, the rage from the Tyrannosaurus Rex, and the world-class sharpness from Hawkeye's slash. What kind of monster could he create? The mere thought made Fong Yuan feel as if every drop of blood in his body had begun to boil. He watched the Straw Hat boy on the screen, tattered and weary, yet with eyes growing brighter, like an unmatched treasure that had yet to be mined. His gaze became incomparably greedy. Luffy, Luffy. Fong Yuan licked his slightly dry lips and murmured in a voice only he could hear. You must never let me down. Go wild to your heart's content. Fight to your heart's content. Once you have thoroughly ripened that fruit of crocodiles, I will come in person to harvest all my spoils of war, including. Fong Yuan's gaze grew deep and distant as if it pierced through the screen and looked directly into the depths of Luffy's soul. You're indestructible. Well, Fong Yuan's gaze became unfathomably deep. He watched the Straw Hat Kid on the screen still fighting desperately without retreat, as if gazing upon a peerless, uncut gem. And he was the only craftsman qualified to wield the knife. Fong Yuan. Beside him, Yuta's voice carried a tremor of confusion. She was still drowning in the immense impact of Fong Yuan's pawn theory. Looking at his profile, this man, though clearly right before her, felt more distant than the deep sea, more mysterious than the sky. She could not read him at all. Fong Yuan withdrew his gaze and slowly turned his head toward Yuta. Looking into the girl's eyes, at once fearful and curious, the icy air of all-penetrating detachment on his face quietly thawed. The play of Alabasta still needs a little more time to reach its climax, Fong Yuan said, his voice unusually gentle. Perfect. While we have this spare moment, I'll thoroughly solve your problem. My problem? Yuta was stunned. She instinctively touched her throat. She thought Fong Yuan was talking about her ability to sing. However, Fong Yuan shook his head. The first devil fruit I gave you was only a key, letting you control that power which had spiraled out of control. Fong Yuan stood up and walked toward the workshop deep inside the ship. But it cannot cure the root of your problem. The root of your problem is here. Fong Yuan raised a finger and tapped his temple. It is the nightmares that have entangled you for 12 years. The scars the Demon King called Tot Musica left deep in your soul. As long as this scar remains, you will never obtain true freedom. Yuta's body shook violently. Nightmares. Scars. Those two words pierced her heart like two sharp daggers. Yes, Fong Yuan was right. Although she could now control the power of the Song fruit, whenever the night grew still and she closed her eyes, the great fire of Elegia, those desperate cries, and the silhouette of Shanks walking away. These images would still play on repeat in her dreams like maggots clinging to bone, tormenting her, gnawing at her. Come, Fong Yuan's voice sounded. I'll give you a second gift. A gift that will allow you to finally have a truly peaceful sleep. Yuta followed Fong Yuan in a daze. Ye Xiao also silently followed. The three arrived together at the Xuanwu's very core, the synthesis workshop. This was where Fong Yuan created miracles. Standing before the massive synthesis table, his expression turned incomparably focused. With a thought, A colossal mass of energy, black as ink, yet radiating specks of starlight, appeared out of thin air above the synthesis table. This was the purest spiritual energy he had stripped from the Demon King, taught Musica. It contained supreme concepts such as spirit pollution and dream manifestation. Seeing this mass of energy, Yuta and Yexiao both felt their souls tremble. It was too terrifying. Just looking at it made them feel they were about to be sucked inside. Not enough. Fang Yuan shook his head. With a wave of his hand, 2 more items flew onto the synthesis table. One was a small mass of energy emitting a soft white glow, a seemingly insignificant concept Fang Yuan had stored away sound sleep. The other was a palm-sized butterfly specimen with wings covered in brilliant patterns like a starry sky. This is a dream-eating butterfly, Fang Yuan explained casually. A rare insect from the New World that feeds on living beings' nightmares. This was a top-tier material he had long ago ordered Yexiao to purchase at a high price from the black market through the channels of Baroque works. For today he had been prepared for a long time. All 3 materials were ready. Fang Yuan's eyes instantly blazed with fervor. He reached out and pressed his hand firmly on the synthesis table's start button. System. Use the dream-eating butterfly as the template. Forcibly fuse the 3 concepts: spiritual energy, dream manifestation, and sound sleep. Begin synthesis. Now. Ding. Warning. Warning. The system's prompt tone screamed wildly in his mind. Detected multiple legendary and mythic tier concepts are undergoing forced fusion. This synthesis has a 99% chance of producing a mythic tier mutation. Energy consumption will be enormous. Do you wish to continue? Continue. Fang Yuan confirmed without a moment's hesitation. Boom. The entire synthesis workshop was instantly flooded with a terror-inducing energy beyond description. The black spiritual energy and the white concept of sound sleep collided, tore, and merged in a frenzy. At the center of that energy, the dream-eating butterfly specimen was instantly broken down into primordial particles, then reassembled into an entirely new form. Light. Dazzling light erupted from the center of the synthesis table. Yuta and Yexiao instinctively shut their eyes. No one knew how long had passed. When the light faded, they finally dared to open their eyes slowly. Then they witnessed a scene they would never forget. The fruit was a dreamlike lavender purple shape like a soft fluffy cloud. Its surface gave off a gentle halo and a faint fragrance that made one drowsy at the mere sniff. It did not look like a fruit at all. It was more like an artwork from the divine realm. Ding. Congratulations, host. Synthesis successful. Obtain the world's only brand new devil fruit. Animal type mythical Zoan Baku. Fruit mental specialization. Ability description: the eater can transform into the legendary divine beast Baku that devours nightmares, enter others' dreams, and consume all negative spiritual energy, nightmares, and mental trauma. It can also transform the devoured nightmares into sweet dreams and feed them back to the host or others. It worked. A satisfied smile curved at the corner of Fang Yuan's mouth. He reached out, and the Baku fruit drifted lightly into his palm. Turning, he walked over to Yuta, who had been completely stunned into silence. He held the fruit in front of the girl. Eat it. Fang Yuan's voice was gentler than it had ever been. From now on, you are your own god. There is nothing left in this world that can hurt your dreams. Yuta stared blankly at Fang Yuan, then at the dreamlike fruit in his hand. Tears blurred her eyes without her realizing it. Without the slightest hesitation, she reached out with trembling hands, accepted the fruit, and took a deep bite. It melted the instant it entered her mouth. A warm, gentle energy flowed through her limbs and bones in an instant. The next second, bang! A puff of pink-purple smoke burst open. When the smoke cleared, the girl was gone from where she had stood. In her place was a tiny divine beast, half a meter tall, covered in soft purple fur with a long nose. Awkwardly endearing and utterly adorable. Mythical Zoan, the Baku. Yuta, or rather Yuta in Baku form, stood there dazed. She could feel it. She could feel it clearly. The darkness, fear, and guilt that had coiled in the depths of her soul for 12 years like venomous serpents and savage beasts. At this moment, an irresistible gentle force was devouring them bite by bite. Devoured. All of it was devoured. Her world was clearer than it had ever been. Her soul was lighter than it had ever been. It was like a person who had carried a 10,000 gene boulder for 12 years, suddenly casting off every burden. Freedom. She lunged at him. She threw herself into Fang Yuan's arms. Then, rising on tiptoe, she pressed her warm lips firmly to his. She reverted to human form. Tear tracks still marked the girl's face, but in her eyes bloomed a brilliant light never seen before. She looked at Fang Yuan, at the man who had given her a new life. All gratitude, all worship, all dependence, at this moment converged into the most primitive, purest impulse. The Xuanwu's cold mechanical voice roared frantically in Fang Yuan's mind with unprecedented urgency. The civil war has erupted in full scale. However, just at this moment of boundless tenderness, beep, 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 the entire Xuanwu suddenly erupted with a piercing, shrill, unprecedented alarm. Red warning lamps flickered frantically. Warning, warning. A massive scale concept cannonade is rapidly converging over the capital Alyabarna. The civil war has erupted in full force. These 6 icy words like 6 venom-tipped daggers stabbed into the hearts of everyone present. Beep, beep, beep. Aboard the Xuanwu red warning lights flashed wildly, and a piercing siren blared. Yuta had just managed to pull herself free from the dizzying bliss of that kiss, when in the next second the sudden alarm sent a violent jolt through her body. She whipped her head toward the largest monitoring screen. What it displayed was none other than Alyabarna, the royal capital of Alabasta. By now Alyabarna had fallen into utter chaos. Countless rebel soldiers' weapons raised surged toward the palace square like a tide. On every face was the glimmer of hope, the hope of finally seeing the light. They had come to negotiate with the king. Yet at that very moment a figure appeared atop the palace walls. The figure wore the king's robes and the king's hairstyle. It was none other than Alabasta's King Cobra. Yuta's heart instantly leapt into her throat. On the screen the king raised his hand high, then slashed it downward in one violent motion. Boom, boom, boom. In the next second, on the palace walls the cannons that had once served purely as ceremonial displays turned their muzzles in unison, aimed down at the defenseless civilians and rebel troops below. They opened fire. Countless shells trailing black smoke slammed into the crowd like hail. Explosion after explosion. The thunderous roar of the explosions could almost be heard through the screen. Blood, severed limbs, flames. In that instant the entire palace square was transformed into a living hell on earth. The rebels who had been brimming with hope only a moment before watched their expressions shift from bewilderment to shock to utter disbelief. In the end all of it became towering rage and hatred. The king attacked us. He deceived us. Kill him. Avenge our dead brothers. The furious roars shook the heavens. War had truly broken out. At that moment all of Alabasta was set ablaze. No. Yuta stared at the hellish scene on the screen, utterly dumbfounded. Her small face instantly turned deathly pale, drained of every trace of color. She shook her head desperately, tears streaming down like beads from a broken string. No, that's not the king. I've met him. He is not that kind of man. This is a conspiracy. It's that sand crocodile scheme. She spun around, and as if grasping at her final lifeline, clutched Fang Yuan's arm with desperate strength. Her voice had become shrill, sharpened by terror and grief. Fang Yuan, please, act now. Stop them. If this goes on, the whole country will be destroyed. Countless people will die. Please. Her nails were nearly digging into Fang Yuan's flesh from the force of her grip. She used every ounce of her strength to plead with the only man she could rely on. And yet, Fang Yuan simply watched the screen. He watched the burning city, the flowing blood, and the people crying out in despair. Not the slightest emotion crossed his face. If anything, the corner of his mouth curved into a cold, appreciative arc as though he were admiring a work of art. He slowly turned his head and looked at Yuta, her face streaked with tears. Then he gave a gentle shake of his head. No. A single word. Cold, curt, utterly devoid of feeling. Like a sledgehammer, it shattered the last shred of hope in Yuta's heart. Why? Yuta could no longer hold herself together. She released her grip, staggered back 2 steps, and stared at Fang Yuan, as if she were looking at a stranger, or a demon. Why? Those are flesh and blood people. They did nothing wrong. You clearly have the power to stop all this. Why won't you save them? Her voice was cracking into sobs and screams. But Fang Yuan merely watched her, his eyes as calm as a pool of stagnant water. Save them. Fang Yuan smiled. The smile sent a bone-deep chill through Yuta. Yuta, you need to understand one thing. I am not a hero. His voice sliced open the truth of this world with the precision and cruelty of a scalpel. If I act now, what do I gain? A nation's gratitude. The adoration of the common people. Fang Yuan shook his head, his eyes full of mockery. Those things are worthless. He raised a finger pointing at the battlefield on the screen that had already descended into madness. Look, the fire hasn't burned fiercely enough yet. The blood hasn't flowed enough yet. And that sand crocodile hiding behind the scenes, his rage, his anxiety, his despair, these emotions haven't accumulated deeply enough. The price I want. He can't afford it yet. Fang Yuan's voice was soft, yet like a demon's whisper it made Yuta's body tremble beyond her control. Only when all his plans have turned to ashes, when that straw hat boy has cornered him at the brink, when he has lost everything and become a defeated stray dog with nothing left. Only then will I appear on the stage as a savior. Only then will he willingly hand over the last and most valuable thing he still possesses. Act now. That would be letting him off far too easily. A cruel arc curled at the corner of Fang Yuan's mouth. Boom. Yuda's mind detonated. She stood frozen in place, her body cold, as if she had fallen into an icy abyss. She finally understood. She finally understood everything. This man had no heart at all. Country's civilians' lives. To him, they were all just bargaining chips to be weighed and counted. Everything he did served a single purpose: profit. Maximum profit. For that purpose, he could watch an entire nation be engulfed in flames, watch countless people die, and feel nothing at all. Because the more people died, the more desperate the nation became, and the higher the reward waiting for him at the end. Demon. He was a demon. Ah. From the screen, piercing screams, wails, and explosions mingled together like knives stabbing Yuda's eardrums. Fang Yuan frowned slightly. How noisy. He reached out and casually pressed a button on the console. ZZZT. In an instant, every sound vanished. The blood-soaked, fire-ravaged images on the screen became a silent pantomime. The stark contrast between motion and stillness made it all the more uncanny and terrifying. Fang Yuan turned around, no longer looking at the screen. He walked over to Yuda, who had been reduced to a hollow shell, and gently wiped the tears from her face. His gesture was so tender that the utterly ruthless man from a moment ago seemed like nothing but an illusion. Close your eyes. Fang Yuan's voice carried an authority that could not be refused. Don't look. Yuda closed her eyes instinctively, her body still trembling slightly. Sing me a song, Yuda. Fang Yuan's voice echoed softly through the deathly still command room. Use your new power, the strength that devours nightmares. Sing a requiem for this weeping country. A requiem. One that will make our merchandise. The corner of Fang Yuan's mouth curled into a deep, barely perceptible maddened arc. Mature faster. A requiem of accelerated maturation. Fang Yuan's voice, laced with magical temptation, whispered softly in Wu Ta's ear. Wu Ta's body suddenly stiffened. Gazing into Fang Yuan's unfathomable eyes, the last flicker of resistance within her heart crumbled completely. She understood. She could not resist. In the presence of this man, she was like a bird clenched in someone's palm, devoid even of the right to struggle. The young girl slowly closed her eyes, two streams of clear tears sliding down her cheeks. Then she parted her lips. An ethereal, melodious song tinged with an indescribable sorrow and loneliness drifted gently from her throat. This song had no physical form. It penetrated the thick hull of the Xuanwu like an invisible breeze, caressing the entire war-torn Arabasta. The soldiers locked in combat on the battlefield, the civilians wailing in fear. None of them heard this song. Yet within their hearts, despair, anger, sorrow. These negative emotions were infinitely amplified under the song's influence. The war grew even more brutal. Fang Yuan nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. This was the artwork he desired. A perfect tool, one who could adjust the flavor of his ingredients. No longer paying attention to Wu Ta, who had entered her singing trance, he turned to gaze at Yi Xiao, who had been silently standing behind him. Your turn. Fang Yuan's voice returned to its usual coldness. Go. Remember, your mission is not to fight. His fingers lightly tapped the screen, bringing up a person's profile. It was a man with a cold face, a shaved head, and a character carved into his body. Baroque Works Senior Agent Mr. One Das Bones. Your mission is retrieval. A hunter-like smile curled Fang Yuan's lips. Bring back our most valuable product. Yes, master. Without hesitation, Yi Xiao knelt on one knee and respectfully accepted the order. The next moment, his figure instantly dissolved into a mass of darkness, merging with the shadows of the cabin and vanishing without a trace. At the same time, in the Alyabarna district of Arabasta, fire had engulfed the entire city. And in one particular battlefield, the ferocity of the combat far exceeded anywhere else. Clang, clang, clang. The sharp sound of metal colliding came densely like a heavy rain. Zoro was covered in blood, his three swords spinning in an impenetrable dance, yet unable to even scratch his opponent's skin. Opposite him, Mr. One Das Bones watched with an expression of ease as though observing a clown. It's useless. Mr. One shook his head, his eyes filled with contempt. His arms had transformed into two gleaming razor-sharp blades. You cannot cut through steel. You are too weak. As soon as the words left his mouth, whoosh. Mr. One's figure vanished instantaneously. Helix blade. The next moment he appeared behind Zoro, his blade arms spinning like a high-speed drill, fiercely stabbing towards Zoro's chest. If this strike landed, Zoro would surely die. However, at this critical moment, lightning flashed through Zoro's mind. The breathing of all things. He closed his eyes. The entire world seemed to freeze in that instant. He could hear the breathing of rocks, the breathing of trees, and the breathing of this steel man before his eyes. Now was the moment. Ito Ryu Lion Song. Zoro's eyes snapped open and Wado Ikamanji in his hand transformed into a beam of white light, too fast for the naked eye, flashing from the scabbard in an instant. Fast. So fast it reached the extreme. Blood erupted into the air. The sinister grin on Mr. One's face instantly froze. He lowered his head in disbelief, gazing at the terrifying slash wound on his steel chest, capable of withstanding cannonballs, now split deep enough to expose bone. You? How could you? Before he could finish speaking, his body could no longer support him, and he crashed to the ground with a thunderous impact, kicking up clouds of dust. Meanwhile, on the other side, Zoro had also reached his limit. Executing this move beyond his limits had drained his final reserves of strength. His body swayed, and the sword from his grasp clattered to the ground. He collapsed as well, losing consciousness completely. Both sides had been devastated. Nearby, other agents of Baroque Works were stunned by the sight. Their strongest assassin, Mr. One, had actually lost. However, just as everyone's attention was drawn to this earth-shaking battle, no one noticed. A ghostly shadow had silently appeared at the edge of the battlefield without anyone realizing it. Yi Xiao had arrived. Like the most patient hunter, he lay concealed within the shadows, watching Zoro and Mr. One fight to the death. There was no expression on his face. His master's command was retrieval. Therefore, the product must not sustain excessive damage. Now the timing was perfect. Yi Xiao's gaze fell upon the unconscious Mr. One. A hint of eerie dark light flashed in his eyes. An invisible, yet suffocatingly powerful mental shockwave erupted instantly. This psychic assault was not aimed at any person. It had only one target. That was Mr. One's will, already on the verge of collapse. Ugh! The unconscious Mr. One's body convulsed violently, then went completely still. Even the last trace of resistance was completely erased. Done. Yi Xiao stepped out from the shadows. He ignored the stupefied Baroque Works agents around him and didn't even glance at Zoro lying nearby. He walked directly to Mr. One's side. Then, dragging him like a dead dog, he seized Mr. One by the leg and turned to leave. The entire process was seamless and efficient. Hey, who are you? Put down Mr. Daz immediately. Finally, an agent reacted and roared at Yi Xiao's retreating figure. However, Yi Xiao couldn't be bothered to turn his head. His figure flickered several times before merging into the distant shadows, once more vanishing completely, leaving behind a group of Baroque Works members exchanging bewildered glances, completely unable to comprehend what had just occurred. A few minutes later, in the Xuanwu's command room, thud, a dull sound echoed. A bald man covered in blood was thrown onto the cold floor like trash by Yi Xiao. It was none other than Mr. One Daz Bones. Wu Ta's singing came to an abrupt halt. She stared in terror at the unconscious man on the ground and instinctively took 2 steps backward. Fang Yuan slowly rose from the commander's chair. He approached Mr. One and looked down upon this trophy from above. His foot gently kicked Mr. One's body. Clang. A crisp metallic sound resonated. Detected rare level ability user. Template human rare level. Concept Swift/Epic Full Body Blade Transformation Epic Live Concept Extraction available with 95 success rate. Execute. The system's prompt sounded precisely as expected within Fang Yuan's mind. An extremely satisfied smile spread across his face. This was exactly what he wanted. The Swift/Fruit. A perfect material that could transform his entire body into blades. As long as he extracted this concept and integrated it into the Xuanwu, what kind of war behemoth would his Xuanwu become? A mobile fortress covered in indestructible blades capable of tearing any enemy into pieces? Just the thought alone filled him with excitement. Fang Yuan withdrew his foot, looking down at the man on the ground who had completely lost his value, his eyes filled with a creator-like indifference and greed. Impressive full-body blades. Fang Yuan spoke calmly, his voice carrying an unmistakable fervor. After dismantling it, my Xuanwu can undergo another weapon upgrade. After the decomposition, my Xuanwu can undergo another round of weapon upgrades. A cold, sharp curve crept onto the corner of Fang Yuan's lips. He couldn't be bothered to spare the dead dog on the ground another glance. He merely uttered 2 words faintly into the air. Surgery. Ding. Command confirmed. Commencing live concept stripping of target Des Bones. Stripping in progress. 1. 15. 50. A cold system notification reverberated in his mind. Fang Yuan didn't even bother to look. He turned around and walked back to his commander's seat. For him, a material of Mr. One's caliber no longer held much appeal. He waved his hand casually. The largest surveillance screen before him switched images in an instant. What it displayed was no longer the chaotic battlefield of Albana. Rather, it was a resplendent underground casino steeped in a murderous air. Crocodile's stronghold reigned dinners. And at this very moment, a one-sided battle was unfolding within. Rubber, rubber. A bedraggled straw hat boy soaked through was gasping in great heaving breaths. His fists, like a relentless downpour, hammered into the composed man across from him. A man with a cigar clamped between his teeth. It was Luffy. He had finally found Crocodile. But reality had just dealt him the cruelest blow. All of his attacks, whether Gum Gatling or Gum Bazooka, evaporated into nothing the instant they passed through Crocodile's body. That man was like an untouchable wisp of sand. Useless. Crocodile didn't even deign to shift his weight. He merely looked down with contempt at the wheezing boy before him, a mocking smirk tugging at his lips. Kid, your attacks aren't even fit to scratch an itch. This is the insurmountable gap between you and me. Logia types are invincible. Crocodile thrust out his hand, fingers sprawled wide. Sandstorm. Whoosh. A violent torrent of sand erupted from his palms, spiraling into a colossal tornado that brutally sucked Luffy in. Gaia. Luffy let out an agonizing scream. He could feel all the moisture in his body being crazily drained by the ghastly sand. His skin was parching. His body was withering. Thud. Crocodile waved his hand, and the sandstorm dispersed. Luffy crashed to the ground like a strip of torn cloth, his body nearly a dried corpse. Damn it. Luffy struggled, fighting to push himself off the ground. His eyes still held not an ounce of surrender. I will send you flying. Oh. A cruel flicker passed through Crocodile's eyes. The mouth on your straw hat. He sauntered up to Luffy, looking down at him from on high. Since you're so eager to die, I'll grant you that wish. The instant those words left his mouth, the gilded hook on his left hand descended without remorse, stabbing down viciously. Squelch. A dull, meaty thud of metal-piercing flesh. The golden hook punched straight through Luffy's chest. Blood dyed the earth crimson in an instant. G.H. Luffy's pupils contracted violently. He lowered his head, gazing in disbelief at the golden hook protruding from his body. The strength in his limbs was fading at terrifying speed. Consciousness, too, was becoming clouded. It's over. Crocodile's voice was cold, carrying not a trace of emotion. He abruptly yanked upward. Luffy's body was hoisted high into the air, then hurled ruthlessly into a quicksand pit prepared long ago. Sleep well. Crocodile watched Luffy's body being swallowed bit by the quicksand, and a victor's sneer spread across his face. In your next life, remember not to be so naive. The quicksand soon swallowed Luffy's neck, his mouth, his eyes. Finally, even his iconic straw hat disappeared completely beneath the sea of sand. The entire world was cast into darkness. Luffy's vital signs on the surveillance screen plummeted rapidly. 90, 50, 10, nearly hitting 0. In the command room, Yuta, seeing this, had already covered her mouth in terror, trembling uncontrollably. Dead. Luffy was dead. She instinctively looked to Fong Yuan, wanting to plead. However, she discovered that Fong Yuan's expression hadn't changed in the slightest. He just calmly stared at the screen, calmly watched the light that signified Luffy serving on the verge of extinguishing, as if what was dying wasn't a person but an ant. A sudden change burst forth. Ding. A system notification, unheralded, impossibly shrill, even vibrating, with a quiver, detonated without the slightest warning in Fong Yuan's mind. This sound was unlike any before it. It was no longer an icy mechanical chime. Instead, it carried an intense, awestruck zeal, as if it had discovered a divine miracle. Warning. Warning. A myth-grade abstract concept has been detected. The vital signs of target Monkey D. Luffy are about to vanish. His soul core is erupting with an exceptionally pure will of D. Concept concentration is skyrocketing at 1000 rate. This concept has been identified as unique. Rarity rating beyond myth grade. Initiate remote concept collection immediately. Warning, this collection is a cross-dimensional soul extraction that will consume 9999 points of host energy. If energy is insufficient, the host's life force will be forcibly drained. Do you confirm the execution? Boom. Fong Yuan's mind went completely blank in an instant. As though struck by a divine thunderbolt, he shot up from his commander's seat. The eternal ice and composure on his face shattered into oblivion, replaced by a shock so absolute, so unprecedented, so extreme, stunned beyond all measure. A will, the will of D. This kind of intangible, scientifically inexplicable, purely spiritual thing. Could it actually be a concept? Could it also be digitized by a system and then collected? This damn. So this was how this golden finger was supposed to work. He had been far too young, far too narrow-minded. Fong Yuan's heart pounded like a war drum. Every fiber of his being was ablaze. He had always thought that his system existed solely to decompose matter. Devil fruits steal biological templates. At their core, they were all matter. But now, the system was telling him that even will, a non-material entity belonging to the spiritual and soul realm, could be gathered as material. What did that mean? It meant his golden finger was never some devil fruit synthesis system at all. It was a creation system, a true world-forging power, capable of collecting every concept in the universe, material or immaterial, and recomposing it into an entirely new creation. With sufficient energy, he could even extract hockey and turn it into a conqueror's hockey fruit, extract sword intent, and forge it into a concept-grade, indestructible divine sword, and even extract time and space, the deepest, most fundamental laws constructing the world itself. Infinite. The possibilities of the future in that instant became boundless. Fang Yuan's breath turned jagged and heavy. In his eyes erupted a greed and fervor, so scorching, so unprecedented they could incinerate everything in their path. He gazed at the dying speck of light on the screen, as if it were a peerless treasure vault leading to the realm of the gods. Who gave a damn about energy consumption now? Who gave a damn about draining his life force? Compared to the will of D, those were nothing. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. This time he had to go all in. Yes. Fang Yuan's fists clenched violently, nails sinking deep into his flesh. At the top of his mental lungs, he unleashed the most frenzied, most desperate roar of his 2 lifetimes. Boom. The instant Fang Yuan's frenzied roar thundered down in his mind, the entire system, like a super engine with the accelerator slammed to the floor, erupted with a cataclysmic, world-shattering surge of power. Command confirmed. Energy extraction initiated. -1,000. -3,000. -8,000. Warning. Biological energy reserves have been depleted. Warning, forcibly extracting host vitality to maintain remote concept collection. In an instant, Fang Yuan's body seemed to be hollowed out. An indescribable weakness surged through every limb and bone. His face turned deathly pale in a flash. Even his hair gained several strands of silver at a visibly rapid pace. But Fang Yuan didn't care in the slightest. His eyes were locked onto the light bar on the system interface that showed the extraction progress. His heart pounded wildly. Faster! Faster! It has to succeed. Pull it out, damn it. At this moment, deep in the quicksand pit beneath the Rain Dinner Casino, more than a dozen kilometers away from the Xuanwu, Luffy lay completely unconscious, his body buried beneath the yellow sand. In the deepest depths of his soul, a wisp of golden light, more dazzling than the sun, more resplendent than gold, was slowly gathering. That light was pure to the extreme. It belonged to no devil fruit, nor to any haki. It was an unyielding will branded into the bloodline, a will passed down for 800 years. It was a cry for freedom, a rebellion against fate. It was the glory of the D. Yet just 1 second before that light could fully erupt and create a miracle. A terrifying, irresistible suction force from a higher dimension appeared out of thin air. Like an invisible giant hand, it pierced through space, through the rock layers, through Luffy's flesh, perfectly precise. With one grab, it seized the golden will that was about to explode. Then it yanked viciously outward. Ding. Remote concept extraction. Successful. Acquired transcendent mythic level concept will of D. Fragment X1. It worked. The instant Fang Yuan saw the system notification, his entire body trembled violently from sheer, overwhelming excitement. He had won. This huge gamble. He had won it. But before he could snap out of that ecstasy, the very next second, something even more inconceivable happened. Rumble. The moment that golden will of D entered the system's material library, the entire system interface went berserk. It began to shake violently, unprecedentedly. Countless lines of code crazily cascaded down like a waterfall. All the icons flickered madly. It was as if an ancient god who had slumbered for eons had been fully awakened at this very moment. Warning. Warning. Core concept material detected. Hidden conditions satisfied. The system's ultimate module is unlocking. Unlocking progress. 10, 50, 100. Unlocking. Successful. And then, Fang Yuan witnessed a scene he would never forget for the rest of his life. At the very top of the system interface, the icon of the ultimate formula that had been there ever since he first obtained the system, yet had always remained gray and sealed by a colossal chain. Crack. Crack, crack. That seemingly indestructible chain shattered inch by inch in that moment. Then it burst apart with a thunderous explosion. A primordial light indescribable, as if born at the dawn of creation itself, violently erupted from that icon. In an instant, it illuminated Fang Yuan's entire consciousness space. The system's voice sounded once more. But this time it was no longer the cold voice of machinery. Instead, it carried an unprecedented excitement and fervor, as if after waiting countless ages it had finally found the master ordained by fate. Congratulations, my master. You have obtained the legendary core concept and successfully unlocked the final chapter of the All Things Workshop. Ultimate Formula, Godfruit, Phase 1 unlocked. Quest issued, collect 9 different legendary will concepts scattered across the world. Current quest progress 19. Gather all 9 wills, and you will be qualified to forge with your own hands that fruit which transcends all laws of the world enough to overthrow the gods and reshape the world. Godfruit. Dead silence. The command room was utterly silent. Fang Yuan stood there in a daze, as if completely petrified. His mind was filled with only the system's final words echoing wildly over and over again. Godfruit. 9 wills. Overthrow the gods. Reshape the world. So this is what it meant. This was the goddamn correct way to use this golden finger. I was still too naive. Everything I did before, building ships, building subordinates, Compared to this, it was nothing more than children playing house. Vision. Too small. My vision had been far too small. Fang Yuan's heart felt like it was about to leap out of his chest. He had always believed that his goal was to become an emperor of the sea, to stand at the very pinnacle of this world. But now the system was telling him, no, your goal is to become the god of this world. To become the sole creator who can forge the god fruit with your own hands. And the will of D. On Luffy was merely the first of the 9 main ingredients. On this world, there were actually 8 other legendary wills that could compare to it. What could they be? Was it Hawkeye's sword will which could cut through anything? Was it Whitebeard's king's will which protected his family? Or, Fang Yuan didn't dare to think any further. He only felt that all the blood in his body was burning. A vast mad ambition, greater than any before, utterly unprecedented, exploded within the depths of his heart. Conquer the world. Too low. From today onward my goal is to create the world. Huff. Fang Yuan let out a long, turbid breath. He forcibly suppressed the stormy excitement churning in his heart, and his eyes regained their depth and calm. The road ahead was already clear. Next he would collect the remaining ingredients step by step. But before that, Fang Yuan's gaze pierced through the Xuanwu's porthole and rested on the distant harbor. It was time to collect the final interest that old dog crocodile owed. That poneglyph which recorded the whereabouts of the ancient weapon Pluton. Would it contain clues about the other wills? A hint of amusement curved the corner of Fang Yuan's mouth. He straightened his collar, turned around, and walked out of the cabin. Night Owl Yuta, prepare yourselves. We're going to collect a debt. Just then, out of the harbor, a lithe figure in a black trench coat and a cowboy hat slowly appeared. It was none other than Nico Robin. She seemed to have been waiting here for a very long time. She saw Fang Yuan descending from the Xuanwu, and in her eyes flickered an immensely complex light, a mixture of fear, curiosity, and a faint, almost imperceptible trace of anticipation. She did not speak. Silently, she made a pleased gesture in Fang Yuan's direction. Her posture was utterly deferential, as if she were welcoming a king who was about to reign over this land. Nico Robin's gesture of invitation was the very picture of reverence. It was as though she were welcoming a king, one who was about to reign over this land. Fang Yuan's expression did not so much as flicker. He merely nodded indifferent. Go. A single word. Simple, direct, yet carrying a commanding tone that brooked no dissent. Robin's body trembled ever so slightly. She drew a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the fear that threatened to spill from her heart, then turned and silently led the way. Yuta and Yexiao flanked him, one on each side, like the most faithful shadows pressing close behind Fang Yuan. The 4 of them advanced slowly toward the royal palace of Alyabarna. At that very moment, boom! Dark clouds gathered in the sky. Raindrops the size of beans plummeted from above without the slightest warning. This land, parched for years upon end, had finally welcomed its first downpour, a rain symbolizing new life. It's raining. It's rain. It really is rain. We're saved. Alabasta is saved. In the plaza, whether royal soldiers or rebels, everyone lowered their weapons. They lifted their faces, letting the icy rain wash away the blood and grime upon their cheeks. Then, no one knew who began it first. Thunderous cheers erupted across the entire royal capital. People embraced, wept, and celebrated the hard-won victory and liberation. The war was over. Yet amid this surging ocean of cheers brimming with joy and hope, the silhouettes of Fang Yuan and his 4 companions seemed jarringly out of place. They walked along the edge of the streets, silent and cold. All the clamor around them seemed to have nothing to do with them. Robin's steps were slightly unsteady. Her palms were slick with cold sweat. This man, Fang Yuan, who in the world was he? From start to finish, every occurrence in Alabasta seemed to be within his grasp. Crocodile, a warlord of the sea she had served for years and still found unfathomable, was nothing more than a fool toyed with at this man's fingertips. And that straw hat brat. Across Robin's mind flashed Luffy's face, dust-caked yet still smiling. She had witnessed with her own eyes as Crocodile impaled him with his golden hook and cast him into a quicksand pit. She had been certain the little brat was done for. But why? Not only did he survive, he had bounced right back and defeated Crocodile in the end. What exactly had transpired in between? Could it be? A thought, so absurd and terrifying that Robin herself recoiled from it, surged uncontrollably from the depths of her heart. Was it possible that even the Straw Hat Kid's return from the dead had been part of this man's calculations? What on earth did he intend to do? Robin did not dare dwell on it any longer. She only felt that she was following behind a demon. A true demon, 10,000 times more terrifying than Crocodile. Before long, they reached the royal palace. The guards at the gate, recognizing Robin as the vice president of Baroque Works, moved to block their way. But before they could even speak, Yexiao's utterly emotionless eyes merely swept over them with a cold gaze. Buzz. An invisible spiritual pressure instantly descended upon them. The guards felt their minds go blank with a single buzz, their bodies frozen in place. Unable to move even a finger, Robin led Fang Yuan unimpeded into the palace. Through the long corridors they arrived at the innermost recess of the royal grounds. This was the royal forbidden ground, the tomb of the kings. Here rested generations of Alabasta sovereigns. And this was also the place where the poneglyph bearing the location of the ancient weapon, Pluton, lay hidden. Robin walked up to a wall that seemed utterly unremarkable. She extended her hand, and following a specific sequence tapped lightly upon the stone. Click, clack, clack, clack. A muffled grinding of mechanisms echoed. The massive stone wall slowly slid aside, revealing a deep, dark passage descending into the earth. An ancient breath mingling the scent of dust and ages swept forth. Please. Robin stepped aside, her voice somewhat hoarse. With an impassive face, Fang Yuan was the first to step inside. Yuta and Ye Xiao followed close behind. Robin hesitated a moment, then gritted her teeth and entered as well. Rumble. The stone door slowly sealed shut behind them. In an instant the entire world sank into absolute darkness and dead silence. Ye Xiao's eyes glowed with two faint points of crimson light barely illuminating the space around them. The passage stretched long and deep. The steps laid with ancient bluestone were covered in moss, damp and slick. A suffocating weight pressed upon the air. Yuta, growing fearful, instinctively clutched at the hem of Fang Yuan's robe. Fang Yuan paid her no heed. His footsteps remained steady as ever. His face still bore not a trace of expression, as if he were not treading through an ancient mausoleum where countless kings lay buried. Rather, he might have been strolling in his own private garden. No reverence, no curiosity, only an air of matter of course, like a man fetching goods from his warehouse. Robin, bringing up the rear, watched Fang Yuan's upright back as the unease in her heart intensified with every step. She could sense it. This man was nothing like Crocodile. Crocodile had been consumed with greed and lust for the poneglyph, for the ancient weapon. That craving had nearly condensed into something tangible. But Fang Yuan, Robin could perceive nothing of the sort from him. He was like an icy machine, precise, efficient, and utterly devoid of emotion. What then did he want the poneglyph for? The question, like a venomous thorn, embedded itself deep within Robin's heart. It left her restless and ill at ease. She knew that if she did not ask now, she might never have another chance. At last, just as they were nearing the end of the passage where the faint outline of a magnificent subterranean shrine loomed ahead, Robin halted. Standing in the darkness, she seemed to melt into the shadows themselves. Fang Yuan stopped as well. He did not turn around. Yet he knew Robin had something to say. You? Robin's voice echoed faintly through the hollow, deathly still passage, trembling with a quaver she herself had not noticed. You went to such lengths, manipulated the entire situation in Alabasta, and even turned Crocodile into your pawn. What is it that you truly want? Robin stared fixedly at Fang Yuan's back, summoning every shred of courage she had mustered over these past 20 years, and voiced the most crucial question of all. You? Do you also intend to resurrect the ancient weapon just like Crocodile? You? Do you also want to resurrect an ancient weapon just like Crocodile? Robin's voice sounded extraordinarily clear in the deathly silent tunnel. It carried a sliver of despair that she herself had not yet detected. If Fang Yuan's purpose truly was the same as Crocodile's, then her life was merely leaping from one cage into another, an even more terrifying cage, meaningless. And yet, what answered her was a soft chuckle. Fang Yuan slowly turned around. In the darkness, his handsome face could not be seen clearly, but Robin could sense with absolute clarity that the gaze falling upon her was filled with contempt, an undisguised condescending contempt for the very words, ancient weapon. Ancient weapon. Fang Yuan repeated the phrase as though tasting some inferior food, and his brow furrowed slightly. Robin. His voice was flat, yet it struck Robin's heart like a heavy hammer. Your perspective is still too narrow. Boom. Robin's mind buzzed and went completely blank in an instant. Perspective. Too narrow. Her. Nico Robin. The sole survivor of O'Hara. The devil child who had been placed under a bounty of 79 million berry at age 8, hunted by the world for 20 years, and able to read the poneglyph. In this world, if anyone could pry into the truth of the void century, it could only be her. Yet now, this man actually dared to say that her perspective was too narrow. It was the most absurd and yet most irrefutable statement she had heard in those 20 years. Because that was exactly what Fang Yuan's gaze conveyed. It was the look one gives a frog at the bottom of a well. Resurrect a lump of iron. And then what? Fang Yuan's voice sounded again, drenched in mockery. Conquer the world. Rule the seas. Too boring. That is a game only the weak would indulge in. With that, Fang Yuan no longer looked at her. He turned and continued deeper into the tunnel. He passed by Robin, brushing against her as he went. For an instant Robin could even smell the cold, unearthly aura radiating from him. Her body stiffened like stone. I came here only to read history. Fang Yuan's silhouette in the darkness looked impossibly vast. What Crocodile wants is weaponry, power. What I want is the very knowledge that constitutes that power. Do you understand, Robin? Weapons will be destroyed by stronger weapons. Power will be replaced by stronger power. Trash like sand, Crocodile. Thinking that an ancient weapon in hand would make him invincible under heaven is laughable to the extreme. He doesn't understand it all. Only knowledge, only those rules buried in the dust of history and constituting this world's very bedrock, is eternal. At that, Fang Yuan's footsteps stopped. He did not turn back. He only angled his face, casting a sidelong glance at the woman behind him, who had already been petrified completely. Do you think we are the same kind of people? Dead. Nico Robin felt as if her soul had been utterly killed at that moment. All her understanding of this world, the understanding she had relied on for 20 years, was shattered into powder before Fang Yuan's few understated words. Shattered to pieces. She had always believed she saw through everyone, whether pirates, marines, or the world government. They pursued the poneglyph without exception for the most primal desires. Wealth, power, hegemony. She had thought this was the truth of the world. A dark jungle in which everyone slaughtered each other for profit. But Fang Yuan, this man had completely overturned her worldview. He had not come to the jungle to hunt. He had come to study how this jungle had come into being. What he wanted was not some item inside a game. What he wanted was the game's source code. What a terrifying vision. What a mad ambition. Compared with his gold crocodile's so-called kingdom-usurping scheme, was like children playing house. Childishly ridiculous. Are we the same kind of people? No. Robin let out a silent scream in her heart. We fundamentally are not creatures living in the same dimension. Looking at Fang Yuan's back, she felt her own insignificance for the first time. An insignificance utterly thorough rising from the depths of her soul. Fang Yuan paid her no further heed. He knew that this fish named Robin had thoroughly taken the bait. He continued forward. At last the secret passage came to an end. Before their eyes the space opened up magnificently. An incomparably majestic and enormous underground temple appeared before everyone. The temple's dome was studded with countless glowing stones illuminating the entire space, as bright as day. And at the very center of the temple, an enormous square, steely deep blue all over and seemingly containing a sea of stars, stood there in silence. Its surface was covered with the ancient mysterious script Robin knew all too well. A poneglyph. The true poneglyph carrying the secret of the void century. At the sight of it, Yuta couldn't help but gasp in admiration. Ye Xiao remained expressionless, but the wariness in his eyes surged to the highest level. Robin followed as well. Her footsteps were unsteady, as if she were sleepwalking. She looked at the stone tablet she had pursued all her life, yet no trace of her former excitement or fervor remained in her eyes. Only an inexpressibly complex emotion remained, a combination of reverence and bewilderment. Fang Yuan ignored everyone. Step by step he approached the enormous poneglyph. He stretched out his hand. His fingers were slender, clean, and full of strength. Under everyone's gaze, he slowly pressed his palm against the cold, hard stone tablet that seemed to bear 800 years of time. Then he closed his eyes. System. He issued a command in his mind. Decompose it. Buzz. The system's notification tone rang out frantically at an unprecedented speed. Ding. Detected ultra-high-density information aggregate. Material determination indestructible substance. Contains concept-level information of world cornerstone rank. Should forced conceptual stripping be performed. Then a glaring blood-red warning like a sharp sword instantly filled Fang Yuan's entire consciousness space. Warning. Forced decomposition will trigger a violent backlash from the world's rules. It may lead to unknown and irreversible catastrophic consequences. Host, please act with caution. Warning. Forced decomposition will provoke a violent backlash from the world's rules. It may lead to unknown and irreversible catastrophic consequences. Please proceed with caution, host. The blood-red warning branded itself into Fang Yuan's consciousness like a red-hot iron. Catastrophic consequences. A backlash from the world's rules. Fang Yuan looked at those words and smiled. It was a smile of madness and contempt. The smile of someone who had just heard the funniest joke in the world. Disaster. The corners of Fang Yuan's mouth curled crazily upward. What does that have to do with me? The more chaotic this world is, the better. The rules. Fang Yuan's gaze went ice-cold in an instant, filled with the frosty indifference and overbearing tyranny of a creator. From today onward, I am the rules. He did not hesitate in the slightest. In his mind, he issued to the system the maddest command. One that would turn the entire world upside down. Tear it apart. Boom. The instant Fang Yuan's roar fell, the entire underground temple. No. The royal palace of Alabasta and even the very foundation of the island of Alubarna began to tremble violently, crazily, as never before. Rumble. The glowing stones on the dome began to flicker wildly, flaring and dimming in unstable bursts. Countless dust and rubble rained down from the ceiling. Wow, what's going on? Yuta shrieked in terror, clinging to Fang Yuan's leg with all her strength, her face pale as death. Night Owl's body tensed instantly. His enormous steel wings spread wide, shielding Fang Yuan and Yuta beneath him while he scanned the surroundings with sharp vigilance. Yet this was only the beginning. The true change occurred on the poneglyph. This is Robin's pupils shrank to the size of pinpricks. She stared at the enormous stone tablet, every inch of her face filled with a shock and disbelief that she had never experienced in her life. What did she see? She saw the poneglyph, the one that had weathered 800 years of wind and rain that no marine shell could even scratch, and that was called indestructible. It was glowing. Those ancient mysterious characters seemed to come alive in that moment. One by one they slowly floated off the surface of the tablet. Like a swarm of frightened fireflies they whirled and spun madly through the air. The light grew more and more blinding. Robin instinctively shut her eyes against the glare. When she opened her eyes again, the scene before her completely shattered every understanding of this world she had built over the past 20 years. Decomposition. The indestructible tablet was decomposing. Its surface was dissolving and disintegrating at terrifying speed, as if drenched in concentrated sulfuric acid. The ancient characters gathered in midair, forming a dazzling torrent of pure information and data. Then, under Robin's vacant hollow gaze, as if her soul had been drained dry, the torrent of information found its outlet. Like homebound birds returning to their nest, it rushed madly, scrambling to get there first, all of it surging toward the palm pressed against the stone tablet. All of it poured into Fang Yuan's body. No. Impossible. Robin's lips trembled beyond control. History. How could history be? She felt she had gone mad. This world had gone mad as well. Fang Yuan, however, paid her no attention. At this moment he was immersed in an unprecedented epic-scale feast. In his mind the system's notification sounds had already flooded the screen. It was moving so fast it left him dizzy. Ding. Concept stripping successful. Acquired epic-level concept. Ancient weapon Pluton core blueprint. Ding. Information parsed successfully. Acquired legendary-level concept. Great Kingdom incomplete information. Ding. Core imprint analysis successful. Acquired legendary level concept. Joy Boy faint imprint. Ding. World rules analysis successful. Acquired mythic level concept. Void century causality fragment. Ding. Related information detected. Initiating data comparison with the Will of D database. Comparison successful. Hidden information unlocked. Acquired transcendent mythic level concept. Origin of the Will of D extremely incomplete. Boom. In an instant. Countless images, countless pieces of information, countless secrets flooded into Fang Yuan's mind like a raging river breaching its dam. He saw it. He saw a golden kingdom floating 10,000 meters above the ground, a kingdom whose technology was inconceivably advanced. He saw a giant in a straw hat, a sunbright smile on his face, making a great promise to the entire world. He saw 20 kings for some ulterior purpose joining forces to form what would become the world government. He saw that war. A war that swept the whole world, was completely erased from history and was tragic beyond measure. He saw Uranus, the heavenly king, slicing across the sky. He saw Poseidon, the sea king, commanding countless sea kings. He saw Pluton, the nether king, sinking an entire island with a single cannon blast. All of it. All the truths the world government had spent 800 years trying to cover up. At this moment, before Fang Yuan, there was no longer any secret left. So that's how it is. So that's how it was. Fang Yuan slowly opened his eyes. His gaze was unfathomably deep, as if it contained the sea of stars, as if it could see through both the past and the future. Great Kingdom. Joy Boy. D. A smile that saw through everything curled at the corner of Fang Yuan's mouth. I understand. Now I understand everything. So this is how this world's source code was written. Huh. Ha ha ha. Fang Yuan couldn't help but throw his head back and laugh uproariously. The laughter was filled with unprecedented glee and frenzy. This wave. He had scored a legendary profit. His gains were beyond astronomical. With all this, his so-called God's fruit plan was already half successful. All that remained was to follow the clues and collect the other wills. And yet, just as Fang Yuan's consciousness was about to touch the most core, most critical secret of the Void Century, just as he was about to see the deal the family called D had made with those 20 kings back then, an upheaval. Once again it happened without any warning. The underground temple's frantic trembling stopped dead at that moment. Time seemed to stand still. Space seemed to solidify. A will, cold, vast, supreme, beyond all description, seeming to originate from outside the world and above every dimension, descended. This will had no body, no voice. But the instant it appeared, the temperature in the entire underground temple plummeted to freezing point. Yuta's body, still clinging to Fang Yuan's leg, went rigid instantly. Even her breathing stopped. Night Owl's enormous steel wings drooped uncontrollably, and his formidable frame was actually trembling. Even Robin, standing in the distance, felt an absolute pressure from the depths of her soul. A pressure that made her want to kneel down and worship on the spot. It was as if a true god had opened its eyes, and its gaze was coldly fixed on this place. Fixed on Fang Yuan, this thief who dared to steal forbidden knowledge. Ding! At this moment the system's alarm shrieked with unbearable shrillness. That sound was no longer a warning. It was a despairing howl. Warning! Warning! Warning. World's cornerstone guardian detected. The supreme will beyond all dimensions has locked onto the host. Judgment, the will of heaven. The opponent is performing conceptual level erasure on you. System defense module forcibly activated. Estimated to withstand for 5 seconds. 1, 4, 1, 3. The next second. A voice, cold, utterly devoid of emotion, as if condensed from all the world's rules, thundered directly into the minds of everyone in the temple. Thief. You deserve death. Thief. Execute him. Those 2 words crashed down like 2 invisible mountains. The entire underground temple, every breath of air within it seemed to be instantly drained away. Yuda's body, still clinging to Feng Yuan's thigh, froze instantly. Her mind went blank, all capacity for thought shattered, leaving only the most primal fear of death. Night Owl's massive steel wings drooped involuntarily. His powerful frame trembled ever so slightly. He wanted to resist to protect his master, but before that overwhelming will, all his strength seemed laughable, utterly insignificant, like an ant attempting to shake the very stars. Meanwhile, Robin, standing at a distance, dropped to her knees with a thud. Her body bowed completely on its own, her forehead pressed hard against the icy floor. She didn't even dare lift her head. A god. This was true divine majesty. Mortals must not gaze upon it. 1, 2, 1, 0, 0, 8. The system's countdown pulsed like a death warrant, flickering wildly in Feng Yuan's mind. Feng Yuan could clearly feel his very existence being erased from this world bit by bit. It was not physical death. It was something far higher dimensional, a complete annihilation at the conceptual level. Once the countdown ended, no one in this world would remember the name Feng Yuan. No one would recall him. All traces of him would be utterly erased, as though he had never existed at all. And just at this critical moment, above the temple, the hardened rock layer seemed to turn transparent. An enormous eye, too vast to be described in words, composed of pure, deeper than night shadows, slowly opened. That eye had no pupil, no whites. Only an expanse of cold, dead, indifferent void. It floated high above, looming over the very peak of Holy Land Merigios. Its gaze pierced through the red line, through endless seas of clouds, and landed with impossible precision, right inside this humble underground temple, right on Feng Yuan. That gaze carried no emotion whatsoever, like a human looking down upon an inconvenient bug beneath their feet, and preparing to crush it. 0, 5, 0, 3. Warning. System defense is about to collapse. It's over. Feng Yuan's heart plummeted to his stomach. I was too naive. I never imagined that dismantling a broken stone tablet would directly summon this world's final boss. This time, I've gone too far. However, just as Feng Yuan believed certain death was inevitable, just as that shadowy eye blotting out the sky was about to close completely and erase him. Anomaly. It happened once again. Deep within Feng Yuan's soul. That wisp of golden will of D, which he had just forcibly extracted from Luffy and barely had time to warm. He felt it stir the instant it sensed that will from the heavens. It was angered, as if enemies destined to clash were meeting face to face, as if hatred inherited across 800 years branded into bloodline was ignited at that very moment. Boom. That tiny wisp of golden flame erupted all at once. It was no longer mere flame. It became a sun, an indomitable sun rising from the depths of Feng Yuan's soul. That golden radiance surged out of Feng Yuan's body in an instant. It forcefully pushed back the terrifying divine pressure capable of crushing all things. Ding. Detected resonance between host's will and the will of D. Resonance rate. 100. You have temporarily obtained the glory of D. Feng Yuan's body straightened involuntarily. His eyes, dimmed from life force being siphoned away, were once again filled with endless golden light. A fierce, unruly, lawless will, treating gods as nothing more than grass, erupted from the depths of his heart. It belonged to him, yet also felt as though it had always been one with him. He slowly raised his head, directly gazing at that shadowy eye in the sky representing the highest authority of the world. On his face there was no fear, only a mad mockery and utter disdain rising from his very bones. Damn it. Feng Yuan's mouth curled into a savage arc. He could feel his body, his soul, both burning. It was an unprecedented thrill, defying heaven itself. My thing. You dare steal it. The next moment, a roar born from the deepest reaches of his soul, filled with endless wrath and contempt, exploded from Feng Yuan's mouth. That sound carried only one word. Scram. Rumble, rumble, rumble. That single word seemed to contain unfathomable power beyond mortal comprehension. The entire underground temple shook violently. The massive shadowy eye in the sky, that indifferent icy gaze, actually faltered for a split second, as if it could not believe what it had just heard. As if for 800 years it had never once encountered anyone daring to speak to it in such a tone. A flicker of remarkably human emotion, shock laced with annoyance, flashed within that eye, and then a cold snort chilling enough to freeze the soul echoed in everyone's minds once more. Umph. That voice no longer carried the detachment of judgment from above. It carried something else. Irritation at being offended. And then, under the stunned gazes of all present, that shadowy eye blinding the heavens slowly, very unwillingly closed. Then it vanished. The terrifying pressure that could crush the entire world also dissipated into nothingness. Huff, huff, huff. The moment the pressure lifted, Feng Yuan's entire body went limp. He fell to one knee, gasping for air in great ragged breaths. His back was completely drenched in cold sweat. Those few seconds felt more exhausting than fighting Mihawk for a full day and night. This was a true battle on the soul's level. Life and death separated by the narrowest thread. Damn, that was intense. Feng Yuan wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, yet a wildly excited grin spread across his face. Although he had almost met his end this round, was well worth it. He not only survived, but also successfully slapped the World King right in the face, though the other party probably hadn't taken him seriously at all. But Feng Yuan knew one thing. From today onward, he had been remembered by that exalted existence above all others. Master. Night Owl was the first to snap out of it, darting to Feng Yuan's side in an instant to support him nervously. I'm fine. Feng Yuan waved his hand, signaling he was all right. He looked up at Nico Robin, still kneeling on the ground, her body trembling uncontrollably, her hollow eyes, as though her entire worldview had been shattered. Feng Yuan's lips curled into a calculating smile. Good. This woman had been thoroughly terrified. She would obey in the future. Feng Yuan rose to his feet, just about to say something. At that moment, BRR 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 BRR. An urgent, almost death knell-like din din mushy ring suddenly blared from his chest without warning. It was the encrypted din din mushy he specifically kept for external communications. Feng Yuan's brows furrowed sharply. Who would be calling at a time like this? Crocodile. Impossible. That sand dog was probably still grappling with reality. Could it be? A dark premonition flashed through Feng Yuan's mind. He pulled out the din din mushy. Its face displayed an extremely unfamiliar mask expression, cold and alien. Feng Yuan pressed the accept button. Hello. The line on the other end was dead silent. Not a single sound. Only a bone-chilling, killing intent transmitted through the electric waves. Just as Feng Yuan's patience was about to run out, a voice finally spoke. That voice was raspy, low, and utterly emotionless, as though it were a programmed killing machine. 10,000 Things Workshop. Feng Yuan. The speaker precisely called out both his code name and his real name. Feng Yuan's pupils contracted sharply. It seems you've benefited considerably from my clients. The cold voice continued. But the game is over. The world government is very interested in your technology. Now, on behalf of CP0, I formally notify you. Report to Eni's lobby immediately, and come with us. Peacefully. On the other end of the line, that icy voice still echoed. Come to Eni's lobby at once. Come with us. For a little trip. A blatant threat. A command that allowed no doubt. The entire underground temple had barely caught its breath from that divine pressure when in an instant it was utterly enveloped by a bone-piercing, cold, killing intent. CP0. The strongest intelligence agency directly under the world government. The Celestial Dragons. Strongest shield. Nico Robin, kneeling on the ground, had barely lifted her head when she once again let it drop, helpless and defeated. All color drained from her face. It was over. Completely over. If being pursued by a Marine Admiral still left a sliver of hope, then being targeted by CP0 was equivalent to being sentenced to death by this world. These monsters were truly the gods' blades walking in the darkness. They carried out the will of the world's supreme power. No one could stand in their way. Master. Yi Xiao supported Feng Yuan, his voice filled with unprecedented gravity. He could sense how powerful the person on the other end of the line was. It was an extreme coldness that existed purely for slaughter. However, on Feng Yuan's face, there was not the slightest trace of tension. Not even a hint of surprise. He merely felt a little annoyed. Why were there always flies that insisted on buzzing around right after one had just finished a meal? Could they not let him digest in peace? Just then, bring. The face of the din din mushy began to change. Imitating the person on the other end of the line, it slowly transformed into an extremely cold, stern human face. It was a man in a pure white suit with long black hair and eyes as sharp as an eagle's. On his shoulders stood a white pigeon wearing an equally haughty expression. Rob Lucci. The moment Robin saw that face, her pupils shrank to pinpricks. It was this man. CP, Aegis, 0, the strongest intelligence operative in history. The one hailed as CP9's most ruthless killing weapon in 800 years. He had actually called personally. What did this mean? It meant that this incident had already alerted the highest echelons of the world government. The master of the myriad workshop, Mr. Feng Yuan. The din din mushy continued in Lucci's utterly emotionless, icy voice. Your actions in Alabasta have already attracted the attention of our highest authority. Highest authority? Robin's heart sank heavily. The only ones Lucci would call highest authority were those 5 beings standing at the pinnacle of world power. The 5 elders. By order of the five elders, I invite you to Eni's lobby for a discussion. Lucci paused for a moment. Then an even more terrifying killing intent, as if it could freeze a person into an ice sculpture through the signal, crashed down. Of course, you may also choose to refuse. The consequences will be yours to bear. A threat. This was the most direct, the most overbearing threat. The air in the entire temple seemed to freeze. Yuta was so frightened that she forgot to breathe. Her small face was pale as she stared at Feng Yuan. She could feel that the person on the other end of the phone was 100 times more terrifying than any enemy they had encountered before. On Yi Zhao's body, the black steel wings stood up uncontrollably, each feather on end, as he entered his strongest battle stance. Robin's eyes were filled with dead, gray despair. She knew Feng Yuan was strong as a monster. But he was up against the entire world government, the true gods who had ruled this sea for 800 years. No one could defy them. No one. Yet in that deathly quiet, despairing atmosphere, Feng Yuan smiled. He looked at the cold face on the Den Mushi, then turned his head to glance at the devil child of O'Hara beside him, the one who had been utterly scared witless. Then he laughed aloud. The laugh was soft, and yet it was filled with an absurd watch-the-show amusement that Robin could not comprehend in the least. He slowly spoke into the Den Mushi. His voice was calm, so calm that it was like haggling with a street vendor. All right, Feng Yuan said. Eni's lobby, is it? Fine, I'll go. What? Robin jerked her head up and stared at Feng Yuan in disbelief. He had actually agreed. Did he not understand that this was not an invitation at all, but a one-way ticket to hell? Even Lucci on the other end seemed to freeze for a moment. He clearly had not expected things to go so smoothly. However, the next second Feng Yuan's words caused the minds of everyone present, including Lucci on the other end of the line, to crash on the spot. However, a vicious, almost demonic smile curled at the corner of Feng Yuan's mouth. I'm a man with a habit. I never go on a pointless errand, and I never attend a banquet without profit. If you want me to go to Eni's lobby, fine. But as it happens, I also have a business deal I'd like to properly discuss with your highest authority, those five old men. Business. Doing business. With the five elders. Robin felt her worldview once again being slammed to the ground and ground underfoot by this man. Insane. This man was absolutely, thoroughly insane. On the other end of the phone, there was dead silence. Lucci had clearly been stunned into silence by Feng Yuan's unorthodox reply. Feng Yuan paid no attention to his reaction. He went right on, speaking slowly in a seductive tone, like a viper whispering at one's ear. Go back and deliver a message for me. Tell them that I have always admired the world government. Therefore, I intend to sell them a piece of technology. A piece of technology concerning. Feng Yuan deliberately dragged out the words. In his deep eyes flickered a mad gleam that made even Lucci's heart flutter with unease. The technology for artificial devil fruits. Boom. That sentence detonated like a nuclear bomb in everyone's minds. Artificial devil fruits. Robin's mouth flew open so wide that a fist could fit inside. She thought of that poor wretch Igaram at Whiskey Peak who had been forcibly fed a devil fruit by Feng Yuan. Could it be? Was that ability to create devil fruits out of thin air actually real? Oh right. As if remembering something, Feng Yuan added another sentence. Not like Vegapunk's garbage failed products which could only replicate mythical Zoan types. What I'm talking about is genuine, brand new devil fruits that can be mass-produced with stability. For example, a devilish smile spread across Feng Yuan's face. A Zoan-type ancient species, Tyrannosaurus rex form. How about it? The same one I sold to Crocodile. Tell those five old men. This technology. Are they interested? Dead silence. The other end of the line fell into a long, deathly stillness. On the Den Mushi's face, Lucci's eternal, unchanging, icy face. For the first time, a violent, uncontrollable emotional fluctuation appeared. His pupils contracted wildly and violently. In that gaze there was no longer cold, killing intent. Instead there was disbelief, shock, horror, and even a hint of a mad, voracious greed that even he had not noticed in himself. Click. The call was cut off. Lucci had even forgotten to say a single courteous word. He just hung up in a fluster. Clearly he had been so shaken by this news that he had to report it to those five supreme beings immediately, right away. In the underground temple, silence returned. Holding the Den Mushi, which had already returned to normal, Feng Yuan's smile grew even more amused. He turned to look at Nico Robin, who was completely dumbfounded and kneeling motionless on the ground. See that? Feng Yuan's voice was soft. In this world there are no gods. The so-called supreme power, the so-called unopposable will. All exist only because the price you offer is not high enough. But when your bargaining chips are so vast that even a god cannot refuse them. Feng Yuan slowly crouched down, reached out, and gently lifted Robin's face, which was full of shock and bewilderment. His eyes looked directly into hers as he said word by word, "You are the god." With that, Feng Yuan stood, straightened his collar, turned, and walked toward the exit of the secret passage. Let's go. Heading home. I've seen enough of this Alabasta play. Next, a cold arc curled at the corner of Feng Yuan's mouth. It's time to go to the center of world power and see the scenery there. World government. I hope you can be a qualified buyer. Don't disappoint me. Fang Yuan slowly squatted down, reached out his hand, and gently lifted Robin's face, which was filled with shock and confusion. His eyes locked onto hers as he spoke word by word, "You are the god." After speaking, Fang Yuan rose to his feet, adjusted his collar, turned around, and walked toward the exit of the tunnel. "Let's go home. I've watched enough of this alabaster performance." Next, a cold curve appeared at the corner of Fang Yuan's lips. "It's time to visit the center of worldly power and see the scenery there. The world government. I hope you can prove to be qualified buyers. Do not disappoint me." The group followed Fang Yuan out of the dark tunnel. They saw the sun once more. The sunlight of alabaster remained as piercing as ever. Yet in this moment, whether it was Yuta Night Owl, or even the thoroughly numb Nico Robin, they all felt that this sunlight paled in comparison to the scorching pressure emanating from Fang Yuan. Just as Fang Yuan was about to board the Xuanwu and leave this nation for good, a sudden change occurred. Bulu bulu bulu. Bulu bulu bulu. An urgent telephone bug sound like a death knell rang out from his chest without any warning. It was the encrypted telephone bug he reserved solely for external communication. Fang Yuan's steps halted. He frowned and took out the telephone bug. Not a single sound. Only an icy killing intent transmitted through the waves sent shivers down their spines. This killing intent was so pure, so concentrated, as if its master were born for slaughter itself. Yuta's small face turned deathly pale, and she instinctively gripped Fang Yuan's clothes. A voice finally spoke, hoarse, low, devoid of any emotion, as if it were a programmed killing machine. "Wanwu Workshop, Fang Yuan." The face of the telephone bug began to change. It imitated the owner on the other end, slowly transforming into an extremely ruthless human face. A man in a pure white suit with long black hair and eagle-sharp eyes. On his shoulder perched a white pigeon with an equally arrogant expression. Rob Lucci. The moment Robin saw that face, her pupils contracted to the size of pinpoints. It was this man. CP, Aegis, Zero, the strongest intelligence operative in history. The so-called coldest and most ruthless killing weapon of CP9 in 800 years. He was actually calling in person. This meant this incident had shaken the highest levels of the world government. "By order of the 5 elders, I invite you to Water 7 for a discussion." Lucci's voice carried no emotion, as if reading a death sentence. That freezing killing intent nearly froze the surrounding air through the telephone bug. "Of course you may also choose to refuse." Lucci's voice paused. "Bear the consequences yourself." A threat. The most direct and domineering threat. The entire port seemed shrouded in this terrifying atmosphere. Robin's eyes turned completely gray. She knew Fang Yuan was strong, monstrous strong. But he was facing the entire world government. The true gods who had ruled these seas for 800 years. No one could resist them. No one. However, in this deathly silent, despairing atmosphere, Fang Yuan laughed. Looking at the cold face on the telephone bug, he suddenly burst out laughing. That laughter was soft, but it was filled with unhidden, bone-deep contempt. Heh! That light laugh pierced the tense atmosphere like a needle. It was also like a slap, fiercely striking the face of the world's strongest agent on the other end of the phone. "What are you laughing at?" Lucci's voice became even colder. Fang Yuan stopped laughing. The expression on his face also settled. What replaced it was an absolute indifference unfamiliar to both Robin and Yuta, as if a deity were scrutinizing mortal ants. His gaze was like looking at a piece of cargo, a piece of worthless trash. Then Fang Yuan spoke calmly. "Since when has a talking pigeon been worthy of representing the world government?" Boom. These words struck Robin and Yuta's minds like thunder from a clear sky. Their mouths gaped wide, their eyes filled with extreme, unimaginable horror. Madness. This man was absolutely a complete lunatic. He actually dared to speak to Rob Lucci like that. Dead silence fell on the other end of the phone. Lucci was clearly left speechless by Fang Yuan's earth-shattering words. In his eagle-like eyes a trace of astonishment appeared for the first time. Fang Yuan completely ignored his reaction. He continued in that emotionless tone, as if stating a fact. "If you want to do business, have your master send someone with real weight." "I never converse with tools." A tool. He called Rob Lucci the world government's strongest killing weapon a tool. Robin felt her heart was about to stop beating. All the arrogant fools she had seen in her 20 years combined could not compare to a single hair of this man before her. This was no longer arrogance. This was trampling the world government's face into the ground, stamping on it with his feet back and forth. You? From the other end of the phone, Lucci's voice finally sounded again. That voice was filled with suppressed fury and killing intent on the verge of erupting. However, Feng Yuan gave him no chance to speak. Feng Yuan's words shifted abruptly. His tone became 100 times colder than Lucci, colder than the eternal ice of Siberia. Additionally, remember my rules. Feng Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly within them, flashing an absolute dominance that made Lucci's heart tremble. It is not I who will visit you, but you who will come to visit me. I determine the location. I determine the time. Now, the corner of Feng Yuan's mouth curled into an extremely impatient arc. You may scram. After speaking, before Lucci on the other end could react. Facing his face already completely twisted by shock and rage, Feng Yuan extended his finger. Click. He directly hung up the telephone bug. Sacred Land, Mary Geos. Within a secret chamber, a man in a pure white suit stood quietly. The telephone bug receiver in his hand still maintained the posture of a call in progress. But inside there remained only a cold, humiliating dial tone. Crack. A crisp sound. The incredibly hard telephone bug receiver forged from special alloy was crushed into powder in his hand. Rob Lucci's face turned iron gray. In his eagle-like eyes burned unprecedented frenzied fury and killing intent. Humiliation. This was the greatest humiliation he had suffered since becoming CP0. That man named Feng Yuan. He dared to hang up on him. He dared to tell him. To scram. Lucci's chest heaved violently. He wanted to rush to Alabasta right now and use his six-form secrets to tear that ignorant bastard into pieces. But he could not, because of that man's final words. I never converse with tools. Those words were like a thorn deeply embedded in his heart. More importantly, that man had mentioned business. And this business was very likely about the artificial devil fruit technology. This matter was too big. So big that it exceeded the scope a CP0 captain could handle. Lucci took a deep breath and forcibly suppressed the killing intent in his heart. He slowly turned around, facing the deepest part of the chamber, that door leading to the pinnacle of worldly power. His eyes became extraordinarily grave. It seemed this matter must be reported to those 5 sages immediately. He wanted to know, or rather he was looking forward to it. When those 5 sages heard that someone in this world dared to speak to the world government in such a tone, what kind of expressions would they make? And that man named Feng Yuan, what terrifying wrath from the king of the world would he soon face? At the harbor, a deathly silence reigned. Feng Yuan put away the den mushy without even glancing at Nico Robin, who stood utterly petrified on the ground. He turned and step by step boarded the Xuanwu's broad deck. Master. Yi Xiao followed close behind, his eyes full of concern. It's fine. Feng Yuan waved a hand, his tone indifferent. Just a pack of self-important watchdogs. Since my master wanted to see me, I had to let them bark a few times first, otherwise it wouldn't be any fun. With that, Feng Yuan paid no further attention to the commotion behind him. He stood at the bow facing the sea breeze and cast his gaze toward the boundless ocean. Xuanwu. Set course. Destination the middle of the Grand Line. Let's find a scenic spot, take a vacation, and wait for those old codgers to send someone to invite me. Yes, master. The Xuanwu's mechanical voice echoed in Feng Yuan's mind. The next moment, the colossal vessel berthed in the harbor slowly began to move amid a low rumbling roar. It raised no sails and made no attempt to depart. Instead, beneath the horrified gaze of everyone in Alabasta, it slowly sank into the sea. It vanished from everyone's sight, leaving only the kneeling, utterly broken devil child of O'Hara on the pier, in a worldview that had been completely overturned. Meanwhile, at the center of the world, the Holy Land, Mary Geos. Pangea Castle, the Chamber of Power. Here was the supreme place that decided the fate of over 800 nations around the world. The room was devoid of luxurious ornamentation. There was only a huge round table and 5 terrifying figures that seemed to blend into heaven and earth. The 5 elders. At this moment, the atmosphere in the room was suffocatingly oppressive. The air itself seemed to solidify. Rob Lucci, who had just ended the call, knelt on one knee in the center of the room, head bowed and silent. But the faint trembling of his shoulders betrayed the turmoil within. Facing him, the 5 beings at the pinnacle of world power wore expressions that were one more terrible than the next. Especially the bald elder in a deep crimson kimono holding Shodai Kitetsu in his arms. The veins on his face bulged with fury. A terrifying killing intent, cold and sharp enough to cleave heaven and earth, poured out of him wildly and uncontrollably. The temperature in the chamber of power plummeted. Crack. The floor beneath him could not bear the terrifying killing intent, but split inch by inch, spiderweb cracks spreading everywhere. Bastard. A roar suppressed to the extreme and seemingly squeezed from between clenched teeth thundered through the room. The bald elder slammed his hand hard on the table. Boom. A terrifying palm print was instantly imprinted on the indestructible round table forged from sea stone. A nameless nobody from the East Blue. A piece of trash with a bounty of only 3 million berries. How dare he treat the world government with such contempt? How dare he hang up on CP0? How dare he tell Lucci to get lost? The bald elder grew angrier as he spoke, blazing fury burning in his eyes. Unforgivable. Absolutely unforgivable. He rose swiftly, and the Shodai Kitetsu in his arms gave off a humming sound that thirsted for blood. He must be eliminated. Right now? This instant. Deploy a Marine Admiral. Send Kizaru. Erase him and his damned strange ship from this world completely. Killing intent. Icy bone-piercing killing intent swept through the entire room. Lucci, kneeling on the ground, lowered his head even further. He knew that the 5 elders were truly enraged. The last time they had been so unhinged was because of that man who called himself Monkey D. Dragon. Yet now in this tense, drawn-out standoff, it felt as if a monstrous wave would break at any moment. A steady voice rang out. Shodai, calm down. The speaker was the elder with long golden hair and a long scar on his chin. His fingers were tapping lightly on the table in a steady rhythm. Every tap seemed to strike the hearts of everyone present, forcibly suppressing the killing intent that was about to run berserk. Anger will not solve anything. The golden-haired elder's gaze was incomparably solemn. His eyes swept over everyone present and finally settled on Lucci. Lucci, say it again. What exactly did that man named Fang Yuan say in the end? Lucci's body jolted violently. He took a deep breath, forced himself to calm down, and repeated Fang Yuan's words verbatim in the most concise and lucid language he could manage. When they heard the phrase, the technology of artificial devil fruits, the pupils of all the 5 elders present constricted sharply. When they heard not one of Vegapunk's trashy failures, their breathing grew rapid. And when Lucci reached the last sentence, a Zoan-type ancient Zoan Tyrannosaurus Rex form. How about that? Is this technology something they are interested in? Boom. The entire chamber of power was plunged into deathly silence. A pin could be heard dropping. Every face was etched with extreme, indescribable shock and horror. Even the bald elder who had been blazing with rage moments ago stood frozen on the spot. The murderous intent in his heart was drenched from head to toe by a basin of ice water. Silence. A long silence. No one knew how long had passed before the golden-haired elder's deep, slightly hoarse voice slowly sounded. If what he said is true, the value of this technology. He paused as though searching for a fitting phrase. Finally, he slowly uttered 4 words. Beyond all earthly measure. Boom. Those 4 words slammed into everyone's hearts like a powerful bomb. It can completely change the balance of power among us, the Revolutionary Army and the 4 Emperors of the Sea. It can give us an invincible army of ancient Zoan ability users. It can even allow us to complete that final plan ahead of schedule. The golden-haired elder's voice grew more and more fervent. His eyes blazed with a crazed light called greed. Exactly. The elder with a flat hat and a thick mustache also slammed the table and said excitedly, dignity, prestige. Before absolute power, those things are worthless. As long as we get this technology, never mind his hanging up the phone once. Even if he slapped us across the face in front of the entire world, what would it matter? I agree. I agree as well. In an instant, the direction of the room changed completely. The murderous atmosphere of moments ago turned into a frenzied discussion of benefits and value. Only the bald elder still stood there, face livid and silent. Ultimately, the highest-ranking elder, seated at the very center with a map-like scar on his forehead, slowly opened his deep, profound eyes. He glanced at the bald elder and said calmly, Shodai, your blade is too sharp. Sometimes it can cut you. Before we drain every bit of technological value from him, this man must not die. That was the final word. The bald elder took a deep breath and at last slowly sat back down. But his face was still so dark that it seemed about to drip water. However, the bald elder's voice was piercingly cold. This man is extremely dangerous, extremely arrogant, and completely uncontrollable. We cannot simply let him lead us around by the nose. We must send a top-tier trump card to make contact with him. Someone who can make him drop every guard and even pry every secret from his lips. Upon hearing this, a meaningful arc lifted the corner of the golden-haired elder's mouth. Slowly he took a pitch-black dossier marked top secret from his robe. He placed the dossier gently at the center of the table. On its cover there was no photograph, no name, only a code name written in blood carrying a deadly allure. Queen. Then, let her go. The golden-haired elder's voice dripped with amusement. There is no man in this world she cannot handle. The bald elder stared at the dossier, and the killing intent in his eyes surged once more. He snorted coldly, speaking slowly in a tone utterly devoid of feeling, as though passing a death sentence. Fine. Then let her go. Tell her whether with beauty, lies, or the most virulent poison in the world, she must pry open that man's mouth. If a flash of absolute coldness shot through the bald elder's eyes. If she fails, then kill him on the spot, no matter the cost. Should we fail? In the eyes of the bald elder a flash of ultimate coldness flickered. Then kill him on the spot. At all cost. Meanwhile, on an island in the New World, prosperous to an extreme degree, This was the famous pleasure quarter. It was a den of extravagance for pirates, a paradise for the wealthy, and a relay station of intelligence and deals in the underworld. At this moment, inside the most exclusive private club in the pleasure quarter, a club called Phantom, a voluptuous, charming blonde woman was sitting elegantly on a sofa, a glass of red wine in her hand and a smile upon her face. Across from her sat a pirate captain with a brutish face and a massive sea beast tattoo inked across his body, a man with some reputation in the New World. The pirate captain's forehead was now beaded with cold sweat. He looked at the woman before him, his eyes filled with awe and dread. Lady Stussy. The pirate captain's voice was trembling. The things you wanted. I've brought them all. Please, my lady, be merciful and spare my family. The woman known as Stussy let out a soft laugh at that. That smile was like a rose in full bloom, gorgeous but thorny. You flatter me. Stussy's voice was soft and syrupy, dripping with lethal seduction. When did I ever make things difficult for your family? Aren't we business partners? She extended her slender fingers and took the heavy case from the man's hands. She opened the case. Lying inside was a Zoan-type devil fruit radiating a strange, eerie glow. Very good. Stussy nodded her head in satisfaction. She stood and walked over to the pirate captain, gently patting his shoulder. Pleasure doing business. If any good merchandise comes your way, make sure to inform me first. Feeling as if he had been granted amnesty, the pirate captain scrambled out of the club. Watching his pathetic retreating figure, the smile on Stussy's face did not change in the slightest. She picked up the den mushy on the table and dialed a number. The merchandise is in hand. Dispose of them according to the usual procedure. With that, Stussy hung up the den mushy. As if what she had just ordered disposed of was not a pirate crew with bounties exceeding 100 million belly in the New World, but a bag of insignificant trash. After doing all of this, Stussy's smile remained as enchanting and alluring as ever. Humming a light tune, she was just about to savor the red wine that had just come into her hands. At that very moment, BRR, 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 BRR. A sudden urgent ringing from a den mushy, utterly jarring against the atmosphere of the room, erupted. At the sound, Stussy's expression changed drastically. Every trace of charm, every hint of allure, every smile on her face vanished without a trace in that instant. What replaced them was an absolute, emotionless, extreme coldness. Her bewitching, soul-stealing eyes had become as sharp as a hawk's. In an instant, her entire bearing transformed from a queen of the underworld social games into an unsheathed blade, a killing edge honed to devastating sharpness. She quickly walked into the secret chamber at the innermost part of the room. The door closed. It was as if the entire world had been shut out. Stussy took a deep breath and picked up the special pure black encrypted den mushy. There was no sound on the other end of the line, but Stussy knew that the 5 supreme beings were listening. She knelt on one knee, her posture filled with the utmost reverence. My lords of the 5 elders. The other end remained silent for a long time. Then a dignified voice slowly spoke. Queen, there is a mission of the highest priority. Stussy's pupils sharply contracted. Highest priority. The last time she had heard that phrase was during the O'Hara incident. Target Fong Yuan, the workshop of all things. This man possesses the technology to mass-produce artificial devil fruits. Mass-producing. Ancient Zoans. What kind of terrifying technology is this? Your mission is simple. Contact him. Sound him out. Seduce him. At all costs, pry that technology out of his mouth. If the voice on the other end of the line suddenly turned cold, a terrifying, killing intent surged through the den mushy and struck her full in the face. If he shows any sign of non-cooperation or becomes uncontrollable, kill him on the spot. Do you understand? Stussy's body shuddered violently. She immediately lowered her head and answered in a cold voice. Yes, I guarantee the mission will be accomplished. Click. The call was cut off. Deathly silence once again filled the secret chamber. Stussy slowly rose to her feet. The coldness on her face gradually faded. In its place appeared a bewitching smile full of amusement and curiosity. She walked over to the desk in the secret chamber and picked up a top-secret dossier that had just arrived by fax. On the cover of the dossier was a photograph of a young man. The man in the photograph was handsome with deep eyes and a faint elusive curve at the corner of his mouth. Name Fong Yuan. Codename Workshop of all things. When Stussy's gaze reached the bounty amount at the very bottom of the dossier, she could not help but burst out laughing. That laugh was filled with undisguised condescending contempt. Bounty. 3 million belly. Stussy extended a finger painted with scarlet nail polish and gently tapped the somewhat ridiculous wanted poster. Heh. Artificial devil fruit. Ancient Zoan. Truly an interesting man. A dangerous smile curled at the corner of Stussy's lips, like a hunter catching sight of its prey. The question is whether your skills can match your reckless arrogance. She turned and walked out of the secret chamber. Her face once again carried that charming, captivating smile. She snapped her fingers lightly at a subordinate dressed in a black suit who had been waiting outside the door with the utmost deference. Darling. Stussy's voice had returned to that sweet, cloying tone capable of making a man's bones go weak. Prepare the ship. We're going to Alabasta. The subordinate was stunned for a moment. Go now, Lady Stussy. No. Stussy wagged her finger, and the smile on her face grew even more amused. Head toward the waters near Alabasta first. Don't approach directly. A cunning gleam sly as a fox flickered in her eyes. I'm rather curious to see what sort of welcoming ceremony this mysterious workshop master has prepared for uninvited guests like us. I do want to first see just what kind of welcoming ceremony has this mysterious workshop master prepared for us uninvited guests. Stussy's crimson lips curved into a lethal smile. Deep within her alluring eyes flickered the excited gleam of a huntress. For her this was no longer merely a mission. It had become an intriguing game against a worthy opponent. 3 days later, off the coast of the kingdom of Alabasta lay a neutral island named Caspa. It belonged to no nation, nor did it host a permanent marine branch under the world government. Only a small marine patrol squad was stationed there to maintain basic order. It was a favorite transit point for pirates and merchants, a chaotic melting pot of rogues and scoundrels, and the perfect place to hide secrets. Evening. The dying rays of the sun painted the sea a shimmering gold. A small merchant vessel flying a noble's flag was slowly making its way toward the port of Casper Island. But just as the ship was about to enter the harbor, suddenly disaster struck. Boom. A violent explosion erupted without warning from the ship's side. A towering blaze instantly engulfed half the hull. Thick black smoke billowed skyward. A raid. Pirates. Quick. Protect the lady. In an instant chaos engulfed the ship. Terrified screams intermingled with the pirates' raucous laughter. The fight came fast and ended just as fast. Only a few minutes later, that poor merchant vessel was reduced to a burning wreck slowly sinking beneath the waves. After plundering what they could, the brutal pirates quickly hoisted their sails and disappeared. Only a few survivors clutching wooden planks struggled desperately in the water. Soon the harbor's marine patrol rushed to the scene. They hastily fished the survivors from the sea. Among them the most striking was a blonde woman soaked to the bone, yet still unable to conceal her peerless elegance. Her gown soaked with seawater clung tightly to her body, outlining a breathtaking silhouette. Yet her face was a portrait of lingering shock and delicate vulnerability. Her lovely peach blossom eyes brimmed with tears, as if they might spill at any moment. Any man who saw her would feel his heart soften with involuntary tenderness. Oh my, are you all right, madam? A young marine ensign stared at the stunning beauty before him, completely transfixed. He hastily removed his own naval coat, and with tender solicitude draped it over the woman's shoulders. The woman Stussy lifted her lovely tear-streaked face, and gave the ensign a grateful, fragile smile. Thank you, officer. Her voice was soft and sweet, trembling with the aftershock of survival. I'm all right. Just a bit shaken. In order to protect me, my guards all. Her eyes reddened at the words. The sight was so pitifully endearing that the young ensign's heart nearly melted. Damn pirates. The ensign cursed with righteous fury. Then thumping his chest he assured her, don't worry, madam. In our marine base you're absolutely safe. I swear I'll protect you. And so Stussy, the queen of the underworld, CP0's ultimate trump card, under the flawless guise of a noble lady who had narrowly survived a pirate attack, was smoothly invited into the Marines' temporary base on Casper Island. Inside the base, Stussy changed into clean casual clothes and sat gracefully in the reception room sipping black tea. Her face still bore just the right shade of frightened pallor, but deep in those eyes lay an icy, bone-piercing calm. Just as expected, the first step of the plan had succeeded flawlessly. Madam, we've verified your identity with headquarters, the young ensign said eagerly as he walked in carrying a tray of delicate pastries. Rest assured, headquarters will soon send a warship to escort you home. Really, that would be wonderful. Thank you so much. A delighted look spread across Stussy's face. She set down her teacup and gazed at the ensign with a worshipful expression. Officer, the Marines are truly dependable. Unlike us merchants who have to live in constant dread on this sea. By the way, has this stretch of sea been especially dangerous lately? Stussy asked, seemingly offhand. The ensign, flushed with pride under her gaze, felt himself floating on air. Without a second thought, he instantly replied, don't worry, madam. Most pirates we can handle. It's just, he lowered his voice, a mysterious, haunted look crossing his face. It's just that a few days ago a big one appeared in the bay nearby. Oh, a flicker of curiosity passed through Stussy's eyes. A big one. Something like an emperor of the sea. Not at all. The ensign hastily waved his hands as if worried he'd been misunderstood. Eager to flaunt his knowledge in front of the beauty, he immediately launched into a boastful non-stop explanation. It's not a pirate ship. It's a strange ship I've never seen before, like a submarine. Pitch black all over, and at the bow a giant turtle head. It looks absolutely terrifying. It's been moored in that silent cove to the west for days without moving an inch. We reported it to our superiors, but they said the vessel's background is mysterious and told us not to act rashly, just to keep a close watch. As he spoke, the ensign gestured with his hands. He was completely unaware that Stussy across from him, upon hearing the words Turtle Head and Silent Cove, the hand holding her teacup, paused almost imperceptibly. Deep beneath her lowered lashes a gleam of calculated triumph flashed. Found it. So that's how it is. A look of dawning realization crossed Stussy's face, tinged with lingering unease. That's truly dangerous. Thank goodness you were here. She then exchanged a few more inconsequential words with the ensign, who was already utterly bewitched. Then, under the pretext of feeling unwell and needing rest, she ended the conversation. Night slowly descended. Using the excuse of wanting to take a walk and get some fresh air, Stussy slipped out of the marine base with ease. She headed alone toward the western shore. Once she was completely beyond the marine site, every shred of vulnerability, terror, and emotion vanished from her face in an instant. In their place was absolute calm and the deadly focus of a huntress. She arrived at a stretch of rocky shoals, the only route leading to Silent Cove. Stussy glanced at the sky. The moon had just risen. Moonlight streamed through thin clouds, scattering glimmering ripples across the sea. This timing, this light. Perfect. She slipped off her casual jacket, leaving only a thin white dress. The sea breeze blew past, making her skirt flutter and her perfect figure even more alluring. She walked to a massive boulder and slowly sat down. She wrapped her arms around her knees and softly buried her head between them. In the cold moonlight, her posture and silhouette seemed so lonely, so helpless. Like a wounded kitten abandoned by the whole world, enough to stir any man's protective instinct. Stussy's lips curled into a confident smile. She had calculated everything. Angle, lighting, posture, expression. Even the exact curve the sea wind would lift her hair into was within her calculations. This was a perfect trap tailor-made for that man named Feng Yuan. She refused to believe that any man in this world could resist such a sight. As long as he came out of that bay, as long as he saw her, he would definitely stop in his tracks and come over to talk to her. Then she could board his ship completely naturally. Step by step, she would break down his mental defenses and obtain everything she desired. The plan was flawless. Stussy sat there quietly, patiently awaiting her prey's appearance. 1 minute. 10 minutes. Half an hour. And yet, the sea was calm and silent. From the direction of that so-called Silent Cove came no trace of activity. The pitch-black, bizarre vessel seemed not to exist at all. What was going on? For the first time, Stussy's brows knitted slightly. Could the intelligence be wrong? Or was the man simply not planning to sail tonight? Just as a flicker of doubt crossed Stussy's mind, and she began to think tonight's plan might fail, a voice with a hint of amusement and mockery, ghost-like and utterly out of nowhere, suddenly sounded from behind her. That voice was very close. So close that she could feel the warm breath of the speaker softly brushing against the back of her ear as he spoke. Beautiful lady, sitting here alone so late at night. Are you waiting for me? Beautiful lady, such a late hour sitting here alone. Are you waiting for me? The voice, as if it had been spoken right against her ear. Every hair on Stussy's body stood on end in that instant. Her prized observation hockey had failed to detect even the slightest presence. This man had appeared behind her like an invisible phantom, silently and effortlessly. Danger. Utter suffocating danger. That was the sole thought flashing through Stussy's mind. Everything she had so meticulously planned had instantly become a joke. The roles of hunter and prey seemed to have completely reversed at that very moment. But she was, after all, Stussy, the strongest trump card of CP0, the queen of the dark world. The tempest within her heart lasted only a fraction of a second. The next instant, as she slowly turned around, that enchanting face had already transformed into an expression of near perfection. It was panic shock, the shyness of a woman confronted by a stranger, and a trace of vulnerability from having barely escaped disaster. Any man witnessing such an expression would instantly lower all his guards. WH. Who are you? Stussy's voice carried just the right amount of tremor. She instinctively wrapped her arms around herself and leaned back slightly, portraying the helpless plight of a fallen noblewoman to perfection. She clearly saw the man before her. Feng Yuan. He looked exactly like the photograph in her intelligence files, yet the unfathomable aura radiating from his living, breathing form was 100 times more terrifying than any image could convey. He simply stood there quietly, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth, while his gaze pierced like an abyss capable of seeing straight through a person's soul. Stussy's heart sank like a stone. This man was absolutely not someone to be trifled with. But the performance had already begun, and she had no choice but to continue. Stussy bit her lip, and her eyes instantly reddened, crystal-clear tears swirling within, hovering on the verge of spilling over. My name is Stussy. I am the princess of the nearby celestial kingdom. Our ship encountered detestable pirates on the sea. She launched into her emotionally charged performance. From the pirate's ferocity to her guard's desperate last stand to how she had barely survived by leaping into the sea and drifting to this deserted island. Every detail was seamless, every line delivered with genuine emotion. By the end, she was sobbing uncontrollably. That picture of heart-wrenching sorrow was enough to move even the hardest of men. "Sir." Stussy lifted her exquisitely beautiful face streaked with tears and gazed at Fang Yuan with eyes full of hope and pleading. "I can see you are a person of extraordinary bearing, surely someone of great importance. Could you show mercy and give me a ride? As long as I can reach the next island with a den mushy." To bolster her persuasiveness, she quickly added a parting remark, casting out bait. "My father the king would reward you handsomely. Whatever amount of berries you desire, he would gladly satisfy your wishes." Having said this, she gazed at Fang Yuan with those pitiful, wounded eyes awaiting his response. She was confident that no one could refuse such a request. Fang Yuan had been listening quietly all along. The teasing smile on his face had not changed once from beginning to end. Only after Stussy finished speaking did he seem to suddenly register what she had said, nodding as if just coming to a realization. "Oh, so you are Her Highness the Princess. My apologies for the oversight." His tone sounded filled with genuine respect. Stussy felt a surge of joy within her. Had she gotten to him? It seemed this man was nothing more than ordinary after all. "Of course." Fang Yuan agreed, without hesitation, his manner exceedingly generous. "It would be no trouble at all, Your Highness. Please do not mention it." "Wonderful." The stone of anxiety in Stussy's heart finally settled halfway. She was about to open her mouth in thanks when Fang Yuan's tone suddenly shifted. However, his voice took on an ominous, meaningful quality. "My ship is rather special." The smile on Stussy's face stiffened slightly. "Special? What did he mean?" "Before boarding, there is a small security check to undergo." The smile on Fang Yuan's face grew even more pronounced. "A security check, eh?" Those two words made Stussy's heart skip a beat. An ominous premonition instantly engulfed her. Before she could press further, she watched Fang Yuan leisurely reach inside the inner pocket of his trench coat and pull out an object. It was a devil fruit. Stussy's pupils contracted sharply. This devil fruit possessed an incredibly bizarre appearance. Its shape resembled a classical handheld mirror the size of a palm, rendered entirely in an uncanny combination of black and white. The black portion was as deep as ink, as if capable of devouring all light. The white portion was pure as jade, yet carried an unmistakable coldness. The two colors wove together across the fruit's surface into a twisted spiral pattern that made one's head spin and felt as though one's very soul might be sucked into its depths. "Here, Your Highness." Fang Yuan extended this eerie fruit toward Stussy. His movements were casual, as though offering a common apple. "Eat this, and the security check will be considered passed." Boom. These words exploded in Stussy's mind like thunder from the highest heavens. Every expression on her face froze solid in that instant. Eat it. Was he out of his mind? Who did he think she was? She was the ace of CP0, one of the world government's most elite agents. How could she possibly consume an unidentified devil fruit whose abilities she didn't even know? This was no longer a test. This was the dagger revealed at last. This man had never believed her from the very beginning. He had been playing her all along. Surging waves of fury and humiliation burned crazily within Stussy's heart. But she knew she could not explode. Once exposed, the mission would be a complete failure. She forcibly suppressed all emotions within her and forced a smile uglier than tears. That smile appeared rigid and painfully forced. "Sir, you really know how to joke. What is this? A very special fruit. It looks so beautiful. I'm rather reluctant to eat it." She attempted to bluff her way out of this situation. However, Fang Yuan merely smiled at her, his gaze as though he were watching a clown performing on a stage. The smile on his face gradually faded. In its place emerged a bone-chilling amusement. He spoke each word clearly and deliberately. "It is called the mirror of truth fruit. A thing that can verify whether or not you are lying." Fang Yuan leaned his body forward slightly. He drew close to Stussy's ear and whispered like a demon in a voice only the two of them could hear, "Your Highness, do you dare to eat it? You dare to eat it?" A devilish voice echoed in her ear. Stussy's heart plummeted to the bottom at that very moment. The muscles on her pitifully delicate face had gone completely rigid. Her mind was racing at an unprecedented speed. What should she do? What should she do? Eat it? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. As an elite agent of CP0, she understood better than anyone that devil fruits were a gamble with one's life. Moreover, the fruit came from the hands of this supremely enigmatic man. Who the hell knew what abilities this so-called mirror of truth fruit actually possessed? What if it granted some garbage power that would turn her into an idiot or leave her paralyzed? Then Stussy would be completely ruined for life. But if she refused to eat, her carefully crafted identity as a distressed princess would crumble instantly. This man before her had been wary and probing from the very beginning. He wasn't producing that fruit for some ridiculous security check. He was forcing her hand, trying to make her slip up. What vicious tactics! What a ruthless man. In just a single second, countless thoughts raced through Stussie's mind. Surging waves of fury and humiliation nearly burned away her sanity. But she forcibly held it in. Who was she? She was the queen of the dark world. A top-tier agent lurking in the shadows. The more dangerous the situation, the calmer she needed to be. Sir, please, don't frighten me. Stussie's voice trembled even more severely. She forced a smile worse than crying, and tears genuinely rolled from her eyes. The sight was tragically beautiful to the extreme. I'm just a fragile woman. How could I dare consume something of unknown origin? What if it's poisoned? As she spoke, she secretly gathered strength. The muscles in her feet had already subtly tensed. 6 powers shave. As long as her opponent showed even the slightest relaxation, as long as he was distracted by her performance for even a fraction of a second, she would immediately activate the fastest shave to create distance. Then escape without hesitation. As for the mission, to hell with the mission. Facing such a monster, preserving her own life was what mattered most. However, Fang Yuan's response once again exceeded her expectations. He didn't press his advantage or mock her. He merely watched Stussie perform quietly, his gaze like someone observing a tedious monologue. Suddenly, Fang Yuan sighed. Slowly he retracted that eerie black and white fruit. Never mind. Fang Yuan shook his head, his tone carrying an unmistakable impatience. Too troublesome. Stussie froze. What did that mean? Had he given up? Could it be that her performance had finally worked? Had he believed her to be just an ordinary distressed princess? A tremendous wave of relief surged through Stussie's heart. She nearly lost control of her expression. It seemed this man was nothing special after all. In the end, he had fallen right under her spell. However, before she could fully savor the thought, Fang Yuan's next words struck like freezing water poured from the depths of hell, drenching her completely from soul to body, letting her grow utterly cold from the inside out. I was actually hoping to play with you a bit. All the amusement had vanished from Fang Yuan's face. Replacing it was an absolute calmness, as if a deity gazing down upon ants. He stared directly into Stussie's slightly widened peach blossom eyes filled with shock. Then, in a tone devoid of emotion, merely stating facts, he shattered every illusion and false hope she had word by word. Queen of Happy Street. Boom. Stussie's brain rang with a deafening buzz, as though struck by a heavy hammer. He knows. CP0 intelligence operative. Rumble. A second bolt of thunder followed immediately. The blood drained completely from Stussie's face in an instant. Her disguised expression froze completely. She felt as though her heart had stopped beating. Impossible. This was absolutely impossible. Her true identity was a top secret of the world government. How could he possibly know? However, this was not the end. It was merely the beginning. Fang Yuan watched her face, which was etched with terror and disbelief, and continued in that voice so flat it induced despair, revealing the secret that made her very soul tremble. The first successful clone of Vegapunk. The legacy of MVDS. A replica of Miss Buckingham Stussie. As the final words clearly reached her ears. Click. Stussie seemed to hear something in her spiritual world shatter completely. Her mind went completely blank. All thought had ceased. Her greatest secret. Her deepest root. That ultimate taboo regarding her very existence. Even the 5 elders might not fully know. All revealed in a single casual remark by the man before her. All her disguises, all her schemes, all her pride. In this moment, torn to shreds. She felt like a naked clown standing before the entire world. This man had seen through her completely inside and out. Fear. An unprecedented ultimate terror stemming from the depths of her soul. Like a tsunami, it instantly swallowed all of Stussie's consciousness. Her proud physical techniques, the mental fortitude she relied upon to survive, her acting skills that deceived the world. In this moment, all became the biggest joke. Am I correct? Fang Yuan watched her utterly soulless state, the corners of his mouth curling back into an amused arch. Stussie's lips trembled involuntarily. She wanted to speak, but couldn't utter a single word. She wanted to move, but her body felt as if filled with lead, completely frozen. Just as she was completely lost in thought, disaster struck again. Whoosh! An overwhelmingly powerful suction force erupted from the sea behind her, completely irresistible. Stussie let out a short scream. Her body, completely out of control, lifted off the ground, pulled backward by that terrifying suction force. Her entire body flew like a stone shot from a slingshot, hurtling toward the massive black submarine anchored in the bay. What was happening? What kind of ability was this? In sheer terror, Stussie instinctively turned to look back. The next instant, she witnessed a scene that would haunt her for the rest of her life. That enormous turtle warship, like a prehistoric leviathan. Its ferocious metal dragon head and turtleneck. Those once dim and lifeless eyes now were actually glowing, shining with cold, lifelike, pale cyan light. Those eyes were staring fiercely, straight at her. Those eyes, they were fixed dead on her. The next instant, boom. Stussie felt a terrifying power she absolutely could not resist burst from behind her. Her entire body was seized by an invisible giant hand, and she instantly lost all ability to resist. Up. A short startled cry escaped Stussy's lips. Before she could control it, her body was yanked backward by that tremendous pull, and she was sent flying. She was moving at incredible speed. The wind roared past her ears. The world ahead of her receded at a dizzying pace. At this moment, Stussy's heart sank into an icy abyss. She tried desperately to struggle to summon the power within her, but it was useless. Against that force so vast it drove her to despair, the power she had proudly relied on was like a stream colliding with the ocean. It could not even stir a single ripple. What kind of monster was this? A ship? How could a ship possess a mind of its own? How could it launch such an unnatural attack? Stussy's brain had completely short-circuited. The worldview she had built over decades was blown to pieces in this instant. Bang! A dull, heavy thud. Stussy's body slammed down hard onto the icy deck. The tremendous impact made every bone in her body feel as if it were about to break apart. But she could not care about the pain. She knew this was her only chance. As CP0's ultimate ace, the combat instinct buried in her bone marrow erupted completely at that moment. The instant she hit the ground, Stussy twisted her body in a way that would be impossible for any ordinary person. She did not even look at where Fang Yuan was. Her body had already made the most correct response before her consciousness did. 6 powers finger gun barrage. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. In an instant, Stussy's right hand had become a blur of countless afterimages. A series of shrill, sharp whistling sounds tore through the air. Countless razor-sharp finger strikes poured down like a raging storm toward Fang Yuan. Each one could easily pierce through thick steel plating. Even a vice admiral of the Marines would never dare take such a dense barrage head-on. This was one of her ultimate trump card techniques. It was also the strongest counterattack she could make right now. And yet, in the face of this attack that could destroy heaven and earth, Fang Yuan did not even raise an eyelid. He merely stood there, the same amused smile still lingering at the corners of his mouth, as if everything before him was nothing but a dull farce. Then, just as that downpour of finger strikes was about to touch Fang Yuan's body, another change occurred. Buzz! The deck beneath Stussy's feet suddenly glowed without any warning. Strange dark cyan tortoiseshell-like patterns instantly covered the entire deck. Right after, hiss! Tremendous jets of scorching steam shot out from the cracks in the deck. Yet the steam did not disperse. Instead, before Fang Yuan, it condensed swiftly into a semi-transparent shield formed from steam and the ghostly light of a turtle shell. Ding, 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 ding. The next second, Stussy's finger strikes enough to pierce through nearly anything hammered violently into the steam shield. However, the scene she had imagined, the shield being shattered, did not appear. Those countless finger strikes fell on the shield like raindrops striking glass. Aside from a series of crisp metal-like collision sounds, they could not even shake the shield in the slightest. They did not even raise a ripple. How was this possible? Stussy's pupils shrank violently to pinpricks. Her face was filled with unconcealable shock. Her full power blow had actually been blocked so easily. What in the world was this thing? Just as her heart quaked and she lost her composure completely, an invisible bone-cold mental shock, as if it could freeze the soul, stabbed fiercely into her mind. Ugh! Stussy's body stiffened. She felt as if a red-hot iron rod had been brutally driven into her head. Agony. Indescribable agony. Her vision went black in an instant. Everything, every movement, every thought, came to a halt. Although this mental shock lasted less than 1/10 of a second. For a top-tier powerhouse, that 1/10 of a second opening was already enough to determine life and death. When Stussy regained her senses from the agony, she discovered in horror that Fang Yuan was already standing in front of her. He was looking down at her from above. There was no killing intent in his gaze, nor any hint of contempt. There was only a faint disappointment, as if he were evaluating a flawed piece of art. He slowly shook his head. Then, in the plainest and most emotionless tone, he spoke words sharp enough to pierce her soul and make it tremble. Too weak. Fang Yuan's voice was very light, but when it landed in Stussy's ears, it was more shocking than any thunderbolt. Really too weak. Fang Yuan looked at her face, which had gone pale with terror, and continued in the same indifferent tone. Your physical arts. Your 6 styles. And that disguise you're so proud of, and your schemes. Fang Yuan paused, and the corners of his mouth curled into a trace of undisguised mockery. Before me, they are all like children's tricks. Meaningless. Boom. These words, like the final straw, utterly crushed Stussy's psychological defenses. Everything she was proud of. Every means she relied on to survive. All the pride and dignity of being CP0's ace and the queen of the underworld. In this instant, that man ripped everything to shreds with the most dismissive ease. Thud. Stussy's body could no longer support itself. Her legs buckled, and she sank down limply onto the cold deck. She gasped for breath, her forehead covered with a thin layer of cold sweat. Her eyes were filled with an unprecedented helplessness and fear that reached deep into her bones. For the first time she felt what true despair was. Before this man, she wasn't even qualified to be his opponent. If he wanted to kill her, he probably didn't need to lift a single finger. It's over. Everything is over. Stussy's heart turned to dead ash. She had surrendered all resistance, closed her eyes, and quietly waited for death to take her. However, the fatal blow she had expected never came. All around was deathly silent. After a long time, Stussy cautiously opened her eyes in confusion. Then she saw something she would never forget for the rest of her life. The Fang Yuan before her had retracted that suffocating, terrifying aura. He had become once again that harmless-looking young man, exuding even a hint of elegance. The expression on his face had also shifted from the earlier disappointment and mockery into a gentle smile, tinged with a slight apology. He reached out a hand to Stussy, who was slumped on the ground. Then he made a standard, courteous gesture of invitation. "Now," Fang Yuan said in a gentle, magnetic voice, "can we sit down and properly discuss that priceless business deal?" Business partner. A partner. Satuxi's mind went completely blank, stunned into paralysis. She slumped against the cold deck, head tilted back, gazing dazedly at the hand Fang Yuan had extended toward her. That hand was clean and elegantly slender. Yet just minutes ago its owner had stood like an almighty deity, crushing all her pride and dignity with the most effortless contempt. Now he appeared as an elegant gentleman, extending an invitation for partnership. What in the world was this? A slap in the face followed by a crumb of kindness. A monstrous storm surged within Satuxi's heart. She could not comprehend. She was utterly incapable of fathoming the man before her. His power, his mystery, his manner of operating. All of it far transcended every ounce of understanding she had accumulated about this world over the past decades. But as an ace of CP0, instinct compelled her to make the correct choice in the briefest moment. Trembling, she reached out and placed her hand into Fang Yuan's palm. "I." Satuxi began just as Fang Yuan offered a faint smile. With a gentle pull, he effortlessly drew her to her feet. "Let's go." Fang Yuan released her hand and turned striding toward the interior of the immense submarine. "Do not keep my guests waiting any longer." Guests? There were others. Satuxi's heart tightened once more. She dared not press further, compelled to follow Fang Yuan like a puppet on strings, her soul heavy with dread and bewilderment. A metallic door, emitting not a single sound of mechanical friction, slid open silently. The moment Satuxi stepped inside the Xuanwu, her entire being froze, petrified once more. What was this place? Before her stretched an impossibly vast circular hall. The walls, the floor, the ceiling. Every surface was crafted from an unfamiliar metal she had never before encountered, radiating a soft white luminescence. Several diminutive robots floated through the air, autonomously sweeping away dust. At the very center of the hall hovered an enormous three-dimensional sea chart constructed entirely from pure light and shadow. Countless shimmering points of light densely marked the chart. Each point represented a stretch of ocean, an island. Even the unpredictable climate of the Grand Line was being simulated in real time. Satuxi's eyes widened to their limits. She had once visited Vegapunk's future island. Yet even that legendary place, hailed as 500 years beyond its era, appeared as little more than a backward, primitive village when compared to this. This transcended technology. This was a divine miracle. Only a god could create such a place. "Sit." Fang Yuan's voice pulled Satuxi back from her utter astonishment. She finally noticed a set of exquisitely costly sofas arranged along one side of the hall. A man dressed in a black tailcoat wearing an owl-shaped mask stood with utmost respect beside them. It was Fang Yuan's retainer Yishao. And on the opposite side of the sofa sat another figure. A young woman in an opulent princess gown, her pink hair cascading about her shoulders. Her eyes carried a hint of curiosity intertwined with barely concealed wariness as she assessed Satuxi. Yuta. Satuxi's heart gave another violent jolt. The intelligence reports on the Elugia incident were nothing new to her. This young woman should have long since. She dared not entertain the thought further. The secrets concealed within this man were simply too numerous, too terrifying. Satuxi drew a deep breath, forcing her composure back into place. She smoothed her slightly disheveled attire and took a seat with refined elegance on the sofa opposite Fang Yuan. She knew what was to come next was the true climax. Fang Yuan spared her no pleasantries. He leaned back into the sofa, legs crossed, posture relaxed, yet commanding. Yet the moment he spoke, the air within the entire hall seemed to freeze solid. "I intend to strike a deal with the world government." His tone was utterly calm, as though discussing something of trivial importance. "My organization, the Wanwu Workshop, can provide you with devil fruits." Satuxi's pupils contracted sharply. Here it came. The main subject. Artificial devil fruits. Fang Yuan met her gaze, the corner of his lips curling into a deeply meaningful smile. Animal-type varieties. Tailored precisely to your specifications. And most crucially, Fang Yuan emphasized his words, each syllable carefully placed, delivering the keyword that made Satuxi's heart skip an entire beat. Completely free of side effects. Boom. No side effects at all. Satuxi's mind roared. She nearly launched herself from the sofa. She understood Caesar's sad technology all too well. The smile fruits it produced were utterly worthless garbage. The success rate was pitifully low, and the failures became wretches forever stripped of all expression. Yet the man before her claimed he could produce artificial devil fruits entirely free of side effects, and even offer custom tailoring. If this were true, what would it mean for the world government? It meant they could forge within an exceedingly brief span an terrifying legion composed entirely of animal-type devil fruit users. This alone was sufficient to overturn the balance of the entire world. I refuse to believe it. Synthesized blurted without thinking, not out of calculation, but pure instinct. The notion was simply too absurd to accept. Heh. Fang Yuan chuckled softly. He offered no argument, merely snapping his fingers. Click. The very next instant, a holographic screen composed entirely of radiance materialized in the air before Synthesized. Displaying like a merchandise catalog were dozens upon dozens of animal-type devil fruits, every last one of them utterly unfamiliar to her. Animal-type Inu Inu no Mi, Cerberus form castrated edition. Animal-type Tori Tori, no Mi, Thunderbird form castrated edition. Animal-type Hebe, Hebe, no Mi, Yamada, no Orochi form castrated edition. Beside each fruit, detailed ability descriptions and supplementary special attributes were meticulously documented, such as flame resistance, poison immunity, hyperregeneration. Staring at this miraculously impossible display before her, Synthesased's breathing came to a complete halt. Her ravishing countenance could sustain not even the slightest expression. Nothing remained but endless bone-deep, sheer astonishment. All genuine. Every single one was authentic. This man truly commanded creative power akin to that of a deity. Now do you believe? Fang Yuan asked, coolly observing her utterly bewildered state. Synthesased's lips quivered. She laboriously swallowed, her voice parched and cracked. What is it you desire? She understood that one who could provide such tier of technology would hardly be satisfied with mere wealth. The price must be an astronomical figure sufficient to give the five elders considerable unease. However, Fang Yuan's subsequent words revealed to Synthesized the bitter truth. She had been far too naive. This man's ambition could not possibly be described by any astronomical figure. My conditions are straightforward. Fang Yuan raised one finger. First, I require the highest priority mining and usage rights to every rare, exceptional mineral, plant, and biological material across the entire world. Synthesased's complexion changed instantly. That is impossible. This even includes. The corner of Fang Yuan's mouth curled into a chilling arc. Indeed, including the Holy Land Mary Geos, which your celestial dragons treat as their exclusive domain. Its resources are mine as well. Synthesased's face drained of all color instantly. Mad. This man was utterly insane. He had set his sights upon the sacred lands. Yet it was not finished. Fang Yuan extended his second finger. Second, I demand unrestricted sharing access to all S-rank and above classified intelligence within the world government, including but not limited to the 100-year blank history, the secrets of the D-clan, the whereabouts of the ancient weapons. Fang Yuan's gaze settled upon Synthesased's bloodless face, and all casts of the poneglyphs. Gulp. Synthesized felt as though an invisible hand were crushing her throat. Not a single word could escape her. Her mind had shut down entirely. This went far beyond greed. This was demanding the lifeblood of the world government itself. Every condition struck precisely at the most sensitive, most vital nerve of the world government. You? Synthesased's voice trembled uncontrollably. Yet Fang Yuan seemed oblivious to her crumbling composure. He extended his third finger, his expression adopting a demonic smile. Third, I require a legitimate identity shielded by the highest level of protection from the world government. One that shall never be disturbed by anyone. Fang Yuan paused, briefly pondering an appropriate title. Let us call it Chief Scientific Advisor to the world government. I find the name rather suitable. With that spoken, Fang Yuan leaned back against the broad sofa, his hands folded neatly before him. He gazed at the woman before him, the queen of the shadowed world, now utterly stunned as though her very soul had departed her body, and delivered his concluding statement in a measured, flat tone. To summarize plainly, I provide the core technology. You provide the entirety of the world as my material repository and intelligence network. Fang Yuan's lips curved upward, slowly revealing a radiant smile. Quite fair, would you not agree? Fair. Fair be damned. Stussie's mind turned completely blank after hearing Fang Yuan's lightly spoken words. How was this a transaction? It was naked unilateral plunder. What he wanted was neither money nor power. What he wanted was the very foundation of this world, the core forbidden zone that the world government had ruled for 800 years and would never allow anyone to touch. This man is no madman. He is a devil more insane and more rapacious than the five elders, the celestial dragons, or any other existence in this world. Stussie's mouth was agape, yet she could not squeeze out a single word. She felt her soul itself being frozen solid beneath that man's dazzling, utterly radiant smile. Refuse. With what? With the 6 styles she was so proud of. or her status as CP0's ace. Don't be absurd. Before this man, everything she prided herself on was as fragile as paper, pierced with a single poke. Just when Stussy felt she was about to suffocate, Fang Yuan retracted that demonic smile. He did not even spare Stussy another glance, as though she had already become an utterly insignificant ornament. He simply snapped his fingers casually. Snap! A crisp sound echoed through the hall. Immediately afterward, a side door slid open without a sound. Yuta stepped out from inside dressed in an exquisite princess gown. Her face still carried a trace of sleepy disorientation, but the moment she saw Fang Yuan, light instantly kindled in her beautiful eyes. Fang Yuan, come. Fang Yuan's tone instantly turned infinitely gentle. A completely different being from the devil who had just been passing judgment on the world. He beckoned to Yuta, a doting smile on his face. Sing a song for our guest. His voice paused and his gaze drifted almost imperceptibly toward the utterly dumbfounded Stussy. A song that will let her see the future. See the future. Stussy's heart lurched. What did that mean? How could singing possibly reveal the future? Yet Yuta showed not the slightest doubt. She obediently nodded and walked to the center of the hall. She looked at Stussy, whose face was deathly pale and whose eyes were wild with terror, and a trace of barely perceptible pity flickered in her gaze. Because she knew what a terrifying spiritual hell this woman was about to walk into. Well then, Yuta took a deep breath and closed her eyes. When she opened them again, her entire demeanor had transformed. An invisible, sacred, yet uncanny psychic force radiated outward from her. Her song began. It was ethereal, melodious, as if it did not belong to this world. Every single note was like an invisible hand that pierced Stussy's eardrums, bored through her skull, and seized her soul in a ferocious grip. What power is this? Stussy's pupils dilated abruptly. She felt her consciousness being forcibly dragged out of her body by an irresistible force. She wanted to fight back. She wanted to scream, but it was useless. Against Yuta's singing, which fused the twin mythic-level concepts of the emotion tuning fork and the Dream Eater Baku, every resistance she offered was woefully pale and feeble. Buzz. The scene before Stussy's eyes reeled violently. In the next instant, the ultra-futuristic submarine interior vanished, completely replaced by a sky ablaze with roaring flames. A blood-red sky. She was standing on a field of ruins piled high with countless bones. And at the end of the ruins was the Holy Land, Mary Geos. That inviolable holy land, the symbol of the world's ultimate authority, was burning. Countless resplendent palaces were collapsing. Countless terrified celestial dragons scurried about like pigs being chased. Countless powerful marines and Cypherpole agents were reduced to ashes in despair. What is this? Is it an illusion? Stussy's mind was in utter chaos. But the scorching heat wave hitting her face, the shrill screams entering her ears, the thick, nauseating stench of blood. Everything felt so real it made her scalp go numb. Roar. At that moment, an earth-shaking dragon's roar resounded from the heavens. Stussy jerked her head up, and then she saw a sight she would never forget for the rest of her life. A colossal azure dragon, vast enough to blot out the sky, coiled above the Holy Land. It casually exhaled a single breath of dragon fire. Boom. A palace belonging to the 5 elders was instantly razed to the ground. Immediately after, a sacred giant tiger wreathed in white flames burst out from the ruins, and with one claw smashed dozens of CP0 agents into pulp. A gargantuan demonic serpent with 8 heads emerged from a chasm in the earth, and all 8 heads simultaneously spewed lightning, fire, venom, and frost. Wherever it passed, not even a blade of grass survived. There was also the 9-tailed demon fox, the undying bird cloaked in black flames, the Qilin wielding a spear of lightning. 1, 10, 100. More than 100 mythical Zoan ability users who existed only in myths and legends had formed an invincible, unrivaled legion. They were carrying out a devastating one-sided massacre of the Holy Land of Mary Geos. Stussy's body was trembling uncontrollably. Her breathing had completely ceased. She felt as though her heart was about to be crushed by this ultimate terror. What kind of monster legion is this? How could something like this even exist in the world? Just as her mind hovered on the brink of collapse, her gaze crossed the chaotic battlefield. Then she saw it. At the very center of the legion. That man, Fang Yuan. He sat there casually upon a throne built from the bones of countless powerhouses. He did not even glance at the world-shattering war. He was merely resting his chin lazily on one hand, his eyes seeming to pierce through space and time to land on her. That gaze remained as calm as ever. As if the war before him, a war mighty enough to overturn the world, was no more than a tedious play he had casually directed. No. A hopeless, unconscious wail escaped Stussy's lips. She could even clearly hear. From the deepest depths of Pangea Castle came the 5 elders' dying struggle, filled with resentment and terror. Devil, you devil. The world is doomed. The illusion was real to the extreme. So real that Stussy felt her very soul was being torn apart. It was at that moment that Yuta's song came to an abrupt end. Click. With a soft sound, the apocalyptic scene before her shattered like a mirror with a resounding boom. Stussy jolted back to reality. She found herself still sitting on the submarine's sofa, surrounded once more by the hull full of futuristic technology. Nothing had changed, as if that world-destroying war had truly been nothing more than an absurd dream. But, thud, Stussy could no longer hold on. Her entire body slid off the sofa and collapsed onto the floor. She was drenched in cold sweat from head to toe. She gasped greedily, taking huge, ragged breaths, her chest heaving violently. Her face was so pale it held not a trace of blood. She raised her head and looked at Fang Yuan. What filled her eyes was no longer mere terror. It was something far more complicated, a tangled mixture of deep apprehension, awe, and a morbid, feverish devotion she herself had not even realized. Her lips trembling, she mustered every ounce of remaining strength and asked the question that would determine her fate. Those things, are they real, eh? Fang Yuan looked at her shattered, lost appearance, and not a single trace of emotion showed on his face. He simply said in a calm tone that stated facts as facts. He slowly gave the answer that would cast Stussy into the bottomless abyss. Not now. A faint smile tugged at the corner of Fang Yuan's mouth, a curve like a god looking down upon ants. But in the future it will be. And you? Fang Yuan's gaze seemed to penetrate Stussy's body and fall upon the 5 towering figures behind her. You may choose to be witnesses to this feast, or become part of the dust in that illusion. Dust. Those 2 words were all that remained in Stussy's mind. Her body lay limp on the freezing deck, unable to move even a single finger. Cold sweat had long since soaked through her luxurious gown, clinging to her skin cold and biting. But she felt none of it. Her mind was seized by a maddening replay of the scene she had just witnessed. The burning Holy Land. The celestial dragons slaughtered like livestock. The hundreds of mythical beasts, a legion that existed only in legends. And that man seated upon a throne of bones, looking down upon everything with eyes that saw the world as nothing but garbage. Every image carved itself into the depths of her soul, like the sharpest blade. The future? No, that was not the future. That was a prophecy, a final outcome she could never resist, never change. Stand against this man. Stand against a monster who wielded divine creations and commanded a legion of mythical beasts. The 5 elders, the world government, the celestial dragons. For the first time, Stussy felt an absurdity so extreme it was almost laughable. Those lofty beings before that man probably did not even amount to dust. And what of herself? CP0's ace, the queen of the underworld. All those titles she once took pride in now seemed so pale, so pathetic. She was a tool, a clone that could be cast aside at any moment. A poor wretch who could not even control her own fate. But Stussy's gaze suddenly trembled. She remembered what Fang Yuan had just said. You can choose to become witnesses to this grand feast. Witnesses, rather than dust. Boom. That sentence, like a bolt of lightning, instantly split apart every shred of fog in Stussy's mind. Her breath caught in her throat. Then her heart began to pound uncontrollably, wild and frantic. Thump, thump, thump. It was not born of fear, but of a kind of extreme, morbid excitement she had never known. A mad idea blazed through her body like wildfire sweeping across the plains. Yes, why not? Since she could not resist, then why not join him? Rather than be crushed into dust, why not stand on the shoulders of a giant and witness with her own eyes the fall of an old world and the rise of a new one? This might be her only chance to escape the pitiful fate of a clone, and also her only chance to seize control of her own life. At that thought, the eyes that had been filled with fear and despair just moments ago suddenly ignited with 2 unprecedented scorching flames. That flame was called ambition. She no longer trembled. Slowly she rose from the ground. Her movements remained graceful. She smoothed her slightly rumpled collar and hair as if the utterly shattered woman who had just collapsed on the floor had never been her at all. In a few short seconds, the alluring, magnificently composed queen of the underworld had returned. But everyone could see. She had changed. The proud cutting edge of a true powerhouse was gone completely. In its place was a humility and reverence born from the depths of her soul. Stussy stepped forward and walked slowly up to Fang Yuan. Under the astonished gazes of Night Owl and Yuta, she made a decision that would cover the entire CP0 in unbearable shame. She lifted her skirt and slowly lowered herself. One knee touched the floor. The motion was precise, elegant, yet carried a kind of final, unarguable surrender. I understand. Stussy raised her head and looked up at Fang Yuan. Her voice no longer wavered, it was filled with unprecedented determination. I will convey your proposal to the 5 elders word for word exactly as it was spoken. She paused, the fervor in her eyes nearly spilling over. And, personally, Stussy took a deep breath and with every ounce of strength in her body uttered the words that were destined to change her entire life. I am willing to become your representative in the world government and the underworld. I will handle all of the public-facing affairs for you. The entire hall instantly fell into dead silence. Behind his owl mask, Night Owl's mouth hung slightly open. He was utterly stunned by his boss's move. How long had it been? CP0's strongest ace, a big shot of the underworld, had just knelt and even volunteered to be a subordinate. Absurd. It was so absurd that absurdity itself had opened the door for absurdity and let it all the way in. Yuta was equally amazed. She knew Fang Yuan was powerful, but she had never imagined he could be this powerful. In the span of a single song, he had utterly conquered a woman who looked so intimidating. Fang Yuan gazed at Stussy kneeling on one knee before him and allowed a satisfied smile to form on his face. Good. He had always preferred dealing with intelligent people because talking to intelligent people was not exhausting. Rise. Fang Yuan reached out and gently helped Stussy to her feet. His touch was gentle, yet Stussy felt an irresistible force lifting her upward. She obeyed, rising to her full height with her head bowed like a maidservant awaiting her master's orders. Fang Yuan leaned close to her ear and said softly in a voice meant only for the two of them, "Good. I enjoy working with intelligent people." A playful arc lifted the corner of Fang Yuan's mouth. "From this day forward, you are the public-facing Chief Executive Officer of All Things Workshop." The English abbreviation is CEO. Chief Executive Officer. CEO. Stussy's entire body trembled violently. She raised her head and stared at Fang Yuan in disbelief. She had believed that at most she could become an inconspicuous pawn beneath this man's command. But she had never dreamed. With a single sentence, Fang Yuan had granted her a position so high that it was almost as if he had placed all of All Things Workshop's public power in her hands. This trust. No, this was not trust. This was absolute confidence. This man was not afraid of betrayal at all, because he knew she did not have the right or the ability to betray him. Realizing this, the last remnant of doubt in Stussy's heart dissolved completely. In its place came boundless ecstasy and excitement. "Yes, my master." Stussy's voice quivered with emotion. She bowed deeply once more. "I, Stussy, will never let you down." "Good." Fang Yuan nodded, then stepped back, putting distance between them. "Go. Take my goodwill to those 5 old men. Tell them my patience is limited." "Yes." Stussy answered respectfully, turned, and prepared to leave. She could hardly wait to see what priceless expressions those 5 elders, so high and mighty, would wear when they heard her report. However, just as she was about to step through the door, Fang Yuan's voice sounded again from behind her. "Wait." Stussy's steps halted abruptly. She turned at once and asked respectfully, "Master, do you have any further orders?" Fang Yuan said nothing. He merely flipped his hand casually, and an ancient-looking eternal pose appeared in his palm. He tossed it to Stussy without a second thought. "Here, take this." Stussy caught the pose instinctively. Looking down, she saw several flamboyant characters engraved on its base. All Things Workshop, headquarters. Stussy's heart gave a violent leap. So this was the headquarters of this mysterious organization. Before she could even get excited, Fang Yuan's calm voice sounded again. "Next time, come find me here with the 5 elders' sincerity." With that, Fang Yuan paid her no further attention, turned around, and walked back to the sofa. Stussy clutched the eternal pose in her hand, as if holding the most precious treasure in the entire world. She took a deep breath and carefully tucked the pose into her bosom. Then, with one final respectful bow, she turned and strode briskly out of the Xuanwu. Only after confirming that she was far beyond the submarine's range did Stussy eagerly take out the eternal pose again. She wanted to see exactly where in this world the headquarters of All Things Workshop, that place like a divine kingdom, was located. Was it some secret uncharted island in the New World, or some hidden corner of the Red Line? With overwhelming excitement, she lowered her gaze to the pose in her hand. Then the next moment, Stussy froze on the spot, as if struck by lightning. The expression on her face solidified completely. Her eyes bulged wider than brass bells. Her mouth was so wide open that she could have fit a fist inside, because what she saw had shattered her worldview once again. The needle of that eternal pose was not pointing in any direction, not north, not south, not east, not west. Instead, it pointed straight up, unshakably, at the sky. Stussy's brain completely stopped working. Her entire body was frozen in place like a victim of a petrification spell, unable to move even an inch. Her eyes bulged wide as she stared fixedly at the eternal pose in her hand, its needle pointing straight up at the sky. She was no simple country girl who had never seen the world. She was CP0's ace. She was the undisputed queen of the underworld. She knew that sky islands existed. She even knew that an ancient civilization might exist on the moon. But an organization's headquarters built in the skies. What the hell kind of concept was that? This wasn't science fiction anymore. This was mythology. Only a god could place his home in the sky. Stussy felt her worldview being ground into the dirt once again by this man in the most brutal way possible. She even began to wonder if she had been trapped from the very start in some inescapable illusion. Could an absurd monster like this really exist in this world? Just as Stussy felt her mind was on the verge of splitting apart, that voice like a demon god sounded again from behind her, slow and unhurried. "That's right. Almost forgot." Stussy's body jolted violently. Like a wind-up doll, she turned around stiffly. Fang Yuan had somehow emerged from the submarine once again. In his hand was an unremarkable craft paper document envelope. Take this too. Fang Yuan's tone was as casual as if he were ordering a servant to throw out a bag of trash. He casually tossed the envelope in his hand toward Stussy. Stussy instinctively reached out with both hands and caught the envelope somewhat clumsily. The envelope was very light. It seemed to hold only a few thin sheets of paper. Stussy clutched the envelope, her mind a complete mush. What was this now? A new test? Or some new toy she couldn't understand? Open it and take a look. Seeing her dazed expression, Fang Yuan curled the corner of his mouth into an amused smile. Consider it a small greeting gift from me personally to those 5 elders behind you. I hope they'll like it. A greeting gift. Stussy's heart gave a violent leap. Not daring to be careless, she opened the seal of the envelope with trembling hands. Then she drew out several neatly printed A4 sheets. When her gaze fell on the first line of the first page, her pupils instantly contracted to the most dangerous pinprick size. Detailed analysis report on the incident of Fire Fist, Port Gasti, a 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard pirates hunting down the defected Blackbeard Marshal D. Teach. Boom. Stussy's mind buzzed as if it had been struck by a heavy bomb. Fire Fist Ace. Blackbeard Teach. These two names were like red-hot branding irons scarring her nerves. Of course she knew these two men. One was the future pillar of the Whitebeard pirates. The other was an obscure crew member on Whitebeard's ship who had recently, without warning, killed a comrade and fled the ship in betrayal. Of course the CP organization had been paying attention to this matter, but their intelligence stopped right there. Yet on this report, Stussy's gaze frantically swept downward. Her breathing grew faster and faster, and her face grew paler and paler. Because what was written on this report was far too damn detailed. So detailed that it stirred a terror from the very depths of her soul. Target Blackbeard Marshal D. Teach. Devil Fruit Dark Fruit Logia the most sinister. Core objective to hunt down and kill a pirate with a bounty over 100 million as a token of allegiance in exchange for a vacant seat among the 7 warlords of the sea. Primary target Straw Hat Boy Monkey D. Luffy. Secondary target Fire Fist Port Gas D. Ace. Predicted time of operations 7 days from now. Predicted location Bonero Island. Operational projection Teach will use the power of the Dark Fruit to suppress Ace's Flame Fruit, ultimately capture him, and hand him over to the world government. At the end of the report, there was also a final conclusion written in bold red font standing out like the prophecy of a god. This event has a 99.9 probability of directly igniting an all-out war between the Whitebeard pirates and Marine headquarters. History will call it the Paramount War. Slap. The thin sheets slipped from Stussy's hands, which had gone weak from excessive trembling, and scattered across the ground. Stussy was completely dumbfounded. Her mouth hung open as she gasped for air, her chest heaving violently. Her eyes were filled with endless, incredulous horror. The Paramount War? What kind of joke was that? The Whitebeard pirates and Marine headquarters in an all-out war. This was the most supreme classified intelligence enough to overturn the entire world order. This man had actually just put it in a craft paper envelope and tossed it to her like trash. And he still had the nerve to call it a small greeting gift. A small greeting gift. This was a super nuclear bomb capable of causing a magnitude 10 earthquake across the entire world government. What do you think? Fang Yuan looked at her utterly shattered appearance, and the smile on his face grew even more amused. Is this sincerity enough? Stussy's lips quivered, and she couldn't utter a single word. Her mind had completely crashed. Fang Yuan didn't press her further. He simply spoke slowly in a calm and casual tone, as if discussing the weather. Go back and tell those 5 elders. What they do with this intelligence is their own business. Fang Yuan's gaze grew deep and icy, as if it could see straight through a person's heart. They can choose to intervene early and stop this war from breaking out, thereby doing Whitebeard an enormous favor. Of course. A devilishly cold, mocking smile curled at the corner of Fang Yuan's mouth. They can also choose to turn the tables. They can use this opportunity to set up an ambush in advance, thoroughly weakening or even annihilating Whitebeard, that remnant of the old era. As for which choice to make, Fang Yuan chuckled softly and spread his hands. That depends on their wisdom and vision. Boom. These words were like a final heavy hammer crashing down on Stussy's heart. She finally understood. She finally understood what this man truly wanted to do. He wasn't providing intelligence. He was setting a test. He was treating the entire world as a chessboard. Whitebeard Marine headquarters and the world government had all become chess pieces in his hand. He didn't care at all who won or lost. He only wanted to watch a magnificent drama directed by his own hand. This man, his vision, his ambition, his methods, had already completely surpassed the bounds of humanity. He was a god. No, he was a devil, more terrifying than a god. Stussy's body began to tremble uncontrollably once again, but this time it was no longer pure fear. It was an extreme excitement mixed with reverence, worship, and morbid fanaticism. She abruptly bent down and picked up one by one those sheets of paper that were more important than her own life. Then with great care, she placed them back into that seemingly ordinary craft paper envelope. After doing all this, Stussy took a deep breath and forcibly suppressed the towering waves surging in her heart. She raised her head and looked at Fang Yuan. There was no longer the slightest hesitation or struggle in her eyes. Only absolute, complete, and unquestionable submission remained. I understand, Master. Stussy's voice was firm and powerful. I will deliver your goodwill and your test to them word for word. When she finished, she did not remain even a moment longer. She gave Fang Yuan a respectful standard 90-degree bow. Then she turned, and without looking back vanished into the night as an afterimage. She knew that from this day forward this world was about to be turned upside down. Watching Stussy's retreating figure, the smile on Fang Yuan's face slowly faded. He turned around and looked at Yuta, who had poked her little head out of the submarine. His face once again broke into that gentle, doting smile. All right. The troublesome fly has been dealt with. Fang Yuan reached out his hand toward Yuta. Now it's time for us to get down to business. Yuta blinked at Fang Yuan curiously and asked, business? Where are we going next? Fang Yuan's gaze drifted toward the distant horizon. In his deep eyes flickered a scorching gleam called greed, one that even Yuta could not understand. Slowly he uttered a name. Amazon Lily. Amazon Lily. Upon hearing these three words from Fang Yuan, a flicker of curiosity instantly flashed across Wuta's beautiful large eyes. What kind of place is that? Are there many delicious foods? However, Fang Yuan merely shook his head, an enigmatic smile curling at the corner of his lips. Amazon Lily can wait until later. His voice was calm and casual. That place won't run away. But now there are good things in another place. If we're late, they'll truly be gone. Having spoken, Fang Yuan didn't even glance at Wuta again. He turned around and walked to the center of the massive command room of Xuanwu. Xuanwu. Fang Yuan spoke calmly. Ascend. Leave the Alabasta waters. Yes, master. A cold voice with a hint of mechanical texture resonated directly in Fang Yuan's mind. This was Xuanwu's consciousness. Rumble. The next instant, the submarine, resembling a deep-sea behemoth, began to slowly ascend. Its colossal hull broke through the water's surface. The scorching sunlight of Alabasta fell once again upon the deck. Fang Yuan stood at the bow, glancing back over his shoulder. The kingdom, which had just endured a tremendous catastrophe and was now bathed in the joy of rebirth, grew increasingly smaller in his vision. Behind him, storms raged and rivers of blood flowed. The fall of the 7 warlords, the disgrace of the navy, the rise of the Straw Hat Boy. All of this seemed to have nothing to do with him. He was merely a background merchant passing through and reaping all the benefits. Enough. Fang Yuan withdrew his gaze, turned around, and walked back into the command room. He waved his hand. In the very center of the command room, the enormous three-dimensional holographic sea chart instantly lit up. The complete overview of the Grand Line was clearly presented before Wuta and Yi Xiao. Next target. Fang Yuan's tone carried no emotion whatsoever. His finger gently tapped the light and shadow-formed sea chart. The chart instantly magnified, eventually freezing above a sea area named Gaia. Here. Fang Yuan's finger pointed to that empty azure blue sky. Skypea? Sky Islands. What a... Wuta and Yi Xiao both simultaneously let out incredulous exclamations. Yi Xiao's mouth beneath his owl mask opened wide. And master. His voice carried a hint of tremor. Sky Islands. Islands in the skies. Aren't those only in fairy tales? Wuta also had a face full of shock, her small mouth forming an adorable O shape. Are there really islands in the sky? Watching the two's ignorant appearance, the corners of Fang Yuan's mouth curled into a faint mockery. Vision. Fang Yuan extended his finger and tapped his own temple. You need to broaden your horizons. This world is far more fascinating than you can imagine. He ignored the two completely dumbfounded hillbillies. Instead, he went on explaining on his own. His tone was like a teacher giving an introductory lesson to two slow students. Xuanwu, to undergo the next ultimate evolution, requires 2 very special materials. Fang Yuan's fingers made a gentle sweep in the air. Holographic projections of both items instantly appeared in midair. One was various shells of strange shapes. The other was clusters of white clouds that looked like cotton candy. This is called shell. Fang Yuan pointed at those shells and said calmly. A specialty of the Sky Islands. It can store wind, fire, sound, and even shock waves. It is an excellent modular weapon material. Then he pointed to those clouds again. This is called Island Cloud. It can bear objects like land and even build houses. It is the core cornerstone for Xuanwu's future territorial expansion. Yi Xiao and Wuta listened in a daze. Their brains had completely run out of capacity. Shells that can spew fire. Clouds that can build houses. What ridiculous things are these? However, just when they thought that was everything, what Fang Yuan said next made them understand. Those were truly just the appetizer. Of course. Fang Yuan's tone suddenly shifted. His face revealed a hot, greedy smile like a hunter spotting top-tier prey. These are all just bonuses. Our real target when we go to the Sky Islands this time. Fang Yuan's eyes became incredibly profound, as if able to penetrate time and space to see that divine realm 10,000 meters above. Is that person on the island who calls himself God? Boom. These words struck like thunder, crashing hard into Yi Xiao and Wuda's hearts. God. There is a God on the Sky Islands. That guy is very interesting. The corners of Fang Yuan's mouth curled into a cold arc. He consumed a devil fruit, very, very powerful. Natural type. Goro Goro no Mi. A top-tier power that allows him to transform into and control lightning. Speaking to this point in Fang Yuan's eyes, that desire named possession was about to become tangible. He spoke word by word, delivering the final declaration that made Yi Xiao and Wuda's souls tremble. That Goro Goro no Mi. I want it. It will become Xuanwu's energy core for its next evolution. Or, Fang Yuan's gaze fell on Wuda, his face revealing a crazy smile that made Wuda's heart skip a beat. To be my third gift to you, making you a true lightning diva. Silence. Dead silence. Not a sound could be heard throughout the entire command room. Yi Xiao and Wuda had been completely shaken by Fang Yuan's earth-shattering declaration so much so they forgot to breathe. Snatching a god's devil fruit and combining lightning with singing. What kind of divine train of thought is this? In this world, probably only their master could come up with such absurd, such crazy plans. After a long while, Yi Xiao barely regained his senses from the endless shock. He swallowed, his voice dry as he asked the most crucial question. But, Master. Yi Xiao looked at Fang Yuan, his eyes filled with deep confusion. The Sky Islands are in the sky. We don't have wings. How do we get up there? This question hit the nail on the head. Wuda immediately cast a curious gaze. Right? That's 10,000 meters high. Surely not let Xuanwu fly up there. However, facing Yi Xiao's question, Fang Yuan merely smiled mysteriously. He didn't answer directly. Instead, he reached out and tapped again on that three-dimensional holographic sea chart. The sea chart's image instantly switched. No longer a bird's-eye view, but a real-time surveillance feed from the waters near Gaia Island. They saw on that previously relatively calm sea surface. Suddenly, without any warning, a gigantic, indescribable black whirlpool appeared. The seawater was draining frantically. Immediately after, boom. An earth-shattering sound loud enough to burst eardrums. An extremely huge, pitch-black, terrifying water column suddenly erupted from the center of the whirlpool. That water column was too enormous. Large enough to connect heaven and earth. With an invincible, violent posture, it fiercely crashed toward the sky, directly piercing through that thick layer of clouds 10,000 meters above. Above the sea of clouds, it exploded into an incredibly magnificent, gigantic splash. Looking at this terrifying scene like an apocalypse disaster, Yi Xiao and Wuda were once again stunned into silence. Their mouths hung open, faces pale, unable to utter a single word. What the hell is this? A tsunami? No. 10,000 times more terrifying than a tsunami. Just as their minds trembled with shock, thinking the end of the world was imminent, Fang Yuan's carefree voice, tinged with a hint of teasing, slowly echoed in their ears. Who said we need wings? Fang Yuan turned his head, looking at his two completely petrified subordinates, a bright smile of mischief playing on his face. We have elevators. Fang Yuan turned his head, gazing at his two thoroughly petrified subordinates, and a brilliant, mischievous grin spread across his face. We have an elevator. An elevator. Yi Xiao and Wu Ta's minds were completely short-circuited. Following Fang Yuan's gaze, they looked at the terrifying water column connecting heaven and earth. This thing is called an elevator. Master, do you have some misunderstanding about the word elevator? This is clearly a non-stop express to hell. However, Fang Yuan paid no heed to his subordinates' expressions, as if they had seen a ghost. He simply turned and walked to the bow. His gaze fell upon the island not far away, the island brimming with chaos and sin, Jia Island. Through the Xuanwu's over-the-horizon surveillance, he could clearly see that in Mogu Town, on the island, a man with slicked-back golden hair and a cigar in his mouth was stepping on a table, bellowing laughter at the whole tavern. Sky Island. Golden Land. What era is it now? And there are still people who believe in such children's fairy tales. The age of pirates is over. Now is the era of realism. Dreams. What are they worth? It was Bellamy the hyena. Watching this clown spewing saliva while wildly mocking the dreams of others, a faint, disdainful curve tugged at the corner of Fang Yuan's mouth. Truly, a pitiful fellow. Fang Yuan shook his head and withdrew his gaze. He did not even have the slightest interest in wrangling with such a small fry, because it would be beneath him. From beginning to end, his target had never changed. It was the divine realm 10,000 meters above. Xuanwu. Fang Yuan's voice was calm and icy. Move to the predetermined coordinates. Prepare to take the elevator. Yes, master. A cold mechanical voice rang in Fang Yuan's mind. Rumble. The massive Xuanwu began to move slowly. Its colossal hull carved a long white wake across the sea. At the same time on the waters around Mogu Town, those pirates who were reveling or preparing to set sail finally sensed that something was wrong. Hey, look, the sea. Why is the seawater receding? A sharp-eyed pirate pointed at the distant coastline and let out a terrified shriek. Everyone instinctively looked in the direction he pointed. Then, the faces of everyone turned pale in an instant. Look, the originally fairly calm sea was now like a giant bathtub with its plug pulled. The seawater was frantically converging toward one point at a visibly rapid speed. The sea level was plummeting. Countless ships were even stranded on the beach. What is going on? Is it the end of the world? No, that's not it. I remember. It's that legend. An old pirate suddenly recalled something, his face filled with boundless terror. It's the sky-piercing current. That catastrophic natural disaster that erupts once in a while. Run! Run! Boom. This sentence exploded like a heavy bomb in the hearts of all pirates. The sky-piercing current. The terrifying catastrophe that only existed in legends and could blast an entire island into the skies. Run! Run away! Set sail! Get the damn ship moving. Get out of my way. Move it, damn it. In an instant, the entire port of Mogu Town fell into complete chaos. All the pirates ran like mad toward their own ships. Their faces were filled with fear and despair that penetrated deep into their bones. They only wanted to escape this accursed sea before that legendary catastrophe fully erupted. However, just as every ship, like headless flies, was desperately fleeing away from the vortex center, a ship, a huge black warship with a ferocious turtle head as its figurehead. Yet it did something that no one could understand, a wild move. It did not run. Instead, it turned its bow around. Against all the fleeing ships, it headed straight for the ever-expanding black vortex that looked like an abyssal maw. Straight at it. It charged. Is that ship crazy? What are they trying to do? Commit suicide? Forget them. A bunch of idiots. Run. All the pirates who saw this thought they were seeing things they couldn't figure out. How could there be such preposterous fools in this world? However, they had no time at all to think about that. Because, at this very moment, the center of the colossal vortex, which had accumulated boundless energy, finally erupted. Boom. A titanic boom loud enough to shatter everyone's eardrums. It was as though the entire world was torn apart in that instant. A monstrous water column too huge to be described in words, black as ink, violently shot up from the vortex center. The water column was too enormous. So enormous that it seemed to connect heaven and earth. So enormous that even the sun lost its brilliance. With an unstoppable, world-destroying fury, it smashed into the 10,000-meter-high sky. Wherever it went, space itself wailed. The seawater was torn into a skyful of mist by the tremendous force. The pirate ships that had not fled far were like paper toys. In an instant, they were flipped into the air and shredded by the terrifying aftermath. Countless pirates, without even a chance to scream, became part of that raging sea. This was a natural disaster. This was nature's absolute power. Before it, humans were so insignificant, so fragile. In the Xuan Wu's command room, Wu Ta and Yi Xiao had long been terrified by the doomsday light, seeing their faces pale. They clung tightly to the nearest fixed objects, their bodies shaking violently. So this was the elevator the master mentioned. This was clearly a direct express to the netherworld. However, just as the two of them felt their hearts were about to burst out of their chests, that man's voice, it was still so calm, still so composed. It was as if this all-destroying natural disaster was nothing more than a slightly interesting sideshow to him. Fang Yuan stood at the bow, letting the wild air currents flutter his clothes. He looked up at the terrifying water column that seemed to pierce the heavens. In his eyes there was not the slightest trace of fear. Instead, a blazing, excited gleam flickered. He spread his arms wide as if to embrace the entire world. Then, in a tone that commanded the world with undeniable authority, he issued the insane order that made even gods and demons tremble. Xuanwut. Maximum power. Steam ejection. Deploy turtle shell, stabilizing wings. Target. Fang Yuan's finger pointed directly at the sky-piercing water column. 10,000 meters high. Give me charge. Charge. Roar. As if answering its master's command, the Xuan Wu's ferocious turtle head unleashed a heaven-shaking roar like an ancient beast awakening. The next second, boom, 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 boom. Dozens of enormous steam nozzles on both sides of the hull blasted out searing high-pressure steam. In that moment, the entire warship transformed into a black cannonball, leaving the barrel. Its speed instantly surged to the limit, trailing a long white tail of flame under the incredulous, horrified gazes of all the survivors. It furiously plunged into that world-destroying, sky-piercing current. Boom, boom, boom. The ear-splitting roar resounded across the entire world. The whole Xuanwu shook violently and madly as if at any moment it would be torn to pieces by that overwhelming, terrifying force. But, just then, dark cyan tortoiseshell patterns instantly spread over the entire hull. Two enormous tortoise-shell-like, stabilizing wings abruptly unfolded from both sides of the hull. They firmly stabilized the hull that was about to lose control. The Xuanwu. This mythic-class war beast personally forged by Feng Yuan finally displayed its heaven-defying terrifying performance at this moment. It was like a black dragon surging against the current, enduring the terrifying water pressure that could tear everything apart, with a fearless, unyielding, savage attitude. Along that sky-piercing water column toward that legendary divine kingdom 10,000 meters above. Madly, it charged upward. After who knows how long, when the violent tremors finally stopped, Wu Ta and Yi Xiao slowly opened their eyes. Then they were utterly stunned by the scene before them. Blue sky, white clouds. Before them stretched an endless white ocean made of clouds. Sunlight pierced through the clouds and cast golden reflections on the white sea. Sacred, serene, and beautiful. This was simply like paradise. So, this is... Wu Ta's small mouth formed an O, murmuring. Sky Island. However, just as they were still immersed in this dreamlike scenery, unable to extricate themselves, an untimely, icy voice suddenly came from above their heads. Illegal entrant. Wu Ta and Yi Xiao looked up sharply. There they saw a bizarre man, with a pair of small white wings on his back, dressed in white robes, holding a sharp spear, floated in midair, overlooking them with condescension. His face carried an aloof, unquestionable authority. According to the laws of Skypiea, the angelic guard said coldly in a tone of judgment, all illegal entrants must immediately pay an entry fee of 1 billion yike per person. He paused and his gaze turned incomparably cold. If you refuse, then you shall receive the final judgment from God. If you refuse, the angel guard's gaze turned icily cold, then you shall accept the ultimate judgment of God. As the words fell, an invisible pressure instantly enveloped the entire Xuanwu. The face beneath Yi Xiao's owl mask tightened in an instant. He stepped forward, placing himself before Feng Yuan, every muscle in his body snapping into combat readiness. Yuda's little face also went pale, and she instinctively clutched at Feng Yuan's sleeve. God. For ordinary mortals, that very word carried an innate absolute power of intimidation. All the more so here, 10,000 meters up in the sky. This was the legendary realm of the gods. To defy a god on their very own turf. No matter how one looked at it, that was hardly a wise choice. Yet just as Yi Xiao and Yuda stood at full alert, convinced that a bitter battle was unavoidable, Feng Yuan's reaction, however, left them completely unable to hold it together. Lo and behold, in the face of the angel guard's icy threat, one sufficient to scare children into tears, Feng Yuan couldn't even be bothered to lift an eyelid. As if the other party were not speaking human language at all, but merely emitting meaningless bird chirps. He leisurely lifted a cup of black tea from the small table beside him. Gently he blew at the steam that did not even exist upon the surface. Then with refined elegance he took a delicate sip. The entire motion was fluid and seamless, radiating sheer composure, radiating absolute calm, and above all radiating total, complete, outright disregard. The air instantly fell into a dead silence. The angel guard hovering in midair, the expression on his face froze solid on the spot. He was dumbfounded. He couldn't quite grasp what on earth was happening. Had he not made himself clear enough just now? Judgment of God. Did those 4 words carry absolutely no deterrent power whatsoever? Was this blue sea man deaf? Or was he out of his mind? Hey! The humiliation of being ignored surged straight to the angel guard's head. The majesty on his face was instantly replaced by fury. He thrust out his long spear, pointed it at Feng Yuan, and let out a frantic, furious roar. You damn blue sea man. Did you not hear my words? Hey, pay 1 billion extol this instant. Otherwise I shall now in the name of God strike you down. This time Feng Yuan finally reacted. He slowly set down the teacup in his hand. A crisp, subtle clinking sound rang out. Then he finally raised his head. With a gaze like one glancing at roadside garbage, he indifferently cast a brief look at the angel guard. In that gaze there was no anger, no murderous intent. Only pure, unvarnished, undisguised annoyance. It was like a person savoring a delightful afternoon tea only for a single fly to keep buzzing incessantly around his ear. Irksome. Noisy. That was all. Xuanwu. Feng Yuan's voice was soft, faint, utterly devoid of emotion. He didn't even look at the guard. He merely issued a command to the air itself. One so simple it could not have been any simpler. That one up ahead. That noisy birdman. Just go in. Ram it down. What? Hearing this, Yi Xiao and Yuda both jolted in shock. Ram it down. Just like that, so blunt and brutal. But then, before they could even react, a low, deep roar as if from the primordial wilderness of antiquity violently erupted from the hull beneath their feet. Roar. The Xuanwu. It came alive. Its fiercely ferocious turtle-head bow, those twin dark cyan eyes, instantly blazed with a bloodthirsty crimson glow. Bastard. How dare you defy God? The angel guard had heard Feng Yuan's words as well. He instantly flew into a rage. Without another word, he gave the spear in his hand a violent shake. Boom! A visible white slash wave burst forth from the spear's tip in an instant. At a speed beyond extreme, it came hurtling viciously toward Fang Yuan's head. Master beware. Yi Zhao's expression shifted, and he moved to act. Yet in the very next second, what unfolded made him forcibly swallow back every movement. Behold! Facing that ferocious slash wave, one capable of cleaving steel with ease, the Xuanwu neither dodged nor avoided. It didn't even bother to activate its steam shield. It simply charged straight into it head-on. Rumble! In that moment, the entire warship seemed to transform into a moving mountain of steel. Its speed surged to the absolute limit in an instant. SHRK. The white slash wave struck the Xuanwu's incomparably hard tortoiseshell hull. It didn't even leave behind a single white mark. It simply shattered silently into nothing. Like a 3-year-old child poking a toothpick at a heavy tank charging at full speed. Ridiculous. And pitiable. What? The expression on the Angel Guard's face froze completely. His pupils abruptly contracted to pinprick size in that instant. What was he seeing? A ship. A ship whose bow alone was dozens of times larger than his entire body. A terrifying steel leviathan. It was bearing down on him straight and true in a berserk manner, as if determined to shatter the very heavens. The overwhelming, unmatched, terrifying pressure surging toward him made him forget even to breathe, made him forget even to flee. His mind went utterly blank. Nothing remained but endless, bone-deep, consuming fear. And no, don't come any closer. It wasn't until the colossal mountain-like shadow completely swallowed him that he finally snapped out of that extreme terror. He let out a heart-rending, despairing scream. And yet, everything was already too late. The Xuanwu didn't even bother to touch him with its hull. Just the immense shockwave and air blast kicked up by that terrifying speed alone. It was like an invisible divine hand of a god. It slammed into him with brutal force. Thud. A muffled impact. That arrogant Angel Guard was like a baseball launched by a grand slam. He had no room even to resist. His entire body was instantly sent flying by that terrifying force. Oh! He let out a scream more shrill and agonizing than a pig being butchered. His entire body traced a graceful parabolic arc across the sky. In the end, he became an ever-shrinking black speck, like an utterly insignificant pebble. Screaming, he plummeted straight down from that 10,000-meter height. Presumably by the time he splashed into the blue sea, not even a scrap of him would remain. The entire process had happened far too quickly, so quickly that Yi Zhao and Yuta hadn't even registered it. The battle was already over. No, this never even qualified as a battle. This was nothing but a one-sided, absolute, merciless crushing. Watching that pitiable birdman vanish in an instant beneath the sea of clouds. Not a single ripple crossed Fang Yuan's face. He simply picked up that cup of black tea once more, as if he had merely swatted away a slightly annoying mosquito. His gaze drifted across the white sea before him, and settled upon the very depths of that sea of clouds. There, faintly visible, stood the silhouette of a golden metropolis so vast it defied description. Ancient, mysterious, and yet resplendent. Chandora. A scorching, eager smile slowly curled at the corner of Fang Yuan's lips. It was the fanatical gleam that only a scientist would reveal upon beholding top-tier experimental materials. Just as I suspected. The materials here are even richer than I had imagined. Fang Yuan's fingertip drifted lightly through the air, as if he had already branded everything not yet in his possession with his very own label. The Logia-type rumble fruit, the legendary golden bell, and then the countless fascinating dials scattered across this entire sky island. He paused, and the flame in his eyes, the one named greed, burned even more fiercely. He licked his lips and spoke in a soft, self-murmuring tone brimming with anticipation. Thunder God Enel, I hope. You absolutely must not disappoint me. Meanwhile, at the very instant Fang Yuan had just disposed of the Angel Guard, in the deepest heart of the Sky Island, on the God's Island Apaya land, within that colossal temple constructed from boundless gold, a man of towering stature with earlobes so long they nearly hung down to his chest and 4 massive war drums strapped to his back, was lying languidly on his side upon an immensely vast golden throne. He was picking his ear with a single pinky finger, none other than the sole sovereign of this Sky Island, God Enel. Suddenly, his ear-picking motion came to an abrupt halt. His originally languid eyes narrowed sharply in an instant. Hichem. He slowly sat upright. A flicker of keen, amused interest spread across his face. Through his supreme ability that blanketed the entire Sky Island, mantra, everything that had just happened at Heaven's Gate. He had heard it all with absolute clarity. Yaha. Enel let out a peculiar, eerie laugh. Oh, so there are blue sea men who fear not death daring to lay hands on God's messenger. And they even intend to seize this God's fruit, steal this God's gold. The smile on Enel's face grew ever more delighted, and ever more icy. Interesting, truly most interesting. It has been a long while since I've encountered such an amusing little bug. He slowly rose from the throne. A dreadful might of thunder enough to annihilate heaven and earth erupted from his body in an instant. Crackle! Countless golden arcs of lightning danced and flickered wildly across his form. They cast the entire golden hall into a stark, ghastly white. Since you are all so eager to witness the power of God, Enel raised his head, his gaze seemingly piercing through layer upon layer of cloud sea, locking with pinpoint precision onto that massive black ship slowly drawing near. He spread his arms wide and a cruel smile, like a deity passing judgment upon mortals, spread across his face. Then, let this God personally deliver divine punishment. As the words fell, earth-shattering thunderbolts surged skyward from within the golden shrine, causing the entire divine isle to tremble under the terrifying pressure. Meanwhile, far away at the gates of heaven, Feng Yuan remained utterly oblivious. Or rather, even if he had known, he would not have cared in the slightest. After ramming aside that noisy birdman, the Xuanwu made no pause as its massive hull slowly and officially sailed into the white sea. That expanse formed entirely of clouds. The sea surface shimmered with rippling light, and the sky stretched clear and azure. Were it not for the soft yet resilient sensation of clouds beneath their feet, anyone would have believed they were sailing across a genuine blue ocean. So beautiful. Yuta gazed at the breathtaking fairy tale vista before her, her radiant eyes sparkling with wonder. She could not help stretching out her hand, longing to touch the cotton candy clouds drifting past the ship. Night Owl still stood behind Feng Yuan, motionless and faithful as a statue. Yet beneath his owl mask, his eyes too were filled with wariness and curiosity toward this unknown world. And then at that very moment, an aged yet vigorous voice suddenly rang out from the bow of the Xuanwu. Halt! You illegal intruders from the blue sea. Everyone turned toward the sound. There, standing at the bow, was a deeply wrinkled old woman wearing a strange hat who had appeared before them as if from nowhere. In her hand, she held an oddly shaped staff. She was none other than Amazon, the inspector of the gates of heaven. She gazed at the gates of heaven, now warped and deformed by the Xuanwu's collision, and a flash of anger stirred within her murky old eyes. Yet she suppressed her fury and, following protocol, began to recite the laws of Skypea. According to Article 38 of the Scipian Code, entering the White Sea without permission constitutes a third-class crime. Attacking the Divine Guard incurs a heavier penalty, a second-class crime. You have violated the taboos of the Divine Kingdom. Amazon raised her staff and struck the deck heavily. Now stop the ship at once and accept the judgment of the gods. Otherwise, what awaits you will be an even harsher punishment, a first-class divine sanction. Her voice echoed across the cloud sea, carrying an unyielding authority. In her mind, now that she had personally appeared and made the charges and consequences as clear as day, these blue sea dwellers ought to be afraid. Yet she was disappointed. Feng Yuan remained seated in his reclining chair. Not only did he show no fear, he could not even be bothered to cast a single glance in Amazon's direction. As if this old woman, like the birdman from before, were nothing more than inconsequential air. Night Owl and Yuta, seeing Feng Yuan's demeanor, followed his example. One continued standing like a statue. The other kept playing with the clouds. They left the inspector of the Divine Kingdom standing there utterly ignored. Amazon's mouth twitched violently. In all her long years, this was the first time she had ever encountered blue sea folk this arrogant. This was no longer disdain. This was complete and utter disregard. Just as she was about to erupt in full fury, the young man who had been lying there with his eyes closed all along as if sound asleep finally stirred. Slowly Feng Yuan opened his eyes. Yet still his gaze did not fall upon Amazon. Instead, it swept across the vast and boundless Divine Kingdom. Buzz! The next second, a barely visible streak of deep blue data stream flashed through Feng Yuan's pupils. Analyze fruit. Activate. Scanning current environment. Scan. Complete. In that instant, a torrent of frantic system notifications, audible only to Feng Yuan himself, thundered through his mind like a surging tide. Ding. High-density energy aggregate detected. Island cloud. Quality rare. Analysis: a special substance formed at high altitudes from volcanic ash and seawater particles. Its stable structure can bear immense weight, making it the supreme foundation material for constructing floating fortresses. Ding. Unknown energy system detected. Dial. Quality rare. Analysis: a creature unique to Skypea, capable of storing multiple forms of energy, wind, fire, impact, and more. It can be decomposed to extract special concepts such as storage and ejection. Ding. Supermassive precious metal reaction detected. Gold. Quality legendary. Analysis: not naturally formed. Suspected remains of the ancient city Shandora. It contains immense concepts of wealth and civilization and can be used to strengthen system authority. Ding. High-intensity thunderous energy source detected. Ding. Detected. The relentless cascade of notifications left even Feng Yuan's mind struggling to process them all. His breathing grew rapid in that very instant. Wealth. This time he had truly and genuinely struck it rich. Island clouds, dials, gold, and the thunderous energy hidden deep within the clouds dazzling as the sun. Every single thing here. Any one of these items taken alone would be enough to drive the entire blue sea wild with frenzy. And now, all of it, every last treasure, lay spread before him, within easy reach. Divine Kingdom. Forbidden Land. Bullshit. This was no divine kingdom at all. This was clearly a colossal open-air warehouse. Untouched, unclaimed, and piled to the brim with materials of the highest grade. At this moment Fang Yuan could no longer suppress himself. Slowly he curled the corners of his mouth into a smile. A fervent, greedy grin, utterly undisguised. Finally he turned his head. Yet still he did not look at the fuming Amazon. Instead, he looked at Yuta beside him. In a tone dreamlike and brimming with excitement, he spoke softly. Yuta, welcome to our 10,000 Things Workshop's new warehouse. Fang Yuan spread his arms wide as if to embrace the entire world. Trust me, the treasures here are far richer than I ever imagined. Boom. Those words struck Amazon's mind like a bolt of heavenly thunder. And new warehouse. What did this man take the kingdom of the gods to be? His own personal warehouse. He's insane. This Blue Sea man had absolutely lost his mind. You, blasphemous bastard. Amazon could no longer hold back. Her deeply wrinkled face twisted hideously with boundless rage. She suddenly pulled a massive horn from within her robes. Hoo. A desolate and urgent horn blast instantly pierced through the entire cloud sea. It was the highest level of alarm in all of Skypiea. Whoosh! As the horn resounded, the surrounding clouds began to churn violently. And then, one after another, Skypiea warriors wearing white berets wielding cloud dial spears and riding jet-propelled snowboards emerged from every direction within the clouds, springing forth like bamboo shoots after rain. Within only a few breaths, members of the Divine Guard, the White Beret Corps, fully encircled the entire Xuanwu, nearly 100 strong, leaving no gap whatsoever. Every face was cold with murderous intent. Their spears were raised in unison, aimed squarely at Fang Yuan and his two companions aboard the ship. A heavy, killing aura instantly blanketed the scene. Amazon stared at the fully surrounded Fang Yuan, and a cruel smile crept across her face. She slowly lowered the horn, and in a tone like a death sentence pronounced each word with fierce emphasis. This was your own doing. Warriors of the gods, execute. The first-class divine punishment. First-class divine punishment. Amazon's hoarse-piercing voice like the most venomous curse reverberated across the entire white sea. At her command, the hundreds of white beret troops surrounding the Xuanwu instantly erupted with icy, killing intent in their eyes. For God, Enel, punish the sinners of the Blue Sea. They roared in unison, their perfectly synchronized voices shaking the sea of clouds. The next instant, every warrior simultaneously raised the long spear in their hand. The jet sleds beneath their feet suddenly blasted out powerful air currents, sending them like arrows released from a bowstring into a death charge toward the Xuanwu from every direction. Buzz, buzz, buzz. In the middle of their charge, the slash dials embedded in the tips of their spears were activated in an instant. Stream after stream of dense, clearly visible white slash waves came crashing down from every direction onto the Xuanwu like a torrential storm blotting out the sky. The spectacle was absolutely horrifying. Over 100 slashes, each powerful enough to slice through steel with ease, closed in from 360 degrees with no blind spot. It seemed they would tear this black, giant ship, which had dared to provoke divine might, and everyone aboard into shreds in a single instant. Master, Yi Zhao's expression changed drastically. He immediately blocked Fang Yuan, every steel feather on his body standing on end as he steeled himself to withstand that world-destroying strike. Yuta was so frightened that her small face turned pale. Subconsciously, she shut her eyes and clutched Fang Yuan's clothes for dear life, her body trembling slightly. They were doomed. This time they were dead for sure. However, at this critical hair-trigger moment, Fang Yuan, the focus of everyone's attention, still sat in that lounge chair. He did not even raise an eyelid. It was as though the terrifying assault outside, enough to make anyone's heart burst from fear, was merely a gentle breeze brushing past his face. His attention was fixed entirely on the crude Sky Island map in his hands, torn from a newspaper moments ago. His finger was still tracing something lightly across it. He seemed to be planning the most efficient restocking route. This posture, serene as clouds, light as wind, looking upon all things as nothing, made Amazon, far away with a vicious face and waiting to enjoy the show, almost spit out a mouthful of old blood. You bastard. At death's door, and he was still showing off. She could already picture it. In the next second, this ship, along with this arrogant man, would be chopped into a pulp. Just then a childish, coquettish thought sounded directly in Fang Yuan's mind. Master. It was Xuanwu. These little flying bugs buzzing around me are so annoying. Their buzzing is disturbing, Master. While he reads the map. Xuanwu, can I blow them all away? Hearing this childish complaint, the corner of Fang Yuan's mouth rose slightly. He could not even be bothered to lift his head, merely emitting a casual perfunctory syllable from his throat. One word. Just one word. Yet it was like a world-annihilating imperial edict issued by divine will. Boom. A muffled, dreadful roar so heavy that the entire space trembled exploded violently from within Xuanwu's body. The next second, a sudden transformation occurred. On the Xuanwu's massive hull covered by a dark, greenish-black carapace, countless mysterious seams resembling the lines on a turtle's shell abruptly flared with dazzling, incandescent white light. Hiss! Immediately after, endless high-pressure steam compressed to the extreme burst out like an erupting volcano. It shot violently out from every seam all over Xuanwu's body. The instant the high-pressure steam left the hull, it became a visible 360-degree ring-shaped white shockwave with no blind spots. It expanded madly in all directions at a speed beyond sound. Fast. Too fast. So fast that the sneers on the white beret warriors' faces had not even had time to fade. So fast that the vicious delight in Amazon's murky old eyes had not fully bloomed. That white shockwave of death had already crashed violently into the hundreds of white slash waves sweeping in from every direction. And then, a horrific sight that made everyone's eyes nearly pop out of their sockets unfolded. There was no earth-shattering explosion, nor the imagined collision of energies. Those razor-sharp slash waves capable of severing steel the moment they touched that white steam shockwave were like snow and ice meeting a red-hot branding iron. Without the slightest resistance, they were instantly and silently vaporized, melted, dissolved, vanished without a trace, as if they had never existed at all. Wah! What? Every white beret warrior's pupils suddenly shrank to the size of a needle tip. Their minds were a complete blank. The divine power they had prided themselves on, enough to punish all people of the Blue Sea, had vanished just like that. However, Xuanwu gave them no time to think or react. That white shockwave, which had annihilated every slash wave with irresistible force, did not pause at all. With an even more savage bearing, it slammed violently into the 100-odd warriors of the God's Guard still in midair. Thud, 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 thud. A rapid series of muffled impacts like firecrackers rang out densely. And then a comical yet spectacular scene, one worthy of being written into the annals of Sky Island, appeared. Those 100-strong God's Guard members who had been fierce and arrogant only moments before now looked as though an invisible giant hand from heaven had slapped them hard across the face. Before they could even let out a scream, they were flung head over heels from their jet sleds like dumplings being dumped into a pot. Their bodies tumbled wildly through the air, eventually turning into smaller and smaller black dots, as they screamed, plummeting straight down from 10,000 meters toward the fathomless blue sea. One strike. Just one strike. It was not even an attack, merely an impatient breath from Xuanwu. The most elite force of Sky Island, the God's Guard, the White Beret Corps, had been completely wiped out. The world instantly fell into a deathly silence. The air seemed to freeze. Yi Xiao slowly lowered his arm, and beneath his owl mask his mouth hung open wide enough to hold an egg. Yuta also quietly opened one eye, when she saw the sky in front of her empty with only a few white clouds remaining. She was utterly stunned. It's over. Just like that. And Amazon in the distance looked as if a thunderbolt from the 9 heavens had struck her squarely on the crown of her head. Her entire body was petrified on the spot. She stared blankly at the soldiers falling from the sky like garbage. Then she looked at that terrifying black giant ship, not even a scratch on its hull. Her deeply wrinkled face twitched violently because of extreme shock and fear. A monster. Her lips quivered, producing a broken, discordant voice. This is not a ship at all. This is a monster. At that moment, the man who had not moved in the slightest from beginning to end finally put down the map in his hands. He slowly stood up and stretched luxuriously as if he had merely been enjoying a pleasant afternoon nap. His gaze passed over Amazon, who had long been scared witless, and went straight to the edge of the sea of clouds. There, a colossal island shrouded in clouds so dense they could not be dispersed loomed hazily. That was the divine island Appiato. It was God's dwelling place and the forbidden land of all Sky Island. A cold, faintly impatient curve lifted the corner of Feng Yuan's mouth. The warm-up is over. His voice was very light, yet it reached everyone's ears with perfect clarity. The game should end as well. Let's go meet the real mastermind directly. As the words fell, he did not even bother to look at the so-called Milky Road leading to the divine island. Roar. An even wilder roar filled with boundless majesty thundered from within Xuanwu's body. The next second, this living warship, like an ancient primordial beast, suddenly swung its ferocious turtle head around. It locked precisely onto Appiato's position. Then, ignoring all shipping lanes and rules, it shot straight ahead. Like a rampaging colossus bent on shattering heaven and earth, and slammed violently toward that forbidden divine land. Rumble. The Xuanwu, this living battleship, had no concept of sailing whatsoever. There was only one word for the way it advanced. Ram. It ignored every shipping lane, every rule, every obstacle. Its colossal hull was like a black meteorite falling from beyond the heavens. Wherever it passed, the cotton candy-like clouds of the white sea were forcibly plowed into a colossal channel over 100 meters wide. The sea of clouds churned and airwaves billowed. That cataclysmic aura made Amazon, the stunned surveillance officer in the distance, go weak in the knees and collapse onto the rubble of Heaven's Gate. She watched the black monster charging straight at God's Island. All she could do was mutter unconsciously under her breath. Madmen. A pack of utter madmen. God, oh God, send down divine punishment now and smite these sinners who blaspheme you. It was as if her desperate prayer had been heard. At that very instant the Xuanwu was about to ram the outer clouds of Appiato. Suddenly a frivolous voice filled with strange laughter descended from the sky. Yo ho ho ho. What an impatient bunch of blue sea people you are. Has your teacher never taught you to respect order and queue up before entering? Before the words faded, a round ball-like figure slammed down from the sky. Thud. With a dull thud the man landed heavily on the sea of clouds before the Xuanwu. He was short and stout, clad in a pink robe with a ridiculous hat on his head. On his face was an exaggerated mocking smile. It was none other than one of the 4 priests of God's Island Appiato, the man who presided over the ordeal of balls which had a survival rate of merely 10%. The Sky Knight Satori. He extended a finger and lightly pushed up the brim of his hat. With the condescending look of someone gazing at lambs destined for slaughter, he swept his eyes over the trio aboard the ship. We meet at last, lost lambs from the blue sea. I am the guardian of this forest of mystery. I am Satora, priest of God. He spread his arms, the smile on his face growing even more complacent. Unfortunately, you have stepped into my trial ground. Next you will face the ordeal of balls. Satora snapped his fingers. Snap. The next second something miraculous happened. Then, as if by magic, hundreds upon hundreds of varicolored round spheres flew out of his voluminous pink robe. Some of the spheres were as large as a human head, others were no bigger than a fist. They simply floated there silently in midair. They thoroughly sealed off the Xuanwu's path forward. Each sphere bore a bizarre smiling face. They looked utterly harmless. Some even looked a little cute. But Yuta instinctively sensed a lethal danger from those spheres. Yo ho ho ho. Satori looked at Yuta's tense expression and let out an even more delighted laugh. Little girl, your intuition is quite sharp. He casually snatched a red sphere floating beside him and tossed it in his palm. Inside my adorable surprise balls are all sorts of amusing things. For example, he pointed at a yellow ball. This one contains powerful explosives. He pointed at another blue ball. This one contains razor-sharp blades. And there are ones that spit fire, spew venomous snakes, or blast seawater. A vast assortment, everything you could imagine. Satori was like a child showing off his beloved toys. And my mantra can clearly hear the voice inside every one of you. If you try to go left, I'll put an explosive ball on the left. If you try to go right, I'll put a cutting ball on the right. So give up. The smile on Satori's face instantly turned icy and cruel. To this day, not a single person has walked out of my ordeal of balls alive. Your survival rate is. He held up one finger and made a 0 shape. 0. After saying this, he waited quietly. He waited to see despair, terror, and utter breakdown appear on the faces of the people on the ship. This was his favorite form of entertainment. Yet, 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Silence hung over the ship. The panic he had expected never came. The young man he had singled out as his main target couldn't even be bothered to look at him. Fang Yuan simply kept his head down, studying the deck at his feet with keen interest. As if the grain of the deck were 100 times more interesting than the prancing priest before him. Behind him, the owl-masked attendant and the beautiful songstress followed suit. One looked at the sky. One looked at the clouds. Utterly tranquil. Utterly calm. The smile on Satori's face slowly froze. He felt like a clown performing desperately on stage while the audience could not even spare him a single glance. The humiliation of being so thoroughly ignored caused him to instantly lose it. Bastards! You damned blue sea people! Satori let out an enraged, hysterical roar. How dare you ignore a messenger of God? Fine. Very well. Since you are all so eager to die, I'll grant your wish. Without another word, he swung both arms fiercely. The hundreds of surprise balls floating in the air suddenly seemed to come to life. They hurtled toward the Xuanwu in a sky-blanketing deluge. Just then the silent Fang Yuan finally moved. He slowly lifted his head and gave the hopping-mad Satori a glance of utter impatience. Then he casually waved a hand toward Yexiao behind him. His tone was exactly like a lord ordering a servant to dispose of a buzzing fly. Go. Fang Yuan's voice was soft and light. Strip off all those glowing dials from him. Study them. Yes, master. Yexiao bowed respectfully. The next second his figure vanished on the spot. Yo ho ho ho. You want to fight me at close range? Too naive. Far from being alarmed, Satori was delighted. His mantra had already heard Yexiao's intent. Your landing point is right here. With a savage grin, he manipulated more than a dozen of the most powerful explosive spheres to precisely block the spot where Yexiao was about to appear. However, At the very instant he thought victory was assured, a sudden change occurred. Buzz. An invisible glacial mental force overflowing with chaos and madness erupted. Like an invisible razor-sharp dagger, it stabbed fiercely into his brain. Oh! Satori let out a shrill, agonized scream. He clutched his head and curled his entire body into a ball. He felt as if his brain had been thrown into a high-speed blender. Countless chaotic, insane, and malicious thoughts detonated wildly within his mind. His prized mantra completely failed at that moment. He could no longer hear anyone's inner voice. All he could hear was endless, terrifying noise that nearly drove him insane. What the hell? What exactly was this? Satori completely broke down. His mind collapsed into unprecedented chaos. In that single brief moment of his distraction, a cold, reaper-like black shadow had already appeared silently in front of him. It was Yexiao. No. Satori's pupils sharply contracted. He tried to react, but everything was too late. Ryup. A sharp claw strike gleaming with cold metallic light, so fast that not even an afterimage could be seen, slashed violently across his chest. Bang! Satori's rotund body was like a punctured ball. There was not even the slightest chance for him to resist. His whole body was instantly sent flying backward. He crashed heavily into the sea of clouds behind him, splashing up an enormous cloud swell. One move. Just one move. Instant elimination. Yexiao didn't even bother to look at Satori, who lay sprawled on the ground, alive or dead. He was simply faithfully executing Fang Yuan's command. He walked to Satori's side and extended his steel-like claws. Then he began the merciless dismantling work. Ryup. He ripped open Satori's gloves and forcibly pried out the 2 impact dials embedded in them. Ryup. He tore off Satori's shoes and yanked out the jet dials hidden inside. Finally, he didn't even spare Satori's absurd hat and pink robe. He roughly tore off the dozens of colorful surprise balls hanging from them. The entire process was smooth and effortless. Utterly professional. Utterly ruthless. After all this, Yexiao carried a large heap of still glowing dials back to the Xuanwu. Respectfully, he presented these trophies before Fang Yuan. Master the items you requested. Fang Yuan nodded. He casually picked up a newly acquired impact dial from the pile and examined it closely in his hand. His expression was not that of a man looking at loot. It was more like a top-tier mad scientist scrutinizing a primitive creation full of flaws yet of immense research value. He reached out a finger and lightly tapped the outer shell of the impact dial. WHUM. A visible shockwave immediately burst from the mouth of the dial. It blasted a huge hole in the distant clouds. An unconcealed, fervent gleam flashed across Fang Yuan's eyes. Interesting. Using a biological structure to absorb, store, and release physical impact. He licked his lips, the corner of his mouth curving into a cold, manic smile. This method of energy storage is interesting. It's just too primitive. Fang Yuan's fingertip traced lightly across the surface of the impact dial. It was as if he could already see every internal structure with absolute clarity. Let me give you an upgrade. As his voice fell, Fang Yuan could not be bothered to spare another glance at the priest who had been knocked unconscious. Clutching the captured impact dial, he turned and walked into the ship's cabin. Yuta and Yi Xiao exchanged a glance, then followed out of curiosity. After passing through the metallic corridor, the three arrived inside a colossal laboratory, one of the Xuanwu's core facilities, the Devil Fruit Synthesis Workshop. The workshop center was occupied by a single circular platform. Fang Yuan casually tossed the impact dial onto the platform. The platform lit up and panels of holographic data rose into the air, enveloping the shell. Analysis program activated. Analysis successful. A series of mechanical prompts rang out as 2 streams of information poured into Fang Yuan's mind. Obtain new concept. Impact storage, rare grade. Obtain new biological template. Sky Island shellfish, common grade. At the same time, a holographic screen materialized before Fang Yuan, listing detailed data. Item, name, impact dial. Core principle: through a special biological fiber structure, it absorbs and stores the kinetic energy of physical impacts. Energy conversion rate 17. 4. Maximum storage capacity roughly equivalent to a full force strike from a Marine headquarters captain. Service life, 3 uses. Overall assessment: an ingeniously conceived yet primitive energy storage tool with poor efficiency and a fragile structure. Fang Yuan looked at the data on the holographic screen, fell silent for a moment, then let out a derisive snort. An energy conversion rate of only 17. 4. Its ceiling is only at the level of a Marine captain, and it can only be used 3 times. Fang Yuan shook his head, his gaze full of contempt. Trash like this, not even worthy of being called a defective product, is treated by these Sky Islanders as high technology bestowed by the gods. How utterly ridiculous. Standing behind him, Yuta and Yi Xiao were both dumbfounded. Yi Xiao had just personally experienced the power of that thing. The instantaneous impact force was absolutely not to be underestimated. Yet in his master's eyes it had become nothing but trash. The gap is too enormous. Just as Yi Xiao was questioning his entire existence, Fang Yuan had already lost patience. With a broad wave of his hand, the holographic screen in front of him instantly switched to a massive virtual warehouse. Every compartment stored the precious materials he had plundered. Concept steel, concept top-grade sharpness, concept explosion, biological template sawtooth sharkman. Any one of these items, if taken out into the world, would be enough to stir a bloody storm on the sea. Fang Yuan's gaze swept swiftly over the warehouse and finally locked onto 3 compartments. Concept impact storage rare grade. Concept steel rare grade. Concept top grade sharpness world class incomplete 0.1 units. He reached out and tapped the holographic screen. Using Sky Island shellfish as the base template, fuse these 3 concepts and begin synthesis. Beep. Command received. Warning. This synthesis will consume 800 units of bioenergy. Warning. A world-class concept has been detected in the fusion. The result is highly likely to undergo an unknown mutation. Continue. Continue. Fang Yuan's answer carried not the slightest hesitation. In his eyes, that so-called unknown mutation was precisely where the true surprise lay. Command confirmed. Mythic-grade synthesis. Initiated. Boom. With a dull thud, the entire synthesis workshop was instantly engulfed by a dazzling blaze of tricolored light. White represented impact, silver-gray represented steel, and a thread of blood-red light represented top-grade sharpness. The 3 forces crazily intertwined, collided, and merged above the platform. A terrifying surge of energy erupted outward, making Yuta and Yi Zhao's souls tremble. A dozen or so seconds later, the radiance slowly subsided. A brand new creation hovered silently above the platform. It too was a shell, but its appearance was utterly different. Its entire body was a cold matte black. Its surface was covered with metallic cutting lines as precise and sharp as scalpels, like an ultimate weapon born for slaughter. Fang Yuan reached out, and the black shell obediently flew into his palm. Beep. Congratulations, host. Synthesis successful. You have obtained a brand new creation, the steel slashing dial. Fang Yuan hefted the little trinket in his hand with satisfaction, a faint, indifferent smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Then he turned around and casually tossed the freshly forged work of art to Yi Zhao. Go. Fang Yuan raised his hand, pointing out the window toward a direction on God's Island where a majestic mountain peak 1,000 meters tall stood. Aim at that mountain and test its power. Yes, master. Suppressing the shock in his heart, Yi Zhao respectfully accepted the cold black shell with both hands. He walked to the window, took a deep breath, and aimed the opening of the steel slashing dial at the towering 1,000-meter mountain in the distance. Then with his thumb, he gently pressed the switch on the shell. There was no sound, no light, not even a trace of energy fluctuation. It was as though nothing had happened at all. Yi Zhao froze. Could it be that he had pressed too lightly? Just as he was about to press it again, a sudden change occurred. In the distance atop that cloud-wreathed 1,000-meter peak, at a position roughly 100 meters from its summit, an extremely smooth, hair-thin black line suddenly appeared. The black line was as straight as if it had been drawn with a ruler. The next second, within Yi Zhao and Yuta's stunned pupils, a colossal section of the mountain, a full 100 meters of its crown, silently slid down along that black line. Rumble. Only then did the earth-shattering roar of the falling mountain belatedly arrive. The entire God's Island seemed to tremble violently under the terrifying impact. Yi Zhao and Yuta were completely petrified. They stared blankly at the enormous mountain that had been forcibly sheared of its head, then looked down at the palm-sized black shell in Yi Zhao's hand. Both of their minds crashed instantly at that moment. One strike had sliced off a whole mountain peak. What the hell kind of monster was this? Meanwhile, deep within God's Island Appiato, inside the Golden Ark Maxim, a man with a bare torso and earlobes so long they dragged on the ground was reclining on his side atop a golden throne, listlessly digging at his ear. He was the one and only true god of this Sky Island, Enel, user of the Rumble fruit. Through the mantra that blanketed the entire Sky Island, he saw every move Fang Yuan and the others made in perfect detail. Whether it was smashing through Heaven's Gate or instantly killing a priest in his eyes, it was all nothing more than slightly stronger bugs writhing in their death throes. He could not even be bothered to make a move himself. Yet at the very instant the mountain peak had been silently sliced off a moment ago, Enel's face, which had perpetually worn a contemptuous smile, abruptly froze. He slowly sat upright, his ear-picking motion stopping as well. His half-lidded eyes, once filled with languor and arrogance, suddenly flew wide open. They were filled with unprecedented shock, and a trace of the most extreme greed that even he himself had not noticed. That. What is that? Enel stared fixedly at the black shell in Yi Zhao's hand, his voice turning somewhat hoarse from excessive excitement. That power. The power of that unheard-of creation. Hey. Enel licked his dry lips, and for the first time an expression called fervor appeared on his face. Blue Sea people. What interesting toys have you brought up here? This thing. It's mine now. Within the Golden Ark Maxim. Dead silence. Utter dead silence. Enel's face, which had always worn a contemptuous and amused smile, was completely frozen. His half-lidded eyes were now bulging as wide as copper bells. His mouth hung slightly open. The little golden rod he used to pick his ears fell to the floor with a clatter. What did he see? A mountain. A peak towering 1,000 meters high. It had its head sheared clean off right before his eyes. No sound. Clean and swift. The smooth cut was smoother than a mirror. What the hell was that thing? Enel completely lost his composure. His prized rumble fruit could do something similar, but it could absolutely never do it with such utter silence. Such effortless mastery. That was not simple destruction. It was a higher dimensional conceptual erasure. Gulp. Enel swallowed hard. His heart, the heart of a self-proclaimed god, began to pound violently and uncontrollably. It was not out of fear, but out of extreme greed and frenzy. Through his mantra, he locked onto the small black shell in Yexiao's hand, a shell no larger than a palm. The light blazing from his eyes burned hotter than the sun in the sky. That thing. Enel's voice was so hoarse it sounded scraped by sandpaper. That thing is mine. He abruptly rose from his golden throne. The lazy aura about him vanished in an instant without a trace. What replaced it was a world-destroying, boundless rage and an unbridled, murderous bloodlust. The priest had been instantly killed. The guard had been wiped out. He could not care less, because they were merely a few obedient dogs he kept. Dead was dead. But now, these insects from the blue sea had not only destroyed his toy, they had also shown him a brand new treasure that made even him mad with desire. That was absolutely intolerable. A crime deserving 10,000 deaths. You? The muscles on Enel's face twisted violently from extreme excitement and rage. It made him look utterly ferocious. You damned insects from the blue sea. How dare you run wild in God's kingdom? You have successfully angered me. Enel slowly raised the pure gold long staff in his hand. A deep ominous hum. A terrifying pressure enough to turn heaven and earth pale erupted from his body. The entire golden ark groaned under the strain as if unable to bear it. Since you are so fond of bringing me surprises. Then as a return gift. Enel bared his teeth in a grim, cruel smile. Then let me have you personally experience the wrath of God. The moment the words fell, the golden long staff he held high was pointed fiercely toward the sky. Boom. In an instant the entire sky over Skypiea darkened. The clear, boundless heavens were instantly swallowed by endless thick, dark clouds. Within the clouds, countless golden lightning bolts thick as water barrels shot madly back and forth. The crackling blasts of electric arcs rang out without end. It was as if the apocalypse had descended. On the deck of the Xuanwu, Yuta and Yexiao felt that terrifying pressure falling from the sky. Their faces instantly turned deathly pale. This is. Yuta looked up at the thunder clouds churning like 10,000 golden dragons in the sky. Her voice trembled with fear. As such terrifying thunder. Yexiao's pupils also shrank abruptly. Though his body was forged from steel, facing this pure heavenly might from nature, he still felt an uncontrollable shudder from the depths of his soul. This power was far beyond his ability to comprehend. Only Feng Yuan remained standing at the bow. With his hands behind his back, his expression was indifferent. He could not even be bothered to lift an eyelid. It was as though the world-destroying scene overhead was merely an unimpressive fireworks display. Such an attitude of complete disregard sent Enel's rage from his distant ark soaring to yet another peak. Death is at hand, yet you still act so arrogantly. Turn to ashes. Enel let out a roar that shook the heavens. The golden long staff in his hand slashed abruptly downward. God's judgment. Crockham. At his command, the endless thunderclouds that had rolled in the sky for so long seemed to find an outlet. Every flash, every single bolt. In an instant, they merged together, forming a colossal pillar of lightning over 50 meters in diameter, too massive for words. The pillar was radiant gold, dazzling beyond measure. The energy contained within it was enough to instantly erase an entire island from the world. It tore through the clouds. It pierced the atmosphere. Bearing the supreme divine might to judge all creation, it locked onto the strange black ship below, small as an ant. It crashed down. Its speed, its ferocity. They left no one any time to react. It's over. Yuta stared at the golden pillar of lightning that was rapidly magnifying in her pupils. Her mind went blank. Before that world-destroying heavenly might, she felt that she was insignificant. Less than a single speck of dust. Dodge. Where could she dodge? There was simply nowhere to hide. This strike was a guaranteed death blow. Yet at this fatal moment, when life hung by a thread, Feng Yuan, who had remained silent all along, finally moved. He slowly lifted his head. In his calm, impassive eyes was reflected the golden lightning that could destroy heaven and earth. There was no fear, no panic, not even the faintest trace of solemnity. There was only a faint wry amusement, like a man who had waited a long time and finally saw his dish served. He watched the pillar of lightning about to devour him. The corner of his mouth slowly curved upward into a cold, mad arc. Finally, you cannot sit still. Feng Yuan's voice was very soft, very calm, yet it reached every person on the ship with perfect clarity. Enel, this appetizer of yours. I'll take it. The terrifying pressure froze the very air. The blinding golden light dyed the entire world in the color of doomsday. Yuta had already closed her eyes in despair. Yexiao too felt every steel feather on his body stand on end from pure terror. It's over. Everything is over. Before a divine punishment that rivals a natural calamity, any struggle is futile. And yet, at the very last instant before the lightning pillar could touch the ship's deck, the Xuanwu, which had remained motionless all along, moved. Roar. A deep muffled roar, as if unleashed from primordial chaos itself, exploded from the colossal ferocious dragon turtle head at the ship's bow. The next second, under the utterly incredulous gazes of Yuta and Yexiao, the Xuanwu's massive steel maw, which had been tightly sealed all along, suddenly burst open. That pitch-black mouth resembled a terrifying vortex connected to an endless abyss. Inside there was no cannon barrel, no fire, nothing at all. But the moment it opened, a terrifying suction force, one that made the entire sea of clouds tremble, erupted with a bang. Then a water column deep blue in its entirety shot up from that enormous maw, defying the heavens, and blasted out with a thunderous roar. This water column was not thick. Compared to the golden lightning pillar, which was over 50 meters in diameter, it was like nothing more than a toothpick. But the power contained inside it was completely different. It was high-pressure water vapor compressed to the absolute limit by Feng Yuan using the concept of water flow mastery. It was the supreme water capable of cutting through all things. A water column and a lightning pillar, two utterly opposing extreme forces. In their midair they collided with devastating force. There was no earth-shattering explosion, no world-destroying shockwave. None of the expected outcomes occurred. What happened instead was a bizarre scene that utterly shattered the worldview of everyone present, including Enel far away on the Ark. Crackle, 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 crackle. A grating, teeth-clenching cacophony of electric arcs exploded wildly. The instant that deep blue water column touched the golden pillar of lightning, it was not vaporized at all. Instead, like a living blue python, it coiled upward with an overwhelmingly domineering posture. It wrapped itself tightly around that world-destroying pillar of lightning. Countless fine golden arcs jumped and thrashed madly across the water column's surface. They wanted to tear it apart. They wanted to destroy it. But they simply couldn't. That water column was like a bottomless black hole, a greedy prison, no matter how violently the power of the lightning raged. It could not escape its bindings. Then something even more absurd happened. The blue water python entwined around the lightning pillar abruptly reversed direction. It forcibly dragged that colossal golden pillar, still pouring down from the sky, toward the open steel maw of the Xuanwu below, and rammed it straight in. Gulp, gulp, gulp. It was as if an invisible giant were gulping down huge mouthfuls. That divine punishment, which had been powerful enough to destroy an island, was treated by the Xuanwu as a drink. One gulp, and then another gulp until it had forced the entire thing down. Yuta's mouth hung open. She stared blankly at this scene, one that surpassed the limits of her imagination. Her mind went completely blank. Yexiao too was utterly petrified. At that moment his mechanical heart, forged from data and loyalty, nearly crashed instantly. This? How the hell is this even possible? That was lightning. That was God's punishment. Just like that. It was Eden. Meanwhile, atop the golden ark, Maxim Enel's face, the face that had forever been fixed with a cruel and fanatical smile, was completely frozen. The muscles of his face twitched violently. His eyes bulged even wider than his long earlobes. His mouth hung open wide enough for an apple to be stuffed inside. That expression, the utterly shell-shocked seeing a ghost expression. If Luffy had been here, he would have pointed a finger at Enel's nose and burst out laughing, because this was exactly the classic, iconic moment that would be remembered for generations. Enel's iconic shocked face. No. Impossible. Enel watched his own proud ultimate divine punishment being devoured endlessly by that bizarre ship, as if it were some kind of tonic. His worldview was utterly shattered in that instant. His sanity completely collapsed. My lightning. My divine punishment. How could it? How could it possibly? He wanted to say Eden, but those two words were too absurd, too subversive for him. So much so that he could not bring himself to say them. He was a god. The omnipotent thunder god. Lightning was his divine authority, the supreme power he bestowed upon mortals to inflict fear and despair. But now his power, his authority, by a mere worm from the blue sea, a worm in his eyes, in a way he was completely unable to understand. It had been broken. Broken? No, that was no longer mere breaking. That was toying with him at an entirely higher level, and with utter contempt. A surge of unprecedented extreme humiliation, like a volcanic eruption, rushed into Enel's brain in an instant. It threw him into a state bordering on madness. And down below, the Xuanwu had already devoured the golden pillar of lightning completely. The thick dark clouds in the sky gradually dispersed. Sunlight poured down upon the earth once more, as if the cataclysmic scene from just moments ago had never happened. Only the occasional fine golden arcs flickering across the Xuanwu's hull proved what a sumptuous lightning feast it had just enjoyed. Ding! Warning! Warning! A massive influx of high-purity lightning energy has been detected. Energy conversion module. Overloaded. Hull energy reserve. Recharging. 10, 30, 60, 95, 100. Ding. Energy recharge complete. Hull status restored to peak condition. A series of icy mechanical alerts rang out in succession in Feng Yuan's mind. Feng Yuan, however, paid it no attention. What he truly cared about was the next notification that followed. Congratulations, host. By absorbing the energy of the Rumble fruit, you have successfully analyzed parts of its energy structure. You have obtained a new concept fragment, high voltage discharge 0.50. Here it comes. A crazed blazing light, hot enough to melt everything, erupted from Feng Yuan's eyes. This was his true purpose all along. Defeat Enel. Too simple. There was no challenge in it whatsoever. What he wanted was to strip Enel completely, flesh and bone ability and concept body and soul. Devour every last bit. Make him a stepping stone on the path to the divine realm. Only 0.5. Feng Yuan sensed the meager shallow knowledge of lightning that had appeared in his mind. An extremely dissatisfied expression appeared on his face. He slowly raised his head. Those eyes burning with boundless greed pierced through the 10,000-meter cloud layers. They locked precisely onto that so-called god aboard the Golden Ark, the one who had already fallen into a daze and mania. Then he grinned, revealing a smile, even more cruel than a demon's. Not enough. Feng Yuan's voice was soft, but it seemed to carry a certain magic resounding with perfect clarity in Enel's mind. Not nearly enough. Enel, all the electricity in your body. Hand it all over to me. Feng Yuan's words pierced through the sea of clouds, reaching the Golden Ark with crystal clarity. Hand over all the electricity in your body and surrender it to me. This was blatant contempt. AI Lu's face flushed an angry dark hue as boundless fury burned within his chest. You? Insect. The words ground out between his clenched teeth, and he lunged to strike back, immediately determined to blast that cursed monstrous vessel into cosmic dust. However, Feng Yuan never granted him the opportunity. While AI Lu was consumed by rage, Feng Yuan had already moved. He didn't even glance at AI Lu again, as though the so-called god wasn't worth a fraction of his time. Feng Yuan's gaze returned to the palm-sized black shell in his hand, the steel-cleaving shell. A cold smile curved his lips. The appetizer is finished. Feng Yuan spoke calmly, his voice reaching Wu Ta and Yi Xiao with perfect clarity. Now it's time to let our god taste the main course. Before the words fully left his lips, his wrist flicked, and the steel-cleaving shell became a streak of light thrown with pinpoint accuracy into the massive maw at the dragon head tortoise neck of the Xuanwu vessel. The next moment, Feng Yuan issued a command that sent chills down both Wu Ta's and Yi Xiao's spines. Xuanwu vessel, spit out half of that bathwater you just swallowed. Target Golden Ark. Fire. Boom. The Xuanwu's enormous hull shuddered violently, and a surge of energy 100 times more terrifying than when it had consumed the lightning erupted outward. The dragonhead tortoise's maw opened once more. But this time what streamed from within wasn't a high-pressure water column. It was a thin line as black as ink. The line was so fine it was nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, utterly silent and lightless, radiating not a trace of energy fluctuation. It resembled an insignificant brushstroke accidentally left by a painter on a pristine white scroll. Yet everyone present, whether the stunned Wu Ta, Yi Xiao whose steel feather wings trembled uncontrollably, or even AI Lu aboard the Golden Ark tens of thousands of meters away, felt their very souls screaming in mad alarm at the sight of that black line. An instinct cried out the most shrill of warnings. Danger. Mortal peril. Absolute danger capable of severing all things. What? What is that? Wu Ta cried out in disbelief, her face a mask of shock. Yi Xiao couldn't respond, for he himself couldn't fathom it. He only knew that his master's capabilities had once again shattered his understanding of the word power. Meanwhile, aboard the Golden Ark, Proverb, AI Lu's heart network, spanning the entire sky island, erupted with frantic warnings. A sensation like billions of steel needles piercing through his soul. Something's wrong. For the first time, a look of terror appeared on AI Lu's arrogant face. Without a second thought, he elementalized his body, instantly transforming into a bolt of golden lightning as he darted wildly sideways. The moment he left his original position, swish, the black line that had crossed tens of thousands of meters arrived. It swept silently through AI Lu's former standing position, through his opulent throne crafted of pure gold, and through the sturdy deck plating of the Golden Ark, Proverb. Then it vanished quietly into the horizon as though nothing had happened. AI Lu reformed nearby, breathing heavily with lingering horror. That instant he had felt death brush past him. Damn insect. How could you have such? His words cut off abruptly. His pupils contracted to the sharpest point of danger, for he saw his golden throne, the symbol of divine authority, split clean down the middle. A perfectly straight mirror-smooth cut divided the throne into two equal halves. Then crack. It wasn't just the throne. The entire right flank of the Golden Ark, proverb, a stretch exceeding 30 meters sheared away along an equally mirror-smooth cut, detaching silently from the main hull and plummeting into the endless sea of clouds below. Deathly silence. AI and I Lu stared blankly at the massive gash carved into his flying arc, at the horrifyingly smooth mirror like cut, his mind completely paralyzed. My ship, my Golden Ark, has been severed. By that insect I dismissed using a method I cannot possibly comprehend, cleaved across tens of thousands of meters. What kind of monster is this? Humiliation, rage, terror, fear. Countless complex emotions surged like a breached dam, instantly drowning AI and I Lu's mind and shattering the pride and dignity he had long held as a god. Yet it was not over. Just as AI and I Lu was on the verge of being driven mad by these overwhelming emotions, that devilish voice he loathed resounded once more. This time the voice was no whisper. It was amplified by the Xuanwu vessel's earth-shaking primordial roar, becoming rolling waves of sound that echoed across the entire divine kingdom. AI and I Lu, listen well. Your lightning is useless against me. I can cleave your ship as well. Now tell me, how much weight does your so-called god title still carry in my presence? The voice brimmed with immeasurable arrogance and unmasked mockery. God. Fang Yuan's cold voice sounded like a final judgment. Today I have come to slay gods. Prepare yourself with your neck bare upon your golden throne. I am coming for you now. Your divine seat, I claim it. Your fruit, I take it as well. Your divine throne is mine. And your fruit is mine as well. Fang Yuan's declaration burst across the sky over God's island like a thunderclap. Aboard the Golden Ark, Maxim Enel's distorted face froze for an instant, then gave way to an even denser killing intent. Worm. He forced out two words from between his teeth. You have succeeded in angering God. He could no longer bear to wait. At this very moment, he would wipe this foolhardy worm off the face of the world. Crackle. With a sharp detonation of electric arcs, Enel's figure transformed into a golden bolt of lightning. He abandoned long-range attacks. He had realized that this bizarre ship possessed the ability to restrain lightning. So he would close in. With absolute speed and the purest lightning, he would blast that man and his ship together into the most fundamental particles. In a flash of lightning, Enel's figure appeared like a phantom directly above the Xuanwu. Looking down from on high at Fang Yuan on the deck, he let a cruel smile befitting a god reclaim his face. Heartnet. An invisible wave spread outward from him. This time he compressed its range to the absolute limit, encompassing only the Xuanwu. In an instant, the heartbeats, breathing, and even the subtlest emotional fluctuations of Fang Yuan Yuda Yi Xiao, of every person aboard the ship, were laid out with perfect clarity in his mind. I see. Sensing Fang Yuan's unervingly calm heartbeat, a cold smile curled at the corner of Enel's mouth. He possesses strange defensive measures and ultra-long-range slashing abilities, does he? But it's useless. Before my heart, net, none of your movements can escape my perception. I can foresee even your next thought in advance. In this sky, I am omniscient and omnipotent. How can you possibly fight me? Enel savored this feeling of absolute control. He could already envision the terrified, despairing expression that would soon appear on Fang Yuan's face. However, Fang Yuan did not so much as lift his head. He did not even glance at Enel above, as if that thunder god radiating world-destroying power were nothing more than a breath of air. Fang Yuan slowly turned around, looking at the girl who had been standing quietly behind him. Yuda. Yuda. Fang Yuan's voice was perfectly calm. The warm-up is over. Now it's your turn to perform. Yuda nodded earnestly. Her eyes, once filled with bewilderment, now held only resolve and a fanatical reverence for the man before her. Fang Yuan reached out and gently touched the top of Yuda's head. Only then did he lift his eyelids at last. With eyes as still as an ancient well, he cast an indifferent glance at the god above, who was still wallowing in self-adulation. Enel. Fang Yuan spoke slowly. Are you not exceedingly proud of that so-called heart net of yours, eh? Then, sing a song, Yuda. A song that can turn this heart net you take such pride in into the most venomous curse. What? Hearing this, Enel was taken aback at first, then burst into uncontrollable laughter. How ridiculous. This is simply too ridiculous. Singing. Curses. Have you been scared witless by the power of God, you worm? You actually presume to oppose divine punishment with mere song? He thought it was the funniest joke he had heard in his entire life. But his laughter soon came to an abrupt halt. Because Yuda began to sing. She spread her arms wide, tilted her head back, and her clear, soul-stirring voice once again resounded through the heavens. But this song was utterly different. It possessed neither the splendor that had once created a dream realm, nor the warmth that had once healed wounds. This song carried no emotion and no melody, like countless invisible threads of the spirit that the instant they appeared precisely connected to the invisible heart net Enel had unfolded. Then, in they poured. The smile on Enel's face stiffened slightly. He sensed that something was wrong. Within his heart net, that mental world once so clear and immaculate, a faint and negligible noise had appeared. Like a grain of sand dropping into a precision instrument, it was harmless, yet it provoked a nameless irritation in him. Quit your cheap tricks. Enel snorted coldly, paid it no mind, and prepared to unleash his thunderous judgment to end this boring farce. However, in the very instant he moved to act, that wisp of noise suddenly exploded. Buzz! Enel's brain felt as though it had been savagely struck by an invisible heavy hammer, going utterly blank in an instant. His heart net, that absolute domain that belonged to him, had at this moment completely spiraled out of control. If before it had been a single grain of sand, then now it was as if the entire Sahara Desert had been forcibly rammed into his brain. That was no longer singing, it was noise. A terrifying, demonic sound capable of tearing the very soul apart. Countless sharp, grating, chaotic, and insane voices like hundreds of millions of invisible insects surged through the conduits of his heart net, flooding madly into his brain, gnawing at his reason and shredding his nerves. Aarg! A blood-curdling scream violently burst from Enel's mouth. The heart net he had prided himself on, that omniscient, omnipotent domain, had in this moment become a most vicious spiritual prison, a curse that ceaselessly inflicted the cruelest mental torment upon him. He could hear the inner voice of an entire country. And now those hundreds of millions of demonic sounds, distorted and amplified countless times, were exactly like every person in the entire country screaming the most vicious curses wildly into his ears. That pain, that torment, was more than any living creature could bear. No. What is this? What on earth is this? Enel clutched his head, veins bulging across his face, every feature twisted in extreme agony. In that state, was there even the slightest trace of a god's majesty left? He was clearly nothing more than a pitiful demon suffering torture in the Avicii hell. He wanted to shut down his heart net, but he absolutely could not. Yuda's singing was like maggots on a bone, clinging stubbornly to his heart net. As long as the heart net existed for even a single day, this demonic sound from hell would never come to an end. Enel was utterly shattered. His body convulsed violently in midair, the brilliant lightning around him flickering madly, blazing and dimming by turns. In the end, thud. He could no longer maintain his elemental form. Like a lump of mud, he dropped straight down from 10,000 meters, plunging toward the deck of the Xuanwu below. Yet in the final moment before his consciousness was swallowed whole by the endless noise, his heart net, already completely out of control and rampaging, abruptly caught several extraordinarily familiar presences amid the chaos. They came from the other end of God's Island, from that stretch of colossal vines. A fool reeking of rubber, a green algae head carrying 3 swords, a tangerine-headed woman whose mind was stuffed full of money. It was them. Those reckless blue sea fools. The Straw Hat crew. They actually managed to charge onto God's Island amid the chaos too. No. That was Enel's last desperate thought before he completely lost consciousness. It was over. Everything was over. This divine game that he had orchestrated had completely slipped beyond his control. It was over. This was Enel's final thought before losing consciousness. The game of gods he had orchestrated had spiraled completely out of control. Bang. With a dull thud, Enel crashed onto the hard deck of the Xuanwu, his lightning protection stripped away. He convulsed twice, and then lay utterly still. The legendary thunder god had fallen. Yuda's song came to an abrupt halt. She looked down at the so-called deity who had once been so arrogant, now lying like refuse on the ground, foam at his lips, and eyes rolled back, her face etched with shock. Is this Mr. Fang Yuan's power? He didn't even need to lift a finger. A single song of his was enough to shatter a god blessed with apocalyptic strength. Fang Yuan didn't even glance at Enel lying on the ground, as if this so-called main course was no longer worth a second look. His gaze pierced through the clouds and settled on the colossal vines reaching toward the sky at the far end of the divine island. The Xuanwu's detection system was projecting a clear image of the scene. A boy wearing a straw hat was jumping up and down, shouting excitedly, "Hey, look at this. What a massive vine. Let's climb up and take a look." Watching this scene, a playful curve appeared on Fang Yuan's lips. The chess piece had finally reached its position. Night Owl. Fang Yuan spoke without turning around. Yes, master. Night Owl's figure appeared behind him. Go. Fang Yuan pointed toward those vines. Guide those lost ones along the path and ensure they reach this shortcut without delay. Spare them from squandering time on other trials. Though puzzled, Night Owl understood that the master's command was absolute. As you command. The figure dissolved into darkness and vanished. Yuda watched the exchange and couldn't help but ask Mr. Fang Yuan, are those people your friends? In her mind, Fang Yuan was clearly assisting them. Fang Yuan chuckled, his smile laced with undisguised mockery. No, they are not friends. He turned to face Yuda, whose expression was clouded with confusion. They are tools. Another gift I prepared for Enel. Yuda's confusion deepened. Hadn't Enel already been defeated? Fang Yuan gestured toward the thunder god still twitching faintly on the ground. You think that alone defeats him? How naive. The rumble fruit ranks among the most powerful natural type abilities, granting an elemental form and self-regenerating heart. Your song only temporarily shattered his spirit. Once he recovers, he'll remain the same god. Spiritual attacks alone won't suffice. As he spoke, Fang Yuan's gaze drifted once more to the straw hat boy scaling the vines in the distance, his expression growing increasingly calculating. Enel commands lightning, and that boy is rubber. Tell me what happens when lightning encounters an insulator. Yuda's mind flashed like lightning as comprehension struck her. A natural counter. That's resourcefulness. Fang Yuan noted, nodding in satisfaction at Yuda's dawning realization. Having that boy serve as the primary attacker to drain Enel's stamina is perfect. After all, extracting a fruit's essence from a conscious natural type user is no easy task. The target must be pushed to the brink of unconsciousness first. Spoken with such casual detachment, yet the words sent chills down Yuda's spine. From the very beginning, every fate and every action had been accounted for in Fang Yuan's calculations. Whether the formidable thunder god or that seemingly simple straw hat boy, all were merely pieces on his chessboard. This mastery over the world itself deepened Yuda's reverence for Fang Yuan even further. Enough. Fang Yuan dismissed the survival game from his thoughts. His gaze moved past the vines to an ancient city shrouded in clouds radiating golden light. The golden city of Shandora. The pieces are in place, Fang Yuan said calmly. And it's time we claim what belongs to us. He turned and headed toward the Xuanwu's helm. When the golden bell tolls, that will be our moment to strike. Strike. Yuda followed, still puzzled. Mr. Fang Yuan, where are we going? What are we taking? The Xuanwu's massive hull began to turn. Ignoring the island's survival games and the battles raging below, the ship sailed directly toward the gleaming ancient ruins. Fang Yuan's voice echoed through the cockpit, heavy with uncommon gravity. Enel is merely an appetizer. What this island truly holds value has never been him. Rather, his eyes gleamed with ambition. His primary objective on this voyage was the poneglyph hidden deep within the Golden City, a record of the location of the ancient weapon Poseidon. At Fang Yuan's command, the Xuanwu's massive hull drove straight for the Great Bell at the very heart of the Golden City. Paying no heed to the golden ruins in its path, the ship carved out a direct route with the most brutal efficiency. Yuda stood on the deck, gazing at the resplendent city, her eyes brimming with awe. Mr. Fang Yuan, is this the legendary Golden Land? Fang Yuan did not turn around. He calmly watched the golden bell drawing ever closer before him, and spoke lightly. Gold is only a decoration. This city's true worth lies elsewhere. Soon the Xuanwu came to a stop beneath the golden bell. Fang Yuan leaped down from the deck, without even glancing up at the magnificent bell cast from pure gold. He walked straight to the base of the golden bell. There a dark red square steel stood in silence, utterly out of place amid the surrounding gold. A poneglyph. Fang Yuan's face showed not the slightest surprise, as if he had known all along it would be here. Slowly he extended his hand, ready to completely decompose and absorb the knowledge contained within the stele, just as he had done in Alabasta. However, at the instant his fingertips were about to make contact with the stele, a female voice laced with terror and urgency suddenly rang out from not far away. Stop! Fang Yuan froze, then slowly turned his head. There, staggering out from behind a stretch of ruins, was a black-haired woman wearing a purple denim outfit. Her body bore the visible marks of battle, and her breathing was ragged. Clearly she had endured a grueling journey to reach this place. It was Nico Robin. At this moment Robin's face was etched with a terror she had never known. Her eyes were fixed deathly on Fang Yuan's hand hovering before the poneglyph. The gaze of a devotee watching someone about to destroy a god. Don't touch it! Robin screamed with all her strength. You'll destroy it. It is history's final testimony, a treasure of humanity that must never be damaged. She was on the verge of collapse. The thing she had devoted her entire life to finding was right before her, and she was supposed to watch helplessly as a monster destroyed it. That overwhelming helplessness shattered her psychological defenses in an instant. Yet faced with Robin's nearly frantic pleas, Fang Yuan's face remained utterly unruffled. He merely gave Robin the kind of look one gives an utter fool, then spoke flatly. Destroy it. No. Fang Yuan shook his head, his tone as calm as if he were stating a simple fact. I am merely copying it. Copy. Robin was completely stunned, her mind a blank. She understood the word, but strung together with a poneglyph it defied all comprehension. Copy a poneglyph? How could that be possible? The very next moment a single airy sentence from Fang Yuan crashed down like a heavy hammer upon her already crumbling worldview. All right. Fang Yuan, as if something had just occurred to him, casually added, I forgot to tell you. The one in Alabastus Royal Mausoleum. I've already backed it up. Boom. At that moment Robin's mind detonated completely. Her pupils shrank to pinpricks and she stood frozen as if struck by lightning. Alabasta. The poneglyph recording the location of the ancient weapon Pluton had been backed up. What kind of monster was this man exactly? Robin felt all the understanding beliefs and pride she had built over more than 20 years shatter in that instant, pulverized by a few casual words from the man before her. She was the only person in this world who could decipher the ancient script, and she had regarded the search for poneglyphs as her life's mission. But what did it all come to? The thing she treasured more than life itself had become in this man's eyes nothing but data to be casually copied and backed up. This was a dimensionality reduction strike, a complete, utter dimensionality reduction strike. Robin opened her mouth but found her throat clogged as if stuffed with cotton. Not a single word could escape. Fang Yuan, meanwhile, had already stopped paying her any attention. He turned around, and under Robin's stunned, hollow, and despairing gaze slowly pressed his palm against the cold, ancient poneglyph. An icy mechanical prompt instantly sounded in Fang Yuan's mind. Warning: ultra-high-density information aggregate detected. Keyword analysis successful. Discovered Sea King Poseidon. Fishman Island. The Promise. Joy Boy. Warning: this information entity is protected by advanced encryption founded upon the world's fundamental laws. Confirm initiation of forced decomposition. This is it. A blazing glint flashed in Fang Yuan's eyes. Exactly as he had predicted, this steel recorded the whereabouts of Poseidon the Sea King, the most mysterious of the three ancient weapons. There was also Joy Boy, the mysterious figure who had run through the entire history of the Void Century. This was another incredible windfall. Confirm decomposition. Without the slightest hesitation, Fang Yuan issued the command in his mind. Yet at the very moment the system was about to begin decomposition, a sudden anomaly erupted. Rumble. At that instant the entire sky, over the Sky Island, trembled violently. A terrifying aura enough to make all creation shudder erupted from the summit of the colossal vine in the distance. Not good. Inside the Xuanwu's cockpit, Yuta stared at the energy readings on the detection screen as they spiked to their maximum in an instant. Her face turned pale. Mr. Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan furrowed his brow and jerked his head upward. In the distant sky, an endless expanse of pitch-black thunderclouds had somehow already completely swallowed the horizon. And at the very center of those pitch-black thunderclouds hovered Enel, small yet crazed. His face was traced with bloodshot veins, and his eyes blazed with a madness bent on destroying everything. Driven into a corner by Luffy, his divine dignity trampled and ground beneath someone's heel, he wanted revenge. He wanted annihilation. He would obliterate this land that had defied God along with every insect upon it from existence. All of you die. Enel spread his arms wide and let out a hysterical, maddened roar. Behold, this is the true power of God. Final divine punishment, Mamaragan. Final divine punishment. 10,000 thunders, Mamaragan. Enel's voice, carrying the majesty of divine judgment, resounded across the entire Sky Island. Rumble. The colossal thundercloud Rago that blotted out the sky erupted into complete turmoil at that moment. It was no longer merely bolts of lightning. It was a waterfall of lightning. An ocean of lightning. Innumerable golden thunderbolts poured down madly from the highest heavens like an inverted celestial river. The sky was torn asunder, the sea of clouds vaporized, and the earth howled in agony. Doomsday. True doomsday had arrived. On God's island Apaya, everyone was plunged into absolute despair. It's over. It's all over. The God is truly angry. The surviving Shandya warriors and Sky Island residents collapsed one by one, their faces ashen, abandoning all resistance and awaiting death's arrival. Atop the giant vine, Luffy, who had just expended every last ounce of his strength to ring the golden bell, collapsed to the ground, his body spent. He raised his head and looked at the apocalyptic scene. For the first time, a grave expression crossed his ever-confident face. This guy. Beside him, Zoro, Sanji, and the others were frozen stiff, lacking even the strength to move a single finger. Before such heavenly might, all their efforts seemed laughable and insignificant. Run. Fang Yuan. Under the golden bell, Nico Robin's face had turned as pale as paper. She grabbed Fang Yuan's arm, her voice trembling violently with sheer terror. We have to leave here right now. This is the power of a god, an unstoppable natural disaster. Even the Xuanwu won't be able to hold it back. She had spent her life pursuing history, witnessed countless powerhouses, and even faced a Marine admiral directly. But never once had she felt such soul-deep helplessness and insignificance. Yet Fang Yuan paid her no attention. He did not even lift an eyelid. He slowly released his hand from the poneglyph, turned around, and looked up at the thunderstorm that could annihilate the world. There was no fear on his face, no grave solemnity, not even the slightest trace of tension. There was only a nearly greedy, morbid excitement. Like a beggar who had starved for 3 days and 3 nights, suddenly catching sight of a sumptuous Manchuhan feast descending from the sky. Natural disaster. Fang Yuan's lips curled slightly into a mocking arc. No, Robin. This is not a natural disaster. This is a superpower bank that delivered itself to me. What? Nico Robin's mind short-circuited on the spot. She stood there completely dumbfounded. A power bank. He was calling that thing a power bank. Was he insane? Yet in the next second, Fang Yuan's actions made her fully realize that not only was he not insane, his thinking was 10,000 times crazier than a madman's. Fang Yuan gave no order to flee. He simply spoke in an unervingly calm tone toward the empty air ahead. Xuanwu, ascend. Time to eat. Hum. The colossal warship moored beside the Golden Bell shuddered violently at that moment. Every steam vent across its entire body erupted with dazzling blue light at the same time. Boom. With an earth-shaking roar, the 10,000-ton steel behemoth defied gravity, lifted its massive frame from the ground, and charged straight toward the center of the world-destroying thunderstorm in the sky. Suicide. That was the only thought in Nico Robin's mind. He was going to charge into the thunderstorm. What an insane move that was. Mad. You're truly mad. Robin murmured as she watched the colossal ship surging upward against the storm, her worldview shattered into pieces at that moment. High in the sky, Enel hovered at the center of the thundercloud, admiring his masterpiece with rapture. He wanted to watch this land, and every bug on it that had defied him, be reduced to ashes under his divine punishment. But at that moment he noticed the strange ship ascending against the storm. Oh! Enel paused, then burst into endless mockery and wild laughter. Yahaha! There really are bugs who aren't afraid of death. Do you want to get closer to God before you die? Fine. I'll grant you that wish. With a thought, tens of thousands of the thickest thunderbolts in the sky converged into a single blast and slammed viciously toward the Xuanwu. But just as the lightning was about to strike, the hull of the Xuanwu moved. The tortoise-shell-like armor covering the ship opened plate by plate, revealing countless pitch-black vents of unfathomable depth. The next second, boom! Endless white steam burst furiously out of those vents. But instead of dispersing, the steam spun at a terrifying speed above the Xuanwu in blatant defiance of physics, forming an enormous white vortex that covered half the sky. A super vortex formed from water vapor. Crackle! A pillar of lightning made of tens of thousands of bolts slammed heavily into the vortex. There was no explosion, no sound. The terrifying thunder, powerful enough to destroy an island, plunged into the vortex like a clay ox sinking into the sea, easily devoured without even a single ripple. What? Enel's laughter stopped abruptly, his eyeballs almost popping out of their sockets. How was this possible? His lightning had been absorbed. Before he could react, an even more devastating scene unfolded. After devouring the lightning, the enormous water vapor vortex seemed to possess infinite suction. The countless thunderbolts pouring down from the sky, as if drawn by some fatal attraction, all deviated from their original trajectories and crazily rushed into the white vortex. In an instant, 10,000 thunderbolts returned to one current. The whole sky seemed to have turned into a giant funnel, and the world-ending thunderstorm that Enel had strained every sinew to create became nothing more than water poured into that funnel, continuously swallowed and absorbed by the strange ship. No, this can't be. My lightning. Enel went completely insane. He frantically drove his power, trying to wrench his lightning back out of the vortex. But it was utterly useless. Those lightning bolts plunged in as if they had seen their own father. Nothing could pull them back. At that moment he was no longer the god who commanded lightning. He had become a pitiable wage slave who toiled to generate electricity only to have someone else furiously steal it. Meanwhile, in Fang Yuan's mind, the system's notification sounds had flooded the screen. Ding. Ultra-high purity lightning energy detected. Beginning absorption. Energy pool charging. 10, 30, 70. Ding. Energy pool fully charged. Warning. Energy continues to pour in. Energy pool overload. Overload rate 120, 180. 250, 400. Fang Yuan watched the numbers skyrocketing wildly, and the smile on his face grew even brighter. Not enough. Enel, haven't you eaten? With this little electricity you dare call it divine punishment? Give me more. As if hearing his taunt, the lightning in the sky grew even more violent. Warning. Energy overload rate has reached 500. Critical threshold triggered. Mythic grade source energy rumble detected. Evolution conditions satisfied. Warning. The hull structure is being forcibly decomposed and reassembled. Xuanwu is about to unlock a brand new combat form. Countdown begins. 10, 9, 8. Host, prepare to withstand the impact immediately. Host, prepare yourself to withstand the impact at once. The system's frigid notification had just faded. Boom. An unspeakably terrifying shockwave erupted violently from within the Xuanwu. Standing beneath the Golden Bell, Fang Yuan felt the ground beneath his feet give a violent lurch. He raised his head. There in midair, the colossal steel warship was now wrapped in inexhaustible golden lightning like a thunderheart suspended in the heavens. Crack, crack, crack. The teeth-grating sound of twisting metal came from deep within the hull. The cyan-black tortoiseshell armor covering the hull shattered inch by inch before one's eyes, then rapidly reassembled amid the dazzling bolts of lightning. The armor that had once been thick and archaic now appeared far more ferocious and aggressive. Countless cryptic patterns flickering with golden arcs spread across the fresh ink-black armor, like living things finally converging upon the majestic dragon turtle head at the bow. Roar! A bellow that seemed to come from the primordial chaos exploded from the dragon turtle head. It was no longer the hissing of steam, but a dragon's roar mingled with the power of 10,000 thunders. That single bellow blasted the remaining thunderclouds in the sky into nothing. Ding! Congratulations, host. The Xuanwu has successfully devoured the mythic-grade Origin Energy Rumble. New battle form, Thunderstrike, Xuanwu unlocked. New ability Lightning Energy Core activated. The hull can absorb, store, and release lightning energy on its own. New ability Electromagnetic Deflection, Shield activated. New ability Railgun loaded successfully. The system notifications flooded Feng Yuan's mind in a frantic torrent. The corners of his mouth stretched wider and wider. Jackpot! This was a windfall of obscene proportions. Enel's world-annihilating divine punishment had not only failed to damage the Xuanwu in the slightest, but had instead become the perfect nourishment for its ultimate evolution. This wasn't an enemy. This was a living bodhisattva rushing to hand over its own head. Meanwhile, high above on the deck of the Arc Maxim, Enel was utterly stupefied. His signature shocked face, jaw nearly dropping to the floor, was frozen in place, his expression vacant, his eyes hollow, as though his soul had been ripped from his body. Gone. Everything was gone. The myriad thunderbolts he had been so proud of, his mightiest divine punishment, the power to destroy all things, had been devoured bite by bite by that strange ship in front of the whole world, cleanly and completely. Not even a spark remained. What in the hell was this? It defied his understanding, shattered his common sense, and ground his self-proclaimed divine heart into the earth more than 300 times. If Feng Yuan's earlier use of song to break through his mantra had only made him feel anger and vexation, then this sight of the Xuanwu devouring the myriad thunderbolts utterly destroyed his faith at the root. He had always believed that he was lightning, the one true god, who commanded thunder itself. Now, however, he realized that he had been wrong beyond all measure. What god was he? He was plainly a laborer toiling to generate electricity, free of charge, for someone else's battery. No. Impossible. Enel muttered in a trance, his body trembling faintly with absolute shock and terror. This must be an illusion. I am a god. I am invincible. He desperately tried to hypnotize himself, but at that very moment the Xuanwu below, now fully reborn, sent another heaven-shaking thunderous dragon roar into the world. Roar. This roar was like a merciless slap across Enel's face, shattering the last thread of his delusion into fragments. Enel felt sweetness surge in his throat, and he nearly spat up blood. His mentality collapsed. Completely and utterly collapsed. The divine dignity he prided himself on crumbled to nothing in that instant. Yet just as Enel lost his grip and his mind went blank, a roar filled with limitless fury erupted from behind him. Enel. Huh. Startled, Enel whirled around instinctively. What he saw was a black shadow charging upward along the enormous vine that his lightning had scorched pitch black at an almost inconceivable speed. It was a boy in a straw hat. As he sprinted, his right arm kept spinning backward, coiling up dreadful power. And fitted over his fist was an enormous sphere of pure gold. It was none other than the one torn from the ruins of the city of gold. Gum-gum. Gum-gum. Luffy's eyes blazed with ferocious flames, the fire of anger burning for his comrades, for a promise made 400 years ago, and for this ravaged land. Golden spiral bullet. Whoosh. Luffy's body vaulted high, and the gold-wound fist, like a golden meteor tearing across the sky, smashed furiously into the dazed Enel. Not good. Enel's pupils violently constricted, and he was finally jolted out of his collapse. He tried to turn into elemental lightning and dodge, but it was too late. His mind had just been shattered by an immense psychological shock, so his body's reactions were more than a beat slow. Even worse, the fist was rubber. It was his natural enemy. Thud. A dull, crushing impact exploded through the air. Luffy's golden iron fist, laden with all his strength and fury, slammed square into Enel's chest. Crack. The sound of bones breaking was as clear as day. Yua. Enel let out a shrill shriek and flew backward like a kite, with its string snapped. His body carved a long arc through the air before crashing violently into the enormous golden bell that had hung there for 400 years. Dong! A bell tone, deep, sonorous, piercing through the clouds, rang out across all of Skypiea at that moment. It seemed to be declaring to the entire world, the god's reign had come to an end. The lights of Shandora were kindled anew. Wonderful. The bell. It's the bell. We're saved. A hero. He is our hero. On God's Island, all the surviving Shandians and Scypian residents were stunned for a moment by the sound, then burst into earth-shaking cheers. Countless people cried tears of joy and embraced one another, celebrating this hard-won victory and liberation. High above, Enel, rattled senseless by the bell's enormous shockwave, saw stars exploding before his eyes. He slipped weakly off the golden bell and fell straight down toward the 10,000-meter sea of clouds. In the final moment before consciousness faded, he saw the pitch-black, giant warship hovering silently below like a demonic god. He also saw the man standing beneath the ship, the man who had watched coldly from the sidelines from beginning to end. He had calculated everything from the very start. That was Enel's last thought. Then he lost consciousness completely. The battle was over. Everyone was immersed in the joy of victory. No one noticed. Beneath the golden bell, the man who had kept silent all along finally moved. Fang Yuan slowly raised his head to watch the god falling through the sky, his gaze utterly serene, as if he were looking at a prize already secured. He turned to the shadows behind him and issued a command in a tone cold enough to be devoid of any emotion. Night Owl, go. Bring me the god's corpse. Yes, master. A voice cold and utterly devoid of emotion echoed behind Fang Yuan. Whoosh. Before the last syllable had left his lips, the night owl's figure blurred into a dark streak shooting forth from behind Fang Yuan with such velocity that a faint afterimage trailed in the air. Meanwhile, the entire sky island swam in a euphoric sea of triumph. Dong. The distant bell pierced through the clouds spanning 10,000 meters, its resonant chime clearly reaching Qinghai. On Jaya Island, the square-jawed Kuro leaned against a massive boulder, gazing motionlessly at the heavens. The moment that bell tone, resonating across 4 centuries, reached his ears, the iron-willed man shuddered, and 2 rivers of scalding tears erupted from his cloudy eyes. You hear it, Roland. The Golden Land. It truly exists in the heavens. He smiled, his face crumbling into the unguarded joy of a child. Sky Island, Upkano, the Divine Land. We're saved. We're finally saved. The lights of Kampa have been reignited. The surviving Shandya warriors cast aside their weapons, pulling the Sky Island inhabitants into desperate embraces as they wept uncontrollably. Rancor dissolved in that instant. Despair evaporated. Freedom and rebirth descended upon this realm, suspended in the heavens. Atop the colossal vine, Luffy grinned widely, flashing his trademark smile as he gave his crewmates below an enthusiastic thumbs up. Behold, I rang it. Outstanding work, Luffy. You damn captain, you finally pulled through. Zoro, Sanji, Usopp, and the rest. Though every one of them was gasping for breath and crisscrossed with wounds, wearied smiles lit up their faces. This was a flawless victory. A hymn to heroes resonated across these skies. All were swept away in jubilation, none registering the black lightning arcing directly downward from beneath the golden bell. No, someone had noticed. Moi. Zoro's grin froze solid. His beastly instinct shrieked in alarm in that very moment. His hand dropped instinctively to the hilt of Wado Ikemanji, his gaze sharpening to an eagle's keenness. That direction. That bastard's ship. In the same instant, Sanji snapped his head upward, a glint of icy coldness flashing from behind his fringe. Hey, what the hell is that? The black lightning disregarded gravity entirely, carving a trajectory that defied all physical logic, arcing through the sky in a perfect curve. Its target was unmistakably Enel, the man plummeting straight down from the heavens, already unconscious. Oh no. Nami and Usopp registered the threat too, their smiles instantly wiped away, replaced by boundless horror. That man. The demon who'd purchased Arlong's corpse with a chest of gold in Kokoyashi village. What did he intend? Every heart plunged in that instant. The shadow moved with blinding speed. Speed beyond comprehension. Before anyone could fully process what they'd witnessed, that silhouette had already snatched Enel's falling body with ruthless precision. Halt! Put him down! Zoro and Sanji roared in unison, their bodies coiling like springs as they prepared to charge. But it was too late. The Night Owl didn't pause for even a fraction of a second upon securing Enel. His toe grazed the air lightly, his form dissolving once more into a streak of black light, hurtling back to the Xuanwu's deck at even greater velocity. The entire operation flowed seamlessly, executed in one fluid motion. From launching to success to return, it took less than a single second. Fast, precise, ruthless. Before all the heroes, before every resident of the Sky Island, he brazenly plundered the most crucial prize of this battle. Silence fell. A moment ago the air had thrummed with thunderous cheers, and now the fall of a needle would have been audible. Every smile froze in place, faces slack with disbelief, minds going utterly blank. Wow, what is happening? The fruits of victory had been stolen right before everyone's eyes. The sheer audacity left everyone stupefied. Hey! An explosion of pure fury erupted from the summit of the colossal vine, shattering the silence. Luffy's face moments before alight, with that gap-toothed grin, darkened completely. His fists clenched until his knuckles cracked, eyes locked onto the black vessel below, and the man standing at its prow as he roared, each word deliberate and heavy. You. What do you think you're doing? That roar finally jolted the others back to awareness. Bastard. Hand him over. You cowardly thief. The Shandya warriors grabbed their weapons, their hatred converging like daggers upon Fang Yuan. Fury surged through the crowd. The just quieted battlefield threatened to ignite once more. Yet facing the wrath of thousands and the Straw Hat's accusations, Fang Yuan simply stood motionless at the prow of the Xuanwu. Beneath his feet coiled the war beast, having just completed its ultimate evolution, its entire frame wreathed in golden lightning. Behind him knelt his loyal retainer, one knee to the deck, having discarded the unconscious god like refuse. Slowly raising his lids, Fang Yuan looked down upon the entire assembly. His gaze was cold, detached, utterly void of emotion, as though a deity surveying a swarm of noisy insects. He watched Luffy, watched Zoro, watched those cheering, enraged, disbelieving faces. Then with those pale lips parting, he spoke in a voice so eerily calm it was obscene. Soft, yet carrying every syllable reached each listener. Merely disposing of trash. Boom. Those words detonated in everyone's minds like a bombshell. Trash. He called Enel trash. The foe Luffy had nearly died defeating the god who had terrorized the Sky Island people for 6 long years. Nothing but waste to be disposed of in his eyes. What arrogance. What contempt. You? Luffy ground his teeth until they creaked, flames of rage practically spilling from his eyes. But Fang Yuan denied him the chance to continue. As if struck by some sudden recollection, he tilted his head and spoke again in the tone of one announcing something utterly trivial. All right. By the way, I've also repossessed all the gold on this island. Oh, by the way, Fang Yuan said casually, I'll also be reclaiming all the gold on this island. His words fell like a bucket of ice water, dousing everyone's revelry in one go. The entire crowd fell into instant silence. The next second erupted like a volcano. What did you say? Nami's eyes instantly filled with countless berry symbols. She screamed, first her voice cracking. Reclaim it. That's gold. The legendary Golden City. You call that reclaim? She was about to go mad. That was a mountain of gold. The treasure she had always dreamed of possessing. Yet now this man was speaking of taking it all away in the same tone one might use to collect scrap metal. Bastard. You're no good either. Sanji and Usopp also came to their senses, glaring at him with fury. Luffy risked his life to defeat Enel, and you bastard want to steal the spoils. Leave Enel and the gold alone. However, Luffy said nothing. He simply stared fixedly at Fang Yuan, his once clear eyes now blazing with an unprecedented fire. It wasn't for the gold. It was for that diamond-shaped old man who had struck the bell by the sea for 10 years, just to tell the world, the Golden City is right here. That was a promise. That was a dream. I won't let you succeed. Luffy's teeth ground together. With a fierce stomp, he launched himself from the top of the massive vine like a cannonball. Rubber, rubber. He stretched his arm mid-air, wrapped it around the distant ruins, accelerated, and swung fiercely toward the Xuanwu. Rocket punch. Luffy's figure flashed like lightning. His palms merged together, charging forward with tremendous force, aiming directly at Fang Yuan, standing on the ship's bow. He had to stop this man. Luffy, careful. The comrades below cried out in alarm. However, Fang Yuan didn't even lift his eyelids. He couldn't be bothered to lift a finger himself. Just as Luffy's fist was about to strike him, the ferocious dragon head turtle figurehead of the Xuanwu suddenly flashed with golden electricity in its eyes. An almost invisible transparent shield composed of pure electromagnetic force instantly unfolded at the ship's bow. Bang! An extremely muffled yet thunderous explosion. Luffy's steel-shattering fist crashed solidly against the shield. That terrifying impact was absorbed and dissipated instantly, like striking an infinitely thick sponge, without even a ripple. What a... Luffy's pupils contracted sharply, his face etched with utter disbelief. His attack had been blocked. Before he could react, an overwhelmingly powerful repulsive force exploded from the shield. Wha? Luffy let out a scream. His body bounced back like a rubber ball, tumbling through the air several times before crashing heavily into the distant golden ruins, kicking up a cloud of dust. One move. Fang Yuan himself hadn't even moved. It was merely the ship's defense system that effortlessly neutralized Luffy's full power attack. The entire crowd fell silent once more. Everyone stared at the scene in astonishment, their minds completely blank. Too powerful. This ship, this man. They were absurdly overwhelming. Did you see that? Fang Yuan finally raised his head slowly, his gaze sweeping over Luffy, who was struggling to rise from the ruins, looking at him as if he were trash, and spoke in a calm tone. This is the gap between you and me. Your anger, your dreams, they mean nothing to me. After saying this, he ignored everyone. He turned around, facing the Golden City bathed in sunlight, and spoke in a tone that seemed like delivering divine prophecy. Xuanwu, begin operation. Swallow all these materials. Yes, master. A consciousness with a hint of mechanical quality, yet filled with supreme majesty, echoed directly in Fang Yuan's mind. The next moment, rumble. The entire Xuanwu warship shuddered violently. The colossal dragon head turtle figurehead at the bow slowly opened its bottomless maw. That wasn't a mouth. It was a black hole. An abyss capable of devouring all things. An indescribably terrifying suction force erupted from that giant mouth, instantly engulfing the entire Golden City, Shandora. The earth began to tremble violently. On the surface, the magnificent buildings and exquisite sculptures made of pure gold began to groan under the unbearable pressure. Crack, crackle. The ground split apart, foundations torn asunder. What? What is this? Oh my God. The city. The city is moving. Run. Everyone went mad. They watched in terror at this scene, like divine punishment scrambling away in all directions. The legendary Golden City Shandora that carried the 400-year pact was truly being uprooted. Countless golden buildings, golden streets, golden statues broke free from the earth, transforming into streams of gold that flew uncontrollably toward the Xuanwu's giant mouth. Even that enormous golden bell let out a mournful cry, being pulled by that terrifying suction force gradually separating from its foundation. The scene was both breathtaking and horrifying, like a greedy dragon devouring treasures meant for the mortal realm. No, please don't. Nami let out a desperate scream. Her legs gave way and she collapsed to the ground, watching helplessly as the river of pure gold flowed before her eyes and disappeared into the endless darkness. How much money was that? She felt her heart bleeding. Stop. Stop it right now, bastard. Luffy's eyes turned crimson. He desperately tried to anchor himself to the ground, wanting to rush over, but the suction force was far too strong. He couldn't even stand firm. He could only watch helplessly. Watching the city, the bell, watching the diamond-shaped old man's lifetime quest to prove something being devoured bit by that monstrous ship. He suddenly raised his head, summoning all his strength, and let out a heart-wrenching cry toward that demon godlike figure standing at the bow. That's not material. That's the Golden City great warrior Navalata wanted his best friend Kirky to see. That's a dream. Don't you understand? His voice was filled with endless anger and unwillingness. However, upon hearing his question, Fang Yuan merely turned around slowly. There was no emotion on his face, but rather a mocking sneer. Dream. Fang Yuan shook his head as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. Too cheap. Only the weak place their hopes on such intangible things. In my eyes, it has only one name. Fang Yuan paused, his tone chillingly cold as he slowly uttered the final words. Material. Now it is the material I use to forge my next creation. Boom. These words struck like an invisible hammer, crashing into the hearts of Luffy, Nami, and everyone present. They were completely stunned. This man actually treated the Golden City that carried a 400-year pact as mere material for crafting something. How merciless. How insane. Just as everyone was shaken to their souls. Fang Yuan's gaze swept past everyone, finally settling on the woman who had remained standing throughout, her face pale and body trembling. Nico Robin. Fang Yuan looked at her, eyes filled with shock, fear, and confusion, yet carrying a hint of scholarly curiosity, and the corners of his mouth curled upward slightly. He knew only this woman could truly understand what he was about to do. After swallowing the last handful of golden sand, the Xuanwu's great mouth slowly closed. The entire island was left as a desolate wasteland of ruins and that bare giant vine, as if the Golden City had never existed. Fang Yuan no longer paid attention to the Straw Hat crew, who were completely dumbfounded. He turned and walked toward the depths of the ship. As he passed by Robin, he paused slightly and spoke in a whisper filled with irresistible temptation. Do you want to know the truth of history? Do you want to know what happened during that blank 100 years? Robin's body shuddered violently, and she instinctively raised her head. Fang Yuan looked at her with an enigmatic smile. Then come with me. I will let you witness with your own eyes how a god is born. Nico Robin's footsteps froze completely the moment she stepped through that metal door. She had followed Fang Yuan's silhouette through countless corridors glowing with unknown light, finally arriving at the heart of this colossal vessel. This was not a cabin. It was more like an operating room. A room from the future, a hell for dissecting gods. The air smelled of cold metal and a faint trace of ozone. The walls all around were neither wood nor stone, but a pitch-black, unknown alloy that seemed capable of absorbing every ray of light. Countless pale blue energy circuits pulsed slowly along the walls like veins, tracing intricate diagrams that all the knowledge of her lifetime could not decipher. In the very center of the room lay a cold operating table forged from the same material. A figure lay sprawled upon it like a dead fish, arms and legs spread wide. It was none other than Enel, the self-proclaimed omniscient and omnipotent god who had been on Skypiea only moments ago. His eyes were shut tight, his chest faintly rising and falling. The ornate golden ornaments on his body had already been stripped away, leaving only a simple pair of white trousers and exposing his lean yet powerful frame. At this moment, however, the former deity looked like a specimen awaiting processing. Robin's heart clenched violently beyond her control. A chill from the depths of her soul clawed madly up her spine, as if every drop of blood in her body were about to freeze. She had once believed that crocodiles' cold-blooded cruelty was the absolute limit of what she could imagine. But the man before her, Fang Yuan, made her understand that crocodiles' deeds were nothing but child's play in comparison. You. Robin's voice was parched. She swallowed with difficulty, trying to say something only to find her throat seized as if by an invisible hand. She wanted to ask, what are you going to do? Yet she dared not, because she had already faintly guessed the answer, and that answer was enough to grind the worldview she had built over 20 years into dust. Fang Yuan did not turn around. As if completely unaware of Robin's terror, he merely walked to the operating table with unhurried steps. He looked down at the unconscious Enel from above, his gaze not that of a man examining a defeated enemy, but that of a fastidious craftsman appraising an intricately structured work of art about to be dismantled. Are all scholars of O'Hara as timid as this? Fang Yuan finally spoke, his tone flat, yet laced with a faint, almost imperceptible mockery. I thought those who pursue knowledge would be a little braver. Robin's body gave a violent shudder. Brave? After witnessing the monster that devoured an entire golden city, after facing a demon who treated a god as experimental material, what courage was left to speak of? She bit down hard on her lower lip, forced herself to stay calm, and asked word by word, what you called the birth of a god, is this it? Birth? Fang Yuan seemed to find the phrase amusing. He slowly turned around, and a smile crept across his face. A smile that made Robin's skin crawl. No. As I see it, this is more like the dissection of a god. After all, to create one must first learn to dismantle. With that, he ignored Robin's deathly pale face and turned his gaze back to the operating table. He slowly raised his right hand, a clean, slender hand with well-defined knuckles, utterly without menace. And yet that very hand was about to overturn the iron laws of this world. System. Fang Yuan murmured silently. Target Enel, user of the Rumble fruit. Directive: perform live concept extraction. Directive acknowledged. Live concept extraction initiated. Warning: the target is a Logia-type ability user with extremely strong vitality. The extraction process will generate massive energy backlash. Host, prepare yourself. Fang Yuan ignored the system's warning. His hand pressed steadily against Enel's chest. Buzz. The moment his palm touched Enel's skin, a sudden extraordinary change erupted. The light in the entire room abruptly dimmed. An indescribably terrifying pulse of energy exploded outward from the center of Fang Yuan's palm. Ah! Nico. Robin let out a short cry of alarm as the invisible shockwave sent her stumbling backward until her back slammed heavily against the cold wall, and she came to a stop. She looked up in horror, eyes locked on the scene before her. What she saw would be etched into her memory forever. Countless dense, intricate lightning runes blazing with blinding golden radiance had materialized across Enel's body out of thin air. The runes seemed to possess a life of their own, frantically slithering and crashing beneath his skin, struggling to break free from some unseen restraint. Enel's once calm body began to convulse violently, and an unconscious, suppressed, agonized roar tore from his throat. This is... Robin's pupils shrank to pinpricks, her scholar's heart pounding madly. In all the ancient texts of O'Hara, she had never seen anything so uncanny, so horrifying. This was not any known devil fruit ability at all. It felt more like a law from a higher dimension brutally interfering with this world. Fang Yuan's expression did not change in the slightest. His arm was steady as a rock, his palm like a bottomless black hole, as an invisible force, so overbearing it acknowledged no reason, burst from its center. Come. Out. He barked. The next instant. Ryup. The golden lightning runes rampaging inside Enel seemed to be seized by an invisible giant hand, forcibly wrenched out from his flesh, his bones, and the very depths of his soul. Countless golden bolts transformed into savage electric serpents, surging along Fang Yuan's arm and flooding madly into his body. Enel's body convulsed even more violently. His skin visibly withered and paled, losing all luster, as if every shred of his divinity and power were being drained dry by that cruel surgery. Fang Yuan's body, meanwhile, was completely engulfed in dazzling golden lightning. He stood there, black hair stirring without wind, robes snapping in the air, as if he had become the incarnation of thunder itself, his divine might as deep and oppressive as an abyss. At that moment, Robin finally understood. Fang Yuan was right. This was not the birth of a god. This was the dissection of a god, and then the use of that god's flesh, blood, and authority to forge a new god, even more terrifying and incomprehensible. Ding. Concept extraction in progress. Progress 10, 30, 70. Legendary concept rumble, being stripped away. Epic concept mantra, being stripped away. The system's notification chimes blared frenziedly in Fang Yuan's mind. He could feel a pure supreme authority over thunder merging with his body. That sensation of commanding the birth and death of all things and administering the punishments of heaven and earth was so exquisite that he nearly moaned aloud. At last, when the final wisp of golden lightning was drawn from Enel's fingertips and poured into Fang Yuan's palm, the light in the room vanished at once, returning to calm. It was as if the world-shattering scene moments ago had never happened. Ding. Concept extraction complete. Congratulations, host. Legendary concept acquired rumble. Congratulations, host. Epic concept acquired mantra. Fang Yuan slowly released his hand. On the operating table, Enel lay like a desiccated corpse, drained of all moisture, utterly, without sound or breath. His iconic long earlobes hung limply, as well stripped of their former radiance. He was no longer a god. Fang Yuan opened his palm, and a pulsing golden sphere formed from the purest lightning energy revolved slowly in the center of his hand. This was the Rumble fruit. No, a power more fundamental than the Rumble fruit. This was the concept of thunder itself. He had won. This expedition to Skypiea had brought him gold dials and, most importantly, the Rumble fruit. A truly bountiful harvest. Yet, just as Fang Yuan was about to store away this coalesced concept of thunder and begin planning his next move, on the operating table Enel, who should have been reduced to nothing but a broken shell, his eyelids suddenly gave a faint tremble. Those eyes shut tight for so long slowly opened. What kind of eyes were those? Hollow, lost, filled with boundless weakness and confusion. He slowly moved his gaze over the cold ceiling over Robin, who stood paralyzed with fear, and finally fixed it upon the man standing before him, holding a golden sphere of lightning in his palm. The former deity and the hunter who had stripped him of everything stared into each other's eyes. At that instant the entire world seemed to fall silent. Time itself seemed to stretch out infinitely in that moment. Enel's eyes rolled with immense difficulty as he tried to focus. His world was a blur of overlapping images, while his own deep, unfamiliar breathing echoed in his ears. Weakness. An unprecedented weakness like countless icy vipers gnawing at every inch of his bones and every nerve. What had happened? He remembered unleashing the Mamaragan to reduce that foolish island and all those blasphemous insects to ash. Then that pitch-black, uncanny ship had swallowed his lightning. And after that the straw-hatted brat struck the bell with a ridiculous golden fist. He had fallen. Thunder. Subconsciously he called upon his power in his heart. There was no response. The wild lightning that had been born alongside his soul and surged within his blood was gone. Gone without a trace. Mantra. He tried again. There was still only dead silence. The omniscient field that could once cover the entire island and know the minds of all living things had vanished as well. Enel's heart sank abruptly into a bottomless abyss. A terror more dreadful than death clutched at his heart. At last his vision became clear. He saw the man who had remained an outsider from beginning to end. And the thing that rested in that man's palm. A golden orb of lightning pulsating and radiating both devastation and sanctity. That was his power. That was his divine authority. Why what have you done to me? Enel's voice was hoarse and parched, filled with disbelieving terror. He tried to sit up from the laboratory table only to find his body as weak as mud. Even lifting a single finger was unbearably difficult. The dignity of a god forced him to hold back his scream. But his violently trembling body had already betrayed the collapse inside him. Fang Yuan withdrew his palm, and the mass of pure lightning concept slowly sank into his body. He could feel a wonderful change taking shape within himself. Every heartbeat seemed to carry a faint arc of lightning. He lowered his gaze and looked at the blustering god on the laboratory table as if examining a pitiful worm. I merely took back what never belonged to you. Fang Yuan's tone was as plain as if he were stating a fact. That power was for you only a stroke of fortune that fell from the heavens. Bereft of that fortune, he paused, then rendered the cruelest verdict word by word. You are nothing. Boom. These words were 10,000 times heavier than Luffy's golden fist, heavier than the toll of the golden bell. They slammed into Enel's proud god heart and smashed the last of his dignity and pride to pieces. No, you are lying. Enel let out a hysterical roar, thrashing and writhing like a fish nailed to a cutting board. I am a god. I was born a god. The Rumble fruit chose me. I am the incarnation of lightning. Nearby Nico Robin's face went pale. She instinctively stepped back, her back pressing tightly against the cold wall. At that moment she finally understood the true horror of Fang Yuan. This man would not merely strip away your power. He would at the very root negate the entire meaning of your existence. This was the most thorough annihilation of the heart. A god. As if he had heard a joke, Fang Yuan picked up an object at random from a nearby shelf. It was a palm-sized white shell, ordinary in form, even somewhat coarse. It was the impact dial he had retrieved from that priest on God's Island. Since you are a god, Fang Yuan played with the shell in his hand, walked step by step to the front of the laboratory table, and looked down at Enel from above. Then let me see your divine power. He tossed the impact dial toward Enel. The gesture was light and casual, as if he were throwing a pebble. Catch it. Enel instinctively reached out with both hands. His mind was still operating in the paradigm of a god, but his body was already the husk of a mortal. He wanted to blast the object away with lightning. He wanted to turn into an elemental form and let the object pass through him. He even wanted to use mantra to predict its trajectory. But he could do none of it. He could only watch helplessly as the shell came bobbing through the air toward him. At the final moment, survival instinct made his powerless hands clumsily clutch it to his chest. It was very light, entirely harmless. Enel froze for a moment, then a humiliated fury crept across his face. Was this man using a child's toy to insult him? He had to prove himself. Even without lightning, he was no mere mortal. Gritting his teeth, Enel mustered every ounce of his strength and pressed the button on top of the impact dial. To the Enel of the past, that force would have been no more than a tickle. But to the Enel of this moment, it was like being struck head-on by a battering ram. Wah! A miserable scream tore from his throat. Enel, like a kite with its string snapped, was savagely blasted away by the immense recoil. His body slammed into the cold metal wall with a dull resounding thud, then slid to the floor like a heap of mud. He opened his mouth, and a spray of blood mixed with fragments of internal organs splashed across the mirror-smooth floor, blooming into a glaring red flower. He lay there, every bone in his body feeling as if it had been torn apart, while excruciating pain coursed through his limbs. But even this pain was nothing compared to a 10,000th of the humiliation and despair in his heart. Defeated. Completely and thoroughly defeated. He, the omniscient and omnipotent God, had actually been beaten into vomiting blood and utter disarray by the most primitive, crudest shell. In that instant his godhood was shattered into pieces. In that instant his faith collapsed completely. Fang Yuan strolled up to him, crouched down, stared into his hollow, lifeless eyes, and suddenly wore a malicious smile. Still, you are not entirely useless. At these words, Enel's pupils stirred faintly. Your homeland is not this sky. Fang Yuan's voice was filled with devilish temptation, every word carving itself into Enel's ears. That city on the moon. Burka, I am very interested in its technology. Boom. It was as if Enel's brain had been struck by a true thunderbolt from the heavens. He raised his head violently and fixed Fang Yuan with a look of seeing a ghost. Burka, the moon. That was his greatest secret. It was the homeland he had spent his entire life trying to return to. This man. How could this man possibly know? Fear. Endless fear instantly drowned out all of his reason. He finally understood that the one he faced was not a mortal nor a challenger, but a being who had seen through his past, present, and even future, a true demon. Fang Yuan watched the kaleidoscopic expressions flitting across Enel's face with satisfaction. He rose, brushed non-existent dust from his clothes, and spoke in the tone of someone announcing the use of a new toy. So, from now on you will serve as my living navigator. Living navigator. These 5 words were like 5 red-hot iron nails driven brutally into the last shreds of Enel's consciousness. He lay on the icy metal floor, the torment of his body long since numbed, replaced by a boundless hollow daze, as if his very soul had been scooped out and cast away. A god. He had once believed himself to be one, but now he could not even control his own fate. A navigator. What was that? Was it a tool? He, an omniscient and omnipotent God, had been reduced to a mortal's tool. That humiliation was 10,000 times worse than death. You? Don't you dare. Enel forced out a few broken syllables with the last shred of his strength. In the eyes that had once looked down upon all living beings, only the desperate frenzy of hollow bluster remained. I would rather die then. Fang Yuan did not even lower his gaze to look at him. He merely turned and walked slowly toward Nico Robin, whose body was rigid with terror. Do you see this? Fang Yuan's voice was perfectly calm, as if he were discussing the weather with her. This is the so-called God. Once the protection of power is stripped away, his will is not even equal to an ordinary person struggling for survival in the desert. Nico Robin's lips moved, but she could not make a sound. Her mind was utterly blank. The man before her was overturning every conviction she had built over the past 20-odd years in the most direct and cruelest way imaginable. The strong, the weak, pirates, marines. All these concepts seemed laughably meaningless before this man. In his eyes, perhaps everything in the world truly fell into only 2 categories. Materials. And things waiting to become materials. Fang Yuan paid her no further attention. Instead, he walked back to Enel and looked down at him from a commanding height. Death. He laughed softly, and the laughter carried no warmth whatsoever. Death is the cheapest form of release. Do you think I don't dare kill you, eh? He paused, and his voice turned abruptly cold like a blade quenched in ice, piercing precisely into Enel's most vulnerable spot. It's just that I think it would be a waste to let an interesting specimen like you die like this. Enel's body jolted violently. Fang Yuan slowly crouched down, staring directly into Enel's beginning to dissolve pupils, and lowered his voice to a near-silent, demonically seductive murmur. Your homeland is not Burka. It is somewhere far more distant. A place. In the sky. Rumble. These words detonated like an invisible thunderbolt inside Enel's already crumbling mental world. His eyes burst open wide, his pupils violently constricted, and he stared at Fang Yuan as if he had seen a ghost. That was his greatest secret. It was the ultimate dream for which he had spent his entire life, building the Arc Maxim, longing to return. It was the obsession buried in the depths of his blood, one he had never revealed to anyone, even as a god. This man. How could this man know? You? Just who are you? Enel's voice had completely changed pitch, brimming with uncontrollable fear and trembling. If having his power ripped away had made him fall from the altar of godhood, then having his ultimate dream laid bare at this moment made him feel stripped to the bone, exposed entirely naked before this demon. Feng Yuan did not answer his question. He merely extended a finger and placed it lightly against Enel's forehead. The ice-cold touch made every hair on Enel's body stand on end. I give you two choices. Feng Yuan's voice sounded like a final judgment. First, tell me everything about the endless Earth, everything about the ancient city of Burka, and every piece of advanced technology you know. In exchange, I can let you live. Perhaps I might even give you the chance to see your homeland with your own eyes. Second, from Feng Yuan's fingertip, a faint arc of electricity flickered, the very power that had just been stripped from Enel's body. The small arc crackled softly. Then you can carry your ridiculous secret to your grave and turn into a truly useless piece of charred meat right here. A threat. A naked, undisguised threat. But to the Enel of this moment, it was also the only ray of hope. He stared at the familiar lightning on Feng Yuan's fingertip, feeling a power that had once been his own now hanging above his head like the sword of Damocles. His psychological defenses were utterly shattered in that instant. Pride, dignity, the glory of a god. Before the instinct to survive all of it had become worthless. I'll talk. Enel closed his eyes and 2 tears of humiliation slid down from the corners of his eyes. I'll tell you everything. Half an hour passed. Feng Yuan stood up, a trace of satisfaction on his face. On the floor, Enel had completely collapsed like a dead dog whose spine had been yanked out. He no longer even had the strength to move a finger. Just now he had poured out everything he had. All the tales passed down through his blood, all the legends of his homeland Burka. It was an ancient city that had once existed upon the moon, home to a profoundly advanced civilization. Its ancestors, when their resources ran dry, had crossed the void aboard an ark to this blue planet, establishing a new home in the Sky Islands. They possessed technology far beyond anything this era could imagine. Robot legions that could fight and produce autonomously. A near-eternal energy technology built around lightning. And Enel, the last descendant of Burka, had built the Golden Ark Maxim for a single purpose: to return to that homeland called the Endless Earth. Ding. Keywords detected: Ancient Energy Core, Autonomous Mechanical Legion, Lunar City. System map module updated. New target locked: the moon. Unlocked new concept category: Ancient Technology. A succession of system notifications rang through Feng Yuan's mind, and the smile at the corner of his mouth deepened. Excellent. This trip to the Sky Island had yielded far more than expected. Not only had he obtained the Rumble fruit, he had also gained an unexpected treasure map from a god. A treasure map leading to the moon. Night Owl. Feng Yuan said indifferently. A dark shadow appeared silently behind him, dropping to one knee. Master, drag him out and lock him up. Feng Yuan pointed at Enel on the floor, his tone as casual as if he were ordering a servant to dispose of a piece of garbage. Understood. Without the slightest hesitation, Night Owl stepped forward, seized Enel by the collar, and dragged him out of the cold operating room like a battered sack. From beginning to end, Enel did not utter another sound. His divinity, his dream, his future, all had been drained dry and traded away in that half hour. Now he truly had only one remaining function: a living navigator. The room fell silent once more. Only Nico Robin, standing stiffly, and Feng Yuan utterly at ease, remained. Feng Yuan ignored her and walked straight out of the room onto the deck of the Xuanwu. At an altitude of 10,000 meters, a sea of clouds churned below. Not far away, the colossal vine that bore the 400-year promise of the Golden Land still towered among the clouds. At the vine's summit, a colossal ark forged entirely of gold, strange in shape, yet battered and broken, hovered in utter stillness. The Ark Maxim, the ship of dreams that Enel had built with everything he possessed. Feng Yuan's gaze settled upon that ship. His eyes no longer saw a work of art. They were the eyes of a starving beast beholding its most delicious prey. Then a voice tinged with mechanical resonance sounded directly inside Feng Yuan's mind. It was the consciousness of the Xuanwu. Master, that ship, its material and energy reaction are very special. I want to eat it. The Xuanwu's voice carried a childlike greed and longing. Feng Yuan smiled. He raised his hand and lightly patted the cold deck beneath his feet, as if soothing a cherished pet. Then he issued a new command. His voice was quiet, yet carried an imperiousness that tolerated no defiance. Go, swallow that heap of golden scrap too. This will do nicely for upgrading your weapon systems. A thunderous boom. Feng Yuan's command was like a lit fuse touching a powder keg. The colossal warship beneath his feet, the living leviathan named Xuanwu, gave its first response. It was not a roar. It was a bone-rattling, eager hum emanating from the depths of metallic structures. In Nico Robin's pupils constricted with terror, the vast hull of the Xuanwu, shrouded in cyan carapace, began to move. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Dozens of pitch-black alloy tentacles thicker than giant pythons burst violently from the armored seams along the ship's flanks. They tore through the air with shrill whistles, coiling with uncanny precision around the golden ark, oracle suspended in the distant clouds. Crack! The claws at the tips of the alloy tentacles sank deeply into the gold-forged hull, like an eagle's talons digging into rotten flesh. What is that? Nico Robin involuntarily stepped back, her voice trembling beyond control. She watched helplessly as the ark that carried Enel's divine dream let out a groan of unbearable strain under the horrifying drag of those dozens of black tentacles. Gold, symbol of strength and eternity in mortal eyes, now crumbled like fragile biscuits. With the screech of twisting metal, the ark, oracle, was forcibly dragged from the clouds. Its colossal shadow loomed over the Xuanwu's deck. Yet this was not the end. This was merely the beginning of feeding. The majestic dragon turtle head at the Xuanwu's bow opened a maw vast enough to swallow a warship whole. An invisible, overwhelming gravitational field erupted instantaneously. The hull of the ark, oracle, began to disintegrate. Countless golden components, intricate mechanical parts, even the core reactor that drove the ark's flight. All were violently ripped from the vessel by that domineering force, transforming into a golden torrent that surged uncontrollably into the Xuanwu's gaping maw. This was not devouring. This was decomposition. A most primal, most savage plunder. Nico Robin's face had turned from deathly pale to ashen gray. She watched as the golden ark, once a symbol of divine authority, was dismembered into fragments within mere seconds, finally swallowed whole by that monster. Not even a trace of residue remaining. She finally understood. In this man's eyes, so-called dreams, glory, and even gods were nothing more than materials, price-tagged, decomposable, and recyclable at any moment. Feng Yuan paid no heed to the woman behind him, who was on the verge of suffocation. He turned and strode deep into the ship's interior. In the air lingered the faint, sweet metallic scent of decomposed gold. The Xuanwu's core workshop. This was Feng Yuan's creation ground and his operating theater. The entire space exuded a cold, transcendent sense of futuristic technology. Along the surrounding walls, pale blue energy circuits pulsed in a breathing rhythm. At the center of the workshop stood a massive circular synthesis platform. Feng Yuan extended his hand. Three utterly distinct glows emerged from his body and hovered above the synthesis platform. The first was a golden, ceaselessly pulsating orb of lightning. That was the legendary concept thunder, just stripped from Enel. The second was a vast molten surge of golden liquid, like a liquefied sun. That was the essence of massive gold purified by the system after devouring the entire golden city and the ark, oracle. The third was an extraordinarily complex device, its interior flickering with countless arcs of electricity. That was the ark, oracle's core propulsion system, the crystallized ancient Burka technology. Feng Yuan's eyes burned with a hint of fanaticism. He was about to do something not even the creator of this world had ever conceived. He would forcibly fuse the supreme authority of a logia, the precious metal, symbolizing wealth and lost ancient technology, into a living war colossus. System. Using the Xuanwu as the base. Fuse the above three materials. Now. Command acknowledged. Warning. Forced fusion of legendary concept epic template and ancient technology core detected. This will trigger unpredictable mythological grade mutation. This fusion will consume all reserve energy. Success rate 91. Upon failure, the host will suffer energy backlash with an 87% probability of permanent consciousness damage. Confirmed. Feng Yuan's voice carried not a trace of hesitation. Fortune favors the bold, and he would always be the highest stakes gambler at the table. Fusion. Commencing. Boom. The instant the system's chime faded, the entire Xuanwu, nay the very sky of the White Sea, shuddered violently. A terrifying storm of energy beyond words erupted from within the core workshop. The three glows above the synthesis platform were crushed together in an instant. Golden lightning. Liquid gold. Ancient technology. Three forces utterly different in nature, even conflicting with one another, were crudely mashed into a single mass by a will even more overbearing and unreasonable. Crackle. Bolts of golden lightning thick as dragons and serpents tore through the workshop's walls and wildly erupted from the Xuanwu's hull. In that moment, the entire colossal warship seemed to transform into a gigantic cocoon of pure lightning. The distant sea of clouds evaporated instantly. The sky was illuminated in a blinding gold. Up. On the deck, Yuta let out a shriek and clung tightly to the owl beside her, barely avoiding being hurled away by the violent gale. Meanwhile, in the prison within the Xuanwu, Enel, sprawled on the floor like a dead dog, suddenly snapped his eyes open. He could feel it. That power once his own was now being reborn in a form he could not comprehend, one that even filled him with dread. Utmost terror and despair surfaced on his face. This demon. He was not going to use this power. He was going to become this power. Boom, boom, boom. The Xuanwu's hull began to emit violent thunder-like pounding, as if a colossal heart were beating. Its vast body, once covered in bluish-black carapace, was undergoing earth-shaking transformation. Countless intricate sacred golden patterns spread like living creatures from the seams of the carapace, rapidly covering every corner of the vessel. Those patterns were the very shape of lightning, the totems of divine authority. The fierce dragon turtle head at the bow slowly lifted. Within its deep abyssal eyes, two globes of destructive golden lightning abruptly blazed to life. It was as if an ancient slumbering god of thunder had opened its eyes at this moment. Crack! Crack! The armor plates along the ship's flanks began to reassemble and deform. One after another, sinister cannon barrels crackling with dangerous arcs rose slowly from beneath the carapace, aiming at the heavens. In this instant, the Xuanwu was no longer a mere submarine or battleship. It had become a mobile, destruction-driven, thunderous divine kingdom. At last, when the final trace of lightning condensed inward and merged into the hull, the violent energy storm gradually subsided. A brand new, unprecedented war leviathan floated silently above the sea of clouds at an altitude of 10,000 meters. Its entire form was composed of two tones, mystic black and dark gold. Along the hull's carapace flowed living golden lightning patterns. In the eyes of the dragon head at the bow danced the divine punishment lightning, capable of judging all living beings. An icy, oppressive aura that could make all things kneel shrouded the entire sky. Ding! Congratulations, host. Fusion successful. Your living warship Xuanwu has successfully evolved into Xuanwu Thor form. New abilities unlocked. Electromagnetic cannon fires a devastating attack centered on lightning, possessing lightspeed, velocity, and armor-piercing properties. Thundercloud weather control releases energy to create a thunderstorm covering a 100-mile radius, commanding the weather of the region. Electromagnetic propulsion utilizes electromagnetic repulsion for hypervelocity movement, ignoring water resistance and air drag. Standing on the deck, Feng Yuan sensed the intensified spiritual link with the Leviathan beneath his feet, feeling the wild, thunderous power surging through the ship's hull. He smiled in satisfaction. This was the toy he wanted. This was the power capable of overturning the very chessboard of this world. Just then, a crisp yet slightly hesitant voice sounded from behind him. It was Yuta. She pointed toward the direction of the cabin. Mr. Feng Yuan, Miss Robin is standing there. She has been waiting for you for quite a while. Feng Yuan turned around. He did not walk toward the cabin, but strolled to the ship's railing and gazed down at the surging sea of clouds below. The war behemoth that had just completed its ultimate evolution, the Xuanwu, lay silent beneath his feet. It seemed like a slumbering primordial deity. Even the golden lightning flowing along its hull held its breath. Suppression. An invisible absolute suppression, born from the crushing gap in life level, engulfed everyone on deck. Yuta instinctively held her breath and dared not make a sound. Nico Robin stood there. Her body was slightly stiff from prolonged tension, and those blue eyes that had seen all the darkness and betrayal in the world were now filled with unprecedented turmoil and confusion. Devouring divine punishment. Dismantling the ark. Stripping away a devil fruit. Miracles enough to overturn the common sense of the world occurred one after another before her eyes. This man possessed power more terrifying than the 7 warlords of the sea, than the marine admirals, and than any existence she could imagine. But why did he still seek the poneglyphs? This question, like a poisoned thorn, pierced the deepest part of her soul, leaving her restless and uneasy. Her entire life had been spent on the run in order to decipher the void century. She regarded it as the ultimate truth and faith. Yet before this man she felt her faith being shattered piece by piece, becoming cheap and even ridiculous. Finally, she mustered the greatest courage of her life. That courage was even greater than what she needed to face the world government's pursuit alone. You. Robin's voice was dry. She cleared her throat and forced herself to calm down. With power enough to overturn the world, why are you still obsessed with the poneglyphs? What exactly do you intend to do? The question was out. The instant it escaped her lips, Robin felt as if all her strength had been drained. She stared fixedly at Feng Yuan's back, waiting for that final judgment. She was ready to face any answer. For wealth, for power, to resurrect the ancient weapons and rule the world. These were answers she could accept. Yet Feng Yuan's next reaction was beyond her expectations. He did not turn around. He merely gave a very soft sigh, as if tinged with disappointment. Then he turned. His deep eyes calmly rested on Nico Robin. In that gaze there was no greed, no ambition, not even any emotion. Only a kind of aloofness. A creator looking upon his own work. Nico Robin. Feng Yuan spoke not loudly, but his voice reached her ears clearly. Your vision is too small. Boom. Such a simple sentence, but it smashed into Robin's heart like an invisible hammer. Her face turned deathly pale in an instant. Too small. She, the sole survivor of O'Hara, bearing the mission of uncovering the ultimate secret of the world, was her 20 years of life as a fugitive merely too small in this man's eyes? You seek history in order to understand the past. Feng Yuan walked slowly toward her, and every step seemed to tread on her collapsing worldview. As for me, he stopped before Robin, looking down at her. I do it to correct the future. Robin abruptly raised her head, her eyes full of disbelief. Correct the future. What arrogant words. The void century, the will of D. The ancient weapons, Joy Boy's promise. Fang Yuan's tone was as calm as if he were reading from an experiment report. These things, sacred and mysterious in your eyes, are in mine nothing but segments that can be quantified, analyzed, and even copied. He paused, then uttered a term that Robin found utterly foreign. A concept. A concept. Robin repeated the word instinctively, unable to understand its meaning at all. Fang Yuan gave no explanation. He merely extended his hand palm up. A tiny jumping ball of golden lightning appeared in his palm. For example, Enel's divine authority, the rumble. He turned over his hand, and a wisp of pitch-black sharpness, as if it could sever all things, flashed and vanished. For example, the supreme sharpness contained in the slashes of the world's greatest swordsman. Finally, his palm held nothing, yet Robin felt as if her very soul had been frozen. Then again, take the thing known as the will of D, which erupted from the depths of Monkey D. Luffy's bloodline when he was on the verge of death. How is this possible? Robin completely lost her composure. She staggered backward, her back crashing against the cold railing which alone kept her from falling. Her breathing grew rapid and her chest heaved violently. Could even something as intangible and elusive as will be caught by him as a concept? What kind of monster was this man? Fang Yuan withdrew his hand, his expression still completely unchanged. He looked at the woman on the verge of collapse from extreme fear and shock, and finally revealed his true final purpose. One that could make even the gods tremble. My goal is to collect all the powerful and interesting concepts scattered across the world. Then, using them as materials, I will synthesize something that does not exist in this world. A unique thing capable of redefining the rules of the world. At this moment his voice seemed to carry a spellbinding power, as if his words could enact reality. The Godfruit. The Godfruit. The instant those words fell, time seemed to freeze. The sea of clouds stopped churning. The wind died away. Nico Robin's world became a dead and silent blank. Her mouth hung open, but she could not make a sound. Her mind had stopped thinking altogether. The history she had pursued all her life, the truth, and even the rules of the world, beside this man's incomprehensibly grand ambition, were as insignificant as a speck of dust. So that was it. He had searched for the poneglyphs not to decipher them, but to use them as materials for creating a god. After a long time, so long that Robin thought she had died, she finally found her voice. It was dry and hoarse, carrying a desperate whisper even she had not noticed. That's impossible. Creating a fruit that defines the rules. That is the realm of gods. No one can do that. Fang Yuan looked at her utterly lost expression and suddenly smiled. In that smile was a hint of amusement and undisguised contempt for all the world's common sense. He no longer tried to argue with any theory. He simply confronted her with one fact she could never deny. Before you met me, did you think it possible to forcibly strip a devil fruit from a living person? Fang Yuan's question was like an invisible key inserted into the last door of Nico Robin's mind. Then it turned gently. It burst open. In her blue eyes the last struggling gleam of resistance went out. Yes, before she met this man she had never imagined that a devil fruit, a power bound to the soul, could be treated like an object brutally dismantled from a living human being. Common sense, rules, truth, all of these had been trampled and reshaped again and again before this man. If he could do that, then creating a brand new devil fruit that defined its own rules. That thought, like a forbidden bolt of lightning, split open the last darkness in her mind. It filled her with overwhelming fear. And it also showed her the only hope she had ever seen in this life. Fang Yuan looked at her lost and shaken appearance and did not press further. He merely calmly extended a formal invitation to the last survivor of O'Hara. The world government wants you in order to bury history. The pirates want you to use you to find their treasure. They all just want to exploit the knowledge in your mind, treating you as a convenient key. Fang Yuan's voice was calm, yet like a scalpel it precisely cut open the truth of Robin's 20 years of desperate flight. Only I. He paused, then said clearly, word by word, can let you see the truth of history. Even let you touch it with your own hands. Nico Robin's body gave a violent shudder. She raised her head and stared hard at Fang Yuan. If everything before had been destroying her world, then these words cast into her ruins a seed powerful enough to make everything reborn. To see the truth of history. To touch it with her own hands. This was the one and only obsession of her entire life. Fang Yuan did not care about the agitation in her eyes. He continued state his terms, each word striking precisely the place Robin yearned for most and feared most. Follow me. Become the chief historian of my all things workshop. The title made Robin's breath catch. Not a tool, not a key, not the demon of O'Hara, but chief historian. A position that acknowledged her identity and affirmed her worth. As recompense, Fang Yuan extended a finger, and at its tip a faint wisp of light gathered. The system following his will was conceiving something on the level of pure concepts. I can synthesize for you a devil fruit unlike any other. A A fruit, capable of giving you enough power to protect yourself. The power to protect herself. Those words like a heavy hammer struck the softest and most fragile place in Robin's heart. 20 years of flight. She had grown sick of being at others' mercy, surviving only on betrayal and lies. She desired power more desperately than anyone. Power enough to let her stand up straight and face the malice of the whole world. Fang Yuan's gaze seemed to pierce straight through her soul. He slowly described the fruit that had not yet been born, yet already existed in his vision. Its template could be a rare phantom beast capable of mimicking the forms of all things. Its core concept could incorporate the information interpretation I decoded from the poneglyphs. Even, his tone grew heavier, carrying a trace of devilish temptation. It could incorporate the spiritual hypnosis I extracted from Django, allowing you not only to read the lifeless words on stone monuments, but even to read people's hearts. Boom. Nico Robin's mind went completely blank. Reading people's hearts. What a terrifying and yet enticing ability. If she possessed this power, how many betrayals in her 20 years of flight could she have foreseen? How many conspiracies could she have seen through in an instant? She would no longer be the pitiful wretch who could only grope in the darkness guessing at people's hearts. She would become a chess player who saw through everything. This man was not only giving her the chance to realize her dream, he was also granting her the power to defend it. This price, this temptation, she could not refuse it, nor did she want to refuse it in the slightest, because she knew with perfect clarity this was the only chance she would ever have in her life. If she missed this man, she would fall back into that endless cycle, hunted by the world, unable to see a single ray of light in the abyss of despair. Silence. The deck fell into a long silence. Only the sound of the churning sea of clouds and the faint crackle of golden lightning playing over the Xuanwu's hull remained. Yuta and Yexiao stood in the distance, watching nervously, not daring to breathe. They could sense that a momentous decision was about to be made. Nico Robin's chest heaved violently. She was making the most important gamble of her life. A reckless wager, one in which she would stake her soul, her future, and even the faith she had lived by. A long while passed, so long that it felt like a century. Her eyes faintly reddened from agitation, and inner struggle finally slowly settled into total calm. In their place came an unprecedented resolve, and a kind of relief in having surrendered her fate completely. Thud. Under everyone's stunned gaze. Nico Robin, the demon of O'Hara, with a bounty of 79 million berries, the woman whom countless powerhouses scrambled to capture. This proud, aloof woman who had never truly bowed her head to anyone, slowly knelt on one knee. She lowered her proud head, pressed her right hand to her heart, and spoke word by word in a solemn, dignified voice, as if reciting an ancient oath. Her voice echoed clearly across the deck, 10,000 meters above the earth. I, Nico Robin, hereby swear. From this day forward, I will follow in your footsteps and become the chief historian of your all things workshop. My wisdom, my knowledge, all that I have shall be yours to command, until I witness the birth of the new age you spoke of. The oath fell. The deck was utterly silent. In Yexiao's eyes a subtle flicker of admiration passed, barely perceptible. He knew that from this moment on the All Things Workshop had acquired its true brain. Yuta meanwhile watched the kneeling figure with complicated eyes. She seemed to see her former self. In the abyss of despair pulled out by the hand that man had reached down, Fang Yuan looked calmly at the woman kneeling before him. There was no confusion or struggle left in her eyes, only the awareness of one who had staked everything. He was very satisfied. He reached out and gently lifted her chin. Very good. From today onward you are no longer the demon of O'Hara. You are Nico Robin, chief historian of my All Things Workshop. Remember this. Fang Yuan's gaze met hers directly, so deep that it seemed capable of devouring everything. Follow me, and the history you seek will no longer be the end. It will be merely the first cornerstone of the new world. Just then, in that solemn moment when Nico Robin swore fealty and the All Things Workshop gained another core pillar, an untimely voice abruptly rang out. Bring. It was a den mushi. An encrypted den mushi casually left by Fang Yuan on the deck table was suddenly ringing with frantic urgency. The den mushi's face was vividly mimicking a woman's expression, alluring, yet carrying a trace of anxiety that could not be hidden. It was Stussy, the pawn codenamed Queen, whom he had planted at the very heart of the world government. She was making an emergency call at this hour. Something has happened. Fang Yuan calmly raised his hand, signaling Nico Robin to rise. His gesture was casual, yet it carried an authority that brooked no dissent. Robin obediently rose and stepped aside, standing together with Yuta and Night Owl. Her gaze was complicated as she watched the man calmly answer the den mushi. It's me. Fang Yuan's voice was light, yet it instantly froze the anxious face of the den mushi. On the other end of the line it seemed as if an invisible hand had clamped around Stussy's throat. Her rapid breathing hitched abruptly the moment she heard that voice. 2 seconds later the den mushi's lips began to move again. The voice it mimicked, however, already carried a trace of deference before a superior, a deference she herself had not noticed. Master. Stussie's voice came through the din mushy laced with static, but still unable to hide the tension she was deliberately suppressing. I will be brief. At the Holy Land of Mary Geos, those five have already concluded their highest-level meeting. Fang Yuan said nothing, merely listening quietly. The more silent he was, the more Stussie felt an invisible pressure on the other end of the line. She knew the man she faced was a monster who toyed with even the world's most supreme rulers in the palm of his hand. Any superfluous word might be judged as incompetence. They, after more than 13 hours of intense debate, even going so far as to exercise their veto power. Stussie's speech was accelerating, and the din mushy's expression had become extraordinarily complex, a mix of shock, fear, and a hint of morbid excitement. In the end, they agreed. They agreed to every condition you proposed. Even though Stussie had heard the result with her own ears, repeating it now still felt like narrating a myth. The world government, that behemoth which had ruled the world for 800 years. Its 5 old men stood at the pinnacle of power. They had actually made a complete capitulation to an unknown pirate with a bounty of only 3 million berries. This was unprecedented. It was also enough to overturn the entire world. On the deck, Nico Robin's pupils abruptly contracted. She did not know the specific terms Fang Yuan had proposed, but if even legendary figures like the 5 elders had nodded in agreement, the contents of that agreement must be a devil's contract. All Things Workshop will be granted privileges equivalent to those of a world government member state. Stussie's voice continued, and every word was like a bombshell. You will be given the official status of World Chief Scientific Advisor, protected at the highest level with rank equivalent to a Marine Admiral. All intelligence networks under the world government, including all classified archives of the Cypherpole organizations, will be open to you on a limited basis. Most crucially, Stussie paused as if trying to steady her heartbeat. They agreed to provide you with a list of the locations and extraction rights of every verified rarest mineral creature and special material in the world. The words fell. A deathly silence covered the deck. Even Night Owl's eternally unchanging icy face showed a crack. Yuta, meanwhile, had her mouth hanging open. She could not begin to comprehend the terrifying power behind these conditions. Only Nico Robin was trembling faintly all over. She knew better than anyone what the last item meant. It meant Fang Yuan virtually held the power to mobilize most of this world's top-tier resources. He was turning the entire world into a warehouse of materials for his All Things Workshop. However, Stussie's tone shifted, taking on a hint of gravity. They also proposed a precondition. Fang Yuan finally spoke, his tone as flat as if he had long foreseen all of this. Speak. Just one word. But it made Stussie immediately suppress all her emotions and report in the most concise manner. They need you to first prove your value and sincerity. Before the agreement is formally signed, you must first deliver the first batch of products. The quantity is 10. 10 artificial Zoan devil fruits, without side effects, of the same grade as that ancient Tyrannosaurus Rex-typed fruit you displayed before. This condition could only be described as harsh. 10 ancient Zoan grade devil fruits. That power was enough to instantly create 10 monsters whose combat power rivaled, or even surpassed, Marine Vice Admirals. This was the world government's probing. It was also the utmost squeeze of All Things Workshop's production capacity. They wanted to see just how deep Fang Yuan's pockets were. On the other end of the line, a short silence fell. Stussie held her breath, waiting for the final verdict. She did not know whether Fang Yuan would agree, because this condition was truly too excessive. Yet Fang Yuan's next answer made her mind go blank once again. All she heard was the din mushy imitating his voice and letting out an extremely light, impatient-sounding sneer. 10. Fine. Stussie's heart skipped a beat. He had actually agreed. So easily, as if he were simply buying 10 cabbages at the market. However, Fang Yuan's tone shifted, and within that unruffled calm lay a merchant's shrewdness and overbearing dominance. I can provide the products, but the raw materials used to make them must be provided by them. Tell them if you want the horse to run, you have to feed it grass. That is the rule. When these words reached Stussie through the din mushy, she felt an absurd impulse to laugh and cry at the same time. What had he taken the world government for? A supplier of raw materials. In all the world, the only one who dared to do business with the 5 elders in such a tone was probably her unfathomable master. I understand. Stussie forced herself to digest the information. I will relay your words exactly. Is there anything else? Fang Yuan seemed ready to hang up. Yes. Stussie's voice suddenly turned incomparably serious, carrying even a trace of coldness that came from the intelligence itself, a coldness she herself had not noticed. Master, that intelligence about Blackbeard Marshal D. Teach which you asked me to watch closely. It has come true. Fang Yuan's brow moved almost imperceptibly. Here it was. The real raw materials had delivered themselves to his door. Nico Robin's heart also flew to her throat in an instant. She vaguely remembered that an Alabasta Fang Yuan had once mentioned this name, and it seemed to be connected to a certain member of the Straw Hat Pirates. Just 3 hours ago, Stussie's speaking pace became extremely fast, as if she was recounting a bloody duel that had just taken place. On Bonero Island, the Blackbeard pirates engaged in a fierce battle with Port Gasti. Ace, the Fire Fist, commander of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard pirates. The result: Ace was defeated and captured. Boom. The news struck the deck like a bolt of black lightning. Yuta's face instantly turned pale. Ace, that man who had treated her to a meal in Alabasta with a disposition as bright and open as the sun, he had been captured. According to the latest intercepted intelligence from Cypherpol, Stussie's voice grew even colder. Blackbeard Teach is preparing to use Ace as a pledge of allegiance and hand him over to the world government in exchange for a seat among the 7 warlords of the sea. Meanwhile, Marine Headquarters has decided to publicly execute Ace in order to lure the strongest man in the world, Whitebeard, into a final war. Summit War, though that name had not yet been officially proclaimed. But the terrifying storm it signified, a storm mighty enough to drag the whole world into a sea of blood, had already taken clear shape in the minds of all who heard this intelligence. Yuta's body swayed, and she almost lost her footing. She unconsciously looked at Fong Yuan, her eyes filled with pleading. She wanted him to save Ace. Yet what she saw was a face utterly devoid of any ripple. There was no surprise, no gravity, and not even the slightest trace of emotional disturbance on Fong Yuan's face. It was as if what he had heard was not explosive intelligence that could detonate a world war, but a performance notice whose script had already been written long ago. He simply said one last sentence calmly to the Den Den Mushi. I know. Click. He hung up the call unilaterally. The encrypted Den Den Mushi closed its eyes and changed back to its ordinary form. A deathly silence hung over the deck. Yuta looked at Fong Yuan, her lips moving, but in the end she could not utter a sound. Because in that man's eyes she could see no room for begging. Those were the eyes of a creator, cold, calm, and all-seeing. He simply stood at the bow, his gaze passing over the surging sea of clouds toward a far place that mortals could never reach. As if he were appreciating a grand performance whose curtain he had personally raised. The air on the deck seemed to be sucked dry the moment the Den Den Mushi call ended. The surging of the sea of clouds, the golden arcs of electricity flowing around the Xuanwu. Everything became distant and unreal. Yuta's face was as pale as paper. The eyes that had just escaped from a nightmare and regained their luster were now shrouded in immense fear and unease once again. Ace, the man who had laughed heartily in Alabasta, shared his food with her and was as warm as the sun. The brother who would clutch his forehead in exasperation at Luffy's idiotic antics only to reveal an indulgent smile the next second. He was captured, and he was to be publicly executed. Yuta's body trembled uncontrollably. She instinctively stepped forward and looked at the back of the man standing at the bow like a deity. He was her only hope. It was this man who had rescued her from 12 years of mental hell. It was this man who had granted her a new life, one where she could command her power. He was omnipotent. As long as he was willing, he surely could. Fong Yuan. Yuta's voice carried a sob filled with pleading. Can we go save Ace? She could not finish her words. Because Fong Yuan did not even turn his head. He merely raised a hand and waved it casually. That gesture, light and effortless, was like an invisible wall that shut out all of Yuta's pleas. Coldness. Extreme coldness. Nico Robin, standing nearby, witnessed all of it. Her heart sank as well. She had just sworn allegiance and should not have had any doubts. But when the name Port Gasti Ace appeared, she inevitably thought of the Straw Hat Boy who had fought alongside them in Alabasta. That was his only brother. If Ace were executed, Luffy. Robin did not dare to imagine further. She looked at Fong Yuan, trying to find even the slightest trace of emotion on his face. But she failed. That man was like an eternal block of ice. Even news that could set the world ablaze could not stir the faintest ripple in his heart. Night Owl. Fong Yuan spoke, his voice calm and impossible to read. Yes, master. Night Owl, who had been standing motionless like a shadow, stepped forward and bowed respectfully. Bring me the complete sea chart of the Grand Line. Yes. Night Owl turned and went into the cabin without the slightest hesitation. Yuta was stunned. A sea chart? At a time like this, what did he need a sea chart for? She spoke again, unwilling to give up, her voice trembling with despair. Fong Yuan. That's the paramount war. The Marine Headquarters and the Whitebeard pirates. The entire world will be swept into it. Ace. This time Fong Yuan finally reacted. He slowly turned around, his deep eyes vast like the starry universe calmly fixed on Yuta. In that gaze there was no pity, no sympathy. There was only the helplessness of looking upon a naive, immature creature that could not comprehend his intentions. War? A small arc curled at the corner of Fong Yuan's mouth. An arc carrying a hint of amusement and a barely concealed contempt for every definition in the world. No, in my eyes it is not a war. Just then Night Owl hurried out, carrying a huge sea chart made of tanned sea beast hide. He slowly unrolled the sea chart on the wide deck. On it, every island, current, and sphere of influence in the first half of the Grand Line was densely marked. Fong Yuan did not bother with Yuta, who stood rooted to the spot. He walked slowly to the sea chart and bent down. His gaze, like a precise, surgical scalpel, swiftly swept across the entire sea chart and finally stopped on the island at the center of the Grand Line guarded by countless marine symbols. Marine Fort, the Marine Headquarters. For the weak, that is the ultimate battlefield that decides the era. Fang Yuan extended a finger and lightly drew a circle around the name Marine Fort. That gesture was like a gourmet circling his most coveted dish on a menu. But for a merchant, he raised his head, his gaze sweeping over Yuta, who was struck dumb by his words, and Nico Robin, whose pupils had contracted sharply. At last he spoke his final definition of the world-sweeping storm that was about to arrive. It is a gathering of the world's finest goods. A sales exhibition. Boom. A sales exhibition. These words exploded like a black thunderbolt in the minds of Robin and Yuta. Their minds went instantly blank. The paramount war which would decide the fates of countless people and shake the very structure of the world. Defined as a sales exhibition. What blasphemy! What arrogance! What a terrifying perspective! Yuta staggered back a step, her lips losing all color. She finally understood. She and Fang Yuan were simply not on the same dimension. In her eyes, Ace was a friend of life, while in his eyes, Ace Whitebeard the admirals. All the peak powerhouses that would converge on that battlefield were merely goods waiting to be appraised, selected, and acquired. Or rather, materials. Look, Fang Yuan's finger moved slowly across the sea chart, and each time it tapped on a name, a hunter's excitement at taking stock of his prey crept into his voice. The strongest man in the world, Edward Newgate. Within him lies the tremor concept enough to shake the world, as well as that unique, legendary human physique template. A very fine main material. His finger continued to slide and landed on the names of the 3 admirals of the Marine Headquarters. Light Ice Magma. 3 top-tier Logia concepts. Although I already possess the Rumble, collecting a few more elemental samples does no harm. And Fleet Admiral Sengoku's mythical Zoan, Great Buddha form, Garp's top-tier armament Haki. Fang Yuan's voice was calm and cold, as if he were reading out a shopping list. Every name he uttered was enough to make the sea tremble, but in his mouth these legends were ruthlessly dismantled into cold, usable concepts and templates. Nico Robin's back was already soaked with cold sweat. She finally understood firsthand the true meaning of Fang Yuan's earlier words. My vision is something you cannot imagine. This man was not joking. He truly intended to turn the entire world into his own workshop. He regarded all heroes and villains as nutrients for creating the god fruit. This was no longer a demon. This was a creator standing above all living things. Fang Yuan's finger roamed across the sea chart, as if planning the optimal procurement route for the coming gluttonous feast. At last, his finger stopped on a name he had deliberately skipped earlier. Marshal D. Teach. Blackbeard. Looking at this name, a flicker finally passed through Fang Yuan's eyes. A light completely different from when he had taken stock of the other materials. It was not mere possessiveness. It was the appreciation of a kindred spirit laced with the most extreme greed. The rest are nothing but ordinary templates and concepts. Fang Yuan's fingertip tapped lightly on Teach's name, producing a tap-tap sound. That sound seemed to be the death knell for some prey. Only you. He murmured, his voice low, yet clearly reaching the ears of everyone on deck. In that voice was an unprecedented, scorching desire. The ability to hunt devil fruits. This special rule that can directly plunder another's authority. Your darkness, your gravity, your unique hunting concept. A cold and fanatical smile slowly spread across Fang Yuan's lips. It is also my turn to reap it. Fang Yuan's finger slowly lifted from the name Marshal D. Teach. Though the tapping had stopped, it still seemed to echo in every heart. The air on the deck froze. Yuta's pleas, Nico Robin's shock, Yexiao's fervor. All emotions were ground to powder by Fang Yuan's declaration that defined the paramount war as a trade fair. At last they understood. The gap between them and their master was not one of strength, but of the altitude of life itself. He had long stood above the clouds, looking down on everything in the world, treating the dirges of heroes, the ambitions of warlords, and the tides of the era as cold material for his grand blueprint. Master. Yexiao stepped forward, breaking the suffocating silence. Should we head to Bonero Island now and intercept Blackbeard? A bloodthirsty gleam flickered in his eyes. To intercept that man who dared to hunt devil fruits and offer him to their master. What a feat that would be. Fang Yuan shook his head. He turned and once again looked out at the endless churning sea of clouds, his tone as calm as if he were stating an established fact. No rush. The finest ingredients must always wait until they have fermented to the perfect moment before being harvested. Teach is still too raw now. He did not explain what raw meant nor what ripe meant. But Robin, who was present, understood instantly. Right now Teach only had the Yami Yami no Mi. And once Teach was ripe, he would steal Whitebeard's Gura Gura no Mi on the stage of the Paramount War, before the eyes of the whole world, becoming the only person in history to wield 2 devil fruits. Only then would the hunt concept on him fully ripen, reaching its peak value for harvesting. This man, He had even calculated his enemy's growth as part of his harvest list. Having realized that, Robin felt a chill run up her spine, leaving her limbs ice cold. Then Yuta asked in a trembling voice. She no longer dared to speak of saving anyone, as she only wanted to know where this terrifying warship would go next. Fang Yuan did not answer. He simply raised his hand and gave a command of ultimate simplicity to the giant vessel beneath him. Xuanwu, return home. Hum. A low resonance as if from primordial antiquity rose from every corner of the ship. On the blue-black carapace covering the hull, those golden lightning patterns suddenly burst into dazzling light. The entire Xuanwu thunder god seemed to open its eyes, a behemoth awakening from slumber. At the other end of Skypiea, above the ruins of God's Island Apiando, the surviving Shandia and Sky Island people, still shaking with fright, were gathering up the wreckage. When the demonic ship, the one that had devoured Rego and taken the gold, finally began to move, everyone stopped what they were doing and looked up at the sky in terror. They saw the turtle-shaped warship larger than a mountain slowly begin to turn. Are they leaving? A Shandia warrior asked with a trembling voice. Go. Leave our homeland at once. A Sky Island resident knelt on the ground, hands clasped in prayer to heaven. The former god Gonfall, leaning on his knight's lance, watched the giant ship with a grave expression. He had no idea how they would leave. Would they ride the knock-up stream back the way they came, or sail along a cloud river to the end of the world? No matter which, for these people it would be a release. Yet, in the next second, what happened shattered for everyone present, including this god who had lived for decades, every ounce of their understanding of the world. The great ship did not sail into any known route. It stopped at the center of the cloud sea. The ferocious dragon turtle prow slowly raised, aiming not forward, not backward, but downward, at the dense cloud layer that supported the whole Sky Island world, thousands of meters thick and seemingly indestructible. What is it trying to do? Isa, the Shandia girl with powerful mantra, covered her mouth in terror. Within her perception, an indescribable savage to the extreme energy was converging madly at the core of that ship. That energy was 100 times more terrifying than Enel's elf Thor. Fang Yuan stood on the bow, the hem of his robe snapping in the wind of escaping energy. He looked down at the thick clouds underfoot, as if they were a layer of thin window paper. Conventional sailing is too slow. He spoke lightly, as if explaining to the crew behind him, or perhaps just muttering to himself. We'll take a shortcut. No sooner had the words left his mouth than he lifted his foot and gently stamped down. Initiate super electromagnetic propulsion. Boom. As if answering his command, countless hidden steam vents beneath the Xuanwu's hull burst open in that instant. What sprayed out was no longer plain white steam. It was highly compressed plasma laced with golden arcs of electricity. Those golden electric lights did not scatter outward under the confinement of an invisible force field. They rapidly gathered behind the hull, compressed and compressed again. Ultimately, they formed a gigantic spherical lightning that blazed like a sun. The extreme light and heat instantly vaporized the surrounding cloud sea, creating a huge vacuum. On the deck, Robin and Yuta were pressed firmly in place by an invisible air shield, unable to move even a single hair. All they could do was watch as that sun blazed past all limits. Target the blue sea. Fang Yuan's voice cut through the thunder of destructive energy with perfect clarity. Fire. There was no countdown. No warning. The instant his final word fell, the ball of lightning that had been compressed to the limit erupted with a bang. It did not explode. Instead, it transformed into an incomparable pure kinetic force, smashing brutally against the stern of the Xuanwu. Shum. No one could describe what kind of sound that was, because the moment it was produced, the sound itself was already left far behind. Beneath the horrified stares of all of Skypiea's residents, the huge war beast vanished from where it was in an instant. In its place was a golden lightning bolt that pierced heaven and earth. That lightning bolt, dragging a long tail of flame, did not fly into the sky nor toward the horizon. Instead, at an irrevocable, unstoppable angle, it smashed fiercely into the earth beneath their feet, that thick, boundless sea of clouds. Rumble. The entire Sky Island world shook violently in that moment. It was as if doomsday had arrived. Countless people staggered and fell to the ground. Gonfall's lance flew from his hand. He staggered, clinging to a rock with all his might, so he would not be thrown away. His eyes bulged as he stared at the incredible scene above. That cloud stratum, regarded by the Sky Island people as their earth and their root, had been forcibly rammed through by the golden lightning, leaving a gigantic hole. For the first time, sunlight shot straight down through that hole. It formed a pillar of light, sacred and terrifying, that towered between heaven and earth. Huge masses of clouds, like a levee-broken waterfall, plunged crazily downward from the edge of the hole. It was as if the sky had been poked through. Gods! A Shandia elder knelt on the ground, tears streaming down his face, prostrating himself toward that hole. He did not know what had happened. He only knew that this was not a sight human power could achieve. This was a divine miracle. It was a mark left by a true god who had descended and then departed. The blue sea. a certain stretch of sea in the Grand Line. The weather was clear, and a gentle sea breeze blew. A patrol ship under Marine Branch 77 sailed lazily across the water. On the deck, a few idle Marines leaned against the railing, shooting the breeze. Did you hear? Over in Alabasta, Warlord Crocodile was taken down by a rookie named Luffy. Really? He's a warlord, though. It was in the papers. But in the end, the credit went to Captain Smoker. I have no idea why. Forget it. It's far away from us anyway. This sea of ours doesn't even have a single proper pirate. It's so peaceful it makes you want to doze off. A young soldier yawned lazily, lifted his head, and looked at the sky. Then, his yawn froze halfway. The expression on his face shifted from laziness to puzzlement, then to blankness, and finally into utter terror. He raised his hand, trembling, and pointed at the sky. Hey, look, what is that? His companions all looked in the direction he pointed. A tiny black spot appeared out of nowhere in the cloudless blue sky. At a terrifying speed, it was growing larger. No, it wasn't growing larger. It was plummeting straight down from an unimaginable altitude. A few seconds later, everyone saw clearly what it was. It was a ship. A ship they had never seen before, wrapped in golden lightning with a prow shaped like a ferocious giant turtle. A black warship. Like a meteorite falling from beyond the sky, it tore through the atmosphere, dragging a long tail of white steam and letting out a piercing shriek, smashing savagely into the sea. A monster. A blood-curdling scream arose from the patrol ship. Boom. The Xuanwu Thunder God had returned to the blue sea in the roughest way possible. It landed less than a kilometer from the Marine patrol ship. At the instant of impact, the sea was pounded into a vast depression over a kilometer in diameter. Then towering waves were hurled hundreds of meters into the air and turned into an apocalyptic tsunami that spread wildly in every direction. That poor Marine patrol ship, before this man-made calamity, was like a fragile leaf. It was casually flung into the sky by the giant wave, the hull groaned under the strain, and the mast snapped in an instant. The soldiers on board were thrown about, screams and wails echoing in chaos. A new recruit, lucky enough not to have been thrown into the sea, hugged a pillar tightly drenched to the bone. When the giant wave receded and the patrol ship shook madly in its aftermath on the verge of breaking apart, he raised his head with trembling hands and looked at the cause of it all. The black giant ship was quietly floating on the sea not far away. Its colossal body blocked out the sun, casting an enormous shadow. On the hull, the blue-black carapace, washed by seawater, was giving off rolling white steam with sizzling sounds. Like an ancient beast that had just bathed in magma. Silence. Deathly silence. The new recruit's mind went blank. He didn't know what it was. A legendary sea king. An ancient weapon. Or a demon from hell. He only knew that this was something that should not exist in the world. After a long while, as if remembering his duty, he scrambled and staggered into the cabin and grabbed the still dripping den mushy. BRR. He tremblingly dialed the branch headquarters. Hello. This is the patrol ship, Seagull 7. Do you read me? From the other end of the den mushy, a lazy voice came. Is that Tanaka? Trying to slack off again. Anything new on the sea today? Tanaka's lips trembled. Looking at that impossibly massive black silhouette in the distance, he used every bit of his strength and let out a hoarse, tearful shout. Report. Reporting to HQ. On the sea. From the sky. Dropped. A monster. The 77th Marine Branch Base. A piercing alarm shattered the tranquility of the afternoon. Within the communications room, every operator had lost their composure. Dozens of telephone insects before them mimicked a single distorted expression of sheer terror, all broadcasting the same recruit's hoarse, breakdown-laden shriek. A monster. Upon the seas. Something monstrous has fallen from the heavens. Requesting reinforcements. Repeat. Requesting reinforcements. Seagull 7 is going down. A tsunami. Dear God. It's a tsunami. Hiss. The transmission severed, abruptly swallowed by a blast of static. Silence. In the communications room, silence fell so heavy it seemed to swallow sound itself. The base commander, a seasoned Marine colonel, clutched the desk's edge, his face drained of color, cold sweat beating upon his brow. Something fallen from the heavens. It defied every ounce of his 3-decade naval career. Quick, pull up the final recording from the image telephone insect. He bellowed. Within moments, a vast screen flickered to life, projecting a violently shuddering, snow-covered silhouette of the final transmission. It was the patrol vessel's dying perspective. The camera thrashed wildly, capturing the sky torn apart by colossal waves before slamming back down to meet the churning ocean. In the final heartbeat before the lens was consumed by brine, the image locked into place. Upon the screen, an impossibly massive black silhouette hovered motionless at the heart of the towering tempest. Its hull was pitch black, the prow carved in the likeness of a grotesque dragon-headed tortoise. Upon its slate-gray armor, faint currents of golden lightning seemed to pulse and crawl. A primal, archaic, and utterly suffocating pressure radiated from the vessel, pressing against them even through the glass of the screen. This is... The colonel's lips quivered. A name long entombed in his deepest memories, a name he had sworn never to hear again, escaped his throat unbidden. This vessel radiated a dread far exceeding even the flagship of a fleet admiral he had been privileged to behold in his youth. Report this immediately. He sprang to his feet, his voice cracking with tension. Declare a paramount emergency. Transmit the footage and coordinates to Marineford at once. Half an hour later, the 77th branch's report reached Marineford. Inside Fleet Admiral Sengoku's private quarters, the air hung heavy as forged steel. It punched straight through the cloud sea from Skypiea and plummeted back to the blue sea. Sengoku massaged his temples, studying the freshly decrypted Scientific Bureau report upon his desk, his features carved from granite. Based on the kinetic energy impact from its descent, its hull density surpasses every alloy currently known to our Navy. Furthermore, he lifted his gaze, settling upon the man standing at attention across the room. The man stood draped in a crimson coat of justice, his visage carved from ice, a thick cigar resting between his lips. Major General Gue Zhizhao of the Marine Headquarters. Have you reviewed Vice Admiral Smoker's encrypted dispatch from Logue Town? Gue Zhizhao inclined his head, exhaling a slow ring of smoke, his voice a gravelly rasp. I have. That wanted criminal with a 3 million berry bounty Cirque's remnant, Fong Yuan. Smoker assesses with 99% certainty that this monstrosity falling from the heavens is his new flagship. Sengoku slammed the dossier onto his desk with a thunderous crack. Just over a month ago we catalogued him as a scattered remnant in the East Blue. And now he returns astride a leviathan capable of punching through the sky itself. This transcends mere threat. It is outright defiance. A public desecration of the world government's and the Navy's very honor. A glint of bloodthirsty coldness flickered within Gue Zhizhao's eyes. Fleet Admiral, issue the command. No matter what manner of beast he has become, as long as he sails these seas, he shall not escape the Navy's retribution. Sengoku rose from his chair and stepped toward the towering floor-to-ceiling windows, gazing down upon the sprawling fortress of Marineford. The turmoil in Alabasta has barely settled, and the Whitebeard and Blackbeard crises loom ever closer. We cannot spare a fleet admiral at this moment. He pivoted, his stare sharp as drawn steel. Major General Gue Zhizhao, I am placing 3 capital warships and 5 heavy frigates under your command. Your orders are singular. Hunt him down. Then at whatever cost sink him and that vessel together. Should sinking prove impossible. A vicious predatory grin split Gue Zhizhao's face. Bring him and his ship back to impel down. Alive. Understood. Mission accepted. 1 hour later, along the transit route of the Xuanwu, 8 dark specks materialized on the distant horizon. The specks swelled into sight, resolving into 8 colossal warships bearing the emblem of justice. They fanned out in a textbook crescent formation, closing in from every quadrant. At the vanguard surged a heavily armored dreadnought, dwarfing its escorts. The muzzle of its forward main battery alone was capable of flattening an entire hillside. Upon the forecastle of that Leviathan flagship stood Major General Gue Zhizhao. Behind him, thousands of frontline Marines held their firing stations, every blackened gun muzzle trained unwaveringly upon the solitary black behemoth. The noose was drawn tight. There was nowhere left to run. Upon the deck of the Xuanwu, Nico Robin regarded the 8 ironclad warships radiating the stench of steel and cordite, her complexion paling fractionally. These were not local garrison vessels. They were the line fleet of Marineford itself, spearheaded by a vice admiral renowned across the seas for his ruthlessness and cold precision. This was a force capable of razing sovereign nations without blinking. Yet, the man standing nearly a handful of paces ahead did not so much as glance backward. Fong Yuan remained planted at the bow, arms folded behind his back, gazing out at the undulating horizon as though admiring a familiar painting. The armada that would send any pirate's blood running cold met with nothing but his utter indifference. The amplified voice of a telephone insect echoed across the water from the flagship, dripping with the absolute authority of Major General Gue Zhizhao. Hail the vessel ahead. You are surrounded by the Navy. Cease your engines, cast aside your arms, and surrender at once. This is your sole path to survival. I say again, surrender immediately. The command boomed across the waves, vibrating through the very air. Yuta's fingers instinctively tightened around the hem of her dress, her gaze darting subconsciously toward Fong Yuan. Nearby, Yizhao's hand rested lightly upon the pommel of his blade, battle lust kindling in his eyes. Fong Yuan finally stirred. His brows drew together with mild irritation, as though an incessant swarm of flies had finally grown too bothersome. He did not look toward Gue Zhizhao. He did not even deign to cast a passing glance in that direction. Instead, he tilted his head slightly and spoke to Yuta with casual indifference. They're rather loud. Quiet them down. Yuta hesitated for a fraction of a second. Then comprehension dawned. She gave a single deliberate nod, her violet eyes clouding with a complex layered luminescence. Fear lingered there, yes, but it was outweighed by the steely resolve of one entrusted with a sacred duty. She stepped forward, positioning herself beside Fang Yuan, and turned to face the wrathful Iron Armada. She drew a slow, deliberate breath, and then she sang. There were no soaring melodies, no battle hymns charged with roaring power. It was a lullaby. Her voice was feather-soft, tender as a mother's caress, intimate as a lover's sigh against the skin. Unamplified by any telephone insect, it nonetheless drifted across the water with uncanny clarity, slipping past every barrier and settling directly into the minds of the surrounding sailors. Upon the flagship, Gui Zhizhao's brow furrowed, singing, "On the brink of annihilation, and she chooses to serenade us. How pitifully naive." He sneered, his thumb hovering over the signal flag. But even as he raised his voice to give the order, he sensed a disquieting shift. The hardened veterans flanking him, faces previously twisted in lethal focus, were beginning to soften into something placid. A gunner midway through a loading sequence broke into a wide yawn. A lookout below decks rubbed his bleary eyes, his lids growing heavy as lead dragging downward. On the deck's calloused grips on cutlasses and rifles began to slacken. Limbs grew unsteady, swaying like reeds in a gentle tide. Drowsiness, an insidious, irresistible somnolence rooting deep within the soul, spread through the fleet like a silent contagion. Snap to attention, all of you. Realizing the peril, Gui Zhizhao unleashed a thunderous bark. Enemy ability. Bite your tongues. Stay conscious. The command startled a handful of iron-willed veterans, wrenching them back from the brink of slumber. Yet the melody proved impervious to such brute force. It seeped into their minds like smoke, bypassing armor, will, and discipline alike, weaving directly through the fabric of their consciousness. Thud. The first soldier collapsed. His musket clattered to the deck, a serene smile gracing his features as he succumbed to an instant, dreamless slumber. Thud, thud, thud. The dominoes fell. Wave after wave of Marines dropped their arms, crumpling to the deck in synchronized rhythm, their breathing evening out into the soft, uniform cadence of deep sleep. In the span of merely a dozen heartbeats, thousands of elite sailors laying within point-blank range of loaded cannons had collectively surrendered to sleep. The entire armada was instantly transmuted into a silent cemetery. Only upon the flagship's bow did one figure remain upright, a man who stood like an unholy sentinel clinging to consciousness by sheer will. Gui Zhizhao's frame shook violently. Summoning every ounce of his remaining strength, he drew his saber and drove the blade deep into his own thigh. The white-hot lance of pain bought him a fleeting moment of clarity. But what met his gaze was a vision that would fracture his very soul. His prized fleet lay utterly annihilated. The decks were carpeted with his men stretched out in rows, as if awaiting a grand collective burial. And yet that cursed, maddeningly gentle melody continued to weave through the salt air. His eyelids grew impossibly heavy. His mind was being drawn downward into a velvet, suffocating abyss. What manner of creature is this? Blood seeped from Gui Zhizhao's clenched teeth, staining his gums crimson. He knew without a shadow of doubt that he had been defeated. Defeated without honor, defeated beyond comprehension. He hadn't even had the chance to give the order to fire a single broadside. At the precipice of total unconsciousness, clinging to the last shred of his dignity as a Marine Vice Admiral, he poured his dying strength into a single desperate motion, reaching into his coat. His fingers closed around something cold and heavy. A miniature telephone insect forged from pure gold. The sacred trigger reserved solely for officers of Vice Admiral rank and above. The signal to unleash the buster call. With trembling, numb digits, he pressed down with all his remaining force. Click. A soft final sound. The golden telephone insect's lids peeled open, revealing eyes that burned with crimson fury. Gui Zhizhao's body finally gave way, collapsing backward onto the steel deck. And in the final sliver of consciousness before drowning in oblivion, the corners of his lips curled upward into a rictus of deranged triumph. Come then, beast. Come and bear witness to the true horror of the Navy. Click. As Lieutenant General Kurigomo collapsed limply to the ground, the golden den mushi he had pressed with his last shred of will emitted a piercing shriek utterly at odds with its luxurious appearance. Beep. That was not sound. It was an alarm that tore through eardrums and shattered the mind. The singing ceased abruptly. Yuda's face turned whiter than snow in an instant. She clutched her ears and staggered backward, her violet eyes brimming with incomprehensible terror. She did not know what it was. But her sixth sense, her perception reshaped and honed by Fang Yuan to be extraordinarily sensitive to spiritual energy, was screaming wildly within her. Flee! Flee quickly! A malice 100-fold vaster and 10,000 times more terrifying than the fleet just encountered was locking onto this location from some corner of the world, advancing in unstoppable fashion. Nico Robin's response was far more direct. As the demon of O'Hara, who had been hunted for 20 years, she knew that golden den mushi form better than anyone. Buster call. She whispered, her voice dry, each word wrung from her throat. It was the highest-level military strike order issued by the world government. It was synonymous with absolute force capable of erasing an entire island from the map. 10 capital warships, 5 vice admirals of the Marine headquarters, and ruthless cannon fire that annihilated everything. This was a terrifying power that even any of the 4 emperors would be forced to treat with utmost seriousness. And now it had been summoned to these waters by a dying vice admiral. Their target was them. Marineford, the Marine headquarters. In Fleet Admiral Sengoku's office, a spare golden den mushi was emitting a shrill scream perfectly synchronized with the one in Kurigomo's hand. It was not mimicking Kurigomo's expression. It simply sat with eyes wide open, mouth agape, emitting the purest, most primal alarm sound. Sengoku, who had been processing documents, suddenly froze. The sunbei in his hand crumbled into powder with a sharp snap. Garp, standing opposite him, stopped stuffing donuts into his mouth. His face, usually wearing a lazy grin, bore an expression of seriousness for the first time. This signal. Garp's voice dropped to a low tone. It's Kurigomo's. Sengoku said nothing. He merely rose abruptly and strode to the massive ocean map, his gaze locking precisely onto the coordinates where Kurigomo's fleet had last reported. His eyes sharpened to the point of a hawk's in an instant. Order. Sengoku's emotionless voice rang out through the office's emergency den mushi spreading across all of Marineford. The buster call has been activated. All standing vice admirals, Nezumi, Doberman, Burnish, Stromir, lead your respective fleets to the designated coordinates immediately. Repeat. This is not a drill. In the name of justice, erase the target completely from the sea. Orders were given. The entire Marineford, this naval fortress symbolizing the world's most powerful military force, transformed instantly into a high-speed war machine. The 5 vice admirals of the Marine headquarters, draped in their cloaks of justice with presences as deep as the abyss, emerged from their respective offices. Not a word was exchanged. They moved with maximum speed toward the harbor. Their 10 war fortresses, larger than Kurigomo's flagship, had already raised their anchors, their black gun ports gleaming with cold light in the sunlight. Countless elite naval forces boarded the warships amid deafening battle cries. In merely 10 minutes, an invincible fleet capable of toppling the world set sail from Marineford in a grand procession. Their target was singular. On the deck of the Xuanwu, the shrill alarm finally ceased. Yet the oppressive atmosphere hanging over the sky like storm clouds gathering before a downpour grew increasingly suffocating. Cold sweat beaded on Nico Robin's forehead. She understood what the buster call meant. It meant that within the next hour they would face endless bombardment from all directions. Escape. Where could they flee? On these seas no ship could outrun the buster call's encirclement. Mr. Fang Yuan. She managed to speak, her voice slightly hoarse from tension. Fang Yuan ignored her. He did not even look at the fleet that had fallen completely dormant. He merely furrowed his brow slightly. That expression was not one of someone facing a war that could destroy nations. It was more like a craftsman absorbed in his work, annoyed by the incessant buzzing of flies nearby. What? Troublesome. He gently spoke 3 words. Then he finally turned his head, no longer gazing at the unchanging seascape. His eyes swept over Yuta, rigid with fear, and Nico Robin, whose expression was grave. Finally his gaze fell upon the colossal ship beneath his feet. Xuanwu. His voice remained calm. Activate the main cannon, Thor's spear. Clear the passage. Hum. As if responding to its master's will, the entire Xuanwu emitted a low rumble, as though coming from the depths of the earth. On the hull, those dark bluish-black shells suddenly erupted with dazzling golden lightning from their gaps. Massive amounts of white steam surged from every corner of the deck, instantly shrouding the entire ship. The ferocious dragon-headed turtle snout at the prow slowly opened its massive maw, capable of devouring entire mountain ranges. No flames. No projectiles. Only a pure, profound darkness. At the center of that darkness, a speck of golden light quietly illuminated. That light, initially no larger than a needlepoint, began to expand frantically at a terrifying speed in the next instant. Countless golden lightning bolts thicker than arms appeared out of nowhere from all directions, surging toward that darkness like iron filings drawn to a magnet. They were drawn in, compressed, kneaded, forged. The air screamed. Space twisted. The seawater around the Xuanwu, without warning, began to violently boil. Gurgle. Gurgle. Massive bubbles surged from the ocean floor, erupting into billowing clouds of scalding white mist. The temperature across the entire sea area skyrocketed to an unimaginable degree in just a few seconds. Nico, Robin, and Yuta were protected by an invisible aura, preventing them from being instantly evaporated by the terrifying heat. Their eyes wide, they watched the divine miracle unfolding at the ship's prow, their minds completely blank. They saw, within the massive maw of the dragon-headed turtle snout, a spear was slowly taking shape. A spear, composed entirely of lightning. Its shaft was highly compressed golden plasma, nearly solidified. Its tip shimmered with pure white electricity, so intense it could tear through anything, sending chills down the spine. An invisible pure will of destruction radiated from the spear, causing heaven and earth to lose their luster. That was not a weapon. That was an instrument of punishment. It was divine retribution used by gods to chastise mortals. This is... Nico Robin's lips trembled. She had exhausted all the knowledge she possessed, yet still could not comprehend this scene before her that defied the laws of physics. She finally understood what Fang Yuan had meant by clearing the passage earlier. He had never intended to flee. What he was going to do was, before that fleet representing the world government's supreme military power arrived, to take them along with this entire sea area and utterly erase them from this world. Just then, at the horizon, 10 even larger black dots appeared. The Buster Call fleet had arrived. Their speed far exceeded conventional warships. Merely appearing in view, the steel torrent formed by 10 war fortresses brought an oppressive pressure capable of suffocating the very sea. Leading them, Vice Admiral Doberman held up his telescope, already spotting the black giant ship shrouded in steam and electric light in the distance. Target acquired. He lowered his telescope, a cold smile spreading across his face. All ships, prepare main battery salvo. Let them witness the consequences of defying justice. However, his order had not yet been transmitted. A shudder from the depths of his soul, indescribable in words, suddenly gripped his heart. He raised his telescope again. This time, he saw clearly. He saw the prow of that black giant ship within that ferocious maw, the golden thunder spear that had fully formed and radiated an aura of world destruction. Vice Admiral Doberman's pupils contracted to the most dangerous pinprick size in an instant. As a Vice Admiral of the Marine headquarters with countless battles under his belt, his intuition was issuing the most desperate warning with his very life on the line. They would die. If struck by that thing, not a single particle of dust would remain. On the deck of the Xuanwu, Fang Yuan lifted his eyelids and glanced at the 10 black dots in the distance, which in his eyes were no different from ants. He extended his hand toward the Thor's spear, which had already gathered the thunder of the entire sky and was poised to strike. He gently waved downward. Fire! When Fang Yuan's words fire had barely left his lips, the world fell utterly silent. The golden lightning spear hovering within the dragon-headed tortoise's maw unleashed no thunderous roar. It simply vanished, disappearing from its original position without a sound. In its place appeared an ultra-thin golden beam piercing through heaven and sea. That beam moved so fast it surpassed the limits of visual perception, warping the continuity of space-time itself. Along its trajectory, the air was not torn apart, but directly erased, leaving behind a pitch-black vacuum channel that would never heal. The sea ahead did not part. It collapsed and evaporated on both sides a millisecond before impact, unable to withstand that pure destructive law, carving out a bottomless oceanic chasm. All things submitted their humble allegiance before its descent. The demon-slaying Order Fleet. Aboard its flagship Justice Vanguard, Admiral Doberman of the Marine headquarters had his facial muscles twisted beyond recognition by sheer horror. His battle-hardened body betrayed him for the first time. He wanted to dodge. He wanted to flee. He wanted to give orders. But he could not. His mind still functioned. Yet his body, along with the very space around him, was pinned in place by that rapidly approaching golden light. Time stretched infinitely. He could see clearly that the golden beam was not solid. It was a torrent of laws composed of billions of microscopic lightning runes constantly appearing and vanishing. No. He opened his mouth to roar his final defiance. But no sound escaped, for the golden light had already arrived. It did not collide. It simply passed through. Gently, as if passing through non-existent mist, it pierced through Doberman's body, the bridge of the Justice Vanguard, behind him the unyielding Shield the Glory Sword. In one breath it passed through all 5 elite warships stationed at the center of the encirclement, commanded personally by 5 Marine admirals. Then, the light began to bloom. Not an explosion. Evaporation. Admiral Doberman, his prized sword the deck beneath his feet, forged from the sturdiest alloy, and the entire 300-meter warship. All were reduced to primitive particles in that first instant. Not even a speck of dust remained. Then came the second ship, the third, the fourth, the fifth, 5 Marine admirals who had shaken the Grand Line. 5 flagship vessels representing the Navy's greatest combat power. Over 10,000 elite Marines. On this very sea, within a mere 0.1 seconds, they were completely and cleanly erased from a physical level by that spreading golden light, as if they had never existed at all. And this was only the beginning. After the core of the light annihilated its target, an invisible ring-shaped shockwave began expanding outward at a relatively slow speed. Wherever the shockwave passed, seawater was instantaneously vaporized, forming a white steam wall thousands of meters high that blotted out the sky. The 5 additional warships on the periphery of the encirclement did not even have time to react. They were like plastic toys thrown into a steel furnace. The hulls emitted piercing wails, turned crimson in an instant, then melted, twisted, and deformed like candles. Then they were devoured whole by that world-destroying steam wall. Rumble. Until this moment, the sound of destruction finally caught up with destruction itself. Deafening explosions swept across 100 miles in every direction. A pure white mushroom cloud, 10 times larger than the thunder flash detonated on Skypiea, rose slowly from the sea surface straight into the heavens, as if to pierce a hole in the sky. A tsunami formed. Towering waves hundreds of meters high surged outward from the blast center, in all directions, washing away all traces of existence from these waters. The demon-slaying order, launched a minute ago, ended 1 minute later. Total annihilation. Marine Headquarters, Marineford. Fleet Admiral Sengoku's office. The atmosphere was terrifyingly deathly still. On the wall, the massive electronic chart screen had been clearly displaying 10 green dots representing the demon-slaying order fleet. Just moments ago, without any warning, the 5 central dots in the formation simultaneously extinguished, not red indicating damage, nor gray signaling loss of contact, but black, indicating complete signal source disappearance. The monitoring operator rubbed his eyes, thinking the equipment had malfunctioned. He was about to rise and inspect. On the screen, the remaining 5 green dots flickered successively, then one by one turned the same unsettling black. 10 dots. Within 3 seconds, all disappeared. On the screen, only a vast empty blue sea remained. As if that just departed invincible fleet was merely an illusion. Plop. The operator slumped to the floor, face, pale lips trembling, speechless. Sengoku, standing before the screen, did not move. His face, usually full of authority and wisdom, now showed only blankness. Carp beside him, a donut dropping from his mouth unnoticed. The naval hero's signature smile had vanished, completely replaced by an unprecedented gravity. Sengoku. Carp's voice hoarse as if sandpapered. This? Sengoku did not respond. He merely slowly raised his hand. In his grasp, still the golden den mushi he had just used to issue orders. Crack. A sharp sound. The den mushi shell, forged from pure gold and incredibly sturdy, was crushed into fragments in his palm. But every word carried enough fury to freeze the sea itself. Deploy all CP intelligence networks. I want to know what exactly happened in those waters. I want to know what that man called Fang Yuan. He paused, bloodshot eyes glaring. What exactly is he? The center of the storm. On the deck of Xuanwu, all was calm. That world-destroying strike seemed no more than throwing a pebble into the sea, leaving no trace on the ship. On the sea surface, towering waves and boiling steam were slowly subsiding. Fang Yuan retracted his gaze, as if showing no interest in his masterpiece. He turned and walked to the giant sea chart still spread on deck. Nico, Robin, and Yuta remained immersed in that divine punishment-like scene, unable to extricate themselves. Their minds had stopped thinking. Yi Shao knelt on one knee, his eyes filled with near-mad admiration and fervor. This was his master. This was the power of a god. Fang Yuan paid no heed to their reactions. He leaned down, extending a slender, clean finger, and slowly traced across the sea chart. His fingertip crossed overland past Alabasta, went beyond Skypiea. He swept past the first half of the Grand Line, entering those waters known as the New World, where only the truly strong belong. His finger paused briefly over territories marked with vicious skull icons. Kaido, Charlotte Linlin, Shanks. These rulers of the New World, reverently called emperors by the world, seemed under his fingertips merely cold data, a reservoir of materials awaiting analysis. Finally, his finger stopped. Over a vast, boundless expanse of sea, there a colossal skull with a crescent-shaped white mustache was drawn. Whitebeard pirates. The corner of Fang Yuan's mouth curved into a slight private smile. He murmured softly, as if delivering the final judgment upon a departing era. The world's strongest man. Edward Newgate, your concept of quake powerful enough to shake the world is the final cornerstone for forging my divine throne. Your era has come to its end. Marine Headquarters, Marineford. Silence. The air inside the Fleet Admiral's office seemed to solidify into iron, pressing down until it was hard to breathe. Sengoku stood before the massive electronic sea chart, his hands clenched into fists, knuckles whitening from the force. On the screen, the sea area that should have been marked with 10 green lights was now utterly empty, nothing but ocean blue. 10 main battleships. 5 Marine Headquarters Vice Admirals. Over 10,000 elite Marines. In 3 seconds they had vanished from this world entirely. Sengoku. Garp's voice broke the silence, but it sounded as if it had been scraped by sandpaper. Were we underestimating something? Sengoku did not answer. He only turned slowly and walked toward the chair behind the desk. Each step was heavy, as though bearing an immense weight. He sat down, picked up the den mushi on the desk, and dialed a number. Brubble, brubble, brubble. This is the science force. The den mushi mimicked the stern expression of a middle-aged man. Is Dr. Vegapunk available? Sengoku's voice was terrifyingly calm. Dr. Vegapunk is conducting an important experiment. Unless it is an emergency. It is an emergency now. Sengoku cut him off. Tell him I need him to analyze a piece of footage immediately. About what? Sengoku glanced at the screen on the wall. It was playing footage of that golden lightning spear piercing through sky and sea captured from multiple angles. He paused, about an existence that may already have surpassed the limits of our understanding. Meanwhile, the Holy Land Mary Geos, the Chamber of Power. The 5 elders sat around the ancient round table, shock and unease written across every face. At the center of the table, a special Den Mushi was broadcasting an emergency report from Marine headquarters. The Buster Call fleet has been wiped out. Estimated cause a destructive attack beyond conventional understanding. Attack source unknown. Survivors 0. The broadcast ended and the chamber fell into deathly silence. The sword-wielding elder slowly opened his eyes. A dangerous glint flickered in them. To annihilate a Buster Call fleet with a single blow. His voice was low and cold. This is no longer something a human being can accomplish. An ancient weapon. The long-bearded elder frowned. No, even an ancient weapon could not carry out a long-range strike with such precision. Then what was it? The bald elder tapped the table. A devil fruit user. Or, he did not finish, but everyone present understood what he meant. Could it be that that person has awakened? Just then the door of the chamber was pushed open. A CP0 agent in a white suit and mask walked in quickly. Elders. He knelt on one knee. We have new intelligence on the target, Fong Yuan. Speak. The sword-wielding elder said coldly. According to reports from our informants in every sea, at the very moment the Buster Call fleet was destroyed, a massive black warship was sighted speeding toward the New World. A black warship. Yes. Its figurehead is a giant turtle. Its hull is pitch black and golden lightning flickers across the hull. The 5 elders exchanged glances. The description matched exactly what Stussy had reported earlier. What is he planning in the New World? The long-bearded elder asked in a deep voice. The CP0 agent swallowed hard. Based on the projected route, his target is most likely the territory of the Whitebeard pirates. Boom. The words exploded in the chamber like a heavy bomb. Whitebeard, the man known as the strongest man in the world. If Fong Yuan really intended to challenge Whitebeard, contact Stussy at once. The sword-wielding elder shot to his feet. Tell her to uncover that man's true intentions no matter the cost. And he turned to the other 4. Prepare to activate the Empty Throne emergency protocol. If the situation continues to deteriorate, we may need that lord to act personally. Meanwhile, in a stretch of the New World, the Xuanwu surged across the sea at a speed that defied reason. Golden lightning kept flashing around its hull, trailing a long ribbon of light across the water. On the deck, Nico Robin stood at the railing, gazing at the unfamiliar sea in the distance, her feelings a tangled mix. The New World. This sea, called the Graveyard of the Strong, was a place countless pirates yearned for yet spoke of in fearful whispers. Here the 4 emperors reigned supreme, and even the Marines had to tread carefully. And now she was storming into it alongside a man in the most brazen manner imaginable. Miss Robin. Yuta came to her side, a hint of worry in her violet eyes. Do you think we're really going to challenge Whitebeard? Robin offered a wry smile. Given that man's temperament, I'm afraid it won't be a challenge. Rather, a hunt. Just then Fong Yuan's calm voice came from the bow. We're here. The 2 quickly looked ahead. At the edge of the horizon, a massive island appeared. It was wrapped in thick mist, and through the haze they could make out towering peaks and dense forests. At sea around the island were dozens of ships flying the Whitebeard pirates' flag. That is, Robin's pupils constricted. It's Whitebeard pirates' territory. The Xuanwu did not slow down but headed straight into those waters. Soon a patrolling pirate ship spotted the uninvited vessel. Hey, that ship! A pirate shouted, raising his telescope. Who are you? This is Whitebeard pirates' territory. Clear off now, or else. Before he could finish, his companion beside him grabbed him. Wait! Look at that ship. The companion's face turned terribly pale. That figurehead. That shape. Isn't that the legendary ship that descended from the sky and wiped out a Marine Buster Call fleet in one blow? The Devil Ship. The words spread through the sea like a plague. Every pirate ship froze where it was, their crews going pale with fear and confusion. They had heard the story. Only a few hours ago the Marines had dispatched a Buster Call fleet to hunt down a mysterious black warship. All 10 warships had been annihilated within 3 seconds. Now that legendary Devil Ship was actually right in front of them. Quick! Alert, Pops! A pirate who seemed to be a captain shouted in panic. Tell him a monster is coming. But before their call for aid could be sent, the Xuanwu had already cut through the entire patrol ring and was sailing straight for the island's harbor. At the harbor, the Whitebeard pirates were already on alert. At their head stood a tall man with a golden pompadour. It was Marco the Phoenix, 1st Division commander of the Whitebeard pirates. He watched the black behemoth approach, wariness glinting in his eyes. This guy, Marco muttered. He's got some nerve. The Xuanwu slowly came to rest at the harbor. The immense hull cast a shadow that swallowed the entire dock in darkness. Footsteps sounded on the ship. Everyone held their breath, watching the figure about to descend. Then they saw him. A young man. He wore a long black robe. His features were handsome, his bearing elegant. If they had not just seen him step off that fearsome warship, anyone would have taken him for an ordinary noble youth. Fang Yuan stepped onto the dock and surveyed the wary pirates around him. His gaze finally came to rest on Marco. "Where is Whitebeard?" he asked as calmly as if he were asking about the weather. Marco frowned. "Who are you? And what are you doing here?" Fang Yuan did not answer. He only repeated in the same flat tone, "Where is Whitebeard? I have a business deal to discuss with him." Marco's expression darkened. As 1st Division commander of the Whitebeard pirates, when had he ever been so thoroughly ignored? "Kid." He stepped forward, pale blue flames beginning to emanate from his body. "Do you know what this place is? This is Whitebeard pirates' territory. No stray cat or dog can just come barging in." Fang Yuan finally looked at him. That look was calm, the way one looks at an ant. "You're noisy," he said softly. Then he raised his right hand and lightly snapped his fingers in Marco's direction. Snap! A crisp sound rang out. Marco's body instantly froze in place. He remained in his earlier furious posture, but could not move so much as an inch. He could not even shift his eyes. The surrounding pirates saw what happened and drew in sharp breaths. "Commander Marco, what happened? What did this man do?" But Fang Yuan paid none of their outcries any heed. He walked past the immobilized Marco and headed into the island. "I said, I want to see Whitebeard. Who gave you the courage?" His voice drifted away on the sea wind. "To challenge a god." Deep within the island, inside a colossal tent, the air hung heavy and suffocating thick as if water might drip from it. The commanders of the Whitebeard pirates gathered, their faces carved with shock and fury. "Old man, that bastard locked Marco in place." Fire Fist Vista, captain of the 5th Division, clenched his fist until veins bulged across his knuckles. "We can't let him get away with this arrogance." Speed Jiku, captain of the 14th Division, shot to his feet, killing intent blazing in his eyes. "Who exactly is that guy? How dares he act so recklessly on our turf?" Yet the man seated at the center of the tent remained utterly silent. Edward Newgate, Whitebeard, the legend known across the world as the strongest man on earth, sat quietly upon his towering chair, a gourd of sake resting in his weathered grip. His eyes ran deep as the ocean, betraying no ripple of emotion. "Old man," Diamond Jozu, captain of the 3rd Division, ventured cautiously. "What are you thinking?" Whitebeard slowly raised his head. His gaze, sharp as a hawk's, swept across every man present. "Have you heard?" His voice was low and gravelly, yet laced with an invisible crushing pressure. "Just hours ago a ship fell from the sky, and then the Marine fleet bearing the buster call was annihilated in 3 seconds. A deathly silence crashed over the tent. Every man stared wide-eyed and disbelieving at their father. A buster call. That was power capable of erasing an entire island from the maps. Annihilated in 3 seconds. "Old man, are you saying?" Vista's voice cracked, dry as parchment. "That man outside is." "Correct." Whitebeard nodded, a complex gleam flickering in his eyes. "The ones capable of such feats across the Grand Line can be counted on 2 hands. And now such a monster stands before us." He rose to his feet, his colossal frame standing immovable as a mountain range. "He says he wishes to discuss business with me." "Come on." Whitebeard burst into thunderous laughter, the sound shaking the very walls of the tent. "Fascinating. Truly fascinating. After all these years, it's the first time someone has dared speak to me in such a tone." He seized his massive Naginata, white orbs of energy swirling along its blade as the power of the Gura Gura no Mi began to awaken. "Since he wants to negotiate." A blazing fire of battle lust kindled within Whitebeard's eyes. "Then let me see what he is worth." Meanwhile, at the island's harbor, Fang Yuan walked steadily toward the island's interior, each step measured and unhurried. Behind him, the Xuanwu rested quietly at anchor, its colossal hull casting shadows that swallowed the entire dock in darkness. Yi Xiao and Yuta followed in his wake, while Nico Robin led ahead, charting their course. The surrounding pirates kept their distance to approach. They had all witnessed Marco's predicament. That seemingly harmless young man had merely snapped his fingers and rendered the phoenix of the new world completely immobile. Such an eerie power filled them all with dread. "Mr. Fang Yuan." Nico Robin glanced back, concern etched upon her face. "You truly intend to meet with Whitebeard?" "That's Whitebeard, the so-called strongest man in the world." Fang Yuan did not answer. He simply continued forward as though taking a casual stroll. "Robin," he spoke suddenly. "What do you think makes a strong man?" Robin paused. "Strong. Someone who possesses immense power." Fang Yuan shook his head. "Power is merely appearance. A true strong man is one who defines the rules. Whitebeard is formidable, I do not deny it. But he merely plays within the rules already set, pushing his strength to their absolute limit. And I..." Fang Yuan halted, turning his gaze toward the enormous tent at the island's heart. "I intend to rewrite the rules themselves." At that moment, a terrifying pressure surged from deep within the island. A pure primal aura, raw and domineering, as though hailing from the dawn of creation itself. The air began to quiver. The earth trembled. The seas churned. Whitebeard had taken offense. "Gurra!" A thunderous laugh echoed from afar. Then came a voice majestic and imperious. Boy, if you wish to negotiate, then come here. Let me see what you're made of. Scarcely had the words left his lips when, boom, an invisible shockwave erupted from deep within the island. Every tree bent beneath its force. Every structure shuddered. Even the pirate vessels moored at the harbor were rocked by towering waves unleashed by his mere presence. This was Whitebeard's conqueror's haki, the king's aura that had never faltered across the seas for decades. Before such terror enough to render ordinary men unconscious, in an instant Yuta's face, drained of color, her body, trembling involuntarily. Yi Zhao's expression darkened, his power surging within to resist the oppressive weight. Nico Robin's legs nearly buckled on the verge of collapsing. Yet, Feng Yuan remained unruffled. Not a single brow furrowed. Interesting. He murmured softly, the faintest curve touching his lips. It seems this strongest man in the world is nothing more than that. With that he raised his right hand and gave a casual flick toward the rampaging conqueror's haki in the distance, as though shooing away an irritating fly. An invisible force field radiated outward from Feng Yuan's body. The torrent of conqueror's haki sweeping across the island was in that very instant brutally shoved back. Moreover, Feng Yuan himself began to emit an entirely different aura. This was not conqueror's haki. This was something far more transcendent, a divine majesty that seemed to loom above all laws of this world. Before such divine authority, Whitebeard's conqueror's haki found itself confronted by its natural predator, instantly suppressed and rendered powerless. Deep within the island, for the first time, Whitebeard's expression shifted. His eyes widened in utter disbelief as he gazed toward the distance. What is this? He muttered. This isn't conqueror's haki. This is... Before he could finish, a calm voice interrupted him. Whitebeard. The voice seemed to emanate from all directions at once, ringing clearly in every ear present. I have arrived. Almost instantly, a youthful silhouette appeared at the tent's entrance. Feng Yuan strode forward with unhurried ease, his companions trailing behind him. As though this were not the stronghold of the Whitebeard pirates, but their own private garden. Are you Whitebeard? Feng Yuan's gaze swept across everyone in the tent before settling on the massive figure seated upon his chair. From the looks of it, he paused, a flicker of disappointment crossing his eyes. You're nothing special. Those words detonated through the tent like a bombshell. Every captain leapt to their feet, anger flashing across their faces, hands gripping their weapons, desperate to tear the arrogant boy apart. What did you say? Boy, do you know who you're speaking to? That's our old man. The strongest man in the world. Yet Whitebeard raised his hand, halting their wrath. Slowly he rose to his feet, his towering frame standing immovable as a mountain range. Boy, his voice carried profound gravity. You said you wished to negotiate business. Tell me, what business? Feng Yuan nodded. Simple. I wish to purchase your life. The price. He withdrew a small box from his garment and set it gently upon the ground. The lid opened automatically, revealing within a devil fruit, glowing golden and radiating an immensely terrifying aura. A perfect devil fruit, granting the power of vibration free from any side effects. How does that sound? Is this price to your satisfaction? The air inside the tent froze instantly. Everyone's eyes widened as they stared at the golden devil fruit on the ground, which radiated a terrifying aura. That aura was all too familiar. The power of tremors flickered faintly across the fruit's surface, as if it could erupt at any moment, with might enough to shake heaven and earth. This. Impossible. Diamond Joza, the 3rd Division commander, cried out in shock, his voice trembling. How can there possibly be 2 tremor fruits? The other commanders also erupted into an uproar. This has to be a fake. A devil fruit can only exist once in the world. That's an ironclad rule. As a user of the tremor fruit, he knew better than anyone that the tremor fluctuations emanating from the fruit could never be forged. That was a genuine tremor fruit, and it was even more perfect than the one he currently possessed. No side effects, no weakness to seawater. So this was the perfect devil fruit he had mentioned just now. Well, Feng Yuan's voice sounded again, breaking the silence inside the tent. Are you satisfied with this price? Whitebeard slowly raised his head, his sharp hawk-like eyes fixed directly on Feng Yuan. Kid. His voice was low and commanding. You want my life. To be precise, Feng Yuan corrected. I want the concept of vibration that resides within you. Your life is merely one means of obtaining it. Of course, if you hand it over voluntarily, I don't mind letting you continue to live. Boom. These words exploded in the tent like a bombshell. What does handed over voluntarily mean? Flower Sword Vista, the 5th Division commander, rose furiously to his feet. How could Pop's power possibly be handed over? Unless Pops dies, the tremor fruit will never transfer. Feng Yuan glanced at him with a trace of pity. It seems you don't yet understand this world's rules deeply enough. He raised his right hand and snapped his fingers lightly in Vista's direction. Snap. Vista's body stiffened instantly in place, just like Marco before him, unable to move a single inch. In front of me nothing is impossible, Fang Yuan said calmly. Devil fruit abilities can be stripped from the living. Life can be taken from the dead. Even time can be reversed. I have already done all of these things. His gaze fell upon Whitebeard once more. So Whitebeard, I'll ask you one last time. Are you taking this deal or not? Whitebeard fell silent for a long while. Inside the tent, only the rustling of the sea breeze against the canvas remained. All the commanders looked nervously at their pops waiting for his answer. They knew this answer would decide the fate of the entire Whitebeard pirates. Grrrr. Suddenly Whitebeard burst into laughter. The laughter shook the entire tent, and even the ground beneath began to tremble. Interesting. This is too interesting. He grabbed the great glaive beside him, and white orbs of light immediately coiled around the blade. The power of the tremor fruit began to awaken. Kid, do you know something? Whitebeard rose to his feet, his colossal body towering like a mountain. In all these years you're the first person who has dared to stand before me and say you want to buy my life. With that courage alone you have already earned my respect. But, his eyes burned with a fierce fighting spirit. If you want my power you must prove you are worthy of it. Come on kid, let me see what you're really capable of. The moment he finished speaking Whitebeard swung his glaive fiercely. A horrific tremor wave erupted from the glaive and swept toward Fang Yuan. The air trembled, the ground cracked, and even the tent fabric was shredded to pieces by the vibration. This was the power of the tremor fruit, a terrifying might that could shake the world. Facing this world-destroying attack, Fang Yuan remained utterly unperturbed. He merely raised his right hand, fingers spread, and made a grasping motion toward the tremor wave. Freeze. The single word drifted lightly from his lips. Then a miracle happened. The tremor wave, powerful enough to destroy a mountain, stopped abruptly within 3 meters of Fang Yuan. It hung suspended in midair as though seized by an invisible hand. How can this be? Whitebeard's eyes were wide with disbelief at the scene. His tremor had actually been frozen. Vibration is essentially the regular displacement of matter. Fang Yuan explained calmly, as if teaching a physics class. And rules are meant to be rewritten. He gently clenched his fist. The frozen tremor wave dissipated into nothingness in an instant. Now do you still think I'm unworthy? Whitebeard's expression turned extremely grim. He swung the glaive once more, this time with all his strength. Airquake. Rumble. The entire space began to quake and countless cracks spread through the air as if to tear the world itself apart. This was one of Whitebeard's strongest attacks, a terrifying move that could trigger tsunamis and destroy islands. Yet Fang Yuan still did not dodge. He merely watched the spatial cracks rushing toward him, then extended a finger. Restore. An invisible force rippled outward. The spatial cracks that had been about to tear him apart began to heal on their own. As if time were flowing backward, the shattered space became whole again. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Whitebeard completely lost his composure. He swung the glaive madly, hurling tremor wave after tremor wave at Fang Yuan. Earthquake. Seaquake. Skyquake. The whole island began to shake violently, the sea rolled, and the sky seemed on the verge of collapse. But no matter what technique he used, he could not cause Fang Yuan the slightest harm. That young man simply stood there, allowing the world-destroying attacks to rage before him, yet remaining completely unscathed. Enough. Fang Yuan finally spoke. His voice was not loud, yet it reached the ears of every person present with striking clarity. You have done your best, Whitebeard. But unfortunately your power is meaningless before me. He walked slowly toward Whitebeard, every step exuding calm composure. Now let me show you what true vibration is. Fang Yuan raised his right hand and waved it gently in Whitebeard's direction. An invisible vibration shot out from his hand. This vibration had no sound, no light, and no visible trace whatsoever. But wherever it passed, everything began to tremble. It was not a physical trembling, but a trembling on the level of concepts. Whitebeard felt the tremor fruit inside his body begin to resonate uncontrollably. What are you doing? Whitebeard shouted in terror. I am taking back what belongs to me. Fang Yuan answered calmly. The concept of vibration belongs to me from today on. As soon as the words fell, Whitebeard felt a tearing pain course through his body. A cluster of golden light slowly emerged from his chest. That was the source of the tremor fruit's power being forcibly ripped away. No, don't. Whitebeard wanted to resist, but discovered that his body could not move at all. He could only watch helplessly as the power he took pride in slipped away from him little by little. Just then the sound of hurried footsteps came from outside the tent. Pops! Pops! A familiar voice rang out. It was Ace. Fire Fist. Ace rushed into the tent, and the moment he saw the scene he froze. What is happening? He looked at the commanders frozen in place, then at Whitebeard whose power was being stripped away, his eyes full of confusion and fury. Who are you? What have you done to Pops? Fang Yuan turned and glanced at the young man whose face was burning with rage. Fire Fist. Ace. A faint, barely perceptible arc curled at the corner of his mouth. You've come at just the right moment. I happen to need a witness to behold the end of this era. Fire Fist Ace. Fang Yuan turned his head looking at the young man whose face was a mask of fury and a faint arc lifted the corner of his mouth. You arrived just in time. I happen to need a witness, someone to behold the end of this era. Ace's eyes widened as he stared at the unfamiliar man before him. That young handsome face was written with an unnerving indifference. In his eyes it seemed everyone present, including Whitebeard, was nothing more than a toy to be manipulated at will. Who the hell are you? Ace roared, flames beginning to blaze violently from his body. Let Pops go. Fang Yuan did not answer. He simply glanced indifferently at the flames around Ace, then said softly, Flame fruit. Not a bad ability, but compared to the tremor fruit it falls far short. As the words left his mouth he waved a hand lightly. The flames on Ace were extinguished in an instant like a candle quenched by a basin of cold water. What a... Ace stared at his hands in horror. He tried to reignite his flames only to discover that his power had utterly failed him. How is this possible? It's simple, Fang Yuan explained calmly. I used the humidity concept to raise the humidity in this space to 99%. Under these conditions, of course, your flames cannot burn. Ace's expression became extremely grim. He clenched his jaw and his fists, wanting to rush at Fang Yuan and fight for his life. But at that moment a weak voice came from behind him. Ace! Don't! Come close! It was Whitebeard's voice. Ace quickly turned around, gazing at the father whose power was being stripped away, his eyes full of pain. Pops! Whitebeard raised his head with difficulty and looked at the son he cherished most. Those eyes, once as majestic as an eagle's, had now become dull and lusterless. Ace, listen to me. His voice came in broken fragments, each word exacting an immense toll. That man is extremely dangerous. More dangerous than the Marines, than the world government. None of you are his match. Quick, run. Hearing this, Ace could no longer hold back the tears in his eyes. From childhood to now, he had never seen Whitebeard in such a weakened state. The man acclaimed as the strongest in the world, the legend who had roamed the seas for decades without a single defeat, was now like a dying old man begging his son to flee. No, I won't run. Ace wiped away his tears and said firmly, Pops, you once said that we are family. Family must stay together. If you die, then I'll die with you. Hearing this, a flash of comfort passed through Whitebeard's eyes, but immediately after came even deeper pain. Foolish boy. He squeezed out a smile with the last of his strength. You still have your own path to walk. Don't for an old man like me. Bury your own future. Just then Fang Yuan's voice rang out once more, interrupting the father-son farewell. A touching scene, he said indifferently, but my time is precious. Let your farewell end here. Having said that, he began to speed up the extraction. The golden light that represented the tremor fruit's power fully surfaced from Whitebeard's chest and began to drift toward Fang Yuan. No! Ace let out a heart-rending roar. He threw caution to the wind and charged at Fang Yuan, wanting to stop everything. But after only 2 steps, an invisible force fixed him in place exactly like Marco and Vista before. I told you, don't disturb my work, Fang Yuan said without turning his head. The golden mass of light finally detached completely from Whitebeard's body and floated slowly toward Fang Yuan. Having lost the power of the tremor fruit, Whitebeard instantly aged 10 years. His hair turned gray, his flesh loosened, and even his enormous frame began to hunch. But even so, his gaze remained firm. Brat. With the last of his strength, he looked at Fang Yuan. You think that taking away my power lets you do as you please? This world is far more complicated than you imagine. One day, someone will appear to stop you. Fang Yuan received the mass of golden light, feeling the terrifying force contained within it. Perhaps, he said faintly, but that person is definitely not you, nor any of your sons. With that, he absorbed the light into his body. Boom! A terrifying shockwave burst out from Fang Yuan. The entire island began to shake violently, as if it were about to be torn apart. But this time the shaking was completely different from Whitebeard's. Whitebeard's tremor was wild and destructive, like an earthquake or tsunami provoking sheer terror. Fang Yuan's tremor, however, was precise and controlled, as refined as a surgeon's scalpel. He could vibrate a leaf into powder without harming the flower beside it. He could make the sea churn and roar without disturbing a feather floating on its surface. This was the dreadful power of perfectly mastering the vibration concept. Now the power of the tremor fruit belongs to me. Fang Yuan nodded with satisfaction. Then he looked at Whitebeard, who was already at his last breath. As part of the deal, I'll give you a dignified death. After all, you were once the king of this era. Whitebeard raised his head with difficulty, a final glimmer shining in his eyes. I don't need your pity. I am Whitebeard, Edward Newgate. Even in death, I will die like a man. Fang Yuan nodded. Good. Then farewell, strongest man in the world. He raised his right hand and pointed lightly at Whitebeard's heart. An invisible shockwave pierced through Whitebeard's chest with surgical precision. No pain, no torment. In a single instant, Whitebeard's heart stopped beating. The legend who had crossed the seas for decades quietly closed his eyes. There was no pain, no reluctance on his face. Only a relief like peace. Pops. Ace let out a despairing scream. That cry contained anger, pain, despair, and boundless hatred toward Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan turned around and looked at Ace, whose face was streaked with tears. You are angry. Good. Anger is the source of strength. But you are still far too weak now. When you have become stronger, come and take revenge. After speaking, he waved his hand and released the shackles on Ace. Ace immediately rushed to Whitebeard's body and hugged tightly that man who had once given him a father's love. Pops. Pops. He cried like a child. Fang Yuan paid him no more attention. He turned and walked out of the tent, ready to leave a place that had lost its value. But just as he was about to step out, an icy voice came from outside. Stop. Fang Yuan halted, an interesting arc curling at the corner of his mouth. Oh, has someone else come looking for death? Outside the tent, a tall figure appeared. It was a man dressed in a Marine Admiral's uniform, radiating a bone-chilling coldness. It was Akiji, the Admiral of Marine Headquarters. I have come under the Fleet Admiral's orders to arrest you, Akiji said with no expression on his face. Give up without a fight, Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan looked at this unexpectedly appearing Marine Admiral, a trace of surprise flashing in his eyes. A Marine Admiral? Interesting. It seems my fame has already reached Marine Headquarters. But his gaze suddenly turned dangerous. Are you sure one person is enough? A Navy Admiral. Fang Yuan's gaze swept over Akiji's languid face without the slightest ripple. Interesting. It seems my reputation has already reached Navy Headquarters. But he shifted his tone, and in those deep eyes reflected a trace of nearly cruel amusement. Are you sure one person is enough? Akiji's expression remained unchanged. Frigid cold spread from beneath his feet, sealing the ground into a mirror of ice. Era, what a confident fellow. Your danger rating is already the highest in the Navy. To deal with you, conventional tactics won't work. As soon as the words landed, golden light converged beside Akiji, condensing into a tall, slender silhouette. The man wore a suit of yellow and white stripes and a pair of sunglasses with a lazy, unfathomable smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. Navy Admiral Kizaru Borsellino. Oh my, how terrifying. Kizaru kept both hands in his pockets, his tone exaggerated. The smell of gunpowder before we even greet each other. Whitebeard has only just fallen, and now a new war is about to break out. His arrival made the already solidified air inside the tent even more suffocating. Ace lifted his head. His bloodshot eyes locked onto the two supreme combatants of the Navy as a helpless wave of despair surged in his heart. One admiral alone was enough to overturn the entire war. Now two had actually come. Yet this was still not the end. A wave of oppressive, scorching heat laced with the stench of sulfur swept in from the other side of the tent. The ground began to redden and melt. A huge, burly man with an icy, ruthless face, bare-chested and draped in the Navy's cloak of justice, walked in step by step. His arms had transformed into searing magma, dripping molten droplets to the ground, with a sizzling hiss forcing the ice to evaporate in an instant. Navy Admiral Akainu Sakazuki. Trash. Akainu's voice seemed to rise from the very depths of hell, steeped in undisguised bloodlust and loathing. So you're the demon who murdered Whitebeard and threw the world's order into chaos. Today, in the name of absolute justice, I will wipe you off the face of the earth. The three admirals. The Navy Headquarters' ultimate fighting power had at this moment assembled in full. This was no longer a buster call. This was ultimate force, enough to annihilate an entire nation. The most dreadful hand of cards that the world government could possibly play. Nico Robin stood on the deck of the Xuanwu. The instant she saw it on the monitor, her face turned deathly pale. TH3 admirals. Her voice trembled. They actually came for Fang Yuan alone. Yuta clutched Robin's hand tightly, her small face etched with terror. The aura radiating from each of the three was like a natural calamity on its own. Oh, when combined it felt like the apocalypse itself. Inside the tent, boxed in by the three admirals, Fang Yuan smiled. It was not a smile of overweening arrogance, nor one of fury. It was the satisfied smile of a man who had finally seen the main course brought to the table. Excellent. He surveyed the three like a connoisseur appraising rare collectibles. Ice like magma. 3 top-grade Logia abilities, each governing a different principle. Not bad. Quite excellent materials, in fact. The three of you together barely qualify as offerings for my final feast. What? Akainu erupted and raged, the magma on his arm churning even more violently. At the brink of death, you still dare speak nonsense. Dog bite Crimson Lotus. He threw a ferocious punch, his arm transformed into a colossal magma hound head charging at Fang Yuan with heat that promised to incinerate everything. Meanwhile, Kizaru raised a single finger. Yasukani no Magatama. Endless golden light bullets shot from his fingertip like a downpour, sealing off every route of escape Fang Yuan might have. Akiji in turn pressed both hands against the ground. Ice Age. Terrifying cold surged outward from his body in every direction, recklessly expanding, attempting to seal the entire island, and Fang Yuan with it. in ice. At that moment, the three admirals struck simultaneously. No probing, no mercy. The moment they moved, they unleashed killing blows capable of destroying everything. They understood perfectly that the man before them was a monster surpassing the four emperors. The slightest carelessness would be fatal. Ace closed his eyes in utter despair. He could not imagine anyone in this world surviving a combined assault from the three admirals. Yet, in the very instant the world-ending attack was about to swallow Fang Yuan, Fang Yuan merely lifted his right hand. Then he clenched it into a fist. I told you. His voice reached each person present with perfect clarity, drowning out the roar of magma, the whistle of light, and the cracking crunch of ice. In this world, I am the one who dictates the rules. Hum, a single word. Vibrate. No thunderous explosion shook the earth. No world-obliterating light flashed. There was only an invisible, yet omnipresent ripple spreading from Fang Yuan's fist. The magma hound which had been lunging at him came to an abrupt halt 1 meter away. Then it began to tremble violently, at its most fundamental particle level. The fire element and earth element that composed the magma were forcibly stripped apart and decomposed under that high-frequency vibration. Akainu's proud killer move right before his horrified eyes dissolved into a flurry of red dust and drifted quietly away. At that same moment, the storm of light bullets suffered the same fate. The photons comprising the light were twisted, their oscillating frequencies forcibly warped by a power beyond comprehension. They were no longer lethal projectiles, they became soft glows that fluttered in the air like fireflies before winking out. Finally, there was the overwhelming cold that could freeze the sea itself. The moment it touched that field of vibration, the molecular structure of the ice crystals was forcibly rewritten at the very root. Absolute zero was reversed in an instant. Ice turned into water. Water in turn was vaporized into nothing in a flash. The three admirals' combined strike was thus completely dissolved by a casual swing of Fang Yuan's fist. They had not even managed to graze a single corner of his coat. This is impossible. For the first time, an expression called fear emerged on Akainu's face. His magma had actually been decomposed. The smile on Kizaru's face froze completely. Watching his own light bullets transform into harmless motes of light, his eyes behind those sunglasses were filled with sheer disbelief. Akiji even rose to his feet, staring fixedly at Fang Yuan. You did this. That's not Whitebeard's ability. Then what was it? Fang Yuan slowly lowered his fist, his expression still as calm as still water. I told you it's vibration. But not Whitebeard's crude version. One that could only act upon the macroscopic physical world. I mean a true conceptual vibration, one capable of interfering with the foundational rules of all things. He looked at the three stunned men like a teacher instructing dull students. Your powers are mighty, but you are only users of power, slaves to the rules. I am the one who sets the rules. He extended a hand toward them. Now do you understand? Between you and me lies a gap at the very level of life itself. You are only my materials. And I. A divine radiance flickered in Fang Yuan's eyes. Am the god who is about to devour this world and rebuild it in my own image. The instant the words left his mouth, he stepped forward. Rumble. The entire island, the entire world, seemed to tremble for him at that moment. It was no longer physical vibration, but resonance at the level of fundamental law. Akainu felt the magma devil fruit inside him begin to churn uncontrollably, as though it were trying to burst from his body and kneel before its true sovereign. Kizaru's light began to grow dim. Akiji's ice began to melt even at his feet. Their power, the devil fruit abilities they took such pride in, the pinnacle of might in this world, was beginning to fail in the presence of this man. Monster. Akainu squeezed out 2 words from between his teeth, cold sweat soaking his back. What we're facing, it isn't human at all. Fang Yuan did not give them any more time to think. The feast begins, he announced in a low voice. For the first course, let's start with you, Sakazuki. His gaze came to rest on Akainu. Your absolute justice sounds delicious. In the next second, his figure vanished from where he stood. Fang Yuan's figure vanished from the spot in an instant. The next moment, he was already before Akainu, less than half a meter away. What? Akainu's pupils contracted sharply. He instinctively tried to retreat, but discovered that his body could not move at all. An invisible force field locked him in place like an insect sealed in amber. Don't be nervous, Sakazuki. Fang Yuan's voice was as gentle as if he were coaxing a child to sleep. It will be over soon. He extended his right hand, fingers spread wide, aiming at Akainu's chest. Living concept extraction initiate. Hum. A strange vibration emanated from Fang Yuan's palm, piercing straight through Akainu's body and striking deep into his soul. Aya! Akainu let out a shrill scream. He felt something being forcibly torn out from within his body. It was not flesh nor bone, but something deeper, the very essence that constituted his existence. A crimson glow began to surface from his chest. That was the origin of the magma fruit's power being stripped away bit by bit. No. Please. No. Akainu's voice grew fainter and fainter. As his power drained away, his burly frame began to wither and his skin turned pale as paper. Stop! Akiji roared, slamming both hands against the ground to launch an attack. Frozen Ice Tempest. Countless razor-sharp ice spears erupted from the ground, shooting toward Fang Yuan in dense clusters. At the same time, Kizaru raised both hands. Yada mirror. His body turned into light and circled Fang Yuan at light speed, searching for a blind spot to strike. Yet Fang Yuan did not even turn his head. He merely spoke a single word: still. All the ice spears suddenly halted 3 meters from him, hanging motionless in midair. Kizaru's lightspeed movement was forcibly interrupted as well. His body materialized from the light, frozen rigidly in the air. I told you, do not disturb my work. Fang Yuan continued, focusing on the extraction in his hand. The crimson glow representing the magma fruit finally fully detached from Akainu's body. Having lost the power of the devil fruit, Akainu aged 20 years in an instant. His hair turned gray, his face became wrinkled, and even that awe-inspiring presence was utterly gone. Now it is your turn, Kazan. Fang Yuan turned to Akiji, a greedy glint flickering in his eyes. Your absolute zero smells quite enticing. Akiji wanted to resist, but discovered that his body would not obey him at all. That invisible force field bound him tightly, like a lamb led to the slaughter. You? What exactly are you? He asked through gritted teeth. I am a god, Fang Yuan replied calmly. More precisely, a god about to be born. And you are the final stepping stones on my path to godhood. With that, he pressed his hand against Akiji's chest. The same process of extraction began once more. A blue-white glow emerged from Akiji's body, the source of the ice fruit's power. Oh! Akiji's screams echoed throughout the tent. He felt as though his very soul was being torn apart. The agony was more dreadful than death itself. The last one. Fang Yuan looked at Kizaru, still suspended in midair. Borsellino, you should feel honored. Your lightspeed will become a part of my godhood. Gone was Kizaru's usual flippant expression. In its place was sheer terror. Wait. We can talk. His voice was trembling. I can tell you all the secrets of the world government, including the weaknesses of the celestial dragons. Fang Yuan shook his head. Your intelligence is worthless to me. All I want is your power. He pressed his hand against Kizaru's chest. The third extraction began. A golden glow surfaced from Kizaru's body, the source of the glint fruit's power. No. Please. No. Kizaru's voice grew increasingly faint. He could feel his very existence being erased piece by piece. 3 glows hovered before Fang Yuan. Crimson magma, blue-white, frost, golden light. 3 utterly different forces of nature rotated slowly in the air. Perfect. Fang Yuan nodded with satisfaction. Now let us begin the final ritual. He spread his arms wide, and the 3 glows began to converge toward his body. Boom! A terrifying wave of energy erupted from Fang Yuan. The entire island began to tremble violently, as though it were about to be torn apart. The seas roared and churned, the sky darkened with storm clouds and thunder and lightning interwove. This was not an ordinary fusion of power. It was a reconstruction at the conceptual level, a rewriting of the rules themselves. Fang Yuan's body began to transform. His skin became crystalline and translucent, as if carved from the purest crystal. His eyes turned pure gold, containing within them boundless wisdom and majesty. His hair turned silver white, every strand shimmering with starlight. Most importantly, a pair of enormous wings began to emerge behind him. They were not wings of flesh and blood, but wings condensed from pure energy. The left wing was deep black, representing destruction and finality. The right wing was holy white, representing creation and renewal. Divine essence fully condensed. Fang Yuan slowly opened his eyes. In those golden pupils was reflected the image of the entire world. Even his voice had changed, ethereal and majestic, as though it descended from the highest heavens. From this day onward, I am the new god of this world, the sovereign of the all things workshop, the arbiter of rules. Everyone in the tent stared wide-eyed at the being before them, who had completely transcended the bounds of humanity. Ace's lips trembled. He wanted to say something, but no sound could escape his throat. The divine might radiating from Fang Yuan made it difficult even to breathe. Now let me rewrite the rules of this world. Fang Yuan raised his right hand toward the sky. First rule: the curse of the devil fruits is lifted. Rumble. Peals of thunder rolled across the sky. An invisible wave spread outward from Fang Yuan, instantly covering the entire world. All around the world, every devil fruit user felt a sense of unprecedented relief. The feeling of being loathed by the sea was gone. They could freely swim in the ocean and touch sea stone without any fear. The side effects of the devil fruits had been completely erased. Second rule: death is no longer the end. Fang Yuan's voice continued to resound across heaven and earth. As long as I wish it, anyone can be resurrected from death. The moment those words fell, a familiar figure suddenly appeared within the tent. Whitebeard, the legend who had just been killed by Fang Yuan's own hand, now stood up once more. His body was completely unharmed, as though he had never been injured at all. Father! Ace stared in disbelief at Whitebeard, who had reappeared. How is this possible? Whitebeard was equally astonished as he looked at his own hands. He clearly remembered dying, his heart pierced by Fang Yuan's shockwave. But now he was not only alive, he felt more powerful than ever before. This is the power of a god, Fang Yuan said indifferently. Life and death before me are merely parameters that can be altered at will. Third rule, power shall be redistributed. He looked at the three admirals who had lost their devil fruit powers. Your powers I have taken back. But as compensation, I will grant you new powers. Far stronger powers with no side effects whatsoever. He waved his hand, and 3 brand new devil fruits materialized in the air. They were perfect fruits re-synthesized from the very concepts he had just extracted. These are my gifts to you. Eat them, and you shall gain power 10 times greater than before. Of course, that is provided you are willing to submit to me. Akainu, Akiji, and Kizaru looked at one another. They knew that Fang Yuan was no longer someone they could contend with. He was a true god, a supreme being who governed life, death, and the very rules of existence. I am willing to submit. Akainu was the first to speak. As the Marine who valued strength above all else, he understood well that those who recognize the times are wise. So am I. Akiji followed. Count me in. Kizaru also nodded. Fang Yuan smiled with satisfaction. Excellent. Then welcome to the All Things Workshop. From this day forth you are the 3 archangels under my command. The 3 perfect fruits flew toward them, and each caught one in turn. The moment they swallowed the fruits, an unprecedented power surged into their bodies. Akainu felt that he had not only regained his magma power, but could now also control all fire elements. Akiji discovered that his freezing ability had been restored, and that he could also manipulate water and wind. Kizaru was delighted to find that besides moving at light speed, he could now control the flow of time. Such was the might of the perfect devil fruits. No side effects, no restrictions, only boundless possibilities. Now let us return to the Xuanwu. Fang Yuan turned and walked out of the tent. It is time to proclaim the arrival of a new era to the entire world. Everyone followed behind him, including the resurrected Whitebeard. As they stepped out of the tent, the entire world was trembling. A colossal vortex appeared in the sky, and countless pillars of light descended from the heavens. It was Fang Yuan's divine might announcing to the world that a new god had been born. On the deck of the Xuanwu, Yuta and Robin had long since prostrated themselves. They had felt that transcendent divine might, and knew that their master had completed his final transformation. We humbly welcome our master's return. Ye Xiao knelt on one knee, his voice filled with reverence. Fang Yuan nodded and walked to the bow. He spread his arms wide, and the pair of black and white wings unfurled behind him, blotting out the sky. People of the world, hear me. His voice, carried by some mysterious power, reached every corner of the world. I am Fang Yuan, sovereign of the All Things Workshop, the new god of this world. From this day forward, the old order shall be utterly shattered. A new era is about to begin. Those who submit shall receive eternal life and power. Those who dare to resist shall be completely erased. This is my divine decree. These are the rules of the new world. As his voice faded, the vortex in the sky slowly dispersed. Yet that divine might was forever etched into every heart. A new era had truly begun, and Fang Yuan was the sole god of that era.